Chu Ge, a 22-year-old young man with an ordinary life, worked in a real estate agency after graduating from Chu Ge University, doing passionless work day after day. Although his family was well off and his father ran a small factory, Chu Ge was not willing to live such an ordinary life. He had his own dream in his heart, but he just suffered from the lack of opportunities to change his fate. The breakup with his girlfriend Yula made him feel even more at the lowest point in his life. She chose to leave him for a simple reason: she was too ordinary and not outstanding enough. However, fate dealt Chu Ge a heavy blow on an ordinary afternoon, or perhaps gave him a chance to be reborn. That day, Chu Ge came to the seaside, next to the retired warship he was familiar with, wanting to recall some lost times. Suddenly, thunder and lightning. The sky was gloomy, lightning struck the ship's guns, and the electric current was raging. Before Chu Ge realized the danger was approaching, he felt a powerful energy rushing through his whole body until everything went dark before his eyes and his consciousness completely disappeared. A few seconds later, when he regained consciousness, he was stunned by the scene before him. The ship's guns had undergone a drastic change, and the original old turrets had become brand new and powerful. The system's voice rang in my ears. Congratulations to the host for awakening the military industry system. The first day's rewards have been distributed. The ship gun upgrade plan has been issued. He was stunned, unable to believe that all this was actually true. The system gave him the ability to control military equipment and upgrade weapons, and everything became incredible and shocking. Chu Ge spent the whole afternoon and finally put the system upgrade plan into words. He looked at the thick stack of letter paper on the table and smiled. Perhaps these drawings could open up a new path for him. After writing the letter, Chu Ge began to think about how to send it to the right person. His eyes swept across the paper, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The Yinjing Weaponry Research Institute. That was where this kind of research was conducted, and it should be able to see the value of it. After searching on Baidu, he actually found the mailing address. Chu Ge carefully put the letter into the envelope, checked the address carefully, and quickly ran towards the post office. Arriving at the post office, Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. God, the rest depends on you. He prayed silently, his heart full of anticipation. After a sleepless night, Chu Ge woke up early the next day, without even having breakfast, and hurriedly squeezed onto the bus to rush to work. He didn't want to be scolded by his boss for being late. Chu Ge currently works in a real estate agency. This job does not require high technical skills. At the beginning, he just wanted to make a transition. Unexpectedly, with his persistence, he has achieved good results. In this industry, good performance means high salary. Who doesn't like to get more money? So Chu Ge worked for more than a year. However, the good times didn't last long. At the beginning of the new year, the government began to regulate the real estate market, and the market suddenly entered a cold winter. Chu Ge's performance declined sharply. His original high salary was gone, and even his girlfriend left him. Whenever Chu Ge thought of these, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The research institute is in Yinjing, more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. We probably won't be able to get there today. It's really tormenting, Chu Ge whispered to himself. At this time, Su Hui came over and raised her eyebrows when she saw Chu Ge in a daze. What are you in a daze about? Chu Ge looked up at her and replied calmly, meditation. What? Are you too lazy to even come up with an excuse? Although everyone is having a hard time now, you have to learn to adapt. You have to know how to seize some opportunities and don't act so noble all day long. In this society, being able to get bonuses and high wages is the kingly way, Su Hui said, looking at Chu Ge with dissatisfaction. She is the manager of this store, and her salary is linked to performance. Chu Ge and others work hard to achieve results, so she can get more bonuses. So she always finds cheap houses through not-so-shady means, or picks on the weak in transactions and signs various improper contracts. Chu Ge never went along with her. He knew what a house meant to ordinary people. It was the money they had worked hard to save for their entire lives. Chu Ge really couldn't bear to go against his conscience and cheat others for a few $1,000s. However, in this society, many people have to make compromises for their livelihood, so Chu Ge's persistence was naturally disdained by Su Hui. Chu Ge, if you continue like this, you'll have to leave at the end of this month. You're too aloof and not suitable for a small place like ours. Su Hui said something harsh and left with a twisted waist. Chu Ge shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with reluctance. At the same time, in Yinjing, Huaxia Weaponry Research Institute, Wang Yun sat at his desk, frowning as he looked at the letter in his hand. She was wearing a neat military uniform, which concealed her feminine curves but could not hide her undeniable temperament. She was a clerk at the Military Research Institute, but the letter in front of her confused her. Navy Gun System Upgrade Plan. How could such professional content be sent to me casually? Who is this passionate young man? Is he just tinkering with it? Wang Yun hesitated for a moment and thought that he should let his superiors know. After all, military affairs are no joke. An hour later, Academician Shin finally received the letter. After reading it carefully, he was slightly surprised. Although the contents of the letter were not top secret, they were still classified as confidential. He searched the envelope but could not find the familiar signature, which made him even more confused. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone. Wang Yun, book me a flight to Y City for tomorrow. The next day, the weekend. Chu Ge walked aimlessly on the street and somehow came to Panjiayuan. This is the CBD of Y City, which includes almost all large companies. White-collar workers and elites can be seen almost everywhere around. Yulu also works here. She studied finance and joined a company here after graduation. She seems to be an administrative secretary. She rarely mentioned work, but Chu Ge remembered that Yuli's dressing table was filled with imported cosmetics, so it seemed that her salary should not be low. Suddenly, Chu Ge's phone vibrated, and he picked up the call. What's up? Hello, young man. Are you Chu Ge? Oh, Grandpa, hello. I thought it was my colleague calling. It's okay. I'm Manhwa from the Ordnance Research Institute. I came to Y City specially to ask about the Navy gun upgrade plan you mailed to us. Chu Ge was very excited. It seemed that he had made the right decision and made the right bet. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am here. I am at Panjiayuan, next to the fountain in the square. I am the one wearing black. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ge was in a good mood, whistling and looking at a glass-walled building. Downstairs, at the revolving door, Yulu and his colleagues were walking out, talking and laughing. She saw Chu Ge at a glance, frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said to her colleague, Xiaomin, you go first. I have something to deal with. Xiaomin nodded and walked away. At this time, Chu Ge was still looking up at the high-rise buildings in Y City and began to imagine the various possibilities of the future. Chu Ge, what are you doing here? Yulu? You scared me. Don't be so playful with me. Haven't we made it clear? Why? You can't let it go. Stop. I'm not here to look for you. Just do what you need to do. Chu Ge realized that Yula didn't want to see him, and he didn't mean to bump into her. Humph, you're just being stubborn. You. Chu Ge was speechless. You don't believe anything I say. If we don't agree, there's no point in talking, she said, turning around and walking to the other side. In the Western restaurant upstairs, Yulu and Xiaomin sat down and chatted about lunch. Xiumin was Yuli's colleague and best friend. Since Yula moved out from Chu Ge, she lived in Xiumin's house. He must be Chu Ge, right? He looks handsome and quite tall. Well, that's his only advantage. Otherwise, why would I have fallen for him in the first place? That's right. Good looks can't make a living. If you ask me, you're doing the right thing. Let it go while you're still young. It's not worth wasting your youth. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's eat. Yulu said impatiently. He didn't want to mention Chu Ge's name anymore. It was too embarrassing. By the fountain, Chu Ge was not disturbed. He understood that some things are over and he would no longer worry about them. Squeak. A military jeep stopped steadily in front of Chu Ge. The door opened, and an old man with gray hair and vigorous spirit got out of the car. Slow down. You must be Grandpa Chun. Chu Ge hurried forward to support him. No need, young man. I'm not too old to get out of the car. Haha, you look very strong. After Chun Hua got off the car, he looked at Chu Ge with a smile. Well, he's a handsome guy. At least he's not bragging. Huh? Chu Ge scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Passers-by around turned around to look and saw a conspicuous military vehicle parked in the downtown area. The energetic old man in the vehicle attracted many curious glances. Yulu, who was eating upstairs, also noticed it and wondered. Chu Ge is not a local, so how could he know people in the army? Chu Ge, let's chat in the car. Okay. After the two got in the car, the military green jeep quickly turned around and disappeared in the crowd. In the car, Chun Hua and Chu Ge had a pleasant conversation. Xiao Chu, I admire your depth of knowledge. Although the report has not been verified, based on my experience, there is no problem with the logic. There should be no problem. Well, that's why I came here specially to invite you to Yanjing. This report was drafted by you, and you need to check more details. We can also meet, by the way. Chu Ge readily agreed, and then followed academician Chun on a plane to Yanjing. Xiao Chu, how did you study those theories? Academician Chun couldn't help asking. My major is mechanical engineering, and I have been dealing with these things. My father is a mechanical technician, and I have been influenced by this since I was a child. Chu Ge had prepared his words long ago and did not intend to reveal his relationship with the system's father. Oh, no wonder. Compared to you, my grandson is far inferior. He is about the same age as you. I think he has nothing to do except dating girls. After saying this, academician Chen showed a trace of loneliness in his eyes. That's better than me. You kid, you have a sweet mouth. In fact, Chu Ge thought in his heart, Grandpa Chun, I didn't lie. Your grandson is indeed better than me. I was abandoned not long ago, and I'm still fresh and warm. The capital of China, Yanjing, a city with a long history. Outside the brand new terminal, a military jeep sped towards the Weapons Research Institute. Chu Ge was a little surprised when he saw Wang Yun. He didn't expect that there was such a young and beautiful girl in the institute. In his impression, Chun Lao's colleagues should be as old as him. Oh, Wang Yun, let me introduce you. This is Chu Ge. Hello. Chu Ge took the initiative to extend his right hand. Hello. Wang Yun was somewhat shocked. She had just handled the report yesterday and knew that it was written by this young man. She had thought he was a scholar or teacher, but she had never expected him to be so young. After a short break, Chu Ge followed Dean Chun into the conference room. They were eager to verify some issues. The conference room of the institute was large and already full of people. Chu Ge found a corner and sat down. Dean Chun walked towards the podium with a smile. Below the stage, Wang Yun was distributing materials, which turned out to be Chu Ge's research report. Before the meeting begins, I would like to state that today's content is confidential. The materials on hand can only be circulated, and you are not allowed to take photos or take them out of the meeting room. Academician Chun said seriously. Okay, this document is about the upgrade plan for the naval gun system. You are all experts in related fields. Please read it and give us your opinions. The time is half an hour. Yes. Everyone began to read the information in their hands carefully, and many people began to look at each other with surprise in their eyes. Chu Ge looked around, and the content of the report had already been imprinted in his mind. While Wang Yun was pouring water for the scholars, he also poured a cup for Chu Ge. Chu Ge noticed her figure swaying in front of him. After the meeting, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar looked up and asked Academician Chun in surprise, Mr. Chun, which academician wrote this report? It has a solid foundation in mechanics and many innovations. It seems very feasible. Everyone, what do you think? I second. I second. Everyone answered in unison. Okay. Academician Chun smiled and waved at Chu Ge, who immediately walked over. Chu Ge, let me introduce myself to you all. The research report in your hands was drafted by him. Hello, uncles and grandpa. Chu Ge greeted them in a familiar manner. This? Are you kidding? Are you looking for a gun? This kid looks only 20 years old. Incredible, incredible. China is full of talented people. The meeting room was filled with discussions, and the atmosphere was noisy. Silence. Since everyone agrees with this report, I declare that a new naval gun system research team will be established immediately. I will be the team leader, Chu Ge will be the deputy team leader, and the members are as follows. Academician Chun made the decision, and everyone agreed. After the meeting, everyone passed by Chu Ge, some were curious, some were skeptical, and more were praising and encouraging. After everyone left, an elderly man approached Academician Chun. Old Chun, is this the decision? Isn't it too fast? Mr. Huang, you still don't believe in my judgment? There is nothing wrong with this child. As for his background, I have already arranged for someone to investigate. That's good. The institute arranged the highest treatment for Chu Ge. In the evening, Academician Chun even held a dinner for him. The news spread throughout the institute, and everyone was talking about this young man. This young man is not simple. Is my spring coming? Not yet. I can't be happy easily. I have to wait for the experiment to verify it before it's reliable. Chu Ge was lying on the bed, tossing and turning in his thoughts. At this time, the entire institute was extremely busy with the establishment of research teams, the arrangement of experimental sites, the scheduling of security work. Everything was proceeding in full swing. Chapter 3. Dilanaza Nuclear Fusion Device. The next day, Chu Ge was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. He jumped out of bed quickly and opened the door in a hurry without even having time to put on his pants. Standing outside the door was Wang Yun. Chu Ge felt a little embarrassed. Wang Yun also blushed, turned away from Chu Ge's sight, and whispered, "There are some questions at the laboratory that need to be consulted with you. Academician Chun asked you to go over." After that, she hurried away. Chu Ge was stunned, thinking, "You can be shy?" Arriving at the Ordnance Research Institute laboratory, Academician Chun saw Chu Ge from a distance and waved enthusiastically. "Xiao Chu, come here. I have good news for you. After verification by several of our experts, your arch bullet system is really perfect, with high efficiency, strong stability, and compact size. Moreover, the telescopic stealth structure of the naval gun is also very innovative. The value of this report is not small." Chu Ge smiled a little embarrassedly. "Grandpa Chun must be praising me." "There is praise, but more of it is appreciation." Academician Chun said earnestly, "Just think about it. If the weapons you design can really be put into actual combat, it would be such an honor." Chu Ge scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Academician Chun's words made him feel flattered. "By the way, Mr. Chun, I heard Wang Yun said he wanted to talk to me about something?" Chu Ge asked. "Yes, I need you to supplement the telescopic structure data of the invisible turret." Academician Chun said. Chu Ge nodded. "I understand." A few minutes later, the problem was easily solved. For Chu Ge, such a small matter was not worth mentioning at all. Since he was here, he stayed with everyone. Wherever there was something unclear, he went to help, and gradually became the mobile warrior in the laboratory. After a busy day, Chu Ge felt that his calves were almost trembling, but when he saw everyone's recognition of him, he felt that it was all worth it. These days, even the academicians began to look at him with admiration, especially those respected experts, who praised him more and more. Everyone was thinking that talents like him must be well trained, and they would definitely have a bright future. After a week of high-intensity work, the plan went smoothly. All subsystems are ready, and the next task is to assemble them and then send them to the test site for live-fire testing. 3 days later, Chu Ge followed academician Chen and his party to the city of Ji in the west, which is the largest weapons testing base in China. Almost all new weapons for sea, land, and air were born here. Chu Ge was sitting on the plane, his heart filled with excitement, thinking that he would finally be able to see the power of those weapons with his own eyes. Although this was his first time sitting in business class, he was already accustomed to this luxurious flying experience. He lay in his seat and looked out the window leisurely. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" Chu Ge's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. He turned around and saw that it was a tall girl sitting down. She had long flowing hair, a faint scent of perfume on her body, and wore a pair of large sunglasses. Chu Ge couldn't help but think that this girl must be a great beauty. "Hey, beautiful girl, have we met before? Why do you look so familiar?" Chu Ge asked in confusion. But the girl replied coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't know you." Chu Ge felt a little embarrassed and thought to himself, "This is too cold." So he stopped talking and sat back in his seat. An hour later, Chu Ge was awakened by the turbulence of the plane. He touched his side and felt something wrong. He felt a soft, round object in his hand. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately panicked. His hand was on the girl's chest, and the girl was looking at him in horror. Chu Ge quickly covered the girl's mouth and explained hastily, don't shout, I really didn't mean it." The girl struggled and her sunglasses fell to the side. Chu Ge quickly glanced at her face and suddenly realized, You are Delanaza, the heroine in Peach Blossom." Delanaza's face turned pale instantly. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and came from a prominent family. She had little contact with boys before she was 18 years old. Now, she was touched like this on the plane, and she was furious. "What do you want?" Delanaza looked at Chu Ge coldly, her eyes full of anger. Chu Ge was a little helpless. "Oh, I really didn't realize it. Sorry, give me a chance? You want to cut off my hand, right?" Delanaza said, almost gritting her teeth. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Chu Ge looked worried. Delanaza snorted angrily, "I don't think this is enough." During the rest of the flight, Chu Ge decided not to provoke her, because he couldn't get away with it anyway. The plane broadcast announcing the upcoming landing. Chu Ge began to pack up and prepare to get off the plane. Before getting off the plane, Chu Ge looked at Delanaza, who was still angry, and shook his head helplessly. "The plane will land soon. I have something to do, and I have to go to work quickly. This is my phone number. If you think I have done something wrong and want me to make up for it, call me." After saying that, Chu Ge left the plane quickly. Delanaza looked at Chu Ge's back and swore in her heart, "Wait for this hooligan. I will definitely take revenge on you." The group arrived at the base, which was desolate, sparsely populated, and heavily guarded. Chu Ge felt excited. Although he did not join the army as he wished, he could be considered to have joined the army through this opportunity. Wang Yun took Chu Ge to the dormitory and settled her down before leaving. "Girls like this are interesting. Delina is really too scary. I've been chasing her for so long, but now I'm no longer a fan." Chu Ge laughed self-deprecatingly. Delanaza is actually very serious about her work. Despite the harsh environment in the Gobi Desert, she still devoted herself to the filming. Although the episode on the plane made her feel bad, her goal is always the stars and the sea, and the satellite base is her dream. The following tests went very smoothly. The next afternoon, Wang Yun came to Chu Ge and said, It worked. Colleagues from the institute hugged each other excitedly. Academician Chen also came over and hugged Chu Ge tightly. "Xiao Chu, you are really a genius. Thank you for your contribution to the country." Chu Ge smiled somewhat ashamedly. "This is what I should do, Mr. Chen." He thought to himself that the military industry system had been silent for so long and was finally starting to move. It seemed that there would be more challenges ahead. Chapter 4. Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Chu Ge was sitting in the laboratory, looking through the various technical advancement plans provided by the system. Pistols, rifles, unmanned systems, nuclear fusion, all kinds of plans emerged one after another. Seeing these, he couldn't help but jump up excitedly. "System Dad, you are awesome. You gave me so many plans at once. I don't even know where to start. Haha, I'll treat you to a good meal later." Although he was happy, Chu Ge soon fell into confusion. Faced with so many options, he began to hesitate. Which one should he do first? System recommendation, controlled nuclear fusion. The system's voice suddenly sounded, as if it had already seen through his troubles. Controlled nuclear fusion can be applied to many fields such as engines and power generation. It is the core of basic science and technology. If you want to get started, start with this most powerful technology. Chu Ge's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided, this is it. Compared to guns and cannons, this thing can trigger a more powerful technological revolution. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly became silent. Chu Ge was a little confused. Who spoke just now? System Dad? Are you finally willing to respond to me? Ding, congratulations to the host. The interactive system has been successfully activated. The system's voice sounded again. The interactive system will provide support and guidance to the host at critical moments. The host and the system will grow together. Chu Ge was instantly excited. Woo-woo, stop talking nonsense. Turn yourself into a Superman first. I want to show off. Not supported yet. Then can you give me 100 million? Chu Ge was a little discouraged. Not supported yet. Chu Ge's enthusiasm instantly plummeted. He sat back in his seat in disappointment. Forget it, let's study my solar device. Time passed quickly, and several months passed. Today, everyone in the base woke up early and found something wrong. It shouldn't be this bright. At this time last night, it was still dark. Everyone rushed to the laboratory in the base to find out what happened. Then, they saw Chu Ge walking out of the laboratory, holding a strange device in his hand. He was shrouded in light and looked like a god descending from heaven. Is this Xiao Chu? Someone asked in surprise. It looks like him. What is he holding in his hand? It feels like the sun. Academician Shin stood there blankly, looking at the device in Chu Ge's hand. At that moment, his mind went blank. Hypertokamak device. Chu Ge threw a document to Academician Shin. The data and video are in the lab. I'm going to sleep first. I'm so sleepy. Academician Shin stood there, staring blankly at the document in his hand. What? What is this? What on earth did I see? Security department. All personnel seal off the base, especially the laboratory. Go guard Chu Ge's dormitory immediately. 24 hours a day. Almost immediately, the security of the base changed. The special forces moved in, and every corner of the base was strictly monitored. When Chu Ge woke up, several hours had passed. He walked out of the dormitory and was greeted by a group of fully armed soldiers. Hello, Chief. They saluted in unison, and the atmosphere was so serious that it was suffocating. Chu Ge was at a loss. I didn't do anything, did I? He thought to himself. It seems that I really made the right choice. The system reminded him mischievously. I knew it a long time ago. This is the right choice you made. Chu Ge smiled helplessly and suddenly felt relieved. The scenery inside and outside the base was no longer so strange, and everyone's attitude towards him became different. At this time, Academician Shin came over and asked with a smile, Xiao Chu, have you rested well? Chu Ge nodded and answered energetically. Yes, Mr. Chun, I am in good condition now. Haha, great. Academician Shin smiled and turned to a tall and mighty officer next to him. This is Commander Wang, who is in charge of the daily affairs of the base. Commander Wang stepped forward, his face full of determination. You are Chu Ge, right? Not bad. You have achieved so much at such a young age. The future of China depends on young people like you. Chu Ge also stood up politely and gave him a standard military salute. Look at our little Chu. His military posture is so standard. Commander Wang joked. Academician Shin quickly interrupted. Old Wang, stop talking nonsense and focus your thoughts. While the two were laughing, a report came from outside the door. Commander Wang, the film crew called. We promised to help with something. No problem, but the number of people needs to be reduced. The base has other tasks. Commander Wang waved his hand, and it was obvious that the matter had been handled. Chu Ge's idea moved, and he immediately suggested, Commander Wang, Academician Shun, I have nothing to do, so why don't I go and take a look at the film crew? Go ahead, and be careful. Captain Gong, Chu Ge is in your hands. Ensure his safety. After Commander Wang said this, he asked Captain Gong to take Chu Ge with him. So Chu Ge got on a military vehicle and started his journey to the film crew. On the way, the car sped through the deserted Gobi Desert and soon arrived at the destination. When he arrived, Chu Ge saw a row of military green tents. It turned out that this was the filming base. The director of the crew expressed his gratitude to Captain Gong, and Chu Ge secretly thought, maybe I will meet a star. However, when the director asked everyone to take a break, Chu Ge accidentally smelled a familiar fragrance. Naza is here. He was startled, and when he turned around, it was indeed Dilly Naza. You, Dilly Naza glared at him instantly. You filthy rascal. Miss, please watch your words. Captain Gong immediately stepped forward and responded seriously. Hey, Chief. Naza, there must be a misunderstanding. Don't be angry. The director quickly stepped out to ease the atmosphere. Chief. Dilanaza was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Chu Ge resolved the awkwardness in time. Haha, it's okay. Let's sit down and talk. So everyone sat in a circle and started talking in low voices, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Dilanaza's eyes were full of meaning, and she was thinking to herself, what is this person's background? Does he have some kind of remarkable identity? Chu Ge was concentrating on chatting with the director, but occasionally glanced at Dilanaza, watching the changes in her facial expressions, and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Chapter 5. Chu Ge hasn't made up his mind yet. After a moment, everyone stood up and prepared to continue filming. Chu Ge seized the opportunity and quietly ran behind Dilanaza. Ahem, big star, let's get to know each other again. I am Chu Ge, the Chu Ge who is surrounded by enemies. Dilanaza turned around and snorted coldly. Huh, how come you know who I am now? I remember someone on the plane and couldn't remember it no matter what. Chu Ge smiled awkwardly. I was excited at the moment. Let me tell you, I am your diehard fan. When I was in school, I was beaten up by many girlfriends because of you. Chu Ge was doing an exaggerated performance, trying to ease the atmosphere. You are sweet on the outside, but you are actually very dangerous. It seems that your girlfriend must be very happy at ordinary times, right? Dilanaza teased. Chu Ge smiled helplessly and said, I can't tell. If she was happy, she wouldn't kick me out, right? What? She dared to kick you? Dilanaza was shocked. Well, maybe she despises me for being poor and incompetent. Chu Ge shrugged. Is she blind? Dilanaza looked at Chu Ge in confusion. Chu Ge waved his hands, too lazy to explain. After all, standing next to Dilanaza, it all seemed a little unreal. His heartbeat quickened. He didn't expect the goddess to be right next to him. Just as they were talking to each other, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. Then, a huge helicopter flew over, circled, and slowly landed not far away. Chu Ge looked up and saw the military emblem on the helicopter. His eyes fixed, and he quickly reached out to help Dilanaza block the dust. After the helicopter landed, Chu Ge saw academician Chun get off the helicopter, followed by an elegant middle-aged man. Chu Ge quickly went to meet him. Mr. Chun, why are you here? Is there something going on? Chu Ge asked hurriedly. Academician Chun pointed to the person behind him and said, It's him again. This is Director Wu Jiangwo from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Hello, Director. Chu Ge greeted politely. Hello, Xiao Chu. Sorry to bother you. You are so dazzling. I am afraid that if I don't come, you will be snatched away by them. Wu Jiangwo said with a smile. Academician Chen laughed at the side. Haha, okay, go back to the base directly. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it when you go back. Don't disturb others from filming. Academician Chen looked at Dilanaza, who was still confused next to him. Okay. Wu Jiangwo nodded, patted Chu Ge's shoulder, and walked towards the military aircraft. Chu Ge turned around and walked a few steps, suddenly remembered something, looked back at Dilanaza, pointed at the phone, smiled slightly, and turned around to board the helicopter. Dilanaza then realized that Chu Ge had left, even leaving behind the clothes that protected her from the wind and sand. She looked at the military aircraft roaring up and felt reluctant to leave. Not long after, the helicopter landed steadily at the base. In the conference room, after several people sat down, Wu Jiangwo looked at Chu Ge and said in a serious tone, Xiao Chu, you've been thinking about it for so long. What do you think? Come to our Ministry of Science and Technology. Chu Ge hesitated. Director Wu, give me a few days to think about it. I haven't made a decision yet. No hurry. Wu Jiangwo smiled and handed Chu Ge a briefcase. Inside is your academician certificate. Don't refuse it. Ah. Chu Ge was stunned for a moment. Why? With your current ability, you are fully worthy of this honor. Director Wu said firmly. Ding, the host has gained 5,000 honor points. Friendly reminder, there will be a surprise when it reaches 10,000 points. What surprise? Chu Ge was a little curious. Keep it secret for now. The system replied. Are you trying to piss me off? Is it hard to earn honor points? Chu Ge couldn't help but tease. Yes. The system asked back. Chu Ge muttered. Is it so hard to earn honor points? Okay, don't be impulsive. Honor is officially awarded. Each title you obtain will increase 5,000 points. It's not particularly difficult. The system finally explained. That's about right. Chu Ge smiled with satisfaction. After dealing with the matter, Wu Jiangwo left in a hurry and rushed back to Yanjing. Chu Ge returned to the dormitory while thinking about what Director Wu said before he left. System Dad, we finally have a place to use our skills. Chu Ge was secretly happy. The system did not respond. Chu Ge looked at the briefcase, took out the gold-stamped red book, and gently stroked it with his fingers. His heart gradually became firm in his direction. Ding! A message suddenly came. Friend request, Xiao Tian Tian. Guess who I am, Naza Xiao Tian Tian. That's really an insult to my intelligence. Boring. That. Big gangster. Have you left G City? Not yet. Wait a minute. Who is the gangster, believe it or not? I'll go over there overnight to show you. You dare. Haha, have you finished filming? Yes, almost. The scenes in the Gobi Desert are almost finished. We have to go to Y City to shoot next. Y City? Chu Ge seemed to be thinking. The two chatted about some naughty things again. Finally, Dilanaza said that she wanted to rest because she had to shoot a scene at dawn tomorrow morning. Chu Ge sighed. Even big stars have to get up early. Life is really busy. Thinking of his previous life, he blushed unconsciously. The next morning, the experts from the Ordnance Research Institute gathered and set out. They were going to send the hypertokamak back to the institute for decomposition and research. Chu Ge was among them. Although he was very busy, he knew that this mission could not be missed. In the next few days, Chu Ge was busy directing the project. During this time, he kept in touch with Dilanaza and gradually became familiar with each other, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Dilanaza told Chu Ge that she had left the Gobi Desert and was now filming in Y City. After Chu Ge finished the first stage of work, he asked Academician Chen for leave and flew to Y City. Academician Chen arranged for Captain Gong and 2 other guards to accompany him to City Y. Captain Gong was dark and solid, with a calm temperament. It was obvious at a glance that he was not an ordinary person. Academician Chu, we will protect you secretly. Under normal circumstances, we will not take action, don't worry. Captain Gong seemed to have noticed Chu Ge's discomfort. Thank you for your help, but I really don't think it's necessary. Chu Ge lowered his head and said, it's necessary. With your current status, you are the most respected person in our hearts no matter where you are. Captain Gong said sincerely. After getting off the plane, Captain Gong suddenly disappeared in the vast crowd. Chu Ge was stunned for a moment and couldn't help muttering in his heart. He's really like a dragon that can't be found. Hey, big star. I'm here, and I'm ready to treat you. Chu Ge sent a message with a smile. You really came? Did you come to see me? Dilanaza asked mischievously. You think too much. I came to Y City to study and came to see you. Chu Ge responded without any disguise. Humph, I don't believe it. Forget it. Since you came from afar, I will condescend to accompany you for dinner. It's an honor to be favored by the goddess. Chu Ge teased. Chapter 6. A critical strike from Dilraba Dilmurat. Naza's agent sisterly looked at Chu Ge next to her with some doubt in her eyes. Is Naza in love? No. I have to prepare for the PR quickly. In the evening, Chu Ge sat upright in the most luxurious Western restaurant in Y City. He arrived early because he knew that waiting for girls was absolutely not okay, and he couldn't let girls wait for him anyway. Chu Ge was not unfamiliar with this restaurant. He had passed by it with Yulu several times, but never dared to come in. For students like them, a restaurant of this level was indeed beyond their reach. Looking at the flashing neon lights outside the window, Chu Ge couldn't help shaking his head, recalling the past. In the briefcase that Director Wu gave him, in addition to the appointment letter for academician, there was also a bank card with 50 million yuan. Although this was a huge sum of money for Chu Ge, he did not react much. For him, compared with money, what was more important was the trust and honor given to him by the institute. He sat in the corner to avoid scandal and to protect his reputation. At this time, Yulu was sitting at the table with a young man from the financial industry. She wanted to take down this man. She felt that she had finally met the right person, so she made an appointment to have a Western meal today. However, when she entered the restaurant and saw Chu Ge, her eyes were immediately attracted by the interaction between him and Dilanaza. Although Dilanaza was wearing sunglasses, her beautiful temperament still attracted the attention of her male companion. So, Dilanaza walked straight towards Chu Ge. When Yulu saw this scene, he felt a little unhappy. How could Chu Ge meet such a beautiful girl again? During the meal, Yulu couldn't help but look at Chu Ge's table frequently, seeing them talking and laughing, looking particularly intimate. By the way, you haven't told me why you are called the chief. Dilanaza looked at Chu Ge with curiosity in her eyes. Chu Ge smiled mysteriously and said, this is a secret for now. I'll tell you when it's necessary. Humph, I don't want to know. Stop being so conceited. Dilanaza pouted. You're wearing something really sexy today. Chu Ge suddenly glanced at Dilanaza's top and said casually. You dare to mention that? Dilanaza frowned slightly, with a smile on her lips. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Dilanaza stuck out her tongue and stood up to answer the phone. In the distance, Yuli's male companion got up and went to the bathroom. Yuli glanced in Chu Ge's direction, and with an idea, he walked over. I haven't seen you for a few months. You're fine. Do you have a new girlfriend? Yulu asked with disdain. Chu Ge was unceremonious. Why? You're everywhere? You're willing to come to such a high-end restaurant? Isn't it the woman who's treating? Yula chuckled. I don't want to bother with you. Chu Ge responded impatiently. Chu Ge, don't think you can have such good luck just because you're handsome, humph, naive. Yula said sarcastically. What I want to eat has nothing to do with you. Chu Ge couldn't help but fight back. At this time, Dilanaza suddenly appeared and gave Yulu an unexpected, critical blow. Yula looked at her, sneered and prepared to leave, but Dilanaza didn't stop, walked directly to Chu Ge, leaned down and kissed Chu Ge's forehead gently. What do you think? Dilanaza asked with a naughty smile. Yulu was completely stunned by this scene. She stared at Dilanaza blankly, her mouth wide open, but she still couldn't say a word. Finally, she turned around and walked back, feeling very depressed. Seeing this, Chu Ge quickly pulled Dilanaza to sit down. She is indeed one of the 4 young actresses, and her acting skills are really good. You are lucky. Is this your ex-girlfriend? Dilanaza teased. Haha, women's sixth sense is really scary. Chu Ge laughed helplessly. How is it? Does it count as helping you vent your anger? Naza blinked her big eyes. Well, it's not bad. It's worth making friends with you. Chu Ge smiled and responded, feeling very happy. That's good. You pay for the meal. Dilanaza deliberately showed a sly smile and began to eat heartily. Not long after, the two finished their dinner. Chu Ge looked up and saw that Yula had left. Maybe he was unhappy because he couldn't see Chu Ge's joke. Yula sat in the car without saying a word. Zhang Yidong drove without asking any more questions. For him, he has always been excellent and doesn't need to cater to others. I just saw Dilanaza. Yula finally couldn't help but speak. Who? Which one? Zhang Yidong looked at her. Who else could it be? Yuli's eyes widened. Zhang Yidong suddenly realized. It's her? I remember, that woman with a strong aura. I should have met her earlier. Yula looked at Zhang Yidong and suddenly felt a little regretful. I should have known her earlier. In the Western restaurant, Chu Ge and Dilanaza were full of food and drink. Are you in a hurry to go back? Chu Ge asked. Well, it's okay, not too urgent. Dilanaza replied with a smile. Then let's go to a movie? Chu Ge suggested. Okay. Dilanaza agreed. The two walked out of the restaurant. Dilanaza threw the car keys to Chu Ge and jumped into the passenger seat. Chu Ge looked and found that the car parked on the side of the road was a fiery red Panamera. Chu Ge can drive. He learned it in college, but never had the chance to drive. Now, he skillfully shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator. The Panamera sped away like a wild horse, and its red taillights cast a long trail of light in the night sky. Dilanaza wore a black mask and hid behind Chu Ge, following closely behind him like a little chicken. Look at that girl. Why does she look familiar? Someone pointed outside the car and said. Which one? Another person asked in confusion. That's the girl wearing a black mask. She looks like Dilraba Dilmurat. Is it true? Let's go and take a look. Several people approached quietly. Chu Ge and Dilraba Dilmurat were still concentrating on choosing a movie and didn't notice that several people were approaching. Captain, are you going to do it? One of them asked. Wait a moment. Another responded. At this moment, several bodyguards rushed out and quickly separated Chu Ge and Dilanaza from the crowd. Go first, we will follow. Captain Gong said coldly. Okay, thank you for your help. Chu Ge replied gratefully. After the bodyguards dealt with the crowd, Chu Ge and Dilanaza were finally able to leave smoothly. Sister Lee was browsing her phone and saw a piece of news. She almost dropped the tablet in her hand. Dilnaza was caught having a late-night tryst with a mysterious man, and the bodyguards fought each other. Damn sixth sense. She shook her head helplessly, picked up her phone and dialed a number. Little ancestor, where are you going crazy? No way. Go back. Dilanaza chuckled. Well, I'll talk about it when I get back. Sister Lee replied helplessly. Dilanaza looked at Chu Ge and stuck out her tongue. It's over. I'm going to be scolded by Sister Lee when I go back. Woo-woo. Chapter 7. Revisiting the old place, Chu Ge wants to buy a villa. 2 minutes later, with a beautiful scorpion tail swing, Chu Ge parked the car steadily in front of the villa. Okay, safe delivery. Chu Ge said with a smile. Well, I can't tell. Your driving skills are not bad, Mr. Chief. Dilanaza smiled mischievously. Hee, just call me by my full name. It's a bit awkward. Chu Ge smiled bitterly. Hee, by the way, it's hard to get a taxi in this villa area. You drive away. Drive slowly. Dilanaza unconsciously considered Chu Ge. Chu Ge hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate? Don't waste time. The villa belongs to my father, and he has several cars. Even if you drive it away, he won't find out. Dilanaza winked playfully, then jumped into the villa, not giving Chu Ge a chance to react. Chu Ge shook his head helplessly, watching her disappear at the door. A roar of the engine sounded, and the red taillights gradually disappeared into the distance as the speed increased. Along the way, Chu Ge drove the car back to the rental house he had not seen for a long time. After a simple tidying up, he lay down on the bed and began to fall asleep. At the same time, Dilanaza and Li Jie were very busy handling public relations, contacting the fan club, and preparing for the press conference. However, when everything was ready, everyone found that the post on the internet had mysteriously disappeared. Everyone looked at each other, looking very confused, as if they had worked in vain. Did your man take action? Sister Li pulled Dilanaza to the balcony and asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, maybe. Anyway, when we were discovered, it seemed that someone was secretly dealing with it. If we are still stopped outside now, it will probably be troublesome. Dilanaza frowned. Hey, is he the one from the base? Sister Li asked in surprise. Dilanaza blushed slightly, obviously a little shy. Hey, Naza, it seems that you are finally getting your wish. What? Are you attracted? Sister Li took the opportunity to gossip. No. I just felt that we could get along better, but it hasn't come to that yet. Dilanaza blushed like a little girl and hurriedly explained. Okay, it's easier if nothing happens. I'm so tired. I'm going to wash up and go to bed. Good night. Sister Li smiled and waved and went upstairs without looking back. Dilanaza was a little stunned, watching her run upstairs, feeling a little happy, but she didn't dare to think too much. After all, she had never had any experience in love, and she was a little nervous. The next day, the weather was fine. Chu Ge slept until she woke up naturally, and after getting up, she started to clean the rental house. Looking at this small apartment that was once full of stories, Chu Ge felt mixed emotions. It's time to change places. Chu Ge made up his mind and went downstairs carrying a bag of bottles and cans. At this time, Su Hui, a real estate agent, was worried. The property market was sluggish, business was declining, and the head office had repeatedly criticized her. Her position was in jeopardy. She was thinking about how to keep her job. Suddenly, she looked up and saw Chu Ge walking in from the door. Oh, Manager Su, you look at me with such affection, I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Chu Ge laughed and teased. Humph, who else did I think it was? It turned out to be Master Chu. Did you come back today to understand the people's sentiments? Su Hui said sarcastically with a fake smile. Maybe it's true. Chu Ge responded playfully. Okay, you just came back to get the salary, right? Let me tell you, Chu Ge, the company stipulates that if you're absent from work for 7 days, you will be fired and you will not get any salary. Calculate how many days you have been absent. Su Hui deliberately sneered. Chu Ge smiled and waved his hand. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Anyway, I'm not here to ask for my salary today. Then don't send me off. Lu Ming, send your senior off. Seeing this, Su Hui still did not forget to mock Chu Ge. Lu Ming smiled smugly beside him and followed him like a pug. Chu Ge looked at the two and smiled, thinking that he was not going to pick a fight today, but to slap them in the face. Sister Su, he hasn't woken up yet, and went to the side. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Chu Ge said with a smile. I think so, huh? Su Hui couldn't help laughing. However, in an instant, Chu Ge walked out from the side, followed by a group of people. Several young people held fireworks and fired them at him. Go out and have a look. Su Hui's face changed a little, and she felt vaguely uneasy. Mr. Chu, thank you for your esteem for us. I will arrange for someone to deliver the procedures, contracts, and keys later. We can move in today. If you have any requirements, just call me directly, a young man said respectfully. Okay, thank you for your help. Chu Ge replied calmly, without even glancing at Su Hui. He opened the car door, got in, and the car drove away and disappeared from sight. This car, his. Did he rent it just to show off? Su Hui's eyes widened and she stood there in a daze. Sister Su, Chu Ge really bought that house. I just went to ask around and found out that he paid in full by credit card. Lu Ming came over and whispered. What? Su Hui sat down on the ground, looking at the end of the road that had long disappeared, her face pale and her head shaking. This is impossible. How could he afford a house worth more than 5 million? He just gave the order to his peers. Su Hui couldn't believe it. Next to him, Lu Ming secretly recorded the video, his mouth slightly raised, his eyes flashing with a gloomy light. Chapter 8. The helicopter landing caused a sensation. Chu Ge drove his sports car and sang all the way to Panjiayuan. He suddenly swung his tail beautifully and parked the car steadily beside the fountain. The boys and girls around him stopped and looked at him. The combination of the luxury car and the handsome guy instantly made Panjiayuan a small tourist attraction. At this time, Yulu and Chu Min were holding hands and preparing to go to dinner. Lu, look, a handsome guy, tall, rich and handsome. Chu Min whispered. Yula followed her gaze and saw Chu Ge standing by the car smoking, his eyes cold, tall and handsome, barely, but not rich. Do you know him? Chu Min asked curiously. Chu Ge, have you forgotten? Last time we were next to this fountain. Yula responded coldly. Oh, I remember now, your ex-boyfriend. It seems like he's rich now. Chu Min looked curious. He's hooking up with Dee, a rich woman, that's true. Eula held back the words as they came to her lips. She knew that once she said them, she would have already lost. Ah, Chumin asked in surprise. As they were talking, the two had already walked in front of Chu Ge. Chu Ge had her back to them. When she turned around and saw Yulu, she was stunned for a moment and was a little caught off guard. Miss you, why do you appear and disappear every time? You scare me to death. Chu Ge joked, covering his chest. Haha, you're probably feeling guilty, right? Something's wrong. Yulu responded calmly. Chu Ge rummaged around in the car for a while and handed Yulu a bag of bottles and cans. These are your things. I'm moving in a few days. I don't have the right to throw away other people's things, so I brought them to you. Throw it away. I don't want to see them again. Yulu replied coldly. Don't worry. I don't want to see you again either. Chu Ge said, and with a beautiful parabola, the cosmetics in the bag were thrown accurately into the trash can. TSK, a gigolo. Why is he pretending to be tall, rich and handsome? Chumin muttered to the side. You. Chu Ge was about to fight back when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. Is this Chu Ge, academician Chu? Yes. Who is this? Chu Ge responded in confusion. Hello. I'm from the Y City Security Command. I received an emergency call from Yanqing. Please come to Beijing immediately. The Research Institute has an urgent order. Okay. I'm at the Panjiayuan Fountain. Where are you? I'll drive over. Chu Ge immediately prepared. Okay. Academician Chu, wait here. We'll be there soon. Goodbye. The phone hung up. You're fast? I'm afraid you don't know the Akina Mountain car god of Y University, okay? Chu Ge muttered, turned around, and saw that Yulu and Chu Min had disappeared. 5 minutes later, Chu Ge was still waiting silently. Suddenly, a dark green military helicopter hovered over Panjiayuan. The roar of the engine was deafening. The helicopter slowly landed not far from Chu Ge. What the hell? Is this a helicopter? The tourists around him all stared with wide eyes, amazed. It's a military transport helicopter, ZY-20, commonly used by the Army Aviation. Someone who knows the business explained. Wow, handsome guy, you really know a lot. Here, a military helicopter. Is this an exercise? Don't look like it. Look, it's the Special Forces. After the helicopter landed, the Special Operations team quickly dispersed and stood on guard. Two people walked towards Chu Ge, and after verifying their identities, they stood at attention and saluted Chu Ge with a standard military salute. Wow, you're still saluting? Who is that person? He doesn't look very old. I don't know. He looks either rich or noble. While everyone was talking, Chu Ge had already boarded the plane with the Special Forces. A few minutes later, the helicopter took off and gradually disappeared into the distant sky. Many tourists were still standing there to watch. Many of them were still confused. The most confused were Yulu and Chu Min on the second floor. Lulu, your ex-boyfriend doesn't seem as bad as you say? Chu Min looked at Yulu in confusion. Yulu didn't say anything, still too shocked to react. She was thinking, this is all too incredible. Chu Ge has changed too quickly. How is it possible? Chu Ge? What happened to you during these few months when I was away? A few months ago, you were an old soldier like an officer. A few days ago, you hooked up with Dilraba Dilmurat. And today you even got picked up in a helicopter? Who are you? Yulu had mixed feelings. The first time Chu Ge took a helicopter, he vomited a lot because of dizziness. Embarrassed, he even asked the soldier next to him if he could borrow a Special Forces hood to wear to hide his embarrassed look. The handsome soldier gave him a look. Brother, have you watched too many movies? The military was extremely efficient, and the helicopter landed directly on the runway of the military airport. A gray-black military transport plane was ready. The engine roared. In the wake of 4 high-powered jet turbines blew Chu Ge so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. The cool transport plane seemed to have been waiting for a long time, its wings eager to try, as if waiting to break through the blue sky. Chu Ge did not dare to delay, and quickly boarded the transport plane and left City Y. A few hours later, Chu Ge had arrived at the Research Institute. Wang Yun still followed Chu Ge like a tail, but compared to when he first arrived, Wang Yun became more attentive. Wang Yun had her hair cut short, and although she had no makeup on, she looked exceptionally beautiful. She was wearing a neat military uniform that outlined her perfect feminine figure. Chu Ge was a little fascinated by her, and only looked away when Wang Yun blushed. Chu Ge, you are finally back. Academician Chen and a group of backbone members of the institute lined up to welcome Chu Ge. Mr. Chen, hello. I miss you so much after not seeing you for a few days. Chu Ge responded with a smile. Xiao Chu, you look much more handsome. An academician praised with a smile. No way? Haha. Chu Ge responded easily. After some pleasantries, Chu Ge joined the busy experiment. The super tokamak device that Chu Ge had tinkered with at the institute was a scaled-down nuclear fusion device. Relying on this model and experimental data, the institute successfully replicated an oversized device. Although there was a problem with the final ignition, everyone's understanding of nuclear fusion was still very shallow. This field not only requires high technology, but also the slightest mistake may bring disaster. Therefore, everyone unanimously decided to wait for Chu Ge's arrival. Chu Ge did not refuse, rolled up his sleeves and joined the team, and began to check the equipment one by one. Finally, Chu Ge found that a set of laser generator components had defects, so he decisively selected spare parts and started checking again. After some adjustments, the device was successfully ignited. The experts at the institute were so excited to see the device successfully started. This marks a historic step forward for mankind in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. China has become the leader, far ahead of other countries. This groundbreaking scientific achievement was accomplished by Chu Ge, who was in his early 20s. It's time to get to that point. Academician Chen looked at the senior academicians next to him and said meaningfully, "Are you talking about Xiao Chu's identity?" "Well, only that step can allow Chu Ge to go further and more solidly." "Okay, let's just sign it together." "Agree. Agree." Chapter 9, Awarding of Ranks. A few days later, Chu Ge sat at the table writing an experimental report. He was trying to integrate a unique defense system based on controlled nuclear fusion and laser systems. This idea had already planted a seed in his mind, and he had been constantly improving and verifying it, but he always felt that something was missing. Actually, there is no need to go through so much trouble. If the host's honor is satisfied, there will be corresponding rewards. The system elder brother suddenly appeared. "You talk as if you are Doraemon, and you can give me whatever I want." Chu Ge responded with a smile. "Not impossible." The system elder brother smiled easily. "Really? How to do it?" Chu Ge asked curiously. "Honor points, honor points, honor points." The system elder brother's voice was slightly proud. "It's the same as saying nothing. Where do you think this is? In China, how can it be so easy to get honor points?" Chu Ge was a little helpless. The system was silent for a moment. At this time, Academician Chen pushed the door open, looked at the empty room, and asked in confusion, "Xiao Chu, who are you talking to?" "No, Mr. Chen, I'm talking to myself." Chu Ge responded awkwardly. "Oh, this kid. By the way, there is good news today. You have been promoted to the rank of major." Academician Chen announced with a smile. "What? Mr. Chen, don't try to make me happy. I will take it seriously." Chu Ge was a little surprised. "Haha, when has an old man like me ever been happy with someone? I'm not very satisfied with this major, and I even had a quarrel with several old guys in the military about it." Academician Chen joked. No, I think it's just right. I'm so happy. To be honest with you, Grandpa Chen, if I tell my dad this news, he will be so happy that he won't be able to sleep for several days. My grandfather is a martyr, and my father has always hoped that I could join the army, but..." Chu Ge was a little emotional. That's good. Academician Chen looked at Chu Ge and could clearly feel his love for this honor. Ding, the honor points have reached 10,000 points. The system opens the store system, which is one of the main systems of this system. The host can purchase according to the honor points or huaxia currency. The store system is all-encompassing. Everything you can imagine is there. How dare a Doraemon compete with me? The system brother started to tease again. System brother, I find you more and more scary. You are really similar to the systems in novels. You won't take over the magpie's nest in the future, right?" Chu Ge teased. "Gio," the system brother was speechless for a moment. "Let's go. Xiao Chu, the country has prepared a small awarding ceremony for you," Academician Chen said with a smile. "Oh, okay." Chu Ge felt a little itchy in his heart and took a look at the store system, and he was drooling. What's so exciting about attending a ceremony? Wouldn't it be more fun to be at home? Chu Ge reluctantly followed Academician Chen to the auditorium. It was Chu Ge's first time to be in the auditorium of the Ordnance Research Institute. Looking at the bright and spacious hall, under the skylight, the red five-pointed stars symbolizing the country were shining, and Chu Ge couldn't help but feel respect. Fighting for the rise of China, this is his mood at this moment, and he is more determined to speed up his research process. Although it is a small-scale awarding ceremony, Chu Ge estimated that everyone who can come has come. The auditorium is dark, and the atmosphere is solemn and warm. The scale of the school party is nothing compared to this. Chu Ge thought to himself. At the awarding ceremony, Commander Wang of the base personally awarded Chu Ge the title. "Uncle Wang, why are you here?" "I'm a little flattered," Chu Ge said with a smile. "You kid, how can you miss me at such an occasion? I was recently transferred to the Yanjing Security Command. Come and have tea with me when you are free." Commander Wang responded with a smile. Of course. I'm just afraid that I can't get into your big door, haha," Chu Ge said humorously. "You couldn't get in before, but you can get in after today. Not bad. You are the youngest major officer in China. In a few years, my position will probably be vacated." Commander Wang joked. "You are making fun of me again." Chu Ge responded with a smile. Wang Yan watched all this silently from the audience. He felt a little complicated when he saw the leaders of various departments speaking on the stage. Chu Ge was getting better and better, so much so that even Commander Wang attended in person, but he still hadn't made much progress in the past few years. The gap between people was really too big. She glared at Chu Ge stubbornly, then lowered her head and stopped talking. How many people in this world are like Chu Ge? After the ceremony, Chu Ge couldn't help but find a reason to say goodbye to academician Chun and hurried back to the dormitory. He was always thinking about the store system. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Ge washed up and sat at his desk. He started the store system as seriously and devoutly as a Muslim praying. The store system is turned on and is divided into two categories. The first category is military industry, and the second category is other categories. The system brother introduced. A few minutes later, "Is it finished?" Chu Ge asked. "It's finished," the system brother replied calmly. "Hey you, why do I feel like I've been tricked?" Chu Ge said somewhat dissatisfiedly. "After all this, you're still the same, with a biased focus on military industry." The system elder brother was somewhat helpless. "This is called professionalism," the system elder brother said confidently. Chu Ge ignored the system and started to check the military technology tree. The military industry is divided into several categories: offensive weapons, defensive weapons, sub-weapons, materials, power systems, intelligence systems, signal exploration systems, military-industrial complexes. Offensive, unmanned space reconnaissance and attack aircraft, intelligent battlefield system, composite mecha troops, battlefield robots, aerospace aircraft carriers, interstellar fleets. Defensive, laser defense towers, modular defense walls, arc pulse nets, phase cannons, gravity wave cannons. Material, titanium alloy materials, tritium tungsten materials, super alloy materials, programmable composite materials. Chu Ge's eyes lit up. Calm down, calm down. If we can figure out all these, then what are we still fighting for on the Blue Star? We can just open up new territories in the Milky Way and the vast universe. We can mark out our territory. It will be much more fun. Oh my god, Chu Ge said excitedly. Host, just calm down. The store system is not free. Please check the redemption conditions first. The system elder brother reminded. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Chu Ge quickly checked the redemption conditions of the aerospace aircraft carrier. All blueprints and supporting subsystems of air and space aircraft carrier meet the following conditions: 10,000 honor points, or 1 trillion Chinese currency. Fuck, so expensive? 1 trillion? Brother, we can build an aircraft carrier fleet now, and the super luxurious lineup doesn't need even 1/10 of your money, right? Are you kidding me? Chu Ge couldn't help but complain. Chapter 10, Light Prism Project. Yes, indeed. If I remember correctly, your so-called aircraft carrier should be smoking now? Is it nuclear-powered? Different bearings drive the impellers? How fast can it run? 50 knots. It's going to burst the sky. Chu Ge looked down at the information provided by the system. Well, it seems so. Let me see yours. He clicked on the subsystems of the aerospace carrier: electromagnetic gun, phase gun, star annihilation system, laser system, anti-gravity system, warp engine. Looking at it this way, 1 trillion is not expensive, right? Chu Ge sighed. The system was silent helplessly. Wait, so my 10,000 honor points can be exchanged for 1 trillion Chinese currency? Chu Ge suddenly realized. Yes, host, do you want to exchange? System upgrades do not consume honor points. Your current 10,000 honor points are still there. The key point is that no tax will be deducted. The system brother answered easily. I love you so much. I won't use it yet. Just leave it there. Chu Ge jumped up with joy, but soon calmed down. I only have so much. I can't go all in. Chu Ge thought. Although the aerospace carrier looks cool, it seems to have no practical use right away. Does it charge admission to fly in the air every day? A powerful interstellar fleet must have a complete set of auxiliary systems: command, navigation, combat, life. Chu Ge couldn't help but feel a little scalp tingling. He thought about China's current international environment and finally came up with a plan. Got it. First, build a defense system to surround the entire sky and land of China without blind spots, allowing me to hit others, but others can't hit me. Ha ha ha, it's so exciting. Leave the rest to time. Start from the basics, develop materials, electricity, and auxiliary support, and finally form an interstellar fleet and build a greenhouse on Mars. Chu Ge smiled and said to himself, perfect. What do you think, brother system? You have no money. The system brother immediately hit him. Okay, you win. Chu Ge responded in annoyance. Okay, I will focus on research and leave the other messy things to them. How could you forget these things? Chu Ge shook his head and decided to focus on his own research. Then, he began to study the laser tower in the defense system. This thing is a bit like the light prism tower in Red Alert. It has an interception distance of 5,000 kilometers. It can easily hit satellites. The main target is still intercontinental ballistic missiles. Chu Ge calculated and thought. Add to that the 1,000-kilometer effective defense radius of the aircraft carrier. It should be enough to keep the enemy out of the country. Exchange price, 1,000 honor points. Chu Ge looked at the price, and his eyes lit up. 1,000 honor points, 100 billion Chinese currency. Damn, this is not cheap. Chu Ge sighed. Fortunately, it's a one-time buyout. If it's charged per use, I really want to uninstall you, big brother. The system brother was shot, even when lying down, and endured it silently. Although Chu Ge felt a little annoyed, he decided to exchange decisively. He couldn't delay any longer. After all, if he delayed any longer, his dream of building a greenhouse on Mars would really be buried in the coffin. So, Chu Ge officially launched the Light Prism project, which was the cool name he gave to this research. Although the name was fancy, Chu Ge was meticulous about the progress report, subcomponent structure, theoretical data, and other materials, and did not dare to be careless at all. He knew that if something went wrong, the project might become a big joke, or even directly lead to his death. A few days later, Chu Ge came out of his closed-door research, with a scruffy beard and looking a little haggard. When academician Shin saw the report on the Light Prism project that Chu Ge handed in, he was a little surprised. Xiao Chu, have you written a science fiction novel? Academician Shin looked at Chu Ge and asked in disbelief. That's about it. I have to go back to sleep. You guys continue your research. Chu Ge said as he patted his butt and prepared to leave. Hey, so tired. Chu Ge couldn't help but sigh. The complexity of the plan provided by the system was far beyond his imagination. He was so tired of looking up the technology tree that his head was about to explode. By the way, Mr. Chen. Chu Ge turned back and took another step back. The sensing system will be put aside for the final experiment. The research can be applied to other fields. As for the radar detection technology of the Light Prism Tower, it is sufficient. It only needs to be compatible and provide target indication. For the energy part, it should be no problem to use controlled nuclear fusion technology. The most critical part is the launch unit, that is, the energy shield. We should give priority to feasibility analysis and dismantle it separately for experiments. This will greatly improve efficiency. If the energy shield experiment is successful, we will immediately arrange for the survey team and construction team to enter the site and carry out a full area layout without blind spots according to its radiation airspace. You are professionals. Once the energy shield experiment is successful, the Army's missile defense system can be fully set up. Compared to the Light Prism Tower, it is just a little brother. It will be destroyed by saturation attack. Light Prism Tower, the energy is supplied continuously, and it will consume them to vomit blood. Chu Ge whistled, waved his hand, and walked out of the laboratory proudly. Behind him, academician Shin said nothing, looking at Chu Ge's back. And he couldn't understand all this at all. Is this still a human? By the way, brother system, since I have castrated some of the functions of the Light Prism Tower, can you give me some honor points? You are really a profiteer, and you don't bargain. Chu Ge shamelessly acted like a rogue. Guess. Chu Ge was speechless. Although he made some optimizations and adjustments, the effect was still the same, and the efficiency was even greatly improved. Now, with the powerful capabilities of China's infrastructure, dozens of Light Prism Towers can be quickly built in just a few days. Academician Shin and his team were already very busy. A few days later, good news came from the Ordnance Research Institute. They successfully solved the problem of the tactical-grade laser system. At present, tactical laser systems generally use chemical laser sources, but there are some problems. Insufficient laser energy density, environmental factors, such as atmosphere, rain and snow, affect energy attenuation, limited range, and cannot operate in all weather conditions. The energy shield provided by Chu Ge solves these problems. The energy column emitted has the monochromaticity of lasers, but without other shortcomings, which is perfect. It's a pity that this thing can't turn like a missile, otherwise we can just put it on the beach. What chain, what base, if you dare not be honest, I will sneer at you. Chu Ge sighed secretly. The Weaponry Research Institute has reached a conclusion, and the next step is a three-party meeting between the Ministry of National Defense, the Science and Technology Department, and the Research Institute. 3 days later, the meeting ended and the project was officially launched, with the highest priority. Chapter 11. Stirring up a hornet's nest. After a whole day's sleep, Chu Ge regained his energy and began to live a hard life of going from one place to another, laboratory, office, and dormitory. The only entertainment he had was occasionally chatting with Dilanaza. Chu Ge was busy for more than a week and almost disappeared until Dilanaza sent a message. Are you still alive? Yes, I am alive, admiring the long legs coming and going in the capital. Chu Ge replied with some pride. Today, Chu Ge finally walked out of the institute and prepared to go to the commercial street to relax and buy some clothes. He continued to chat with Dilanaza on the phone. Are you as tall as me? Not as white as you. Chu Ge was sincere. Judging from her appearance, Dilanaza is simply the representative of fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. You are not blind. Dilanaza replied. What are you busy with? Chu Ge asked. What can I be busy with? Filming. Dilanaza replied with a smile. Oh, what kind of drama? Are there kissing scenes? Are there bed scenes? Chu Ge teased. Get lost. Dilanaza hit back directly. Haha, which city is it filmed in? Chu Ge continued to ask. Magic City. My home is here, and it just so happens that this drama is being filmed here. It will probably be here for several months. Dilanaza replied. How great. It's so close to home, and I'm back to being a little princess in a rich family. I just open my mouth for food and stretch out my hand for clothes. Chu Ge joked. Not so good. I don't like it. It's like being monitored every day. Dilanaza muttered. You don't know how lucky you are. A full man doesn't know how hungry a hungry man is. I'm sneaking out to buy some clothes now, just for fun. Chu Ge teased. Is it so hard? You don't want to do it anymore. Come and be my bodyguard. It's easy and fun. Plus a big beauty is floating in front of you every day. Chu Ge continued to tease. Haha, don't. I'm afraid that I'm a rabbit and I only eat grass near my nest. Dilanaza hit back. I'm a tiger. I only eat rabbits. Chu Ge laughed. I'm an elephant. I'll step on you to death. Dilanaza joked. I'm a monkey. I'll scratch you to death. Chu Ge replied with a smile. The two chatted and became frivolous. As the sun set, Chu Ge returned to the institute empty-handed and dejected. At this time, Chu Ge had become a national treasure of the Ordnance Research Institute. When his young colleagues saw him, they greeted him with awe. Engineer Chu, Academician Chu, our group has a difficult problem. Can you spare some time to help us take a look? Okay. Chu Ge replied. Some veteran said, Xiao Chu, do you have any new projects recently? Didn't you join our department? The salary is generous. Chu Ge was scared. Although he has many honors now, he always remains humble when interacting with these national elites. Now, he has become a good guy in everyone's eyes. These gentlemen are targeting me every day. Fortunately, I am not gay. Chu Ge complained in his heart. Oh, Xiao Chu, come here. Academician Chen saw Chu Ge waving from afar. Hey, Mr. Chen, what's up? You don't want to recruit me, do you? Chu Ge asked with a smile. I'm not like those old shameless people who want to recruit you. Don't bother with them. Academician Chen said with a smile. Haha, from what you said, I'm easy to control. Chu Ge laughed. I came to you to tell you that the Light Prism Tower project has been advanced almost, and the energy shield part will be tested in a few days. Get ready. Academician Chen said seriously. Okay, stand by at any time. Chu Ge nodded in response. When the Chinese state machinery gave the green light to a task, the efficiency was simply terrifying. Chu Ge calculated that in a few days, the core device had been completed. A few days later, at a weapons test base in the west, Chu Ge and Academician Chen arrived at the test site early and began to match the system and install the equipment. Before the final experiment began, all preparations were carried out in an orderly manner. Xiao Chu, come here. Let me introduce you. This is the person in charge of the base, Chief Engineer Zhao Andy. Academician Chen introduced. Hello, Chief Engineer Zhao. Chu Ge greeted with a smile. Hello, Xiao Chu. I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I see that you are indeed a heroic young man. Come to my office for tea when you are free. My door is always open for you. Chief Engineer Zhao said enthusiastically. Is drinking tea so popular now? Chu Ge couldn't help but complain in his heart. Come on, old Zhao. Xiao Chu is a man with a firm revolutionary will, and your sugar-coated bullets are useless. Academician Chen joked with a smile. What nonsense, sugar-coated bullets. My family members use this term. You use the wrong term. Chief Engineer Zhao responded helplessly. You are nitpicking. Academician Chen laughed and counterattacked. A quarter of an hour later, the preparatory meeting for the interception experiment of the core device of the Light Prism Tower began in the conference room of the base. Chief Engineer Zhao, please introduce the situation of the experiment first. Academician Chen arranged the meeting. Okay, the experiment is divided into two parts. In the first part, the incoming target missile is a KJ-2000 cruise missile launched by a destroyer group at sea. The destroyer group is estimated to be 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers away from the base. It adopts an ultra-low altitude penetration mode and plans the attack path according to the terrain. The second part is tactical missiles, which are launched by Chinese missile forces. The F-500 ground-to-ground tactical conventional missiles have uncertain launch time and direction, and the number is unknown. In short, the experimental conditions are very harsh and completely simulate actual combat. They require maximum compression of reaction time and test the actual capabilities of the Light Prism Tower. Chief Engineer Zhao explained. As for the reconnaissance radar, we match the optical prism tower with the latest domestically produced CIS, 1C phased array digital array radar. It can work around the clock, has an S-band operating frequency band, an effective early warning distance of 4,000 kilometers, and can handle 400 land targets and 100 sea targets at the same time. Chief Engineer Zhao continued. In the early stage, the phased array radar will capture and track the target missile. After entering the 1,000-kilometer range, the radar will accurately determine the target coordinates, and the light prism tower will simulate destroying the target. Chief Engineer Zhao concluded. Considering the risk of secondary injuries from falling, 200 kilometers is the shooting down node. Chief Engineer Zhao added. The introduction is over, he announced. Very good. Does anyone have anything to add? Academician Chen asked. No. No. Then Xiao Chu, shall we start the experiment? Academician Chen asked. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chu Ge responded immediately. Chu Ge and Academician Chen led the team to the control hall, where the integrated LCD screen in the hall transmitted the monitoring data and video materials of each subsystem to the screen in real time. Phase array radar, 5,000 kilometers, is enough for now. But the next step should be to equip the light tower with a super telescope. Chu Ge looked at the surveillance screen and made up his mind. Report. 80 incoming missiles were found in the northeastern sea area at the coordinates of 120 degrees 12 minutes and 3 seconds east longitude and 38 degrees 42 minutes and 4 seconds north latitude. Report. Southeast direction 112 degrees 57 minutes 5 seconds east longitude, 22 degrees 26 minutes 6 seconds north latitude, 30 incoming missiles found, 3 batches. The monitoring personnel reported. You really don't follow the routine. Xiao Chu, how about it? Are you confident? Chief Engineer Zhao laughed. Of course, the number of missiles is not enough. It's better to increase it by dozens of times. Chu Ge replied with a smile. You have money. Chief Engineer Zhao responded helplessly. Countries with weak air defenses can only watch helplessly against missile attacks of this scale. At the same time, alarms continued to sound in the control hall of the Aegis anti-missile system of the United States in Guam. What's going on? The commander asked in panic. Report to the commander. China launched 110 missiles at the same time, and the early warning radar is calculating the attack target and attack path. The radar operator hurriedly reported. Level 1 alert. Order all base personnel to return to their units. Those who violate the order will be punished by military law. The commander ordered hurriedly. Yes. Come on. Contact the embassy in China immediately to inquire about the situation. The commander said anxiously. Yes. Radar operator Johnson prayed in his heart. Don't come at us. I have an appointment with a beautiful girl from Country Air tonight. The same tense situation was also happening at other anti-missile radar bases in the world, and all countries were closely watching the path of the simulated attack. Chapter 12. Super Telescope. Chinese diplomats had already made plans in advance, but they were still overwhelmed by the endless phone calls. Report. The first batch of missiles will enter the 1,000-kilometer node in 2 minutes. Okay. Everything will proceed according to the experimental steps, and the simulated destruction program will be started at 1,000 kilometers. Yes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack. The light prism tower weapon core monitoring screen on the big screen switched to the main screen, and 6 huge energy panels began to emit laser-like beams of light, flashing one after another. The light prism tower's laser system is different from conventional laser systems. Lasers are usually fired continuously, while the light prism tower's attacks are intermittent. Each laser is like firing a cannonball, hitting different targets again and again. In the surveillance footage, the lasers were firing intermittently and continuously. Report. The main system shows that all incoming missiles have been destroyed. Hiss? So fast? Only a few dozen seconds. More than 100 missiles were destroyed just like that? What a good deal. This is exactly why Chu Ge insisted on giving priority to the research of the light prism tower. The defense efficiency is N times more terrifying than the missile defense system, and it is completely lossless, with continuous energy. And no matter how many come, it can be dealt with in minutes. Although I don't know what those countries that like to use missiles to attack will think when they hear this news. A few minutes later, another batch of missiles entered the 200-kilometer node. 200-kilometer node arrived. Attack. At this time, the main screen switched to the sky background. The ground monitoring teams at the experimental bases at each node at 200 kilometers have been arranged in advance to ensure that the first-hand video data is transmitted to the main control room. Bang, bang, bang. The screen showed the images of missiles being destroyed in midair, like fireworks blooming in the blue sky. Success. Success. In the main control room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and applauded in celebration. Xiao Chu, I can't express my feelings anymore. Academician Chun was so excited that he burst into tears. He had waited for this moment for a long, long time. God bless China. Yesterday, our country conducted a national anti-missile system test at a base in the Northwest, and the experiment was a complete success. The next day, major official media briefly released this news. Although the content is short, those who understand it will understand it. Several rogue Western countries were also alarmed. What was the point of making such a big fuss? What they didn't know was that after the experiment, construction teams were stationed in multiple directions in China, and what was even more mysterious was that these construction teams were accompanied by a fully equipped heavy armored division. This shows that the Chinese military attaches great importance to the light prism defense system. Wait, more than 100 missiles were successfully intercepted in the meeting room of the Pentagon of Country M. The details are still unclear. Our radar did not detect their launch of interceptor missiles. Maybe they're just pretending, said an official. William, arrange the East Asian intelligence system immediately. I want to know the details of China's test. Another senior official instructed anxiously. Minister, this is a bit difficult. As you know, China is difficult to infiltrate. I am afraid the effect will not be great, the intelligence chief replied. This is your business. I only care about the results. The minister responded coldly. John Wilson, who was in charge of the intelligence system, frowned. His intuition told him that the seriousness of this matter was far beyond his expectations. If China's anti-missile system was so mature, he had to remind his superiors to reevaluate the military and political environment in Asia. While the Light Prism Tower was under construction, Chu Ge was not idle either. He began to study the Light Prism Tower's super telescope, the sensing system. Another core system of the Light Prism Tower, the induction system, is even larger and more complex than the Light Prism Tower itself, and is also an extremely important part. Unlike ordinary radars that rely on electromagnetic waves or ultrasonic waves for detection, the induction system relies on particle detection, neutrino detection technology. Neutrino detection can ignore the massive objects and can easily penetrate the Earth, so it is not affected by obstacles such as mountains and high-rise buildings in cities. It is a detection method with almost no blind spots. Chu Ge believes that this system can not only be used on the Light Prism Tower, but also provide a foundation for the future accumulation of interstellar fleet technology. Damn it, I've already spent money, 100 billion. Although the products of the military system are fine, they are not cheap. Chu Ge was a little helpless. A few months passed, in the middle of winter, the end of the year was approaching, and Chu Ge's research and experiment on the new system was nearing completion. This new system, which is completely different from traditional radars, integrates exploration, navigation, and early warning functions. Chu Ge's most important thing is its exploration and navigation functions, which will provide technical support for future interstellar fleets. Chu Ge has sorted out the core of the neutrino detector, the principle of high-energy accelerator, theoretical data, and construction process. What remains is some basic improvement work. A few months ago, Chu Ge received unconditional support from academicians and other senior academicians during his research. The institute has now given the green light to his project. Through the achievements of the previous times, Chu Ge has become a monster-level existence and no longer needs any cumbersome procedures such as project establishment, research, and verification. Although academicians saw those heartbreaking numbers when approving some experimental materials, he finally approved them with tears in his eyes. Such special treatment has made Chu Ge's project progress rapidly. For example, when building a high-energy accelerator, the materials required for the device are basically high-precision and even restricted-level consumables. But as long as Chu Ge signs, there are almost no restrictions, and he can get as much as he wants, which makes the staff of other project departments of the Ordnance Research Institute envious. Finally, a week before the Spring Festival, Chu Ge successfully completed the sample of the core of the sensing system, the high-energy accelerator. The progress of other supporting systems is also advancing rapidly. Chu Ge's telescope project is a cooperative project. The core part is in charge of Chu Ge, while other subsystems are completed by brother units in collaboration. The core part of the telescope system will be built underground, with a scale of about 10 standard football fields, equipped with a main control hall, living area, and leisure and entertainment area, which can be called a doomsday bunker. This will become the super telescope of the Light Prism Tower, and missiles from anywhere will not escape its eyes. The detection range will cover the entire blue planet and will be connected to the Light Prism Tower system to form a seamless defense shield for China. Chu Ge looked at the calendar and realized that it might be too late to start the construction before the new year, so he decided to take a leave and go back to his hometown for the new year. A few days ago, my mother called and gave me an ultimatum. I must go home for the new year this year. However, before returning home, Chu Ge decided to go to Shanghai. Delanaza had already issued an ultimatum, saying that if she didn't go, she would be blocked from her relationship. Chu Ge thought about it and realized that Shanghai was not far from home, and it only took 2 hours to drive there, so he pretended to reluctantly agree to her request. Chapter 13. Dating in the Magic City. It was a sunny day. Chu Ge and Wang Yun hurried to Yanjing International Airport. Wang Yun, this follower, was also from Shanghai. So after knowing Chu Ge's destination, he insisted on going with him. From a distance, Captain Gong led his team following behind Chu Ge. Protecting academician Chu was his most important task at the moment. Long legs, we'll be in Magic City in 2 hours, ready to pick you up. TSK, who are you? You're lying on your back. Do you think you're worthy of my status as a young lady? Chu Ge smiled and said, yes, she is one of the 4 most beautiful actresses in China. 2 hours later, at the Shanghai International Airport, Chu Ge and Wang Yun walked out of the terminal side by side. Wang Yun's father came to pick her up. The little girl insisted that Chu Ge ride in her father's car, under the pretext of sending a Buddha to the west. Chu Ge, Chu Ge. Chu Ge looked in the direction of the voice and saw Dilanaza standing in the middle of a group of people, waving her hands anxiously. The big star was wrapped tightly in a mask, sunglasses, and a scarf. His unique temperament allowed Chu Ge to recognize him at a glance. Chu Ge greeted Wang Yun and ran to Dilanaza. Long legs, didn't you say you didn't want to take the call? Why? Are you in such a hurry to see me? Don't be so conceited. You came all the way here to see me, so as a landlord I should also fulfill my duties, right? It seems like there's nothing wrong with it. That's right, huh? The two walked to the parking lot while talking. Beep beep. A wine-red Porsche 911 is particularly eye-catching. Dilanaza threw the key to Chu Ge. Driver, drive. Yes, beautiful lady, please fasten your seatbelt. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari roared out of the parking lot. Why did I see a pretty girl following him when he came out of the airport? Sure, you can pick up a girl even on a plane. You think too much. She is my colleague and her home is in Shanghai. We are just traveling together. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Why do I think that girls look at you is not so simple? Nonsense. How come I didn't see that? Dilanaza gave Chu Ge a blank look. By the way, please accompany me to the 4S store after dinner. What? You want to buy a car? No need. I have plenty of them at home. Just pick anyone you want. What? I'm your rumored boyfriend? It seems to be quite exciting to be the rumored boyfriend of the beautiful Dilraba Dilmurat, huh? Roll. Haha. Anyway, it's not appropriate. Okay, you listen to me on this matter. Chu Ge wants to buy a car of his own. Dilraba Dilmurat's cars are too fancy. Chu Ge feels that if he drives home a car like this, he will not have a free time during the new year. Chu Ge had already had the idea of buying a car that couldn't be too eye-catching. Jeep Grand Cherokee. This car was his dream during his student days. Now that he has the ability, he might as well fulfill that wish without having to think so much. After the two of them had lunch while playing and joking, they drove straight to the Jeep store. The sales staff of the 4S store came to greet me from a distance. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the Porsche 911 is still able to impress people. Chu Ge looked straight ahead and took Dilanaza to the imported version of the highest-end Grand Cherokee. Every man has a Jeep in his heart. You can't tell. It's quite sentimental. Haha. You can just wait for the call if you drive a 911 back to our small county. This car is just right, and it can also be regarded as fulfilling a wish of mine, so why not? Well, don't tell me. This car suits you very well. Hello, sir and madam. This Grand Cherokee is the only model available. As it is the Spring Festival, all the cars that can be picked up have been taken. If you like it, I can apply for a discount for you. Is that okay with you? No need. Let's take this one. Take me to sign the contract. Chu Ge was not too resistant to the sample car and said lightly, Okay. The sales lady next to them hadn't reacted yet. Maybe there weren't many customers like Chu Ge. Then she hurriedly invited the two to the VIP room. The two sat down, and the girl happily went to type the contract. What are the arrangements for later? Chu Ge said while staring at the charming Dilraba Dilmurat next to him. I have to go back to the cruise soon. This half-day was specially approved. Maybe it was too hot in the room. Dilanaza took off her scarf, put on her mask, pouted, and didn't look very happy. It's almost the new year. Are you still filming? What do you think? We don't have holidays in this industry. It's normal to rush to work during the Spring Festival, but this time we should stop working before the new year. Chu Ge was just about to raise his hand to comfort the poor child when the salesgirl pushed the door open and Chu Ge's hand, which was frozen in midair, was put down awkwardly. Sir, this is the contract. If you look at it and find no problems, you can sign and pay. Our 4S store will cover the registration and insurance. This is a discount for you. Do you think it's okay? Become. Chu Ge didn't even think twice and casually took out a black card and handed it to the sales lady. That's right. It was a black card, a VIP black card issued by one of the 4 major national banks in China. It was given to Chu Ge by Old Chun before he left Yanjing. In Old Chun's own words, I don't know how else to reward you, so I simply approved a special card for you with unlimited credit limit and no upper limit. There are not many people in the country who enjoy this treatment. After saying that, he patted Chu Ge's shoulder meaningfully. Chu Ge understood what Mr. Chen meant. This is the country's recognition and trust in him. The sales lady held the card, which was pure black and had no logo on it, and was a little skeptical. She didn't move for a long time. It's okay, just operate normally. This is a black card, a type of credit card. Dilanaza explained that she had seen black cards before, and her father also had one, but it felt a little different from Chu Ge's card. Chu Ge's black card was really black, and there was no card information, name, opinion, etc. It looked like a fake. But Dilanaza is sure that this card couldn't be more real. After the 750,000 Chinese yuan was successfully swiped, the salesgirl exhaled secretly. Then she handed it back to Chu Ge with both hands, with a gentle smile. While the salesgirl was out getting the invoice, Dilanaza began to interrogate her. I know you might be in the military, so I can't reveal some information to you, but I still can't help but be curious. Also, your black card seems to be different from my father's. Well, I work at the Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute, so that's probably all I can say. Haha. As for this card, I may not know as much as you do. Okay, these few words are enough. Dilanaza stuck out her tongue. Yanjing Ordnance Research Institute. Naza, who has grown up with her father Dilly since she was a child, is no stranger to the state machinery. Chapter 14, Being Recognized Returning Home. Xiao Li, a salesperson at the 4S store, is waiting for his finance colleagues to issue an invoice. Manager Ma, you don't know. I've never seen that tall male customer take out a credit card to pay for a car. I've really learned something new today. Well, it's just an all-black card, very simple and feels very special. I thought they were tricking me. How embarrassing. Black card. Not to mention that the salesman Xiao Li does not have enough social experience. Ma Fei has been in the business for so many years and has never seen a black card. He has only heard of it. Let's go visit that distinguished customer together later. People who have black cards are of noble status. It's not something you can get just by being rich. There's no harm in making friends with such a big shot. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. When Ma Fei and Xiao Li walked into the VIP room, Chu Ge and Dilanaza were chatting animatedly. Ma Fei politely handed over the invoice. Hello, sir. This is your invoice, which also includes a 1-year free maintenance and car wash coupon from us. Thank you for your support and love for our brand. You're welcome. Okay, it's all done. Let's go. Chu Ge stood up and said to Dilanaza. Only then did Ma Fei notice Dilanaza, who stood up with Chu Ge. The next second, his eyes widened, and he followed the two of them as they walked out of the exhibition hall. Xiao Li, don't you think this beautiful girl looks familiar? I didn't notice it. I saw it when I first entered the door, but I couldn't see its face. Then I was busy with the formalities and didn't notice it. Doraba Dilmarat, who is very popular recently. How can you girls not know her? What? Are you sure, Manager Ma? 90%. The next second, Xiao Li ran over and grabbed her sisters, chasing after them like the wind. At this age, there are few people who don't chase stars. Be careful not to offend customers. I know. The little girls answered collectively and ran out without looking back. When Chu Ge and the other person were reluctant to part outside the door, they suddenly saw a group of people running out. They were stunned for a moment. It's true. It's true. Naza. The girls immediately surrounded Dilanaza and ignored Chu Ge. Chu Ge, who had just been full of vigor and vitality, instantly became deflated. Well, competing with celebrities in charm is just asking for trouble. Hello everyone, hello. Dilanaza was a little confused at first, but then she realized that she had been recognized. Chu Ge looked at the chattering group of girls, tactfully stepped aside, and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. When Chu Ge finished smoking his second cigarette, the group of star-chasing girls reluctantly dispersed. Of course, our big star satisfied all of their demands, taking photos and signing autographs. Hey, the salesgirl said, if she had known I was coming, she would have contacted the manufacturer and she could have given you the car. Good. You are so charming. I'm glad you know. Why are you still standing there? Are you feeling left out and sad? Hee. Yeah, luckily you're not a man. Otherwise I would have jumped into the river. You're dead. That's enough. I really need to leave. If I don't leave now, the director will kick me out later. Well, let's go. I'll drive directly onto the highway in a bit. Well, bye then. Dilanaza waved her hand and got in the car. The 911 roared and disappeared in an instant. This damn girl is driving pretty fast. Chu Ge filled up the gas nearby and then followed the navigation to get on the highway. The Grand Cherokee is as stable as an old dog at high speeds, and the price-performance ratio is reasonable at around 700,000 yuan. The grip provided by the full-time four-wheel drive makes it easy to turn at high speeds for such a large car. With Chu Ge's current financial situation, he wouldn't hesitate to buy any car, but going back to his hometown is another matter. His work is currently kept confidential. As long as the country does not say anything, he will keep a low profile. This is the mentality that a national defense science and technology worker should have. Chu Ge's hometown is a small county town under H city. The city is not big, but very clean. The geographical and transportation location are very good, so the development is not bad. At least Chu Ge didn't suffer much when he was young. Mr. Chu runs a small company that processes mechanical parts. He usually takes on private jobs assigned by factories. He is not a big boss, but he has no problem making a living. After getting off the highway, Chu Ge went to the supermarket and bought a whole cart of New Year's goods before leaving. I haven't been home for 2 years. When I went back this year, I finally gave my family an explanation, except that I no longer have a girlfriend. After helping to carry the things home, Mr. Chu started a circle around Chu Ge's newly bought Jeep Grand Cherokee. Seeing this, Chu Ge threw the car keys to Mr. Chu. Dad, you can keep this car. It's time to retire your Santana truck. No, my Santana is very sturdy. He said this, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Chu Ge smiled and shook his head, then walked into the home he hadn't returned to for a long time. Elder brother. A graceful girl who looked like a student rushed out and hugged Chu Ge. She is Chu Ge's younger sister, Chu Xiaowu. She is a senior in high school this year, and her grades are pretty good. She should be a prospective college student next year. Chu Ge touched his sister's long hair and carried her into the inner room. Mother Chu was preparing dinner, and she looked up and glared at Chu Ge. You still remember to come back. If I don't call you, does that mean I'm not going to go home for the new year this year? Mom, how could that be? Even if you don't call me, I have to come back obediently, right? Hee hee. Humph, I'm ready. If you don't come back, I'll ask your dad to drive over and drag you back. Haha, not really. After complaining for a few words, Mother Chu put down her work, walked to Chu Ge, touched this and that, and muttered, You've lost weight. When children are away, mother worries. Chu Ge felt a lump in his throat as he looked at his old mother, who looked distressed. A year ago, Chu Ge led a decadent life and was short of money. He did not even go home for the holidays. He just made a phone call and lied that he was busy at work and had to work overtime. I don't have the face to reply. In fact, all parents in the world are the same. They don't expect their children to be rich and powerful, but just want them to be safe and come home often when they are free. Chu Ge decided from then on that no matter how busy he was, he would take time to go home and visit his parents. After all, they were old. In the evening, the family of 4 was in high spirits. Xiaowu, shall I take you to H City tomorrow? Why are you still wearing your school uniform on holiday? Mom said new clothes should only be worn during the Chinese New Year. Don't listen to Mom. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Buy whatever you like and wear it whenever you want. Okay, brother still loves me. What are you saying, you heartless little thing? Is Mom short of food or clothes for you? Mother Chu began to scold Xiaowu. Brother, you see, when you were away, Mom focused all her firepower on me, and I couldn't hold the position. If you don't come back, I'm going to surrender. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily together. Chapter 15, Mecha System, Forced Blind Date. The next day, Chu Ge took his sister shopping in H City for a day, bought several sets of clothes for the little girl, and then took her to KFC for lunch. Chu Xiaowu has been hanging on her brother all day, and it can be seen that she is in a particularly good mood today. The two didn't go home until dinner. When Xiaowu came back, she kept trying on her new clothes and showed off in front of Mother Chu. Oh, they're all branded. Your brother is willing to spend money on you. That's not like someone being so clumsy. Mother Chu picked up the rolling pin and pretended to hit her, but Chu Xiaowu quickly ran into the inner room. Mom can see that you've been working hard outside these past few years. Money should be spent tightly, and you can't be extravagant. Mother Chu failed to catch up with Xiaowu, so she turned around and focused her fire on Chu Ge. I know, Mom. And, most importantly, you're already an adult? And you don't have a girlfriend? No, where's the time? Chu Ge didn't even mention you, Lo. It was all in the past. If he mentioned it, he would inevitably be scolded by his mother. Hey, your aunt mentioned this the other day. There's a pretty good girl there. Can you meet her someday? Mom, you're here again. Not see. Chu Ge was forced to get married by Chu's mother yesterday. This is a scene that a wanderer cannot escape even if he returns home. I have to see you even if I don't want to. My parents are old now, and I'll take care of your children for you while I can still move. Tomorrow. You are really a traitor. I will call your aunt right away and ask her to make the arrangements. Chu Ge shut up obediently. Mother Chu was the head of the Chu family, and even Father Chu didn't dare to talk back. Chu Ge knew when to stop. At night, Chu Ge returned to his room and began to sort out the technology tree in the system store. The prism tower and telescope plans were already on track, and Chu Ge no longer needed to worry about the remaining finishing work. So, Chu Ge has to prepare for the next project. Chu Ge couldn't afford the fancy ones, and felt that the ones that were too small were too cheap to buy. Chu Ge was in a difficult situation again. The system recommends the host to pay attention to the mecha system. Mecha. Reason. The system only guides and recommends. Reasons? Think for yourself. Hi. Mecha. Chu Ge began to review the scene of the modern battlefield, just like a sand table simulation before combat deployment. We cannot afford aerospace carriers now. Once this thing comes out, the current combat mode on the blue planet will be overturned, and even the previous conventional Navy, Army, and Air Force will become obsolete. This is certain. An aerospace carrier plus its supporting escort ships is a standard interstellar battle team. His battlefield is space. The Navy, aircraft carriers, and Air Force on the blue planet are not even qualified to fight against him. However, all arrangements now revolve around the formation of an interstellar fleet. Once it is successfully formed, the only military branch that may still exist in the future is the Army. Even cleaning up the battlefield requires people. The battlefield robots derived from the mecha system can be used as accompanying combat unmanned mechas, heavy mecha units, rescue, complex environment reconnaissance, etc. Brother is so powerful. Just a little guidance from you has opened my eyes. 2,000 honor points. Would you like to exchange it? So what's the hurry? There's no condom, right? Haha, just kidding. Exchange. Congratulations to the host. All the information on the mecha system has been exchanged. The information has been sent. Friendly reminder. There are 7,000 honor points left. Thanks for the reminder. I was so excited, but you just poured cold water on me. Chu Ge was just about to look at the information about the mecha when a phone message came in. Chu Ge picked up the phone. Rogue, what are you doing? This princess is free. Headache? What's wrong? Are you sick? That's not the case. My mom forced me to get married. Haha, let me laugh for a while. I'm being forced to go on a blind date tomorrow. TSK. Haha, remember to take pictures. This gossip is so interesting. Why do I feel like you're gloating? Don't think about it, it is. Break up. Are you getting bolder? Say it again. Dilanaza sent a voice message, lowering her voice and pretending to be a big shot. I was wrong, princess. Well, good boy. Do you need my help? How to rescue? Airborne, stupid. No, your power is a bit too strong. I'm afraid my mother can't bear it. 5 minutes later. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Hey. Dilanaza ignored him. Chu Ge yelled for a long time, and then turned off his phone. This girl won't really come, will she? Probably not. She doesn't know where I am. Chu Ge shook his head and stopped thinking about it, climbed onto the bed, and fell asleep. Dilanaza looked at the text message that Chu Ge sent her anxiously on her phone, and secretly covered her mouth and smiled. Fool. She actually had the address, which she secretly glanced at when Chu Ge was filling out the information at the 4S store. Dilanaza sat on the bed with her legs hugged, staring at the colorful neon lights of the magic city outside the window with her big eyes, quietly in a daze, and no one knew what she was thinking. Early in the morning, Chu Ge was pulled out of bed by his mother and kicked out of the house. Chu Ge walked on the empty street in the early morning, thinking in his heart, what's going on? The county town where his home was located was only a 30-minute drive from H City. Chu Ge drove there according to the address given by his aunt. Chu Ge sat in the agreed coffee shop, flipping through his phone boredly. Bite. Chu Ge was startled and thought it was a message from Dilraba Dilmurat, but it turned out to be a message from a group of high school classmates. Classmates, are you all back? Today is the day for everyone to get together once a year. Don't forget it. Class monitor Huang Yong, everyone in the group. Chu Ge vaguely remembers this class monitor. He studied very hard in school and always had a book in his hand wherever he went. Got it. Class monitor. Hey, isn't this our school beauty Yin Bing? Still as charming as ever. Go away. Go away. Why are you flattering me from a distance? I haven't even seen the person yet. Ha, that's right. Everyone in the class group seemed to be awakened by Yin Bing, and they were particularly active early in the morning. Yin Bing. Chu Ge looked at the avatar and felt a little touched. By the way, Yin Bing and Chu Ge had been in a relationship for a while, and Chu Ge even wrote her a love letter in an old-fashioned way when he was in high school. Thunder in winter, snow in summer, mountains without edges, heaven and earth united. I dare not break off with you. Chu Ge now gets goosebumps when he recalls the past. Their relationship back then was very innocent. Just walking hand in hand on the street together would be considered a relationship. Chu Ge and Yin Bing even dated for a while. Later, for some unknown reason, we hardly contacted each other. Chu Ge didn't know if this was his first love. It was very vague. Chu Ge was still reminiscing when someone in the group messaged him. Lao Ge, you didn't come last year. Are you back to H City this year? Let me know if you come back. I miss you, brother. Wang Chong in the group. Wang Chong was Chu Ge's best friend in high school. The two had skipped classes together, played games together all night, eaten together, and slept together, lived in the same dormitory. I'm back. See you tonight, brother. Chu Ge didn't hesitate. He had to go just for Wang Chong. Chapter 16 High School Reunion. Chu Ge, you are finally back. Did you know that you were the only one missing last year? Yes. This year we have all the classmates. Maybe classmate Chu has become successful outside and is too busy to care about his old classmates, huh? Feng Zheng, who had been at odds with Chu Ge since their school days, said this indifferently. Don't talk nonsense. Once you are in the arena, you have no choice. We have just started working for a short time. Just wait and see, in another 5 years, if we can have half the number of people participating in our gathering now, that would be great. Wang Chong immediately stood up for Chu Ge. Yes, that's why we should cherish it even more now. The old squad leader came out and tried to smooth things over. That is, Chu Ge was just about to send a private message to Wang Chong when he suddenly noticed a girl sitting down opposite him without any courtesy. The girl was wearing a pair of glasses and her thin lips were obviously covered with lip gloss. Her face was clean but not very pretty, though her makeup was quite delicate. Are you Chu Ge? Well, yes, you are Zhang. It's me. Before Chu Ge could finish his words, the girl opposite interrupted him. Chu Ge frowned. You look pretty energetic. Where do you work? Yinjing. Yinjing? Have you bought a house there? The girl's eyes lit up. No. Is there a car? A broken car. Do you have any savings? No. Chu Ge instinctively began to resist. Then where do you get the courage to come on a blind date? Hey, Chu Ge couldn't find the words to fight back for a moment. Okay, we're not suitable, so let's not waste each other's time. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he left without looking back. He is really a man of temperament, so straightforward. Who are these people? Chu Ge almost broke down. The fast-paced society has created a large number of such people who are impetuous. Oldie, where are you? Wang Chang sent a text message. I'm at the coffee shop in Yang Plaza. Want to date a girl? Hiki. No, just wandering around. Wait, I'll come find you. 20 minutes later, Chu Ge saw Wang Chang strolling towards him from a distance. The two met, smiled at each other, and then gave each other a big hug. It's been 2 years since we last met, but our handsome guy is still as handsome as ever. Haha, you haven't changed much, you're still as awesome as ever. Haha. Even after 2 years, the two seemed to have endless things to talk about, and they chatted in the cafe for the entire afternoon. I don't know how many refills of coffee I had, so much so that the waiter brought over a large bucket with a resentful look in his eyes. Let's go. It's almost time. Let's go to the hotel. Our classmates should be here soon. Yeah, okay. Old Ge, how did you get here? And you're driving your dad's nearly 20-year-old Santana again. No, mine. When Chu Ge went to the parking lot to pick up the car, he braked suddenly and stopped in front of Wang Chong. This old classmate looked just like Chu Ge's father. He circled the Grand Cherokee several times before reluctantly sitting in the passenger seat. Grand Cherokee, not bad, Chu Ge. I remember this car was imported and not made in China yet. Well, it seems so. It must be at least 1 million, right? It's only been 2 years and the little brother has become rich, haha. No way, this car is only about 700,000 yuan, small fortune. I wonder if the system boss got hurt after hearing this. After a painful traffic jam, Chu Ge and his friends finally arrived at their destination, the Ligerden Hotel. Chu Ge vaguely remembered that this hotel was quite famous in H City. He just found out in the car that it actually had another identity, the property of Feng Zheng's family. According to Wang Chong, they also gathered here last year, and Feng Zheng did not let everyone do the A, he just did it himself. Also, at the last dinner, Feng Zheng pursued Yin Bing madly in front of everyone, but Wang Chong didn't know what the result was. After saying this, Wang Chang looked at Chu Ge meaningfully. Why do I remember that you and Yin Bing had an affair when we were in school? At the hotel entrance, Feng Zheng, old squad leader Huang Yong, and Yin Bing were already there, and many classmates were gathered around. After Chu Ge handed the car keys to the parking attendant, he and Wang Chang went to greet the crowd. Old squad leader. Chu Ge. He was our most handsome boy in H City 3. Today, I see that he is still as handsome as ever. Haha. Old squad leader, you have changed. You weren't so sweet before. Haha. Chu Ge and Wang Chang were busy greeting several classmates. Feng Zheng, Yan Bing, and several other female classmates watched from a distance. This Chu Ge seems to be doing pretty well. I saw he drove here. Yeah, still so handsome. Several little girls in the class were whispering. You also want to call a taxi? Feng Zheng snorted coldly. Yan Bing beside him didn't say anything, just looked at Chu Ge who came in, his eyes a little flustered and a little fiery, but it only lasted for a moment. But this moment was keenly captured by Feng Zheng. He looked at Feng Bing's delicate profile and clenched his fist involuntarily. Chu Ge walked closer, nodded slightly at Yan Bing without much reaction, and then went in with Wang Chang and the others. As for Feng Zheng, he ignored him. People like this are now directly ignored by Chu Ge. Better not mess with me. Everyone took their seats in the luxurious box. Feng Zheng sat in the main seat, with Yan Bing, Wang Yong and Feng Zheng sitting next to him, acting like a landlord. Chu Ge and Wang Chang found a seat and sat together. They began to whisper to each other again, just like they did when they were in high school. All the classmates are here. As usual, I'll treat you to dinner. Feng Zheng raised his glass. Yeah, brother Feng is so domineering. Also, after dinner, there's a private room for the rich man entertainment next door. We've already booked it. Tonight, you can't go home until you're drunk. Anyone who doesn't go is giving me no face. After Feng Zheng finished speaking, he glanced at Chu Ge and the others. Chu Ge, come on. You didn't come last year. You were the most popular boy in our number 3 middle school back then, right? Haha. Yes. Several female classmates who liked to take the lead started to make a fuss. Chu Ge stood up helplessly. Well, he had to drink the wine anyway. Thanks to the old monitor for organizing the bureau. Oh, and Feng Zheng for his generosity, huh? Thank you all for remembering me. Chu Ge. I'll drink first to show my respect. Chu Ge is like this. If others respect him 1 foot, he will respect them 10 feet in return. Okay, that's great. Wait a minute. Ha Chuj, don't be in a hurry to sit down yet. Feng Zheng said as he walked behind Yan Bing, put his arm around her shoulders, leaned over, and put his arm around her cheek, and said to Chu Ge slowly, Chu Ge, let me introduce you again, Yan Bing, my fiancé. Shu. The students were instantly excited. Oh, congratulations. Chu Ge sat down after he finished speaking, without any expression. For him, there was no need for any expression. It has nothing to do with me. He did it on purpose. Everyone knows about you and Yan Bing. Wang Chang whispered beside him. Chapter 17, A Surprise from Dilanaza. Brother Wang, you know that was in the past when I was a young and ignorant boy. If I hadn't attended this party, I would have forgotten about it. After Chu Ge finished speaking, Wang Chang gave him a thumbs up. Yan Bing felt a little embarrassed after Feng Zheng introduced his new identity and forced a smile at his old classmates. Facing Chu Ge, I didn't even have the courage to smile. As the party was full of cheers and excitement, everyone was still not satisfied and asked to change the venue. Apart from giving Chu Ge a warning at the beginning, Feng Zheng didn't cause him much trouble afterwards. So, encouraged by a few classmates who loved to make trouble, Chu Ge and his group ended the dinner early and went to KTV. Rich people entertain in luxurious suites. Chu Ge couldn't remember the last time he sang karaoke. He rarely came to this place. The reason is that he is tone deaf. So Chu Ge didn't move forward, but instead started a card game with Wang Chang and a few other male classmates. There are definitely a few microphone masters among your classmates. Leave it to them, and they can sing for you all night long. How was Chu Ge's singing? Feng Zheng asked casually to the classmate next to him. He can't sing. Yan Bing replied casually. You know it very well. Yan Bing knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he did not answer and lowered his head. Feng Zheng looked at Chu Ge, who was playing cards enthusiastically with Wang Chang, and smiled coldly. Picking up the microphone, Feng Zheng walked in front of Chu Ge. Classmates, how about letting Chu Ge, the most handsome guy in our class, sing a song for everyone? Okay, yeah. Haha, it's over. Chu Ge is going to be embarrassed now. Several classmates whispered. Chu Ge raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Feng Zheng. Damn it, this guy is not done yet. Brother System, it's time for you, the robot cat, to take action. Ding. Host, you can check for yourself what's in other categories of the store system. Yeah, how could I have forgotten? Chu Ge hurriedly found the other literature and art column in the store system. Exchange for lifetime master singer, 10,000 reputation points. Exchange for temporary singer master level, reputation value 100. Host reputation value, 200. Haha, brother, do you think I still have a choice? Ding, congratulations to the host for redeeming the temporary singer master level, valid for 24 hours. Remaining reputation value, 100 inch. Thank you so much. Look what the hell is my research reputation value. After Chu Ge finished communicating with the system, he looked at Feng Zheng, who was waiting to laugh at him with a fake smile on his face. Chu Ge suddenly had an idea. You're asking for trouble. Just don't call me Uncle Wong for a while. Chu Ge took the microphone, went straight to the song request booth, and entered the song title. You must be happy. On the screen, The prelude to a gentle love song sounded, and the students all quieted down. Walking home alone along the street lights. Call an old friend. Is the weather good where you are? Is there any news that can be regarded as a joke? Memories, and I don't like to talk. Sometimes I think of her. As soon as Chu Ge, who was at the master level, opened his mouth, the whole class was shocked. Feng Zheng just lit a cigarette, and it fell to the ground with a puff. Fuck. Why do I feel like Chu Ge's voice is even better than the original singers? Wang Chong murmured. Wow, Chu Ge, I love you. Several female classmates started whistling wildly. I have some concerns in my heart. Some loves have to be separated. I think of her in the dead of night. The flowers I sent. And said some heart-wrenching words. Betting on happiness. Thinking of her on the busy streets. Is she okay now? But I can't give you the answer you want. But you must be happy. After Chu Ge finished his song, he looked at Yin Bing meaningfully for a while, then walked off the stage. Yin Bing's mind went blank at this moment, and the computer crashed. He remembered that Chu Ge was tone-deaf in high school, but this song seemed to reach another level. And in the lyrics, Yin Bing blushed. Although the light in the private room was dim, she could feel the heat coming on. Feng Zheng looked at Yin Bing in a daze, and the second cigarette he had just lit fell to the ground with a click. Chu Ge was surrounded by female classmates, and everyone was urging him to sing another song. Chu Ge was about to refuse when he saw his cell phone flashing on the table and quickly picked it up. Rogue, where are you? We are having a class reunion and singing in KTV now. Singing? I love singing the most. I want to go too. Is it convenient? They'd love for you to join them. But you're in the Magic City, so we're all going to be disbanded this time. So stop making trouble. Who said I'm in the Magic City? I'm in H City. Hurry up and send the location. Come out to greet this princess. Oh. Chu Ge sent a location to Dilanaza, pulled Wang Chong next to him, and walked out. Hey, it's an old song. If you don't want to sing it, then don't sing it. Why are you so angry? I'm really anxious. It's just something else. Come out with me quickly. The two walked to the entrance of Regal Entertainment. Well, a friend of mine will be coming over soon. Do you think it's convenient? Male or female? Girl. Isn't it beautiful? Pretty. How beautiful? As beautiful as Dilanaza. Convenient. Chu Ge was speechless. What kind of best friend is this? More than 20 minutes later, a beam of light came from afar, followed by the roar of the 911's engine. The red 911 braked suddenly in front of Chu Ge. Dilanaza opened the car door, held the window, and looked at Chu Ge with her big eyes flashing. Big gangster, long time no see. Dilanaza wore a bright red coat today, with a red and white hairpin tied in her flowing long hair. She wore a slightly slanted, asymmetrical, short black leather skirt with pleats, and black stockings that wrapped her entire thighs, which were faintly shiny. Playful and wild. Chu Ge reacted quickly and rushed forward to block it. Several passers-by at the door were already looking at him. What a long time. We just met the day before yesterday. As he said this, he dragged Dilanaza into the hall and kicked Wang Chong when he passed by him. Stop being crazy and leave now. Oh, hey, that's not right. Lao Ge, you should introduce your buddies to each other first. We'll meet in the box later. You go ahead and make the first move. Oh, okay. After Wang Chong finished speaking, he hurried forward, and while running he did not forget to look back at Dilanaza. Big gangster, are you surprised? Dilanaza, wearing a big mask, faced Chu Ge, holding her face with her hands, shaking left and right. It's a surprise for me, but it might be a shock for them. Haha. As they were talking, the two walked to the door of the box, and Chu Ge pushed it open and walked in. Wang Chong was a smart guy. He greeted everyone as soon as he entered, and then turned off the spotlights and ambient lights. The box is now brightly lit. Seeing Chu Ge and the other two come in, he immediately took the lead in bowing. Welcome, Sister Chu. A bunch of female classmates below started to make a fuss. Chu Ge closed the door, looked at Dilanaza, and shrugged helplessly. Okay, you decide. Dilanaza looked at Chu Ge, blinked, and then took off her mask. Hello everyone. I'm Dilanaza, Chu Ge's good friend. I'm sorry to bother you all. Chapter 18. I finally waited for you. The crowd below was silent. Huh. Someone's cigarette box fell to the ground. Oh my god, Lao Ge, you really look like Dilraba Dilmurat. What do you mean by similar? It's clearly the same, you country bumpkin. The girl next to her retorted. Holy shit. All the female students in the room went crazy again. Except Yin Bing. She bit her lips tightly, as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Dilanaza skipped and jumped and followed a few girls who surrounded her to take a seat. The male students were still stretching their necks to watch, especially Wang Chong, whose neck was almost twisted into a knot. I say, aren't you afraid of neck cramps? Chu Ge went over and patted this guy. It's worth it even if it breaks. Oh my god, how about a live celebrity show? That's right. I said that the internet said that Dilanaza had a rumored boyfriend. I didn't expect that it was our classmate. Don't talk nonsense. We are just friends. Cut. No one would believe that. That's it. Several male classmates were talking to each other. Chu Ge was too lazy to explain, as the matter seemed to be getting worse the more he explained. In the middle, Dilanaza also sang 2 songs for everyone, both of which were love songs. While singing, she looked at Chu Ge intentionally or unintentionally, with affection and the attitude of a little girl. Everyone looked at this scene, winked at each other, and then turned to applaud and cheer for the two. Feng Zheng was looking at the star-like Dilraba Dilmurat, who kept flirting with Chu Ge, and he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. However, Lang Bing did not pay too much attention to Dilanaza, although this should have been her home court. She was more examining Chu Ge. She didn't understand what secrets Chu Ge had, but maybe she is no longer qualified to ask these questions. Chu Ge, hurry up, we want to listen to a love duet. Together. Chu Ge felt like he was being forced into a task, even though he was already quite skilled at it. The quick-handed female classmate quickly ordered the songs, pulled everyone to their seats, and handed the stage to Chu Ge and the other two. Chu Ge looked at the big screen. Finally waiting for you. Well, who ordered this? After tonight, I'm afraid I'll be sent razor blades. When you get to a certain age, you realize life alone is really hard. Gradually, I began to feel lonely. Time is knocking at your pride. Dilanaza was a little overwhelmed at this time. She didn't expect Chu Ge's singing skills to be so profound. The tune, syllables, and pronunciation are all accurate, even effortless. Although she had been trained for so many years and could be considered a professional, she was actually a little unable to keep up with Chu Ge's pace. Damn it. How many people can accompany me for a journey? There are even fewer people willing to live their entire lives. Whether it is unforgettable or not is not that important. I just want to experience the taste of love in the ordinary. Finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Happiness doesn't come easy. It will make people cherish it more. Finally, I've met you. The song falls, and everyone is attracted. The two performed a love song perfectly. The applause lasted for a long time. It was late at night, the song ended, and everyone left. Chu Ge and Dilanaza stood up and said goodbye to everyone. Wang Chong and a few classmates who are fans of Dilraba Dilmurat accompanied her to the gate. Chu Ge didn't drive because he was drunk. He sat in the passenger seat of Dilraba Dilmurat's 911 and waved goodbye to everyone. The sports car turned a few corners and merged into the traffic flow. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How was the blind date? Not so good. It seems like I'm being looked down upon. Huh. Dilanaza laughed wildly, and tears came out of her eyes. Is it that funny? Yes, it just feels really interesting. Where are you going? Chu Ge looked at the heartless Naza and quickly changed the subject. Your territory, you ask me? My house, the bed is big enough. No, it's too late, and it's not the right time to go at night. It's not appropriate. Oh, so that's the reason. What if it's legitimate? Do you want to go? As Chu Ge said this, he slowly approached Dilanaza, his eyes fixed on her beautiful profile, especially the long eyelashes, which make them even more beautiful and sexy when viewed from the side. Dilanaza was extremely nervous at this time. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Her heart was beating like a snare drum as she felt the breath coming from Chu Ge beside her. How should I know? This cannot be assumed. The sound behind me is getting smaller and smaller. Ha. I've finally gotten revenge for that arrow that was fired at me earlier. However, it's really not appropriate at this late hour. You can go to the hotel in front. You don't have to send me off. It's too late and unsafe. You bad guy. Let me take you home. It's not far anyway. Listen to me. If you drive back by yourself, you'll have to find a place to stay. I'm worried. Chu Ge didn't dare let her walk around the street alone. It would be too eye-catching. Okay. Dilanaza stopped resisting. Chu Ge used his own identity to protect Dilanaza, found a fairly luxurious-looking hotel, and checked in. After entering the room, Chu Ge first checked the sanitary conditions of the room, then turned off the lights, checked the infrared equipment, and checked the safety latches of the doors, windows, and gates. After working for more than 10 minutes, I finally felt at ease. Dilanaza just looked at Chu Ge, who was sweating profusely, and felt a warm feeling in her heart. I think you have the potential to be my assistant. What benefits does an assistant have? Roll. Twitter. Chu Ge pushed the door open, and the door closed, and then suddenly opened again. Call me if you get scared at night. I'll be on your phone 24 hours a day for you. Okay, got it. Be careful on the road. By the way, send me your home address. Okay, then I'm leaving. Are you sure you don't need a bodyguard? A personal bodyguard? Roll. Chu Ge ran away in a flash. After washing up, Dilanaza lay comfortably on the bed and soon fell asleep with a smile on her face. Chu Ge took out his cell phone and saw more than a dozen text messages from Wang Chong on WeChat. Hey, great lover. You didn't reply? Are you busy with something shameful? Chu Ge shook his head and put down his phone. On the road, neon lights flickered, reflecting colorful halos that seemed to fascinate Chu Ge's eyes. Magic City. Xiaobo was browsing the news in the study. Xiaobo was the eldest son of the Qiao family. He took over several large subsidiaries of the family at a young age. The first-generation leader of Qiao Group, Qiao Chongqing, started his business in the chemical industry. Thanks to China's reform and good business acumen, he was among the first wave of Chinese people to go into business and succeed. After decades of development, the Qiao Group has now become a large group company integrating chemical industry, energy, real estate, and construction, with a market value of hundreds of billions. Famous in the Magic City, Xiaobo is considered to be the most likely member of the Qiao family to take over the Qiao Group. The only thing missing is an opportunity, which is to marry into the Dilraba Dilmurat family, and Dilraba Dilmurat is the only daughter in the family. The Dili family focuses on commercial real estate, jewelry, cosmetics, film and television, etc. If the two are merged, it will be a powerful combination and will have the potential to become the #1 group in China. Chapter 19. Dilraba Dilmurat, the leader of the 4 Little Flower actresses, had a late-night singing date in H City, and her suspected boyfriend was exposed. An eye-catching piece of entertainment news topped the hot searches on various websites. Naza is in love. Is this true or false? Pictures speak louder than words. Is the person upstairs blind? Oh my goddess, which pig got you? It's more than a pig, it's simply a beast. Who is that man? The real master is here, everyone come and watch. Human flesh, come out. I want to send him a razor blade. Brother upstairs, please be patient. We can't do anything illegal. Xiaobo looked at the dense scrolling comments from netizens, feeling angry, and immediately made a phone call. Ajay, check Dilraba's whereabouts and the background of the man she's with. I want to crush him to death. Obviously, he has regarded Dilanaza as his exclusive lover. The next day, at Chu Ge's house, Mother Chu was cleaning the yard. There was a faint knock on the door and some noisy sounds outside. Mother Chu opened the door. His aunt is at home. There is a beautiful girl looking for your Chu Ge. As he said this, he led in the shy Dilanaza. Delina walked in, took off her sunglasses and mask, and stood respectfully. Hello, auntie. I'm Chu Ge's friend. Is he at home? Here, girl, come in quickly. That brat is probably still staying in bed. Outside the door, a group of children and adults were surrounding the red 911, their eyes full of curiosity. Chu Ge was drooling when his quilt was suddenly pulled away. Just as he was about to get angry, he suddenly found that Dilanaza was staring at him. Oh my God, why are you here? I called you many times, but you didn't answer, so I had to find out for myself. I didn't sleep much in the first half of the night, so I might have slept too deeply in the second half. Chu Ge was a little surprised, but more delighted that Dilanaza actually came to his house. In the living room, Mother Chu was staring at Dilanaza with a smile on her face. She's so pretty. This girl looks just like the one on TV. Mom, I am Sister Naza, right? Xiao Wu started to protest beside her. Dilanaza sipped her tea, sitting stiffly, her eyes drifting towards Chu Ge from time to time. By the way, Chu Ge, there are gifts in the car that I bought for my aunt and uncle. Can you help me get them? Dilanaza suddenly remembered this and dragged Chu Ge out. What gift? The mall is not open at this time, right? Oh, I bought it in Shanghai. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Oh, this was all planned. Say it again. Chu Ge opened the door and was stunned for a moment. There were 3 layers of people outside, and it was impossible to get in. Come and see. There's a young wife coming to the Chu family, and she's driving a sports car. Chu Ge's face was filled with black lines. Mother Chu was trying on the new clothes that Dilanaza bought for her when Father Chu came in, exhausted. I said, what's going on at our door? They said we should come. Hello, uncle. Afterwards, when Mr. Chu saw Dilanaza, his mouth never closed again. Old Chu, Naza bought you a box of mitai, which is enough for you to drink for a while. At this time, Dilanaza went over and took Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, it's all my sister's fault. I didn't know we have such a pretty and lovely little sister. I haven't prepared a gift for you in advance, but I have a pretty nice watch. You can keep it first. Next time you come, tell me secretly what you want and I'll buy it for you. No need, Sister Naza, you are my idol. I want a photo with you and an autograph. These will make my classmates envious, hee hee. That's a must, and the watch must be accepted. Chu Xiaowu looked at her brother, and when she saw Chu Ge nodded, she accepted the gift. Chu Ge took a look and saw Painrai. Wow, after going through the whole process, Chu Ge's previous salary for a year was gone. Fortunately, I can still afford it now. Afterwards, nothing happened to Chu Ge anymore. It was not until after lunch that Dilanaza stood up to say goodbye. During this time, the three people from the Chu family surrounded Dilanaza and did not disperse. Chu Ge has been standing alone outside the circle, and it seems that he is the outsider in this family. Dilanaza left H City, with the miserable Chu Ge sitting in the passenger seat. Before leaving, Mother Chu called Chu Ge to her side. Naza is going back to Shanghai. Please send her off. Okay, got it. I mean to send it to the Magic City. That's not necessary, Mom. Yes, anyway, I have already decided on this daughter-in-law. You can do whatever you want. Okay, I'll get the car keys. What key do you have? You drive yours and she drives hers. How can we talk? How can we cultivate our relationship? Naza, a girl, came to me on her own initiative, so why did I give birth to a blockhead like you? Get lost. Take the bus back after you're done. That's it. Mom, don't you ask whether your son is worthy of her. That's your business. If you're not worthy of her, then just work hard and make something of yourself. If you can't, and you lose Naza again, then don't come back. Having said that, Mother Chu slammed the door shut. You're so cruel. After listening to Chu Ge's retelling, Dilanaza started laughing heartily again. Actually, I also prepared a gift for you. It's in the storage box on the passenger door. After laughing, Dilanaza said in a low voice. Chu Ge fumbled out a high-end men's watch box, a Painrai. When a girl gives a boy a watch, it means a lot. What? I'm the spokesperson for this brand. The manufacturer gave me a pair of shoes. I'm wearing the women's pair, but I've been keeping the men's pair. Anyway, no one else gave me any, so I might as well give them to you. Dilanaza became anxious and began to regret her decision. Chu Ge looked at Dilanaza, who was pouting cutely at this moment, changed his teasing tone and asked seriously. Beautiful Princess Naza, if one day your boyfriend wants to give you a gift, what would you most want? Let me think about it. By the way, my dream since I was a child has been to explore the sea and the stars. If possible, I hope he wears golden armor, steps on colorful clouds, and takes me to the stars with a somersault. Dilanaza said this, squinting her eyes and smiling happily, as if this was a beautiful dream. It's not that difficult. Give me some time. I will come to marry you wearing golden armor and riding on a cloud. Dilanaza shuddered all over, automatically ignoring the suspicion of bragging in the previous sentence, and only the words marry you rang in her ears. A long time. Well, I'll wait for you. Love is sealed. The Porsche 911 had been running at a snail's pace in Naza's hands. At this moment, it accelerated suddenly, and the engine roared. Hey, slow down. Chu Ge was frantically looking for his seatbelt. Ha, coward. Chapter 20 Chao Bo takes action. It was a 2-hour journey, but Chu Ge and Dilanaza took 3 hours to get there. Dilanaza's home is in a villa area in the suburbs of Shanghai. Chu Ge thought about it and did not follow Dilanaza in. At least the time is not right yet. Outside the villa area, the two said goodbye reluctantly. Be careful on your way back. Well, don't worry, go in quickly. Good. Chu Ge hailed a taxi and left. Dilanaza looked at the taxi going away and felt a sense of loss. She walked in listlessly and suddenly found that the whole family, including several uncles who rarely came together, were gathered together. Chao Bo was among them, and Dilanaza frowned. Naza is back? I'm relieved. All right, uncles and aunts. I still have things to take care of, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he straightened his suit and strode away. Several family elders stood up. Goodbye, nephew. Dahar replied, then fixed his eyes on Dilanaza. Naza, come here and explain what's going on in this news. Dilanaza looked over and saw that they were some photos of H City, with both audio and text, very detailed. Although Chu Ge had asked everyone not to post it randomly that day, it seems that it was still leaked by someone. This kind of thing cannot be hidden, and seeing that the matter has been exposed, Dilanaza simply admitted it. It's basically true. We have already decided to spend our lives together. Presumptuous. Naza's father Dahar slammed the table at this moment. Outside the door, Chao Bo heard this, curled his lips slightly, and then made a phone call. How's it going? Brother Chao is already following that kid. Well, whatever method you use, bring him to the old place. Then hung up the phone. You dare to touch my woman? You can't blame me for being so cruel. Chao Bo said this in a cold voice. Chu Ge was sitting in the back seat of the taxi, busy arguing with Wang Chong. The taxi braked suddenly, and Chu Ge stumbled and hit his head against the seat in front of him. He covered his head and climbed up awkwardly, just as he was about to blame the driver. Suddenly, I noticed that more than a dozen burly men got out of the 3 black Audi cars in front. Haha, you're here to cause trouble. A bald man came over and looked at the leader. The driver has nothing to do with you. Let the person behind you go and get out of here. If you dare to call the police, I will make sure you can't survive in the Magic City. Do you believe me? The driver trembled with fear and looked back at Chu Ge. Listen to them. Just go, it's okay. The driver seemed relieved, then shook his head. Chu Ge got out of the taxi and waited until the taxi drove away. Then he slowly took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and took a deep breath. Are you from the D family? You little brat, you're so arrogant. I'll make you call me Grandpa soon. Really? I don't think so. After he finished speaking, a commercial vehicle rushed up from behind and stopped in front of the crowd. The car door suddenly opened and 4 people got out of the car. Captain Gong is here. I thought so. So you have a backup plan. Just you guys. Chu Ge put out the cigarette, shook his head, and walked up to Captain Gong. Asked them who sent them. Captain Gong nodded, and several special operations team members stepped forward to block Chu Ge behind them. The bald leader saw this and signaled to his men with his eyes. Several thugs received the order and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. In just one round, they all fell to the ground. There were cries of ouch everywhere. It seemed that Captain Gong and his men had done quite a heavy job. Humph, you're still a martial artist. Brothers, grab your weapons. The remaining thugs drew daggers from their waists, surrounded them, and looked at them with eager eyes. Captain Gong made a gesture, and several special forces members drew their weapons instantly. 4 TZ, 10 military pistols, with their black muzzles pointed at the bald group, were terrifying. The thugs on the opposite side instantly lost their composure and began to retreat, waiting for someone to take the lead in scattering. The bald leader was still unwilling to give up and shouted in a low voice. What are you afraid of? We don't even know if it's true. Even if it's true, they dare. Bang! Before the bald man finished speaking, his legs suddenly felt hot, and when he looked down, he saw blood gushing out. Now there was no need to lead the way. The rest of the thugs scrambled to get on the car, not caring about the bald man's life or death. They stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Captain Gong stepped forward and pointed his gun at the bald man. I'll just ask once, who sent you? Chow Bo, the young master of the Chow group. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm just a bodyguard. Captain Gong got the answer he wanted and turned back to Chu Ge. Academician Chu, please take our car back to H City. I will send you the whole story later. Good. Afterwards, Captain Gong arranged for a team member to stay behind to clean up the mess, and then he and Chu Ge drove towards H City. Inside the D family villa, Dilanaza is still acting like a spoiled brat. She is the only jewel in the family, and no one can persuade her or beat her. In the end, this is the only way. Naza's father Dahar has a headache because his beloved daughter doesn't seem to like the Chow family very much. It's just that the 2 parties have already had a verbal agreement on marriage. Although there is no engagement, it is a promise and the Chow family is not easy to fool. This matter needs further consideration. As for that Chu kid that Naza mentioned, send someone to find out about him. Even if Naza doesn't want to marry Chow Bo, she will never marry just anyone. That's right, is he worthy? Everyone agreed. Dahar waved his hand, and the grand interrogation meeting of the D family ended. The most appropriate description is that there is loud thunder, but little rain. Dilanaza's father has also been in the business world for decades and has a very clear understanding of some things. Although there are certain advantages to an alliance with the Chow family, there are also great hidden dangers, and it is not the best strategy. If Chow has a big appetite, it is not impossible that his family's property will be swallowed up when his daughter marries him in the future. At the moment, if the person that Dilanaza values is capable and devoted to his precious daughter, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. After everyone in the clan left, Dahar sat alone in the hall, thinking about how this matter would end. Master, Xiao Zhang is back. The butler next to him reminded. Master, Zhang Bao, didn't I ask you to follow that Chu kid? Why are you back? Something changed. The Chow family took action while the boy was on his way back to H City. Oh, and then? We didn't succeed, and one of the Chow family members died. What? Tell me the details. Yes. Zhang Bao told Dahar everything he had seen, no matter how big or small. After listening to this, Dahar didn't say anything for a long time, and his brows furrowed even more tightly. More than a dozen people couldn't beat 4 of them, and they even had guns. Yes. After the gunshot, Chu left one person behind and continued on his way. Later, the police and rescuers from the Magic City came. The people that the kid left behind to deal with the aftermath seemed to be fine. After staying for a while, they also headed for H City. It's all right. Could it be that Chu has an official background? Dahar couldn't help but start to ponder. We think things have changed a bit suddenly, so we came back to report this matter first. Well, you did the right thing. Now it seems that Chu is not an ordinary person. Things have developed to this point, and it doesn't seem too bad. At least, we don't have to rush to explain anything to the Chow family. They definitely can't take care of us now. Only, what's that kid's background? H City is so close to the Magic City, so there's no family that can shake the Chow family. Could it be that the surname is Chu? Could it be the Chu family of Yinjing? Dahar's eyes suddenly focused. Chapter 21 Mech Warrior Plan. Magic City. Xiao Bo was eating grapes handed to him by the charming girl next to him, and his hands were moving around dishonestly. Hate. Ha. Bang. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and several dusty men rushed in. Damn it, are you blind? Back out and back in again. Ah, yes, Mr. Chow. Several people went out and came back in. Master, something happened. Bald Jia was shot, and that kid named Chu was lost. What? Xiao Bo pushed away the woman next to him and stood up suddenly. Several of his men hurriedly retold the entire incident to Xiao Bo, inevitably adding some exaggerations, even going so far as to bring out AK-47s, rocket launchers, and the like. After hearing this, Xiao Bo's face turned blue and purple. There are not many people who dare to do this these days. Desperado? Doesn't seem like that. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Xiao Bo keenly realized that Chu Ge's background was not simple, and the other party's thugs obviously obeyed him. He is not very old and doesn't look like a criminal. He looks more like the young master of a big family. Damn, this is a landmine. Okay, Dilanaza, that little slut. I said you were so eager to throw yourself into my arms. It turns out you hugged a big, thick leg. Go and check the background of that Chu. Don't alert the enemy before you find out. Get lost. Everyone nodded and bowed, then hurried out. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'm defeated in this game. Let's wait and see. After Xiao Bo angrily said this, he suddenly pulled the woman next to him and rudely tore her clothes. He needed to vent his anger. Chu Ge returned to H City and was about to get off the bus. Captain Gong, we are so familiar with each other now. To be honest, I really pay special attention to my surroundings. You guys are so powerful that you didn't reveal any clues. I gave up later, but I can feel that you are around. That feeling, it's just magical. Chu Ge has a military complex and likes special forces from the bottom of his heart. Academician Chu, you can feel it, which is already amazing. It shows that you have potential in this area. Is this true? I'm a little flattered. What's the point of being an academician or not? From now on, call me Chu Ge or Xiao Chu. No, that's against the rules. I don't care. Well, if you don't like it, how about Major? Okay then. If Captain Gong hadn't reminded him, Chu Ge would have forgotten that he had another identity. Yes, Major. Captain Gong and his men immediately stood at attention and saluted. Chu Ge returned the salute. Everyone smiled at each other and then parted ways. Chu Ge could feel that he had changed his identity, and Captain Gong and the others seemed to have an additional layer of affection for him besides the respect they had before. After Chu Ge returned home, he first went to report the mission to Chu's mother. Of course, he deliberately concealed the little episode in between. After finishing the report, Chu Ge returned to his room and took out his cell phone. Princess Naza, I have arrived home safely, and I came to report. Well, that's pretty good. How are you? I mean, your family. It's okay. Dad was very strict at first, but later even the people who were guarding me withdrew. I guess he backed off because he saw that I am upright. The princess is mighty, so I feel relieved. The two chatted for a long time until Chu's mother called him to eat, and then they focused their attention. After dinner, Captain Gong sent over the information about the Magic City Chow family. Chu Ge glanced at it and ignored it. In China's family companies, there are always a few young masters who are arrogant and domineering. He is no longer surprised. It seems that Xiao Bo did not gain any advantage this time, and one of his men was injured. The most important thing is that they didn't seem to make things difficult for Dilanaza, so Chu Ge didn't bother about it anymore. It can be considered as giving the Chow family a chance. As for the future, I hope that person will learn from his mistakes. During the rest of the holiday, Chu Ge lived out the standard daily routine of a person on New Year's Day holiday. Sleep, party, drink, play cards, then sleep, party, drink, play cards, over and over again. So happy. Of course, he also took some time out of his busy schedule to organize the mecha system report and waited to return to Yinjing to verify and implement it. On this day, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Chu Ge's vacation ended. Mother Chu prepared 2 large bags of things for Chu Ge. In addition to the things prepared for Chu Ge, there was another bag to take back to her colleagues. Chu Ge knew his mother's intentions and did not refuse. Before boarding the plane, Mother Chu shed tears, which caused Chu Xiaowu to cry as well. Father Chu hugged the mother and daughter tightly and waved to Chu Ge. Chu Ge nodded to Chu's father, turned around resolutely, and strode towards the boarding gate. A few tears fell from the corners of my eyes. After returning to the research institute, Chu Ge found that the atmosphere inside the institute was completely different from that outside. Everyone was very busy, and there was no feeling of New Year at all. In China, there are always some people who devote themselves to the future of the motherland. Holidays? In their hearts, every day is precious. Chu Ge felt ashamed. He put aside the noise and devoted himself to the next work. After Chu Ge came back and learned about the progress of the light prism tower, he decided to let his colleagues follow up, and he only needed to supervise the progress. He applied to the institute for an independent research base. After borrowing relevant experts from academician, we started the mecha system project. The implementation of the mecha program requires the simultaneous work of several teams. First, Chu Ge merged several material experts recommended by academician into a team, with Jing Jun as the team leader. The main task is to research, manufacture, and assemble the individual components required by Chu Ge. All components are made of high-strength titanium alloy with a tungsten carbide coating to meet the outer physical defense requirements of the mecha. Next, the most important core of the mecha, the intelligence system. The energy core research was led by Chu Ge himself, assisted by several relevant professors. Then there is the mecha's power energy station, weapon system, and hydraulic system, which are managed by the Institute's newly established Controlled Nuclear Fusion Microapplication Team, led by Li Gang. This is actually the easiest part. After Chu Ge's planning, controlled nuclear fusion has become easy to apply. It's just that the gap in military use is too large, so it has not yet been extended to civilian use. This is also a strategy. China needs to establish a sufficient generation gap in this field before it can let go without any worries. After all, extending it to the civilian field also means the escape of technology. Finally, Wang Yun is Chu Ge's special assistant, responsible for daily data archiving and liaison with various groups. After all these assignments were completed, each team leader began to lead the team members. According to Chu Ge's research report, experimental data verification and preliminary model manufacturing were carried out. A few days later, academician Chun Hua was sitting in his office, checking the application forms handed over to him. When he saw the first batch of application details from Chu Ge's department, he took a deep breath. The high-purity titanium alloy and the highest-grade tungsten carbide alone amount to 1 billion Chinese yuan. This is still the first batch, and there will be second, third, fourth, and fifth batches to come. Applications from other related groups are still being compiled. He was a little overwhelmed. No, he had to go and get some money. Director Wu, the Research Institute needs your support. Old Chun started to show off his attitude. Old Chun, don't come on. You know, it's just the beginning of the year and all branches are asking for funding. How can I have so much porridge? Besides, your family was given the most money, and other courtyards have complaints. I don't care. Besides, our unit is protecting the army. Can't you practice Tai Chi with Minister Long? Mr. Chun refused to give up. Don't mention him to me. He just called me and said that the Prism Tower project is being implemented. 10 Prism Tower bases are being built simultaneously. It is estimated that hundreds of billions of funds will be invested. You are crying poor, and you even want to get something from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Well, how about I stop Chu Ge's mecha project for now? Wait, can you be more specific? Whose project is it? Chu Ge. You don't know about the Mech Warrior project. It's too expensive. I tell you, just the first installment. How much do you need? Just report to the hospital, and I'll give you the green light. Okay, you should have said it earlier. Haha. Mr. Chun is very cunning. Chapter 22 Soul Blade. With Director Wu's sort of authority, Mr. Chin began to write his consent for the Chuj project with his eyes closed. I dare not open my eyes, and my blood pressure will easily soar. Chu Ge has been a little obsessed with writing programs these days. Even when he was seeing stars, he didn't forget to complain about the system. Brother system, when can you give me a finished product? This way I wouldn't have to spend so much effort on research, drawing, and manufacturing. Yes. Is this true or false? You can't afford it. Just pretend I didn't ask. The function of the energy core, the core of the intelligence system, is not to operate the energy. That is the function of the power source. Its most important task is coordination, which is similar to the function of the human brain. The mecha that Chu Ge wants to make is a war machine. The intention is not to make it into an intelligent being that can talk and think. Command entry is simple. What is important is that after input, The various functional parts can be coordinated according to the command to quickly make corresponding actions and feedback to the main system. For example, in defense, the mecha must identify the direction and speed of incoming artillery shells or missiles, then evade or accumulate energy to fight hard, and calculate the next optimal defensive action based on the effect of the first wave of defense. You can't just fight head-on and not dodge. As for super-intelligent robots, Chu Ge believes that the system's black technology can make them. However, the current social system does not need and cannot have such awesome things. Moreover, Chu Ge, who has seen the movie Resident Evil, still remembers the Red Queen bug in it. Then, we will stage a scene of a super-intelligent computer system that destroys humanity and the planet. That would be tragic. Therefore, Chu Ge's mecha intelligence system is a castrated version of an intelligent robot. It weakens the sense of autonomy and strengthens the functions of control, coordination, and reaction. Basically a 20-0 tank in top lane, with tons of armor, great positioning, and DPS. If you use the tactics well, you can even lead teammates who are in a three-way collapse to push forward. Perfect crush. 1 month later. As expected, the hardware teams are the most efficient. On this day, the part they were responsible for had basically taken shape, and finished product number 1 had already come out. Chu Ge took the ladder to the air in the central assembly hall and looked at the masterpiece of Li Gang and his team. Fuck, this looks familiar to me. Painted in purple, the right side of the robot is equipped with a set of light swords and a flirtatious head shape. Luckily, there are no tentacles on his head, otherwise it would be the mecha version of Cassidon. What's Caton? There's no need for tentacles. The head is mainly a sensor system, reconnaissance, and video system integrated together. Li Gang defended himself seriously. No, just a casual remark. Chu Ge rolled his eyes at Li Gang, who had no gaming talent at all. Chu Ge walked forward and touched the huge mecha warrior. The stealth paint attached to the tungsten carbide diffracted a cool chill. You designed it exactly according to the blueprint, right? Yes, Chief Engineer, exactly. The main weapon is the laser system on the back. It can be retracted on the back at ordinary times and will pop out automatically during combat. Well, 3 hands. It does look a bit like a third hand. It's okay, just continue. Chu Ge was helpless. The secondary weapon is the laser blade on the right arm, used for close combat. My left hand is a heavy fist. With enough energy, I can smash a 60-ton tank into a meat patty with 1 blow. We've actually tested it. A young researcher wearing glasses nearby added. Well, now the most important agility test has not yet been done. Its energy core, the brain, still needs 2 or 3 days to optimize. Once installed, all systems will be activated. Only then will we be able to see its combat effectiveness. Chu Ge added. Yes. The people around said in unison, with excitement in their eyes. Okay, thank you all for your hard work over the past month. Go back and rest for 3 days. We will gather here again in 3 days. Yes. After everyone left, Chu Ge stretched and returned to his laboratory. Wang Yun was busy sealing and archiving the experimental data and progress reports submitted by each group. Chu Ge sat down and made the final sprint according to the programming language given by the system. If a world-class programming master came at this time, he would also wonder what Chu Ge was writing. He doesn't know. Chu Ge doesn't know either. Maybe only the system boss knows. Okay, as the last set of programming language was completed, Chu Ge let out a long sigh. All that was left was for the programs to be read by the CPU. Chu Ge decisively pressed the read button. In a laboratory separated from his research room by a glass wall, a round CPU device suddenly lit up. Chu Ge knew that it had already started working, and in about 3 days, it would become the brain of the unique mecha warrior in the world. It's a pity that it can't be transformed. You can if you need it. It's not that difficult. There is a store system out there. The system begins to seduce. Well, I don't need it. Chu Ge is not stupid. Transformers? It's so fancy. I can fly. Why should I turn into a car? The disguise is pretty good though. There is no Megatron here, so what's the point of pretending? Get off work. After get off work, Chu Ge has nothing to do but spend time with Delina. On the first day back at the Research Institute, everyone looked at Chu Ge as if he were a national treasure, the panda. Chu Ge then realized that these technology workers also read entertainment news. However, according to Mr. Chun, what's so strange about this? Our little academician Chu is a treasure of China. It doesn't matter if he is paired with NASA. You should learn from Chu Ge. If you have the ability, how can the daughters of China not love you? Chu Ge didn't dare to say this to NASA. He just listened to it. After listening to Mr. Chin's argument, everyone in the institute calmed down, just like the students in the feudal dynasty who were enlightened after listening to the speech of the sage. Except for Wang Yun, whose eyes were as sharp as ever. 3 days later, the Central Assembly Hall. Chu Ge pressed the energy core into the groove of his chest with trembling hands. Click. The outer defense structure of the groove suddenly got stuck. The entire mecha began to tremble slightly. From head to toe, the sound of machinery operating could be heard continuously. Click, click, click. A few minutes later, the mecha's head raised slightly, and bright red light was projected from its eyes. Gradually, the red light turned into light blue. Chu Ge knew that this was the energy core starting the entire system, and it had now been completed. Conducting the IFF test now. Order. Academician Chu Ge has been identified as the supreme commander of this mecha. Order. All personnel on site are to conduct an IFF test. The mechanical sound of the mecha was heard. A few seconds later. Scan completed. All humans present are researchers and PhDs from the Huaxia Yanjing Weapons Research Institute. No enemies. Over. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone started clapping. Well, this part of the pediatric test is fine. Wang Yun, contact the Western Weapons Experimental Base and prepare for performance testing. Yes. Academician Chu, you are the creator of this mecha. You should give it a name. Li Gang said excitedly. Yes. Yes. Chu Ge looked at the mecha in front of him that was covered in a purple halo. Soul Blade. The soul of China, guarding the border against the enemy, conquering all the evil spirits with your own hands. Chapter 23 Soul Blade's Rival. In April, spring returns to the Earth. The construction of the Super Telescope bunker complex for the sensing system has begun. The address was chosen not far from a military base somewhere in Yanjing. It was an important place in the capital and was heavily guarded. In this way, the dispersion of the escort force can be avoided, which is a very cost-effective consideration for the military. On the other hand, the military also attaches great importance to the eyes of the light prism tower. After completing the Soul Blade Mecha Warrior mission, Chu Ge began to arrange the assembly of the neutrino detector. Years ago, Chu Ge had already produced the first finished product of its core high-energy accelerator. The rest was easy. Chu Ge acted as the supervisor and arranged for the engineers to assemble the equipment according to the drawings. It's just that the data is exactly the same. There was no way out. The military was anxious. The construction of the bunker had already started, and the reserved dimensions for the construction of the bottom detector had been stuck. If you make it bigger and it can't fit in, you'll have to rework it, which will be troublesome. As for the follow-up after the installation of the neutrino detector, including its networking with the light prism tower, Chu Ge simply ignored it. The clone is powerless, and Old Shin wishes he can split into 8 pieces so that they can be directly combined into an interstellar fleet and build a greenhouse in the Milky Way. On this day, Chu Ge was testing data with his but sticking out. Old Shin came hurriedly and called out his name from afar. Chu Ge, Academician Chu, Major Chu? I say, Mr. Chin, you can just call me Xiao Chu from now on. If someone doesn't know, they would think you called 3 people. Haha, Xiao Chu, I've never seen anyone complain about too many honors. You're the first one. Haha, what's the matter? Mr. Chin, the Northwest Experimental Base is ready, and we can prepare for the experiment. Good. How are you going to get the Soul Blade over there? Just fly. No, this is a precious thing, and it's still in the testing phase. You're going to fly it directly? What if something goes wrong? What could go wrong? The key is that it is over 50 meters tall and weighs over 1,000 tons. It would take a fleet of vehicles to transport it by land. It would be even more outrageous to transport it by air. One convoy is one convoy. I would rather spend more money than let the Soul Blade have any problems. Okay, you arrange it. Chu Ge surrenders. A day later, Chu Ge set off with Chen Lao and others in the convoy after giving some instructions. It is no exaggeration to describe the convoy as luxurious. There were more than 20 military and police vehicles leading the way in front, a dozen or so vehicles in the middle for transport, and a dozen military trucks at the back were the armed escort team. An armed helicopter loaded with weapons roared past overhead. All private vehicles along the route were cleared away, and the streets were crowded with people from Yanjing who stopped to watch. Oh my God, is this a drill? I guess so. Look, the WK-20 attack helicopters are coming out. It doesn't look like a drill, it looks more like the escort of some important equipment. Look at the heavy truck in the middle. Yeah, I think so too, but I can't see anything here. Nonsense, have you ever seen a country showing off its new equipment as soon as it comes out? After the Soul Blades in the convoy were disassembled, they were covered with camouflage canvas, so you really couldn't see anything. Mr. Chin, why do I feel like Soul Blade is your godson? Nonsense. Even my own son doesn't get this kind of treatment. The country has invested hundreds of billions of dollars in this. How can a son be so valuable? Well, the golden son isn't worth that much. It's just that, Xiao Chu, there's something I want to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Academician Chen suddenly looked at Chu Ge seriously and said hesitantly, "You say?" "That's right. With the funds to build the Soul Blade, wouldn't it be better to build an additional light prism tower?" "No, one is for defense, the other for offense. There is no comparison." Chu Ge was firm and resolute. "Well, maybe I'm old and my vision is not as far-sighted as you young people. Yanjing is nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the Northwest Weapons Test Base. The convoy drove fast all the way and arrived in less than 18 hours. Before setting off, Mr. Chen gave an order that the car was not allowed to stop during the journey and that everyone had to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in the car. As a result, everyone had to empty their bodies in advance, and no one wanted to solve personal problems in the car. So once we arrived at the base, all 200 people in the convoy rushed to the toilet. All the personnel stationed at the base were stunned. Soul Blade, Chu Ge's research team unloaded the truck and assembled it. Chu Ge, Academician Chen, and others walked straight to the command hall. "Xiao Chu, can we take the test today?" "Today is tough enough. The time is too short. It will take time for the Soul Blade to reorganize. And after the assembly is completed, Li Gang and his team need to conduct an inspection. After all, it is manual assembly and mistakes are inevitable. It is safer to inspect it once." This one really needs to be done carefully. "Mr. Chen, you're here." "Hey, this is Chu Ge, Academician Chu, right?" A big man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing a military uniform, strode over. "Wang Yi, Commander Wang, you guys came faster than us." "Haha, that's right. After all, we are fist masters." "Come here, Chu Ge, this is Wang Yi, the commander of the 115th Heavy Armored Division of Army Group A, with the rank of Major General." Old Chen introduced Chu Ge solemnly. "Commander Wang, this is the youngest academician of our Weaponry Research Institute, Chu Ge, with the rank of Major." "Salute." Chu Ge faced Commander Wang and gave a standard military salute. "Salute." After Commander Wang returned the gift, he began to look at Chu Ge until Chu Ge felt embarrassed. "Xiao Chu, you'll look more handsome in a military uniform. Do you want to try it?" "What are you saying?" Academician Chen interrupted anxiously, turned around and glared at Wang Yi. Commander Wang looked up at the light and began to laugh. "Isn't that light too bright?" "Haha." Chu Ge and Academician Chen smiled at each other. Wang Yi led the team this time to act as the imaginary enemy, which was also his specialty. In many military regions, the most powerful and best-equipped fish troops are often regarded as imaginary enemy troops. During exercises, they are often marked as the Blue Army, and then the various divisions and brigades take turns to be the Red Army. The Blue Army is permanent, while the Red Army is ever-changing. The Red Team confronts the Blue Team, and the truth is revealed on the battlefield. It is said that the Blue Team always loses less and wins more. This confrontation can be used to temper the troops of both sides, explore battle tactics, and try out new training programs. It can also verify the reliability and deficiencies of equipment. This is the job that Wang Yi's 115th Heavy Armored Division does. This time, I came to the experimental base under the order of China's General Armament Department to test the ability of Soul Blade. Commander Wang was also decisive and directly brought with him half of the division's personnel and equipment. A heavy armored regiment has 4,500 people, including 180 latest 11A2 main battle tanks, 2740 unit 122mm modular rocket launchers, and 27 CSA, 113 combined missile and artillery air defense systems. A heavy artillery regiment has 3,000 people, including 18 8-unit 370mm heavy rocket launchers, 12 6-unit regional tactical surface-to-surface missiles, and 81 155mm/LP-78 self-propelled howitzers. An aviation regiment with 3,000 people, 36 WK, 20 heavy-armed helicopters, several general-purpose helicopters, and a special operations brigade. The rest of the support troops. At this moment, they are lurking somewhere 100 kilometers around the experimental base, waiting for the prey to appear. Chapter 24, Soul Blade's Highlight Moment 1. After reading Wang Yi's troop information, Academician Chen became a little uneasy. "Commander Wang, are you sure you are here to fight us?" "That's right. According to the official document from the Equipment Department, the opponent's Weapons Research Institute, Soul Blade, is in operation." "Speaking of which, Old Chen, what does this, Soul Blade, mean? Can you reveal it now?" "I have studied this with several staff officers for quite some time, but have not been able to come to any conclusion. The troops are not like troops, and the equipment is not like equipment. But the staff said that what Academician Chu created must be fought as a full-strength division." Commander Wang said a lot of things in a flash. "Haha, thank you, Master Wang, for thinking so highly of Soul Blade and me. Don't be modest. As a Major General, I have the right to know about your Light Prism Tower plan. I'll tell you a secret. Your name is in the notebook of our Army Commander." Commander Wang changed the subject and spoke to Chu Ge mysteriously. Little notebook? Haha, our commander has a hobby. He writes down every talented person in a little notebook. Then what? Academician Shin was curious. Then we have to fight for it even if it means risking our lives. Academician Shin's face suddenly became long. Well, no wonder their fighting power is so strong. It turns out they have carried forward the revolutionary spirit of the older generation. Let's get back to the topic. What is Soul Blade? The equipment department's document says that they are carrying heavy equipment to fight. We are about to meet each other, so the mystery should be solved now. Chu Ge and Academician Shin looked at each other. No hurry, no hurry. Our Soul Blade is still under maintenance. There's still time to check it in the afternoon. That's right. Let's go. Lao Wang, let's go eat. Mr. Chin was trying to smooth things over. Okay, keep it secret. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you should take it out for a walk, right? A few hours later. Can you tell me now? Commander Wang will not give up until he achieves his goal. Well, the gang should be almost done with the debugging. Chu Ge was helpless. Academician Chu is still straightforward. You, old Shin, are becoming more and more outrageous. Staff Officer Li, gather the staff immediately. Let's go meet this Soul Blade first. Yes. This one also has a shaking function? Chu Ge complained in his heart. A group of more than 20 people went to the largest experimental factory in the experimental base. The Soul Blade is 56 meters tall and weighs 1,848 tons. It cannot be placed anywhere with such a size. Everyone lined up to pass the sentry's inspection. Oh, it's quite serious. Commander Wang turned around and joked with the staff officers behind him. In the experimental plant area, in the huge factory workshop, several cranes were covering the Soul Blade with a huge canvas. Li Gang, tell them that they don't need to build it yet. Just pull it down. Someone wants to see our Soul Blade warriors. Yes, Academician Chu. Let's go, Commander Wang. You can't see clearly from here. You have to stand on the ladder. After everyone had filled the ladder with water, it slowly rose and stopped when it reached the highest point. At this moment, the canvas of the Soul Blade happened to slide off, and the huge and powerful Soul Blade appeared magnificently in front of everyone. Oh my gosh. Transformers. Good. You look awesome. Oh my god. So handsome. These blue eyes. Wow. All the staff officers instantly became Soul Blade's little fans. Shut up. What's wrong with you? Commander Wang scolded. Soul Blade, say hello to Commander Wang? Chu Ge shouted to Soul Blade. Soul Blade, Wang Yi, commander of the 115th Heavy Armored Division of the Huaxia A Group Army. Hello, Major General Wang. I am Soul Blade. Even the voice is so sexy. The little fangirl started again. Wang Yi turned around and glared at the staff officer. How does it know me? In your words, you have the right to know it at your level, so of course it knows you too. Chu Ge shrugged. All Chinese generals with the rank of Major General and above are in the Soul Blade's database, making it easy for it to be deployed to garrison or receive mission instructions. Below the rank of Major General, Chu Ge is a special existence, especially for Soul Blade. This Soul Blade is so heavy. Even if it can withstand a beating, it's no match for a heavy armorer like us, right? Soul Blade dance disco for Commander Wang. Soul Blade ka, bang ka, an impromptu old-time disco. Haha, our Soul Blade is more nostalgic. Academician Shin next to him became interested, and Chu Ge slapped his forehead. This. Commander Wang was no longer calm. The staff officers betrayed him, but he, as the division commander, was very clear-headed. As a soldier, defeating the enemy was his duty. He had just been testing her intentionally. He wanted to know some basic information about this big guy. Now it seems that it is difficult to deal with such a flexible creature. How could Chu Ge not know Commander Wang's little thoughts? He was just cooperating with his performance. We'll throw the pressure on you, and we'll sit back and relax. When masters fight, every move is deadly. Order, Soul Blade. Remember this Commander Wang Yi. After midnight today, he and his heavy armored division will be your imaginary enemy. Find them and defeat them. Chu Ge suddenly turned to Soul Blade and solemnly issued the task. Yes. Soul Blade faced Chu Ge and gave a standard military salute, like a flesh and blood soldier. Commander Wang's face darkened. This is a naked provocation. Okay, let's wait and see. Staff, return to camp. Yes. All the staff officers saluted. Commander Wang and his entourage left angrily without even saying goodbye. Are we going a bit too far? Academician Shin looked at Master Wang walking away, then turned to Chu Ge and said, It's okay. I believe Commander Wang will attach more importance to this competition. Only in this way can our Soul Blade better display its edge and kill everyone. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he turned around and stared at the huge mecha warrior in front of him. Soul Blade, seemed to understand Chu Ge's lofty words, and its eyes looking forward turned to Chu Ge with a click. Just like that, the man and the mecha stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chu Ge's mind. Mr. Chin, you said that after midnight, we should let the soul blade go and kill rabbits by raking grass. Is that not too much? Haha, you want to piss off Commander Wang to death? I don't care. You guys can do whatever you want. Hey. Order. Soul Blade, after midnight today, activate the perception system, find Commander Wang Yi's aviation regiment, and destroy them. Yes. Soul Blade made another standard salute. After Chu Ge gave the order, he left the experimental plant with Academician Chen. Chu Ge whistled as he walked around the base. Academician Chen and Chief Engineer Zhao, the person in charge of the base, will be very busy. Arrange accommodation for people coming from Yanqing. Upgrade the security level of the experimental base. Tomorrow, Soul Blade will conduct camouflage operations around the main battlefield, especially guarding against detection from space radar. Chapter 25 Soul Blade's Highlight Moment 2. 105 kilometers northwest of the Northwest Experimental Base. Wang Yi was furious in the command center. I tell you, if a division can't beat a robot tomorrow, just wait until you get back to the base to be trained. Don't think what I say now is harsh. If I lose, I'll be surprised if our commander doesn't yell at me when we get back. Okay, I won't say anything else. Staff Officer Lee, does the General Staff have a targeted attack plan? Report. Not yet. I see that you have all become traitors. Report. That's not the case. It's just that everyone seems to have no clue. In that case, Commander, I suggest you hold off until you understand the true power of the Soul Blade. Staff Officer Lee made a solemn suggestion at this time. Pay attention to aerial reconnaissance around the camp and concentrate anti-aircraft firepower. Once a target is found, concentrate all firepower to take it down in one wave. Well, what Staff Officer Lee said hit the nail on the head. You also saw that guy is very flexible. So, try to avoid going alone. Exposing the air defense position will only lead to more harm than good. If you want to move, get out there and concentrate all your firepower and fire in unison. Yes. The commanders of the 4 air defense battalions under the division saluted together. We have also requested instructions from our superiors to deploy the synthetic aperture reconnaissance radar passing through the exercise base to monitor all suspicious targets in the area. Yes. Commander Wang's overall policy is to first be sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, wait for the Soul Blade to appear, and then everyone goes up and fights together. Finally, at midnight today, the Army Aviation Brigade secretly sent out several helicopters for cover. The Special Operations Team will take advantage of the darkness to go up and infiltrate. It's also okay to test the waters, haha. Yes. The captain of the Special Operations Brigade stood up and saluted. After Wang Yi issued the specific combat deployment, the combat strategy against Soul Blade was finalized. The commanders of the subordinate troops went back to make pre-war mobilization, and a war without the smoke of gunpowder began. April 10th, 0 o'clock. Inside the factory building of the experimental base, the red eyes of Soul Blade suddenly turned blue. It awakened. The factory gate had already been opened, revealing a wide open space in front of the building. The base was quiet late at night. Click, click, click. Soul Blade walked out of the factory, stood in the open space, and then remained motionless. What's going on? Next to Chu Ge, Li Gang asked anxiously. Hush. It's investigating. Just monitor the background data. Yes. Li Gang whispered. Soul Blade, Energy Core, Chinese Sentinel-2 Synthetic Aperture Military Reconnaissance Radar Scene_center_time equals 16 hours 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Transit time 2400 hours 04 and 2 seconds. 5 minutes later. Soul Blade, bright white flames rise from beneath his feet, and the mech warrior soars into the air. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, it catapulted into the clouds, and a bright blue tail flame was visible to the naked eye in the sky. Background data is all normal. Outside the base, 2 WK-20 armed helicopters were hovering at low altitude. Wingman, pay attention to the radar alert. Got it. I don't know why the leader asked us to come out so late at night. To catch ghosts? Don't complain, we are just a cover. The protagonist is the Special Operations Team. Clear. The call just ended. Woo, woo, woo. The red warning alarm in the cockpit suddenly sounded. What the hell? This is the collision warning radar. Wingman, do you read it? Report. Our warning radar is also on. Turn on the searchlight. Yes. 2 beams of strong light lit up, and in front of the lamppost, the Soul Blade stood upright in the air like a giant tower. Evade. Evade. Wingman, evade. A rustling noise was heard in the earphones, and after a few seconds, an artificial voice announcement sounded in the earphones. Attention, WK-20 20 armed helicopter number 2245, 2246, your two-plane formation has been destroyed. According to the exercise director team's request, please withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Over. The captain of the lead plane, Liao Jie, took off his headphones, and in the instant he was stunned, the soul blade and the beam of light had disappeared. The wingman's call came through the headset again, and Liao Jie put on the headset. Liao Jie, did you see that just now? Be careful. I saw it. I saw a giant transformer. Me too. I thought I was seeing things. Well, it looks like we don't have to blame for our death. Go back to camp. Receive. Aviation Regiment Headquarters. After Liao Jie and 4 others got off the plane, their wingman pilot Wei Jianhuo ran over. Liao Jie, it seems that our opponent this time is a bit tough. Well, it's not that it's difficult. I'm worried that tomorrow's exercise will be a massacre. You mean? At this time, Liao Jie was staring at the west side of the helipad at the base, opening and closing his mouth and pointing with his finger. Wei Jianhuo turned and looked. To the west, the soul blade, nearly 60 meters tall, stood out prominently. Behind it, the laser weapon is already full of energy, and its pointed head is flashing brightly. The shrill alarm sounded at this time. The garrison guard battalion came out in full force, and when they saw this scene, they stopped, and the two sides just confronted each other. Around the camp, 4 huge searchlights shone towards the soul blade. Soul blade put away the main weapon at this time and began to move. I saw it taking huge steps, walking towards the main gate of the camp, with its huge mechanical feet landing and rising again and again. Liao Jie and the others felt the earth shaking. The searchlight followed its footsteps and provided lighting. Haha, Academician Chu, the shameless soul blade is walking on the catwalk. This looks a bit similar. At the experimental base, Chu Ge's support team was still monitoring everything in the factory. Soul blade walked right in front of Liao Jie and the others and turned towards them with a click. Soul blade, hello to all officers and soldiers of the 115th Armored Division Aviation Regiment of the Chinese A Group Army. It's our first meeting. You can call me Soul Blade. Fuck, Liao Jie, this guy can talk? Shut up. Soul Blade, according to the order of Academician Chu Ge, I have come here tonight to meet my future comrades. And, unfortunately, I have to inform you that according to the rules of the exercise, you have all been killed. After saying that, Soul Blade also saluted. After a moment of silence, Liao Jie was the first to return the salute, followed by nearly 3,000 officers and soldiers of the regiment who saluted in unison. Soul Blade mighty, Soul Blade mighty, Soul Blade mighty. The roar of the 3,000 men in the regiment resounded throughout the earth. At this moment, they were no longer obsessed with their deaths. They regarded the Soul Blade as their comrade in arms. With the soldiers' horn-like cheers, the Soul Blade activated its booster, soared into the sky, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. At the division command post, Division Commander Wang Yi slowly put down his headset and looked at the chief officer of the first column below. Director's office notifies us that the aviation regiment has been defeated and is withdrawing from the exercise. What? Chapter 26, Crushing Result 1. 115th Heavy Armored Division Headquarters. Everyone was at a loss. Division Commander, how are we going to fight next? We haven't even started yet, but we've already destroyed an aviation regiment. Yes. The staff officers and several battalion commanders directly under the division also echoed this. Commander Wang Yi frowned. Why are you panicking? Don't panic first. This Chu kid is really good. First of all, he showed me this skill today, which is quite irritating to me. Where is the anti-aircraft battalion? Is your reconnaissance radar asleep? Reporting to the division commander, our radar is now on 24 hours a day. I suspect that the Soul Blade has stealth technology. An anti-aircraft battalion commander stood up and answered, and immediately thought of possible factors. Hiss. With such powerful combat capability, an entire fully strength heavy armored aviation regiment was wiped out in one round. Coupled with the stealth technology, everyone gasped. Wang Yi nodded in agreement and thought for a moment. Order. The entire division will shrink its defense circle and build up a defense depth within a 20-kilometer radius of the division headquarters. Order. Armed forces abandon conventional weapons, use individual air defense weapons as primary weapons, and distribute them all tonight. To deal with Soul Blade, Wang Yi decided not to play by the conventional routine. Perhaps only flexibility could bring unexpected results. Order. All squads of the division's reconnaissance battalion are dispatched. Go 50 to 100 kilometers forward to search for that Soul Blade. Once you find the target, immediately report the coordinates to the division headquarters. Wang Yi issued several orders in one breath, and at this time he, as the division commander, had to stand up. If a division has lost its backbone, then its ending will not be good. By the way, how is the team sent out by the Special Operations Brigade? Wang Yi turned around and asked the captain of the Special Operations Brigade. Report to the division commander. The squad is now radio silent, and no news has been sent back yet. No news is good news. All right, everyone. In previous exercises, we tortured our peers to death. Things are changing. This time, I have a feeling that our opponents may be more powerful than ever before. Despite this, the 115th Division will not fear any enemy. When it comes time to fight with bayonets, you and I should be at the forefront. Yes. That's all for today. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. Yes. All officers and soldiers of the division stood up and saluted in unison. The fist troops are different. Until now, they still have enough energy and spirit. Their spirits are not broken, and their fighting power is still there. Somewhere 25 kilometers outside the experimental base. In the dark night, a fully armed special operations team is searching forward. They worked in groups of 3, taking turns to provide cover, and were very cautious. Suddenly, the Special Forces soldier at the front of the team stopped and raised his arms. The people behind him hurriedly stopped, bent down, and began to observe the surroundings vigilantly. He is the captain of this special operations team, codenamed Vulture. Captain, is there something wrong? The team members at the back called using a wireless microphone. Be alert. Not yet, but there's always a feeling of being watched. Captain Vulture is observing a small forest ahead with a high-definition night vision goggles. Captain, according to the map, our current location is 25 kilometers southwest of the experimental base. The team member nearby reported after checking the electronic display on his forearm. Well, all team members listen to my orders. Rest here first, keep quiet, and pay attention to the surrounding situation. Check the watch. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We will proceed as planned in 1 hour. Captain Vulture gave Mike an order after supporting him with his hand. 2 a.m. is the time when most people fall into the deepest sleep. Vulture chose to act at this time in order to catch Chu Ge and the others off guard. Yes. All the team members answered in unison. However, what they didn't know was that just over 100 meters above them in the air, Soulblade was hovering there, monitoring the special operations team on the ground. This scene was accurately transmitted to Chu Ge's backstage computer. Academician Chu, how should we deal with this? They are probably waiting for the night to end. I won't play with them. I need to sleep. Let this Soulblade trap them. Let's go and capture the prisoners. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he walked outside in a hurry. 20 minutes later, Chu Ge, Li Gang, and a platoon of guards arrived at the coordinates of Soulblade. After Chu Ge got out of the car, he walked to the big feet of the mecha. At this time, the 12 members of the special operations team were sitting together, forming a very standard circle around them. It was obvious that these were the traces left by the burning of the Soulblade's laser weapon, and there were small flames burning in some places. At this moment, a powerful spotlight beam from the Soulblade shone into the circle. The Special Forces members covered their eyes with their hands. They couldn't open their eyes, so they couldn't see Chu Ge and the others. Go turn on the headlights. Yes, Major Chu. A member of the guard team ran towards the truck next to him. Okay, Soulblade, turn off your lights. Don't you think you can save some electricity? Snap, the strong light disappears. Chu Ge hurried forward. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Ha ha ha. It took the Vulture's eyes a while to adapt to the current environment. He ignored Chu Ge and looked at the Soulblade that stood there like a mountain. This is our opponent. Yes, it's called Soulblade. It was so fast. We were very cautious and fought back the moment it attacked, but it seemed like we couldn't hurt it at all. Haha. It knew about your departure as soon as you left the house. It just had other tasks. Otherwise, do you think you could have made it this far? Now I know why I always feel like I'm being watched. If I'm right, it's been following us, right? Yes, that's right. You are indeed an elite member of the Special Forces. Okay, we should go back to base. We have to get up early tomorrow. Oh, Soulblade, you don't have to go back. Just find a place to hide and save yourself the trouble tomorrow. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he turned and left. Captain, where are we going? Seeing this, the Special Forces members gathered around Captain Vulture. We? Haha. Technically we are already his captives. Where else can we go? The Special Forces members followed behind Chu Ge's convoy. Even after walking a long way, the team members were still looking back at the tall figure of Soulblade behind them. Soulblade stood there motionless, watching them leave. Captain, why do I feel like I'm still asleep? A short member of the team suddenly said. Would you like me to confirm whether Hummingbird is awake or not? Get out, get out. Hummingbird, you are the mechanical expert of our team. The unmanned aircraft, unmanned tanks, and unmanned tractors are all your toys. How does this big toy feel? Huh. A burly man of nearly 1.9 meters tall was teasing the code named Hummingbird. The burly man was holding a huge squad machine gun in his hand. He was the machine gunner and demolition expert of this special operations team. Okay, you two, there's no comparison. You saw how agile it was just now. Our bazooka can't hit it at all. As for the gun, it's not even good enough to tickle it. Captain, what do you think of high explosives and grenades? The burly man was not giving up. Grenade won't work, it's not powerful enough. High explosive? I don't know how thick the armor outside is. It's possible to attack from the inside. The key is, can you get close to it? It can fly. It's like the real-life Iron Man. Along the way, this special operations team was arguing about how to destroy this big toy. Therefore, special forces, especially special operations teams that infiltrate behind enemy lines. In real wars, they are rarely captured, either because they cannot be caught or they die. For them, the chances of survival after being captured are very slim and very shameful. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for this special operations team. Chapter 27, Crushing Result 2. It was a calm night. Early in the morning, Chu Ge, Li Gang, and a group of mecha logistics technicians arrived at the experimental factory early. This is Soul Blade's temporary control, communication, and logistics center at the weapons testing base, responsible for monitoring the status of Soul Blade, data collection, and some performance testing. How is the testing procedure arranged? Chu Ge asked. Reporting to Academician Chu, all program instructions have been entered. Soul Blade will be tested in the order of dodge, hard block, ranged attack, and close combat. Well, okay, let's proceed as planned. Yes. 115th Armored Division Headquarters. Division Commander Wang Yi also came to the command center early in the morning. He seemed particularly excited as he was going to fight the mecha warrior today. The warning radar still hasn't found it. Report to the commander, no. What about the reconnaissance battalion? No. What the hell? Keep searching. Yes. Report to the division commander, Sentinel. 6 reconnaissance satellite has found the target. An excited report from a radar soldier. Okay, position coordinates and target map will be uploaded to the big screen immediately. Yes, it has been synced to the information screen. Clear pictures unfolded one by one on the headquarters combat information screen. Soul Blade stood in a Gobi desert, surrounded by yellow sand, and the sun shone on his lonely body. A little sad and a little solemn. Huh? Why isn't he moving? Wang Yi felt a little uneasy. Commander, judging from the coordinates, this seems to be the weapons testing site northwest of the experimental base. Distance to target? 250 kilometers. 250 kilometers, then only long-range rockets and missiles can reach it? Yes. Send the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft over and keep an eye on it. Send the coordinates to the missile battalion and the artillery regiment immediately. Damn it, give it a wave of iron rain first. Commander Wang Yi was indeed very angry these 2 days. After completing the deployment, he cursed unconsciously. Order: 18 370mm 8-link heavy long-range rocket launchers. Fire rapidly at the target coordinates in 5 minutes. Give it a round first. Yes. 5 minutes later. From the distant fire group position, boom, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 18 rocket launchers opened fire almost at the same time, and one rocket after another rushed towards the target with a tail flame. A salvo of 370mm long-range rockets is 144 rockets, which can cover a fairly large area. The Chinese version of long-range rocket is actually very accurate, basically equivalent to a precision-guided missile. Gobi Desert. The Soul Blade Energy Core accurately calculates the trajectory, speed, and landing point of the incoming shells. The next second, the Soul Blade jumped up and then fell heavily. Moved to a new place. A few seconds later, boom, 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 the rocket exploded, creating fireworks and sparks. Heavy rockets still have some power even without the warhead. When the smoke cleared, the Soul Blade stood there like a statue. Commander, the directorate calculated that the guy had perfectly avoided the killing radius of all rockets. What? The commander of the missile battalion and the commander of the artillery regiment stood up at the same time. Commander, let me join in and give it a basic amount of ammunition. I won't believe it. The missile battalion commander was not convinced. Wang Yi didn't say anything, just stared at the large information screen, as if thinking about something. Replay the footage from the drone. Yes. For a long time. Did you see anything? Commander, are you saying it's playing time games with us? Staff Officer Lee suddenly said at this time. That's right. The time it takes to launch the rocket, the time it takes to move, the time it takes to fly, and the time it takes to explode when it lands. You will find the problem if you connect them together. This. A few of the rough guys were a little confused. It took only 2 minutes, and it accurately calculated the landing time, landing point, and explosion radius of our rocket. So, that's why you avoided it perfectly? The rough guys finally got it. In other words, the rocket was accurately captured and intercepted while it was in flight. It's not about interception, it's about avoidance. It has a complete set of detection and early warning radars, and it's very advanced. The calculation speed is very fast. I'm afraid we really have to treat it like Iron Man. Commander Wong, he made a conclusion. How can we play this? Iron Man? A science fiction movie? Come on, just let Robert Downey do it. Who is this carrot? Alright, this is a drill, and it's not over yet. Commander Wong, he got angry. Okay, academician Chu Ge, I really underestimated your ability. Order. Artillery Regiment. Missile Battalion withdraw from the battle. Armored Regiment take over. Advance to within the range of artillery and individual anti-aircraft rocket launchers. Order. Report to the headquarters and ask for permission from the Air Force to dispatch. All fighter jets must carry composite guided air combat missiles. Order. All unmanned reconnaissance and strike aircraft are dispatched, carrying only composite guided missiles or TV guided missiles. Lao Wang was really angry and gave orders in one breath, without even taking a breath. He was holding back his anger. This, division commander? Dispatching the Air Force? This seems to be beyond the scope of the exercise. Don't worry, the command will agree. Commander, why do you specifically request to carry missiles with these guidance modes? From the pictures, I suspect that the stealth technology and power technology of this mecha warrior are not conventional routines. Ordinary infrared and radar guidance may not be very effective. Commander Wang Yi explained. Sure enough, Old Ginger is still spicy. Report, the command center agrees to request the Air Force to dispatch. Signalman report. Let me tell you. How many planes were dispatched? JK, 20 a squadron. You're really generous. At an Air Force base in the West, 26 JK, 20 China's latest stealth fighter jets loaded with ammunition slid out of the apron. 2 planes took off simultaneously from each runway, and soon formed a powerful attack formation in the air. 01, such a big scene. What's going on? The incident happened suddenly. The squadron alarm sounded, and then all the planes took off urgently to form an air formation. No combat mission was issued in the middle. 02, unclear. There is a combat briefing in the combat system. Early warning aircraft 045 airspace will meet us. Receive. See you in 045 airspace. Experimental base, Soul Blade, temporary control center. Chu Ge is yawning now. What's going on, Commander Wang? You're stopping after just 1 round? Isn't that too stingy? Li just started to complain. It's not that he's stingy, he just knows we're playing hide and seek with him. Chu Ge was firm and determined, and he really admired Commander Wang's abilities. Okay, we can skip the rest of the experimental procedures. Why? Li Gang was puzzled. Because the Soul Blade is about to enter close combat mode. Activate Soul Blade free combat mode. Chu Ge's eyes suddenly became sharp. Yes. Chapter 28, Crushing Result 3. 045 Airspace. Flying Dragon Squadron. This aircraft is the early warning command aircraft for this mission. Number 169, Channel 11560, over. Flying Dragon 01 receive. Flying Dragon 02 receive. Phylong 03 receive. The target location coordinates have been sent to the ICS, 4 combat command system of each fighter. The mission is to rush to the target airspace, lock the target, and destroy the target. This machine will update the target coordinates in real time and provide you with aerial intelligence. Good luck. Thank you 169 AWACS for the short distance service. After reading the mission file sent by the early warning aircraft, the Phylong Squadron's lead aircraft 01 rolled over and was the first to reach the attack altitude. The other fighters then followed with the same action. Attention, formation. Arrive over the target in 5 minutes. Receive. 01. Is it necessary for our entire squadron to undertake such a simple mission? 02. The wingman started looking for trouble again. 02. You talk too much. Be careful, or I'll beat you up when we get back. 01. At this altitude, it looks like a ground target. Why are we all asked to carry air combat missiles? Who gave this order? 02 took a serious look at the document and immediately raised a question. 02. I am your leader, not your Baidu. Inside the 169 early warning aircraft. On the radar screen marked by the drone, the bright spot corresponding to Soul Blade moved, and at an extremely fast speed. Attention, Dragon Squadron. Attention, Dragon Squadron. The target position is moving. The coordinates are updated too. Next second. Shit, the target is right in front of the AWACS. Quickly evade, evade. The Flying Dragon Squadron was stunned. It's so fucking rare that the usually serious early warning aircraft combat guide is now swearing in the headset. Then, the communication with the early warning aircraft was cut off, and only the rustling sound of electricity could be heard in the earphones. 01 calling for early warning aircraft. 01 calling for early warning aircraft. 01. The situation is not good. 02 The wingman had an unfazed tone. Attention, formation, now under command of Unit 01. The formation is switched back to the original formation channel. Immediately increase the power and rush to the airspace with the last coordinates of the early warning aircraft. 02 received. 03 received. A few minutes later, in front of the Flying Dragon Squadron, the 169 early warning aircraft was still at a cruising altitude. Its outline gradually became clearer, and it was moving leisurely and looked very normal. 01. Isn't the AWACS still here? What the hell? But there's no radio contact. Use your headlight to send it Morse code and ask for information. Receive. 01. The AWACS says they've been shot down. Withdraw from the exercise. What? Oh, one more sentence. What? May the best be to you. Not good. There's danger. Disperse the formation. 2 planes in a group. Break up into smaller units. Turn on the search radar. Pay attention to the surrounding enemy situation. 01 sensed danger from this sentence and hurriedly issued combat deployment. Then he twisted the joystick suddenly, and the plane flipped sideways and flew out of the air formation. Then the afterburner was quickly turned on, and the blue flame at the tail nozzle of the aircraft suddenly lengthened. A series of actions are completed in one go. 02 wingman followed closely behind. Wingman, follow me. Turn on the afterburner and leave this airspace first. Receive. 02, who usually loves to joke, couldn't help but get nervous at this moment. A few minutes later, 01 tried to call other groups on the formation channel, but the only response he got was the sound of electricity. 01, it seems like they all withdrew. Is this a complete defeat? The exaggeration is that we haven't even seen what the enemy looks like yet. Well, follow me closely. Receive. 02, the enemy must have stealth technology, otherwise our radar wouldn't have no reaction. 02 understand. Found the target, bite him, lock on to the close-range air-to-air combat missile, and fire 2 salvos. 02 receive. In the clouds ahead, Soul Blade stands in the layers of clouds like a guardian god, appearing and disappearing from time to time. God has descended to earth. It raised its right hand, and the sword of light flashed. 01, did you see that? Am I dazzled? No, it's the target. Oh my god. Is this an alien invasion of the earth? After a few dozen seconds, 01 calmed down and decisively pressed the launch button. 02, after launching, quickly disengage. Yes, yes. The 2 fighter jets flew straight and sideways, one on the left and one on the right, drawing a beautiful semicircular trajectory. Straight up the middle channel were 4 close-range combat missiles, hurtling towards the Soul Blade at a speed of Mach 4. Soul Blade shuttled through the clouds, leading 4 missiles and falling directly to the earth. At this time, if you have surveillance, you will find that the distance between them is not shrinking, but is gradually increasing. 15 seconds later. 01. The melee missile lost its target. 01. That monster is back again. Bite it and use the cannon. Soul Blade was in front, with 2 fighter planes, one on each side, forming a Chinese character, fin, a finished product, and going straight up. The fighter jet's cannon fired 4 barges of bullets, but the Soul Blade simply adjusted its angle slightly and continued to soar into the sky. The distance between them is growing. Beep, beep, beep. 02 cockpit alarm sounded. 01. We have reached the maximum cruising altitude. If we continue chasing, we will lose speed. Oh my god, this guy is almost invisible. Has he flown into outer space? The 2 fighter planes finally reached their limit and began to turn around and dive down. Can you see it? 01 asked anxiously. It's right behind us, getting closer and closer. I can see its face. It has blue eyes. It looks pretty handsome. Soul Blade ignites the blade of light in his right hand and slashes straight down. A familiar electronic broadcast voice sounded. 115th Division Headquarters. After listening to the battle situation assessment issued by the director team, Commander Wang Yi shook his head helplessly. Put down the headset. The Flying Dragon Squadron was completely wiped out. This so fast. That perverted humanoid iron lump is unharmed. Wang Yi slammed his fist on the table. At this time, the signalman stood up. Reporting to the division commander, the armored forces have advanced to 5 kilometers from the weapons test base. Regimental commander, please tell us whether we should continue to advance. Okay, got it. Wang Yi sat down dejectedly. Commander, how should we deploy next? What the hell are you talking about? We lost this confrontation, and we lost miserably. But we still have armored troops. The voices of the staff officers nearby changed. The entire Flying Dragon squadron was wiped out. Do you know what this means? I don't understand what the master means. What is your chance of winning if your armored unit fights against a squadron of powerful JK-20s equipped with the most advanced radars and stealth technology? Commander Wang Yi turned around and asked. This one, I think it's 46 to 47. Stop talking nonsense. You have no chance of winning. But the Flying Dragon squadron was completely wiped out by it. The gap between us and it is several orders of magnitude greater. If we continue to hold on, we will only bring shame upon ourselves. Let's go. Since we can't defeat the iron bastard, let's go and destroy its lair. Wang Yi started to act like a hooligan. Chapter 29 Soul Blade is scolded. Northwest Weapons Testing Base. A military jeep came speeding over with a cloud of dust. Chu Ge, Li Gang and others are recording the combat data of Soul Blade. Xiao Chu, Commander Wang is here. Academician Chen ran out of breath. Well, I think he doesn't look very happy. What did you do to him? Nothing serious. We just wiped out an air squadron, and the Air Force is not under his jurisdiction. Li Gang replied. Chu Ge, where's Chu Ge? Come out. From a distance, Wang Yi's deep military voice could be heard. Guards, let Commander Wang in. Chu Ge was very calm. Wang Yi came in and looked at Chu Ge. 2 minutes later, a dark and thick face suddenly showed up. Hey, Xiao Chu, can you give this awesome piece of metal to our army? What a lump of iron. Do you think it's your broken tank? Li Gang muttered beside him. Soul Blade is now the treasure of the Research Institute. How can we allow others to slander it? I was wrong. I was wrong. You should leave one of these awesome Iron Man for our army. I don't have the final say on this, Commander Wang. You should ask your immediate superior. We are only responsible for research. How to use it and who to use it for is up to the military leaders to decide. What Chu Ge said was true. That's fine. Wang Yi's eyes rolled around, and no one knew what he was thinking. It's just right, Commander Wang. You're here, so I don't need to invite you. There are still a few tests that require the cooperation of the armored forces. Chu Ge said seriously. No problem. The 115th Armored Division is willing to cooperate with the base experiment unconditionally. Okay, this is how it is. First, we will transfer 10 of the latest tanks to the weapons testing range in the north. Then prepare 2 tanks that are to be scrapped and pull them over as well. No problem. Then I'll go get ready first. Okay, thank you. Why are you being polite? We'll be a family soon. Wang Yi agreed readily, turned around, and quickly walked away, leaving behind a bunch of confused people. On this side, Wang Yi took out his military phone as soon as he went out and dialed a number in a hurry. Huaxia A Group Army Headquarters. Commander Lung was writing something in a small notebook on the table when the phone rang next to him. Hello, I'm Lung Phone. Commander, it's me, Wang Yi. Wang Yi? Why are you calling me when you're not rehearsing well? And how's the rehearsal going? I'm telling you, if you don't do well, I'll shoot you when I get back. Just shoot me now. Wang Yi's neck was stiff. Then he briefly told the commander about the battle situation in the past 2 days. Commander, put your guns aside for now. We need to hurry up and seize the people and equipment. Hurry up, or we won't even have soup. Got it. Kid, I've never seen anyone so excited after losing a battle. First, cooperate with Academician Chu to complete the remaining tasks at the experimental base. I will deal with you when I come back. Commander Lung hung up the phone after saying this. 1 against 10,000? Oh my goodness, this is going to change. He looked at his little notebook, wrote on Chu Ge's name again and again, and then solemnly added the name Soul Blade. Then, with a smile on his face, this side of the base. After Commander Wang made all the arrangements as Chu Ge had said, he turned around and came back. The attraction of this place is so great that even if you give him a general job, he can't be pulled away. Chu Ge picked up the microphone. Soul Blade, go to the weapons testing ground in the north. Dozens of seconds later, the ground monitoring and aerial drones arranged in advance by the test site captured the majestic figure of Soul Blade. At this speed, teleportation? Commander Wang was standing beside him, marveling at the sight. Captain Wang, have the tanks got through? We have to wait a while. Do you think everyone can fly around like your Iron Man? Several tens of minutes later, Chu Ge picked up the microphone again, pointed the Soul Blade at the camera, and started to lecture. Soul Blade, what on earth were you doing in that aerial battle just now? There are only 26 planes on the other side. You took 10 minutes to deal with it. Also, you were asked to defeat the opponent cleanly and efficiently, but you were swerving left and right, flying through the clouds. What? Striking? Do I have to dress up as a mecha for you? Can you open the screen and ask for love? Chu Ge scolded him for 10 minutes. Chu Ge stopped reluctantly until the huge and domineering iron head of Soul Blade was almost down to his chest. Judging from his posture, he hasn't finished scolding enough. Commander Wang Yi and Academician Chun now looked at Chu Ge as if he were a monster, with his mouth so wide open that a billiard ball could be stuffed in. No, Academician Chu, can it understand what you say? It can still recognize basic emotions like happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. Otherwise, it would be too boring, right? Chu Ge smiled. Indeed, when Soul Blade was built, its development in the direction of artificial intelligence was weakened. Chu Ge still had a trick up his sleeve, otherwise it would be too boring to face an expressionless humanoid mecha every day. Since it has the appearance of Transformers, although there can't be so much drama inside, simple communication is still needed. Just treat it as a straight talker. It doesn't understand anything too complicated, but it can handle the basics. Just don't beat around the bush with certain people. After saying that, Chu Ge looked at Commander Wang Yi meaningfully. Hey, Academician Chu, I didn't offend you. You beat me up these past 2 days. Commander Wang Yi waved his hands hurriedly. All right, Soul Blade will now begin testing the strength of your armor. After 10,000 years of being alone, it's time for you to show off your skills. Please pay attention. So you were just playing house with us before? Wang Yi was a little unsteady on his feet. Captain Wang, what about those 10 tanks? Oh, Academician Chu can just give direct orders, number 410 to 419. Okay, tank formation, listen to my command. Fire armor-piercing shells and aim at the mecha warriors in front of you. Do you hear me? Car 410 understands. Car 411 understands. Good. First test, 125 millimeters single-shot armor-piercing shell. Vehicle 410, ready, fire. In the picture, 10 Type 11A2 tanks are lined up in a row. The main battle tank number 410 made a boom sound and the muzzle flame flashed. Soul Blade's chest, the black smoke dissipated, and it was as steady as a rock. Chu Ge looked at the monitoring data and found no changes. Second test, 125 millimeters armor-piercing shell salvo. All tanks, aim at the point where the previous shell landed, and in 10 seconds, fire freely. Boom, boom, boom. After a round of salvos, Chu Ge stared at the data on the screen. The smoke clears. The screen data has also changed. Note, the armor value has dropped from 100 to 98. Please call up the idle armor. Chu Ge hurriedly grabbed Mike. Soul Blade, do you want to be sent back to the furnace? I asked you to concentrate, but you fell asleep? Report. Sorry, Academician Chu. I thought I could prevent it. You think it's useless. Don't you know how much trouble it is to replace that piece of armor you just put on? How much money it costs? How much trouble it takes? Chapter 30, Armor Mechanism. Yes, this won't happen again. Third test. All tanks ready. Fire another round from the same spot as before. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. 10 main battle tanks fired at the same time, and the smoke and dust covered the entire tank group. Chu Ge looked at the surveillance video and saw that the armor that had just been blown up was instantly replaced by the one next to it, while the armor that had been blown black was moved to another place. Oh my God, is this possible? Can this armor check and repair itself? Commander Wang was enlightened. The armor that can be made with current material technology is actually not invincible. It will break when it reaches the critical point of fatigue. We made the armor on the Soul Blade's body into a living mechanism. Theoretically, if the head armor is moved to the feet, it will only take a few seconds or even faster. It has backup armor plates in its body, which can be considered as consumable parts. This way, it can withstand even a high-intensity war. Li Gang introduced the armor mechanism of Soul Blade to Commander Wang in detail. It's just a stopgap measure. Once we have a suitable invincible armor, we can change it. Finally, Chu Ge added. After the smoke cleared, Chu Ge looked at the monitoring data and found that 98 of the data had not changed. Okay, the last armor test. The tank group is free to fire, and the ammunition amount is a base number. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of artillery shells firing and exploding kept coming from the headset. Our poor mecha warrior just stood there motionless and got beaten. However, looking at its appearance, it seems quite leisurely. It's just scratching the surface. Commander Wang, would you like a cup of tea? It will take a while. Chu Ge asked as he took a sip of tea comfortably. No need. Commander Wang, he didn't even turn his head, his eyes staring nervously at the surveillance video and test data. 5 minutes later, the dust settled. Chu Ge glanced at the data and saw that the 98 armor value remained unchanged. Okay, the armor experiment is over. Let's call it a day. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Wang, thank you very much for the cooperation of the armor division. The tank group can return to the team now. Then have a tow truck unload the scrap tanks onto an open field. Okay, 30 minutes later. Soulblade, use your heavy punches to fight those 2 tanks in melee combat. Feel free to do what you want. Chu Ge ordered. On the test field, the huge body of Soulblade flew up into the sky, higher and higher, until the drone could no longer capture the picture. In the data center lobby, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Let you play freely, and here we go again, all fancy and fancy. Chu Ge covered her eyes. The next second, Soulblade fell straight down from the sky, the left fist retracted backwards, and with a bang, it hit a tank solidly. The dust more than 10 meters high cleared away, and there was no trace of the tank in the venue. It had already been smashed deep into the ground by the fist of the Soulblade. A big pit appeared in the picture. Are you performing a scene from Kung Fu here? Okay, just raise your fist and smash that one. Chu Ge yelled at Mike. Soulblade faced the camera, not even looking at the tank, raised his fist, and smashed it down with a bang. The tank instantly broke into pieces and dismembered on the spot. It would have been over sooner. It was also the first time that Chu Ge saw Soulblade use a powerful punch. It seems that I am quite satisfied. Is he disciplining his son? Commander Wang asked Academician Chen beside him in a low voice. Well, logically speaking, he really is the Soulblade master. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask. Soulblade's debut ended with the father and son cursing at each other. After Soulblade returned to the experimental workshop, Li Gang and others hurried over to carefully inspect it, fearing that some skin might be scratched. All officers and soldiers of the 115th Division just watched the mecha warriors descend from the sky, slowly land on the ground, and then walk into the experimental base. Oh my god, it's really shocking to see this guy up close. It's more than shocking. I heard that the entire Flying Dragon squadron didn't even last 10 minutes before it was wiped out. Is this true or false? I say, why did our division commander give us a day off today? Where is the drill we agreed on? You kid, you haven't been beaten enough, have you? Why do I feel like we're going to lose our jobs? From today on, the power of Soulblade spread throughout the entire army group, and the chain reaction it caused really made Chu Ge regret it a few days later. Chinese weapons testing base. Chu Ge and his party were not in a hurry to leave. He needs to leave Li Gang and others to familiarize themselves with the operation and testing procedures of Soulblade. It's impossible that Chu Ge will have to carry such a huge thing with him when he goes out in the future. Take advantage of the few days at the base, with the ready-made field, to practice Soulblade as much as possible. You can sort out all its data. After confirming that everything is correct and complete, back up the data. China will definitely have more than one mecha warrior in the future. Just treat it as accumulating experience. What you are doing now will serve as a guide in the future. The later stage mechas should copy the original, so that they can form combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. Chu Ge said to Li Gang next to him. Li Gang is now Chu Ge's right-hand man. Having graduated from Hua Xiaqiang's physics department, he is a veritable top student. With a solid foundation in physics, Chu Ge found it difficult to master many system technologies, but Li Gang found them easy to master. For Chu Ge, this was extremely exciting. So after tasting the sweetness once, Chu Ge decided to vigorously cultivate this top student. A shameless hands-off boss. After being busy for the whole morning, Chu Ge was now seeing stars, and hurriedly invited everyone to have dinner. Ding, a text message came on the phone. Chu Ge took it out, and saw that it was from his future girlfriend, Doraba Dilmarat. They have been at the base for a few days, and this is the first time they have contacted each other. Okay, Mr. Chu, if I don't contact you, you don't know how to contact me, right? The eldest lady came up and started to question the culprit. I was wrong, my little princess. I have been doing experiments during the past few days at the base. I am so tired that I go to bed as soon as I get home at night. I haven't taken a bath in several days. How about you come and smell it? Hey, can you please make out the lunch I just ate for me? Haha, I guess I'll go back to Yanjing after these few busy days. Okay, I'm going to Yanjing in a few days. Do you want to go? Dilanaza sent a bunch of little fingers. What do you mean? You'll take the bait if I seduce you. Take it easy. Get lost, I meant to meet you. What are you thinking? You big rascal. I'm starting to doubt whether you did it on purpose on the plane, humph. Oh my god, the almanac hasn't even been turned over yet? Haha, by the way, are you in Yanjing for something? How long will you stay? I've finished filming my new TV series, and I'm going to do some promotions. I think I'll be here for 3 or 4 days. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that our little princess is a big star. What's the name of the TV series? I'll promote it for you later. Hee hee, I forgot something important. Is the male lead as handsome as me? Your glory is much more handsome than you. Hee hee. Goodbye. Say that again? I was wrong. Li Gang was eating beside him while looking at the silly, grinning Chu Ge. Oh my god, it's not a wasted trip to this restaurant today. Look at Chief Engineer Chu. His smile is quite obscene. Haha, brother Gang, you are in trouble. It has been recorded. I will complain to you later. No, no, no. Brother, listen to me. Just tell me what you want. If it's not more than 1,000, just pay by card. Ha. Chapter 31. The leaders are here. Huaxia, A Army Group Headquarters. After returning, Division Commander Wang Yi went straight to report to the Army Commander. Captain, this is the general situation of this soul blade. Lung Feng looked at the report submitted by Commander Wang. Wang Yi wrote down in the report everything he saw and heard at the experimental base, no matter how big or small. The Dragon Squadron lasted less than 10 minutes. Confirmed. In fact, it's a complete stun. The radar can't even detect where the soul blade is. Did Chu Ge research this mecha warrior? Yes, and he is simply the father of Soul Blade. Don't you know that in the base, his lecture is more harsh than that of his son? I remember that the light prism project and the controlled nuclear fusion technology were also developed by him. Lung Feng asked hurriedly. Yes. Well, this person is a rare talent. Have you noticed? Any of the projects he researched is a great national weapon, but he doesn't have any such thing as individual weapons, or he just doesn't bother to do that. I haven't thought about it carefully, Wang Yi answered truthfully. Prepare a plane for tomorrow. I have to go to the base. Let's not worry about this guy for now. Let's not worry about whether we can snatch the soul blade. If Academician Chu can get something, it will be enough to improve us by a large margin. In fact, Commander Lung knew in his heart that this man was not qualified to bargain with the mecha. He had other plans in mind. The next day, at a military airport in the northwest, it was just past 6 o'clock. Commander Lung, who had just got off the plane but had not yet gotten into the car, saw a transport plane flying far in the sky. Why does this plane look familiar to me? Isn't this the private plane of Commander Liu of the Western Military Region? In the neighboring military region, Lung Feng has dealt with Commander Liu many times. Wait a minute. The plane landed, and before anyone got out, Lung Feng went to meet it. I said my eyesight is fine. Lao Lu, what brings you here? China's A Group Army is an experimental one and is similar in level to other military districts. Who did I think it was? Isn't it Commander Lung? Hey, didn't you guys finish the exercise? Why are you still here? Oh, didn't I come here to learn from you? What about you, Lao Lu? Me. I'm here to learn from you too. Then together? Well, just as the two were about to leave, a transport plane flew over from the distance. The two looked at each other. How about waiting? That's fine. Who did I think it was? Isn't this Commander Wang of the Northern Military Region? In this way, our Commander Lung Feng did not leave the airport from 6 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock. The team has grown to 8 members by himself. The heads of all the military regions in China gathered at the Northwest Weapons Testing Base. Hey guys, stop being so hypocritical. We are all soldiers, so let's just speak frankly. Lung Feng, who was so angry that his liver hurt, said dissatisfiedly. That's right. The Lungfeng troops are at least the sparring troops. What about you? A dark-faced man shouted along with Commander Lung. Hey, Meng Shichong, if it's our army or even air force coming, I can understand. But why are you, a navy commander, joining in the fun? That is, everyone said in unison. Why can't I come? Academician Xiao Chu's first research result was from our navy. As for that iron robot, I won't compete with you for it. But when it comes to Chu Ge, I'll get angry with anyone who competes with me for it. Hey, this rabbit is going to bite if it says so. Ha ha. Many of these old friends and comrades who had even fought together in the past, fought and played around. But in the end, they hugged each other tightly. With these backbones, China will have no worries. Chu Ge is still suffering from the miserable school team statistics. Dean Shun came rushing over. Chu Ge, quickly give the work to Li Gang first. There are so many leaders here. What chief? Chu Ge asked Academician Shun as he walked out. Almost all the leaders of China, big and small, are here. Why do I feel like we are being targeted by these wolves? Academician Chen sighed. You mean Soul Blade? Is the news spreading so fast? I'm telling you, forget it, you're a blockhead. In an office at the base, the leaders were still exchanging information when Chu Ge walked in unexpectedly. Then he quickly backed out. Some of the people among them could be often seen on TV. Now, Chu Ge was nervous. This old Chun failed at the critical moment. Why would he go to pick someone up at this time? Let me come by myself. What am I doing here? Chu Ge muttered to himself. Hey, you are Chu Ge, right? Commander Long had good eyesight and quickly stood up and asked. Now Chu Ge had to go in with a thick face. Hello, leaders. I'm Chu Ge. I didn't know you had come from so far away today. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Haha, our academician Chu is nervous. Haha. Inside the room, all the leaders laughed together. It's okay. Come on, sit down quickly. Why are you afraid that we old guys will eat you? No. Let's see who dares to eat our little academician Chu. Outside the door, a soldier who looked elegant but resolute pushed the door open and walked in. When the leaders in the room saw the newcomer, they all straightened their backs and stood up. Hello, Minister Long. The visitor was Minister Long from the military. Well, what day is today? Did you guys make this appointment in advance? Right. Isn't the testing of the mecha warrior almost done? We were thinking about coming over to have a look at it in advance. Commander Long was really thick-skinned, and he said it without blushing or getting nervous. Well, that makes sense. It fits your style. You have to fight every time new equipment comes out. Commander Ming, they are here to gather intelligence on the mechas. What about you? As a naval commander, are you going to let our mecha warriors follow your warships on the sea? It's not impossible. Hey, Meng Shichong, that's not what you just said. Now, the other commanders were not happy. Nonsense. Minister Long had a stern face. Minister Long, is it true that the gun systems that academician Chu researched for our Navy have been put on board? As the commander of the Navy, I should come over to thank you, right? Commander Meng took advantage of the situation and quickly added. Well, that's a reason. Minister Long was too lazy to pay attention to this group of old soldiers and turned around and walked to Chu Ge. Said kindly, You are Chu Ge, right? Report to Minister Long, it's me. Chu Ge immediately stood at attention and saluted. Minister Long was Chu Ge's idol during his school days. This veteran commander who had fought on the battlefield was the helmsman who had led the Chinese military to continuous development and growth over the past 20 years. The development of science and technology and respect for the incubation and introduction of scientific and technological talents have enabled the Chinese military to make rapid progress in new equipment and technologies. The Navy and Air Force, China's once weak military branches, have suddenly become the top 3 in the world. Chapter 32 Future Plans. Xiao Chu, come here and sit next to me. Minister Long patted the chair beside him. Chu Ge hurried over and sat down. First of all, let me give you a heads up. I have my own plans for the future deployment of Soul Blade. You'd better give up your little plans of taking advantage of others' misfortune. Minister Long cleared his throat. Also, academician Chu Ge, don't worry about him. He is now a national treasure. Have you ever seen a treasure hidden for you? The commanders bowed their heads. However, the research results can still be considered. After Minister Long finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. It just so happens that everyone is here today. Xiao Chu, please tell everyone about the follow-up plan for Soul Blade. Yes, Minister. The testing of Soul Blade is now basically complete. My team is now working to further refine the research data to form a log-based operation and maintenance program. After that, the production plan will be launched, with an initial plan of 10 mecha warriors to form a mecha battle group. The mecha group needs a complete logistics support base, preferably in the West. The environment here is more suitable for their daily maintenance. The support base also needs a command center and a data center. These can be integrated together to form a hive of mecha swarms. The overall planning and construction is estimated to take at least a year, and at the slowest it could take 4 or 5 years. As he spoke, Chu Ge looked at Minister Long. Well, don't worry about that, Xiao Chu. Huaxiao will do its best to ensure the construction of the base and strive to build a new home for our mecha warriors in the fastest and best way. Okay, I will follow up on the production of mecha warriors and proceed simultaneously. We will have an army by this time next year to deter all directions. Good. The commanders on the side listened with great interest and their blood boiled. After Chu Ge finished his last sentence, they applauded. Minister Long looked at the high-spirited young man in front of him. A long time. By the way, there is one more thing we should all do to congratulate Chu Ge. Secretary Zhang, bring the commendation order over. Minister Long said to the person next to him, and Secretary Zhang, who had already prepared a briefcase, quickly handed it over. In view of Chu Ge's outstanding contribution to the national defense, the entire army is hereby notified to commend academician Chu Ge. It has been issued to military agencies at all levels across the country today. The sound of applause echoed throughout the venue. Also, Major Chu Ge's rank was promoted to colonel. Minister Long took a deep breath. Wow, 3 levels in a row. What? Our Colonel Chu's contribution is not worth it? You want me to just... That is. The people below began to whisper. Academician Chen next to him looked at his beloved general and nodded with satisfaction. Chu Ge stood up solemnly, saluted everyone, his eyes moist. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your military rank has been promoted 3 levels in a row, your honor value has been increased by 15,000 points, and the system has awarded you 5,000 points. Your current honor value is 27,000 points. Haha, it was more than 27,000 points? 10,000 points can be exchanged for 1 trillion Chinese yuan. The system means that children can solve arithmetic problems by themselves. Ding, congratulations to the host. The commendation order has been issued to the entire army. Reputation value plus 3 million points. The current reputation value is 300,00500 points. There's still 500 left? I remember I used it. Reputation can be stacked. Looks like this. Today is really my lucky day. Ha 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 ha. Chu Ge was ecstatic inside, but he had to pretend to be serious on the outside. This inner drama is performed at a master level. At this time, Minister Long cleared his throat and everyone quieted down. Minister Long glanced around and finally looked at Commander Ming Shichang. Commander Ming, given the current tight budget, your plan to build the 4th aircraft carrier fleet may have to be delayed. Oh, I knew it. But Minister Long. Minister Long waved his hand and looked at everyone. I'll just start talking to you all. After today, the Navy, Air Force, and Army may undergo major changes. Your previous equipment plans and new weapons research plans must be reevaluated. Therefore, some of the established military expenditure allocations must also be changed accordingly. At this time, the commanders didn't know whether they should protest. Academician Chen, after returning to Yinjing, you must also coordinate with the military. Some overlapping projects should be discontinued if necessary. Yes, Minister. Academician Chen nodded heavily. You have to look forward and use the best steel on the blade. Am I right, Xiao Chu? Chu Ge was still reveling in the world of the system when he heard Minister Long calling his name and quickly regained consciousness. Yes, we were only focusing on research before, and the coordination was not good enough, which resulted in a waste of resources. Thinking of this, Chu Ge turned and looked at Commander Ming Shichang. Commander Ming, the Navy's 4th carrier group will temporarily stop as Minister Long requested. I may launch the air and space carrier plan after the project on hand is completed. Aircraft carrier? Everyone, including Minister Long, looked at Chu Ge. Well, we are actually already doing some pre-planning technical accumulation. I haven't come up with a complete construction plan yet, but it shouldn't be long. Once the aerospace aircraft carrier plan is implemented, China's future will not be confined to this piece of land and ocean. We will have a presence in space. Academician Chu, how sure are you? Ming Shichang asked excitedly. 90. But many technologies are disruptive. I estimate it will take a year from completing the technical data to perfecting the drawings. So fast. Chu Ge forgot that his plan was based on the cycle calculated with the help of the system. Not to mention such a huge, new system project, even for a current conventional aircraft carrier, it would take at least 3 or 4 years from design and research to keel laying. It is normal for a new ship to be launched in 6 to 7 years. It is not too long for a new ship to be combat-ready in 10 years, and the lifespan of a warship is only 40 to 50 years. It hasn't been used yet, and half of its lifespan has already passed. Therefore, these large strategic weapons are really not something a small country can afford. Hiss. Several commanders were surprised. Xiao Chu, why didn't you tell me such important news earlier? Minister Long hurriedly interrupted everyone and asked kindly. Although he had some questions, he was more concerned. This has actually been planned for a long time. I wanted to show it to you once I have a prototype. Chu Ge lied with his eyes open. It was obvious that he couldn't afford it before. Okay. Academician Chen, when you go back, set up a corresponding expert group. Ask Academician Chu Ge about the specific personnel and funding. The project application review has been greenlighted. I will report to the senior leaders when I go back. You just need to execute it. Yes. Mr. Chen echoed. Minister Long, I haven't even given you any data yet. You were too considerate. Chu Ge didn't expect that this matter would be settled like this. What are you looking at? How many of these old guys do you think can understand? Xiao Chu, just go for it. The country trusts you unconditionally. Yes. Chapter 33 Girlfriend Visits. Having said everything that needed to be said, Minister Long stood up. Everyone, let's go and take a look at our mecha warriors. Isn't this one of the purposes of your trip? Yes. Everyone stood up, and Academician Chen led the way. In the data center, Li Gang and his colleagues are still busy. The leaders came but didn't see it. Academician Chen hurriedly shouted. Everyone, stop for a moment and see who is here to see you. Everyone then looked up, and when they saw Minister Long and his companions, they immediately stood up. Hello, Minister. Hello, leaders. Haha. No need to listen to old Shin's nonsense. Just get busy. Your chief engineer Chu is here to accompany you. Yes, Minister. Chu Ge followed Minister Long and his party up the ladder. It was the first time for the leaders to see the Soul Blade, and the feeling was much more shocking than seeing it on the big screen. Academician Chu, what is the main weapon of Soul Blade? Commander Meng probably heard that the Mech Warrior project was coming soon, so he was confused about the details. Oh, the main weapon of the Soul Blade is the laser system on the back, which was adapted from the light prism tower. Its range and destructive power are much higher than current lasers. Let's call it a laser system for now. My secondary weapon is 2 hands. The right hand has a lightsaber. Even the hardest diamond cannot withstand a blow from it. My left hand is a heavy fist that can easily crush a 60-ton heavy tank. Chu Ge gave the big guys a detailed introduction, and everyone, including Minister Long, listened carefully. These are just superficial. The high-tech on it is not just 1 or 2 things, right, Xiaohua? Minister Long turned around and looked affectionately at a lieutenant general in a blue military uniform. You Xiaohua is the Air Force commander, the boss of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Haha, I'm so ashamed. So ashamed. When we came back that day, my soldiers were all shocked. They just kept saying it was a ghost. I just came here to take a look at this Soul Blade that beat his men to a pulp. Haha. When the ladder rose to the highest point, Soul Blade raised its titanium alloy head at the right time. Soul Blade, Minister Long, all the leaders, the Mecha Warrior Soul Blade reports to you. Then he gave a standard military salute. Can it talk? Simple communication is no problem. Soul Blade, the faint blue light in his eyes reveals a chill. His cheeks are full of mechanical feeling, and his chest is covered with thick breastplate to protect the energy core. Everywhere he looks reveals the texture of metal and the surging power. The leaders looked at the Mecha Warriors standing in front of them and did not say a word for a long time. It may take some time for them to digest this fresh behemoth. Minister Long and others did not stay long. Although the visit was short, it was very fruitful. Chu Ge, Academician Shin, and several leaders of the base escorted him to the airport. Xiao Chu, come and sit with me when you are free. My door is always open for you. Minister Long turned around and spoke seriously to Chu Ge before getting into the car. Yes. Chu Ge replied hurriedly, but Academician Shin next to him frowned a little. Why does this sound so familiar? Chu Ge stayed in the weapons test base for another day and confirmed that Li Gang and his team could solve the problem by themselves. I returned to Yinqing with Academician Shin. The environment in the northwest Gobi Desert is dry, and the wind carrying fine sand is so strong that people can't open their eyes. Not only is it difficult for plants to survive in this kind of environment, it is also very uncomfortable for humans. Chu Ge had just got off the plane and returned to the human world. He felt his skin breathing in the moist air in big gulps to make up for the moisture lost in the Gobi Desert during these days. He also pretended to take big gulps of air. Academician Shin, I may need to take a few days off these 2 days. My girlfriend is coming to Yinqing, hehe. Okay, just tell the hospital when the time comes. It's time to take a rest. Look at you, your eyes are full of bloodshot. Academician Shin couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw Chu Ge's haggard appearance. After returning to the research institute, Chu Ge took a shower first, and then began to make up for his sleep, which lasted until the next day. Chu Ge got up and looked at his phone, which contained 2 text messages from Dilanaza. Big rascal, I'm going to Yinqing tomorrow. Are you back? You're playing hide and seek again. Wait, humph. Chu Ge looked at the time of the text message. It was last night. Well, he was still sleepwalking at that time. Chu Ge thought about it and called back. The call was connected after ringing for about 10 seconds. I just got back yesterday. I was so tired that I took a shower and went to bed. I just saw your message. I knew it, you pig-head. There was a lot of noise in Doraba Dilmarat's microphone, and her soft and cute voice was mixed in. Although her voice was small, it was very recognizable. My event is about to start, so I won't tell you yet. Send me the location and I'll find you when I'm done. That's it, I'm hanging up now. Chu Ge put down the phone after sending the location. It seems that there is no word on when it will be finished. Forget it, let's go to the laboratory first. He stood up and trimmed his hair. Oh, I'm the handsome brother Chu. An unpleasant sound was heard from the bathroom. Fortunately, Chu Ge's classmates were not there. Chu Ge, who couldn't sit still, turned around and went to the laboratory. When the colleagues in charge of the neutrino detector saw Chu Ge coming, they all greeted him. Chu Ge's status in the research institute has now risen rapidly, and he is like a veteran. Wang Yin ran up to Chu Ge. Academician Chu, Elder Chen said you need to rest for a few days, so we didn't dare to disturb you. This girl was afraid that Chu Ge would come back and be angry because they didn't go. That's the plan, but I couldn't stay idle, so I came to take a look. Haha, the soil and water in Yinqing are still good. Look at our Wang Yun, she's beautiful again. How could that be? Wang Yun's face was all red, which was very cute. How's the telescope project going? When will it be assembled? Chu Ge didn't notice Wang Yun's shy look and asked anxiously while looking at the equipment. Reporting to academician Chu, the debugging is almost done, and it should be installed in the next 2 days. The bunker is pushing us too hard, saying if we don't speed up, it will affect their construction. Don't worry about them. Just follow your own pace and be careful. Sometimes, mistakes are made in a hurry. Yes. With the endorsement of academician Chu Ge, they felt more confident. I'm with you. After saying that, Chu Ge started to verify the data with a few others. Near noon, a guard came over. Academician Chu, there's a girl looking for you at the gate, saying she's your girlfriend? With a mask on, our soldiers couldn't see her face clearly. We have to follow the rules and didn't dare let her in casually. I just came to confirm it. Oh, okay. I'll go with you. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he hurriedly walked towards the gate with the guards. Girlfriend? I remember that academician Chu's girlfriend seems to be a big star. Dilmarat, you forgot that it was exposed a while ago. I was shocked at the time. Dilmarat is so beautiful, and our academician Chu is a genius. They are a perfect match. That's right. I'm so envious. Are you envious of academician Chu's talent? Or his good fortune? Is there any need to say that? Haha. Wang Yun rolled his eyes at these outspoken guys, stomped his feet, and ran away. Chapter 34: Naza's First Kiss. Naza was standing charmingly at the gate of the research institute. When Chu Ge arrived, she was stretching her little head to look inside. From time to time, she would stick out her tongue at the sentry. Chu Ge. Seeing Chu Ge coming from a distance, Naza had jumped and started waving. If you had called me before coming, I wouldn't have kept you waiting outside for so long. Chu Ge stepped forward, held Naza's cold little hand tightly, and complained with concern. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even get through the door. Haha, this is a military research institute. It must be under military control. Stupid. Say it again. The sentry boy standing next to them almost collapsed when he saw the two flirting with each other. Chu Ge walked into the gate with Naza. When they passed in front of the sentry saluted and Chu Ge returned the salute. Naza looked at Chu Ge, her eyes full of shy tenderness. Why aren't you wearing a military uniform? Oh, maybe I'm not used to it yet. You must look handsome in a military uniform. What are you talking about? I look handsome even without any clothes on. Ouch, no shame. There is a small lake in front of the institute's office building, and the two chose to take a walk around the lake. Take off your mask quickly and let me see if you have become uglier. Chu Ge looked at Dilmarat's long eyelashes and felt unsatisfied. Why do I feel like your eyes are shining? Naza took off her mask while speaking. Nonsense, it's not just glowing, it's all green. Chu Ge silently repeated this in his heart. Naza's exquisite face appeared in front of Chu Ge, with fair skin, high nose bridge, and small and moist lips. This beautiful face appeared in Chu Ge's dreams countless nights. The beauty in dreams is hazy, and it can never be as perfect as in reality. Chu Ge was fascinated by what he saw. Naza looked at Chu Ge's straight eyes, lowered her head slightly, and her heart was pounding. What are you doing, looking at me like that? Hey, Naza, there's something on your eyelashes. Close your eyes and I'll blow it for you. Oh. Naza, not knowing what was going on, closed her eyes meekly. The next second, Chu Ge moved his mouth closer and touched her lips squarely. A strong masculine scent spread along his lips. Woo. Naza clapped her hands, trying to push Chu Ge away. Chu Ge was no longer willing to back down and forcefully pried open Dilraba's mouth. Chu Ge finally caught his prey, which was cool and sweet. From a distance, Naza's hands slowly gave up resistance and gently hugged the man's shoulders from behind. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Chu Ge smacked his lips. So sweet. Did you eat candy? You were so annoying. You were such a jerk. Haha, it's okay. Everyone in the research institute is busy as a top. Who has the time to come here, except me? Snort. Naza bit her lip and glared at the domineering man in front of her. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, so she just held it back. That's not right. I've watched a few of your TV series, with lots of kissing scenes. Why were you so unfamiliar just now? The last 2 syllables of Chu Ge are very long. In TV movies, a lot of kissing scenes are fake. They're just for show, understand? It's like this, no wonder. But I still feel like something is wrong. Chu Ge looked at Naza, who lowered her head more and more. That was my first kiss. That's right. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he was suddenly shocked. Anyway, no one dared to chase me when I was in school, and some were scared away by my dad. I was very busy at work, so I didn't have time to. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, and his face turned red like an apple. Haha, my Naza is shy. Chu Ge suddenly picked up Naza and spun her around a few times. The lake water in early spring is crystal clear. If you look closely, you can see many small fish chasing and playing. In the distance, a pair of mandarin ducks are cuddling together, their little toes paddling briskly in the water. Dilanaza's hand was held by Chu Ge, and they walked into the restaurant of the research institute. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was bustling with people. It was so lively. How about having lunch at the restaurant in the courtyard and trying our chef's cooking? Well, I'll listen to you. Dilanaza walked all the way here, her face still red, and she was about to hide in Chu Ge's arms. Chu Ge's colleagues were originally gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and laughing. When they saw Chu Ge and the other two come in, they fell silent for a moment. At first there was a small group of people, then a large group, and later the whole restaurant was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I don't know which idiot blew the whistle, and then everyone in the restaurant went crazy. The whistles, applause, and cheers almost merged into a magnificent symphony. Dilanaza looked at Chu Ge's face, holding Chu Ge's big hand tightly with her small hand, and Chu Ge understood. I squeezed those little hands tightly, then let go. In an instant, Dilanaza seemed to have gained strength. She stopped hiding, looked at everyone with a smile, and then waved. Graceful and elegant. As expected, he is a professional. He handled the transition from offense to defense with ease just now. Chu Ge lowered his head and whispered softly in Naza's ear. Dilanaza didn't reply either. She greeted everyone with her right hand, and found Chu Ge's waist with her left hand and twisted it hard. Ah! Chu Ge's miserable cry. Aha! The people around watched this scene and laughed. Chu Ge made arrangements for Dilanaza and then went to get food. Master Zhang, 2 servings of meat and vegetables, please. Okay, academician Chu, is that your girlfriend? The child is so pretty, much prettier than our village beauty. Aha! Chu Ge and several researchers who were eating nearby laughed after hearing this. Ever since Chu Ge got up to get food, Dilanaza's gentle eyes have never left him. She follows him wherever he goes, and occasionally responds with a smile when she meets a few people who greet him. Naza, can we sit down? Wang Yun and several young people in the same group greeted her with a smile. Sure. Naza quickly retracted her gaze and spoke enthusiastically. Hey, it's you. I remember you at the Magic City airport that time. Well, my name is Wang Yun, and I'm Academician Chu's assistant. They are all Academician Chu's subordinates. Chu, Academician Chu? You mean Chu Ge? Is he an academician? Yes, I have been one for a long time, but my rank seems to have changed recently, from major to colonel, a promotion of 3 levels in a row. My colleagues all say that it won't be long before I become major general. He is the youngest academician in China and a colonel. A male colleague wearing glasses added. Dilanaza had guessed about Chu Ge's identity, but when she heard Wang Yun say this today, she was really a little surprised, regardless of the title of academician, or the even more outrageous rank of colonel. You do not know? Wang Yun understood Dilanaza's expression. I really don't know. I haven't asked. I thought he was just a researcher or a small cadre or something like that. Dilanaza said as she took a sip of water, still not recovered from the shocking news. Chapter 35, Research Institute Causes a Stir. Hey, Wang Yun, are you guys here too? Chu Ge held 2 meals in her hand and sat down next to Dilanaza. Yes, Academician Chu, let's get closer to the big star on the screen. Haha, come, Naza, try the food in our courtyard. Well, okay, Academician Chu. Dilanaza stared at him, words spewing out of her mouth one by one. Haha. Chu Ge looked at Wang Yun and laughed awkwardly twice. Wang Yun secretly stuck out his tongue. Of course, Dilanaza was not really angry. She glanced at Chu Ge, turned around and started whispering to Wang Yun. A meal. Everyone at the table quickly became familiar with each other. Lao Chen, that is Xiao Chu's girlfriend? In the distance, Academician Chen and several other senior figures in the academy were sitting together for dinner. Yes, she is a big star. I asked my grandson about it. It seems that she was named the leader of the 4 Little Flowers of China. She has a good reputation. Oh, then she's quite a good match for our little Chu. Hey, Lao Jiang, I thought you would object. After all, Xiao Chu is in a unit like ours, while the other party is under the spotlight. Times have changed. Who says that today's science and technology workers must remain anonymous? Look at those famous physicists and Nobel Prize winners in Country M. Which one of them is not a socialite? That's right, old Jiang, you really hit the nail on the head. At the beginning, colleagues from the Security Bureau tried to block Chu Ge's personal information. Later, the senior leader said that if Chu Ge continued on this path, it would only be a matter of time before he became a household name, so he just ignored it. Of course, public opinion guidance is still necessary, and anything that is detrimental to Xiao Chu must be managed. That's right. Tell them that if anyone bullies Xiao Chu and ruins his reputation, I, Jiang Dong Lai, will be the first one to be punished. And me? Well, a bunch of professors who are protective of their children. On Chu Ge's side, the two finished their meal quickly and stood up to say goodbye. On the way out of the restaurant, I kept greeting people around me until I reached the door. Sister Dilanaza is so beautiful. The youngest boy at Wang Yun's table, who looked like a student, sighed as he watched the two disappear. Why call me sister? You should call me sister-in-law from now on. But I'm still her fan. Would my sister-in-law feel a little uncomfortable? What's the matter, classmate Xiaowan? Are you going to stop being a fan of our academician Chu because he is caught up with your goddess? A few older researchers began to scare the younger boys. No, not only am I not stopping being a fan, I'm even more of a fan. The boyfriend she picked is also my idol. Two idols in one. Haha, you're still Ultraman, and you're still united. She deserves your support. Wang Yun said leisurely at this time. She just said that she didn't know the identity of our academician Chu. I can see that she didn't lie. So, they are really in love. After Wang Yun finished speaking, he stood up and left, leaving behind several colleagues who were still confused. What Sister Yun said was quite profound. I didn't understand it at all. The little boy was puzzled. You're still young, Ultraman cub. Chu Ge and Dilanaza walked out of the institute's gate. Your colleagues are quite enthusiastic, which is different from what I imagined. What do you imagine it to be like? Just serious and solemn. That was in the past. Now, with the continuous addition of fresh blood, the institute will keep up with social trends. By the way, the kid you asked for an autograph was recruited this year after graduation. He's not even as old as you and me. Yeah, a little brother. Dilanaza laughed. What are your plans for the afternoon? There's an event tonight, and I need to perform on stage. Sisterly said it's very important, so I have to rehearse the dance in the afternoon. An unfriendly picture appeared in Chu Ge's mind. Xiaoriwu, I like her. Then I'll accompany you. I've asked for leave anyway. Yes. Dilanaza happily took Chu Ge's arm. 30 minutes later, at a large dance center in Yanjing, Chu Ge and his companion registered and pushed the door open. This dance center has many connections with famous dance teachers, and the sponsors are demanding urgent and high-quality work. I have no choice but to spend a lot of money. Dilanaza pouted and introduced Chu Ge, especially the dancing fingers. I heard from Sister Lee that they were specially hired from abroad. Well, one afternoon is indeed too short. The dancers must be very professional so that we can achieve results quickly. Chu Ge said as if he understood. My dear Naza, you are finally back. Come on, go get familiar with your dance teacher tonight. Agent Sister Lee walked over quickly, was stunned at first when she saw Chu Ge, and then greeted him warmly. Chu Ge found a comfortable place to sit down and prepare to enjoy the scenery. Naza, get familiar with them first. The dance instructor hasn't arrived yet. I think the plane is delayed. I'll go out to greet her. Okay, Sisterly, go ahead and do your thing. After saying this, Dilanaza ran backstage, changed into dancing clothes, and walked to the front stage. Canvas shoes, shorts, and a loose t-shirt. Delina had her long chestnut wavy hair tied up casually and wore a black baseball cap on her head. Beautiful and passionate. It was a beautiful sight to see Dilraba Dilmurat on stage, and Chu Ge was enjoying watching her from below. Time flies. A few minutes later, Sisterly came back. A group of people followed behind him, with the leader leading the way with a dignified look, followed by men and women dragging large black suitcases. Everyone who came looked arrogant. Chu Ge took a look and saw that the leader had a square face, wore glasses, had small squinting eyes, and had yellow skin. I don't know if he is from H country or our island. He is so disgusting. Chu Ge felt disgusted. Sisterly waved to Naza. Dilanaza trotted over and took the time to glance at Chu Ge while running. Chu Ge pouted when she saw this, but Naza glared back at her. Teacher Cui, this is our Naza. I'll take care of her today. Sisterly pulled Dilanaza over and said to the man with glasses. Hello, Teacher Cui. I am Dilanaza. Please take care of me. Dilanaza bowed slightly, very politely. Well, I've heard of you in our Grade H Republic. Miss Naza is very beautiful. Don't worry, I will definitely make you shine tonight. Our Grade H Republic stage directors and dance instructors are the best in the world. Compared to you in China, they are much better than you. We are a developed country. Chu Ge couldn't sit still when he heard the translator beside him translating these disgusting arrogances. He touched his cigarette, stood up, and walked out the door, still teasing people as he passed by. Yeah, Smite, you guys are awesome at everything, but this guy is not that great. After saying that, he winked at Naza and the others, then ran out to smoke. Dilanaza held back her laughter. Her lips were so pale from being pursed. The translator, who was not sure whether it was from China or H country, just gave Chu Ge a look and turned back to continue translating the mysterious self-confidence of the man with glasses. Chapter 36, Chu Ge violently beats up the wretched man. Chu Ge finished his cigarette and walked in. Those boastful people finally started to get down to business. The man with glasses took off his windbreaker, which was obviously one size too large, revealing a gray sweater that covered his entire neck, and did a warm-up first. Then I started to instruct several already very good dance teachers. Chu Ge was watching there. Although Chu Ge didn't like this guy very much, he should still be able to perform the skills. After just a few dozen minutes, the teachers were able to perform the movements quite well. It should be said that there are still some things we can learn from Country H's entertainment, girl groups, and variety shows. Chu Ge thought. An hour later, the dance teacher had already come up with the basic routine, and the man with glasses asked them to practice it first. Then he called Naza over and started preaching to her alone. Naza's stage presence is pretty good, and she's not slow in learning, which makes Chu Ge very excited watching from below. Especially in the few high leg movements, Naza's sexy long legs are fully displayed. Chu Ge was squinting at the long legs when he suddenly discovered that the man with glasses was stroking Naza's thigh, although the action was very concealed. Naza was slightly stunned, but without thinking much, she continued to dance following the instructions of the man with glasses. After the song ended, Naza took a break and continued to practice on stage. Chu Ge was now on guard, paying special attention to the hands of the man with glasses. Sure enough, when it came to the part of raising the legs high, the man with glasses used the same trick again. Nima. If Chu Ge could tolerate this, he would not be a man. He suddenly stood up, took 2 steps at a time, and jumped onto the stage. Chu Ge kicked the 170 centimeters tall, skinny and weak man with glasses with a kick, just like an adult beating a child. Zybear. Accompanied by the national curse of the H country, the man with glasses flew into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Naza was already very angry and was about to warn the man with glasses. The next second, a foot flew in front of her, and then the man with glasses flew away. Seeing that it was Chu Ge who made the move, she was a little confused and a little happy, and then she just stood there at a loss as to what to do. The most confused ones were Sister Lee and the assistants brought by the man with glasses. Ouch, oh. The assistants finally realized what was happening when the man with glasses groaned in pain. They ran over and helped him up. The man with glasses held his waist, pointed at Chu Ge, had a ferocious expression on his face, and chattered in bird language. Who are you? You are a violent man. You beat up an international friend. Do you know that you have committed a crime? You have committed a serious crime. We are going to sue you. The translator next to him was translating anxiously. Chu Ge jumped up to the man with glasses, raised his fist, and pretended to hit him again. Say something again. What are you doing with your filthy hands? Do you think no one sees you? Chu Ge's eyes were wide open with anger, but he didn't continue to attack. When the man with glasses saw Chu Ge raising his fist, he raised his hands and tried to block instinctively, but then he didn't do anything else. He thought Chu Ge didn't dare to do it, and after thinking for a moment, he became tough again. I don't know what you were talking about. Teaching dance is inevitable for physical contact. You suspect me. Do you have evidence? If not, then just wait. I will make you pay the price for this kick, you damn Chinese. It seems that this man with glasses is an old hand. He knows his secret movements. Even if there is a surveillance camera, it is probably not clear. When Chu Ge heard the latter part, he became even more furious and pulled his hand away, ready to beat the fallen dog. Sisterly, Naza looked at it and quickly pulled it down, walked to the side, and Sisterly asked anxiously, "What happened? How did such a big mess happen when I wasn't paying attention?" Sisterly, "No, don't blame Chu Ge. That person is not honest." Naza quickly told Sister Lee what had happened. How could this happen? Chui Wuji's introducer said that he has a pretty good reputation, especially in Country H. Humph, reputation is relative, right? They are probably used to it. Chu Ge chuckled. Xiao Chu, you are impulsive too. You should have come to me when this happened. I won't let Naza be taken advantage of for nothing. If you do this, even if you are right, you will be wrong. I'm afraid it will be difficult to negotiate. If things go wrong, they will call the police and cause unnecessary trouble. Sisterly looked at Chu Ge and said with concern that she knew Naza had feelings for this boy, so as a manager, protecting Chu Ge now meant protecting her own artist. Chu Ge didn't say anything. What if they call the police? Naza was anxious. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. The three were talking when the awesome translator came over. Our Chui Wuji said that he did nothing wrong. Now this is the situation. I have a few suggestions for you to consider. First, we don't have to call the police. This violent man must apologize sincerely. If he wants us to continue, the contract fee must be increased by another 300,000 Chinese yuan. This is fair to everyone. And the second one? Chu Ge smiled and asked. Or we call the police and let them handle it. We will ask the police to demand financial compensation from the perpetrators. As for cooperation, of course we will still perform according to the contract. At this time, the translator turned and faced Chu Ge. Brother, You are too impulsive. As far as I know, our country has a very strong crackdown on those who beat others without reason. Not to mention that Coach Chu is an international friend. For whatever reason, you can't get away this time. After saying that, he looked at Chu Ge with a forced smile. Fuck, you are Chinese. You are such a good lackey. You? Okay, you wait. No, don't worry, you lackey. I have a third plan. You tell that wretched countryman to get out of China. Don't even think about taking a penny of his money. We will report his bad behavior today to the relevant Chinese authorities. Let Chinese female artists be careful of this hooligan. As for the future, he won't be able to make any money from China anymore. Oh, and call the police. It's up to you. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I believe the police will handle it impartially. Chu Ge finished speaking in one breath. In the middle, Sister Lee tugged at the corner of his clothes, but he ignored her because he already had an idea in his mind. The translator's face turned red and white. He didn't expect that Chu Ge, who had well-developed limbs, could be so eloquent. Okay, very good. Sister Lee, is this also your company's attitude? Aye. Before Sister Lee could speak, Chu Ge shook his head at her and then nodded. Seeing this, Sister Lee stopped talking. Okay, you wait. After the translator finished speaking, he ran towards the country group, probably plotting against Chu Ge and his gang. After a while, he came running over again, fully demonstrating the professional ethics of a lackey. Our coach Chu has already called the police. Just wait and see how far you can go in boasting. Humph. After saying this, he hurried back, fearing that Chu Ge would not be able to hold him back again and would take his anger out on him. Chu Ge, what should we do? They called the police. Dilanaza anxiously grabbed Chu Ge's hand, her eyes full of concern. Don't worry, Naza. I still have some connections in Yinjing. If it doesn't work, I can just sell my face. It shouldn't be a big problem. What I'm worried about now is how will you perform tonight? If you mess up and offend your sponsors, then in the future, well, Sister Lee didn't say anything else, but just sighed. Naza will perform as usual. As for the dancing fingers, I'll do it. Chu Ge said slowly, looking at Dilanaza with gentle eyes. Chapter 37 Transformation into a Dance Master. You? Sister Lee looked as if she had seen a ghost. Dilanaza didn't react too much. Maybe she was already shocked by Chu Ge's class reunion. When she thought back on it now, she still found it incredible. With Chu Ge's singing talent given by the system, he had no talent at all. He was just tone deaf. He can easily outperform all the professional singers. System bro, exchange it for the dance instructor master skill immediately. Just one day will do. Don't try to trick me into having it for life. I don't deserve it. I don't want it. I'm poor. Thank you. System never mind. I have good character. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for a dance instructor master. Valid for 24 hours. Remaining reputation, 300,0300 points. That's not right. I remember that I only spent 100 reputation points when I exchanged for the singing master last time. Why are you deducting 200 from me this time? My reputation points were originally a fraction of 500. Well, don't try to fool me. Is it okay to raise the price? Ugh, who said singing and dancing are the same price? There are many famous singers in China, but do you know any famous dancers? Chu Ge was choked and didn't say anything for a long time. Okay, you're the big brother, and you have the final say, you profiteer. Now that I have become a master, I can show off. Although this time he was pretending to be a little angry. Chu Ge fought with the system for 5 minutes, and Sister Lee and Dilanaza just watched him for 5 minutes. Naza looks cute all the time, but Sister Lee's expression becomes more and more ugly. Ahem, Sister Lee, you don't believe me? Okay, I understand. It's just a token of loyalty. Chu Ge began to perform. I searched the music library in my mind, selected the fast-paced We Belong Together, handed it to the live music teacher, and turned and walked onto the stage. As the music started, Chu Ge put his hands in front of his chest, then swung his hips. Just these few movements shocked Sister Lee. She was even more charming than other girls, and her movements were smooth and flowing, which was very comfortable to watch. Experts look at the details, while laymen just watch the excitement. At first, the people from Country H just stood there and watched the joke. They knew that Dilanaza had hired them urgently this time. Therefore, we started to bargain because we were sure that Sister Lee and the others would not dare to break the contract easily. But Chu Ge's perfect dance completely crushed their arrogance. Especially the man with glasses. He is the one who looks down on everyone except himself in Country H. Not to mention China, which has been learning from Country H in the entertainment field in the early years. He carefully watched Chu Ge's every movement, every look, every beat, and finally found helplessly that there was no flaw. This he couldn't do. He sat down dejectedly. His arrogant heart was shattered. Only now did he understand why Dilanaza and the others dared to reject his suggestion so rudely. It turns out there is a backup plan. The 3-minute and 21-second song ended quickly. Chu Ge took a breath and walked towards Sisterly Naza. Wow, Chu Ge, it turns out you can dance, and you dance so well, and you sing so well. Is there anything else you can do that I haven't discovered yet? Dilanaza has already become a little fangirl. Sisterly opened her mouth, but said nothing. Well, most people had this expression when they saw Chu Ge's amazing performance for the first time. The H Country Girl group, Hum Hum, is actually just SOSO. Stage sense is one aspect, but there is another aspect that many Chinese stage directors actually ignore, and that is the dancers. Why do we feel so shocked and comfortable when we occasionally watch the performances of the H Country Girl group? In fact, many of them have great dancers. The dancers of their first-line movie stars are all at the instructor level. What about us? We may be students who have not learned anything yet, not to mention the dance teachers whose level is not that good. Will this produce the same effect? Chu Ge's thought-provoking speech left Sister Li and the dance teacher next to her stunned. After a long while, everyone applauded excitedly. By now, Chu Ge had become their mentor. One dance is enough. Naza, I will accompany you on stage tonight, right next to you. I will choreograph for you in a while, and then we can discuss some details while practicing and strive to achieve the best effect in the fastest time. Sisterly, what do you think? After saying this, Chu Ge looked at Sister Li, who was still distracted, and asked, Oh, you decide. Chu Ge? Director Chu? Haha. Okay, I won't be polite then. Chu Ge, Naza, and several other dance teachers immediately began intensive practice, breaking the song into several sections and then linking them together step by step. Just as everyone was getting more and more proficient in practice, several police officers came in. The man with glasses had his head drooped, but when he saw the police, he instantly raised his head and his eyes lit up. Oh right, I forgot. There is also the matter of beating people. Not only did you beat me, but you also stole my business. How can I tolerate this? This double blow gave the man with glasses an inspiration. He staggered towards the policeman, crying and sobbing. It's just that I am an international friend, and I came to China to promote the spirit of internationalism. I have made great contributions to the exchange of folk art between the two countries. For this, you must give me an explanation, severely punish the perpetrators, and require Dilanaza to fulfill the contract. When the police saw this so-called international friend, they thought he had been severely bullied. This was rare. The Chinese are warm and hospitable and rarely take the initiative to attack foreigners. On the contrary, the police often receive calls from people reporting that Chinese people have been bullied by foreigners in China. What happened today was quite unusual. Based on the principle that no matter how small the matter is, several policemen began to inquire about some of the other witnesses. Soon we arrived at Chu Ge's place. Are you the one who beat him? Yes. You are so straightforward. There's no need to hide it. You should ask him why I hit him. Ask him if he did anything rude to Doraba Domarat. Forget it. It's pointless to ask. With his character, he doesn't even have the courage to admit it. Let him say everything. When asked about Doraba Domarat, the policeman was obviously stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything and continued to do what he was supposed to do. This young man said he saw that H countryman behaved violently towards you. What do you think? Yes. And Uncle Police, I also want to accuse him of hooliganism. If I call the police, will you deal with him too? Dilanaza asked, blinking her big eyes. Yes, if it's true, we will deal with it. Well, catch him. The police were speechless. What was going on? After going around in circles, it seems that the husband is right and the wife is right. According to the procedure, there is nothing we can do at this point. So let's all go back to the police station. Police comrade, we really can't leave here. We have a performance tonight. Can you make some concessions? Sister Li was a little panicked when she saw the police's attitude. No, let alone an international friend. Even if you are not, you still have to go back and give a statement. Sister Li wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Chu Ge. Sister Li, let me do it. Chu Ge touched his pocket, then took out an ID and handed it to the leading policeman. Chapter 38 Fighting Incident. The policeman took the ID card handed over by Chu Ge in confusion. Looking at the conspicuous 5-pointed star on the front of the red certificate, the police became a little uneasy. He quickly opened it and found it was Chu Ge's military officer ID. Chu Ge, 22 years old. Native place, H City. Workplace, Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute. Position, academician. Military rank, colonel. A 22-year-old academician? A senior colonel? The policeman looked at the officer's ID card for a long time, but couldn't tell whether it was real or not. You don't believe it, right? You can call to confirm. Good. The police were cooperative. This matter could be a big deal or a small one, so they really wanted to confirm it. Yinjing Garrison Command. Commander Wong was looking through some documents when the phone on the desk rang. Commander Wong, I'm from the duty room. I have a situation that I need to report to you. Well, go ahead. Just now, the local police station said that there was a group of people there who had a civil dispute, and one of them took out his military officer ID. Oh, our people, can't we just let the patrol go and pick them up? The name on the officer's ID is Chu Ge. Colonel Chu. What the hell? You little bastard, can you stop talking in fragments? Tell those policemen to stay still. If they dare to touch Chu Ge, I will not let them off. Yes. Take the guard platoon and follow me. Yes. At the headquarters gate, an off-road vehicle led the way, followed by 2 trucks speeding away. Dance center. The leading policeman felt a little uneasy after hanging up the phone. Judging from the tone of the soldier just now, he doesn't sound very friendly. What's going on? The relationship between the police and the garrison has always been good. What happened today? What went wrong? Or is this person in front of me a real academician? A colonel? The policeman shook his head. How could it be possible? He was just a little kid. Colonel? You must be kidding. Commander Wong's car kept its sirens on, and the horn honked all the way, and all the other vehicles on the road gave way. This unobstructed posture is even more powerful than a fire truck. The fire must be put out. If something goes wrong with Chu Ge in his territory, then it would be the end of him. He would probably become the center of the entire army. The convoy soon arrived at the dance center. The police in the room were still studying the officer's ID card. The door was suddenly pushed open, and 4 or 5 plainclothes officers came in and ran to Chu Ge. Come up and salute. Colonel Chu, Commander Wong is here with his men. It turned out to be Captain Gong and his gang. Hey, Captain Gong, you're here. I thought you skipped work today. Report. It's always here. Those losers are no match for Colonel Chu. As for these policemen, you took it out just as we were about to come in. After saying that, Captain Gong pointed to his officer ID. Haha, there's nothing I can do. Mainly because something happened here, and I really can't leave. After the matter is over, I will take the initiative to go to the police station to explain the situation and punish them accordingly. Chu Ge's officer ID fell to the ground, and several policemen looked at the people in front of them in surprise. There was still doubt or disbelief in their eyes. Chu Ge, where are you? Commander Wong has a loud voice, and people can hear it before they come in. As Commander Wong pushed the door open, more than a dozen soldiers armed with live ammunition rushed in from behind. This time, it wasn't just the police. The people from Country H and Sister Lee also opened their mouths wide, and a few timid girls began to tremble. Chu Ge patted Dilanaza on the shoulder. It's okay. It will be taken care of in a moment. Wait for me. Yeah. Naza answered obediently. Commander Wong, why are you here? Chu Ge greeted Commander Wong. Hello, Commander Wong. Captain Gong and others saluted immediately. Hello, Colonel Chu. The officers and soldiers who came in immediately saluted. All right, everyone be on guard. I'm going to talk to Xiao Chu. Commander Wong waved his hand. Xiao Chu, are you okay? Let me see. If they touch you, don't hide it. Captain Gong, why are you asked to protect Academician Chu? Do you know how I got here? I'm so worried. Luckily the call got to me. If the other old guys knew about this, they would scold me to death, believe it or not. Commander Wong's combination of affectionate and righteous punches directly stunned Chu Ge. At this moment, he truly felt the warmth from the official. It feels so cool to have the country's support. It's okay, Commander Wong. I came here to rehearse the dance with Naza, but I didn't expect to run into this H-country dancer who was acting like a hooligan. I gave him a lesson, and that's what happened. Okay, I'm glad you're all right. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Commander Wong walked up to several policemen and picked up his officer's certificate, which was still on the ground. My officer's ID. Commander Wong said as he took out his officer's ID. Would you like to verify it? The Ministry of Defense phone number? Or, no, we have met Commander Wong before. Several police officers responded quickly. Well, I understand the matter. Chu Ge, you have no right to ask. So, this matter will be transferred to the military. As for the H-countryman who was a hooligan to Dilanaza, this is a big deal. You should ask carefully. Yes, we will take those people back to the bureau immediately. Dilanaza, you are Chu Ge's girlfriend, right? Not bad. When Commander Wong saw Naza, he didn't forget to say hello to her. Oh, Commander Wong, hello. Xiao Chu, are you rehearsing a show? Commander Wong looked around and said to Chu Ge, yes, Naza has a performance tonight, and she's rehearsing here. Okay, then, go ahead and do your work. If you have anything, just call me. It's not like you don't know my number. Why are you still the same, always hesitating? Chu Ge scratched his head awkwardly as he listened to Commander Wong's lecture. After Commander Wang finished speaking, he led the officers and soldiers to withdraw, leaving Captain Gong and his men to clean up the mess. After Commander Wang left, several police officers apologized to Chu Ge respectfully. Colonel Chu, we are so short-sighted, and we are sorry for offending you today. It's okay. You have your responsibilities. If I don't have anything important to do today, it would be my responsibility to go back with you to assist in the investigation. Chu Ge answered truthfully. He did not feel that he had any privileges. In China, he should abide by the laws of China, even though he had a special status now. After exchanging pleasantries with Chu Ge, the police turned their attention to the group of people with disgust in their eyes. Let's go, everyone. You can't control your own hands and feet in China. Do you think this is the same in your own country? If you are not disciplined well in your own family, don't blame us for our strict laws when you come here. Take away. The leading policeman said seriously. Siba, you are protecting each other. I will file a complaint with the Embassy of the Republic of China. I will disclose all this to the world and let them see how China treats its international friends. Go away. You're the only one who talks too much. Ouch. The police also saw the translator's lackey nature and kicked him. Kicking foreigners has a bad impact. I'm sorry, I couldn't help kicking this ungrateful guy. Police officers are also flesh and blood people. Chapter 39, Elves on the Stage. There is no more miscellaneous stuff. Chu Ge calmed down and began to seriously teach Dilanazha and the others some dance techniques and how to apply their stage experience. After experiencing what happened just now, several dance teachers became more respectful towards Chu Ge, especially the girls. There seemed to be sparks in her eyes, just because of Naza's godlike presence. The girls are quite self-aware. With the help of the system's god-level skills, Doraba Dilmurat and her dance teachers can now dance the entire song completely with high quality. Chu Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief, and after reminding them of some key points, he let them practice on their own. He sat in the lounge area drinking coffee. It must be said that dancing is quite tiring. The more gorgeous and graceful the dancers on the stage are, the more sweat they shed off the stage. Chu, Teacher Chu, I don't know how to address you anymore. Sisterly came over with a cup of coffee, smiling. Teacher Chu is very nice. Chu Ge is really thick-skinned. Your stage presence is really great. I guarantee that the party will be a great success tonight. I heard from Naza that you can sing too. Naza said the other day that her level is nothing compared to yours. Naza is not a liar. So, you see, if you want to develop in the entertainment industry, you have to give priority to signing with our family. It's better to keep the wealth within the family, right? After Sisterly finished speaking, she lowered her head in embarrassment, acting like a shy girl. Okay, definitely. Sisterly really has a keen eye for systems. After chatting with Sisterly for a while, Chu Ge stood up and went back to sweating. In a blink of an eye, the sky is getting dark and the lights are coming on. The party began. Dilanazha was going to attend a charity party sponsored by a famous real estate company in China. The party invited a number of stars and celebrities, including Naza. In the hotel's magnificent lobby, men in high-end suits and women in luxurious evening gowns were walking among the crowd. A party is a party, but for them, the people at the party are the focus. Chu Ge and her friends have practiced the dance to perfection and are now preparing for the performance backstage. Of course, such an evening party cannot be without the media. Chu Ge leaned over to take a look. In front of the stage, there were cameras and even a local Yanjing TV station. For television news media, sponsors are stakeholders who work with them over the years. For new media and live streaming, celebrities are their main dish. For fans, the best thing is for their idol to be better than others. In a live broadcast room on a certain platform, the host was introducing the guests attending tonight's party, and netizens had already started arguing with each other below. Doraba Dilmurat, my goddess, the most beautiful of the 4 young actresses. Wait till Naza outshines all the others. The guy above, stop bragging. When it comes to beauty, Yu Qingzhen is the #1 sexy goddess in China. Your Doraba Dilmurat hasn't even fully grown yet. Yu Qingzhen? Forget it. Her becoming one of the 4 little flowers is probably related to her taking off her clothes. You are just sour grapes. You can't get what you want, but you are slandering me. From what you said above, can you eat it? Please tell me the truth. Please take me with you. Do you think Dilanaza is pure? Didn't the scandal a while ago have pictures and the truth? Where's the picture? Why can't I find it? Private chat upstairs. Backstage dressing room. The outfit Dilanaza wore on stage almost made Chu Ge bleed from the nose. Just looking at that little leather skirt and those smooth, slender calves, Chu Ge felt that he could stare at her for a whole year without blinking. Hey, Naza, are you changing your style today? Are you going to show off your sexiness? A coquettish voice accompanied by a fragrant breeze came from outside. Sister Jun, how could that be? I am half a head shorter than you. Chu Ge took a look at the person who came and immediately felt that it was a wise decision to go on stage with Naza today. This woman is really sexy, with her charming eyes, impressive figure, and especially her plump breasts that seem to be about to burst out. She is truly a must-have for any otaku. Chu Ge swallowed his saliva. Naza rolled her eyes at Chu Ge's wretched appearance. As expected, all men are pigs. Hey, there's a handsome guy here. Naza, why don't you introduce him to me? Chu Ge rubbed his hands and stood up. He, my dancer, nothing special. Oh, Yu Qingjin immediately lost interest. Chu Ge was like a deflated ball. He sniffed and sat down obediently. Okay, then you get ready first. I'm coming back. Okay, Sister Jun. As soon as the door was closed, Naza turned around and grabbed Chu Ge's ear. Hey, little princess, what are you doing? It hurts. All right, Colonel Chu, you've become quite capable now. You dare to flirt with girls in front of me, humph. How could it be? She is nothing like my Naza. Our Naza is pure and innocent, and a little sexy, hee. Well, she's very sexy, right? Chu Ge almost uttered, but the sound got stuck in his throat, and he choked for a long time without catching his breath. Naza wanted to continue to show off her power, but Sisterly pushed the door open and saw this scene. She just smiled awkwardly. What are you two doing? You're about to go on stage. Hurry up and get ready. You're such a bother. Chu Ge rushed out and clasped his fists towards Sisterly from a distance. Naza, what do you think of what I told you about Chu Ge during dinner? Oh, Sisterly, I suddenly feel that he is not that good. The entertainment industry is not suitable for him. Hey, that's not what you said when you were eating. Well, I'm going to get ready. I'll be on stage soon. See you later, Sisterly. Sisterly looked at Naza, who hurriedly chased out in confusion. This kid's expression changes so quickly. Soon, Naza's show began. Wearing a black leather skirt, bare calves, a navel-bearing tight t-shirt with princess puff sleeves, and a headset on her head, Naza is destined to be a sexy elf today. The stage was dark, and she and her dancers were under the spotlight. They danced to Naza's singing, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, with skillful movements, which made people's hormones surge rapidly. Perhaps someone with sharp eyes will notice that the dancer in the front row is the most perfect one, with every look, movement, and detail. That is our great god of Chu Ge. A passionate dance, coupled with her excellent singing skills, made the audience below reach climax again, and the mood was instantly lifted. Dilraba Dilmurat's performance today was perfect. The audience was very excited. Let's put the fundraising segment after her show. Tell the host not to wait until the finale and change it temporarily. Okay, Director Su. In the box upstairs, Mr. Su, who sponsored the evening party, watched the performance on the stage and nodded with satisfaction. This little bitch Naza is working really hard today. In the backstage passage, Yu Qingjin looked at the interaction between the stage and the audience, and his face suddenly turned cold. Director Yuan, I'm talking to you. Do you think we can be better than them in a while? Oh, I wasn't looking at Naza. I was looking at that boy. Look, the one behind Naza on the left. Did you notice that he was the real lead dancer in the whole dance? Following the man's finger, Yu Qingjin looked at the boy. It turned out to be him. Humph, no wonder. Chapter 40 Chu Ge is on the hot search. You know him? Let me tell you, based on my years of experience, this guy's dancing skills are probably at the master level. Is this true? You didn't lie to me. Yu Qingjin withdrew his gaze and looked towards the stage again. You still don't believe in my judgment? No. The man no longer paid attention to Yu Qingjin. His eyes were fixed on Chu Ge on the stage, as if he had discovered a new continent. Chu Ge never thought that his impromptu decision to go on stage to help with the performance would trigger a series of chemical reactions. A few hours later, Chu Ge unprecedentedly became the #1 hot search as a passerby. A certain live broadcast room. Netizens immediately started to swirl their screens. Wow, I never thought Naza danced so well before. After watching it today, I became a fan. Humph, our Naza is versatile, unlike some people who only know how to take off their clothes and show off their chest muscles. Naza was really great today, but don't you think the guy next to her danced better? He was like a dancing god. I think so too. I've watched the replays over and over again. This guy is really a master, don't doubt me. I'm a professor at the Yanjing National Dance Academy. Oh my god, hello professor. I'm your student. Damn air. Are the two of you upstairs performing a duet? After hearing what you said, I went back and took a closer look at the boy. Why do I feel like he looks familiar? I saw it too. Do you think he doesn't look like the guy who was rumored to be having an affair with Dilraba Dilmurat some time ago? The person above hit the nail on the head. I have confirmed that he is the one. Wow, big news of the century. Speaking of which, it's not hard to understand. My dance teacher and I are together every day, so we fall in love after a long time. Huh. But isn't there something strange about this? What? That handsome guy looks very young. He is so young, but his dancing skills are so high. There is something wrong with this. Wow, a suspense blockbuster is on. Dilraba Dilmurat's rumored boyfriend performs on the same stage. Dilraba Dilmurat's rumored boyfriend is actually a dance master. Professional analysis of Dilraba Dilmurat's rumored boyfriend's dance from China's authoritative dance academy. After the performance, the entertainment industry exploded, with similar headlines appearing on all major platforms, the internet, and news pages. Chu Ge was firmly labeled as Dilraba Dilmurat's rumored boyfriend. At this moment, Chu Ge, who had just stepped off the stage and was still in an excited state, was completely unaware and was still apologizing to his little princess. Oh, it seems that what is said on the internet is true. You two really are up to something. You are being affectionate in public. Yu Qingjin looked at the two of them arguing and came up and said unhappily. It's no wonder that she was angry. She had put in a lot of effort and even paid for it out of her own pocket to be the finale today, just to take the opportunity to overshadow Dilraba Dilmurat, but now it's all gone to waste. Handsome guy, she ignores you, but I do. Here is my business card, remember to call me. After saying this, he handed Chu Ge a business card and left. This? Chu Ge was a little confused. What's this? This is exactly what you want. If she was a little more reserved, I might have taken a second look at her. But now, I'm keeping my distance from her. It seems that there's still a lot of room between you and her. Haha. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he threw the business card into the trash can. He did not lie. Some beauties are only suitable to be admired from a distance. If real combat comes, Chu Ge will run faster than anyone else. Are you kidding? Look at how he is chewing now. His appetite has already been increased several levels by Dilraba Dilmurat. He really doesn't like ordinary rouge and powder. Seeing this, Naza secretly laughed in her heart but pretended to be expressionless on her face. By the way, she just mentioned the internet. What does that mean? What else could it mean? It means that you two have been exposed again. Sisterly arrived late. Well, take a look for yourself. After saying that, he handed Dilanaza a tablet. The two of them got together and started looking at the hot news online, and the first three were all about them. After watching it, the two looked at each other, thinking that the rhythm was a bit wrong. In the past, they have been in the news, but it was mostly text, with basically no pictures, or if there were any, they were quickly blocked. The result is that the masses are only enthusiastic for a short time and are not surprised by such entertainment news without beginning, end, pictures, or truth. They do not take it seriously or simply do not believe it. Dilanaza knew that it was the power behind Chu Ge that was suppressing the news. But this time, after so much time has passed, there is still a heated discussion on the internet, with no signs of abating. Netizens love to dig up news, and they dug out all the old news, including today's news. Chu Ge was exposed in such a gorgeous way as a passerby. Naza, it looks like the company needs to come forward to explain this time. At least they can't just let the public opinion ferment. Sisterly looked at Dilanaza and said helplessly, well, there's no need to explain anything. Just say that we are in a normal relationship. As for Chu Ge's identity, I have nothing to say. Naza made up her mind and looked at Chu Ge for his opinion. Seeing that Chu Ge didn't say anything, the tone of the matter was set. Chu Ge thought there was nothing wrong with the plan proposed by Dilanaza. As for his identity, he would not reveal it on his own initiative. It involved some state secrets and everything would be decided by the state. He vaguely felt that there must be some official attitude here, that is, acquiescence, which also explained why there was no official action at present. In this case, there is no need for me to worry so much. Chu Ge and Dilanaza had a simple midnight snack and then went back to their respective homes. At this sensitive moment, it is better to keep a low profile. The two had no choice but to move from the ground to the underground and comfort themselves through their mobile phones. Unexpectedly, the scandal reached a climax again in another way. The next day, another bombshell has arrived on all major news websites. A famous dance instructor from country H molested Dilraba Dilmurat under the pretext of teaching and was beaten up by her mysterious boyfriend. Being beaten, H country dancer accuses Chinese police. A true interview with the live dance teacher of Dilraba Dilmurat's rumored boyfriend, who rescued the beauty. Among them, an official text message indirectly confirmed the authenticity of the matter. Explanation on the detention of people from a certain country coming to China. Yesterday, a person from a certain country in China, under the pretext of teaching dance, molested a well-known Chinese actress. The relevant videos and witnesses have formed a complete chain of evidence. The person has been summoned by the police. The relevant departments have formally intervened and ignored his rude demands. We hereby solemnly warn the people from a certain country that they must abide by Chinese laws when they are in China. If they break the law, they will be subject to strict Chinese legal sanctions. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples, and now both domestic and international public opinion has exploded. Follow up to Chapter 41. Is this true or false? Fuck, this news comes so suddenly. Our dance god actually has such a tough side? Are you still asking if it's true or not? The person above is probably mentally retarded. The official has issued a notice, can't you understand it? You are the one who is mentally retarded. It's upstairs. Sorry bro, I criticized the wrong person. I don't care. How could my goddess Naza have a boyfriend? Brother above, it's already been confirmed. The neighbors have released a statement. I suggest you become a fan of Yu Qingjin, haha. Sisterly did issue a statement. The content is very simple. That is, it means that Dilraba Dilmurat does have a boyfriend and the two have been in a relationship for a short time. As for the identity of the boyfriend, there is no information for the time being. Ah, my goddess, how can you have a boyfriend? I'm not grown up yet. Wait for me for 10 years. Fuck, there are elementary school students upstairs, 666. Little friend, I suggest you just force your growth. Otherwise, by the time you grow up, the kids over there will be old enough to help with cooking, haha. Later, Chu Ge met Mr. Chen. According to Mr. Chen, this was indeed the official tacit attitude. What the big boss meant was that Chu Ge's identity could actually be exposed at the right time, but it was not suitable yet. Chu Ge understood academician Chen's meaning in seconds. This right opportunity might be in Chu Ge's hands. However, Chu Ge believes that this is the most appropriate way to deal with it. He currently needs to focus all his energy on future military industry upgrade plans. When the dust settles and the truth comes out, naturally, it will be the time for Chu Ge to be exposed to the world. Chu Ge was not in a hurry. He knew that this day might come soon. Chu Ge was not anxious, but the system boss was anxious and suddenly made a sarcastic remark. Exposing the identity means that the host will get 1.4 billion reputation points. Reputation points can be accumulated. I'm afraid it's not easy to calculate the interest compounded over a year. You can calculate it yourself. Chu Ge was confused. He forgot about reputation points. He was so angry that he skipped a meal 2 days ago because of 100 reputation points. Now, this 1.4 billion plus interest. How many lifetime masters are there? Chu Ge's blood pressure rose sharply. Why is he still the god of dance? Now he wants to be the god of death. At present, perhaps most people don't know who this dancing god is, but some people do know him. For example, Chao Bo, the eldest son of the Chao family in Shanghai. After hearing that Dilanaza personally admitted that she had a boyfriend, he got angry. People in other cities may not know about this, but the young masters of these prominent families in Shanghai more or less know that he is pursuing Dilraba Dilmurat. Now, he who was so powerful in the Magic City was actually defeated by an unknown young man? Moreover, after being thwarted in the Magic City last time, Chao Bo investigated Chu Ge for a long time. It's just short of turning back to Chu Ge's 18th generation ancestors. As a result, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find out any major background information. He even asked people to inquire about the big families in Yinjing. Naturally, nothing was found. In the end, even Chao Bo, who was always cautious, thought that maybe it was just some accidental coincidence that happened to that kid. So when he saw this scene early in the morning, he couldn't bear it anymore. He decided to take revenge when he had the chance. Of course, when this matter came to Yu Lu and Chu Min, they were left with nothing but surprise. The two of them watched from yesterday's video all the way to Dilraba Dilmurat's personal admission in the statement this morning. Chu Min looked at Yu Lu with her big innocent eyes. Lulu, is this still your ex-boyfriend? He's such a great dancer? He's simply a god. How is that possible? I was with him for 4 years in college, and I never knew he could dance. Lulu, is this still your ex-boyfriend? The rich woman you were talking about turned out to be Dilanaza. Yu Lu couldn't respond to this. She didn't understand Chu Ge anymore. She felt that the previous Chu Ge was a defective product. At least not as dazzling as it is now. Online, netizens have successfully labeled Chu Ge's second identity as the god of dance. Fortunately, after thinking about it all night, she resisted the urge to call Chu Ge. After all, he is not a rich bachelor yet, although he may be a blue chip stock. Yu Lu is still the same, terrifyingly smart. The domestic affairs have come to an end here, and Dilraba Dilmurat's popularity has not declined because of this incident. On the contrary, her popularity continues to rise. The reason is naturally because of Chu Ge. The news of Chu Ge beating up a man from country H soon spread to country H, and netizens in their country quickly came together to denounce Chu Ge, believing that Chu Ge had hurt the self-esteem of a man from country H. It is said that the thought processes of the H country people have always been very weird, and this has nothing to do with self-esteem. Many netizens in China changed their focus after hearing about this incident. Thus began an unprecedented international quarrel. This shows the essence of the Chinese people's lack of quality. I suggest that people from our Republic of Age should never go to China from now on. Ah, bah, it's as if we welcome you. The thief country is forbidden to enter the Chinese border. A bunch of barbarians. Our great H Republic is a developed country. We disdain to go to an underdeveloped country like China. What did I steal from you? Our great H Republic has a history of 10,000 years. Do we need to steal from you? You are the ones who stole from us. 10,000 years? Why don't you say it existed when your universe was born? That's bullshit. Sir, I suggest you beat these H country people hard. We in our country stand on the side of China this time. I agree with the above. The scandal of the H countryman in the entertainment industry is already known to the world. This time he is trying the same trick in another country. So what? He hit a wall, right? Haha. Human flesh, that guy who beat people, don't let him come to the Republic of China, otherwise I will beat him to pieces. Beat you up? Have you asked the opinions of 1.4 billion Chinese people? Even if everyone spits on you, I can still drown you. Agree. Chu Ge looked at the excited netizens online and shook his head. In the past, he would have at least said a few words. Now he is much calmer. In the face of absolute strength, swearing is the weakest sign. Chu Ge is going to bring China to the top of the world, and then let these arrogant countries only have the ability to satisfy their boasting. In the end, fists are the capital, and talking skills are not a skill. And by that time, who will have time to engage in a verbal battle with you? Wouldn't it be nice to fight aliens in the universe? Just thinking about it makes Chu Ge feel so excited. At that time, I wonder what tricks these H countrymen, who are so boastful that they even believe in themselves, will come up with to cover up their own national inferiority. Chapter 42 Pentagon Intelligence Department. United States, Pentagon East Asia Intelligence and Analysis Directorate. John Wilson was pacing back and forth in his office. The monthly intelligence analysis report on China was placed on his desk. William, the situation is not optimistic. By the way, is there any intelligence coming in about their last missile defense test? Wilson asked suddenly. About missile interception. Sorry, boss, we haven't found out the specific details, but the intelligence department got a piece of news that the day after the Chinese interception experiment, several large-scale projects were started simultaneously in several directions of their territory. At first, our spies didn't take it seriously and thought it was just an ordinary project, but later they found out it was not. Oh, tell me more about it. Wilson became interested when he heard it. That's right. Every huge construction team is surrounded by a garrison of troops, and judging by the size, it's at least a heavy armored division. So cautious? From what I know about them, this project is most likely a military project, and a top-secret one at that. Let them continue to observe and keep an eye on this project? Yes, boss. William, these are some images taken by our military satellite. Take a look. What do you think? As Wilson's chief intelligence officer, William Miller had his own strengths. Wilson needed such subordinates to assist him in analyzing intelligence. William took the photo and looked at it carefully. The photo was blurry, but he could roughly make out a human-like outline. It seems that our satellite encountered some kind of interference when it passed by, so the pictures taken were blurry. Later, the military specially dispatched several backup reconnaissance satellites, but unfortunately the results were the same. We suspect that China has technically shielded this military base. Wilson explained. Is there anything special about this vague thing? William really couldn't understand the photo. It's very special. Although our satellite couldn't take a clear picture of him, we were able to detect his flying speed. Oh. The fastest speed is Mach 10. You mean China already has super high-speed missiles? No. It could be worse. Look at the photo. It doesn't look like a regular missile. And the weird thing is that its minimum speed is infinitely close to zero. What does zero mean? Suspended in the air, like a helicopter. This looks more like some kind of new equipment. Yes, William, we don't have any frontal photos of it, so it's hard to tell what this new weapon is used for. China has been making some big moves recently. William Miller began to think about life. 10 minutes later. Boss, I suggest you lobby the Ministry of National Defense to send a mixed fleet to China's eastern waters. Just a destroyer and a reconnaissance ship, not a big one like an aircraft carrier, to prevent China from overreacting. Then what? Wilson listened. Then we need to take the risk of conducting an infiltration reconnaissance. William said and looked at Wilson with a smile. Aha. William, you still have a solution. I will draft the report right away. Okay, boss. I'll go back and rearrange the situation. Many of the spies who have infiltrated are still in hibernation. I need to wake some of them up and have them gather as much useful intelligence as possible. Wilson nodded, then turned on his computer and began drafting a report. When netizens are crazily competing with foreign netizens, Chu Ge, the protagonist of the incident, was busy working as usual. The telescope project has reached the installation and debugging stage. Chu Ge and relevant personnel from the project team came to the bunker with the equipment. On the way to the bunker, there was a checkpoint for interrogation 50 kilometers away from the bunker. If you are not related to the bunker, then sorry, it is forbidden to go ahead. Chu Ge's convoy was escorted by the military, so the journey was smooth. Chu Ge discovered that the closer they got to the bunker, the more military personnel were patrolling and guarding. Within 10 kilometers of the bunker, many armored vehicles can be seen scattered everywhere from afar, most of which are anti-aircraft missile vehicles or combined missile and artillery vehicles. Finally, Chu Ge arrived at their destination, the main building complex of the bunker. Construction is underway in many places here, with many tower cranes, excavators, and construction vehicle fleets driving in and out. In fact, this is just a surface disguise. A military camp will be built on the ground part of the bunker, which will be the main camp of 4 combined brigades. These 4 combined brigades are the outer guard force of the bunker base. Below the camp was the center of the project. A giant pit nearly 2,000 meters deep appeared in front of Chu Ge. From a distance, the underground buildings were being constructed layer by layer at the same time, with a huge hole in the middle that ran through the hole. Once their core device was installed, the bunker would be covered from the bottom layer to the top and closed. The bunker resembles an inverted cone. At the bottom is the main body of its core high-energy accelerator. The accelerator is circular in shape, with a spherical detection array consisting of 360 detection panels connected vertically above, and each panel is arranged in a hexagonal shape. The spherical array is fixed and can detect any missiles, aircraft, ships, submarines, and other military equipment on the blue planet in all directions without blind spots. The panel detection data is directly summarized by the microprocessor to the central processor behind the wall. Each detection panel is followed by a microprocessor, and finally integrated into 10 huge central processors. This ensures that the processor does not crash due to excessive data. The data hall is also designed in a circular shape, with an elevator in the center of the hall, but this elevator is a little different from an elevator. It is a structure with a huge telescopic cylinder in the middle, which bears the weight and contracts, around which people stand, and with open railings outside. The design was inspired by a submarine periscope. The next level up is the rest area. The bunker is staffed with more than 1,600 people, including more than 1,000 people for daily operations of the detector, 100 people for internal security, 200 people for maintenance. More than 100 senior engineers responsible for the normal operation of core equipment and processors, and the remaining 200 people are various water, electricity, and gas auxiliary personnel. With so many people moving in, the rest area required is naturally huge. Chu Ge estimated that it was almost as big as a small community. The upper level of the rest area is the material storage area, which is used to store daily necessities for personnel and consumables for equipment operation. The top floor is a leisure and entertainment area. The secret military fortress is not allowed to be entered or exited casually. Except for a week's vacation after 3 months of rotation, this floor will be where they spend their time during the rotation. Although the bunker is less than 60 meters underground, it is basically beyond the capability of advanced ground-penetrating missiles. Super strong reinforced concrete is used between the layers of the bunker, with a depth of 2 meters. This level of protection is beyond description. Chu Ge looked at the detailed information of the bunker and was a little impressed by the designers. Others have a fear of fire, and you have a fear of being persecuted. Chapter 43 Bunker. On the top level of the bunker, a huge crane was slowly moving the accelerator underground. This area is under the charge of more professional engineering personnel. Chu Ge looked for a while and then strolled away on his own. But along the way, the officers and soldiers would stop and salute him when they saw him. Chu Ge was puzzled. Could it be that everyone knew about me overnight? That's not right. The army is different from ordinary people. They don't have the time to use their phones or computers. Looking down, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Today, he wore a military uniform for the first time ever, and his rank of colonel with 2 bars and 4 stars was his identity certificate. Chu Ge shook his head and continued walking forward. In the distance, several men who looked like officers were smoking together. Maybe I saw Colonel Chu just now? Who? Chu Ge, Colonel Chu, the most famous one in the army now, you idiot. He's coming to the base? Well, it should be. This base was built for him. The installation of key equipment does not require him to come here in person to supervise. Oh, where is he? I want to go check it out. I've only heard about his amazing deeds, but I've never seen him in person. Just passed by. A very young man. If it wasn't for the 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulders, I wouldn't have believed it. Nonsense. How can 22 not be young? Forget it. Don't just stand there. Let's go find the brigade commander. He's always thinking about Colonel Chu. If he knew he was coming, and we didn't tell him, he would skin us alive. Hiss. How could I have forgotten about this? Let's go. Several officers hurried to the temporary brigade tent. Several officers gathered together in a huge camouflage tent. Lunan is the brigade commander of the 224th Combined Brigade. At this moment, he is looking at the construction drawings. Damn it, I'm a soldier carrying a gun, and you want me to consult on the construction drawings? Isn't this ridiculous? There's nothing we can do. A higher-ranking officer can crush a lower-ranking officer. The order from the group army wasn't actually from the staff. They just wanted to see if there were any more reasonable suggestions. If not, they just built it according to the drawings of the equipment department. A staff officer nearby said after measuring the size. That being said, when it's built, if there's anything unreasonable in it, do you think our commander will beat me up? This. Okay, you staff officers, put the military affairs aside for now, and work on this matter in the next few days. The priority of the bunker base is now higher than that of the light prism tower. Don't you know how powerful each is? Yes. Brigadier General. Report. Come in. Brigade Commander Liu is still angry. Several captains and battalion commanders pushed and shoved their way in. Hearing the brigade commander's tone, no one dared to be the first to step forward. You bastards, why are you running here instead of watching from below? Report to the brigade commander. We saw Colonel Chu. Oh, huh? Who? Chu Ge, Colonel Chu. What? Where? Go. Lunan didn't say anything more. He grabbed his hat, dragged a few captains and ran out. Hurry up and lead the way. If we can't find anyone soon, you guys won't be able to run the 5 kilometers armed cross-country race. When the captains heard this, they were so shocked that they started running as fast as they could, leaving the brigade commander far behind. Hey, you bastards, wait for me. Lunan's voice was no longer audible from a distance. Chu Ge was touching the concrete and twisting it carefully. He was a little curious. Are military buildings built to the same standards as civilian buildings? Ordinarily, they should be different. But when I touch them, I can feel no difference. It would be strange if he could figure it out. This is not his professional field, and he just has nothing to do. Several officers suddenly ran up to him and stopped immediately. The officers behind him ran so fast that they almost knocked down the officers in front. A gust of dust dissipated, and Chu Ge's eyebrows and hair were covered with a layer of dust, and he instantly turned into an old man. Hello, Colonel Chu. Hello. This startled me. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he smoothed his hair. No matter where the handsome Chu goes, his hairstyle cannot be messed up. You guys, make way, I can't get in. Brigade Commander Liu was so anxious that he shouted loudly behind them. Only then did everyone remember him and hurriedly made way for him. The person who came was Brigade Commander Lunan. When Lunan saw the young man, his eyes went straight ahead. He quickly reached out and held Chu Ge's hand, then shook it excitedly. I finally saw Colonel Chu alive. Ha ha ha, that's what you said. Chu Ge was confused by the scene. Finally, Lunan let go of his hand, his eyes sparkling. He straightened his military appearance and gave a standard military salute. Report, Colonel Chu, Lunan, the Colonel Commander of the 224th Combined Combat Brigade of Army Group A, reports to you. Hello, I'm Chu Ge. Haha, Colonel Chu is indeed as young and handsome as the legend says. What a pity, my daughter is still too young. By the way, my brigade headquarters is just up ahead. Colonel Chu, would you mind going over and sitting down? Sure, I guess the installation and debugging will take a while, so I'll go to Brigade Commander Liu to bother him for a while, huh? Walk. You can tell at first glance that Lunan is from the north, with a generous and casual personality. Chu Ge entered the tent and was surprised to find that what was placed on the table in the middle of the tent was not a sand table, but a construction drawing. Captain Liu, have you changed your organization into a construction corps? Haha, that's right. It gives me a headache just talking about it. General Lung is forcing the issue. Well, only you, Colonel Chu, would dare to say that about our Commander Long, and I think he would be very happy after saying that. It's not that exaggerated, haha. It's not an exaggeration at all. You don't know what Commander Long said about Colonel Chu in front of us. Lunan chattered on and on about the speech that Commander Long had made at the last military district meeting. Then do you want me to talk to Commander Long about your construction course? No, please don't. If General Long hears me talking to you about these nonsense that have nothing to do with the development of the army, he will tear me apart. Aha! General Long said that the weapons you are making now are all powerful weapons, and any one of them is of strategic level. When you have some free time, tinker with something. I guess this is a fire stick in our hands. Lunan said as he took out a pistol and threw it on the table. Chu Ge looked at the pistol on the table and fell into deep thought. Before, because we were short of money, we wanted to use the best steel on the blade, so we were very picky and chose a few military industries for development. It's different now. I still have 27,000 honor points in my pocket. After deducting the 10,000 points for the aerospace carrier, I still have 17,000 honor points. I have to consider allocating them to the direction of development. Thinking of this, Chu Ge came back to his senses and saw that no one spoke, but just looked at him. The room was very quiet, and everyone held their breath, as if afraid of disturbing his thinking. Well, you might as well tell the army chief that our army will focus on outer space in the future. As for the flowers and plants on Earth, they are really not worth seeing. What do you think? Yes, our General Lung said the same thing. Don't believe it? In a year at most, the mecha warriors will be formed, the light tower will be built, and the strategic weapons will become scrap metal. No one in China will dare to mess with us. Now is the time for us to seize the resources of outer space. Chu Ge's goal is to first deal with these rogue countries on the Earth that are like flies, pull out their teeth, and then, you guys can fight each other while I will build greenhouses all over the Milky Way. Colonel Chu means to prepare a space force and establish an alien base? That's about right. Of course, this is a complex system project. We need to solve each problem one by one, like this one. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he picked up the pistol on the table. Chapter 44, Individual Equipment. In Space Force, this stuff definitely doesn't work. Chu Ge weighed the pistol in his hand. Ouch, this thing is quite heavy. He almost dropped it when he weighed it for the first time. It's not powerful enough, it doesn't have enough ammunition, it doesn't have enough range, and it doesn't have enough accuracy. Fighting in space, this is industrial garbage. He devalued a modern weapon to its worthlessness. I'll give you some reforms later. It's only a matter of time. Okay, I'm just waiting for Academician Chu to say this. Ha ha. Lunan is quite straightforward. Then we will wait for good news from Academician Chu. Hey, Academician Chu, is it time to go and debug the equipment? Be sure to be safe. I won't see you off. Goodbye. Chu Ge walked out with a frown on his face. Damn, I have never seen such a straightforward person. The good news is that the accelerator and the matching detection ball were installed relatively smoothly. All that remains is the entry of relevant equipment for the data center. Chu Ge left in the afternoon before it got dark. He couldn't finish the debugging today, so he simply handed the finishing work to the people from the research institute. Now that he had made the big promise, Chu Ge was ready to fulfill it. After washing up early in the evening, I sat at my desk and communicated with the system boss. Brother System, I still love you. I love weapons, not beauties. Look, I didn't even pay attention to my little princess. The system brother might not be good at handling complex system engineering such as human emotions, and ignored Chu Ge for a long time. Let's get to work. Why are you so reserved today? Congratulations to the host. You have successfully exchanged for a complete research plan for an aerospace aircraft carrier. The relevant information has been issued, and the remaining honor value is 17,000 points. Hey, shit, I didn't ask you to do that first. I was planning to study something small, like guns or something. System exchange, no refund or exchange. How come I found out that you are even more short of money than I am? I am really impressed. Well, it's only a matter of time. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. Wait a minute for the aerospace carrier. I'll make something small first. You just said yesterday that the blueprints weren't out yet, but they came out today. Isn't that ridiculous? Aren't you afraid of being taken to a non-human research center for dissection? It is better to be safe than sorry. Chu Ge said that even if you go out to fight the sky, you are still a weakling. You have to step on the brakes, otherwise, it is easy to capsize in the ditch. Recommend some individual equipment. Thank you. System recommendations: electromagnetic pulse rifle, electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle, laser pistol, laser grenade, exoskeleton individual auxiliary equipment, multifunctional helmet system. Stop using those words and just quote the price. 200 each, 1,000 in a pack. Pack it up decisively. Hey, brother System, are you going to the big market here? I've never heard that you can pack up before. In the past, you had to be able to afford to pack. Did you have money? Okay, I really couldn't afford to pack before. You are indirectly saying that I am poor. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully exchanged for 7 individual equipment plans, including electromagnetic pulse rifle, electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle, laser pistol, laser grenade, exoskeleton individual auxiliary equipment, multifunctional helmet system, and individual protective armor. The file has been issued, and the remaining honor value is 16,000 points. The system boss ignored him and went straight to the bill and counted the money. Chu Ge flipped through the research paths of each type of individual equipment. Compared with the light prism tower and mecha, they were simply too simple. In particular, the first few submodules have already been studied by the Research Institute and only need to be integrated. For example, the electromagnetic pulse rifle has several submodules including high-energy batteries, pulse oscillators, caseless bullets, high-speed alloy non-threaded barrels, etc. Chu Ge checked and found out that the High Energy Battery Weaponry Research Institute had already finalized the development of caseless bullets. He could just take the caliber and change the energy output mode. He only needed to complete the other two modules, and a new rifle would be born. But this gun is not even a little bit stronger than today's rifles. First of all, the bullet has a high speed, reaching 8,000 meters per second, and its power increases exponentially. This speed is basically the effect of a high-altitude machine gun when hitting a person. Secondly, the ammunition capacity is high and the gunpowder propulsion mode is cancelled, so the size of the entire bullet is reduced by 2/3, which in turn increases the ammunition capacity, with one magazine holding 100 rounds. Third, the firing rate is high. There are 4 shooting modes: single shot, fully automatic, semi-automatic, and 4-shot pulse mode. The fully automatic rate is 900 rounds/minute, and the pulse mode reaches a terrifying 2,000 rounds/minute. Finally, the range is 2,000 meters, and the effective range is 1,500 meters, which is almost catching up with the current sniper rifle. Chu Ge looked at the data of the new rifle with great satisfaction. It was as if he had found it for free. I immediately decided to practice with the electromagnetic pulse rifle first. It was 2 a.m. when Chu Ge stretched his body. A complete rifle improvement plan was perfectly presented in front of him. The last step is to give it a name that sounds impressive, and it's done. HQL411A. What do you mean? You've already picked one. What kind of weird name is this? System recommendation. Use it if you like. Are there any copyright fees? No. Then make do with it. The stingy Chu Ge was too sleepy. From about 6 p.m. to about 2 a.m., he no longer had the energy to think of a name, so he simply used this weird code name. Chu Ge hadn't slept so well in a long time, and he slept until after 8 o'clock. A knock on the door woke him up. Report, Li Gang reports to academician Chu. Li Gang stood upright outside the door. Oh, you're back? Have you finished with the soul blade? Well, it's done. I've authorized the transfer of the base. Before the mecha hive is completed, the soul blade will enter hibernation unless it is awakened automatically under special circumstances. Okay, it's just right that you're back so I can save myself some trouble. Chu Ge turned around and handed last night's report to Li Gang. This is a new project. It's not very complicated. I've marked the solutions to several difficulties. The rest will be left to your team. Li Gang opened the report. Electromagnetic pulse rifle? Academician Chu, are you planning to use it to fight the aliens? What's the difference between an alien and an alien? If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Do you understand? Yes. By the way, you guys need to perfect the ergonomics of the electromagnetic rifle, as well as the auxiliary equipment, and so on. Finalize it as quickly as possible. I need it urgently. Okay, Academician Chu. Oh, let Academician Chen recruit more people to your department later. Remember, only the best people are needed. Triple the number of people first. I already have 50 people here, half of whom are professors. If you triple the number, there will be no room for other departments in our institute. It's okay. I'll talk to Chen about this. Do you think there are too many people? Oh, I forgot. I still have a few projects to launch, such as sniper rifles, laser pistols, multifunction laser grenades, exoskeleton systems, and individual armor. How about giving them all to you? Isn't 3 times a bit too little? How about 5 times? Li Gang's face changed. Chapter 45, Stealing People. Academician Chen is reviewing research applications from various departments in his office. Chu Ge knocked on the door suddenly and came in. He sat opposite Academician Chen and just looked at him without saying a word. Xiao Chu, what's the matter? Old Chen shuddered. The last time Chu Ge looked at him like this for 10 minutes, he approved the application for 200 billion research funds with tears in his eyes. We are short of people. We need Mr. Chen's help. Chu Ge went straight to the point. No problem. You can pick anyone from the Weapons Research Institute, Xiao Chu. Academician Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine as long as he didn't ask for money. There is no one left in the hospital. All those who can go have gone. We are still short of 200 people. They must all be elites. We have to select from all over the country. The pen in Academician Chen's hand fell onto the table with a click. Sure enough, every time he comes, Mr. Chen's blood pressure soars. Chu Ge, just call me and tell me next time. I can't stand the look in your eyes. Hey, that's not right. Why do you suddenly need so many researchers? Is that project about to start? Old Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. How can it be so fast? However, we can't say it is not counted. It is all part of the future Space Force plan. Afterwards, Chu Ge laid out his recent research plans. Is this a complete set of individual combat suits? Well, the combat environment is space. The helmet system will be equipped with quantum communication, facial shield, and an ecological monitoring system. The protective armor will mainly focus on anti-gravity, anti-electromagnetic, and radiation. This is such a huge plan. I have to report it to the Ministry of Science and Technology, or even the military. Old Chen looked at Chu Ge and hesitated for a while before answering. Okay, as for the funding. Stop it. My blood pressure will go off the charts if it continues to rise. Write a report later, and I'll submit it to you. Academician Chen quickly waved his hands. He was really afraid of Chu Ge. Tell Minister Wu that this time the individual soldier system is developed specifically for the military. The military will have to pay a price, right? Huh. Chu Ge ran away after saying this. It feels so good to ask others for money. You little bastard. After Chu Ge left, Chen Laogang hurriedly picked up the phone on the table. He had to talk to Lao Wu about such an exciting thing. Even if their blood pressure had to rise, they had to talk together. Hey, Lao Chen, what's up? Director Wu picked up the phone and asked directly. It seemed that he had a lot of work to do. Old Wu, Chu Ge has a new project to start. You're short of money, right? Just apply directly. You know that these two words, Chu Ge, represent the green light now. I can't stop it, haha. The budget hasn't come down yet. I'm afraid we'll need people in addition to money this time. People? What do you mean? Director Wu put down the information in his hand and started to take it seriously. Technical talents, research talents, in short, elite talents from all fields are needed. This? What do you mean? What this means is that you are conducting a nationwide screening in the name of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Our institute, including several subordinate units, have been cleared out by them, and there are still more than 200 vacancies. You should try to recruit as many talented researchers as possible, whether they are from local areas or good talents in school. Academician Chen made this suggestion directly to Director Wu. Have them report to the Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute as soon as possible. I will prepare the relevant support work immediately. Tell them that as long as they can make achievements in their fields, their treatment will be in accordance with the highest standards. The several branches of the Weaponry Research Institute that started construction last year are almost finished, but some sophisticated research equipment is not yet in place. When the time comes, we will just fill them in. I guess they won't want to leave once they come. Once their files are transferred here, they will be directly affiliated with the Weaponry Research Institute. This is also a guarantee of honor for them. Academician Chen finished speaking in one breath. Old Chen, are you giving it your all? Could it be? You don't have to guess blindly. Chu Ge's research report will probably be submitted in the next 2 days. We can meet later to discuss it in detail. You know the subsequent plans. In the next few years, the country will make plans around these top-secret projects of Chu Ge. Yes, this big leader has already greeted me. Director Wu nodded. So, Old Wu, we may really be witnessing a miracle of the times. In the near future, China will surely deter the world and lead the technological and military trends. Can we not go all out for this matter now? Okay, I'll convene a relevant meeting right away to make some specific personnel arrangements. Once they're done, I'll have them report to you directly. Good. Director Wu hung up the phone. Academician Chen's words made him ponder for a long time. Then, his eyes gradually brightened and the corners of his mouth rose. Haha, great. The time to show off our country's prestige is not far away. In the next few days, scientific and technological workers across China and graduates of related colleges and universities experienced a unique experience that they will never forget in their lives. Research at an electronic research institute in Province N. Old Lu, have you read the official document from the Ministry of Science and Technology today? I've seen it. He said he's an expert in the relevant field. You must report to the Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute within 3 days. All related procedures will be kept simple. You are a top student in our school. You have been selected. Now the best research institute in the country has extended an olive branch to you. Your day of success is not far away. Engineer Zhao, just flatter me. We are not just looking for researchers here. Senior engineers are also within the special recruitment scope. Do you think you can escape? Haha. What do you mean by the country summoning us on such a large scale this time? I heard that this time, not only our unit, but almost all the brother units received the notice. Is that true? If that's the case, then it must be a big project. Sure, this is not just our blind guess. You will know when you go there. Yes. The seemingly ordinary conversation between Dr. Liu and Engineer Zhao is now being repeated throughout China. A famous engineering university in H City. Yan Tianhao is a graduate student in the Department of Astrophysics. His wild imagination has been what makes him different from others since he was young. With his persistence and interest, he has come all the way to where he is today. Although several large multinational companies have extended olive branches to him, he has never accepted them. He wanted to wait and see. Although he could get considerable material benefits by reporting to the company, He might also have to say goodbye to the laboratory from now on. So now he is very conflicted. Today his tutor suddenly called him and asked him to come over. He seemed very anxious. At this moment, he was hurried to his tutor's office. Teacher, are you looking for me? Xiaoyan, you came just in time. How are you doing recently? Have you gone to any place you like? Not yet. Teacher, you know me. I want to continue doing research. It's just that I applied to several research institutes, but they all rejected me. They said that I am too inexperienced. Humph. Yin Tianhao got a little excited when he said this, and seemed quite unconvinced. Haha. Don't worry, there's a research institute where you can try it. Which one? Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute? Weapons Research Institute. This, teacher, doesn't match my major, right? The Ministry of Science and Technology has specially sent a document to the institute, stating that the Ordnance Research Institute is in urgent need of top students in various categories. The treatment is the best and the research equipment is also top-notch in the country, so I recommended you to them. What's the result? They replied that they have read some of your research reports and are very interested in you. The Weaponry Research Institute also has space-related research and has a dedicated academician leading the team. There is a promising future ahead. If you are willing, please report to the Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute within 3 days. Is this true? Teacher. Yin Tianhao was as happy as a child. You kid, do you want to see the red-headed document? Or do you not recognize the big red seal of the Ministry of Science and Technology? Go back and pack your things quickly. Time is very tight. You may have to take a plane directly. You cannot be late for your first report. Leave immediately. The teacher is keeping an eye on you. Yes, teacher. After that, the teacher and the student hugged each other tightly and patted each other on the back, as if they were reluctant to part, but also wished each other a happy future. Chapter 46 Eyes of Hell. Chu Ge got up early today. The main equipment of the telescope project has been almost installed and debugged in the past few days. Chu Ge plans to go over and take a look later. Because according to the plan, today will be its first startup trial run. Chu Ge walked out the door and found academician Chen coming towards him, followed by 2 young men. Xiao Chu, it just so happens that I have 2 new graduate students here, one of whom is a top student in astrophysics. They can't help with the current projects in the institute for now, so how about they follow you first? Astrophysics? Okay. Chu Ge understood what academician Chen meant. This was to reserve technical talents for his aerospace aircraft carrier plan. Thinking of this, Chu Ge naturally agreed. Academician Chen is thinking long-term. To launch the aerospace program, the number of research talents and even senior technicians needed is estimated to be astronomical. It may be too late to start stockpiling now, but Chu Ge was not in a hurry. If he started from theoretical research, it would be too late. But he had the system to open a plug-in. It's just like you are still figuring out how to upgrade your wired phone to a wireless mobile phone, while I have already used 5G remote control. The difference is far more than an order of magnitude. The 2 older boys were looking at Chu Ge from afar, their eyes full of surprise. Brother Yin, I heard from a few colleagues who came earlier that there is a godlike academician in our Weapons Research Institute. He is not only a genius, but also very young. Do you think it could be him? How would I know? I can't read faces. Yin Tianhao had also heard of this person's existence. In the Research Institute, you may not know the deans of various branches, but if you don't know academician Chu Ge, then you don't deserve to stay in the Research Institute. Don't you study celestial bodies? If you can see through stars that are hundreds of millions of years old, shouldn't it be easy for you to see through a person? Yin Tianhao, Zhengjun, come here. As the 2 were talking, they were suddenly called by academician Chen, and they hurried over. Let me introduce you. This is academician Chu from our Weaponry Research Institute. He's Chu Ge, 22 years old. Hello, academician Chu. The 2 of them hurriedly greeted each other, their eyes full of excitement. Oh, Xiao Chu, this is Yin Tianhao, a graduate student in astrophysics. This is Zheng Jun, a top student in quantum physics. Oh, you 2 are one big and one small. This is as big as the planetary universe, and as small as an atom or molecule in the microscopic world. 2 extremes, haha. Chu Ge looked at the 2 young men and started joking. Okay, you 2 will follow me from now on. My job will not be easy, so be prepared. If you are not determined and can't endure the hardship and fatigue, then you'd better not follow me. Chu Ge frowned and said the unpleasant things first so that it would be easier to deal with them later. Follow the command of academician Chu. Yin Tianhao, Zheng Jun answered seriously. Haha, okay, let's go to a place first. Yes. Several people greeted academician Chen and got on the military jeep next to them. The lead vehicles in front started one after another and drove towards the destination. Chu Ge closed his eyes and rested in the co-pilot seat. The 2 people behind him did not disturb him and just chatted in low voices. I say, is the Weapons Research Institute so cool? Are there military and police cars leading the way when they go out? I don't know. Maybe our academician Chu is special. I haven't heard of him before. This feels pretty awesome. I really want to open the skylight and stick my head out. Maybe some big shot will take a picture and post it on a forum or something, and I'll become famous. I don't know if it's popular or not, but I will definitely punish you when I get back. Forehead. Fuck, there's a sentry there, saluting us. Shit, is that a missile-reflecting vehicle in the distance? Zheng Jun was like a curious baby, startled every now and then. Although Yan Tianhao was not that exaggerated, it was the first time in his life that he saw a field combat force, and he was so surprised that he was speechless. Chu Ge ignored him, curled his lips, turned over, and continued to squint. 10 minutes later, the jeep stopped with a squeak. Academician Chu, we are here. The driver looked at the sleeping Chu Ge and said after hesitating for a long time. Okay, thank you for your help. Get out of the car, you two guys at the back. Good. After the three got off the car, Chu Ge was in front, and the two behind followed on the left and right. When the officers and soldiers saw Chu Ge on the road, they saluted him one after another, with a look of admiration on their faces. Oh my god, I just saw a lieutenant colonel saluting academician Chu. My goodness, 2 bars and 2 stars, at least for a regimental commander. Later, Zheng Jun started again. Compared with Zheng Jun's observation point, Yin is more concerned about the buildings under construction. Strange, the military camp to be built here looks more like a fortress? Oh, I've been to my uncle's army before, so I know what the barracks look like. The defenses here are obviously strengthened. Look at the outermost protective wall. It's so high and thick, and there are tall towers around it, which should be sentry towers or firing points or something like that. Besides, I even saw a semi-permanent anti-aircraft base just now. Chu Ge was listening in front and couldn't help but look back at the young man named Yan Tianhao, just as he was about to say something. Academician Chu, it's great that we meet again. Brigade Commander Lu Nanlu came towards them from afar with a smile on his face. Hello, Brigade Commander Lu. Academician Chu, I've missed you so much after not seeing you for a few days. Why don't you come over to my place and have a seat? No, I have work to do. I won't bother you today. Chu Ge resisted instinctively. Oh, I see. Brigade Commander Lu looked a little disappointed. However, I have kept in mind what Commander Lu told me that day. Samples should be available in a few days. You can give us your opinions as a military official then. Haha, okay. Lu Nan was listless just now, but he instantly became energetic again. Then I'll go first. Okay. Brigade Commander Lu turned around on the spot and left without looking back. Okay, let's just do it this way. Chu Ge began to feel inexplicably heartbroken. The three of them quickly arrived at the bunker base. The huge deep pit was still there, but the surrounding walls were covered with scaffolding. It seemed that the construction speed had increased a lot. Oh my god, this is the Kora pit. Zheng Jun exclaimed. What pit? Classmate Yin next to him looked confused. Oh, it's a huge hole drilled by the former Union country near the Kola Peninsula. It was said that the original plan was to drill through the earth, but something unexpected happened when the depth reached more than 12,000 meters, so the construction was stopped. Now the hole is still there, and people call it the Gate of Hell, the Kola's super deep borehole. Zheng Jun told the story slowly on the side. You know a lot, kid. But the Kora pit and other stories became so mysterious. The voices of hell and the gates of hell were all fabricated by people later. If you really want to associate it with hell, we can probably call it the Eye of Hell. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he walked onto the temporary construction elevator nearby. Zheng Jun and the others didn't think much about this confusing remark and got on it. Chapter 47 Telescope Detection Array, turn on. As the engineering elevator went down, the three of them gradually felt a sense of oppression rising in their hearts. The lights became dimmer as the elevator went down, and bright white sparks from electric welding popped up from time to time. Although there were several huge ventilators working, the pungent smell still made the three of them frown. Fortunately, there are a large number of engineering personnel on each floor, otherwise Chu Ge would feel like he was in a tomb raiding movie on TV, especially the smell of soil that occasionally rushed into his nostrils. After a long time, the elevator stopped with a bang and 3 people got out. More than a dozen people were coming and going in the data hall, recording something. Surrounding the wall is a circle of LCD screens, most of which are densely displayed with programming languages. Above a row of display screens, there is a huge integrated screen every 1 or 2 meters. The largest one has a row of numbers that are jumping in descending order. Time since system startup, 20 minutes and 3 seconds. There is also a row of warning lights rotating above several screens, but they are all yellow and in standby mode now. Chu Ge was looking at the alarm indicator light thoughtfully at this time. Those are the hazard lights. A gentle voice sounded behind them, and the three of them turned around. Wang Yun, dressed in military uniform, was standing behind Chu Ge. Although she was without makeup, her military uniform made her look more heroic. We automatically convert the number of incoming missiles or artillery shells through the system. Blue represents the base number of 10, and 10 lights fully lit represent about 100 missiles. Red represents the base number of 100, and all lights fully lit represent about 1,000 missiles. If there are less than 1,000 missiles, you can manually select which light prism tower to activate and intercept. What about more than 1,000? Chu Ge asked curiously. When the red light is fully on, the system will judge that it has entered the full defense stage. The system will enter automatic mode, the telescope detector will enter full load operation, and the light prism tower will be deployed for interception in stages. No human intervention is allowed until the danger is eliminated. Well, this is quite intuitive and exciting. When the red light comes on, everyone sits there and stares blankly. Just thinking about it is exciting. It's not that easy. The red light comes on, and the system enters automatic mode. The data link here is directly connected to the military system. The system will mark the coordinates of the incoming missiles. We will fight back. Wang Yun pouted proudly, then stood at attention facing Chu Ge. Colonel Chu, Wang Yun has finished his introduction. Welcome. The telescope is scheduled to start its first test run in 10 minutes. Welcome, Colonel Chu. The data center staff stood up and shouted in unison. Hello, everyone. No need to be so polite. Just do what you need to do. Yes. Everyone sat down and continued to record data. Chu Ge, with 2 followers, began to patrol the venue. Behind, Zheng Jun slowly leaned towards Yin Tianhao. Brother Yin, I just found out that academician Chu actually holds a military rank, the rank of senior colonel. He is already a brigade commander or division commander. My God, he is only 22 years old, and he is an academician and a senior colonel. I admire academician Chu more and more. Me too. Let's discuss academician Chu later. Is this bunker a radar center? It looks like it, but this scale should be a national-level anti-missile center. I saw in the news before that China has been testing anti-missile technology, but I didn't expect that the base is now complete. Yeah, now I understand why the camp outside is planned that way. They are all centered around this bunker. In other words, the training camp is fake, and the guard force is real. That makes sense. Zheng Jun nodded. What is the light prism tower that the beautiful female officer just mentioned? Why do I remember it existing in Red Alert? Some kind of interception system, missiles? TSK, the prism tower in Red Alert is useless. Just use a nuclear bomb, Yuri. Zheng Jun became interested. Chu Ge listened to the whispers of the 2 people behind him and shook his head. It was possible that these 2 guys were here to make fun of him. But then again, they were about the same age, so they still had a lot of topics to talk about. For example, they were talking about the Red Alert game. In the past, he also wanted to exchange gaming experience and learn from each other. But now, if he talked about this, would they think he was crazy? It's really hard to end this pretense. Chu Ge looked at the big screen, and there were still 3 minutes left. You 2 remember this. Whatever you saw and heard today, you are not allowed to tell anyone after you return. Did you hear me? The confidentiality level here is top secret. You know the consequences. Yes. The 2 of them became serious. They knew that the first thing they had to learn when arriving at the research institute was to keep confidentiality. Okay, the machine will start up soon. You 2 should watch and learn more. Don't give me any red alert. So that I don't have to try it myself. Chu Ge almost said the following words. Colonel Chu, the countdown has begun. Please follow me. Chu Ge followed Wang Yun to a host computer. The so-called startup was actually the beginning of a set of programs. Chu Ge's task was just to press the enter key when the time came. It looks simple, but only he is qualified to press the enter key. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As everyone in the hall counted down in unison, Chu Ge pressed the enter key. The big data screens on the wall switched to data maps with a bang 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 sound. There were maps around China, towards Europe, and towards America. The only thing that didn't move was the alarm light on the wall, which was still yellow and spinning slowly. Chu Ge glanced at the data screens. Responsible for monitoring the high-energy accelerator and reporting on its operating status. Report to academician Chu, the data is all normal. In the distance, a researcher held up a book. Chu Ge hurried over and stared at the changes in the data on the screen. Well, your position is very important. If there is anything unusual, follow the procedures. Yes. Chu Ge returned to Wang Yun and continued to look at the big screen on the wall. On land, the border extends outward for 5,000 kilometers, and all military operations and troop movements will be monitored by the system. At sea, all ships and vessels, including submarines, extending outward for 300 kilometers from the territorial waters will be monitored by the system. In the air, all aircraft will extend outward for 5,000 kilometers from the border. Wang Yun looked at the screen and further introduced to Chu Ge the working mechanism that they had refined. For some military activities that have nothing to do with China, we will just record them but won't pay too much attention to them. For example, although the system can detect short-range missiles, they will be filtered out quickly. The focus will be on the periphery extending 8,000 kilometers outward from the Chinese border and intercontinental missiles. Well, yes, whether they fight or not has little to do with us. Chu Ge nodded affirmatively. By the way, how is the construction of the light prism tower base going? Chu Ge remembered that the eyes were ready, but the light prism tower, which was the execution part of the defense, had not yet come into effect. In about a month, all 12 light prism towers will be completed. Oh, okay, not too late. As the two were talking, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded, and Chu Ge looked at the warning light on the wall that was flashing blue light. Nima, you're not going to give me that much face, are you? Just come up and do the work. Chapter 48, A False Alarm. Chu Ge arranges work plans for two followers. The people in the data center were instantly speechless. Chu Ge looked at the big screen under the blue warning light. The data map kept changing. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a regional map of East Asia. Report: the system detected an intercontinental missile taking off from the Northeast Asian peninsula. The peninsula? Come on, it's just a false alarm. It must be that fat guy who has nothing better to do and is playing with missiles at home again. Chu Ge said jokingly. A few minutes later, the blue warning light turned yellow and the beep alarm sound stopped. Well, I guess I failed again. Chu Ge and his colleagues stayed in the data center for 4 or 5 hours. After seeing that the system was running without any problems, they prepared to return to the research institute. Wang Yun, I have something else to do at the research institute, so I'll go back first. If you have any questions here, you can call me directly. Yes, academician Chu. After Wang Yun finished speaking, he saluted. After Chu Ge returned the salute, he turned around and waved to Zheng Jun and the other two, motioning them to follow him, and then left the data center. On the engineering elevator. Academician Chu, what is the high-energy accelerator you just mentioned? When Zheng Jun heard this word just now, he was shocked. He was about to ask Chu Ge secretly, but was interrupted by the oolong incident. At this time, he finally couldn't help but asked. I thought you wouldn't notice it. When you came here, you found that this so-called radar center didn't have that huge long-range warning radar antenna, right? Oh, indeed not. But this radar antenna can also be set up in another place and connected here via a military data optical cable. Zheng Jun answered honestly. Yes, it is true, but our antenna is not far away. It is right under your feet. You mean the underground of this bunker? Yes. This underground radar is the first time I've heard of it. Yin Tianhao next to him couldn't help but join in. Haha, our radar is a little special. Zheng Jun might know a little about this. Neutrino detection technology does not require antennas. It can detect military activities around the world through neutrino oscillations. The core of neutrino detection technology is the high-energy accelerator. This is incredible. You have already started to apply neutrino technology? Academician Chu, did you develop this technology? That's definitely a Nobel Prize in physics. Zheng Jun's eyes changed when he looked at Chu Ge. Nobel? What's a Nobel Prize? Tang China's cutting-edge technology needs them to evaluate it. As Chu Ge was speaking, the construction elevator had already stopped steadily. He strode out and left with his head held high. Neutrino detection technology? Is it difficult? Yin Tianhao couldn't help but say to Zheng Jun. He studied astrophysics and had come into contact with neutrinos, but he only knew about them. Difficult? Let's put it this way. The number of people in the world who have access to its fur can be counted on one hand. But our academician Chu has already put it into practical use. Do you know what this means? What? China has already stood at the top of the world in quantum physics. After saying this, Zheng Jun also walked away with his head held high. Yin Tianhao looked at the backs of the two and felt his body instantly filled with energy. He clenched his fist and hurried to Chu Ge's side. Academician Chu, please go back to the Weaponry Research Institute and give us some tasks. Everyone is busy doing research, and I feel like we can't be idle for even a moment. These were his true thoughts. He seemed to have found the direction of his life all of a sudden. Moreover, there was a dazzling lighthouse in front of him guiding him. Chu Ge looked back at this top student and calculated his age. He should be older than himself. He understood the anxiety in Yin Tianhao's heart at the moment. Well, don't be impatient, take your time. Tianhao, I'll just call you by your name, don't mind. Chu Ge slowed down his pace and put on a teacher's attitude with great difficulty. There is no order of precedence in learning. The wisest can be the teacher. Chu Ge has slowly become accustomed to the admiration of everyone. You are a top student in astrophysics. I wonder if you have done any research on cosmic speed, anti-gravity systems, and warp drives. It was a simple question, but Yin Tianhao was surprised and speechless for a moment. He thought Chu Ge might be inclined to Zheng Jun's research on microscopic quantum theory, but he didn't expect that Chu Ge suddenly asked about his major. So he thought about it for a while and answered nervously. The first cosmic velocity is 7.9 kilometers per second, and the second cosmic velocity, also known as the escape velocity, is 11.2 kilometers per second. Simply put, it is the speed of a planet orbiting the solar system, free from the gravitational pull of the Earth. The third cosmic velocity is 16.7 kilometers per second, which can be understood as the speed of a planet escaping the gravitational pull of the solar system and entering the Milky Way. Chu Ge nodded in response, then waved his hand for the two to get in the car. In the car, Chu Ge told the driver to drive back to the research institute, then immediately turned around and looked at Yin Tianhao. You continue. As for anti-gravity, to put it simply, it is to use the mutual opposition of two electromagnetic fields to form a potential difference, and use this potential difference effect to act on a certain object, so that it can offset the gravity induction and achieve a suspended state. Yeah, keep going. Chu Ge nodded in satisfaction. Yin Tianhao's concise statement was very useful to him, although it might give him a small blow in the future. These superficial physical knowledge are similar to the theories in his system father in some small ways, where the similarities are only superficial, and most of them are blank or even opposite knowledge structures. Therefore, for a long time afterwards, Chu Ge believed that his system father came from an alien civilization, and that the level of civilization was at least several orders of magnitude higher than that of the current human society. As for the warp drive, that's something straight out of science fiction, right? Yin Tianhao looked at Chu Ge, indicating that he had finished speaking and asked for his advice. Let's put it this way. I won't discuss the theory with you for now. After all, with your current knowledge structure, it's useless to talk to you. Let me first talk to you about your work in the coming year. Chu Ge directly ignored Yin Tianhao and said, Are you kidding me? I'm not going to explain anything to you. I don't understand it myself. If you insist on me explaining it, then I can only say one thing. I spent a lot of money. A huge sum of money. Chu Ge finished his inner drama and cleared his throat. Zheng Jun, go back to the Ordnance Research Institute and report to Team Leader Li Gang. He is currently researching a new rifle and may not be able to help you for now. The new individual helmets we will be working on require talents in quantum communications, which is your area of expertise. Yes. After hearing this, Zheng Jun hurried back. Chu Ge nodded, turned around, and thought thoughtfully. Yin Tianhao waited for 10 minutes, but Academician Chu did not arrange anything for him, so he could not help himself. Academician Chu, what about me? Oh, you joined the preliminary planning group of the Air and Space Aircraft Carrier and come up with a few subsystems for me first. I will give you the specific blueprint plan later. Sky, Airspace Carrier? Yin Tianhao asked stutteringly. He once suspected that he had tinnitus just now, which led to auditory hallucinations. Chapter 49 Electromagnetic Pulse Rifle. Not only Yin Tianhao, Zheng Jun also widened his eyes and looked at classmate Yin, who was still picking his ears next to him. Brother Yin, we just heard the words Airspace Aircraft Carrier, right? Yin Tianhao stopped picking his ears and nodded vigorously. Oh my god, this is too exciting, isn't it? Zheng Jun's loud shout made the driver tremble all over. The military jeep suddenly turned the steering wheel and changed 2 lanes before slowly stabilizing. Don't be so startled from now on. You almost made this guy die from yelling. Chu Ge said this with lingering fear. Yes, it is the space carrier in the interstellar fleet. It also includes several frigates and transport ships. In the end, they will conduct interstellar exploration in a mixed formation. Chu Ge has already made the final judgment on the 2 of them. After finishing the work, he ignored them and went back to take a nap. But, I also want to join the Air and Space Carrier program, Zheng Jun said with a sad heart. Yin Tianhao felt proud when he saw Zheng Jun with a constipated expression on his face. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Ge and his team returned to the research institute. You two follow me. I'll take you to the lab to identify the people. Okay, Academician Chu. Zheng Jun and Yin Tianhao automatically followed behind Chu Ge, one on the left and one on the right, like guardians on both sides. Weapon Experiment Center for Individual Equipment of the Ordnance Research Institute. Li Gang was carefully putting the newly arrived modules together. After a few minutes of clicks, 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 a new rifle with a unique and novel appearance appeared in front of everyone. The electromagnetic pulse rifle is matte gray in color. The barrel and the gun body are fused together. The rear end of the gun body is a no-drag design, but it comes with a telescopic adjustable component to facilitate users to adjust it according to their preferred posture. The ejection port at the front of the buttstock has been removed, making it a fully enclosed structure, but it is slightly thicker than the front, probably because of the integration of a high-energy battery and an oscillator. The top is a composite rail assembly, and the sighting assembly has not yet been installed. Looking at the entire gun from a distance, if the front barrel is retracted and the trigger below is removed, it becomes an elongated rectangle. Team leader, this gun looks awesome. Nonsense, don't you see who designed it? Academician Chu, how can you say that the mecha warriors are just like playing? Isn't this thing just a random thought? The team member next to him said with admiration on his face. Li was just about to turn around and give a thumbs up when he saw Academician Chu walking in with two young men who looked like students. Academician Chu here. Li Gang hurriedly greeted them, looking very fancy. Chu Ge gets easily confused when riding in a car, and now he is still a little sluggish. At this moment, he happens to see the big thing in Li Gang's hand, and he immediately perks up. Is this a preliminary sample of the electromagnetic pulse rifle? Yes, Academician Chu, the most important modules have been installed. You are the one who decides on the sighting and observation device. The guide rails have been reserved. After calculating the data over the past few days, we have chosen a 10mm caliber caseless bullet. The original design of the new rifle by the Institute was for a 7.62mm caliber. So they need to remold it for us, so the progress will be a little later. Samples should be delivered tomorrow, so the electromagnetic pulse rifle will be basically finalized tomorrow. After Li Gang finished speaking, he patted the gun with confidence. Well, the sighting device can use green electric sighting. The beam laser makes it easier for us to focus our fire on the target, and the green laser performs better than the red sighting in dark and poor visibility environments. The electric sighting is to provide target indication for the infantry accompanying the heavy firepower. Later, we can improve on the first generation of firearms, such as adding various new auxiliary kits, grenade launchers, etc. Yes. Oh, by the way, contact Wang Yin later and tell her to ask the commander of the 224th Brigade to send a few people to verify the performance of this gun tomorrow. If the military feels there is no problem, they can file it, report it, and tell their arsenal to finalize the design and start trial production. Chu Ge gave Li Gang clear and straightforward instructions on the next work arrangements without any hesitation, as if it was a script that had already been written. Although they are essentially the same, the screenwriter is from the military industry. Zhengjun, come here. This is Li Gang, the leader of the individual soldier system research team. You will follow him from now on. Chu Ge turned around and woke up Zhengjun, who was communicating with the electromagnetic pulse rifle. Oh, okay, Academician Chu. Zhengjun replied to Chu Ge while walking in front of Li Gang. Reporting to team leader Li, my name is Zhengjun, a graduate student majoring in quantum physics at Tsinghua University, and I hope you will give me your guidance in the future. Hey, Junior, come on, since we are alumni, you don't have to be polite. I actually have a topic that I need to research with you. Chu Ge watched the two of them quickly become familiar with each other, and then gather together to have a happy and lively discussion, feeling relieved. The academic atmosphere at the Ordnance Research Institute has always been very good. I hope they can spark love, the spark of hard work. Forget it, let's not disturb their passion. Chu Ge patted Yin Tianhao's shoulder, and the two walked out side by side. Academician Chu, is that new rifle also your masterpiece? Well, let's just give it a try, haha. Academician Chu, I have a rather vulgar remark, but I don't know if I should say it. Yin Tianhao was embarrassed. Go ahead. That's right. Does your mother know that you are so awesome? She probably doesn't know, but she knows about my girlfriend's affairs, haha. Yin Tianhao wanted to take back what he had just said instantly. Okay, forget about it. His colleagues in the academy had already told him about Academician Chu's good fortune. If I had a girlfriend like that, I probably wouldn't care whether my mother knew about it or not. Tianhao, let's put aside the question of whether you are awesome or not. I just want to say that people should look forward. Whether you believe it or not, I was probably far inferior to you in the past. You study astrophysics. You should know the evolution of stars throughout their lives, from obscurity to brilliance and then to obscurity. The final bleakness has several endings. One is to collapse to a certain extent, redeem itself, and become a supernova or the beginning of another star. The other is to continue to collapse until it becomes a neutron star or a black hole, which will be the real dark force. As for people, The same principle applies. Wherever you stand, you should exert your greatest energy there. After you shine brightly, don't forget your original intention. Only then can you step into another cycle of life. Otherwise, what may greet you is a bottomless abyss. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he looked at Yin Tianhao deeply. No matter if you are a child of destiny or a commoner, some opportunities still require a little bit of spirituality. Report to me tomorrow morning. Chu Ge left immediately after he finished speaking, leaving Yin Tianhao in a state of confusion. He looked at Chu Ge, and as the sun set, his shadow became very, very long. Chapter 50. Gun testing on the battlefield. The electromagnetic pulse rifle shows its ferocity for the first time. The next day, Chu Ge was awakened by a knock on the door at around 5 o'clock. He opened the door and looked at Yin Tianhao, who was full of energy outside. Chu Ge suddenly regretted his brainwashing plan for him yesterday. After being kicked away, Chu Ge turned around and lay down and continued sleepwalking. He was too tired, as he stayed up until 2 in the morning yesterday. Li Gang's work was basically finished. The next step was to let Li Gang develop the helmet system first. Don't underestimate this thing because it looks a bit small, ugly, and poor. Chu Ge spent a long time yesterday looking at the remaining individual soldier system projects to be carried out. This helmet system is the most complex, integrating head protection, life support system, communication system, and even night vision system. Among these small systems, except for the night vision system, which is relatively simple, the rest require complete new blueprint planning. Otherwise, Li Gang and his team will be completely in the dark. So, after returning from the laboratory, Chu Ge began to write furiously, and did not even go when Yin Tianhao called him to eat. I was having a great time writing, and quitting midway was such a bummer. After dozing off for another 2 hours, Chu Ge had to get up because he was hungry. Chu Ge finished washing up and walked out of the dormitory, and found Yin Tianhao waiting for him outside the door. Morning, Academician Chu. Good morning to you too. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I stayed up until the early morning yesterday, and I rely on these few hours in the morning to recover. It's okay. I didn't know you worked so late yesterday, hee. As they talked, they walked to the Institute's restaurant. After queuing up for their meals, Chu Ge began to wolf down his food. The breakfast felt like a dinner to him. Before Chu Ge had finished cleaning up the battlefield, he heard Li Gang shouting at him. Academician Chu, the people from the 224th Brigade have arrived and are clamoring to see you. Okay, got it. You go deal with it first. I'll be there soon. Good. Chu Ge quickly finished the rest of the meal and rushed to Li Gang's laboratory with Yin Tianhao. From a distance, Chu Ge heard the loud voice of Brigade Commander Liu. I just asked Commander Liu to arrange someone to come over so we can try out the gun together, and you're here in person now? Huh. Of course I did. I was itching to death after hearing what you said yesterday. As soon as I got the letter today, I came here without stopping. Where's the gun? Brigade Commander Liu and still didn't say much, and Chu Ge had gotten used to it after a while. Haha, the gun can't escape. Li Gang, have the caseless bullets from the Research Institute been delivered? Report to Academician Chu. It was delivered early in the morning. Well, we can test the guns, but we don't have a shooting range in our laboratory, and this individual system laboratory has just been built. Chu Ge frowned, and Brigadier General Liu beside him heard it. The shooting range is easy to say. My situation is complicated and may not be suitable. However, the 223rd Brigade is outside the bunker base, so they definitely have it. Okay then, Li Gang, take the electromagnetic pulse rifle and go to the shooting range. Yes. 10 minutes later, Brigade Commander Liu came expecting a long metal box, the kind that 2 people had to carry. Chu Ge took a look and saw that it had a code. Hey, can I take a look first? Brigadier General Liu felt the duck in his hand fly away. Haha, you can't even wait an hour? Let's go, my great brigade commander. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he took Li Gang and a few others and got on several military jeeps. Brigade Commander Liu shook his head helplessly and ordered the soldiers to follow them. In this way, a convoy of vehicles marched towards the shooting range in a mighty manner. Outside the bunker base, at the training ground of the 223rd Combined Battalion, Brigade Commander Gu Jianhua was waiting here early. Colonel Chu Ge's name has long been well known in the military. However, his brigade had just moved here and there was a lot of work to be done in the brigade. So even though he heard that Chu Ge had come to the bunker base, he was unable to get away to meet him. Fortunately, Lunin called today and said that Chu Ge was bringing new weapons to the shooting range for testing. The excited brigade commander Gu praised Lu Nan on the phone and brought his men here early to wait. A few dozen minutes later, a convoy was coming in the distance, raising yellow sand all over the sky. Chu Ge and his party had finally arrived. Hello, Colonel Chu. Commander Gu Jianhua of the 223rd Digital Combined Combat Brigade of the Army salutes. Before Chu Ge got out of the car, the deep voice of Brigadier General Gu sounded outside the car. "Hello, Brigade Commander Gu. I'm Chu Ge." After Chu Ge returned the greeting, he looked at Gu Jianhua. Brigade Commander Gu was not tall, but he was very strong, and his deep eyes revealed the fortitude unique to a soldier. A pair of strong hands held Chu Ge's hands and shook them vigorously. Is this how all soldiers greet each other? Chu Ge sighed inwardly. Chu Ge, the two brigade commanders were in front, and everyone walked towards the training range. "Colonel Chu, can you first tell us the basic data of the new rifle?" Brigade Commander Lu Nan asked, rubbing his hands. Yes. The electromagnetic pulse rifle is 95 centimeters long and weighs 3.2 kilograms when empty. It uses caseless bullets. It has a range of 2,000 meters and an effective range of 1,500 meters. The magazine holds 100 rounds of bullets. The bullet used is 1,024 millimeters in caliber. It is very powerful. It has 4 firing modes and a maximum firing rate of 2,000 rounds per minute. Well, this is the general data. We will need to verify whether it has met the design requirements later. That's definitely no problem. Colonel Chu's golden signboard. With this amount of ammunition and the added lethality, I believe this gun will be able to instantly defeat all the famous rifles in the world as soon as it comes out. Brigadier General Gu added. At this moment, with a click, Li Gang had opened the password box, and the HQL 411A first-generation electromagnetic pulse rifle appeared in front of everyone. After a while, bending over, Lu Nan scanned it several times like a scanner before he remembered to touch it with his hands. His hands covered with thick calluses touched from the muzzle to the tail of the gun, seemingly touching but not actually touching, as carefully as an adult stroking a baby. "Hey, what is this small display screen?" Brigade Commander Gu didn't snatch it from Lu Nan. After looking at it carefully, he pointed at the small screen and asked, "Oh, this shows the power level of the high-energy battery and the amount of bullets remaining in the magazine." Li Gang explained from the side. After the two brigade commanders took turns playing with the electromagnetic pulse rifle for a while, it finally entered the gun testing stage. Experimental Stage 1, Power Penetration, 100 meters away, 2 pieces of 0.7 centimeters steel plates. Comparison gun 7.62 millimeters caliber Type 81 rifle. Li Gang was taking notes on the experiment nearby. 2 soldiers were ready to shoot in prone position with 2 guns. Type 81 rifle shooting. Bang! The soldier holding the Type 81 rifle decisively pulled the trigger. Electromagnetic pulse rifle fire. Call out. Brigade Commander Lu Nan looked at Gu Jianhua. "Is this gun equipped with a silencer?" "No, there is no sound of gunpowder explosion. In addition, the rear is fully enclosed, so the shooting noise can be better than that of an ordinary rifle with a silencer." "Well, I finally saved some money on purchasing a silencer." Chu Ge thought to himself. The shooting effect was transmitted quickly. The Type 81 rifle bullet penetrated the first layer of steel plate and got stuck between the 2 layers of steel plates. At a distance of 100 meters, a 0.7 centimeters steel plate is its limit. On another steel plate, 2 obviously larger penetration holes appeared in front of us. As for the bullet, who knew where it went? Electromagnetic pulse rifle penetration test 2, 10 layers of 0.7 centimeters steel plate test. Li Gang continued to record. Chapter 51 Electromagnetic Pulse Rifle Finalization, Quantum Communication. Following Li Gang's order, the electromagnetic pulse rifle opened fire again. The results of the penetration test came in, and after penetrating 6 layers of steel plates, the bullet finally stopped this time. Well, it's not bad, except that the bullet material is not very good. This result is good enough, Li Gang. Keep going. Chu Ge came to a conclusion. Electromagnetic pulse rifle, range and trajectory test experiment 1, 1500 m target, 2000 m target setup, experiment preparation. Li Gang ordered into the intercom. A few minutes later, a colleague from the institute reported via the intercom that the target and related equipment had been installed and the experiment could continue. The electromagnetic pulse rifle fired again. After 2 shots, the experimental results came out. The ballistic height of the electromagnetic pulse rifle at 1,500 meters is 0.35 m, and the ballistic height at 2,000 meters is 0.50 m. This is a bit scary. The ballistic height of the Type 81 rifle at a scale of 3 and a distance of 300 meters reaches 0.35 m. Chen Nan was shocked. Electromagnetic pulses are fired. The kinetic energy is high. The bullets fly closer to a straight line. That's normal. Chu Ge remained calm. The following experiments included semi-automatic, fully automatic, for shot pulse mode switching, harsh environment simulation, module disassembly and assembly, and were carried out one by one according to the prearranged process. The electromagnetic pulse rifle has met its design requirements in all aspects of performance and can be said to have delivered a perfect answer. There was a burst of excitement among the people at the training range. After Chu Ge and 2 other brigade commanders signed the experimental log, the actual test of the electromagnetic pulse rifle was considered to be over. Chu Ge finally relaxed, stood up and stretched his muscles. Li Gang, the drawings and research data of related modules can be sealed and reported to the equipment department. The arsenal can then start trial production. Preliminary experiments can only go so far. The specific follow-up plan still needs to be tested in small batches and used in the troops. Only after a period of exploration can we see where improvements need to be made. Yes, Academician Chu. Okay, let's get everyone packed up. It's getting late. Let's get ready to go back to the institute. Chu Ge was just about to say hello to the 2 brigade commanders when he saw Brigade Commander Lu Nin walking towards him with a smile on his face. Colonel Chu, look, the research institute needs a batch of electromagnetic, guns to collect data. Why don't we equip our 224th Brigade with them? They'll be closer so we can move around more easily, right? Colonel Chu, there is also my 223rd Brigade. Gu Jianhua beside him quickly added. Go away, Lao Gu. I've given you enough face by coming to your experiment. Don't try to take advantage of me here. Hey, Big Pumpkin Lu, can we confuse these 2 things? Let's treat them one by one. What's the matter? You are the son of the 224th Brigade. So what if they are my biological children? Chu Ge's face was filled with black lines. These 2 old brothers are in their 40s, but they are still so angry. They are arguing with each other, and it is getting more and more outrageous. Well, let me say something about that. Chu Ge began to mediate the fight. This is really not something that our Weapons Research Institute can decide. This has to be approved by the military and the General Assembly. Instead of wasting your time here, why don't you go find Commander Lung or other senior leaders? After hearing this, the 2 brigade commanders thought about it and felt that it seemed to make some sense. They glared at each other and then calmed down. Haha. Well, we will definitely have more and more equipment, and your brigades are elite troops. I believe they will definitely be among the first batch of troops to serve. Okay, don't see me off. We'll be back soon. Thank you, both brigade commanders, for accompanying us through the wind and sand for a whole day. After Chu Ge shook hands and said goodbye to the 2 brigade commanders, he waved to Yin Tianhao. Then everyone got into the car, and the convoy drove hurriedly towards the research institute. In the car, Chu Ge, in a good mood, took out his mobile phone and clicked on Dilraba Dilmurat's profile picture. He has learned his lesson recently and would take the initiative to express his condolences to the princess every now and then, to avoid forgetting about it when he was too busy and having that girl bar her teeth at him again. Your Highness, are you busy? Well, you're really good. You've been doing well recently. That's right. We have to learn from the lesson, right? Haha. Oops, I'm preparing a new song. The Magic City Music Festival will open in more than 40 days, and I haven't prepared it yet. Music Festival? Chu Ge knew a little about this music festival. It was quite well known in Asia, and even some popular stars from countries H and R would come to participate. Oh, by the way, do you have time? I have a good seat. And, I miss you too. Dilanaze said in a low voice, and then there was silence for a long time. Chu Ge knew that the girl was shy again. That should be no problem. I'll arrange my time. See you then. Chu Ge calculated that the light prism tower would be fully built in a month. He would definitely take some time to go and see it when it was almost completed, and then it would be connected to the telescope for operation. In the next half month, we have to come up with the design blueprints for the helmet system and several subsystems of the aerospace mothership. This time is a bit tight. I have to work day and night again. Damn, who would have thought that after owning the awesome plus version of the military-industrial system, there would be no girls to pick up? Chu Ge laughed at himself for a bit, then became confused again. He should recover some health first, so as not to end up like the guy in the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital, which would be tragic. When Chu Ge woke up, he found that he and Yin Tianhao were the only ones left in the car. Chu Ge leaned over and saw that he was reading an academic report on black holes. Academician Chu, you're awake. Team leaderly saw that you were too tired, so he told us not to disturb you. He went to report the experimental results to Mr. Chen first. Well, where's Zheng Jun? Go find him and bring him to my office. I suddenly remembered that there are some things I haven't told him. Good. The communication system in the helmet plan and one of the core devices of the aerospace carrier will use quantum technology, so it is time to perfect the quantum plan. Chu Ge walked towards the office area of the research institute while thinking. A quarter of an hour later, Zheng Jun came running over, panting. Academician Chu, you're looking for me? Well, I have two tasks for you now. First, the helmet in the individual soldier system must have a built-in quantum communication system. I will give you the specific process plan and blueprint report tomorrow. Second, you have to coordinate with the most authoritative quantum experts in the country to help them completely transform the existing quantum computer, Origin Sinan, into a super quantum computer suitable for the application of aerospace carriers. The specific transformation plan will be given to you in a few days. Yes, Academician Chu, regarding quantum communication, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has actually been developing it, but it is currently stuck on two difficult issues: repeaters and the distance attenuation of quantum entangled states. Well, I know, so I will give you the solutions to these problems tomorrow. What? Academician Chu, have you solved these two problems? Zheng Jun looked at Chu Ge with a distorted expression, and he almost blurted out those words. Are you still human? Chapter 52: Mass Production of Electromagnetic Pulse Rifles. Are these too difficult? Chu Ge asked a question abruptly, which was so fatal that Zheng Jun, who was still in a state of shock, almost exploded on the spot. What does the progress of civilization rely on? It is nothing more than the birth and breakthrough of new technologies. I just transitioned from the steam engine to the internal combustion engine. Are you sure? Is it you? Sorry, I couldn't help it. The system is seamlessly connected. What's yours is mine, isn't it? Brother, we are conjoined twins, have you forgotten? That doesn't sound like a good word. Okay, keep blowing it. Chu Ge suddenly lost interest, waved his hand, and sent Zheng Jun away. He looked at the time. It was almost time for dinner, so he had to go to Academician Chen's place for a bite to eat first. 5 minutes later, in Academician Chen's office. Mr. Chen? I'm here. How are you doing? Chu Ge smiled like a flower. Xiao Chu, you're here. I was just planning to go look for you. Is that so? Hasn't the electromagnetic pulse rifle been finalized? After seeing the experimental data, several military leaders were very satisfied and immediately jointly requested the equipment from the General Armament Department. The General Armament Department wanted me to find out the basics from you first. How much do you estimate the cost of this thing? It's not expensive. I think one fight will cost 1 million Chinese yuan. Academician Chen's face twitched, but he said nothing. Chu Ge picked up an apple from the coffee table and ate it with relish, blinking his big, adorable eyes at Academician Chen while eating. So, what is the planned quantity for the first batch of verification tests? Mr. Chen took a breath and continued to ask. For combined forces brigades, let's say 7,000 people in one brigade, 28,000 troops, rounded up to 30,000? Just like that, Academician Chen lost hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan again. Okay, wipe your mouth after eating and call it a day. The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria. By the way, Mr. Chen, are you familiar with the Chinese Academy of Sciences? I'm quite familiar with them. Why are you asking about them suddenly? Oh, nothing much. We just need to recruit all the experts in quantum computers from their institute to come here. Chu Ge said casually, as if he was short of an onion to cook, and he went to the yard to pull one. Xiao Chu, why do I feel like it won't be long before you unify the martial arts world? Haha, it turns out Mr. Chen can also joke. Haha. Chu Ge laughed heartlessly, and even Academician Chen laughed softly. By the way, Mr. Chen, I want to develop the helmet in the individual soldier system in the next few days. As for the quantum communication part, I will do it tomorrow. I will let Zheng Jun use his expertise first. Well, Xiao Chu, just go ahead and do it. You can handle this special matter in a special way. As for the experts in quantum computers. Okay, I'll call Director Wu tomorrow and ask him to make the arrangements. Academician Chen thought for a moment and then replied directly to Chu Ge. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. You stinky boy. After spending so much time together with Academician Chen, Chu Ge sometimes really regards Academician Chen as his grandfather. Chu Ge's biological grandfather was a martyr who died while helping Sampang fight Lao Mi, so he lacked his grandfather's love and care as a child. Academician Chen felt all of these to a greater or lesser extent. It was a kind of intimacy between generations. The father and son finally stopped talking about work and chatted about family matters for the entire dinner hour. For some reason, Chu Ge felt that tonight's dinner was particularly delicious. After parting with Mr. Chen, Chu Ge returned to the dormitory, prepared some Red Bull, and started drinking. He needs to figure out the quantum communication issue tonight. As for quantum computers, he'll have to wait until all the experts arrive. Chu Ge likes to work hard on something and start working on it right away the next day. This is actually beneficial as it reduces a lot of safety risks. After all, it was a product of the system, and even if a little bit of it was leaked, it would be a sin for him. Just like that, after drinking his 4th can of Red Bull, he finally completed his work plan for tonight. Time ticked by, and it was almost 2 a.m. Red Bull couldn't hold up his fighting eyelids. Chu Ge lay on the table. Snore stood up. The next day, Chu Ge handed over several difficult solutions to quantum communication to Zheng Jun on time. This guy stopped using exaggerated body language and ran to the laboratory in a hurry. For him, it was too late to be surprised. If these problems that have plagued quantum research experts for a long time were solved this time, it would be extremely tempting for him, who is a professional in this field. Also, quantum communication is actually crucial to Chu Ge's space program. The harsh space environment, strong electromagnetic radiation, cosmic rays, solar wind, etc. all place high demands on communications. Among the several outstanding features of quantum communication, two of the most important ones are high security and strong anti-interference ability. This is exactly what Chu Ge needs. High security means it cannot be intercepted or eavesdropped, which is very suitable for large-scale applications in the military. Chu Ge plans to popularize the system in the Chinese army first after it is successfully developed. Although the military's current security level is also extremely high, this is a critical moment and Chu Ge does not want to be disturbed during his development stage. He needs to make sure he is on guard and take precautions. Of course, after the fleet is formed, it will also be necessary for communication between fleets in space. After Chu Ge finished his breakfast, he jogged a few laps around the artificial lake. After working at a high workload every day for the past month, he felt his body was drained. After finishing the helmet system, quickly go to the light prism tower base and take a look around. Take the opportunity to rest yourself. Chu Ge made up his mind. After a few laps, Chu Ge felt much more comfortable and immediately ran to Li Gang's laboratory. The remaining subsystems of the multifunctional helmet are the protective shield, life support system, and night vision system. The night vision system is not complicated, and the current technology is completely fine. It just needs to be integrated into the helmet according to the module provided by the system, and it can be popped out when needed. It involves technical issues, which is relatively simple. The life support system has two directions. One is the necessary oxygen supply, and the other is vital signs monitoring. The second one is easy. It only requires integrating the data links and coordinating with quantum communications to ensure that the vital signs data of the personnel on the go are transmitted to the mothership's monitoring department in a timely manner. The first one requires major changes. The current astronaut oxygen system is too bloated. Although a large part of it is derived from the protection against space radiation, it is still too complicated and needs to be greatly reduced in size. Then there is the issue of maintenance time. Compared with the system provided by the astronauts today, the system used by them is simply rubbish. Chu Ge felt that these were too simple to be necessary. So when Chu Ge casually told Li Gang about his next work arrangements when he met him, Li Gang lost his composure. You call these technological upgrades child's play? Any one of them has to be national level, right? Are they still human? Are they aliens? Come on, a science and technology worker doesn't believe in that. I feel deeply ashamed of myself. All the shock, doubt, and dissatisfaction with myself finally turned into the simplest and most powerful word. Yes. Chapter 53 Helium-3. The last one is the protective shield. Chu Ge was troubled because its material could not be provided on Earth, and strictly speaking, it could not be supplied in large quantities. The basic material of the protective shield is high molecular weight, high-strength plexiglass, and the edge connected to the helmet part integrates a set of integrated circuits and sensors. Finally, after data processing, it is displayed on a glass screen in the form of a screen display, similar to the HUD head-up display on current cars. It just displays basic data such as environment, temperature, humidity, atmospheric composition, radiation intensity, etc. These are all easy to say. The key is its core function, the protective shield. When Chu Ge studied its triggering mechanism and material composition, he did not pay too much attention to the latter. The trigger mechanism is easy to understand. Ordinary bullets and electromagnetic attacks can be dealt with by the high strength of the protective shield itself. When the intensity of physical attacks or electromagnetic attacks is too high, the protective shield will be triggered. As for the composition of the materials, when Chu Ge carefully studied its ingredients, he was stunned. The composition inside the protective shield is actually a mixture of two gases. When the mechanism is triggered, it instantly releases high-intensity current, which breaks down the atoms of the mixed gas when it reaches a certain intensity. After the two gas atoms are broken, the released electrons react with each other to form an ultradense gas wall. The density of the superdense air wall is extremely high, enough to defend against any means of attack and achieve temporary invincibility. Of course, the shameless defense method can only be used once, and the amount of high-energy battery is only enough for it to be released once. According to the data equation given by the system, Chu Ge followed it and found that the two gases were helium-3 and helium-4. Chu Ge vaguely felt that something was wrong. Finally, when Chu Ge reported to Professor Chen the experimental materials, 1 ton each of helium-3 and helium-4, he realized something was wrong. Helium-3? 1 ton? Xiao Chu, if you want money or people, I will risk my reputation to get them for you, even if all other projects in the Institute are stopped. No problem. But the proven reserves of helium-3 on the entire Earth are only 500 kilograms. Where can I get you 1 ton? Forget 1 ton. Even 1 kilogram is a stretch. No. I remember this helium-3 is quite familiar, but I can't remember it at the moment. Oh, there is a place with extremely rich reserves. It can be said that the reserves are all over the ground. Where? Chang's place. Chu Ge was angry and went back to ask the system boss to return the money. Brother, wake up. What the hell is this? We don't have helium-3. Is this considered defrauding consumers? The system defaults to the fact that the reserves of helium-3 are extremely abundant. Why? Your hometown is the moon. Chu Ge was instantly horrified. What the hell is the moon? You will probably have to upgrade to the end to find out the explanation of the origin of this system. Please keep working hard, host. Wait a minute, put the upgrade aside for now. I won't talk about your entire protective shield, which costs a battery each time it's used, costs money, hidden here. You want a simple one? Any light shield, particle shield, physical shield are all fine. Why do you want a fancy air shield? The system defaults to this excitation mode being the simplest and most effective, mainly because the materials are extremely abundant. Rich ass, you can dig up all over the blue planet for helium-3, but there are only 500 kilograms. We use it to make a mask for you? Aren't you afraid that they will take you and me for research? Oh, there's one more thing I don't understand. Wouldn't a normal bulletproof mask be enough? Why go to all that trouble? And why the shield saver? Just to save your life. 1. The application of superdense gas shield is not only to save lives, but also can be used as a large-scale defense barrier for warships and even interstellar fleet clusters. The cost is the same as the effect. It requires the fleet to mobilize super-strong electric current support. The effect is that it can resist a fatal blow from the enemy's ultimate strategic weapon. Second, the system defaults to the fact that the life of the owner of this shield is extremely valuable and should not be easily lost in battle. If the population of your planet is large, the life can be abandoned at will, and it can be not equipped to a single soldier, and the system will not interfere. Third, money will not be refunded. Chu Ge listened patiently and was shocked. Damn, it felt like the system brother had never spoken so much since he was born. Rare. Then I remembered the contempt behind the system, which actually contempts human rights. What do you mean your original master's life is extremely expensive? On the blue planet, the love of other countries is not dead, and China's must be just as expensive. Chu Ge became more and more angry as he thought about it, and the more angry he became, the more he couldn't help it. And then, you, big brother, let me ask you, do you have a mother? System default origin problem, please upgrade. Chu Ge surrendered. This guy's defense was so impeccable that even greetings and attacks were ineffective. After all the operations, Chu Ge returned to the office dejectedly. At present, this helmet can only be made into a castrated version. It's not that he doesn't respect life, it's just that there is no rice to cook. The moon is too far away, and it's not in time to go there even if you drive a rocket. However, the system's words woke him up. This superdense gas shield is really a good thing. Except that helium-3 is difficult to handle, it is simple and crude. The important thing is that the future interstellar fleet must have it. Who knows what kind of world is outside the Earth? What if you were excited to go explore the interstellar space, but as soon as you go out, you were captured by the Arash Martians? That would be too bad. Chu Ge began to tidy up the castration shield until the moon became dim. After finishing the last program, Chu Ge lit a cigarette and walked to the window. The moon is high in the sky outside. The moon, helium-3, if I remember correctly, it is also a very clean fuel, and it is the most ideal fuel for nuclear fusion power generation, a super energy source. Now we are at a fork in the road. We have 2 options. Either we build a transport ship to travel between the Earth and the moon and do nothing else but dig the soil. Or we need to build a lunar base. I'm afraid we have to build a greenhouse at our doorstep first. Chu Ge's decision-making difficulty came back again. After thinking for a long time, Chu Ge preferred the second option. Human society is too complicated. China will surely be on a rampage in the near future. Chu Ge has done a sand table simulation in his mind. China has declared with its unrivaled military strength that everyone present here is its younger brother. Weak countries will naturally be fence-sitters and follow China's lead. The problem is those troublemakers in the neighboring countries that have always been at odds with China. Maybe on the surface, you are the boss. Behind the scenes, no one knows what you are thinking or doing. You are just like a gangster, saying one thing and doing another. He doesn't believe that those countries will obey you obediently. So the question is, if someone who doesn't have eyes has offended China, should there be a bloodbath? What happens after the bloodbath? What chain reactions will there be? This is not easy to estimate, So Chu Ge simulated the worst-case scenario. Don't expect to destroy his military power, colonize his citizens and territory. Chu Ge knew that the world was now full of populism, and there would be endless repression and counter-repression. Unless there is a bloody massacre over 3,000 miles. But this does not match the Chinese genes. We are not bloodthirsty. The perfect simulation is that after our aerospace motherships, heavy battleships, interstellar fleets, prism towers, mecha warrior groups, etc. are all unveiled, all countries are completely convinced. And the Earth Alliance is established under the leadership of China. This is possible, but not certain, because there are tens of thousands of nuclear weapons out there. When people are overwhelmed, they throw themselves into chaos, and there is no reason to complain. After several simulations, Chu Ge resolutely decided to implement the lunar base plan. This required a decision from high-level leaders, and Chu Ge had to submit the proposal when he felt it was appropriate. Chapter 54. Chu Ge and the military industry system have a long conversation. Over the next week, Chu Ge fully experienced the daily life and hard work of the firefighters and the fire brigade. Chu Ge would appear wherever the research groups or experimental groups were needed, which was why they were all concentrated in one place, the Weaponry Research Institute, from the very beginning. If this happened separately, Chu Ge would probably summon his soul blade and fly away. Gradually, some strange scenes began to take place in the Weaponry Research Institute. Hello, Academician Chu. Well, hello. Hello, Academician Chu. Hey, Academician Chu, weren't you in the quantum research group just now? Academician Chu, weren't you in the individual weapons research group just now? Hiss. Academician Chu, how many do you have? After spinning like a top for these days. The work of each group began to proceed in an orderly manner, especially Li Gang's individual equipment team, where the research and development of the helmet subsystem progressed rapidly. Chu Ge finally had some free time. He looked at the calendar and realized that the Prism Tower project should be almost finished, so he had to prepare to go to the site. After arranging the work at hand, Chu Ge went straight to Academician Chen's office. Mr. Chen, I plan to go to the Light Prism Tower base tomorrow to check. Everything is normal in the bunker. The construction of the Light Prism Tower base should have been completed. According to the plan, it will be connected to the grid tomorrow. Xiao Chu, you have a very sharp nose. The 12 Light Prism Towers were all completed yesterday. Today, the military urged you to go there as soon as possible. I see that you are a little tired recently, so... Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'm fine. I'm in good health. I can leave tomorrow. Going out for a while can help to free up some space here, right? Chu Ge said this while pointing at his head. Haha. You, which Light Prism Tower base are you going to? I'll ask the military to make arrangements in advance. Q City, there's the sea and our Chinese naval base. I want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to use my power for personal gain. Hehe. No problem. I will ask Commander Wang to arrange a special military plane. You can go directly to the military airport and take a flight there tomorrow. This is a bit of a waste, isn't it? I can go there by civil aviation. Anyway, Captain Gong and the others will follow me when I go out, so it won't be a problem. I'm afraid that won't work. Your superiors have discussed your safety issue. You will have a heavy burden in the future. You will have to take the lead in many projects, so you can't make any mistakes. It's not so bad in the Weaponry Research Institute or even in Yinjing. We have a lot of security forces around us, both overt and covert. If you go out, all routes must be arranged under the protection of the military. Local police and armed police can only stay on the periphery. You must be surrounded by our most trusted and reliable elite special forces. It looks a bit like a giant panda. Haha, that's about right. No, there are still nearly 2,000 giant pandas, but you, Chu Ge, only have one. Only? Grandpa Chen, you've been a little naughty lately. Haha. Chu Ge stayed in Academician Chen's office for a long time. Chu Ge ate several apples. The two of them talked about a lot, including family matters, the next direction, and the future development of China. Family, country, and world affairs have always been complementary to each other from ancient times to the present. There is a country only when there is a home, and there is a home only when there is a country. After Chu Ge said goodbye, Academician Chen's eyes followed his back all the time. Chu Ge, I hope that my old bones can still see the moment when you lead China to dominate the world. Academician Chen lowered his head with expectation. His eyes swept across the photos on the desk. His face, which was full of smiles just now, suddenly darkened, and he took out his phone. Grandpa. Hey. What's wrong with me? Dad, Grandpa scolded me again. How many times has this happened this month? Chu Ge returned to the dormitory after dinner. He didn't plan to work out too much tonight, so he went to bed early. Perhaps it was because he hadn't gone to bed so early in a long time. Chu Ge tossed and turned, and couldn't fall asleep for a while. The biological clock obviously hasn't reacted yet. He stared at the ceiling above his head, thinking about what Academician Chen had said to him in the afternoon. Brother system, Are you asleep? There is a fart. Well, you have a good learning ability. It seems that you have adapted to the communication style of an old couple. I remembered the conversation I had with Mr. Chin this afternoon about personal safety. I suddenly wanted to ask you, are there any other items in your list that mention internal skills, superhuman advancement, or anything like that? Let's just chat about it. Don't fill my head with stuff. It's about to explode. No. Ill. Don't you say you're even more awesome than Doraemon? Doraemon doesn't have the stuff you're talking about. I've seen it. That works too? You're awesome. Do you have any awesome formulas for refining elixirs? 1 for hair removal and marrow cleansing, 2 for building the elixir or nascent soul, etc. The ones made by land immortals are not necessary because the environment is not suitable. No. Ill. Alas, as expected, you are from the industrial age, and those who cultivate immortality are totally out of sync. No, I am the host, okay? You should have some self-defense. If I die, won't you die too? I can't hang up. However, the super dense air shield can protect you. You're really funny. Do I have to wear a helmet when I go out? It's okay in winter, just treat it as performance art. But what about in the summer? Oh, by the way, the system can be hung somewhere else. It doesn't have to be embedded in the helmet. Chu Ge's eyes suddenly opened. But I feel like it's not very practical. If it really comes to that, your thing will only be invincible for a short while. I guess you can't even last 5 seconds as long as a real man. 2 attacks, a little time off, and you'll definitely die. There is an upgraded version. The system really can't stand the nagging of this generation of hosts. Fuck, is this true? Where is it? Store system, other categories, category 255, category 1324, category. Hold on, how much money? How do I use it? Instant, but can only be used by the host. Consumes the host's reputation. This, haha, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's the host welfare. How many hundred? Let me see how much reputation you have left. Oh, 6 million redeemed 9 times. Chu Ge looked at his reputation value. Wow, it has increased a lot. 600,0500. I seriously suspect that you quoted the price based on my remaining balance. There are all kinds of awesome master skills that cost 100 or 200 yuan, but this one costs 6 million? Are you involuntarily? The main task of the military industry system is to assist the host in establishing a strong military alliance. The host is not expected to use other systems too much, lest they become distracted. Are you exaggerating? Fine, you're the boss, I give in. Where did you learn this? This is even chicken soup for the soul. 9 exchanges. Chu Ge hadn't finished speaking yet. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful exchange, remaining reputation value, 500. Chapter 55, America's Little Thoughts. The system brother completed the exchange at lightning speed. Chu Ge jumped up. What do you mean? I mean you don't need to exchange it 9 times, just 3 times will be enough, you. 6 million, how many awesome master skills are there? And they're lifelong ones. Big brother, I'm living frugally here, but you're going all in. Don't play dead. It's always like this. Others get excited after getting paid, but you become invisible after getting paid. You are the most money-hungry system in the entire system. Chu Ge ranted mindlessly for half an hour, but the system was as stable as a rock. Downstairs in the dormitory, the street lights in the distance flashed a few times. The weather was still a little chilly, and a few desperate little flying insects came out early to chase the light. By the window of Chu Ge's dormitory, a shadow of a waving fist was imprinted on the window screen. The lights in the dormitory next door suddenly dimmed. The Chinese people have finished another busy day and are living truly in their own little homes, either loving or quarreling. It is 7 o'clock in the morning in the United States. On the banks of the Potomac River, in the huge parking lot of the Pentagon, more and more cars were gradually filling up. John Wilson arrived at the intelligence department early. He was particularly excited today. He leaned against the office door, holding a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, glancing at several hot beauties in the office, wondering who to ask out next time. Hey, boss, you're here pretty early today. William Miller was carrying a brown briefcase in his hand and pulling out his chair while greeting his boss. Hi, William, you look very pleasing to the eye today, haha. Well, every time you talk like that, you must be in a happy mood. Haha, you know the reason. Come, let's talk in my office. John Wilson retracted his gaze, slowly walked back to his seat, picked up a few photos handed to him by his subordinates yesterday, squinted at them, and took a sip of coffee from time to time. Boss, is there any good news? After William pushed the door open, he stood in front of the desk and adjusted the knot of his tie. Last time you talked about the satellite reconnaissance photos of those mysterious buildings in China. John put the photo down and glanced at it. William quickly picked up the photos on the table and began to look through them one by one. From the photos, these 5 buildings are at least consistent in appearance. Aha. Are there only these 5? According to this ratio, it's a circular building with a diameter of 50 meters. We have only discovered these 5 places so far. Maybe there are other places that we haven't discovered yet. Let's see what we can find from these photos. William Miller, holding the photos, moved his butt to sit down and then began to mark the coordinates of each photo on a map. That map was actually the standard map of China. Although these places don't seem to have any special features, boss, look, apart from the 2 buildings in the upper part, the 3 below seem to be arranged in a regular pattern, and the distance between them should be about the same. Well, it should be about 3,000 kilometers when converted. There must be something fishy going on here, but perhaps the mystery will soon be solved. John stopped paying attention to the maps and leaned back comfortably in his chair with his legs crossed. The destroyer Mustang and the electronic reconnaissance ship Victory will arrive in the eastern waters of China in, about 15 hours. Oh, these young masters are finally here. William Miller curled his lips. Haha, I like your name for them. This time they will conduct close reconnaissance about 160 nautical miles from the Chinese coastline. The Chinese Navy will definitely follow closely. So they will find a suitable opportunity to release a high-altitude stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and then conduct reconnaissance and photography of these places. The Victory is just a cover. Oh, William, what is this called in China? Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Yes, wow, when it comes to understanding China, you are the best, haha. But boss, is that reconnaissance plane reliable? We don't want it to be discovered before we even enter China's borders. It should be fine. The military said this Tier 5 Dark Star stealth drone is the latest development of Lockheed Martin. It has been tested by our own military radar and is difficult to detect. It is the only one and is very valuable. It took me a long time to convince those gentlemen to lend it to us temporarily. What if something goes wrong? Boss, you won't be able to explain to them. What if? Do you believe that China has this kind of radar technology? Or do you think their military radar is better than ours? Go to hell. That's good. I hope they can bring us good news tomorrow. Yes. John Wilson snapped his fingers. In a certain area of the Pacific Ocean in the dark night, 2 gray warships were sailing through the waves in the strong wind. Captain George Wells of the destroyer Mustang was in the bridge looking outside with a telescope. Brown, it's a horrible weather today. We are so unlucky that we have to travel all night on such a night. Captain, what does Washington mean by this shadow operation? We have conducted several close reconnaissance missions in the past, but we have not broken their bottom line. You ask me, who should I ask? At this time, I should be comfortably basking in the sunshine at home, but I was temporarily transferred here. George put down the telescope and picked up the coffee on the table. I'm just a little worried. Although we have had minor frictions with the Chinese Navy in the past, we didn't break up. We just cruised together. But this time we have to send reconnaissance planes deep into their airspace. If something unexpected happens, oh my God, we are right at their doorstep. We will be the first to suffer. Brown, this is not something you and I should worry about. If it really comes to that, maybe someone will be more anxious than us. What do you think? Haha. Captain is wise. At the same time, David, the radar watchman, was drowsy when he suddenly heard a sharp alarm in his earphone. David woke up instantly and carefully distinguished it. Soon, he stood up. Captain, the sea search radar detected 2 warships 310 nautical miles northwest, but the phased array IFF interrogator did not respond. Besides Country R, the only other naval forces in that area are the Chinese Navy, and Country R's warships have already gone home to sleep. Brown, our old friend has come out to greet us in advance. Oh my God, don't they sleep? Chapter 56 Contest 1. At the same time, a similar scene was taking place on the destroyer USS Lemon. After the radar soldier on duty reported the target on the water, Captain Sukai picked up the ship's telephone next to him. Yinshan, this is the Xining. Got it. Lemon ship, please speak. There are 2 unidentified ships in the southeastern waters. They are believed to be foreign ships. They are heading towards our eastern waters. Pay close attention. Pay close attention. Yinshan ship understands. 2 pure white warships, one in front and one behind, headed towards the target sea area. A battle without gunpowder has officially begun. It was 6 o'clock the next morning. After Chu Ge finished washing up, he walked straight to the restaurant of the Research Institute. On the way, Zheng Jun and Yin Tianhao saw him and greeted him. Academician Chu, good morning. Good morning, Tianhao, come with me on a long journey after dinner. Zheng Jun will stay at the Military Research Institute and hurry up to solve the problem of quantum communication. Yes. The 2 said in unison. Oh, and Zheng Jun, the experts in quantum computers should be here in the next 2 days. You can coordinate with them and ask them for advice on any problems in quantum communication. Yes. Academician Chu, where are you going? Zheng Jun rubbed his hands and ran to Chu Ge, asking like a curious baby. Light Prism Tower Base. The Light Prism Tower is scheduled to be officially connected to the grid today. Light? Light Prism Tower Base? I want to go there too. Why does Yin Tianhao always get to enjoy all the good things, and why am I always the one who gets hurt? Looking at Chu Ge and the other man walking away, Zhang Jun stood there stupidly, feeling regretful. 20 minutes later, 7 or 8 military jeeps drove out of the institute one after another. Outside the gate, for service vehicles and 4 motorcycles of the Yanjing traffic police had been waiting for a long time. After joining the convoy, the 4 motorcycles walked in the front, followed by the 4 service vehicles. The cavalry leading the way sounded the sirens, and the military vehicles behind them all flashed their lights, and the convoy headed towards the Yanjing military airport in a mighty manner. Blue sea and blue sky on the USS Mustang destroyer. Captain George Wells returned to the bridge after breakfast. Captain, return to the command room. The guard on duty at the cabin door, wearing a white navy cap, folded his hands behind his back, spread his legs and shouted loudly. Brown, what's going on? Captain, everything is normal. The fleet has finally left the thunderstorm area and is heading northwest. Well, what about them? George Wells picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Still the same, always keeping a distance of about 500 meters from my fleet. Oh my God, these Chinese Navy warships have been following us since early yesterday morning. They're like vampires. Once they set their sights on you, they will bite you without letting go. Haha, we're used to it, right? We all know it, just don't go too far. Haha, it feels a bit like Tom and Jerry. As for who plays who, let's see who competes. Haha. The 2 captains were chatting when the ship's telephone rang. Mustang, good morning. This is the Hawkeye electronic reconnaissance aircraft. We will always accompany your fleet and provide air services. Please return to the base to settle the fuel costs. Over. Good morning. Hawkeye, thank you for your aerial escort service. As for the fuel fee, you can try to ask the Chinese fleet ahead for it. Over. Mustang, no unidentified submarines have been found in the surrounding waters, so proceed with your mission with confidence. There is also an RC-135 strategic reconnaissance aircraft in the distant airspace, responsible for monitoring the movements of China's missile forces and collecting signals. As for the fuel fee, I'm afraid the Chinese military doesn't know my account number. Over. Maston received. Over. George Wells hung up the phone. Brown, it seems that Washington is still worried that China will use missiles to attack reconnaissance aircraft. Even the RC-135 has been dispatched. It is said that this stealth reconnaissance aircraft is the latest research and development, and it cost a lot of money and effort. But these idiots, what's the use of a 135? Brown, attack the heart first. Sukai stared at the 2 U.S. warships in front of him with a telescope. Lao Lei, what do you think these Americans are going to do this time? Lao Lei is the navigator on this battleship and has been working for more than 20 years. He plans to be demobilized this year, but the report has been in his hands and he has not yet submitted it to the base. Lao Lei plans to submit it after he returns from this mission. Captain Su, I think they're still the same as always, coming here every time just to annoy us. Well, maybe. Sukai hadn't finished speaking yet. Captain, the 357th Radar Squad has detected 2 batches of aircraft in the air. One is 80 nautical miles northeast of the fleet. Judging from the echo, it should be the US EP-3 electronic reconnaissance aircraft. The other batch is 260 nautical miles due north. It should be a large reconnaissance aircraft. The model is unknown. Large reconnaissance aircraft? The EP-3 is here too? This is quite interesting. Report the relevant sea situation to the base immediately. Yes. Old Lei, it seems that this time it won't be that simple. After Sukai finished speaking, he picked up the telescope on the table and continued to monitor the 2 warships. The sea was rough and cloudy. Chu Ge and his party also arrived in Q City. The military vehicle of the base had been waiting for a long time. After getting off the plane, Chu Ge and Yin Tianhao directly changed to the jeep of the base and went to the Q City base of Guangling Tower. The Light Prism Tower base is adjacent to the northern fleet of the Navy in City Q. When the locations of the 12 bases were initially surveyed, they were built around any places with military forces to form a base cluster. With the capabilities of the Light Prism Tower, the defense pressure around the base can be greatly reduced, the guard force can be used more concentratedly, and a lot of additional base cost will be saved. When the car was almost reaching the base, the huge figure of the Light Prism Tower appeared in front of Chu Ge. Under the sunlight, the energy shield of the Light Prism Tower reflected dazzling light, and Chu Ge was fascinated by it. Tianhao, do you see that huge tower? That's the Light Prism Tower. Yin Tianhao was originally looking down at the information in his hand. When he heard academician Chu mention the Light Prism Tower, he quickly raised his head to look. For a long time. Academician Chu, this Light Prism Tower is so majestic. With the bright red flag and military emblem on the tower, It looks even more majestic. But isn't it too obvious? It will be exposed to the sight of outsiders sooner or later. Obvious? Not obvious. Attacks from the air can't threaten it. Attacks from the ground? Are you kidding me? This is a military base, and it's the base of the Northern Fleet. How awesome do you have to be to sneak in here? The ground is fine. What I'm worried about is the air. After all, this is also our strategic weapon. Yin Tianhao vaguely knew something about the deeds of the light prism tower, but he was not very clear about the details. In the military field, apart from aerospace and rockets, he was more concerned about them, and knew very little about other things, especially the Navy and the Army. After passing through several levels of checkpoints and being inspected by on-duty officers and soldiers, the convoy finally arrived at the base. Outside the car, Commander Meng looked inside anxiously. Chapter 57 Contest 2. Hello, Commander Meng. Chu Ge saluted the commander whom he had met once. Haha, Xiao Chu, hello. Hello, it's been more than a few months since we last met. This time, finally there are no old guys trying to snatch you from me. Haha, you like to joke too. By the way, Xiao Chu, this is the commander of the Northern Navy base, Wan Jianhua, Commander Wan. Chu Ge had already seen the major general officer next to him, but he didn't have time to say hello. Commander Wan, Chu Ge salutes you. Chu Ge, Colonel Chu, this name is so well known. I finally met you today. Haha, if it weren't for the fact that the light prism tower is about to be put into operation, I'm afraid that even someone of my level wouldn't be able to see you. Really? Commander Meng, haha. You. Commander Meng pointed at Wan Jianhua and introduced him. Then the two commanders led Chu Ge to the conference room. Commander Meng, Xiao Chu, there is something we need to report before we go to the light prism tower. Just now, our fleet off the eastern coast notified the base command that they had spotted a U.S. fleet heading towards us at full speed. The specific situation is still unclear, but in addition to this small team, there are also abnormalities in the sky. Currently, there are 2 reconnaissance planes operating in this sea area. We believe that their destination is here. Commander Wan said this with a serious expression, then looked at Commander Meng. This nose is quite sensitive. How do you deal with it? Foreign warships are closely monitoring, and the base has dispatched 2 destroyers to guard the estimated route. In addition, the air echelon, a KJ-2000 early warning aircraft, 2 KH-500 electronic reconnaissance aircraft, and 10 JP-16 fighters have taken off to form a mixed air formation and are now flying to the relevant waters. 10 fighter jets? Haha, Commander Wan, you really think highly of them. Them? I don't care about them. I value our light prism tower and academician Chu Ha. Commander Wan couldn't help but say a swear word, then looked at Chu Ge gently. What does Xiao Chu think? Commander Meng turned his head and looked at Chu Ge. We are definitely being given special attention here. It's a naval base after all. Moreover, we are building so many prism tower bases at the same time, and we also have guards. It's normal for us to be detected by their satellites. There is a high probability that they want to see what we are building. Since the satellites in the sky cannot capture enough useful information, we must use other methods. We have to wait and see what the specific method is. I estimate that the probability of unveiling the veil today is very high. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he looked at Commander Meng. Have you seen Commander Wan? Our Colonel Chu has the potential to be a staff officer. Do you think I should fly to the weapons test base that day to grab him? Haha, but they are too late. Let's go and uncover the veil. The 3 of them walked out of the conference room. Yin Tianhao and several base officers were waiting outside the gate. They got in a jeep and drove towards the light prism tower base. After passing a checkpoint, the convoy finally entered the prism tower base. Xiao Chu, did you see that the light prism tower base is inside the naval base? However, our naval personnel cannot come in directly. We need permission from our superiors. This shows how much the country values this strategic weapon. That's right. The officers at the base have wanted to see you several times. You said that they were not allowed to visit their own base, which made them feel very depressed. These young men who are full of vigor and vitality come to the isolation zone to watch whenever they have nothing to do. The scene is quite spectacular. Commander Wan in the front row added, Looking for me? There's no point in looking for me, because I have to ask for permission to come in. Chu Ge was not clear about these things. Commander Wan, you see I'm useless. You know I'm just doing research and development, and I have no say, haha. The convoy passed 2 more levels of checkpoints in the light prism tower base before reaching the bottom of the tower. The journey that should have taken 5 minutes actually took 15 minutes, which shows how strict the inspection was. In addition, according to Chu Ge's observation, the sentries only recognized documents and not people. When everyone got off the bus and the light prism tower appeared on Chu Ge's body in the form of a blueprint, he didn't feel much. At this moment, When this giant building with a diameter of 50 meters and a height of 200 meters stood in front of him, Chu Ge truly felt its murderous aura. The main body of the light prism tower is a high-strength steel structure, and the base is a 10-meter circular high-strength reinforced concrete cast in place. Air-leaking holes are used above 10 meters, mainly to reduce wind loads. The connecting part is composed of 36 columns and diagonal bracing structures, with the columns spaced evenly and arranged in a circular shape. At the top was the main attacking body of the light prism tower, the energy shield. 5 meters below the energy shield was a huge red flag and a military emblem, with the red 5-pointed star with a gold border gleaming in the sky. Everyone looked up, and no one spoke for a moment. Colonel Chu, what were you thinking about when you designed it? Commander Meng said something without any clue. I didn't think about anything. I just thought that China's territory would never be bombarded by artillery fire again, and that the Chinese people would be forever away from war and live and work in peace. After hearing this, everyone looked at Chu Ge, but he was the only one still looking up at the red 5-pointed star. East China Sea, about 160 nautical miles away from Q City. Mustin, this is the E-2C Flamingo, coming from our country's Guam base. You have 6 fighter planes behind you to provide cover. Pay attention, the radar shows that a large Chinese fleet consisting of an early warning aircraft, 2 reconnaissance aircraft, and 10 fighter planes will soon arrive in your waters. Stay alert. Over. Maston received. Over. 10. Brown, are the Chinese crazy? The more intense the reaction, the more necessary this reconnaissance is. Hua Xingdun must know something. Otherwise he wouldn't let us do this. Well, I hope you're right, because that means they must have a backup plan. Captain, that's for sure. Otherwise they wouldn't have dispatched fighter jets from our country base to provide support. Well, helmsman, the course remains unchanged. Continue at full speed. George made up his mind. In the past, this distance was the default shortest distance between the two sides. When the U.S. warships reached about 160 nautical miles from China, they would sail along the outer side of the route, while the Chinese warships would be on the inner side. After a period of friendly sailing, both sides would leave with their rudders fully steered. George Wells quickly picked up the telescope. He wanted to keep an eye on the movements of the Chinese warships. Sure enough, as they went deeper, the Chinese warships began to narrow the distance with them. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The process was slow, but to George it felt like time was flying fast, and his heartbeat was rising rapidly. Okay, at this distance he could see clearly without a telescope. George was just about to walk over to the side hall to say hello to his old friend. The lookout rushed in. Captain, the Chinese reinforcement ship that was cruising in the channel ahead of our ship suddenly stopped and hoisted the Z flag. What? Shit, Brown, hurry up, slow down now. Chapter 58 Contest 3. As the USS Mustin was scrambling to slow down. On the warship Ningbo, Captain Su Kai was arranging combat tasks in an orderly manner. Yanshan, right now, while it's slowing down, speed up to its right side and squeeze its sailing space. I want to see if this American guy will go in. Yanshan's ship received. Captain, you are such a thief. You let the brother ship that came here block its path. You are going to make dumplings. Lao Lei next to him had a flushed face with excitement. Su Kai did not reply to Lao Lei. After thinking for a while, he picked up the ship's phone. Ishue frigate, your ship should keep an eye on that reconnaissance ship. Its guards have been confined by us. I wonder how it can move forward. Ishue's ship received. Su Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lei, if we talk about thieves, Shui Rue is the thief. I asked him to intercept the American shipping route, but he just hoisted the Z-shaped flag. Huh. You too. You are the only two in the base who are so cunning and clever. Ha. Su Kai walked out of the bridge with a smile, looking at the white warship crossing the front. The conspicuous Z-shaped flag was fluttering in the wind. He stared at the fluttering flag with his blood boiling. In a trance, he seemed to understand Shui Rue's meaning, which was a will to fight to the death and a fearless spirit that no one else could do it but him. Signalman, order, hoist the Z flag immediately. Now that our brother warship has sounded the charge, we cannot fall behind. Yes, Captain. The signalman saluted Su Kai, his eyes full of admiration. A few minutes later, all Chinese warships flew this flag without any prior agreement. At this moment, the destroyer Mustin. Captain, the Victory electronic reconnaissance ship has also stopped where it is, and their route has also been blocked by the Chinese warships. Captain, the Chinese warship behind us has already maneuvered to our right while we are slowing down, and is continuously closing the distance between the two ships. Captain, the air radar shows that a 4-plane formation is flying rapidly towards our fleet. and there is another 8-plane formation cruising behind them. In the command room, the crew kept reporting the surrounding situation to George Wells. He stared at the comprehensive information screen in front of him. The information screen is very large and is divided into 3 sections. In the middle of the screen is the surveillance video of several surrounding Chinese warships. The 2 screens next to it are radar imaging of the surrounding waters and radar warning images in the air. In the warning image in the air, several red dots are moving rapidly in the center of the circle that looks like an electronic target. George is a little nervous now and always feels that something is not right. "Captain, what does it mean when the Chinese warship in front of us hoisted the Z-shaped flag? Is there really a malfunction?" Brown asked anxiously beside him. George Wells did not answer. He looked around, then raised his telescope to look at the Victory in the distance. "Brown, do you think all 4 ships will break down at the same time? Then what should we do? Perhaps now is an opportunity. While the situation is chaotic and everyone's attention is on the enemy's warship, we should immediately release the reconnaissance plane and also release the drone on our ship to disrupt their sight." "Yes." Brown hurriedly left the bridge. George Wells also walked out of the bridge and came to the deck. Looking at the large white warships not far away on both sides, his face became unusually serious. Just as he was rubbing his chin with his hand and thinking, the roar of fighter jets was faintly heard in the distance. The roar gradually became clearer. In an instant, 4 fighter jets roared past George's head in a standard combat formation. George could even clearly see the 5-pointed star logo on the tail of the fighter jets. The huge sound caused his cochlea to swell, and the buzzing sound went straight from his ears to his brain. Oh! This small area of sea was particularly lively today. The planes from both countries in the sky were surprised to find that the 6 huge warships below were docked together abruptly, neither moving forward nor backward. It's just like a few people walking together, seeing each other and greeting each other politely. In fact, they're also quite awkward in the air. Originally, early warning aircraft and reconnaissance aircraft are long-distance accompanying cruises and combat. They should be in the rear and rarely run to the front to be used as vanguards. Today is great. Both sides are just about to open the hatch handle and chat happily. There was a stalemate in the air and on the sea, with both sides cautiously testing each other. Guam base. Fortunately, neither side took any further action. Tell the warships and planes ahead to stay where they are now and stay safe. Our focus is not on the sea. Base Commander Kyle stared at the real-time images from the reconnaissance plane, took a long breath, and gave the order. He picked up the coffee that had already gone cold and took a sip, but he didn't feel that the coffee was no longer as fragrant. He was still in shock. The scene just now was too dangerous. Once there was friction, it would be difficult to control the situation. Being an experienced man, he knew that this was not the intention of those gentlemen in Huashingdan. If the situation escalates seriously, he might have to take the blame. All he wanted now was to quickly let that damn reconnaissance plane take pictures so that he could order the fleet to withdraw from the dangerous waters. So after seeing 2 drones take off from the USS Mustin, Kyle finally felt at ease. Okay, let the RC-135 and the early warning aircraft keep an eye on China's missiles and radar signals. If there is any abnormality, report it to me immediately. As for the sea, let them play poker with the Chinese Navy, haha. Haha. Q City Light Prism Tower Base. At this time, Chu Ge and the 2 commanders were staring at the big screen on the wall. They were now in the Prism Tower, which was the command center of the entire Prism Tower base in Q City. The layout was similar to that in the bunker. At this moment, the big screen was showing the network connection progress bar, 98, 99, 100. The screen flashed for a moment, and when it resumed, Wang Yun's pretty face appeared in front of everyone. "Hello, Academician Chu." "Hello, Commander." Wang Yun reports to you from the Telescope Detection Center. "Hello, Wang Yun." Commander Meng returned. Reporting to the commander, the detection center has been successfully connected to the 12 light prism towers. The light prism towers can now exert their powerful combat power. Good, good, good. Commander Meng excitedly said good 3 times in a row, and then led the warm applause. Under his leadership, the personnel at the light prism tower base and the detection center clapped their hands desperately, especially Yin Tianhao, who wished he could clap his hands until they were broken. After everyone quieted down, Wang Yun suddenly became serious. "Commander Meng, there is an emergency that needs to be dealt with immediately." The telescope detected that 2 small planes took off from a U.S. warship near the East China Sea not far from the Q City base. One of them is approaching the border. "Are we approaching the border? Call up the base's air defense radar screen immediately." Commander Wan at the side hurriedly spoke to an adjacent operator. The surveillance showed that the radar was turned on, but the military radar screen only showed the signal of an aircraft in the distance, and the border was blank. Chapter 59, Light Prism Tower's Debut. It should be a stealth aircraft. Wang Yun sent the telescope data over. Chu Ge hurriedly sat in front of a computer and started typing commands. Yes, academician Chu. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, typing away at the keyboard line by line. So-called stealth aircraft are not actually undetectable by our radars. It's that our current radars scan some very small targets once, and once they are determined to be safe, the system will automatically cover them. After being specially treated with stealth coating, the image of a stealth aircraft on radar may be as small as a sparrow. Although the current meter-wave radar can detect weak stealth fighter signals, that radar is too easily interfered with and has extremely poor accuracy. Even if it is discovered, it is difficult to effectively intercept it. Chu Ge explained to the people around him while operating the computer. The plane that broke in looked like a drone based on its size. I don't remember the Americans having any unmanned stealth reconnaissance aircraft. Could it be a new development of theirs? Commander 1 hurried back. It's possible. Chu Ge finally pressed the enter key and stood up. Everyone looked up and saw that a screen on the wall had been switched to the real-time monitoring image of the telescope. It's about to enter the Chinese border, Commander Meng, should we? Commander 1 next to him became anxious. Commander Meng just smiled and waved his hand, then just stared at the screen without saying a word, as if he was waiting for it to enter the airspace. In a small room on the USS Muston, a makeshift stealth drone control platform was set up. Captain George Wells stared at the screen. Captain, we are about to enter the Chinese border. The drone pilot holding the control stick whispered. Okay, follow the plan. Go around first, then head straight to that mysterious building. Be careful. Yes. At this time, at an altitude of about 12,500 meters, an unmarked drone was cruising at high speed close to the coastline. The next second, the invisible drone suddenly turned, crossed the coastline, and flew straight towards Q City. He's coming in. He's coming in. Commander 1 stared at the screen and said. At this moment, everyone in the command center was staring at the screen. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for Commander Meng's decision. Xiao Chu, you are the chief engineer of the Light Prism Tower, and you are also a senior colonel. Oh, you will soon be the same as Lao Wan. Haha, you are the highest commander of this base now, and you should be in charge. Don't ask me. I am from the Navy, and the country has not authorized me to manage the Light Prism Tower base. So, Commander Meng made a gesture of invitation. Commander 1 next to him seemed to be hesitant to speak, and looked at Commander Meng in confusion. Chu Ge did not answer immediately. He looked at Commander Meng. After making sure that Commander Meng was not joking, he looked at the flight trajectory of the invisible drone on the screen and pondered for a moment. Okay, since Commander Meng said so, I won't be polite. All combatants at the Q City Light Prism Tower Base Command Center, listen to my command now. Yes. All the officers and soldiers answered in unison, looking at Chu Ge with firm eyes, but their hands were placed on the control panel, ready to input commands at any time. Okay, start the Prism Tower according to the program. Start. The 12 light prism towers are usually in dormant mode and are coordinated and commanded by the telescope control center. If an enemy is detected, the telescope will wake up the light prism towers in the corresponding positions one by one according to the number of attacks and the attack path. Report. The controlled nuclear fusion energy input is normal. Report. The energy shield is functioning normally. Report. Signal imported, tracking normal. Good. Wang Yun, immediately calculate the most suitable area for the Q City Light Prism Tower to attack, simulate the trajectory of the drone crash, and minimize the risk of secondary injuries, so as not to hurt the people below. Yes, Colonel Chu. Wang Yun looked at Chu Ge deeply, then saluted solemnly. Her figure disappeared from the screen, and she must have leaned over to operate the computer. Commander 1 behind Chu Ge looked at Meng Shichong, only to see him smiling and shaking his head, with his finger on his lips, gently waving it. When Commander 1 saw this, he seemed to understand something. He smiled slightly and began to concentrate on looking at the screen on the wall. Instantly, Colonel Chu, the computer simulation data has been sent over. Wang Yun returned to everyone's sight. Okay, authorize the Q City Light Prism Tower Base to attack freely. Yes, authorize the Q City Light Prism Tower Base to attack freely. Report, authorization completed. Good. Chu Ge stared at the big screen. The invisible drone was still circling, but Chu Ge was not in a hurry. He was waiting. Q City was densely populated, and the supercomputer calculated that the only safe shooting location was the area around the base. It automatically marked a circle of red areas. When the drone entered this area and issued an attack order, the Light Prism Tower would attack immediately. Commander Ming, do you think the stealth drone will enter the red area? Commander One of the base looked at the drone on the big screen and said worriedly, I believe in Xiao Chu's judgment. Commander Ming didn't even think about it. A few minutes later, the stealth drone that was originally wandering around the periphery suddenly turned towards the base and flew all the way over without changing its course. Everyone stared nervously at the plane's trajectory on the big screen. There was no other sound in the hall except the faint noise of the machines running. It would be a lie for Chu Ge to say he wasn't nervous. He stared at the plane with his eyes fixed, his heart beating faster and faster. As the plane got closer and closer, Chu Ge's hand slowly moved upwards and stopped on the bright red launch button. Finally, the invisible drone on the screen dived into the red area that had been marked long ago, and Chu Ge decisively pressed the launch button. When we looked again, the aperture on the screen had disappeared. For a split second, no one actually felt what had happened. Although the light prism tower does not have the kind of physically and mentally shocking roar like cannons and missiles, it has an extra layer of mystery, a feeling of killing people invisibly, which gives people goosebumps. 10 seconds later, faint explosions were heard around the base. Chu Ge stood up, his hands were covered in sweat, and he exhaled deeply. He had been hanging on for a long time, and if he didn't exhale, he would suffocate to death. Commander Ming looked at Chu Ge with burning eyes, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. Colonel Chu, it is true that a hero emerges from youth. He is calm and composed, yet decisive in killing. It would be a pity if he did not come to lead the troops. How about I talk to the boss later? You might as well come to our Navy, haha. I can't make the decision on this. You should ask academician Shin from our institute first, haha. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily. Okay, Xiao Chu, Lao Wan, let's go and see the results of our light prism tower's first show. Commander Ming stopped joking, even though this was what he really thought. Yes. Academician Chun, who was far away in Yanqing, was reviewing materials at the moment. He suddenly sneezed, adjusted his slightly crooked glasses, and muttered something. Did Xiao Chu leave the institute today? Why do I feel so nervous? Sigh. I'm getting older and my memory has declined significantly. Chapter 60 US 10 billion. The small dark room on the USS Mustin. The invisible drone pilot was a little confused. He tried many methods, but the display was still blank. Finally, he had to speak. Captain, our drone seems to have lost contact. As if, are you kidding me? Pull up the video footage from 1 minute before the loss of contact, show it to me frame by frame, and then tell me what happened. George Wells was angry. He was very angry. He had come all the way here, not to be a courier. After a few minutes, the drone pilot still shook his head with a frustrated expression. George Wells sat down on the chair like a deflated ball. Having been so arrogant for half his life, he felt an unprecedented sense of frustration today. I always feel something is strange. Have we been caught up in China's conspiracy from the beginning? In the scene on the sea today, China was not like this before. Americans are still the same as always. Conspiracy theories are a panacea. The stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft lost contact, but the fleet at sea was still on the verge of a fight. George forced himself to cheer up. He had to report this emergency to the base as soon as possible. Our country's Guangdao base. Commander Kyle made himself another cup of coffee. He crossed his legs leisurely and glanced at the surveillance footage on the screen. Report, the captain of the destroyer Mustin requests a call. Oh, it's done? Thank God. George has done a good job this time. Kyle took the phone, holding his coffee in one hand and the phone in the other, looking calm. Slowly, the smile disappeared from his face. He was stunned for a while. Then his hand shook and the coffee cup slipped from his hand, landing on the bright marble floor with a bang. The coffee splashed everywhere and slid far along the smooth floor. The officers and soldiers in the command room were frightened by the sound and looked over here. Okay, George, you guys call the Chinese fleet and tell them that you're going to evacuate that area. Leave the rest to those guys from Washington. Yes, evacuate now. Kyle shouted loudly and hung up the phone abruptly, still gasping for breath. On the Blue Sea, the enough level scene. On the Ningbo destroyer, Sukai put down the phone with a puzzled look on his face. Captain, what did the Americans say? Do you want to hit them? Lao lay next to him was full of excitement. Why are you hitting him? He's trying to reverse and leave. Are you trying to start a world war or something by hitting him at this time? To be honest, Sukai was also a little disappointed. Damn, after all this time, this is it? The officers and soldiers at sea didn't know that the light prism tower had already finished its work and the protagonist was dead, so the show naturally could not go on. The Americans came quickly and left even faster. After dozens of minutes, the two warships and the planes in the sky disappeared without a trace. After informing the base command of the situation, Sukai followed the must-in for a distance until he was sure that it was returning, and then he turned around and headed for the Q City naval base. In addition to the United States and China, there was actually another country watching this contest, and that was our country's maritime self-defense force. When the Chinese fleet was confronting the U.S. fleet, their planes were circling in the airspace behind, and reconnaissance planes in the air kept transmitting the scene to the rear. It's like the two countries in front are fighting in a ring, and country R is the audience, waving flags and cheering. So after both sides evacuated so friendly, the commander of the self-defense forces, Hirota Kazuichiro, was shocked. How could this happen? Can't blame him for being disappointed. After learning the news, he urgently summoned the self-defense forces staff and conducted war game simulations over and over again, even busier than the two countries involved. But he didn't expect that the matter would be resolved so quickly. Hirota Haichiro was a little frustrated and slammed the table hard. China. Q City Naval Base, a lush pine forest. This is the red area marked on the computer. Chu Ge and Commander Meng were standing on a small hill somewhere. The base guards had arrived here early and set up a cordon around the scene. Within the yellow cordon, the wreckage of a large gray-black drone was still burning, and firefighters at the base were putting out the fire. Commander Meng, this stealth drone seems to be a new type of drone developed by the United States. Should we notify the experts from the Military Industry Institute to come over and tow it back and dismantle it into pieces first? Commander 1 of the base was a little excited. You can unload it if you want. I'm not interested. It's just a pile of scrap metal, right, Xiao Chu? Commander Meng turned around and looked at Chu Ge, feeling proud. There's nothing else to say. The stealth material can be compared with ours. The electronic control and flight control systems can also be studied. Drones will be a major military force in the future, whether on Earth or in outer space. Chu Ge analyzed carefully that although he had a military-industrial system, it was still necessary to make the best use of its strengths and overcome its weaknesses. Moreover, many weapons and technologies of the military-industrial system were upgraded based on the existing versions. But will the Americans come and ask us for this pile of wreckage? Chu Ge doesn't quite understand the game between countries. Haha, I'm afraid they don't have the nerve to do that. There will be special personnel to negotiate with them on this matter, but according to my experience, they usually keep it a secret and argue with each other. To put it another way, if you want it, you have to give an explanation, right? Haha, that's true. Chu Ge seemed to understand, but not quite. It's almost 2 a.m. in the United States. In an old-fashioned hotel, all kinds of unsightly clothing, sex toys, and drug packaging boxes were discarded on the dark red carpet. John Wilson, the boss in charge of the East Asian intelligence system, has fallen into a sound sleep, with his subordinates lying naked next to him. The woman is wearing heavy makeup and is vigorously watching short videos on TikTok. Buzz, 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 the screen of the mobile phone on the table lit up. The woman looked at the phone and then glanced at John, who was sleeping. She curled her lips, turned around, and continued to watch videos, laughing quietly from time to time. James, director of the Pentagon's Strategic Intelligence Office, put down the phone. I don't know where this damn John is going, but he is sleeping soundly. Fuck. I invested $10 billion in this new stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, but now it is scrapped. How can I explain this to those bastards in the military? Oh, this damn John Wilson. I will skin you alive tomorrow. Chu Ge did not leave Q City immediately today. He had been staying in the Weapons Research Institute for more than a year. He had always longed for military life since he was a child, so he had to experience it today, especially since it was the Navy who looked so handsome. Of course, this was exactly what the Navy Commander-in-Chief Meng Shichong wanted. Xiao Chu, let's go and meet the naval officers. They just came back from the open sea. I heard that they hoisted the Z flag when they confronted the U.S. fleet. They were so brave. As the commander, of course I will go to greet our warriors in person. Yes. Chapter 61 Heroes Triumph. When Chu Ge and his men arrived at the dock, the soldiers were resting. They were wearing white clothes, which looked exceptionally bright under the sunlight. At first glance, the team was well organized and majestic. There must be thousands of people. Old Meng, Shui Rue and his team did a great job today and dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of some people. You have to go up and say a few words to them. Well, what Lao Wan said makes sense. I have to praise these guys today. He strode forward, walked onto the makeshift viewing platform, and adjusted the microphone. Sharp eyes. I'm Meng Shichong. First of all, I want to praise you. Why? Because you did a great job today. Chu Ge was listening attentively in the audience. Mr. Meng's passionate speech made him feel very proud. In the square formation, Su Kai and Shui Rue stood together, with their chests puffed out, their arms straight and clasped in the middle of their trouser lines, looking full of energy. They are brave and hardworking, and their professional abilities are the best in the system. Mr. Meng spoke a lot, mainly affirming the dignified and humble spirit of Su Kai and others today. After his impassioned speech, the audience responded with warm applause. Shui Rui narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Ge. Su Kai, you have a sharp eye. Do you recognize the man standing next to the boss? He's wearing an army uniform. Shui Rui heard the voice and looked in the direction Su Kai was looking. Looks so young and a little familiar. Are there such young officers in the army? The two looked straight ahead and talked in low voices. Fuck, I remember now. There really is such a person. Shui Rui's expression trembled suddenly, and his voice even trembled a little. Which one? Chu Ge, academician Chu. What? No wonder, no wonder. Hiss. The people around were already listening with their ears pricked up, and when they heard these two words, they were all startled. It's no wonder they didn't recognize each other. It was just a text description without any photos. On the stage, the leader of their detachment walked onto the podium. Su Kai and the others fell silent, but they all made a small movement while listening attentively. Their eyes and bodies glanced uncontrollably in the direction of Chu Ge. The simple celebration at the dock soon ended, and Chu Ge and the others walked towards the base together. Xiao Chu, since you live here today, you are mine, even for one day. So I, Old Meng, would like to ask you what role we play in your plan. Chu Ge looked at the 60-year-old man. He had been a soldier all his life. Although he was strong and brave, he was also a man of true character. Chu Ge immediately realized that he was not asking casually. He was really a little confused. Chu Ge's recent rapid progress and various cutting-edge technologies have really subverted the old man's ideas. He is not conservative, but still feels that he can't keep up with Chu Ge's pace. I think the cruising range should be expanded. It can be every corner of the blue star sea, or the vast starry sky in the sea of stars. So, our main direction in the future will not be this planet, but the billions of unknown areas in space. Chu Ge's words were sonorous and powerful. After hearing them, the two of them frowned in thought, then relaxed. After a long time, they looked at each other and nodded firmly to each other. This is Chu Ge's blueprint, but it is also their blueprint. Far away, Su Kai, Shui Rui, and others followed Chu Ge and the others stealthily, but they never dared to come forward. They just followed them silently all the way. Old Su, have you heard? What? When we were confronting the foreigners in the open sea, do you remember that destroyer launched 2 drones? I remember that after they were released, they turned around and flew away. Later, our radar only captured one of them. The other one disappeared inexplicably. I thought it was a momentary negligence, so I gave them a good lesson. While recalling, Su Kai talked to Shui Rui beside him. You are still so irritable and get angry easily. Don't you think about why they made such a mistake? Deserting? At that time, they wouldn't go to the toilet even if you asked them to. Now that I think about it, the atmosphere was tense and I didn't think much about it. I just blurted out what I wanted to say. When Su Kai said this, he felt a little regretful. Just now I heard from Hermesi that the drone was called a stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. It is invisible, so our radar cannot detect it. Same as JK-20? There are even more powerful ones. Shui Kai stopped talking and pointed at the tall body of the light prism tower. That stealth drone was heading for it, and after it disappeared from our sight, it flew to our base. Then what? Su Kai asked nervously. Haha, isn't it time for you to show some appreciation? Shui Rui was making smoking gestures with a funny expression. There are plenty in the dormitory, I'll give them to you later. Hey, that's exactly what I want to say. When the stealth drone was about to reach the base, it exploded right there in the pine forest. Now the people at the base are still cleaning up the wreckage, and many people have gone to watch the excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. Su Kai pretended to hit the floor with oil. Hey, wait a minute. There's no point in going over there. There's martial law in place, and you can't see anything from a distance. Shui Rui shouted loudly and grabbed Su Kai, who had already started running with both hands. Why didn't you say earlier that it was blown up by Linggong? You mean it was that legendary light prism tower? Or else, someone saw it emit a beam of white light instantly, and then the plane disappeared. It felt like it blinked, and I don't know if it was an illusion or something else. Anyway, it was very weird, my goodness, just like a science fiction movie. Shui Rui was still thinking about his various science fiction movies, but Su Kai stared blankly at the light prism tower, his mind churning with thoughts. He was also in charge of the research and development and construction of the light prism tower, right? What kind of person is he to have such extraordinary talent? Oh, by the way, there's a small celebration party tonight. Maybe he'll go. Come on, don't just stand there like an idiot. Everyone's gone. Go back to your dorm first, and don't regret what you just did. What just now? Hey, Su Kai, you bastard. Don't be such a scoundrel. Chapter 62 Chu Ge's Aerospace Mothership. Before I knew it, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Chu Ge and his friends chatted in the office for several hours, from naval equipment to future layout, aerospace carriers, heavy cruisers, interstellar fleets, and lunar bases. Chu Ge briefly explained some important nodes to the two bosses, especially the lunar base at the back. Chu Ge was drooling over the helium-3 on it. This thing was a necessary element for the super-dense air shield. Chu Ge didn't dare to take any risks. The most important thing after the aerospace mothership was built was to establish a base on the moon. In this way, he can or dares to continue exploring. Not to mention how many staff, troops, and top experts will be stationed there by then. The material and financial resources invested alone are astronomical figures, and we must not take risks lightly. When Chu Ge finished speaking, his stomach started to rumble in protest, which was very embarrassing. Mr. Meng laughed, then took the blushing Chu Ge to the base cafeteria. When Chu Ge entered, the entire cafeteria was silent. The soldiers stood straight, and the food on the table looked carefully prepared. There were roast chicken, braised pork, and fish filling the table. The two elders brought Chu Ge to the officers' table. Sukai, Shuerue, and Lao Lei were all there. They were sitting upright like their soldiers. Okay, don't be so serious. Today is a festive day. You don't have to be so restrained. Kitchen crew, go get a few cases of beer. Put 2 cases on each table, 1 bottle per person. No more. Yes. The chef and the kitchen quickly agreed. Pa pa pa. After a round of applause, everyone finally relaxed. The few who were bold and loved to make trouble had already started talking in low voices. Sukai, Shuerue, arrive. The 2 captains stood up immediately. Haha, come here, let me introduce you to an incredible person. The 2 of them hurried over. Sukai, Shuerue, the 2 captains of our newest destroyers, Chu Ge, an academician of the Ordnance Research Institute. You know his military rank. This sentence directly confirmed Sukai and the others' guess, and everyone turned their eyes to Chu Ge. Salute. The 2 captains stood at attention excitedly, straightened their backs and tightened their stomachs, and saluted in a standard manner. Salute. With a whoosh, all the soldiers below stood up, turned towards Chu Ge, raised their hands in the air, and looked at him with burning eyes. Salute to you who are brave enough to march forward in the open sea today. Chu Ge saluted and then slowly turned to everyone. For a long time. In fact, the resonance of passionate men is very simple. It may be a person, an event, or a belief. Okay, you guys are acting like you're on a blind date. What? Are you planning on just standing there and smelling the food to get full? If you're not hungry, I'll have to pick up my chopsticks myself. Haha. The soldiers laughed in unison. Old Ming felt that if he didn't stand up, these bastards would eat Chu Ge. Sukai, Shuerue, I have a task for you. You must take good care of Xiaochu for me today, or my old friends will blame me for not taking good care of Xiaochu. Yes, then, can we let Academician Chu sit with us? Shuerue was smiling shamelessly. Xiaochu, go ahead. Okay, hey. Shuerue and the others still cared about it, and just picked up the man and ran away. Haha. Chu Ge hadn't experienced this kind of atmosphere for a long time, and he was glad that he had decided to stay. The celebration dinner officially began, and the soldiers finally let go of their usual meticulousness. There was laughter in the cafeteria. As for Chu Ge, as soon as he sat down, he started to play the role of Baidu. Several deputy captains and the navigator asked all kinds of questions like curious babies. Academician Chu, I heard that we shot down a stealth drone today? Chu Ge was just about to talk about the situation at that time. Academician Chu, I heard that our naval guns were also designed by you? Academician Chu, why didn't Soul Blade come with you? I love mechas, I really want to hug it. Academician Chu, I heard that you have a girlfriend, and she's a very famous female star? You guys. There's no way to chat today. Well, if you keep asking questions like this, Academician Chu will go hungry tonight. I'll make you go hungry for a few days later. Sukai came to the rescue in time, and Chu Ge quickly cast a look of gratitude at him. Halfway through the meal, Sukai couldn't help it. Academician Chu, I heard that you were planning to build an aerospace carrier? Chu Ge looked at everyone and said, okay, this time I can answer a question properly. Yes, the overall construction blueprint has not yet been released. Construction will probably start by the end of the year, or next year. However, several small subsystems are already being developed in advance. What does an aerospace aircraft carrier look like? Oh, if it involves confidentiality regulations, then I take back my question. That's not the case. If this thing could be built with just a few words, I would have said it long ago. Haha, what do you think the aerospace carrier looks like? Chu Ge did not answer directly and kicked the ball back to Sukai. A flying aircraft carrier? Yes. Shuerue next to him also nodded. Functionally, they are similar. They are all platforms for fighter jets, drones, and reconnaissance aircraft to take off and land. The aerospace carrier is also a platform, and it is also a platform for various aircraft to take off and land. However, it is more like a large-scale long-distance mobile scientific research platform, so its biggest feature is that it is big, very big. Oh, just like a closed island, it has all the necessary facilities. People can live and work comfortably on it, and most importantly, do research the moon, the solar system, the Milky Way, and the entire sea of stars. Chu Ge finished speaking in one breath. How big is this? Shui can fit an egg in his mouth. Then, are there escort warships? Just like the destroyers and frigates that our aircraft carriers are equipped with now. Su Kai didn't have time to be surprised. He thought for a moment and then asked quickly. Yes, we have frigates, but no destroyers. The two captains sighed. They were the captains of destroyers and of course they had a special feeling for their type of ship. We do have a heavy cruiser. Are you interested? A cruiser? Is it the same size as the one we have now? No, the size is, well, about the same size as today's heavy aircraft carriers. After Chu Ge recalled the data, he answered affirmatively. Hiss. That's at least 100,000 tons. How are the crew members selected? After hearing this, Chu Ge looked at everyone. He knew this was what they wanted to ask the most, so, as the finale, he understood. Come from among you. Otherwise, you can join the army or the Air Force. They have their missions. Yeah. Everyone laughed happily instantly. Lao Lei was stunned for a moment, then he secretly put his hand into his pocket and rubbed it vigorously. The poor demobilization report was ruthlessly discarded. Chapter 63 Laser Grenade. The whole dinner ended in this strange atmosphere. Chu Ge felt that he was not here to eat, but rather to attend a symposium. Perhaps Chu Ge's speech was quite good. So long after the dinner was over, Shui Rui and others were still holding Chu Ge's hands, feeling unsatisfied. If it weren't for Mr. Meng stepping in, Chu Ge was worried that he would be dragged into a dormitory tonight and then subjected to crazy torture. The room Chu Ge lived in was not big, but it was quite elegant. It had everything it needed and was very clean, spotless. It must have been specially used to entertain visitors. He lay on the bed. The white quilt felt soft and had a smell of sun. With nothing else to do, he began to search for the remaining individual equipment. Electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, laser grenade, laser pistol, exoskeleton individual auxiliary equipment. Electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Chu Ge looked through its core components and found that it had several common parts with the electromagnetic pulse rifle. There are high-energy batteries and pulse oscillators, and even the component codes are the same, HUL1, C1 high-energy battery, HUL2, N1 pulse oscillator, which means that these individual systems are a series. As for the code, it should have a special meaning. Chu Ge once tried to test the system brother in a roundabout way, but according to its meaning, he didn't even know what the code stood for. It just turned out that this was the case in the system database. This made Chu Ge confused for a long time, and he even wondered if the system boss had lost his memory. Back to the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, there are two core components that are brand new and need to be redesigned from the blueprint. One is coded as HUL3. B1's kinetic energy storage tank. One is the electromagnetic rail. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle has no barrel and is fired from a rail. The electromagnetic guide rail system does not have any special coding, which is very strange. Is there something fishy about it? When Chu Ge saw this, he thought about it for about 20 minutes. The final conclusion is, first, these subsystems may be common in many places, so they need to be encoded and saved. Second, the system master is crazy and the data is disordered. Chu Ge felt that the first possibility was most likely. Just like our current bullets, 7.62mm caliber, this is the standard bullet. In theory, firearms from different countries can be used interchangeably as long as they use this type of bullet. The difference is the latter, 7.6239mm, 7.6254mm. One is a universal bullet for machine guns, and the other is a universal bullet for sniper rifles. Chu Ge ignored the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle and continued to browse the laser pistol below. This looks very simple, as can be seen from the data of the system boss. Others have several pages of data, but this one is just one simple page. Chu Ge ignored it without a second thought. Small close combat weapons were not really necessary right now, and they seemed simple enough. He could just pass it to Li Gang and the others. They would probably be able to figure it out by the time they had to eat or go to the bathroom. Chu Ge felt that he had some potential to be a capitalist, and he was very good at exploiting labor. Then, after Chu Ge browsed through the exoskeleton individual auxiliary equipment, he felt overwhelmed again. This exoskeleton is rather troublesome, mainly due to the material problem. I will probably have to go back and ask Academician Shin for another round of poaching. Chu Ge ignored it. There was no need to rush. There was still time to wait for Academician Shin to recruit people for him, and then continue the research and development. Laser grenade? Chu Ge suddenly remembered that this thing seemed to be quite powerful. He turned over. System brother, are you asleep? Can you come out and explain it to me? My head hurts after reading it. No time. The system boss refused straightforwardly. You sleep every day, and you still have no time? Did you never sleep in your previous life or something? No reply. Chu Ge didn't call for his elder brother again. This guy was probably in a bad mood today, so it was better not to provoke him. Half an hour later, after Chu Ge finished studying the performance of the laser grenade, he was really shocked. This thing was completely different from the current grenades. Modern hand grenades are made by pulling out the pin, springing out, and triggering the fuse, which can either be delayed detonated or, as with rifle grenades, detonated by impact, using the explosive fragments of the projectile or the bill and steel balls, nails, and the like to kill surrounding targets. As for power, Chu Ge remembered it was about 10 to 20 meters, about that. And there are blind spots for grenade killing. If you're lucky, you can still save it. Laser grenades are not like this. First of all, when you throw it, there is no action of pulling a rope or pulling a ring. It is triggered by a button. Laser grenade. Weight, 0.81 kilograms. Length, 11.6 centimeters. It looks a bit like an apple with a round structure. Throwing distance, about 50 meters, laser radius 30 meters. Not only can it injure enemies on a large scale, it can also be used to cover retreat. It also has one last very friendly feature. The laser grenade will not harm friendly forces. It just requires a backup sensor, which can be built into the subsystem of any individual soldier system. In Chu Ge's opinion, the mode of hurting the enemy is a bit cool. Instead of traditional shrapnel killing, the laser grenade will have a short hovering time of about 5 seconds when it reaches the target object, and then the projectile body will emit a laser beam 360 degrees outward without blind spots. The laser beam has a radius of 30 meters. The super strong laser beam can easily penetrate ordinary walls within 5 seconds, forming a wall partition killing of soft targets. If a grenade like this is thrown out, it will knock down a large area of people. There will be nowhere to hide. If you are not careful, your whole body will be shot into a sieve. But it seems that this feature also determines that the use of this grenade is a bit demanding, because it is easy to cause accidental injuries, unless you can confirm that the throwing area is full of enemies. If it were put on the table today, it would definitely be a weapon of mass destruction and would probably be put on the blacklist. Similar to the white phosphorus bomb in the past, it is awesome, but the scene after its use can cause huge physical and psychological trauma to both sides, and it was finally abandoned by all countries. As for the retreat function, you need to switch the button to the second mode before throwing. After the laser grenade reaches the target area, its hovering time becomes longer, 20 seconds, and then it emits a laser beam in a vertical section. The laser distance is also extended to 50 meters. This is equivalent to throwing a laser net behind you when retreating. Chu Ge felt that he had seen this scene in a movie, but he just couldn't remember it at the moment. This is good stuff. If it was just the first two performances, Chu Ge would not be so interested. However, after seeing that it could distinguish between friend and foe, similar to the friend or foe identification system, he immediately decided to develop this first. Just kidding, we no longer have to pull the hand grenade and die together, okay? In other words, you can just play with the hand grenade and rush into the enemy group while holding it. Shit, it's exciting just thinking about it. It's like a home trip, a must-have for killing people and silencing them. Chu Ge felt that although it seemed to have no use on the blue planet, when in space, having such a cool grenade could still be used in case of emergencies. Chapter 64, Continue to Snatch People. Before he knew it, it was 12 o'clock and Chu Ge turned over again. Brother system, your laser grenade is a bit ugly, isn't it? But its combat effectiveness is barely acceptable. Although the data blueprint given by the system boss did not have any pictures, Chu Ge had just studied it carefully and he felt that the real thing would not be that good. If it is not round like London and its surface is not smooth, then it is just a toad. It is strange that it can be good looking. Then what? There is a saying in our world that I think is quite true. Appearance is combat power. There is another saying, gilded exterior, rotten interior. Chu Ge was choked, and he was too lazy to fight back, so he fell asleep angrily. A night of silence. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sunrise in the coastal city is very beautiful, especially when it just comes out. The red halo spreads on the calm sea surface, which has a unique charm. Tianhao, aren't you a top student in astrophysics? Tell me why the sunrise and sunset are red. Oh, the sun shines obliquely in the morning and evening, and the atmosphere is thicker, so all other colors of light are scattered away, except for red and orange, so we see the red morning sun. Yin Tianhao is a walking encyclopedia, of course only in the field of astrophysics. Today Chu Ge got up early and ran around the seaside embankment. When he was tired of running, he stood on the steps and breathed in deeply towards the sea. The air smelled of salty seawater, mixed with a smell similar to some kind of seaweed. Chu Ge couldn't put it into words, but he didn't dislike the smell. On the contrary, he liked it very much. After taking a last look at the sea, the rising sun, and the chirping seagulls, Chu Ge felt that he was ready to fight again. Teen Hao, let's go back to Yinjing. Having a private plane means it's fast. When Chu Ge arrived at the research institute, everyone had just finished breakfast. Chu Ge and his friends were in a hurry to get on the road and didn't even have time to have breakfast in Q City, for which he made Ming Lao Hao complain a lot. Chu Ge and Yin Tian Hao are going to try their luck in the institute's cafeteria. So, Chu Ge and his friends witnessed this rare scene of Wang Yun stuffing a bun into her mouth. Ahem, Chu, academician Chu, are you back? After Wang Yun finished speaking, she turned her head away and swallowed the bun in her mouth with great effort. Then, her eyes were filled with tears as she had choked badly just now. Slow down, it's not embarrassing. Has everything been handed over to the telescope base? Yes, academician Chu, it has all been handed over to military professionals, so Wang Yun can come back and report to you today. Well, okay, let's do this. In an hour, have Li Gang, Zheng Jun, and the others come to my office. Good. When Chu Ge came back, he would definitely report to academician Chen first. Of course, a thief never leaves empty-handed, so Chu Ge had to think about what he was missing. Oh, we're short of people. Thinking of this, Chu Ge was no longer hungry. He said hello to Wang Yun and the others and went straight to academician Chen's office. When Chu Ge walked into academician Chen's office, Mr. Chen was practicing Tai Chi. Chu Ge stood there and watched for a long time. Old Chen's posture and aura were very strong. It felt like he must have been fighting for a long time, although Chu Ge didn't quite understand it. Mr. Chen, you are really good at Tai Chi. Hey, Xiao Chu, you're back? Have you eaten? Oh, I ate it. Chu Ge picked up an apple from the coffee table. Well, you also know Tai Chi? I don't understand. I just feel that the smell is quite strong. If you change into a set of training clothes, and then change into the kind that makes you look like a fairy on the mountain, you will look like a Tai Chi master. Haha, you're quite helpful in helping me blow and practice. How can you have the time? Didn't you see I'm practicing in the office? Just to loosen up my muscles. Devoting all one's energy to research is indeed the motto of these older generation scientific researchers. Chu Ge is always deeply moved at this time. Is everything settled at the Prism Tower base? Well, Wang Yun has completed the handover, and there are no problems with the Light Prism Tower base. It has officially begun to perform its mission. Good. Mr. Chen was excited. After a long time, Chu Ge said nothing more and concentrated on competing with Apple. Xiao Chu, do you have anything else to do? If nothing, why don't you go check on Li Gang and the others? After taking a look at his almost empty fruit plate, Mr. Chen spoke slowly. Yes, we need the best experts in materials science. We don't have many of them. About 100 people would probably be enough. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Lao had just finished drinking the tea that had reached his throat and almost turned back the way he came. I realize that since I don't know when, you have never come to me without asking for anything. If you continue like this, it will become a conditioned reflex. When you come to my office, my blood pressure will rise. That's called a stress response, haha. Well, next time when you don't make requests, come around more often. That way you won't have that stress reaction, right? Academician Chen had been complaining about Chu Ge for less than a minute when he began to betray. Okay. Chu Ge finished eating the last apple and replied happily. What kind of material expert do you need, little brat? Metals, non-metals, polymers, electronic materials, aerospace materials, nuclear materials, construction materials, energy materials, biomaterials, etc. I don't really know how to distinguish them or what categories they are, but these are the general categories. Chu Ge said a lot of things in a jumbled manner. Academician Chen thought about it and said, well, you know nothing. This basically covers all the current materials science without missing a single one. There are so many categories, 100 people is not a lot. We need all the top elites. I'm afraid old Wu will have to coordinate this. Many of them are in the lower level companies, so it will take time. Oh, Mr. Chen, you may have misunderstood. I mean there are 100 people in one material category. How many categories are there? Chu Ge began to pick at his fingers. Okay, write a detailed report later, and I'll pass it to old Wu for you. Is there anything else? I suddenly feel a little unwell. When Chu Ge returned to the office, Li Gang and his team were already outside the door. Academician Chu, you're back? Well, come on, come in. How are the projects you guys are working on progressing? Li Gang, Zheng Jun, and others hurriedly reported the progress of the past few days to Chu Ge. Okay, that's it. Zheng Jun will continue to work on the quantum communication and quantum computer projects. Pay attention to quality. These two are the foundation and one of the most important parts. Don't pursue speed. As for Li Gang, you hand over the finishing work of the helmet system to the deputy team leader, and then select a group of people to prepare for the new project. By tomorrow at the latest, I will give you the relevant data and progress reports. Yes, academician Chu. After a period of adjustment, everyone has become accustomed to Chu Ge's working style. Chapter 65 Electromagnetic Kinetic Energy Sniper Rifle. After Li Gang and his companions left, Chu Ge immediately retrieved the information on laser grenades and began writing furiously. Time passed unknowingly and it was evening. Chu Ge spent the entire afternoon only getting up halfway to stretch his sore limbs, and then continued to work. Finally, he completed all the material preparation before 6 o'clock. At this time, there was a ding sound. A text message came from the phone in his pocket. Chu Ge put away the drawings on the table and took out his phone. Big gangster, have you returned to Yanjing? Well, I came back early this morning. Well, can you come to the music festival tomorrow? If Delanaza hadn't reminded him, Chu Ge would have forgotten about this matter. It should be fine, but I guess I'll have to come back the same day. Chu Ge spoke frankly. His business had grown a bit too big recently, and he had to keep an eye on it all the time and be ready to put out fires at any time. Oh, one day is fine. I know you are very busy. Delanaza replied, and Chu Ge couldn't tell whether she was happy or unhappy. The two chatted for a while until Yin Tianhao and others came over to call Chu Ge to eat, and then they said goodbye reluctantly. In the cafeteria, Chu Ge prepared his meal, looked around, and when he saw academician Shin, he turned around and greeted Yin Tianhao and the others. You guys eat first. I'm going to go to old Shin's place. I have something to tell him. Okay, academician Shin. Yin Tianhao and others replied. Mr. Chen. Chu Ge was smiling playfully, and I don't know if the old man has calmed down now. Academician Shin looked up, saw Chu Ge, pointed to the seat, and then glanced at Chu Ge's plate. Sit down, Xiao Chu. Why do you eat so little? Is it because the food in the cafeteria is not to your taste? No. I just ate too many apples this afternoon. Haha. You, what's up? Have you thought of a new way to classify materials? It seems that the incident in academician Chen's office this afternoon has not yet passed. No, I'll tell you when I remember. I want to take a day off tomorrow and go to the Magic City. Well, I should be back in the evening. I will call Li Gang and the others together tomorrow morning to break down the work. It shouldn't be delayed. Chu Ge said cautiously, after all, everyone is busy, it is really inappropriate to ask for leave at this time. Modu, going to see your girlfriend? Well, she has a music festival to attend, and I'm going to go over to support her. Oh, in this case, fine. Let Captain Gong and the others follow you. I will ask the military to rearrange the personnel. It will be the same as before. Pass through the military airport. No objection, otherwise you will not be granted leave. Academician Shin didn't even give Chu Ge a chance to speak, so there was nothing Chu Ge could do, so he had to go to the Magic City as arranged by Academician Shin. Chu Ge suddenly felt that he might not have the chance to take a commercial airliner in the future. The two chatted for a long time. Chu Ge briefly introduced this afternoon's laser grenade plan to Mr. Chen and pointed out the role that this grenade might play in the future. Old Chen was surprised at Chu Ge's efficiency. He integrated a new weapons project in an entire afternoon, which was faster than flipping through a book. Recently, projects have been launched one after another, and the Institute's territory is getting larger and larger. It might turn out to be a prophecy, and the Institute, or Chu Ge, will dominate the field of military scientific research. Chu Ge and academician Shin walked side by side to the canteen entrance. Xiao Chu, just go and accompany your girlfriend. Doing scientific research doesn't mean you have to abandon your wife and family. We are still human beings. In addition to work, there are many other things that need to be taken care of. I will go back to coordinate with the military in a while, don't worry. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. Well, Mr. Chen, I'll go back first. Chu Ge took out his cell phone on the way back to the dormitory. Naza, you don't have to pick me up tomorrow. Why? I just told Sister Lee that I would go to the Shanghai airport to pick you up. I've already approved the leave, hehe. Well, I'll take a military plane there, so you can't get in. Send me the address and I'll come straight to you. Military aircraft? Okay. Delanaza didn't understand for a moment how the military aircraft and Chu Ge were connected. Office of Academician Shin. Academician Shin thought for a while, picked up the phone on his desk, and dialed a familiar number. Commander Wang, it's me, Lao Chen. Yes, it's like this. Xiao Chu needs to go to the Magic City tomorrow. I'll rely on you to coordinate with the military. Okay, as long as it's foolproof, and as for that guy who was so bold as to try to attack Xiao Chu last time, well, you guys should work together with the police. If he has any other tricks up his sleeve, we can close the net on him. Okay, that's it. Academician Shin put down the phone, pondered for a while, then quickly stood up, took out a call book, put on his glasses, found a number, picked up the phone, and dialed it. Chu Ge was not idle after returning home. He first dressed himself up. After some preparation, he came out and found that he was not ugly after all. Then who was that person? Chu Ge has forgotten that he is also a standard handsome guy. After tidying himself up, Chu Ge turned on the desk lamp, searched through the specific data of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle in his mind, and began to study the information. Electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, length, 115 cm, weight, 8.1 kilograms, firing frequency, 1 round/minute, ammunition reserve, calculated according to the power of high-energy batteries. Effective firing distance, 10,000 meters, killing distance for living targets, 12,000 meters. Regarding the next 12,000 meters, the system gave a specific explanation. After exceeding 10,000 meters, the electromagnetic energy ball fired by the sniper rifle is in a dispersed state. But the shockwave still has considerable lethality, but the destructive effect on hard targets is reduced. Fuck, brother system, your electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is not a gun in the strict sense. It's more like a flat-firing cannon. Chu Ge excitedly greeted the system boss. It's normal. Note, this electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is rated A in the military industry system. There are ratings? Why didn't I notice that? You are blind. Chu Ge called up the data and started browsing from beginning to end. After 10 minutes. What the hell? There's no rating like you said. Assault weapons, page 120, category 1278, number. Okay, what about the laser grenade rating? A level. Where's the laser pistol? B level. Where is the light prism tower? S level. Where's the helicarrier? SS level. What about the heavy cruiser? SS level. What's the highest level? SSS level. What is it? The system defaults to this problem. Please upgrade the host. MMD. Chu Ge originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that the system brother was in a good mood today to fish in troubled waters, so as to avoid having to search again, especially the last one seemed to have discovered a new world. It's a pity that the effort failed at the last moment. It seems that inertial thinking is something unique to humans. Chapter 66, Trip to the Magic City. The next day, after handing over the relevant information of the laser grenade to Li Gang, Chu Ge got on a jeep to the military airport. Due to the delay in the handover with Li Gang, Chu Ge's convoy caught up with the morning rush hour in Yinjing. The road was heavy with traffic and extremely congested. Chu Ge's motorcade was particularly conspicuous in the traffic. The surrounding car owners all looked at them with curiosity and surprise. The braver car owners were busy taking out their mobile phones to take pictures secretly. The windows of the military jeep are bulletproof and have been specially treated. Chu Ge knows that he can't see anything from the outside. Captain Gong's sharp eyes were always scanning the surroundings. For them, this was a professional habit. Fortunately, the traffic police ahead were constantly directing traffic, and everyone was actively giving way. After driving slowly for dozens of minutes, the convoy made several turns and got onto the highway. They soon arrived at the military airport without being delayed for too long. Chu Ge boarded the YJ-20 that had already slid off the runway. Soon, the fat girl's body suddenly jumped forward, and the plane rose sharply, leaving the ground and soaring into the sky. In less than 2 hours, the fat girl landed safely in Shanghai. Chu Ge got off the plane and took a deep breath. After returning to the institute after the new year, Chu Ge either stayed in the institute or occasionally went to other military industrial units, bases, etc., and basically did not step into the noisy social life again. At this time, sitting in the car, looking at the towering high-rise buildings and large areas of CBD on the roadside. He was a little dazed. I used to be one of these people, and I did a terrible job. Now, I feel that these things are really far away from me. According to the location sent to Chu Ge by Delanaza, the convoy quickly arrived at the destination. After entering the Magic City, Chu Ge and his party changed to a private vehicle. Captain Gong and his men did the same, taking off their military uniforms and changing into their usual clothes. After the convoy stopped, Captain Gong came over, opened Chu Ge's car door, and got in. Academician Chu, this is a positioning device. I'll clip it inside your clothes. Chu Ge looked at Captain Gong, who was wearing a suit. Captain Gong, you guys are becoming more and more professional. You don't even need special makeup when shooting a movie, haha. Entering society is still very different from our army. Take the clothes, for example. If they are still military uniforms, it will cause unnecessary unrest. Oh, by the way, Academician Chu, the Magic City military and local special police have already moved into the concert venue in advance, so there is no need to worry about safety. While Captain Gong was installing the positioning device, he briefly explained his arrangements to Chu Ge. Okay, it's just you. You're so surprised. If I were to be put on the street now, I guess no one would recognize me. Chu Ge opened the car door as he spoke. As soon as he got out of the car, the doors of the 5 black cars behind him were opened almost at the same time. Chu Ge looked at the more than 20 elite soldiers who got out and felt quite shocked. Maybe it's because I'm out of the military environment. There were actually quite a few guards when I went to Q City, but comparing that environment with the current one, the feeling it gives people is still quite different. Fortunately, the address given by Dilanaza should be her private address, which is a high-end villa area in the suburbs. There are few pedestrians during the day, so it did not attract onlookers. Of course, except Dilanaza and her agent Sisterly. When the two saw this scene, they were stunned for a while. They probably thought that the person who came was not Chu Ge, but a big shot in the entertainment industry. This kind of scene seemed to be a standard feature of some big shots. Chu Ge walked over and confronted Dilanaza. Why, you don't recognize me? Your mouth is open enough for an apple to fit in. No, I just didn't react for a moment. I was dazed and thought it was some big star who came. Naza came over and took Chu Ge's arm. Chu Ge nodded to Captain Gong and went in with Sisterly and the others. Walking into the villa, Chu Ge took a quick look around. It was simple and elegant, with a bit of Nordic style. The entire first-floor hall was dominated by white, light gray, and log colors, giving people a very friendly feeling when they came in. The home furnishings such as the sofas are not overly luxurious or extravagant, but rather simple and practical. Even the decorative paintings hanging in the corridors are simply sketched out with a few strokes. Chu Ge feels that they are simple yet have a unique charm. Chu Ge took a look around. The only outstanding thing in this living room might be the piano placed on a different level in the side hall. It was a Steinway piano, and its bright black paint revealed its elegant and luxurious aura. Chu Ge vaguely remembered that this thing seemed to be quite cool. Dilanaza pulled Chu Ge to sit down, and Sisterly left tactfully after bringing a plate of fruit. Chu Ge and Naza feel like new lovers after a short separation, and they express their longing for each other. Oh, I almost forgot. I prepared some clothes for you. I'll go get them and try them out to see if they fit you. If they don't, you should still have time to change them. It's not that troublesome, is it? Use. Chu Ge thought about it, and it made sense. There was a so-called red carpet show there, and it seemed a bit impolite to dress casually, both to the organizer and to Dilanaza, so he just let her do what she wanted. Chu Ge tried the clothes on and found them okay, not too small, so he considered them slimming. He turned around and looked at Naza, who was fiddling with Captain Gong's locator. What the hell are these things? Why do you have all these things on you? Nothing, just an electronic device. By the way, Naza, what are you wearing tonight? Chu Ge didn't know how to explain it, so he quickly changed the subject. Won't you know it tonight? Kiki. It was quite mysterious, and Chu Ge did not ask too much. Girls always like this kind of tone. The two chatted for a while, and then asked Sisterly to prepare lunch. They planned to solve it themselves here. Anyway, they had the ingredients, and it would be troublesome to go out and back. In the meantime, Chu Ge went out to look for Captain Gong and found that there were only 4 or 5 people left out of more than 20 people. The rest were probably scattered. Well, if they didn't gather together, it would be too obvious, and it felt like someone was trying to cover up his mistake. Captain Gong, come in and have lunch with me. I'll ask them to prepare more. Academician Chu, no need. We have our own way to solve it. This is discipline. You don't have to worry about us. Well, Chu Ge knew that he couldn't force them to do this. After dinner, Chu Ge and Naza continued to kiss each other throughout the afternoon, while Chu Ge was a serious listener at the side. That was a song that Naza was going to sing tonight. Chu Ge listened to it several times and felt that it was quite fresh and refreshing. With Naza's clear voice, it sounded quite nice. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and everything is blooming so brightly in my heart. There are only a few days left in the countdown. There is no time to pick up the paper at my feet. As if they were about to break through the cocoon of pressure, everyone stayed up late again after leaving school. Dark circles in the morning, a little sleepiness in class. Day after day, I just want to hold on to the passing years and say goodbye properly. Regretfully, Thanksgiving cannot bring me back to yesterday. I just want to remember this moment. The light years we have walked together will become a memory in 6 months. Chapter 67. Man is trying to stop a chariot. In a blink of an eye, the sun set. Chu Ge put on the evening dress prepared by Naza and waited quietly in the living room. The moment Dilanaza changed her clothes and came out, Chu Ge felt that time seemed to stand still. What she wore was actually a white evening dress similar to a wedding dress. The white dress made Naza look even more crystal clear. With the crystal crown on her head, Naza looked like a little princess. She shyly came up and took Chu Ge's arm, and the two of them walked out of the villa and got into Naza's RV. Captain Gong and the others followed from a distance behind, and the group rushed towards the concert. The concert in Shanghai was held in an open-air music square, in a well-known park in Shanghai, which is also well-known in the music circle. When Chu Ge arrived, the place could only be described as packed. From afar, there were all kinds of luxury cars, handsome men, and beautiful women, and it was very lively. Concerts are the world of young people, with a lot of traffic, and many people come from all over the country to attend. At this time, the kids from wealthy families would spend a fortune just to grab those few good seats so that they could see their favorite domestic and foreign stars up close. Among these wealthy children was Chao, Master Chao, a famous financier in the Magic City who often spent lavishly on people favored by someone. Although he likes to have fun, he still cares about family affairs. So this time he is going to do something big and take advantage of this opportunity to broadcast the proposal of the century live. As for those statements made by Naza's boyfriend, he never took them to heart. It was just a game between men and women. He didn't even care about Naza's past or future. The strong combination of families was the ultimate goal of this marriage. And the one named Chu Ge, maybe he has almost forgotten him. However, he soon remembered it clearly again, because a few minutes later he saw Chu Ge and Naza walking hand in hand on the red carpet. Oh my god, is that Naza? She is dressed like a little princess today. I'm focusing on the handsome guy next to her. Is he the mysterious boyfriend that Naza has been talking about? It seems so. Wow, looking at it this way, they are really a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The conversation of the people next to him was heard by Chao word for word. A show was aborted before it even began, which made Chao furious. His emotion turned into a sneer on his face. For a person like him, the more he endured, the angrier he would be. Of course you dare to show up. It's really hard to find someone like that. Ajay, if you mess up again this time, you don't have to come back. Yes, Bogo. The people around Chao retreated, and Chu Ge was completely unaware of all this. After walking the red carpet, Naza went backstage, while he sat quietly in the seat reserved for him by Naza, patiently waiting for the opening of the music festival. The empty seats around were slowly filling up, and many people in the back were whispering. Chu Ge, wearing a high-end suit, sat there alone, feeling a bit like a crane among chickens. As for the evening dress, Chu Ge looked at the label, which was entirely in English, but still didn't understand it. Who is the handsome guy sitting in front? Do you know him? He looks familiar. I think so too. He must be the son of a wealthy family. He's sitting in that seat. I heard that the good seats at the music festival today are being sold for hundreds of thousands. That's right. In the suit he's wearing. I read a magazine a few days ago that introduced a European luxury brand called Brioni or something. Not to mention the custom-made ones. Any piece you pick up from the counter costs 70,000 or 80,000. That's the one he's wearing. Hiss, he's so handsome. Don't stop me. I'm in love. Haha, you nympho. The crazy noises of several girls behind faintly reached Chu Ge's ears. He smiled and shook his head, glancing inside his suit. It was indeed that brand. Naza really spent a lot of money on him. Chu Ge felt that it was a bit of a waste. This piece of clothing was basically just a decoration. After wearing it once, he didn't know when he would wear it again. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a disposable item. However, it seems that many of us only use the things we buy once in our daily lives, so there is nothing wrong with it. Another Chu Ge began to defend himself. Hello. Chu Ge was still struggling with himself when he suddenly heard an awkward greeting from the side. Hello. Can I sit here? I can't really read the Chinese characters here. Oh, let me see. Chu Ge took it and looked at it. The number was indeed the number next to it. It seemed that this was a foreigner. Chu Ge took another look and had some impression. It seemed that it was a popular singer in Korea who was quite famous recently. The name was unknown. To Chu Ge, the names of those people all looked the same, just like their faces. Yes, your seat is here. Please take a seat. Oh, welcome to China. Chu Ge replied politely. After the girl sat down, he continued to look at the stage. The lights were gradually dimming, and it seemed that the music festival was about to begin. Boom, 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 a burst of intense dance beats sounded, and the organizer started with a song with a fast rhythm. The originally noisy music festival venue gradually quieted down, and only the music was left. Under the stage, groups of friends stopped chatting and started to have fun dancing to the rhythm of the music. Of course, Chao is not in the mood to do this now. Brother Bo, our people are ready, and we can start as soon as the fight ends. Well, is that kid you? Don't embarrass yourself like last time. It should be me. We have observed it carefully. Don't worry, this time it will be absolutely foolproof. Well, go down. Chao nodded and glanced at Chu Ge. Boy, let's settle all the old and new grudges today. Chu Ge was still listening to this live version of the music festival with great interest. He used to like listening to music very much. Although he was tone deaf, it did not prevent him from being a music fan. It was a rare opportunity to relax today, so Chu Ge listened to every song very carefully. Soon, his singer Doraba Dilmarat came on stage. She sang a very fresh song, which made many young people who had just entered the society crazy. Chu Ge watched them venting their passion and felt that he must have been like this in the past. After Naza finished singing, she walked off the stage and crouched over to Chu Ge's side. Hi, Naza. The girl next to Chu Ge suddenly shouted softly. Hi, it's you. You're at the festival too? Why aren't you performing on stage? Oh. I came to Shanghai for a promotional event. I knew there was a music festival, so I asked my Chinese friend to get me a ticket. I didn't plan to attend the performance. Well, that's a pity. If they knew you were here, they would definitely go crazy. Dilanaza pointed to the group of young people next to her. Thank you for the compliment. Is this your boyfriend? Chapter 68, Xiaobo. Oh, I forgot. This is my boyfriend, Chu Ge. Hello. Hello. Chu Ge, and you repeated the international etiquette again. There aren't many songs left. It's mainly some activities organized by the organizers, awards, and so on. If you don't like it, just leave. Dilanaza whispered in Chu Ge's ear that she is always considerate of Chu Ge now. Chu Ge paused slightly. That's fine. You've already finished singing, and they can't sing as well as you. Get out of here. I know my own weight. Haha. Chu Ge and Naza greeted the girl next to them and slowly moved to the aisle next to them. Not far away, several pairs of eyes were staring at the two people who were moving slowly. They looked at each other and were about to take a step forward when they felt a sudden chill on their waists. Just follow us, or it will really ring. When they looked down, they saw a black pistol appearing and disappearing as the lights at the scene flickered. Bald Jay broke out in a sweat instantly. Damn, this scene seems familiar. Xiaobo was a little confused now. He watched Chu Ge and Naza gradually go away, but his men stood there motionless, as if they were under a spell. Everyone was wearing the same black clothes, and Xiaobo thought that Captain Gong and his men were also thugs hired by Bald Jie. Swish. As soon as his buttocks left the seat, his body suddenly sank, and a pair of large hands, like a millstone, pushed him back into the seat. Xiaobo, the current general manager of Magic City Chao's group. Your grandfather is called Xiao Cha-ching, right? Your father is Xiao Ruiliang. Your family lives in Xiangdu Villa, Lidu Jingxing Garden, Yuqing District, Magic City. You have 3 brothers and cousins. They are all senior executives of Chao's group, right? Xiaobo's mind went blank, and he didn't hear clearly what the other party said afterwards because he was so surprised that the other party seemed to have checked his entire body. After a short daze, Xiaobo regained consciousness and looked up at the strange man in front of him. Who are you? That kid's men? You dare to touch me in the Magic City? Why don't you ask around? No need to ask. We have already investigated everything about you, including all of your Chao family subsidiaries, all the related industries involved, and even your connections in the Magic City in China. Do you need me to tell you everything? Xiaobo's legs began to tremble. Still talking nonsense? Come with us. Where are you going? I'm not going. I want to see what you can do to me. Before Xiaobo could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and then he could no longer feel it. Don't look at it anymore. I've removed it. Do you still have any questions? Yes, I don't mind removing some more. Xiaobo was really scared. He looked into the man's eyes, which were cold and fierce. He knew that if he held on any longer, he would probably be chopped into pieces. When Xiaobo and Bald Jie came together, Xiaobo found out that they were 2 gangs. Bald Jie and his gang were all listless and no longer as domineering as before. Xiaobo felt a chill in his heart. The 2 groups gathered together and walked towards the outskirts of the music festival in a mighty manner. The young people next to them were still so enthusiastic and didn't even look at Xiaobo and the others. When everyone walked out to the square, a few bad youths who were leaning against a car smoking saw Xiaobo and hurried over with their heads bowed. Before Xiaobo could even blink, he suddenly noticed several soldiers rushing up from behind, and he just stood there motionless. Brother Bo, hey, who is he? A few thugs were about to curse, but when they turned around and saw the military uniform, the last few words were blocked out. You came at the right time. I have something to report. These people want to kidnap me. Xiaobo obviously hasn't figured out the situation yet. Team leader. The soldier saluted the person behind Xiaobo. This time, Xiaobo was confused again. What was going on? Xiaobo, I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is Xiao Jie, and I'm the captain of the Special Operations Brigade of the Magic City Garrison. Captain Xiao, but I still don't understand. You will understand. Xiaobo will stay here. The rest of the people will be put in the car and taken back to the headquarters to wait for processing. Yes. After Captain Xiao gave the order, he looked anxiously towards the park exit. Academician Chu hasn't come out yet, and he's going to meet his idol today. Don't even think about it. A man who is almost 40 years old would be nervous. Xiao Jie couldn't believe himself. Gradually, some people gathered around to watch the excitement. They saw the special police and even the military police. Everyone was curious and discussed among themselves. What happened? There are so many people at the festival, and the police are here to maintain order, which is understandable, but why are the military here too? I don't know. Look, there are a lot of soldiers outside. Are those weapons in their hands real? It's really eye-opening. Could it be that there are a lot of foreign guests at the festival? That doesn't mean the army needs to be deployed, right? I see quite a few soldiers on the street, and they don't look like ordinary soldiers. They look like the special forces on TV, armed with guns and cannons. Tisk, TSK, you said they won't arrest me if I take pictures, right? Just stop it. Damn, the police are coming. This scene was played out in many crowds, but before everyone could see enough, they were persuaded to leave by groups of police. Everyone was reluctant to leave, looking back every few steps. Next to him, Xiaobo's eyes were rolling around, wondering who to call at this time. Chu Ge glanced at Xiaobo, and in addition to disgust, his eyes also revealed a hint of murderous intent, which made Xiaobo shiver all over again, and his head twitched. He seemed to understand something. Chu Ge didn't know about these things. After he and Naza left the music festival venue, they strolled slowly in the park. There were many vendors selling small handicrafts on the roadside. Naza looked at this and that. The two even went to a small fried skewers shop and ate dozens of skewers. In short, they had a lot of fun. So it took almost an hour to get to the park entrance. Academician Chu. Chu Ge was startled by the sudden sound. He turned around and saw Captain Gong in casual clothes. Oh, Captain Gong, what time is it? Is it time to go back to Yinjing? There's still some time. There's a comrade from the Magic City ahead. He wants to meet you. Oh, there's also someone you might know. Do you want to go over and see him? Sure, there are people I know. There's no one I don't know in the Magic City. Chu Ge glanced at Naza in confusion, and the latter just kept shaking her head. At this time, a soldier came running hurriedly from a distance. Hello, Colonel Chu. Chu Ge, the captain of the Special Operations Battalion of the Magic City Garrison, salutes you. Hello. Chu Ge returned the greeting, then walked forward and shook Captain Xiao's hand. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Speaking of which, I'm really embarrassed. No way. It's such a hassle, I guess others would be scrambling to get it, haha. Haha. By the way, Xiaobo is in front. Do you want to go over and meet him? Who is Xiaobo? Chu Ge walked and asked Captain Gong next to her. Chu Ge didn't know him, but Naza did. But she didn't understand why Xiaobo came. She stood there thinking for a while, shook her head, and hurriedly chased after him. Sometimes it is just like this, so don't take yourself too seriously. Maybe in other people's eyes, you are not even worth their attention. Chapter 69, Red Coast Project? Colonel Chu, this man is Xiaobo. Captain Chu Ge pointed at Xiaobo and said, No. Chu Ge stared at Xiaobo for half a minute, and after making sure that he didn't know this person, he said something and turned away. Okay, I get it then. Chu Ge replied without thinking. Huh? What do you know? What you kid? You don't know me, but Naza knows me. I came here to watch the concert today. You asked them to let me go. Hey. Chu Ge ignored him and turned around and walked away with Naza. Naza, I have to go back to Yinjing. I have to go to the military airport tonight to catch a plane. The hospital has been quite busy recently. Oh, okay, then I'll take you there. Sisterly is nearby. No, you can't enter the military airport because Captain Gong and the others are there. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Naza just looked at Chu Ge without saying anything, her eyes blurred with tears. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Chu Ge gently kissed her forehead. In the distance, Captain Gong and his men had their backs to them, looking at the crowd around them vigilantly. This small piece of land belongs only to them for the time being. For a long time. Go and ask Sisterly to come and take you home. I'll watch you. Chu Ge finally spoke. Good. The song ends and people disperse. There will always be a time for reunion and separation. Chu Ge looked at Naza walking away, feeling sad, and he didn't know when he would see her again. Captain Gong, let's go back to Yinjing. Yes, Academician Chu. After a while, a team of military jeeps drove over from the side branch road. Chu Ge got on the car. Captain Gong and others opened the doors one after another. The team of military vehicles gradually disappeared amid the discussions of the surrounding people. Chu Ge looked at the convoy that had disappeared and saluted from a distance. To them, Chu Ge was a legendary figure. Let's go, Master Chow. It's time for you to get going. Xiaobo could no longer tremble. This sounded so creepy. Captain Xiao, I suddenly remembered what you called that young man just now. Colonel Chu? Is he also from your military? Yes, you finally got it, but it's too late. You are the first person in history to dare to touch Colonel Chu. In the future, of course, I don't think you will have a chance in this life, but you have to understand some truths. There are some people you can't afford to offend. After hearing this, Xiaobo's mouth twitched suddenly, and then he sat down on the ground with a pale face. This time it was not just his heart that was chilled, but his whole body was probably chilled. Captain Xiao looked at him with contempt and winked at his subordinates, and young Master Xiao was carried into the car by the two of them. The alarm flashed, slowly blending in with the neon lights of China's largest city at night until the end. At 2300 hours in the evening, Yinjing time, Chu Ge finished washing up and lay comfortably on the big bed in the dormitory. After reporting to Dilanaza that he was safe, he called up the database in his head. He had developed a habit of studying the system with his eyes closed at night even if he was not writing progress reports or the like. Good buddy. Chu Ge was in a hurry yesterday and had not finished reading about the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, so he continued to study the part he read last time. System bro, what is the rating for the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle? A level. It seems that this guy is in a good mood today. With a range of 10,000 meters, I can't see the target even if I use a 16x scope. If I can't see the target, how can I shoot? Besides, I remember that the armies of various countries only use 8x at most. What is your goal? Human. Who told you that you can use an electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle to shoot people? Are people worthy of it? Hey, Chu Ge held back and had to continue communicating. He couldn't afford to argue with this non-human. Then what should I fight? According to your military system, high-value targets are the main targets of electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifles, such as radar stations, missile launchers, armored targets, etc. Oh, I think I understand. It's similar to an anti-material sniper rifle. What else? Anything else? Do Godzilla, Alien, and Transformers count? Oh my god, you know all this? The system will follow the host to learn some new knowledge frameworks. The database of these things does not have the original data. I'm saving it. Hiki, you don't have to save them. Those things are useless and are all made up. It would be more comfortable for you to save some small books. Chu Ge was truly shocked by what the system brother had just said and started to joke with it. What else did you learn? Not to mention, Chu Ge was still very interested in these things. But later on when he thought about it, he found them a little terrifying. Later on, it was proved that Chu Ge was not just imagining things. The host lacks knowledge. This system is trying other ways to continue learning. Okay, you can go to bed now. Chu Ge wanted to sleep. It was such a happy day, but he was so stimulated by this guy that he couldn't sleep at night. Chu Ge tossed and turned, and academician Shin was also awake. He was talking on the phone with Director Wu. Old Wu, do you mean we can start the Red Coast project now? Yes, Mr. Chin, the top leaders held an emergency meeting tonight and finally decided to implement the Red Coast plan ahead of schedule. Then, I'm afraid Xiaochu will be at the center of controversy in the future. Haha, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that China can't protect him now? What's more, we have 1.4 billion people backing him up. Okay, I'll obey your orders. However, once this plan is implemented, the security measures for Xiaochu's family may have to be upgraded. Don't worry about this. We're already making relevant arrangements. Well, academician Shin hung up the phone, stood up, and slowly walked to the window. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, and then put them on. He just stood there quietly, looking at the dark night outside the window. After darkness comes dawn, right? Academician Shin murmured. The Red Shore project was set by them very early on. After Chu Ge developed a complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology, China had completed the technological upgrade and generation gap accumulation of this technology during this period of time. It's time to push it to the world, transform it into a technological barrier, and then use it to reap global wealth. This kind of gameplay has always been the routine of developed Western countries, taking advantage of technological advantages to continuously reap high profits and plunder wealth. China has to pay an incalculable amount of foreign exchange for this every year. Although the country has invested heavily in the research and development of these high-tech technologies in recent years, it started too late and there is still not much improvement. Once the castrated version of controlled nuclear fusion technology is released, it will inevitably be used by interested countries and then reverse engineered to seek technological upgrades. However, China is not worried, because by that time, China will probably have already reached heaven. This is the ultimate version of failing to catch up in one step and failing at every step. Also, the implementation of this plan also means that its creator, Chu Ge, is about to surface. Chapter 70 Chu Ge becomes popular. Although he was despised by the system boss yesterday, Chu Ge felt that the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle was still excellent. His motto is, since it is a good thing, it cannot stay with him, it must be thrown to Li Gang. After a morning of hard work, Chu Ge handed the blueprint plan to Li Gang on time in the afternoon. But, academician Chu, my laser grenade team has just been established. Can't you just grab a sheep from me and keep pulling it up? Li Gang felt a little bit hopeless. Although he was excited about the new project, he couldn't stand Chu Ge's bombardment. Then I don't care. You can decide on other projects in the group. This is not the first time. If it doesn't work, go ask academician Shin for someone else. Anyway, I'll come to you to get the finished product when the time comes. Chu Ge started to act like a hands-off boss. Okay, academician Chu, who makes you the boss? Haha. When people from the surrounding groups saw Li Gang being humiliated, they all laughed. Li Gang was the boss in the group, and they could only be criticized. Today, I finally got my revenge with Chu Ge's help. What are you laughing at? Wang Lei, Zhang Yuanqing. You two are the ones laughing the most. Okay, let's go. Follow me to pick someone. Hey, team leader Li. Chu Ge had already walked far away. Listening to Li Gang and the others talking to each other behind him, his mouth was grinning to the back of his head. Li Gang is a guy with unlimited potential. This is true. Chu Ge always completes such high-intensity RD plans on time and without any mistakes. Chu Ge was very satisfied with this. The soldiers he selected were very capable. Chu Ge was torturing Li Gang at the moment, but he himself did not expect that soon he would become the target of torture, and the torture would be fierce. The matter first started to ferment on the internet. Famous film and television singer Delanaza appeared at the Magic City Music Festival, with a mysterious boyfriend cheering on the scene, and the two walked hand in hand on the red carpet. Chu Ge almost broke down when he saw this marathon-style title. It was indeed a clickbait title with perfect skills. Below the title, all the details of him and Naza at the music festival from getting off the car to secretly leaving were introduced in detail, with very clear pictures. Especially Chu Ge, the number of snapshots from all angles, and even the details in many of the photos has surpassed Oraba Dilmurat. It's obvious that he's a professional paparazzi. Chu Ge muttered something and suddenly felt that something was wrong. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples, and within an afternoon this sensational headline-grabbing report went viral on the entire internet. I can prove at the scene that this report is absolutely true. Wow, I envy the people above. Compared to Dilraba Dilmurat, the identity of her mysterious boyfriend is a mystery. The above person has hit the nail on the head. When the news was exposed a while ago, people had already done a search on this handsome guy, but nothing came of it. I didn't even have a clear photo, but I finally got it this time. I want to pay tribute to the photographers who took the photos. +1. I don't know if he's mysterious or not. I just know that I'm a big fan of this handsome guy. The above person suggested that you should look in the mirror right now and ask the person in the mirror if you have the confidence to compare with Delina Zabi. Haha, the people upstairs are so cruel. You seem to have strayed off topic. We are talking about the identity of this mysterious boyfriend. If that were all, Chu Ge wouldn't take it to heart at all. On the internet, things only last for a short time. It's not like he hasn't been on the hot search list before. He's still Chu Ge now, and he hasn't become Big Brother Chu. However, the next move by the Weaponry Research Institute made Chu Ge a little confused. Oh my god, there's a fire in the backyard. Chu Ge stamped his feet as he watched. The youngest academician of the institute, Chu Ge, our protagonist seems to be the same person. Then, unlike the paparazzi's photos, the photos from the institute are basically all work photos of Chu Ge at work. The similarities are that they are also taken openly from various angles, and the details and quantity are only more than those exposed on the internet. Oh my god, what the hell? Are they afraid that netizens don't know this is the same person? And they matched it so neatly. Is it a couplet? Not caring about anything else, Chu Ge ran to Academician Chen's office. Chun, Mr. Chun, it's bad. I'm telling you, there's a paparazzi in our research institute. They've sold me out completely. My photos are all over the internet. Academician Chun had a colleague next to him. The two were looking at the computer and talking. Seeing Chu Ge was in a hurry, he ignored him and continued to discuss. Well, Xiao Jiang, the photos taken by your publicity department are very professional. I think they are no worse than those taken by professional photographers in some photo studio. Haha, Mr. Chun is making fun of us again. The photographers in our hospital are all mediocre, but they are still passable. It's mainly because Academician Chu is handsome, so the photos turned out well, right, Mr. Chun? Well, it's okay, not too ugly. Academician Chen returned reluctantly. Chu Ge panted for a long time, then listened to the two people inside talking for a long time, and finally understood something. It turned out that these two were the ones who sold him out. Catching a thief on the spot, Chu Ge was about to shout to the security department outside the door, but when he saw the house number, he remembered that this was Academician Chen's office. Who is Academician Chen? He is highly respected, a veteran among veterans, and the leader of the entire institute. Moreover, Mr. Chen treats Chu Ge like his own child, so why would he expose him for no reason? Chu Ge calmed down. Okay, Xiao Jiang, that's all for today. Just go back and keep track of the direction. Call me if you have anything else. Yes, Mr. Chun. The accomplice, named Jiang, smiled and nodded at Chu Ge, then pushed the door and left, and even closed the door before leaving. Xiao Chu, do you want an apple? There's one on the table. Chu Ge wanted to say no, but when he looked up and saw Mr. Chen's amiable gaze, he obediently picked up the apple and started eating. I knew you would come. Look, I prepared a plate full of apples for you. Mr. Chen then. Academician Chen waved his hand. This is a plan that was decided long ago. In the past, the country kept certain talents secret and hidden them, and some even disappeared without any news for decades. Now, the times have changed, concepts have changed, communication methods have changed, and everyone's communication mode has also changed. Therefore, the country should make comprehensive considerations and change the way it treats talents. Think about it. It's fine for the children we train ourselves, but what if it's foreign talents who want to contribute to China and provide technology? Do you want them to abandon their wives and families? No? Then our path will be narrowed. Products, logistics, and technology will be shared. Talents will no longer be the private property of a certain country. Understood. Old Shin said a lot in one breath. Looking at Chu Ge, who was thinking with his head down, he paused, took a sip of tea, and asked. Chapter 71 Butterfly Effect. Chu Ge seemed to understand, but not quite. Chu Ge talked with academician Chen for a long time, and then they talked about the Red Coast Project. Chen Laobin did not intend to hide it from Chu Ge. Controlled nuclear fusion technology can be used in so many areas, both military and civilian. Therefore, if China decides to share this technology, the funds and influence brought about will certainly be unprecedentedly huge. To be honest, Chu Ge had never calculated how much financial support would be needed for his Starry Sea plan. He only knew that the system boss needed 10,000 honor points for a blueprint of an aerospace aircraft carrier, which was equivalent to 1 trillion Chinese currency. As for the construction cost, Chu Ge didn't dare to think about it. This was just one ship, and there was also a heavy cruiser. Chu Ge didn't have the honor points to unlock that heavy cruiser now. The system boss's quotation was still 10,000 honor points, without bargaining. 1 trillion Chinese yuan. It's just technology, something on paper. In the words of the system boss, although the aerospace aircraft carrier is large, it is ultimately just a platform, and the heavy cruiser is the pinnacle of armament. Although it is not as large as the aerospace aircraft carrier in terms of tonnage, it is more complex. Chu Ge rolled his eyes at the time and said, Anyway, you are the seller, and you have the final say on Ding Zhou and Xian Mao. As for those auxiliary ships, core engines, computers, construction materials, armaments, and even individual weapons, light prism towers, mecha warriors, and the like, Chu Ge did not calculate their combined costs, but it was probably an astronomical figure when added up. The introduction of the Red Bank plan can be said to have perfectly solved many problems. The most important thing is, it will continuously replenish China's blood and then be transferred to Chu Ge's Starry Sea plan, so he can buy, and build without any worries. So, Chu Ge finally figured it out. He had to say that the vision and courage of the big leaders were worthy of being the helmsman of China. Chu Ge was a little ashamed. Mr. Chun, I understand. What do you need my cooperation for? I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. You can't go through fire and water. You are the key protected object of the entire plan. You just need to quietly continue your Starry Sea plan. The rest will be escorted by China and its people. Well, Chu Ge is going to be famous now, and not just in China, probably in the whole world. An official certification from the Research Institute was like a heavy bomb that exploded directly on the internet. Everyone was surprised to find that the first 3 hot searches on the internet were all about a person named Chu Ge. Chu Ge, the popularity of academician Chu quickly surpassed his other title, Doraba Dilmurat's boyfriend. He is actually an academician? Wow, it really blinds my titanium alloy dog eyes. The guy upstairs even bites himself when he gets angry. What does it mean to be an academician at the age of 22? I have little education. Can any great scholar explain it to me? What's the concept? Let me tell you this. Before academician Chu was elected as an academician, the average age of Chinese academicians was close to 60 years old. Note that this average age refers to recent years. You can figure out the rest yourself. What the above person is saying is that academician Chu has lowered the so-called average age by himself. No problem. Oh my God, I didn't know this before. I thought NASA had found a rich man's son, and I was a little disappointed. This is too much. Now I know what the best interpretation of a talented man and a beautiful woman is. I love NASA the most. This person is obviously a fan of Doraba Dilmurat. Go upstairs and see the girl next door named Dilanaza. Stop bothering us here. She's just a celebrity. How can she be compared with the academician of China? Agree. This is the fermentation on the internet, which was within the expectations of academician Chun and others. However, some things still developed into the lives of the people that he had not expected. Later, Professor Chen also sighed that he could not see that Chu Ge, this boy, was so popular with both young and old. Naughty child. You didn't study hard. Chu Ge became an academician at the age of 22, but you only know how to eat. Mom, I'm only 12 years old. 22 is still a long way from me. Far away? It's far away. You can't catch up with you even if you take a rocket. Children who study well. Oh my God, I can become an academician at the age of 22? I thought my dream of studying at Yinqing University was already high enough, but now it seems that the goal was set a little low. Brother Chu is my role model. Children, parents, bus drivers, office workers, company bosses, and even the best people in the field were all shocked by Chu Ge's youth and success. Tonight, the word Chu Ge is known to everyone. After Chu Ge finished his meal, he did nothing else because he saw something magical. The reputation value of the system boss began to rise continuously. It had never changed before. Chu Ge would occasionally take a look when checking information and find that it had increased. Today the numbers are constantly changing, and all the numbers are jumping around. 3 digits, 4 digits, 5 digits, 6 digits, 7 digits, 8 digits, 9 digits. System boss, can your reputation be exchanged for money? You think too much. At 7:20 p.m. Yinjing time, the people of China were eating, discussing Chu Ge, and watching the news. The latest news from the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology is that the controlled nuclear fusion technology developed by academician Chu Ge of the Ordnance Research Institute has completed the feasibility report research. The miniaturization of the device and its practical application are extending to the civilian field. Please see the detailed introduction below. The news is not long, 5 minutes. Isn't it long? Sorry, if you count it in the 30-minute daily comprehensive news report in China, it is really long. Dad, what is controlled nuclear fusion? I think I heard Brother Chu Ge's name. The child was still young, and the words turned into giggle gag in his mouth. Well, Dad doesn't know what that is either. A 5-minute piece of news has pushed Chu Ge, the protagonist of the entire network today, to the top. Controlled nuclear fusion? What the hell, a nuclear bomb? Nuclear bomb? Didn't China already have nuclear bombs? The atomic bomb is nuclear fission, and nuclear fusion is the hydrogen bomb, right? How did you learn physics in high school? The fusion reaction of 1D, deuterium, and 1T, tritium, will produce a neutron and release 17.6 MeV of energy. The fusion reaction of 2D, deuterium, will release about 14.1 MeV of energy. Nuclear fusion reactions require extremely harsh conditions, high temperature and high pressure, and will release neutrons and a large amount of energy. Due to technical constraints, previous nuclear fusion required heavy nuclear fission to stimulate it. That is, an atomic bomb detonating a hydrogen bomb, and all of them were uncontrollable nuclear fusion. The upstairs student has completed the appraisal. I don't know whether he is a top student or not. I only know that academician Chu Ge is really awesome. Do I need you to tell me? All of China knows it. Chapter 72, Overwhelmed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. Whether you know Chu Ge or not. People who don't know me often can't help but say, "Brother, awesome," and then, "Big Brother 666. As for those who know me, I'm afraid most of them are surprised. Is this still the Chu Ge that I know? Yu Lu and Chu Min were among those who were extremely shocked. Academician Chu? Lele, look at this person. Is he your Chu Ge? Yes, right? The photos are out. It's not like you haven't seen them before, right? But I always feel that it's a little unreal. Now that I think about it, it's indeed abnormal. Do you remember the helicopter and the old man in Panjiayuan Square? Remember, maybe, at that time, he had already become famous? Yu Li's expression was a little dull. Later, Chu Min talked to her a lot, but she didn't say anything else. As for what she was thinking, Chu Min didn't know, and maybe even Yu Li herself didn't know. In a villa in Lido Garden, Magic City. After reading the news, Chao Chongqing did not speak for a long time. Most of the Chao family members were in this hall, waiting for the backbone of this huge family to speak. Among the young people in the Chao family, although Chao Bo is a little domineering in Chao Chongqing's heart, he is the most suitable and capable one to take over the Chao group. But now Chao Chongqing regrets it. Why did he let Chao Bo come to work in the group? Dad, is the academician Chu mentioned in the news the person Xiao Bo provoked? But, according to my family members who came back, the young man is a colonel. How come he is in the military system and is connected to the research institute? Now it seems that no matter which side the person is from, our Chao family has provoked someone who should not be provoked. What should we do? Several older middle-aged people in the Chao family were talking to each other, and their words revealed their anxiety and worry. All right, Chao Chongqing sighed. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing to regret. Chao Bo is a member of my Chao family, so the consequences of his mistakes should be borne by our Chao family. However, I am afraid that our Chao family may not be able to bear the consequences. After Chao Chongqing finished speaking, He slowly stood up and walked towards the bedroom alone, without paying any attention to anyone. His hunched back disappeared with the sound of a door closing with a creak. Seeing that Grandpa Chow had spoken, everyone in the Chow family did not stay any longer and got up and left. However, these Chow family members who were usually arrogant were probably in danger at this time and were planning their own retreat. Chu Ge usually doesn't have time to watch the news, so he doesn't know what's on the evening news. However, after the news, first his parents, then relatives, friends, familiar and unfamiliar people, everyone who had his phone number, he felt like they were calling him or on their way to call. The phone quickly started to heat up. Chu Ge later simply turned off his phone. Is this the treatment for being famous? I don't feel that great, but I feel even more tired. Forget it. I'll change my phone number tomorrow. Chu Ge shook his head, put his phone aside, pulled open the quilt, and wrapped himself in it. He didn't call his good friend tonight, and soon fell asleep. Chu Ge didn't understand that this is actually human nature. The current time in the United States is 9 a.m. John Wilson has been a little overwhelmed recently because the incident of the stealth reconnaissance aircraft has become known to everyone in the entire national defense system. He was first called in by the boss of the intelligence department for a whole day of training, and later he was even pulled in front of the Supreme Commander to present the investigation report on the matter in person. In short, he was really embarrassed by this incident. If it weren't for his previous performance that allowed his superiors to give him a break, John Wilson felt that he would lose his job. It's not just John who is embarrassed this time. The U.S. government is also embarrassed this time, and the shame has spread to the whole world. The Chinese government has a tough attitude. Option 1. The stealth drone can be taken away, but a serious statement must be made and an apology must be made. Option 2. You can pretend nothing happened, and so can we, but forget about the drone. Choose one of the above two options. No other suggestions will be accepted. Of course, this was a private bargaining between the top leaders of both sides and was not made public to the world. The top military and political leaders of the United States gathered together and held a closed-door meeting for several days, and finally accepted the first clause reluctantly. After all, even though the drone crashed, it was still a lot of money. Another implicit point is that Americans do not believe that China can copy their technology in such a short time. Therefore, in order to avoid any further complications, they finalized the first set of plans as quickly as possible and continued to discuss with the Chinese military on matters such as arranging transport planes. Americans are still so confident. In fact, the Chinese military did not do so. Chu Ge and related experts even held a special meeting on this matter. After confirming that this aircraft would not play a big role in Chu Ge's future plans, they came up with the above two options. Equipment innovation often leads to the need to make corresponding changes in the theoretical outline of your battle tactics. In the world's military history, it is not uncommon for the emergence of new weapons to subvert previous combat modes. Although China and the United States have reached an agreement on the surface and shook hands, John Wilson privately knows that his superiors will not let this matter go so easily. Because the cause of the accident has not yet been determined, which is the direct cause of the crash of the reconnaissance drone. John knew that this was his only chance to redeem himself from his crime. If he couldn't find out the truth, he would have a very ugly end. Miller, how's the investigation going? Oh, John, there are some clues. Through careful investigation by the technicians, they first ruled out a missile attack. And look at this photo, which is the last one taken by the drone. Although it is blurry, it is still different from the previous one. Just tell me the result. I'm not in the mood to listen to you explain it to me bit by bit. We have ruled out missile attacks, sonic waves, electronic interference, and other attacks. Based on the image data, we determined that it was a weapon system such as laser that caused the reconnaissance plane to crash. After William Miller finished speaking, he took a deep breath. Of course, the final conclusion still needs to be confirmed based on the wreckage of the plane. Miller added, "Okay, I believe in your judgment. The Chinese military has agreed to return the wreckage. After it is brought back, I will apply for authorization for you to conduct the investigation first." Yes, but boss, China is sending it back to us like this. Although the United States has lost face this time, I think they don't have the confidence to crack the secret of the plane in the short term, so they are just doing a favor. After all, it's not good for anyone to tear each other apart. Oh, that's what the boss said. But, John, have you watched the news today? Major news agencies around the world have broadcast a news bulletin from the Chinese government. What? John, who is overwhelmed, has no time to watch those puppet shows recently. They have developed controlled nuclear fusion technology and have already put it into practical use. What? Say that again. Chapter 73, Exoskeleton. William Miller stammered and repeated what he had just said, then looked at the dazed boss. For a long time. Boss, is there any problem with this? William, I have a feeling that China can no longer be stopped. Perhaps soon, they will grow into a giant. A giant that even we need to look up to. That's not so exaggerated, boss. Those people have been saying this for years. Aren't we still firmly sitting in the world's #1 position? Besides, I don't think they have really developed the controlled nuclear fusion technology. You know, they are very good at propaganda. No, William, you still don't understand them. If this news is officially reported by them, then it means that this technology is not only very likely to exist, but has already existed for a long time. The brief 5-minute news from the Chinese government was like a cruise missile, exploding precisely in every corner of the world, creating brilliant fireworks. Staff members of heads of state, top experts in physics, energy tycoons, and relevant scientists are all busy making phone calls at this moment. They need to confirm the reliability of this information or call the relevant departments in China in order to obtain controlled nuclear fusion technology more quickly and seek cooperation. In the months that followed, the Red Shore Plan began to slowly take shape, with foreign funds gradually entering the market, providing a steady stream of funds for China and Chu Ge's Starry Sea plan for the next few years. The world-famous Chu Ge did not stop his steps. He has been coordinating the material experts who have arrived one after another these days. Whether it is the material of the exoskeleton in the individual soldier system, the structural material of the aerospace aircraft carrier, or the engine material of the nuclear fusion engine, new material technology is needed to support it. Xiao Chu, come here, let me introduce you to a leader in the materials industry. Academician Chun came to Chu Ge's office early today, followed by a middle-aged man about 40 years old. The man was wearing a pair of thick glasses, his hair was carefully groomed, and his clothes were neatly laid out. Chu Ge looked at them carefully and felt that there was not even a wrinkle on them. Chu Weichao, a senior engineer majoring in metal materials. Xiao Chu, please invite this person. I have spent a lot of effort to invite him. Oh, Engineer Chu, this is the youngest academician of our institute, Chu Ge. Chu Ge, Academician Chu. I've heard this name so many times in the past few days that my ears are almost calloused. Engineer Chu hurried over and held Chu Ge's hands, then turned to Academician Chun and said, Haha, Engineer Chu, don't listen to Mr. Chun praising me blindly. Just call me Xiao Chu from now on. Haha, did you see Mr. Chu? Chu Ge is still a young man in his 20s after all. He blushed. Okay, I've brought the people to you. You two can go and discuss the rest. The office, factory, laboratory, and hospital are all ready. When Engineer Chu is done, you can go over and take a look. Okay, Mr. Chun, don't worry. After Mr. Chun left, Chu Ge hurriedly asked Engineer Chu to sit down. Mr. Chu, to be honest, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief now that an expert like you has come. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to carry out the rest of my work. Haha, Academician Chu, there's no need to be modest. Before I came here, Elder Chun had already explained some of the circumstances to me. This concerns the future of China, so we must do our best. I'll listen to your arrangements for the details. Give me the order. Engineer Chu came up and expressed his attitude to Chu Ge first, which made Chu Ge look carefully at the middle-aged man in front of him for a moment, and then admired him sincerely in his heart. Being able to put aside the colorful outside world and devote oneself to scientific research for the future of China is a kind of noble cause. Seeing this, Chu Ge was no longer vague. Okay, let's do this. You can take your team to the laboratory first. If the equipment needs to be replaced or you have better suggestions, you can tell me then. I will have people from the Research Institute accompany you throughout the process. I will personally hand over the specific process technologies such as new material experiments and manufacturing to you tomorrow. What do you think? Okay, Academician Chu, you can arrange it. If there is nothing else, I will go back and arrange it first. Good. As Mr. Chu was speaking, he walked out of the office, looking exhausted. Chu Ge knew that he was another man with strong ability to take action. There was no need to waste any more time. Now that the talent was ready, the system boss started to work. The exoskeleton equipment provided by the system is actually auxiliary equipment for individual soldier armor. Based on armor, it focuses on the area from the hands to the shoulders and from the ankles to the thighs and adds an extra layer of physical protection. Assisted by microcomputer control, this will improve the explosiveness, endurance, jumping ability, and strength of a single soldier's hands and legs. The main material is based on carbon nanotubes, which allow carbon atoms to hybridize in sp2 and sp3 to form two new substances in a hybrid mixed state. The tensile strength of carbon nanotubes in this state is 100 times that of steel, but its density is only 1/6 of that of steel, which greatly reduces the weight of the finished product. Chu Ge looked at the system's data and found that a set of finished exoskeleton armor weighed only 4.6 kilograms. This material has two other properties. Its hardness is 3 times that of diamond, and finally, its melting point is the highest of all known materials. It's simply the perfect exoskeleton material. Brother system, you are amazing. You have chosen the perfect material. Although it is not new, the manufacturing process is difficult. I have studied large-scale manufacturing, and your method is still the most reliable. I have something better, but unfortunately you have no money. Also, your resources are scarce, so you can only transform, upgrade, and utilize the resources that can be collected at present. I find that you are a nitpicker now. Can't you say something nice? After listening to the comments from the system boss, Chu Ge returned angrily. People are also complicated. Chu Ge began to write about the material composition and manufacturing process. As for the complaints from the system boss, forget it. They were not in the same dimension and had no common language. Before they knew it, it was late at night again. The thin film of oil in the instant noodle bucket next to Chu Ge had solidified a little. Although it was spring now, the temperature was still very low in the morning and at night. Chu Ge, who was writing quickly with his head down, frowned from time to time. Chu Ge didn't expect that a material could have so many equations and process steps. It was even more complicated than drawing drawings and blueprints. Fortunately, Chu Ge managed to organize all the information before dawn. Looking at the thick stack of information in front of him, Chu Ge smiled knowingly. Another task completed. After quickly solving his personal problems, Chu Ge lay on the bed and shamelessly began to talk to his good friend. System bro, can't you give me a discount on that heavy cruiser? I can't afford it with the little honor points I have left. You haven't built the aerospace carrier yet. Why are you so impatient? Haha, I noticed that your vocabulary has expanded a bit. Haha. Chapter 74 System Rewards. However, the words of the system brother reminded Chu Ge that the aerospace aircraft carrier blueprint had been exchanged for a long time and had been lying in the corner of his head. After Chu Ge completes the individual soldier system project at hand, he will start to organize the data blueprint of the aerospace aircraft carrier. This is a huge project. Chu Ge glanced at his wrist and felt deep sympathy for it. Having made up his mind, Chu Ge took another look at his reputation value. System, the host's remaining reputation value is 912000500, and it is still changing, approaching 1 billion. Chu Ge is itching to try it. This reputation value feels a bit useless. You won't let me use it more, so what's the point of setting it up? It's better to convert it into honor points, so I can exchange it for something. The military industry system does not want the host to pay too much attention to skills that are not related to the military industry, but this does not mean that reputation is useless. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Please look forward to it. Yes, 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 you said everything. What was I expecting? I feel like you are a pit now. I almost forgot. Last time you forced me to buy 9 sets of instant super dense air shields. Can these 9 sets really block 9 attacks? In principle, you can understand it this way. With the current means of attack on your planet, basically all attacks will be considered ineffective unless it is poisoning, suicide, etc. I'm sick. I'm committing suicide. Don't you wish me well? 9 lives. A 9-tailed male fox. That's amazing. Is there any significance to this 9 in the system? Here, the number 9 can be interpreted in many ways. No, the system calculates your remaining reputation and gives you a random number. Oh, so that's it, huh? Chu Ge planned to temporarily banish this system boss to the cold palace. Not only was he a bully, but he was also a bit of a straight male chauvinist, which was unbearable. The next day, after Chu Ge finished his breakfast, he found Engineer Chu from yesterday and handed him the carbon nanotechnology data and process steps that he had finished overnight. Engineer Chu had the same expression as Li Gang. After flipping through a few pages, he was petrified. He frowned and thought for a while, then continued flipping through the pages. Chu Ge was not surprised at all. He waited quietly by the side until Engineer Chu finished looking through the documents. Then he shook hands with Engineer Chu and gave him a look. The rest is up to you. Take care. Engineer Chu nodded heavily. This leader in the metal materials industry was shocked by Chu Ge on the first day. But Mr. Chu didn't seem to understand the meaning of Chu Ge's words. A few days ago, when people around him were spreading the story of Chu Ge, Chu Weichao had his own doubts. In his setting, each step cannot be skipped. It would be a joke to achieve it all at once. The theoretical data here needs to be accompanied by strict verification procedures. However, although he only took a quick look at the data report just now, he felt that it was almost correct because data does not lie, especially for professionals like them, who can get a general idea at a glance. However, as he is a careful worker, he still has to simulate it again. Is this the legendary academician Chu? As expected, he deserves the title. Chu Ge came out from Engineer Chu and went straight to Li Gang. Regardless of other things, he was quite interested in the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. He wondered what it would feel like to fire a shot with this thing. Li Gang, how's my sniper rifle? You've been a bit slow at work lately. Chu Ge came up and started firing at Li Gang. Academician Chu, Huang Shuren, you won't squeeze me like this. I've only been here for a few days. Now we have reached the stage of simulating the data of the energy tank model. Once the simulation is completed, this most important component will be formed tomorrow. Then we can make samples and proceed to the next step. A higher-ranking official can crush a person, so Li Gang still had to patiently explain his workflow to Chu Ge. Well, okay, work hard. You have to sort out these major links this week, and then hand them over to others. I have other plans for you. Change again? Li Gang wanted to lose his temper on the spot. What? You're not satisfied with playing with these little gadgets? I'm not going to change this time. I'm going to give you a big one. Big guy? What big guy? Academician Chu, can you reveal it in advance? Li Gang became interested immediately when he heard the big guy mentioned by Chu Ge. Cannot. Hey, then why are you talking about it? Also, why haven't you been so eager to talk about other groups' laser grenades, quantum communications, quantum computers, etc.? Is the electromagnetic energy sniper rifle your own son? Well, he's my godson. My biological son is still in the making. Chu Ge is telling the truth. Okay, report to Academician Chu. My godson is expected to be born in 3 days, and you can come over to inspect it then. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say this. Chu Ge waved his hand, turned around and left. He had several sons, but they were all blurry in his mind. Oh, there was another one who was being sold by the system brother. Chu Ge was on his way back to the office when suddenly, the system boss in his head knocked on his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The reputation value has reached 1 billion. I know, but it's useless. Chu Ge replied listlessly. He was still thinking about his next aerospace aircraft carrier blueprint. 1 billion reputation points triggers the system reward mechanism. Host, please wait a moment. The system is preparing your first prize. Prizes? Can this be done? Chu Ge woke up instantly and ran quickly. This surprise couldn't be accepted just like that. It had to be done with a sense of ceremony. Chu Ge ran back to the office and sat upright at the desk. After half an hour, brother, are you waiting for food? There are so many good things in your database. Do you need to spend so much time looking for them? Are you up to something bad again? No need to secretly check your reputation points. 1 billion, just look at it. Chu Ge remembered some bad things. Extracting files, file extraction completed, number, HQL, J001 primary monomer gene enhancement preparation, synthesis formula has been issued. Please receive it. Please note, the first gene medicine is exclusive to the host gene, and the other monomers are invalid. The effects of the second gene medicine are not superimposed. To continue to strengthen, please develop the next level of gene medicine or activate the system reward. That's it. Just give me a bottle of medicine? What the hell? I thought you were going to give me a heavy cruiser as a reward. I was so excited. Chu Ge was greatly disappointed. The heavy cruiser with the highest level of military equipment was a hurdle that he could not overcome. Wait a minute. How much is this gene of yours? You're not going to deduct all the 1 billion reputation points, are you? Chu Ge suddenly remembered something and asked nervously. This. Don't even look at 1 billion. Host's remaining reputation value is 500 million. You still have some conscience. Chu Ge finished speaking and ignored the system brother. He was the dealer, the prizes had been distributed, and the reputation points had been deducted. Chu Ge hurried to check the efficacy of the gene preparation. Chapter 75 Gene Medicine. No. HQL, J001 Single Gene Medicine. Improves single basic data by 15, including life, strength, memory, vision, hearing, taste, speed, burst, and all other body function indicators. This gene medicine is a one-time functional medicine. It is ineffective if used in combination. The method of administration is injection into the body. The mechanism for improving individual functions is a permanent improvement. The primary medicine calculates data based on the body's functions for improvement. The next level of genetic medicine will calculate again based on the data after the first improvement, and so on. Note: 1. After the body is injected with the gene drug, it will enter a coma. After 24 hours, the drug will activate the monomer's nervous system, and the monomer will wake up. The process must not be interrupted, otherwise the transformation process will be invalid, and this drug injection will be judged as a failure. Second, monomeric gene drugs are only used for specific monomers. Otherwise, the gene drugs will become ineffective and even cause irreversible damage to the experimental organism. This warning requires special attention. Third, The ultimate goal of the system providing genetic drugs is to reshape the body functions of the system host and correct the direction of gene mutations in order to achieve adaptability to a specific environment. Fourth, this gene drug has no side effects. In addition to improving various basic functions, it has no effect on the body's original memory, personality, preferences, and other acquired behaviors. Chu Ge continued to browse, and what was below was basically the ratio of natural additive ingredients in the genetic medicine, the proportion of chemical synthetic ingredients, the synthesis equation of new chemical synthetic ingredients, etc. Having seen this, Chu Ge had basically finished reading the information about genetic drugs. He always felt that something was wrong, so he went back to read it again, even reading it word by word. Finally, he found some words, and then stopped there and thought for a long time. Just no clue. System boss, what does the third precaution of the genetic medicine mean in order to achieve adaptability to a certain environment? Also, to correct the direction of gene mutation? This gene medicine is to modify genes, not just to strengthen the body as I imagined. Like Lu Wei Dihuang pills. Lu Wei Dihuang pills. What is this? Well, it seems you haven't learned this yet. It's just like this potion of yours, which strengthens the physical body. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he covered his face and was too embarrassed to laugh. Correcting the direction of gene mutation will only correct it in a direction that is beneficial to the host, so there is no need to worry about this. As for the following specific environment, the system defaults to this problem. Please continue to upgrade. That's just like your Imperial sword. It's useless to ask you. Well, I'm already on your pirate ship, and I guess I can't get off now. Chu Ge decided to lie down. He had no choice. He had already spent 500 million reputation points. Chu Ge instinctively felt that System Big Brother would not harm him. He had a vague guess in his mind, but as to whether it was true or not, he would have to wait and see. Chu Ge retrieved the data sent by the system boss and copied down the complete formula of the genetic medicine. This time he was extremely careful, especially the chemical equations. After he finished writing them, he checked them twice bit by bit against the source data. There is no way. If you accidentally make a mistake in a letter, ingredient, or dosage, you are doomed and will kill yourself. And there was no antidote yet. He died just as he became famous. It was too young to die. After Chu Ge finished getting all the data, he carefully placed the formula of the genetic medicine in a file bag, then washed up and prepared to go to bed. Chu Ge, lying on the bed, sorted out today's gains. He felt that the further he went, the more mysterious this system became. It was becoming more and more like the supercomputer Red Queen. Chu Ge shuddered. Forget it. According to the normal plot, Blue Star, a planet with scarce resources, has nothing else to offer except for so many kinds of organic life. As for how the genetic medicine was produced and the 24 hours of lying dead after use, Chu Ge thought about it for a long time and decided to ask Academician Chen for help. After struggling for a long time, Chu Ge decided that he might have to tell a little lie to Academician Chen this time. The main reason was that this matter could not be made public. There are many details that cannot be explained. At this time, the best solution is to say nothing. In order to avoid any further complications, Chu Ge went to Academician Chen's office early the next morning. Mr. Chen, I'm here. Oh, Xiao Chu, you haven't come to my place for a few days. You don't come to my place for no reason. Have you encountered any difficulties? No, Li Gang and his team are developing it step by step. It is estimated that within a week, several major subsystems of the individual soldier system will bear fruit. That's good. Have you thought about the next plan? Well, I've thought about it. Let's start the aerospace aircraft carrier plan and proceed in stages. The nuclear fusion engine, armor system, energy system, hangar, communication command station, etc. will all enter the preliminary preparation work as planned. Academician Chen, who was watering the flowers, suddenly stopped watering and turned to look at Chu Ge after hearing this. Okay, Xiao Chu, I'm waiting for you to announce the launch of the aerospace aircraft carrier plan. This way, an old man like me will have something to look forward to. Academician Chen was in high spirits. Chu Ge saw that his hands were shaking as he held the watering can. The soil in the flower pot had already been moistened and water was slowly overflowing. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen. Your flowers. Oh, look at my memory. Academician Chen quickly put the watering can aside and found a rag to wipe the overflowing water. But before that, Mr. Chen, I want to test the data of several coolants. I may need some new chemical compounds. I would like to trouble you to contact the relevant biochemistry research institutes and ask them to help. That's no problem. It's a small matter. Your Chu Ge's project is now the through train of the entire system, and everyone will go for it without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Chen. Oh, in order to keep the new chemical compound confidential, We may have to let them synthesize it separately, and then come to us for the final experiment. Good. Academician Chen agreed without hesitation, and Chu Ge felt relieved, but he still felt a little guilty. After coming out of Academician Chen's office, Chu Ge did not go back immediately. Instead, he walked abnormally along a north-south main road of the institute, somewhat aimlessly. On the way, people from the research institute greeted Chu Ge when they saw him, and Chu Ge responded mechanically. After walking for a long time, Chu Ge finally reached the end. Dozens of excavators were busy in the distance. Chu Ge knew that they were the new experimental workshops and dormitory buildings of the research institute. The research institute is still expanding, and many other engineers and experts may move in here soon. Because of Chu Ge, the research institute has now expanded by who knows how many times. Chu Ge looked at the newly paved asphalt road under his feet. The brand new road surface seemed to have just solidified and still exuded the smell of asphalt. Chapter 76 Power Engine. Chu Ge stopped and looked into the distance. The red glow of the evening sunset had now filled the entire sky with a brilliant glow. The universe repeats itself, the sun sets, and dawn will soon come. Chu Ge suddenly remembered a poem by Shelley. Once the strange morning light rises, it will melt the clouds above your head. Hell and heaven will disappear, and all that will be left for you is the eternal universe. Life is finite, but the universe is infinite. Isn't it a feat to use limited life to explore the infinite universe? Thinking of this, a smile gradually appeared on Chu Ge's face. He seemed to suddenly understand the meaning of the poem. He took a last look at the sunset, turned around, and walked back with firm steps. When Chu Ge arrived at the Research Institute's restaurant, there were already a lot of people in the restaurant. Academician Chu, here, the meal is ready for you. Yin Tianhao had been looking at the restaurant entrance, and when he saw Chu Ge come in, he hurriedly greeted him. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. I thought you weren't coming to the restaurant again, so I was going to pack some food for you to take back to the dormitory. Yin Tianhao, Li Gang, Wang Yun, and others are all here. Well, where's that guy Jing Jun? Chu Ge glanced around and found that Zheng Jun was missing from the table. He is very busy right now. He said that quantum communication has reached a critical stage. Most of the people in the team are eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in the laboratory. Here, the meal is ready for them. Li Gang pointed to the table next to him, and Chu Ge then discovered that there were more lunch boxes there. Wang Yun, tell them tomorrow to come to the restaurant to eat when it's time to eat. It's cold by the time they get home. It's okay once or twice, but if you keep eating for a long time, your stomach won't be able to handle it. Okay, Academician Chu. Wang Yun quickly replied that Wang Yun was now playing the role of Chu Ge before, firefighter. She needed to coordinate work between the various groups and between the groups and Chu Ge, as well as feedback on problems. After a few days, she felt a little depressed. Oh, and Tianhao, come to my office early tomorrow morning. Starting tomorrow, you will be in the same group with Academician Huang from the Institute. He is in the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Application Research Group. Although Chu Ge did not completely copy the entire blueprint of the aerospace mothership, he still laid out several important subsystems in advance, such as quantum communication. The command system of the aerospace carrier is built on the basis of quantum communication. Quantum communication is the key. Once it is successfully developed, the rest will just be supporting facilities. Once it is connected to the current ship factory, we can proceed according to the drawings. There are also quantum computers and large ship-use data storage devices, which are considered the brains of the aerospace mothership. They have now entered the research and development stage. When the time comes, we will start working on the hull directly, and these modular subsystems can be directly matched on board. This is also the current construction model for naval warships, which are built in sections and then assembled and outfitted. The efficiency is very high. With China's shipbuilding capabilities, Chu Ge believes that once these key subsystems are all formed, the subsequent construction speed will be quite terrifying. Chu Ge looked at the data blueprint of the system brother, and after careful consideration, there are still several key subsystems of the aerospace carrier that have not yet been activated, namely the aerospace carrier's engine power module, energy module, and weapons module. The engine module is more complex. First of all, the engine system of the Big Brother system is a brand new concept, nuclear fusion engine, anti-gravity warp engine. It is completely different from the ones used on ships now, and China's technical reserves in certain engines are still relatively weak. Although China has made great progress in ship-based AIP electric propulsion and gas turbine full-fuel combined propulsion in recent years, it is already in the first echelon. However, Chu Ge discovered that the engine of the aerospace carrier was more similar to the technology of aircraft engines and had little relevance to that of warships. Aircraft engine technology was precisely China's weak area. After comprehensive consideration, Chu Ge decided to start with the actual research and development of the engine in the next 2 days. Without this thing, all the rest would be in vain. Qinhao, after so many years of technical accumulation, academician Huang's controlled nuclear fusion technology is very mature. Whether it is energy or the physical conversion of energy, there are quite a lot of theoretical and practical data. You will learn a lot if you follow him. You may be more interested in the following work. Chu Ge kept the topic in suspense and didn't continue talking. He lowered his head and started eating. Okay, academician Chu, I'll follow your instructions. I will humbly ask academician Huang for advice. Okay, let's have a meal and talk about work. I find that you are all crazy. Are all scientists like this? Wang Yin next to him winked at Yin Tianhao. She saw Chu Ge talking nonstop until the food was cold. She finally saw Chu Ge pick up the chopsticks, so she signaled Yin Tianhao to stop talking. Yin Tianhao understood instantly and stopped talking. The few of them began to eat quietly without saying anything else. In 10 minutes, Chu Ge finished the dinner in front of him and stood up. Okay, I'm done eating. I'm going to go home. I still have some work to do, so I'll leave first. You two can eat slowly. Okay, academician Chu, take care. Wang Yin quickly answered. Looking at Chu Ge's hurriedly leaving figure, she suddenly remembered something. In the future, try not to discuss work with him while he's eating. It's not easy to come to the cafeteria to eat a hot meal. Most of the time, I see our academician Chu in his office or dormitory. I understand, Sister Wang. Yin Tianhao replied in a low voice. Chu Ge did not stop after returning to the dormitory. He directly called up the technology tree blueprint of the aerospace mothership and began to sort out the data. Aerospace carrier, length, 2,100 meters, width, 260 meters, height, 145 meters. Total battleship weight, 1,960,000 tons. The ship's personnel configuration is, for captains, 3,060 crew members. Then, Chu Ge slid directly to the configuration interface of its engine power system. Powertrain. Main thruster, 9 HQL, EA-11 nuclear fusion engines. Maximum speed, 25 of the speed of light. Auxiliary thrusters, 12 HQL, EA-12 rotatable nuclear fusion engines. Maximum speed, 12 of the speed of light. Anti-gravity warp drive, 2 jump drives numbered HQL, SSA-01 and HQL, SSA-02 respectively. Jump speed, $2.50 per s. Jumpable distance, 5.2 light years. These are basically the basic data of the aerospace carrier engine, and the rest are the manufacturing technology blueprints of several engines. Chu Ge skipped over the nuclear fusion engine. There was nothing to see. He believed that there would be no problem with academician Huang's plan based on his blueprint. So the impatient Chu Ge jumped directly to the anti-gravity warp engine. This engine is awesome and a standard feature of starships. If you want to go to another galaxy, it would be very difficult without a jump engine. Chu Ge looked down the data and the manufacturing blueprint. When he saw the special list of materials for the jump engine, his originally happy face instantly turned dark. Damn it, this is being cheated again. Brother system, you are such a jerk. Chapter 77 Jump Engine. What is the anti-gravity warp drive, the main medium of the post-space expansion drive? Chu Ge shouted a little angrily. Dark mattered. Hey, I found you, where do I get this thing? No? Search the system database, and you will find that this kind of matter is not rare in the universe. It exists everywhere. Really? But why do I remember this thing being a bit mysterious? Chu Ge was a little shaken. Maybe it really existed? It was just that he was ignorant of it? Please do not doubt the authenticity of the system database. Perhaps this guy remembered Chu Ge yelling at him, and his tone became a little serious. Okay, I'll go ask tomorrow. After sending the system brother away, the frightened Chu Ge hurried back to check the material composition of nuclear fusion. If something inexplicable comes out again, he will vomit blood and die. It's all in vain. 20 minutes later, fortunately, it was a false alarm. The nuclear fusion engine was within the scope of his knowledge, except for some rare materials that needed to be redeveloped. For example, the high-temperature alloy at the rear end of the engine is a super alloy that combines iron, nickel, and cobalt bases. This high-temperature alloy material is required to maintain high durability, creep, and fatigue strength at extremely high temperatures. The system data also gives the detailed addition ratio of each base metal. At the very least, these are within our capabilities. Chu Ge carefully checked the material composition of all the power systems again, and after making sure that nothing was missing, he went to bed. It was already very late after all this trouble. He didn't have time to copy and paste today, not to mention that there was still a question that had not been resolved. The next day, Chu Ge opened his eyes, got dressed, and ran to Academician Chen's office. He was in such a hurry that he even forgot to take care of his personal hygiene. He was not in the mood for that now. Mr. Chun, I have a question for you. Chu Ge saw that the office door was open and spoke directly, but no one had walked in yet. Oh, Xiao Chu, you scared me. I'm telling you, I can't stand your intimidation. Mr. Chun said to Chu Ge seriously. My bad. I was a little impatient. Haha, it's okay. I was just kidding you. What's the hurry? Sit down, sit down. Academician Chun pointed at the sofa and motioned Chu Ge to sit down and talk. Do you know anything about dark matter? Are there any experts in this area at the Academy of Sciences? Dark matter? I don't really know much about this, but you don't have to go to the Academy of Sciences to find out. We have people who know about it in our academy. Who? Yin Tianhao, have you forgotten? He is a top student in astrophysics. Oh my god, how could I have forgotten about this? Okay, I'll go find him. Well, Mr. Chun, I'll go over first. Goodbye, Mr. Chun. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he ran out the door. This kid, why is he so irritable today? Old Chen smiled and shook his head. After Chu Ge left Academician Chen's office, he looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone, Wang Yun came towards him. Academician Chu, good morning. Wang Yun, good morning. By the way, have you seen Yin Tianhao? Yin Tianhao? We just had breakfast together. He should have gone to your office, right? Did you forget what you arranged yesterday? Yes. Okay, I'll go over first. Goodbye, Wang Yun. Chu Ge said hello and walked towards his office, blowing in the wind. When Chu Ge rushed back, Yin Tianhao was standing straight in front of his office door, like a telephone pole. Tianhao, have you been waiting for a long time? No, Academician Chu, here is the breakfast I brought for you. Okay, come in, I have something to ask you. Chu Ge took the breakfast and put it aside. He was so anxious that he had no time to eat breakfast. Dark matter, how much do you know? Chu Ge went straight to the point. Dark matter? Well, it is a theoretical substance that may exist in the universe, but is invisible. It is likely to be the main component of the universe, but it does not belong to any currently visible celestial body. Oh, and currently, astronomers have discovered a lot of phenomena that seem to violate Newton's law of universal gravitation, but these phenomena can be well explained under the assumption that dark matter exists. Yin Tianhao recalled carefully for a while, then spoke slowly. In theory? In other words, this thing is still an unknown area? Well, it's all speculation, but many countries have started research on dark matter in recent years. I remember our country even launched a satellite to verify whether some electronic cosmic rays come from dark matter. It seems that there are some results. Yin Tianhao added. Verification? Verification is not what I need. Chu Ge's eyes widened. This was a bit ridiculous. After a moment of silence, Chu Ge realized that Yin Tianhao was waving at him. Tianhao, you should report to Academician Huang's group today. I'll tell you the specific tasks after I finish my work. Go ahead. Okay, Academician Chu. Yin Tianhao got up and left. Before leaving, he turned around and looked back. Chu Ge's eyes were a little dazed, but he still waved at him. For a long time. Brother system, this is not very reliable. Dark matter is still an unknown area on Earth. The technologies that match the system are all based on the technological foundation of your galaxy and are all primary versions. Theoretically, this situation should not happen. Shouldn't it happen? This isn't your first time. I think your brain is out of control. Oh, if it were you, the data would be disordered. Stop talking nonsense and tell me the price of dark matter. I think you just want to extort more from me. Chu Ge said this and rolled his eyes at himself in the mirror next to him. No. It took Chu Ge half a minute to react after hearing the system boss's straightforward answer. That's why I said that this situation shouldn't happen in theory. Something must have gone wrong. There's something wrong with your CPU. I think you need to format it or run an antivirus program. Really? It's okay. I'm not afraid of expensive things. Really not. Half an hour later, Chu Ge was tired. He thought that this big brother wanted to raise the price and was ready to bleed a lot of money. However, after haggling for a long time, the two of them had been looking at each other for 10 minutes, but the big brother of the system refused to give in. This seems to be true. If you have the money and don't make it, you're a fool. Chu Ge feels that the system boss is obviously smarter than him. After a lot of trouble, he had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. However, he didn't understand. The military system was obviously not an ordinary computer program. Data loss should not happen, right? What the system means is that it is based on the technology of the galaxy where the Earth is located. Isn't that the solar system? The solar system, don't make a fuss. As for the outside of the solar system, humans may not be deeply involved. I dare not say this. We have studied the solar system for a long time, and Chu Ge still knows a thing or two about it. Except for the Earth, everything else is a mess, and no planet with signs of life has been found at all. Except Earth. Chu Ge expressed deep doubt about what the system boss said. Chapter 78, Jump Engine 2. The 8 planets are the inner planets of the solar system. In order of distance from the Sun, from near to far, they are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. It turns out there was a Pluto, but it was later expelled by scientists. It was downgraded to a dwarf planet. Taking Pluto as an example, the average distance between Pluto and the Sun is 39.956 astronomical units. It takes about 5.6 hours for sunlight to travel from the Sun to Pluto. When Pluto is closest to the Earth, it is about 38 astronomical units. The time it takes for light to travel from the Earth to Pluto minus the 8 minutes it takes for light to travel from the Sun to the Earth is about 5 hours and 27 minutes. If there is no jump engine, according to the maximum speed of the aerospace carrier's main engine is 25 of the speed of light per second, Chu Ge calculated that the time required to travel from the Earth to Pluto at a quarter of the speed of light is 5 hours and 27 minutes multiplied by 4, which is a little more than 21 hours. Less than a day, which seems fast on the surface, but compared with the jump drive, it's nothing. Chu Ge was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Forget it. Instead of worrying about it myself, I might as well leave it to the leaders. Chu Ge made up his mind, stood up quickly, and went to Academician Chen's office again. Mr. Chen, I'm here again. Chu Ge sat down on the sofa, picked up the apple from the fruit bowl on the table, and started eating it. Well, Xiao Chu, eat slowly. My apple didn't offend you. Academician Chen glanced at Chu Ge, who was wolfing down his food, and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, the aerospace carrier is a bit troublesome. The engine is difficult to reach the state I want. Chu Ge paused, thinking about how to express his current dilemma. Tell me more about it. When Academician Chen heard about the aerospace carrier, his expression became serious. It's mainly about the jump drive, which requires a key medium, namely dark matter, which seems to be something we can't solve in the short term. Oh, no wonder you came to ask me questions about dark matter so early in the morning. Then what? Without the jump drive, the maximum speed of our aerospace carrier is only about a quarter of the speed of light per second. This is far from what I originally imagined. 1/4 the speed of light per second? That fast? Chu Ge didn't expect Academician Chen to give such an answer and was a little confused. Haha, Xiao Chu, people can't become fat overnight. We need to look at some issues relatively or re-examine some issues from other perspectives. It seems that you made the right decision to come to me today. But the fact is that it did not meet my original design intention. Chu Ge even began to blame himself. Then I want to tell you some data. Do you know what the speed of the fastest aircraft built by humans is? Have no idea. Chu Ge didn't pay much attention to the data in this area. 73,000 meters per second is the maximum speed that a U.S. probe in deep space can reach after it escapes the gravity of a planet. This doesn't seem to be too fast. Well, how much do you know about the speed of light? This is known as the speed of light in a vacuum being 299,792,458 meters per second. If the helicarrier reaches its theoretical speed, you can do the math yourself. After Academician Chen finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and looked at Chu Ge with a smile. But. Chu Ge hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say the following words. Besides, it doesn't mean we have to give up on this type of engine. We can still continue to research it. Not all subsystems of a new warship are the most advanced, not to mention the aerospace carrier, which is a blank area for humans. The first aerospace carrier is strictly speaking just an experimental one, just like our first aircraft carrier. You are not planning to build just one and then give up, are you? No, according to the plan, at least 3 ships are needed to meet normal scientific research and exploration needs. Yes, that's it. Academician Chen replied calmly. Also, Xiao Chu, what they mean is that even if the aerospace carrier is put into service, it is highly unlikely that it will be allowed to go too far. I need to explain this to you in advance. Well, even if we want to run too far this time, it can't run too far. The solar system will take a day, let alone the Milky Way. Where else do you want to go? Academician Chen had a dark face. Chu Ge's idea is to travel back and forth across the Milky Way in at least one day, go fishing in Sagittarius in the morning, drink tea in Gemini in the afternoon, and watch a crosstalk in Vulpecula in the evening. Now it's a bit like the scene in Love Apartment. Jiao Chan is always on the road. After coming out of Academician Chen's office, Chu Ge went straight back to his own office. Since Academician Chen had given his affirmation, he would no longer worry about these issues. Let's first solve the problem of whether or not there is one. As for the rest, as the old saying goes, there is always a way out when you reach the mountain. Maybe one day, the system will get it and directly reward him with a set of jump engines. Thinking of this, Chu Ge suddenly had an idea in his mind. In fact, he always had a vague guess in his mind. That is, the system was leading him somewhere. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger, but he had not guessed where it was. Without any constraints, Chu Ge began to devote himself to the blueprint design of the nuclear fusion engine. Through the data, Chu Ge already felt the gigantic appearance of this engine. He really didn't know what it would look like when it was installed on the aerospace mothership. When Chu Ge thought of that scene, he felt full of strength. 2 days later, Chu Ge brought Yin Tianhao to Academician Huang's office. Academician Huang's office was like a battlefield, with all kinds of data and drawings flying everywhere. The thin Academician Huang was surrounded by the pile of drawings and was recording something. Chu Ge and the other man traveled through mountains and rivers, and were just about to pull him out from the pile of papers by pulling the drawings. "Mr. Huang, are you busy?" Chu Ge and Yin Tianhao had been in for a long time, but Academician Huang didn't notice them. There was no way, so Chu Ge had to speak. Oh, Xiao Chu, why are you here? This is difficult. Haha, come on, sit. It seems there is no place to sit. Let's just stand and talk for a while. Well, Academician Huang, I know you are busy, but I have a blueprint report on the nuclear fusion engine that I need to hand over to you personally. Also, this is Yin Tianhao, a top student in astrophysics. Let him follow you in the future and give it to you. He can also clean up the office, haha. Chu Ge pointed to the office full of people. Hello, Academician Huang, Yin Tianhao reports to you. Well, good boy, very pleasing to look at. Mr. Huang put on his glasses, looked at Yin Tianhao carefully and said, then turned around and took the engine report handed over by Chu Ge. Nuclear fusion engine? Xiao Chu, did you develop this? Well, sort of. Really? That's great. Your controlled nuclear fusion technology has already produced many practical results. However, although we have been working hard on aviation engines, we are still at a loss. Our foundation is still a little weak. Chapter 79, about the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle 1. Academician Huang was talking as he read, and halfway through, his breathing became much heavier. Xiao Chu, if these data are verified to be correct, then we can really build a nuclear fusion engine. Yeah, about the same. Chu Ge began to be humble. If the verification is okay, I would like to ask you to start physical manufacturing according to the blueprint design. Maybe, the size may be a little large. After Chu Ge finished speaking, Academician Huang hurriedly turned to the final drawing data and looked at it for a long time, opening and closing his mouth. Well, Xiao Chu, let me ask you something that I shouldn't ask. This is so big. Is it the generator module of a nuclear power plant? But it doesn't look like it to me. Oh, no, it's used on the aerospace carrier. Chu Ge replied casually. He had been looking for a long time, but Academician Huang didn't have any apples. What? The aerospace carrier project has been launched. As a senior veteran of the Weaponry Research Institute, he had heard of this huge interstellar plan. I guess so. Several important subsystems are being developed first, and the overall planning is still in the data verification stage. By the end of the year, it should be fully operational. Oh, I heard from Mr. Chen that the relevant construction factory has already started, so it can be considered a seamless transition. Okay, don't worry, Xiao Chu. Since it's the engine of the aerospace aircraft carrier, we will definitely not be careless. It has the highest priority. I will let Xiao Yin tell you the progress at any time. Okay. Chu Ge chatted with Mr. Huang for a few more words, then left Yin Tianhao and went back alone. In late spring and early summer, the flowers, plants and trees on the roadside of the research institute have turned green again, presenting a thriving scene. Chu Ge feels particularly happy as he walks on this road. Academician Chu, here. From a distance, Wang Yun greeted Chu Ge. She was wearing a plaid shirt with a thin green jacket on the outside, which was quite appropriate for the occasion. Chu Ge hurried over. Academician Chu, Li Gang is looking for you all over the world. He said your son is born and asked you to go over and take a look. What does he mean? I listened for a long time but still didn't understand. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's just that a project is estimated to be completed. He has no control over his mouth and he makes a fuss with everyone. Oh, by the way, Wang Yun, please contact the commander of the 223rd Brigade, Gu, and tell him that we have new weapons that need to be verified with him, and ask him to prepare them. Okay, Academician Chu, I'll arrange it right away. After Chu Ge said goodbye to Wang Yun, he walked quickly towards Li Gang's laboratory. Li Gang came to find him, which must mean that the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is almost finished. When Chu Ge rushed to Li Gang was holding the sniper rifle and admiring it. The 115 cm electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle feels particularly long when it is horizontally placed. The color of the gun body is the same matte gray as the electromagnetic pulse rifle. The front half of the gun is composed of two rectangular guide bars, which are composed of an upper and lower part. Together, they look like an octagonal prism, and the middle part of the vertical side of the prism has been die-cast inward. The die groove extends all the way back to the installation position of the sniper scope, and inside this die groove should be the track for energy emission. The depressions of the surface die grooves are hollowed out to facilitate heat dissipation and water conduction. There is a small sunken design on the front half of the trigger, similar to the magazine of a machine gun, but it is a straight inserted type. Of course, the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle has no bullets, and this is its energy storage component. Chu Ge touched the sniper rifle. It felt very comfortable, with a metallic texture everywhere. Why is there a hollow behind this trigger? Chu Ge discovered that there was a hollow piece behind the trigger, and behind the hollow piece was the telescopic buttstock. Oh, in the early experiments, we found that if the energy storage and firing actions of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle are configured separately, an extra action is required. Even an unfamiliar shooter may have to leave the scope to complete it. We integrated these two actions into the trigger position, and then designed the trigger to be hand-gripped and squeezed, so that one hand can complete these actions, and it is easier to maintain the gun-holding posture, so that the recoil will not affect the shooting of the second round. Li Gang introduced it to Chu Ge while gesturing. When Chu Ge handed the design blueprint to Li Gang, he gave him the greatest authority to make changes, especially in terms of human-computer interaction. Brother system, isn't this change of ours very clever? Chu Ge joked in his heart and started to steal the credit. What a waste of time. Ahem. Li Gang, Wang Yun should have made contact. Bring your electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle and come with me to the shooting range. I want to see how powerful it is. Yes. 10 minutes later. Li Gang, Chu Ge, and other members of the experimental team got on the military jeeps of the 223 Brigade shooting range. The jeep in front, which was escorting them, started off with a burnt tire, and the others behind followed, and everyone rushed towards the shooting range. 223 Brigade shooting range. Lu Nan and Brigade Commander Gu Jianhua were already waiting here. I say, Commander Lu, Academician Chu asked me to arrange the gun inspection. Why are you joining in the fun? If you ask me, you are a heartless person. I came to see you today. Otherwise, why would you want to sneak here on your own? Gu Jianhua, I shouldn't have arranged for Academician Chu and others to come to your place. Brigade Commander Lu was very angry. If he had not come to the 223rd Brigade headquarters today and overheard the phone call between Brigade Commanders Wang Yun and Gu, he would have missed today's electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle experiment. Haha. Lao Lu, what are you doing? Why are you so angry? Hey, how many electromagnetic pulse rifles did your brigade equip last time? Not many, just one group. What the hell? You have equipped a whole regiment? Commander Wang is biased. I will go to him when I get back. What is he doing? Do you think my soldiers are easy to bully, or what? No way, kiss is kiss. Haha. Brigade Commander Lu felt relieved, and the anger that had been stuck in his heart disappeared instantly. You. Brigade Commander Gu was about to lose his temper when a convoy came speeding over from a distance. Chu Ge and his party arrived. I'll settle the score with you later. Brigade Commander Gu threw down a few words and hurried over. Academician Chu was now a hot commodity in their eyes. Hello, Brigade Commander Gu. Oh, Brigade Commander Lu. You are here too. After getting off the car, Chu Ge hurriedly greeted the two brigade commanders. Haha, Academician Chu is here to inspect the guns. I have to come. Haha. Well, I have a new sniper rifle. Come and try out its power. You two are here to help with the advisory. Okay, Academician Chu. A few people walked towards the shooting range while talking. When Li Gang took out the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, the two brigade commanders were stunned. This gun looks so majestic. Is this the barrel in front? Why is it square? And so thick? Yeah, it's very strange. The muzzle is also strange. It's not round, but a vertical rectangle. Chu Ge looked and saw that Brigade Commander Lu was holding the guide groove with both hands and aiming inside along the muzzle of the sniper rifle with his eyes half closed. They are indeed two fierce generals. Chu Ge didn't dare to say this. Chapter 80, about the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle 2. Academician Chu, what kind of gun is this? Brigade Commander Lu finally finished his aim and turned back to ask Chu Ge excitedly. I will introduce the gun to the two brigade commanders in detail later. First, I have to trouble Brigade Commander Gu. Here, place an abandoned armored target at the foot of the mountain at the end of the shooting range. Anything will do. Chu Ge glanced at the shooting range and pointed to a hill at the end. No problem. After hearing this, Brigade Commander Gu walked to the side, waved to a guard next to him, and leaned over to say something. Li Gang, How many times is this sniper scope? Chu Ge glanced at the long scope and suddenly asked, Oh, this one is 16 times. The Research Institute is developing a 45 times scope specifically for it. Li Gang said this and patted the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. 45 times? Are you kidding? Even if you can see it 45 times, you can't hit it. This isn't a problem with the scope, it's a problem with the gun and the person. When Brigade Commander Lu Nan heard this, he was a little bit unconvinced. Not necessarily, Brigade Commander Lu Nan. If I remember correctly, the longest sniping distance in the world is 4,750 meters, right? Chu Ge glanced at Brigade Commander Lu, who had a look of disbelief on his face, and said slowly, In theory, it is possible, but in reality, at such a long distance, if the target is still moving, it will test the sniper's stability and experience, and it is not very practical. Therefore, the mainstream military still uses 4-10x sniper scopes. What Lao Lu said is correct. The higher the magnification of the scope, the better. Over 1,000 meters, the sniping effect will be particularly unstable due to the multiple influences of ballistics, environment, and snipers. Therefore, the sniping distance of armies around the world is generally around 800 meters. Snipers only need to follow the infantry to provide support operations. Brigadier General Gu, who had just finished arranging the tasks, continued with what Brigadier General Lu said. Take the 7.62 mm 51 full-power bullet as an example. It starts to drop in trajectory at 400 meters away, and the deviation of the trajectory becomes more obvious after 1 kilometer. Therefore, for a bullet to hit a target 1,000 meters away, it often requires extremely precise calculations and luck. This requires extremely tacit cooperation between the sniper and the observer to barely complete the task. Brigade Commander Gu looked at Chu Ge, who was shaking his head, and added, fearing that he would not believe it. Well, I believe what the two brigade commanders said, but the target you are talking about should be a person, right? The current configuration of the military's 800-meter scope is largely due to the need for rapid aiming. In combat, rapid aiming can effectively ensure continuous killing of living targets. A high-power scope will reduce the field of view, which is not conducive to target search. However, the targets of our electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifles today are not these, but should be here or there. Chu Ge said this while pointing at the armored vehicles nearby and the radar in the distance. The two brigade commanders turned their heads following Chu Ge's finger, and were a little surprised when they saw these two things. A few minutes later, Oh my god, Academician Chu, is this an anti-material sniper rifle? If that's the case, it really is. At least the size is very similar. Haha, that's about right. Whether it's anti-material or not, we can only judge after some actual shooting. Chu Ge planned to keep it a secret for now. These two brigade commanders were both rather stubborn, and their words were far less convincing than actual action. Chu Ge looked up and saw a truck in the distance unloading something that looked like an old tank. Captain Gu, how many meters is it from here to there? 1,500 meters. Oh, fine, let's stay here. No need to go inside. Li Gang, Brigade Commander Gu, find a soldier, get ready, and be careful. Yes, Academician Chu. Good. Chu Ge picked up the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, groped for the front end of the gun, and pulled it hard. With a click, a pair of brackets popped out from under the front end. That was the bipod of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. After all, it was Chu Ge who spent a long time compiling the blueprint, and he knew the structure of the gun very well. After seeing it, Brigade Commander Lu next to him hurried over and aimed his face upwards. Academician Chu, this design is very clever. If you hadn't done this, I really wouldn't have seen the mystery behind it. Haha, it's just for aesthetics. The main thing is that this is not a gun barrel, but two rectangular channel steel spliced together. There is enough storage space. As for the gun barrel, no matter how you store it, it will be outside. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he raised the gun, hooked the upper half of the trigger with his finger, and then looked at the gun body. Like the electromagnetic pulse rifle, the sniper rifle also had a small display screen on the side of the gun body. Half of it displayed the power level of the high-energy battery, and the other half was an arc-shaped charging indicator grid. A row of densely packed electrical grids were lighting up one by one, accompanied by a buzzing sound with a gradually higher pitch. As the beeping stopped abruptly, the last grid lit up. In close combat, this sound can be turned off. At long range, it is used to assist snipers in determining when to fire. Oh. Brigade Commander Lu echoed from the side. Brother System, your design is really unnecessary. Chu Ge felt that he had finally turned the game around. Okay, Academician Chu, get ready. This is Wang Xuedong, the top shooter of our brigade. Sniper Wang Xuedong of the 223rd Brigade Special Operations Battalion salutes Colonel Chu. Wang Xuedong is not tall, has dark skin, and has muscles that make Chu Ge envious. Under his thick eyebrows are a pair of sharp eyes. Chu Ge took a look and his most direct feeling was that this was definitely a true top-notch shooter. Hello, Chu Ge said as he handed the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle to him. I have already adjusted the gun for you. Just pull the trigger below. You don't need to consider environmental factors such as wind speed and humidity when aiming. You don't need to consider the ballistics of this gun at this distance. Do you understand? Yes. Okay, get ready to go. Wang Xuedong picked up the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, looked it over curiously, then glanced at Chu Ge. After seeing Chu Ge nod, he reached out and touched the gun body, then suddenly raised the gun and looked through the sight. Wang Xuedong, Colonel Chu is here. You better behave yourself and go over and shoot in a prone position. Why are you trying to be cool? You're embarrassing me. Brigade Commander Gu next to him roared. Yes. Wang Xuedong seemed quite afraid of Brigade Commander Gu and hurried to the prepared shooting position. Haha, Brigade Commander Gu, I thought he was really handsome just now. This was what Chu Ge really thought, but the procedure did not allow it. Otherwise, he really wanted to go up and shoot. This gun should have some recoil, which is different from the electromagnetic pulse rifle, but it shouldn't be too big. Just fire when you are ready. After Li Gang checked the status of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, he said something to Wang Xuedong who had already taken aim. With a whoosh, Li Gang had just finished speaking when he saw a flash of white light. Boom. There was a loud noise in the distance, and everyone was stunned. The noise behind was a bit scary. How's it going? Wang Xuedong. Chu Ge didn't care about anything else and asked about the sniper's situation first. It's okay. I feel like the recoil of the Type 88 sniper is not as strong as it used to be. It's really fucking awesome. Wang Xuedong stood up quickly, looked into the distance, and said excitedly. Brigade Commander Gu touched his forehead. Chapter 81. About the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle 3. Haha, let's go and take a look at that tank. Chu Ge said as he walked towards the jeep next to him. A few minutes later, when everyone got off the car, there was no trace of the tank in front of them. Instead, there was a long trench on the ground with various parts scattered on both sides. Chu Ge and his companions walked along the grooves on the ground to the foot of the mountain. The wreckage of the tank was deeply embedded in the mountain for several meters. The soil next to it mixed with grass roots and other things was still emitting white smoke, as if it had been struck by lightning. There was no smell of gunpowder in the air, but instead a smell similar to that of a steel mill. Wang Xuedong walked inside, touched the tank, and suddenly withdrew his hand. Oh my god, it's still hot. How can you tell it's a tank? It's just a huge lump of iron. It's back to the old ways. How would it feel if this hit a person? Brigade Commander Lu muttered as he looked at the pile of wreckage. People? It's hard to say whether we can find them. It saves us trouble. We don't have to clean up the battlefield later. This is a bit inappropriate. Please don't be so polite. This is humane destruction. Brigadier General Gu ignored Lu Nan and added. It's powerful enough, but the distance here is a bit short, so there's no way to verify its limit. Li Gang, explain today's situation to academician Shin later and form a professional acceptance team. Laser grenades and the like may also be used later. Then we will ask the Institute to coordinate with the military's professional experimental site to further verify its performance. Today's test can only be regarded as a preliminary verification test. Yes, academician Chu. Brigade Commander Gu called a team of soldiers and began to dig out the wreckage of the tank. Li Gang, will be cleared up later. Please take a look at the test results to see if there is anything else you need to add. I'll go around with the two brigade commanders. After Chu Ge finished making the arrangements, he walked towards the outskirts of the shooting range with the two brigade commanders. Two brigade commanders, if you have anything you want to ask, you can ask it now. Academician Chu, when will this electromagnetic sniper rifle be put into service? Brigadier General Lu asked hurriedly. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm referring to the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Chu Ge touched his head. It's hard to say. Anti-material sniper rifles are not that powerful. In terms of the damage effect, they are a bit like anti-tank missiles. Brigade Commander Gu spoke first. Oh, maybe I haven't told you the specific data yet. The effective shooting distance of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is 10,000 meters, and the killing distance for living targets is 12,000 meters. As for the latter data, further experiments are needed at a large weapons test base. It will also cause a certain amount of shockwave damage, which cannot be verified today. The firing rate is 1 round per minute. The ammunition reserve is calculated based on the full charge of the high-energy battery. This number is dynamic. Have you noticed the protrusion at the magazine position? That is its energy storage slot. Behind it is the high-energy battery. There are usually 3 groups of batteries in reserve. One group can support about 100 rounds. The specific number of groups of batteries can be adjusted at will, and up to 5 groups can be set. But generally 1 to 2 sets are enough. The life of the rails is no more than 500 rounds. They are modular in design and very easy to replace. This is the best we can do with the materials we have now. As for the magnification of the sniper scope, let the Research Institute develop it first. I feel that this gun cannot be measured by ordinary data. It still needs to be deployed to the troops and verified by your use to determine which type it is suitable for. Let's not discuss this in detail for now. Chu Ge finished speaking in one breath, and then looked at the two brigade commanders expectantly. He still hoped that they, who played with guns every day, could give some reasonable suggestions. I think it can be defined as a powerful fire support weapon. It can do so many things. It can eliminate targets with anti-tank missiles, and it can also target specific targets with anti-material sniper rifles. It can even serve as a mortar. In addition to the indirect fire, it also has the shockwave you just mentioned. It can be used as a cannon against assault infantry groups. Brigade Commander Liu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "The most important thing is its endurance. With the same firepower, the minimum ammunition base of this thing is terrifying. This is very important on the battlefield. Take the javelin as an example. The bullet weighs 11.8 kilograms. A soldier can only prepare 4 rounds at most. Hey, Academician Chu, how heavy is this electromagnetic sniper rifle?" Brigade Commander Gu suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly, "Oh, I forgot to mention that the total weight of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is 8.1 kilograms when equipped with 3 sets of high-energy batteries. You see, this advantage is not just a little bit. Nonsense. There is no comparison at all, but what Lao Gu said makes sense." Brigade Commander Liu kept praising and criticizing from the side. "Okay, then the military's feedback will be handed over to you too, and we will submit the Research Institute's report." "No problem. There is no problem with finalizing the design. I'm just worried that this gun is too expensive." The General Assembly is hesitant. "You don't know, Academician Chu, that electromagnetic rifle you had last time was very useful, but the quantity was too small." The General Assembly replied that the gun was too expensive. If everyone is equipped with it, there is no need to change anything else. Several regiment commanders at my brigade come to me every day to argue about this gun. It's so annoying. Lu Nan was a straightforward person, and he sold all the assembly units without hesitation. "Come on, you big pumpkin, you are taking advantage of me. The only brigade in the entire army equipped with that kind of rifles is your 224th Brigade. Hi, Well, then, my 2 brigade commanders, this electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle should be about the same price as that gun. Although it has a few more modules, it also saves the cost of bullets. All things considered, it shouldn't be much more expensive." Chu Ge hurriedly said some words of comfort, and it seemed that the 2 generals were about to fight again. "That's fine. The price is about the same. It would be fine if you can equip our 224th Brigade with a regiment. That would be equivalent to an extra regiment of heavy firepower. We wouldn't need flamethrowers, flat-fire cannons, anti-material sniper rifles, or grenades. All the accompanying heavy firepower below 5,000 meters would be put aside. Haha, it's exciting just to think about it." Lu Nan was as happy as a child. "Haha, speaking of grenades, I forgot about them. Laser grenades are probably about to be developed. But that thing can't be tested here. It needs professionals to go to professional places to test it. It's a bit dangerous. You two can pay attention to it later. I guarantee it'll be awesome." Chu Ge didn't mind adding fuel to the fire for Brigadier General Liu at this time. "Really? Academician Chu, this is like a treasure chest. I have to go to our commander first." Lu Nan left as soon as he said he would. He ran towards the jeep next to him and disappeared in a flash, leaving Chu Ge and Gu Jianhua standing there in confusion. This bastard is being shameless again. Alas, they say the crying child gets the milk, and it's absolutely true. Gu Jianhua shook his head. He couldn't be as shameless as Lu Nan, but he was sometimes quite envious. "Academician Chu, now that we are here, do you want to go to the telescope base? What are you looking at? I think that anyone who enters there now needs a ticket, and I am no exception." Chu Ge looked in the direction of the telescope base and felt a little regretful. Well, mutual. I was thinking of taking advantage of you." After Gu Jianhua finished speaking, he also looked in the direction of the telescope base. He had been there once, and although it was very close, he had never been there again. Later, he heard about the battle situation of foreign stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft at the Light Prism Tower base in Q City, which aroused his interest even more. It seems that I don't know when I will be able to go in next time. Chapter 82 Pavement Operation. At Andrews Air Force Base in the United States, AC-130 Hercules transport plane landed slowly. After the plane slid off the runway, the huge rear door slowly fell down. John Wilson, William Miller, and a group of technicians were waiting here early. This transport plane came from the Far East, and it was carrying the wreckage of the stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that was shot down in Q City. After many twists and turns, it was finally pulled back to the base. John Wilson and others walked forward and stepped onto the tailboard of the plane. The stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft had already been disassembled into 8 pieces, and the parts were fixed in special wooden boxes. John Wilson and his companions looked inside and saw that each part of the reconnaissance drone was marked with a number, which seemed to indicate that it had been classified and disposed of during recycling. William, unload these boxes first. Andrew's base has prepared an empty warehouse for you. Move all the wreckage there. I want you to confirm the cause of the crash as quickly as possible. Okay, boss. Well, William, do your best. I'll be waiting for your good news in the office. I have something else to do, so I'll leave this to you. John Wilson finished speaking and got off the plane. He has been very busy recently. The cause of the crash of the reconnaissance drone does need to be investigated, but this is only superficial. Now that we have a conclusion, we naturally have to tell those gentlemen as an explanation. But John Wilson felt that this was far from enough. Finding out the cause would at best save his current job. If he wanted to restore his former prestige in the Pentagon's intelligence system, he felt he had to do something else. As for what to do, under the current circumstances, is there anything more interesting than the information about those mysterious buildings in China? The answer is no. John Wilson accurately found an entry point that would allow him to make a comeback, so he started planning early. Today, he made an appointment with someone, a hidden card he has been using for many years since the United States can no longer conduct reconnaissance operations against China openly. Then let's do it in secret. The United States has many such agents, informants, and spies all over the world. These people are sometimes more useful than the government. What's more important is that they all get their jobs through middlemen. So even if they are investigated, the U.S. government cannot be traced. What's more, no one has investigated it yet. Georgetown in Washington, as the oldest neighborhood in the Special Administrative Region, has charming scenery. There are many retro buildings in medieval style. The long streets are paved with cobblestones, and there are historic cake shops and bars on both sides of the streets. Georgetown has 2 rivers, the Potomac River and the CO Canal. In addition to the beautiful scenery, the towpaths on both sides of the CO Canal are also famous sports routes in the area, and many people walk, jog, and ride here. Especially for cycling, the scale of the city can be seen from the more than 50 public bicycle racks on both sides of the canal, 8 bicycle sharing stations, and a large bicycle repair shop. John Wilson walked into a bar next to the canal. The name of the bar was CO. The mottled walls and flickering neon lights told its history. John Wilson walked through the dim corridor, came to the bar, skillfully ordered 2 glasses of whiskey, and then sat down in the seat he usually sat. This location is relatively inward, inconspicuous but with a good view, and you can see the pedestrians on the street and the people in the bar. He took a sip of the liquor, frowned, and then waited quietly. There were not many customers in the bar at this time. John Wilson took a quick look and saw a few old drunkards drinking and a few young people. Those young men all had nose studs on their noses. They were smoking and talking about women without restraint. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open and a middle-aged man came in. He was dusty and looked tired. After taking a quick look around, he walked straight towards John Wilson. Hi, John. Hey, Joey. I prepared this whiskey especially for you. Try it. Oh, thank God you still remember my hobby, haha. The middle-aged man named Joey was also not vague. He raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. It's been 2 years since we last met. Why do you have to meet and talk this time? It's much easier to send me a message the old way. You don't know how many flights I took to get here. Joey finished his drink and started to complain. I see you've gotten used to living in that monkey country. Why? Now you like yellow women, right? John Wilson curled his lips. Haha, how can an old antique like you understand the fun of this? Look at the people outside. To be honest, man, I'm really not interested. This country may not be suitable for me anymore. Joey said this and drank the whiskey he had just refilled. Soon, the waiter brought another refill. Joey, we can't use the previous method this time because we can't leave any paper information. This time the mission is very difficult, and the target is no longer the monkey countries in the past. John Wilson was ready to get down to business. He was afraid that the guy across from him would get drunk if he continued chatting like this. Oh, could it be? Joey dipped his finger in the wine and wrote the abbreviation of a country on the table. John Wilson glanced at it and nodded. Joey wiped the marks on the table calmly. After you go back, be careful with your subordinates and don't leave any traces. The first mission is the most important and the most likely to go wrong. Let them recruit some reliable people. I have a list of mercenaries. They have served in the Delta or the Navy SEALs before. They are all good players. They can come in handy this time. Give them the list for reference after you go back. John, is it that serious? After all, they haven't had any decent military operations in decades. Do a bunch of child soldiers need such elite mercenaries? Joey, I think you have heard about the news a while ago, right? I can be honest with you. Those gentlemen did not authorize me to do this. This is my unilateral action, So apart from money, there is no official support from the United States. Do you understand? John Wilson picked up the whiskey in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He needed this kind of stimulation now. The first plan is codenamed Operation Paving Man. It requires them to go deep into the territory of that country. I want as much detailed intelligence as possible about that mysterious building. As for the route, this bag contains 2 routes. Both are relatively concealed and extend to 2 mysterious bases. Pick the one that suits you best. John Wilson said as he pushed a file bag over. No problem. What about the other mission? Joey didn't even look at it. He put it away and continued asking. Go check someone out. Chapter 83 Rainforest Passage. Have you read the news about controlled nuclear fusion? I need all the information about the person in charge of this project. This task does not require too much effort. Let the people there investigate first. I need to summarize the early information before arranging the next plan. John Wilson thought for a moment and then continued. Operation Pavement is your main task in the near future, Joey. Don't underestimate them. Haven't we suffered enough at their hands? John, I understand. I will arrange the best manpower. Wait for my good news. In addition, Joey gestured. The activity funds have been deposited into your account. Go ahead and rush back overnight. Okay, please call me Mr. Superman from now on. Aha. Joey smiled helplessly, got up and left, leaving his drink on the table still full. John Wilson took a look at the glass of wine, silently took out a few bills from his wallet and put them under the glass, then stood up and left. Chu Ge has been running around the construction site all day today. According to the arrangement of Academician, the early supporting projects for the aerospace mothership have been launched one after another. However, the core dock has not yet started construction, which requires Chu Ge's blueprint data to match. Academician meant that Chu Ge should give priority to helping the engineers design the main section of the dock and put everything else aside for the time being. This season is perfect for the construction of the dock, and work can start 24 hours a day, so there should be no delays. As for China's previous shipyards, they were definitely not capable of building aerospace carriers. Perhaps some individual small sections and subsystems could be built in coordination, but they were powerless when it came to the main sections of the aerospace carrier. Chu Ge had no choice but to sort out some of the data first, and then work on-site with the engineers building the dock according to the drawings on the data. However, the process was fine, and Chu Ge did not feel that there was anything difficult to advance. This is China's advantage. In terms of infrastructure, as long as you have blueprints and reasonable plans, everything can be built for you with guaranteed quality and quantity. Chu Ge has been living a repetitive life these past few days. He analyzes data and draws blueprints at night, and rushes to the construction site during the day to check data with engineers, determine the layout of the dock, the tonnage of the crane, the building area of the main factory building, and so on. After the planning was completed, a lot of construction machinery was brought into the site overnight. Often when Chu Ge went there yesterday, the construction site was still empty, but when he went there again today, it was already covered in dust. They start construction as soon as they plan, and everyone is working at full capacity to do their own job. Every time Chu Ge saw this scene, he wanted to raise his arms and shout, but after thinking about it, he put his arms down. I did this last time and went back to rinse my mouth with 2 bottles of water. Construction in China was in full swing, and Joey's work didn't stop either, as all his team members had gathered together today. In the jungle of a lawless area somewhere in Southeast Asia, several bamboo houses are hidden. In one of the houses, several mercenaries dressed as special forces were sitting together looking at a map. My suggestion is to take this tropical rainforest passage. Although there are many minefields here, with the help of local drug dealers, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The speaker was a white man nicknamed Fox Shadow, a former member of the U.S. Navy SEALs. After retiring, he was introduced to the Delta Mercenary Company. During his service, he was particularly good at attacking, retreat route planning, intelligence analysis, and on-the-spot adaptability. He organized dozens of infiltration and assassination operations in some countries, large and small, and never failed. He was well known among the mercenaries. I agree with Fox Shadow's suggestion. The walk-in corridor is indeed closer to another destination, but it is all desert and Gobi Desert. It is bare and very easy to be exposed. We can abandon this route. The short man nicknamed Monkey winked at Fox Shadow. He was in charge of electronic information processing, including drone reconnaissance, photography, network penetration, and communications for this special operations team. Okay, since you two said so, let's make preparations around this rainforest passage. I do know a few drug traffickers here, so it shouldn't be a problem to ask for a copy of their map. Joey made the decision, then turned around and waved to a few burly men who were smoking outside the door. After you set out, all actions will be arranged by Fox Shadow. He is quite familiar with this area, and you are no strangers to it either. I just want to tell you that your opponents this time are no longer the small fish and shrimps of the past. Everyone, be careful. When you enter the Chinese border, do not act on your own. There are people over there to meet you. As for the rewards, I have already deposited them into your accounts in advance. I'll be waiting here for your triumphant return. Please check your equipment first. I'll be back soon. After Joey finished speaking, he picked up a black box on the table and walked out. Fox Shadow, what does he mean by not acting on your own? Are we just going to sneak in and sneak out this time? That would be so boring. The burly man picked up the MK-48 Mod 0 machine gun in his hand, and with a click, he casually stuck a magazine into the machine gun's feed port, and then removed it. The 1,000 millimeters long machine gun seemed to be easy to handle in his hands. The burly man, nicknamed Black Bear, weighs 260 pounds and is 185 centimeters tall. Standing in front of the monkey, he is like a wall. He is the machine gunner and demolitionist in the team. He once served in the Delta Special Forces. Heavy fire support, demolition, and mine laying are his jobs. China is different from the countries we have acted in before. They have a very powerful state apparatus. If you don't want us to be hunted down by thousands of special forces, you'd better stay calm. Fox Shadow is more inclined to Joey's stance on this operation. Although he has never fought against the Chinese military, he has heard about some of the experiences of his colleagues. That country does not treat mercenaries like them very friendly. Monkey, go outside and pull down those two guys on the tree. I feel like they should be called monkeys. This is not China, so there is no need to be on guard. Okay, boss. Monkey ran out, and after a burst of shouting, he led two people in. Both of them were wearing camouflage uniforms. The man nicknamed Small Man was holding an MK-20 SSR sniper support rifle, and the man nicknamed Big Man was holding an M24 sniper rifle. After the two came in, they threw their camouflage uniforms aside and jumped a few times on the spot. The combination of these two guns is the standard configuration for U.S. special operations. Usually there are two people, a main sniper and a supporting observer. Hey, Fox Shadow, sorry, it's my professional habit. I don't like staying in such a, spacious place. I know your habits. I asked you to come down to inform you that we have decided to take the rainforest path. We will set off soon. Fill your stomachs first. Once you get in, there will be no conditions for you to eat hot food. I understand. You know we never care about those things. We only care about our money and our sniper targets, haha. It was not the first or second time that these retired Special Forces soldiers got together to work, and soon they were back to their usual ways, teasing each other, eating, and chatting about the women of this country. Chapter 84 proceeds as planned. Fox Shadow, they were still chatting and laughing in the bamboo house when they heard the sound of a car outside. They walked towards the door and two people got out of the car. One was their old acquaintance Joey, and the other was a stranger. You are all here. It's just right that I would like to introduce a new member to you, the Lone Wolf. He is an Asian who is proficient in all kinds of transportation, even tanks, armored vehicles, and other military equipment. In addition, he is fluent in the Chinese language and can act as your guide this time. Hi, it's an honor to join your team. I'm finally not a lone wolf this time. The yellow man nicknamed Lone Wolf is very polite. You are an Asian, and you can speak Chinese. Are you not Chinese? Fox Shadow looked at the stranger and his attitude was not very friendly. He didn't like the appearance of a stranger in his team. That's not the case. You are from the H country. You must be Fox Shadow, right? I have heard a lot about you. Oh, also a mercenary? Fox Shadow became interested. Yes, but I've been active in the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia, unlike you guys who are all over the world, haha. Fox Shadow looked at his teammates and saw that no one had any doubts, so he didn't make things difficult for them. Where are your weapons? In the car. You don't need to bring any weapons here. When Joey heard this, he knew that Fox Shadow and the others had accepted this stranger, and he felt relieved. Okay, everyone. On the way here, I have already briefly introduced the action plan to Lone Wolf. He will be responsible for picking you up and providing cover and translation when necessary. If there are no problems, you can set off. Fox Shadow, this is the map of the minefield. Be careful. If the situation changes, you know what to do. Don't worry, boss. All right, brothers, check your equipment and set off in 10 minutes. After Fox Shadow finished speaking, he picked up a few magazines on the table and inserted them into the weapon belt on his waist. He weighed them, thought for a moment, grabbed the bullets next to him, and began to load bullets into the empty magazines. The click, click sound is very rhythmic. Boss, I see you're being extra cautious in this operation. Black Bear glanced at Fox Shadow's actions and was a little confused. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, better safe than sorry. The yellow man, Fox Wolf, next to him finished speaking, flipped through the night vision goggles on the table, and touched the dark green M24 sniper rifle. After hearing this, everyone stopped talking and went to pack their own equipment. All of a sudden, everyone in the room started to get busy. All kinds of firearms, equipment, grenades, and explosives were all moved to the table and redistributed. 10 minutes later, Fox Shadow and his group of 6 walked out of the bamboo house and got into a military jeep. The jeep had a large space and was not too crowded. This car can travel freely here. The fox and wolf know how to get there. You have to rely on your own legs to reach the rainforest. When you get here, you can take a break and contact the people over there. Joey pointed to a mark on the map and spoke to Fox Shadow in the passenger seat. Fox Shadow nodded and stretched out a hand. The 2 men shook hands vigorously. Joey patted the car body, and the car started suddenly, bumping away into the distance. Joey stood there for a long time, thinking silently in his heart. If it's fast, there should be news in 3 days. Chu Ge did not go to the construction site today. The main frame of the dock has been basically erected, and the problems that needed to be discussed with the engineers have basically been solved. As for the remaining details, Chu Ge only needs to provide the dated drawings and leave the rest to them to perfect. He also didn't have to eat dirt anymore. Chu Ge felt that his appetite had decreased significantly recently. At this time, he was sitting in the office continuing to organize the data of the aerospace carrier. The phone on the desk rang. Chu Ge lowered his head and fumbled to pick up the phone. Xiao Chu, are you in the research institute? If you are, come and see me. Academician Chen said kindly on the phone. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll be right there. Chu Ge hung up the phone, followed the work at hand, and then hurried to Academician Chen. Downstairs, the guards on duty saluted Chu Ge when they saw him. After Chu Ge returned the gift, he looked around and saw quite a few patrolling guards. This meant that the number of guards around him was several times more than before. Chu Ge's office was newly moved and was located in the center of the research institute. It was originally supposed to be a place for storing confidential documents and was a heavily guarded place. Now, this place is basically Chu Ge's exclusive building. Anyway, he hasn't met anyone in the past few days. In the past, Yin Tianhao and the others would send him things and meals from time to time. He has not been seen recently. It is possible that he was sent there but was stopped outside by the guards. Old Chen explained to Chu Ge that the aerospace aircraft carrier project was huge, involving too much data and confidential documents, and the time span was also relatively long. Except for the personnel and guards who specifically kept these materials, other people should avoid coming to him. Then, Chu Ge became the lonely man he is today. Chu Ge cooperated and simply moved his dormitory over, so that the 3-point line became a 2-point line. Perfect. When Chu Ge arrived at Academician Chen's office, the old man was looking down and studying something. Chu Ge knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chen, I'm here. What do you want to talk to me about? Oh, Xiao Chu, sit down. Didn't you ask me to ask the Biological Research Institute to develop some new things for you a few days ago? They have all been delivered today. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Academician Chen pointed to the metal boxes on the table next to him. Chu Ge walked over and opened one of them. An exquisite transparent small bottle contained some white powdery substance. The bottle is surrounded by soft padding. The people at the Biological Research Institute seem to be very careful. These are the ingredients of genetic medicines. It should be fine. I'll do some experiments when I get back. Mr. Chen, I'll have to trouble you to find someone to deliver these to me. Just put them in my office. There's a simple laboratory below the office. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he picked up the small bottle from the box, carefully put it under his nose and smelled it, but it didn't have any smell. Okay, Xiao Chu, is it dangerous to do experiments with this thing? You can find a professional to operate it. Old Chen looked at Chu Ge's cautious movements and suddenly asked, Oh, no, these things are not dangerous, don't worry. Chu Ge quickly replied that it was called an experiment, but in fact it was just mixing the ingredients together according to the proportions given by the system brother, although it made him make it quite mysterious. Seeing Chu Ge's confident look, Mr. Chen felt relieved. The two chatted for a while and then Chu Ge said goodbye to Academician Chen. He had to go back quickly to prepare the genetic medicine, and then he could take off on the spot today. This really made Chu Ge a little excited. Chapter 85 Injection of Medicine. As soon as Chu Ge entered the office, several guards behind him brought in the boxes. Chu Ge opened all the boxes without saying a word, then gathered all the bottles and jars together and carefully identified their ingredient categories. After categorizing them, Chu Ge began to mix them according to the proportions given by the system boss. The process was very simple. After a while, a bottle of light blue medicine appeared in front of him. Chu Ge looked at the blue liquid in the test tube. The powders quickly dissolved into the liquid medicine. Not even a trace of impurities could be seen. It was very clear. Brother system, I remember you said that I have to sleep for 24 hours after injecting this thing? I can't be interrupted? What will happen if I'm interrupted? It won't be like what they see on TV, where I go crazy or something, right? What is obsession like? It's okay to interrupt. Just start from the beginning and stimulate the reward mechanism first. When Chu Ge heard this, he immediately shook his head. Aha, you call that a reward? I've never heard of a reward with a deduction. I went back and pondered over this for a long time before I realized it. You're just fooling me. Chu Ge ignored the system brother, put down the medicine, rummaged through the boxes for a long time, and finally found a syringe in one of the boxes. This syringe is made of metal, not the ordinary plastic ones on the market. Chu Ge looked at it for a long time. When he looked at the needle carefully, Chu Ge shuddered instantly and felt unwell. Is this for human injection? Why does it feel so much like the injections we use for pigs back home? It seems like the syringes used by veterinarians are also made of metal. Chu Ge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to go over and make a phone call right away. There was nothing else to do, just change the needle to a thinner one. Finally, his reason suppressed his impulse. Isn't it just a little thicker? A real man should do that. Chu Ge gestured at the needle again and put it down decisively. The more he gestured, the more he hesitated. Chu Ge looked at the time and simply walked towards the cafeteria. Eating is important. Chu Ge was nibbling at the rice on the plate, still thinking about the needle. Academician Chu, we can't enter your new office. We went there several times but were stopped outside by the security guards. No matter how much we tried to persuade them, they wouldn't let us in. Yin Tenhao talked while eating, and Zheng Jun beside him nodded. Yeah, I just found out about it. It's arranged by Mr. Chen. You don't have to bring me food anymore. I'll try to come to the restaurant to eat and meet up with you guys. If there's anything important, call my office. By the way, Zheng Jun, how's the progress of the quantum project? Chu Ge was just thinking about the needle when he noticed that Zheng Jun was here today. It felt like he hadn't seen this top student for a long time. There are basically no problems with quantum communications. The solution you provided is simply a master key. All problems are solved. The first generation can be directly used by the military. What is being carried out now is the derivative field and the matching problem with your aerospace aircraft carrier sub-project. It's just that according to the technical requirements you gave, quantum computers are still far from being advanced. However, we have set up a cooperative team to copy some of the experience of quantum communication to quantum computers, which should be effective. Zheng Jun finished speaking in one breath, briefly outlining the progress of the two projects and the current problems. Chu Ge nodded with satisfaction after listening. Good, you know how to adapt. Zheng Jun has made great progress. You should learn more from him. I have a lot of things to do in the future, so I will be too busy to handle everything. You will have to solve the problems in your respective groups by yourselves, unless there are technical obstacles that cannot be overcome. Yes, Academician Chu. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he prepared to quickly clear the market, then went back and stabbed himself with an injection with his eyes closed. By the way, Academician Chu, my individual weapon systems are almost ready. Where's the big thing you mentioned? Li Gang waited for a long time, but Chu Ge didn't come to him, so he just asked himself. Oh, huh? Big things? What big things? Chu Ge didn't react for a moment. The big thing on the aerospace carrier, you mentioned it last time. Oh, aren't you dissatisfied with the frequent changes? That big project has been on hold. It won't be too late to put it on the agenda when we are both free. Chu Ge remembered that the armament system of the aerospace mothership was the next project he prepared for Li Gang. However, he was busy building the shipyard recently and had no time to sort it out. Hey, Academician Chu, don't hold a grudge. You know I was just joking. Li Gang was a little anxious. Haha, I see. You know I've been busy planning the dock these past 2 days, so how can I have the time? Do you really think I have 3 heads and 6 arms? If I really had 3 heads and 6 arms, would you guys still be sitting here? Chu Ge couldn't help laughing when he said this. Li Gang, I may not have time these 2 days. You should finish the project at hand first. I won't let you idle. Li Gang readily agreed. Chu Ge had almost finished eating, so he said hello to them and left. Chu Ge was full and felt full of strength, courage. Chu Ge strolled back to the office slowly. The guards saluted him one after another. Just as Chu Ge was about to go upstairs, he suddenly turned back. Captain Gong? Why are you here? Captain Gong was indeed in the guard team, but Chu Ge didn't notice it at first. Academician Chu, with more guards, our secret guards can also be replaced. They are always hiding in the corner, which makes them feel depressed, haha. Haha, Captain Gong, it's rare that you can smile like this. We've been together for so long, but you've always had a stern face. I almost thought you were a robot. Academician Chu, you are making fun of me again. Go back and do your work. We have people all around you, so don't worry about your safety. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered something. Captain Gong, from now on for 24 hours, no one is allowed to come up and disturb me. Even if Elder Chen comes, let him condescend to wait for me for a while. I have something very important to do. Can you complete this task? Chu Ge seldom speaks to people around him like this. Today he had no choice but to do so, otherwise the 500 million reputation points would be wasted. Yes, I will ensure that the task is completed. Captain Gong immediately stood at attention and saluted without any hesitation. The guards around him also saluted Chu Ge. Chu Ge returned the salute solemnly, then strode upstairs. Chu Ge deliberately ate very well tonight, the kind that he could fill his mouth with food for 24 hours. Well, he couldn't starve to death anyway. I don't know how effective this thing is. Does it go into standby mode immediately, or is it like a sleeping pill? Chu Ge held the big syringe and walked around the floor, talking to himself. Finally, he sat down on the bed obediently. He didn't want to wake up and be paralyzed on one side due to the cold. He imitated the nurse giving an injection, sucking in the blue medicine and expelling the air. Next, Chu Ge didn't look at the needle again. He made up his mind, put the needle in, and then quickly squeezed the medicine. He didn't have time to curse at the pain, and suddenly he felt dizzy. Chu Ge fell straight into the little nest he had made for himself. Chapter 86 Rainforest Minefield. The weather in Yanjing is exceptionally sunny today, and the temperature is still gradually rising. Occasionally, you can see a few swallows queuing up on the electric wires outside the house to rest, chirping. A ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Chu Ge's face. The angle changed little by little, and the temperature became hotter and hotter. But Chu Ge couldn't feel anything now. He was lying straight, and even his breathing was weak. Chu Ge's appearance didn't seem to have changed, except for his wet clothes. At this moment, he seemed as if he was in midsummer. Chu Ge was sweating more and more, especially on his head. In addition to the sweat, there was also a faint white vapor coming out. It was not known whether it was due to the scorching sun at noon or from the evaporation from Chu Ge's body. Fox Shadow and his group walking in the tropical rainforest are not so lucky. The climate in the rainforest is unpredictable. It may be sunny just now, but it may rain heavily the next second. They were soaked last night, and time constraints left them no time to dry their clothes. Now, after being burned by the sun, the sweat and rain mixed together, making the clothes inside and outside stick tightly to their bodies, feeling sticky, and it feels really uncomfortable. The environment here requires you to roll up your sleeves tightly, because even if you leave a little gap, those blood-sucking creatures will rush into your body without hesitation. If a skinny leech succeeds, it can quickly suck itself into a fat man as if by magic. Fortunately, this rainforest path must have been walked by people several times, so it is not difficult to walk on, and you can even vaguely see a path under your feet. If it was a rainforest with few people, then Fox Shadow estimated that it would take at least 3 times longer to travel this distance. Boss, the map indicates that we are entering a minefield ahead. After looking at the map, Monkey quickly called out to Fox Shadow in front of him. Well, everyone, watch your step. Although we have a map of the minefield, there are bound to be mines that have been washed away from their original positions by rain. I don't want to be hit by one in this damn place. Fox Shadow and his friends have seen minefields in several places, including in Africa, Eastern Europe, and South America, but many of them are left over from World War II. There are quite a few of them, but they are not very complicated. The minefield in this tropical rainforest really opened their eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was layer upon layer. Anti-tank mines and anti-personnel mines are the most basic. What makes people dazzled are the special-purpose mines, such as butterfly mines, directional mines, booby traps, trip mines, etc. Not only are there many types, but the number is also astonishing. Fox Shadow feels that a large part of them are not arranged by hand at all. Instead, they were directly scattered from the air using airplanes, because they were not buried at all and were exposed outside. As they walked along, they found that many mines around the minefield had been detonated, and skeletons of humans or animals were scattered around the detonation area. This is the real way to step on the landmine. Black Bear, as usual, you walk in the front. Cheer up. Damn, our lives are tied to your feet. Seeing that they were about to enter the minefield, Fox Shadow waved his hand and asked Black Bear to come forward. Don't be fooled by his rough appearance. Black Bear is probably the most meticulous in the team when doing this job. Black Bear was walking in front, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The people behind him followed his footsteps, closely following him, and his speed was not slow at all. After more than 30 minutes, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the tropical rainforest reached its hottest time of the day. The mercenary team needs to stop from time to time to replenish salt water. Marching quickly in such an environment is a test of human endurance. Gradually, the distance between the marching teams becomes larger and larger. Black Bear, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped and raised his right hand. The people behind him stopped one after another, looked around vigilantly, and slowly pulled the trigger with their fingers. Black Bear, is there something wrong? Fox Shadow was not far behind the Black Bear. After observing the area, he asked in a low voice, Captain, I'm afraid what you just said is about to come true. What? Fox Shadow said as he approached. Yesterday's heavy rain destroyed a section of the road, and also changed the distribution of landmines in this area. Look. Black Bear pointed to the front and saw several pressure-activated infantry mines exposed and suspended above several rocks. The traces under the rocks clearly showed that they had been washed away by the flood. What should we do? Will we be able to clear the mines in time? Fox Shadow poked his head out to take a look and asked. It would take me a while to clear all the densely populated areas by myself. However, this place is still some distance from the border, so we can try to blast it. Black Bear took out the map and after carefully examining it, he nodded affirmatively to Fox Shadow. I think it's okay. You work quickly and clear a passage. I'll go to the back and tell them. After saying that, Fox Shadow turned around and walked back. Black Bear took off the backpack on his back, took out a bundle of fuse from it, and after carefully identifying the situation ahead, he walked a few steps to the exposed mines, squatted down, and began to arrange them carefully. More than 10 minutes later, Black Bear slowly retreated to a safe distance along a fuse, turned around, looked at Fox Shadow, and made a gesture. Seeing the boss signal, he pulled hard, and the fuse was ignited with a hiss, burning rapidly forward. Black Bear instinctively covered his ears and lay on the ground. In an instant, boom, 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 sounds of explosions rang out one after another. After more than 10 explosions, everyone looked up and saw white smoke and the smell of gunpowder in front of them. The infantry mines must have detonated a small area of mine belts around them, which is why there were continuous explosions. The stones blown up by the mines took a long time to fall around Black Bear and others. After the rain of stones, Fox Shadow and his men groped their way to the explosion area, where a deep pit had been blown out. The power of an anti-personnel mine is actually limited. After all, it is not as big as an anti-tank mine. If more than a dozen mines exploded at the same time, that would be a different story. Black Bear took a closer look and found nothing wrong, then nodded to the boss. Okay, let's keep moving forward. After we pass this minefield, we'll rest for a while. Let's hold on. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the group continued to move forward. They carefully passed the place where the explosion had just occurred. There were still some unexploded mines lying there in a haphazard manner, probably because it had been too long. Chapter 87 Chu Ge wakes up. Time slowly came to 6 p.m. Chu Ge's fingers moved gently a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? I'm not awake yet. Chu Ge found himself standing in a ruin. The surroundings were desolate. The dilapidated buildings nearby were covered with plants. He wanted to carefully identify the text information on the buildings, but it was hazy and he couldn't see clearly. Chu Ge was about to rub his eyes to make himself see more clearly. The sky above his head suddenly spread out in all directions. Chu Ge looked up and saw a huge hole in the sky. It was getting bigger and bigger. The cyclone formed by the hole slowly began to rotate. The speed is getting faster and faster. The air around Chu Ge seemed to be sucked away, and gradually, everything gathered towards that hole. Chu Ge subconsciously wanted to escape, but even though he felt that he had used all his strength, his legs remained motionless. Chu Ge felt that he was gradually leaving the ground and following everything around him, flying towards the still spinning hole. This is a black hole. How can a black hole appear here? Chu Ge didn't have time to think further. He found that he was flying faster and faster, and the air currents in the air gradually made him squint his eyes. Through the slits of his eyes, he saw that the center of the hole was extremely dark, and circles of electric currents were flashing around the huge hole. Finally, he closed his eyes. The electric current around him was getting closer and closer. He felt himself being wrapped up. He could even clearly hear the sizzling and popping sounds in his ears. After a long time, Chu Ge felt himself slowly falling back to the ground. He used his feet to feel it and found that it was indeed a hard ground. He tried to open his eyes, but it was pitch black around him and he had not yet adapted. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Chu Ge discovered that this place was like a huge underground palace, but he could not see the boundary of the palace clearly. The air here was very turbid. He tried to take a breath, and fortunately, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Crack, crack, there was a sudden sound of electric current behind him. Chu Ge turned around abruptly. Several sparks fell from the sky. Chu Ge looked at the scene in front of him and slowly stepped back. Is this a starship? A huge spaceship wreckage stood in front of Chu Ge. A strong blue light was flashing in the middle of the wreckage. Chu Ge continued to step back. He wanted to see what the blue light came from. After retreating for an unknown amount of time, Chu Ge finally saw it. It looked like a huge energy ball, and this energy ball was still suspended. Are you kidding me? A floating ball of blue energy? This has to be a dream. Chu Ge muttered to himself. The blue energy ball made the surrounding environment look like a dream. Chu Ge just watched it as if possessed. The blue energy ball seemed to sense Chu Ge's breath and began to overflow with circles of light in accordance with the rhythm of Chu Ge's breathing, becoming brighter and farther away. Chu Ge's breathing began to quicken, and the rhythm of the light circle also accelerated. Blue shock waves kept spreading into the distance. Finally, at the far end, they mixed together, the brightness increased greatly, and instantly lit up the entire hall, from far to near. Chu Ge looked down along the light, only to find a group of humans kneeling under the steps, stretching as far as the eye can see. They had human forms, with their hands raised, muttering something. Chu Ge couldn't see their faces clearly, nor could he hear what they were saying. He wanted to see more clearly, so he turned around and continued walking forward. It seemed to be working. Chu Ge felt that their appearance was becoming clearer and clearer, and their voices were becoming louder and louder. The kneeling people were wearing uniform clothes, their hands still raised in the air, but the sound seemed to be getting more and more excited to Chu Ge. They looked vaguely human, but Chu Ge couldn't tell where they were from. Yellow? White? Black? None of them, or they didn't look like humans. Chu Ge was a little confused. Just when he was about to take a step forward, he seemed to step on something. Chu Ge slipped and fell heavily backward. Chu Ge quickly glanced at the group of people and closed his eyes. This fall happened at a really bad time. The next second, Chu Ge opened his eyes suddenly, and everything in front of him was dark again. Chu Ge was about to curse when he seemed to see something like a lamp vaguely. The sound of a ticking clock also reached Chu Ge's ears. He sat up and looked around blankly. The familiar feeling gradually became clear. This was his dormitory. Chu Ge stood up and staggered towards the wall. Click! Chu Ge pressed the switch, and the light suddenly illuminated the entire room. Chu Ge raised his hands. The glaring light made him feel a little uncomfortable. After a few seconds, Chu Ge tried to open his eyes. I'm back to full health. Chu Ge glanced around. Yes, it was his dormitory. He jumped up happily. Brother system, hey, wake up. Fart if you want. Chu Ge was now completely relieved. What time is it? You asked me this too? Haha. Okay, I just want to confirm that you are still the argumentative one. By the way, I seem to have had a dream just now. Did you dream about it? No. How do you feel that this system can also do such boring things? No, I'm just curious. Chu Ge wanted to continue to joke with the system brother. After all, it felt like a long time since they last saw each other. His nose suddenly smelled a sour smell, and he lowered his head to smell it. Oh my god, I'm so rotten, what the hell? Chu Ge rushed into the bathroom without thinking, not caring that the water was cold, turned on the shower, and started scrubbing. La la la, I love taking a bath. A scab of blood on his leg quickly fell off and flowed into the sink, slowly disappearing. Chu Ge washed for 5 minutes, and then ran out. It was not because he was fast, but because his stomach started to rumble while he was washing. Chu Ge then remembered that he hadn't eaten for 24 hours, so he just rushed in. Chu Ge put on his clothes and went downstairs. The guards were still there. When they saw Chu Ge coming down, they saluted him. Hi, Captain Gong, are you still there? Yes, Academician Chu, have you eaten today? If you don't come down, we are all ready to go in and take you out. I went up once at noon, and vaguely heard you sleeping, so I came down again. Yeah, maybe he'll be taking a nap then. Chu Ge felt embarrassed. It was not just a nap, but he slept for a whole day and night. By the way, Captain Gong, has anyone contacted me during this period? No. Okay, fine. I'll go eat first. Yes, Academician Chu. Chu Ge ran away dejectedly. The plot did not go according to his script. On the way, Chu Ge tested his body, then took a deep breath. I feel like my lung capacity has increased, but I don't feel anything else. Is this genetic modification for nothing? Chu Ge shook his head. Chapter 88, People in the Dream. When Chu Ge walked into the Institute's cafeteria, the chefs were cleaning. Master Lu, is there anything left to eat? I'm late. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Master Lu put the rag aside and was about to criticize him, but when he saw that it was Chu Ge, he was stunned at first, and then his face remained stern. Academician Chu, you haven't come to eat all day, right? I, Old Lu, am taking advantage of my seniority today. This is not the right way to eat. It can easily damage your body. If your body is damaged, how can you contribute to this country, right? This will not happen again. Please sit there for a while. I'll be back soon. Master Lu criticized Chu Ge harshly, but after the criticism, he did not forget to smile at Chu Ge, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Chu Ge understood Master Lu's good intentions and nodded repeatedly. Then he found a seat and sat down. While waiting for Master Lu, he recalled the dream he had just had. A lot of things are blurry, but a lot of details are very clear. I haven't watched similar science fiction movies recently. How could I have such a strange dream? Chu Ge automatically ignored the previous plot and began to recall some of the things that happened later. How strange. I can even clearly remember the approximate proportions of the wreckage of the spacecraft. Judging from the huge engine wreckage on the ground, the size of the spacecraft in my dream is at least much larger than the aerospace carrier I want to build. And those people, let's call them humans. They do look very similar to humans, with blue eyes and fair skin. These are typical Western human genes, but their faces give people an overall feeling that they are more like Asian faces. Most importantly, Chu Ge opened his eyes suddenly. He just recalled the last scene in his dream. He felt that although he did not see the specific appearance of anyone clearly, he still remembered their obvious features in the glance before they fell. Most importantly, their hair seems to be all white, and it shouldn't be the white hair of old people. It should be a characteristic or some kind of genetic gene. Where are these people from? Is there such a human race on Earth? Chu Ge muttered softly. What do you mean by white? But, academician Chu, I think your skin seems to be much whiter than before. Master Lu was holding 2 plates in his hands, with 2 large steamed buns on the plates. He carefully put the 2 dishes down while talking to Chu Ge. Haha, what's white about it? That's because I don't see much sunlight. I stay indoors every day, and I'm covered up. After Chu Ge finished speaking, an idea suddenly came to his mind. No, that white is not the same as yours. Your white is a healthy white. Academician Chu, I'll put the vegetables back in the pot for you. 1 meat and 1 vegetable. See if that's enough. Master Lu put the food down and asked Chu Ge, who was in a daze. Oh, that's enough, Master Lu. Thank you so much for troubling you. Have you eaten yet? Come eat with me. Haha, I've eaten. I still need to clean up over there. You can eat. If you don't have enough, just tell me. Good. Chu Ge took a big bite of the steamed bun as he spoke. Master Lu took a look, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to leave. Maybe not seeing the sun is not a matter of genetics, but a result of not seeing the sun for many years. Chu Ge began to recall again, but after thinking for a long time, it seemed that there were no more details for him to ponder, so he simply ignored it and concentrated on filling his stomach. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when Chu Ge returned to the dormitory. After coming out of the cafeteria, he ran around the research institute for the first time. It seems that this gene medicine is still somewhat useful. At least running is not as strenuous as before. I didn't feel tired after running for such a long time. Chu Ge sat down at his desk, turned on the desk lamp, and was just about to start working when his vision suddenly went dark and he felt dizzy. He held onto the desk and shook his head vigorously. After a while, the dizzy feeling disappeared, replaced by waves of drowsiness. No way. I just slept for 24 hours and I'm sleepy again. Brother system, your gene medicine has serious side effects. There are no side effects. It is just that the host genes are too simple and the ratio of genetic drugs is too heavy, which leads to the transformation process. Speak something I can understand. There is still some genetic medicine left in the host's body, so he needs to rest. That's all. Chu Ge obediently went to wash up and then lay quietly on the bed. Since he couldn't work, Chu Ge picked up his mobile phone and began to chat with his little princess Dilanaza. However, before they talked for a few words, the sleepiness came back. The phone gradually slipped from his hand, and in an instant, a faint snoring sound was heard. The phone screen was still flickering. Text messages came one after another, and then a phone call came in, but none of these woke up the sleeping Chu Ge. The tropical rainforest is already very lively in the early morning, with the sounds of various insects coming one after another. In the dense woods, under the huge shadows of the treetops, there are vaguely some large animals that have not returned to their nests. They also seem to enjoy the caress of the rising sun. In the distance, a group of flying birds seemed to be startled by something and flew away chirping. The timid animals pricked up their ears and looked around vigilantly. At a noise, these cowards disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was Fox Shadow and his group who poked their heads out. Monkey, according to the time, we are almost at the border of China. Fox Shadow stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, boss. About a kilometer ahead is where we will meet the people from China. Okay, Monkey will be in charge of contacting the other party, and the rest of you should be on guard. From now on, I want you to keep your eyes and ears open at all times. If you find anything wrong, give the alarm immediately. Everyone responded, picked up their weapons, and looked around vigilantly. Monkey walked aside, took out a satellite phone from his backpack, and dialed a number. A few minutes later, boss, we've made contact. The person is already there. Okay, when we get close, Black Bear, Monkey, you two follow me forward. Lone Wolf will go around from the side, and the big guy and the small guy will stay behind and find a good position. Be cautious. Fox Shadow made arrangements quickly. It was not because he did not trust Joey's arrangements, but it was a habit he had developed over the years to prepare for the worst first. Deep in the dense forest, Beside an inconspicuous path, a commercial vehicle was parked there. A man was sitting in the driver's seat, tapping the steering wheel out of boredom. He was in charge of the response, and his nickname was Viper. Viper stared forward at this moment. Damn, why haven't these guys arrived yet? They're wasting my time. Just as he finished speaking, Viper felt a chill on his temple and a pistol was pressed against his head. Viper. Yes, you are Joey's people? Fox Shadow put down his pistol and did not greet his companions. Instead, he looked around vigilantly. Don't worry, it's just me. Viper opened the car door and got out. Chapter 89. Deep into the border. Viper patted his butt, took out a pack of cigarettes, lit it skillfully, and then stretched it towards Fox Shadow. Brother, want one? Fox Shadow frowned, looked around carefully, and when he found nothing was happening, he put his hand to his mouth and whistled. In the distance, a few black bears appeared, holding various firearms in their hands, bending over in tactical movements and walking quickly towards us. Viper stared at the small group of people. They were all fully armed and had jungle camouflage painted on their faces. They quickly gathered around the commercial vehicle and still maintained their battle formation. Captain, the two big guys are on guard in the distance. Is that okay? Well, it looks safe. Lone Wolf, ask this guy if there's a place in the car where we can hide our equipment. We can't just walk in like that. Lone Wolf nodded and walked over to Viper. Brother, have a cigarette. Our boss wants to know if there is a place to hide guns in this car. We need to change clothes and change them back when we reach our destination. Viper finally closed its mouth and nodded rapidly. Yes. We do that all year round, so we must have our own methods. The seats and the bottom of the car have been modified to hide things. We have also prepared clothes for you. Viper said as he walked to the back of the car, opened the door, laid down the chair, lifted the top layer of the mat, fumbled for the hidden buckle, and pulled it hard, and the whole iron plate was lifted up. Lone Wolf came over, stretched his head to take a look, and nodded. Viper pulled out a large woven bag and unzipped it. Boss, the clothes are all here. If you have any instructions, just let me know. The Fox Shadow people nodded to each other and began to take off their clothes and equipment, and then put them neatly into the secret compartment. Monkey, call the two big guys over, quickly change clothes, and then head to the destination. Okay, boss. Monkey walked to the side, put his hands to his mouth, imitated a few monkey sounds, then walked back leisurely and continued to pick out clothes he liked. In the distance, two people jumped down from two big trees and walked towards them one after the other. Viper took a look and saw that both of them were wearing thick jungle camouflage suits, holding sniper rifles in their hands, with expressionless faces. Viper was really getting restless this time, and slowly moved towards Lone Wolf. Brother, are you guys fighting a war? Isn't this too professional? I'm asking something I shouldn't be asking. You don't look like you're carrying bricks. Are you here to? Viper said this while wiping his neck, and then his eyes unconsciously glanced at the Fox Shadow group who were changing clothes. You know you shouldn't ask. Humph, just do your own thing and I won't give you less money. Lone Wolf blew out a puff of smoke, then pulled out a map from his pocket, turned around, unfolded it on the car, and pointed to a circle on the map. Is there a hidden way to get to this place? Yes, there is, but it's not easy to walk. Viper looked at the map, thought about it, and answered affirmatively. That's fine. We are not in the spotlight, so we should avoid as much trouble as possible. Also, is this road safe? Is there any border control or something like that? No, it's hard to say. There is no absolutely safe passage in China, unless you give up transportation and go through the woods, but it's difficult. There are some places where you can't get through unless you take the main road. There are many mountains here, and it's rarely visited by people. Now, we use those things to separate the goods at one point, transport them through different routes, and then gather them at another point. There will definitely be losses in the process, but it is better than taking all the goods at once. Viper was not a good person, but he still tried his best to introduce some situations of China's border to Lone Wolf. To him, he had seen many private armed forces involved in smuggling and drug trafficking, but this group of people today really opened his eyes. He knew that they must have killed a lot of people. Even for Viper, who had been in the underworld for many years, he could still see this. So, subconsciously, he began to deal with everything with caution. In this desolate mountain area, mixed up with a bunch of mercenaries who kill without blinking an eye, if you are not careful, you may die without knowing how. Okay, thanks bro, I'll go talk to our boss. Don't worry, you're on our side now. Lone Wolf patted Viper on the shoulder, put out his cigarette, then walked over to Fox Shadow and repeated to the boss their conversation. Okay, Lone Wolf, put away your rifles. I've already told them to each carry a pistol. If we encounter an emergency, there shouldn't be any problem unless it's a large-scale inspection. Of course, Follow my instructions. If weapons are used here, it may be difficult for us to escape. Yes, boss. Everyone changed their clothes as quickly as possible and packed their equipment. Lone Wolf waved to Viper, and the team got in the car one after another. Lone Wolf sat in the passenger seat. Viper turned his head and saw that everyone behind him was already in the car. He quickly started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the destination. Viper, how long will it take to get there? About 3.5 hours. Well, brothers, you should take some time to rest. You haven't gotten any sleep in the past 2 days. Viper and I will keep an eye on it. I'll notify you if anything happens. Good. Chu Ge is in good spirits today. After sweating profusely all night last night, he now feels very comfortable all over. Perhaps as the System Brothers said, there were only some drug residues yesterday. After digesting them last night, Chu Ge is now in full condition. Chu Ge was organizing the armament system of the aerospace carrier in his office. In fact, according to the blueprint of the military-industrial system, the positioning of the aerospace carrier should be similar to that of the current aircraft carrier. The platform has powerful functions, but in terms of its own armament, it can only be said to be better than nothing. Chu Ge still didn't dare to be careless, because the only 2 systems were numbered, which meant that the following warships would also use them. They are the array phase cannon numbered HQL, SC-111, and the pulse railgun numbered HQL, SG-03. Chu Ge already had a general understanding of these 2 weapon systems. The array phase cannon was more like a charging weapon, similar to an electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle, while the railgun was more similar to an electromagnetic pulse rifle in principle. The latter is relatively simple, while the former is a bit more troublesome. This time, Chu Ge plans to start from the simple and move on to the difficult, because Li Gang called again, and he was urging him to do something. It made Chu Ge look like a treasure chest, ready to take out new things at any time. Although, in reality, this was almost the case. Chu Ge found the pulse railgun part, and was about to take action when there was a knock on the door. Report. Come in. A guard pushed the door open. Chapter 90, Emergency Order. Report to Academician Chu. There are several officers downstairs looking for you. The guard saluted Chu Ge and said anxiously, Officer? Okay, I'll be right down. Chu Ge hurriedly stood up and walked downstairs, followed closely by the guards. Brigade Commander Ge? Hello, how come you have time to come to my place? Chu Ge went downstairs and found that the people who came were the commander of the 223rd Brigade and an officer. Chu Ge had also seen this officer before. He should be the ace shooter who was testing the gun at the shooting range that day. Academician Chu, talk as we walk. Brigade Commander Ge hurried forward, held Chu Ge's hand, and never let go, pulling him away. The military district has issued an urgent order, ordering Wang Xuedong and several other snipers from my brigade to go to the Southwest Military District immediately. The car is waiting outside. Oh, then why are you here? Brigade Commander Ge did not explain. He just took a folder from the guard next to him, pulled out a piece of paper from it, and handed it to Chu Ge. This is a military district order. You will understand after reading it. Chu Ge took it and glanced through it quickly. There were not many words, so he finished reading it quickly. Captain Ge, the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, is with Team Leader Li Gang. I will take you there right away. Also, have Li Gang follow your convoy to the airport. On the way, tell him some precautions about the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Should I tell Captain Wang Xuedong? After all, he is the only one who has used this gun. Chu Ge then nodded to the captain sniper. Haha, Academician Chu saw it at a glance. Wang Xuedong is not only an excellent marksman, but also the captain of our brigade's Special Operations Battalion. As for Team Leader Li Gang, no problem. I will send him back to the institute later. Yeah, okay. As they talked, they hurried towards Li Gang's laboratory. The military district's order is simple. Order: 5 people from the Special Operations Battalion of the 223rd Combined Brigade of the 1st Army of the Northern Military Region, carrying electromagnetic pulse rifles, and 1 person carrying the latest electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle developed by Academician Chu Ge of the Ordnance Research Institute, are to go to the Southwest Military Region immediately. Please note, guns carried must be in actual combat condition. The above 6 people must arrive at the military airport of the Southwest Military Region within 2.5 hours, and no delay is allowed. Chu Ge. When Brigade Commander Ge came to Li Gang's laboratory, he was looking up information on the computer. When he looked up and saw Chu Ge coming in, he was so excited that he smiled. Academician Chu, you finally remembered me. Where is the research report? Let me take a look first, haha. Report, you big head. Report, where is the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle? Chu Ge replied unhappily that this guy really treated him as a report printer. Sniper rifle? Here it is. I have been keeping it carefully. I will be doing further performance tests in the next 2 days. Li Gang put away his smile because he just realized that there was a group of people following Chu Ge. Go get the guns. The comrades in the army need them temporarily. Yes, Academician Chu. Seeing the serious look on Chu Ge's face, Li Gang didn't say anything else and hurried inside. After a while, he came out holding a metal box. The white box was just the right size to hold the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. Li Gang placed the box in front of everyone, pressed the buckles on both sides, and the box popped open with a click. The institute has installed a security warehouse in the laboratory specifically for storing equipment. These equipments are all stored in custom-made storage boxes. They are usually placed in a warehouse that requires a password and can be taken out when needed. Well, I thought you were going to bring up another lockbox. Have you checked the gun? Is there any problem? Reporting to Academician Chu, the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is in normal condition. We take it out for testing every day, and the high-energy battery discharges normally. Okay, follow Brigadier General Gu and his men and go to the military airport right away. On the way, tell Captain Wang Xuedong some precautions about this gun. He has a mission and needs to use this gun. After delivering it, Brigadier General Gu will take you back. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Li Gang answered loudly. Chu Ge turned around and nodded to Wang Xuedong. Wang Xuedong immediately stood at attention and saluted Chu Ge. Then he took out a large black backpack from his backpack, came over to close the white box, and then put the whole thing into the black backpack. After that, he slung the black backpack over his right shoulder. It looks like he is carrying a musical instrument. Okay, let's go, time is running out. Brigade Commander Gu quickly reminded Li Gang to take off his outer clothes, followed Chu Ge and the others out of the laboratory, and walked towards the gate of the research institute. Chu Ge followed Brigade Commander Gu and his men all the way to the gate. Without even having time to say goodbye, they immediately boarded the military jeep. The jeep's engine was running hot, and when they saw everyone was present, they made a quick U-turn and drove towards the airport. Southwest Military Region. That monkey nation is looking for trouble again? Wang Xuedong, you better aim well and give them a surprise. Chu Ge stood at the gate of the research institute, looking at the disappearing convoy, feeling mixed emotions. He suddenly felt a little envious of Wang Xuedong, but unfortunately he was a pen user, so at a time like this, he could only pray devoutly in the rear. In the military jeep, Li Gang had already told Wang Xuedong how to use the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Wang Xuedong had used it once, so he learned it quickly. As for trajectory correction, the zero trajectory high range of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is 2,000 meters. The specific trajectory table has not been tested yet. Captain Wang can make a reference based on its zero trajectory high range. I forgot. The sniper scope it is equipped with now is only 16 times. Anyway, there is no need to consider the ballistic problem at a distance below 2,000 meters. Also, we have already reset this electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. You can readjust it according to your shooting habits when the time comes. Li Gang thought about it and continued. Okay. While Wang Xuedong was listening carefully to Li Gang's introduction, his hand involuntarily reached for the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. Li Gang saw Wang Xuedong's little movement and couldn't help but smile. Comrade Captain, you are the first person in our army to use this gun. I will have to look for you when I get back. Please write me a report on your practical experience so that we can make further improvements based on your feedback. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Haha, don't be so serious. The remaining, high-energy battery power will be displayed on the side display, right here. You see, all 3 batteries are fully charged now. The number of times a battery can be used is about 100 rounds. You don't have to worry about this. I guess you can't use up all the batteries. Also, please note that the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle has core components from the scope onwards, which require professional maintenance. You are in an emergency situation now, and I cannot teach you in such a short time. So, don't worry about what happens next. When the sniper rifle is mass-produced, there will be specialized technicians to teach the troops. If there is a problem later, there is a self-locking program inside, so there will be no problem with safety. After Li Gang finished speaking this paragraph, he looked at Wang Xuedong. He needed to give Captain Wang some time to digest it. Chapter 91 Joint Action. 5 minutes later, Li Gang continued. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle has no barrel, so theoretically, the front does not require daily maintenance. However, we still included a cleaning kit when designing it. Here it is. As Li Gang spoke, he pressed the upper end of the gun muzzle and pulled it back, and a hidden groove appeared in front of the 2 of them. There are hidden mechanisms on both the upper and lower parts of the muzzle. Press and pull back. The upper part is the cleaning kit, and the lower part is the bipod of the sniper rifle. The entire guide rail groove is a hollow design, so it is inevitable that some impurities will get in. These impurities should not interfere with shooting, but these have not been actually tested, and the troops will need to provide continuous feedback during actual use in the future. If it needs maintenance, you can do the normal routine maintenance like any other rifle. Just clean out the impurities. Okay, that's basically it. To be honest, Captain Wong, I still haven't fully understood this gun. It's mainly because I have too little time. Maybe you will have to teach me when I come back this time, haha. Li Gang said half jokingly and half seriously. Okay, this sniper rifle is now officially handed over to you. You must keep it well. Li Gang reluctantly pushed the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle in front of Wang Xuedong. Yes, don't worry, team leader Li Gang. I will treat it like my son. Okay, alright. Li Gang wanted to say that the seniority was a bit confusing, but in the end he didn't have the courage to say it out loud because the convoy had already entered the military airport. Fatty was already ready to go. The convoy braked suddenly next to Fatty, and everyone got off. The 6 Special Forces members saluted Brigade Commander Gu and Li Gang, and then hurriedly boarded the plane. Fat Girl slowly slid to the runway without stopping and accelerated to take off. Soon the plane dived into the clouds, and the huge roar of the engine gradually faded away. Brigadier General Gu took one last look at the now invisible Fatty and turned around. Team Leader Li, let's go. Our mission is complete. Let them handle the rest. Li Gang nodded, but did not ask any unnecessary questions. Even as a senior expert in a military scientific research unit, he could not get involved in military affairs. He understood this rule. He just looked back at the sky, and then returned to the car with Brigade Commander Gu. Fat Girl soon reached its cruising altitude. Wang Xuedong and his companions then took off their backpacks, placed their equipment in front of them, and began to look at the people around them. In addition to the 6 of them, there were 5 Special Forces soldiers wearing black bulletproof vests who arrived earlier than them. Brothers, are you special police? Or armed police? Wang Xuedong shamelessly asked a team member next to him who was wearing a black uniform. Armed police special operations. Hey, the armed police are involved too? What kind of operation is this? Do you have any inside information? The Special Forces soldier looked up at him, said nothing, and continued to wipe his gun. Wang Xuedong glanced at his equipment and immediately became alert. Oh my god, CSLR-4? Type 26. This sniper rifle is awesome. How is it? Bro, is this gun useful? Let me shoot a few shots later. The black uniform team member still did not answer, but only focused on cleaning his sniper rifle. After a long time. Are you from the military? Well, from the 223rd Brigade. Isn't it strange for you to say this? What kind of operation requires a joint military and police operation? Wang Xuedong was bored for a while, but when he saw the other party asking questions actively, he became lively again. I don't know. We received an expedited order and came here directly. Oh, same. Hello, I'm Wang Xuedong from the 223rd Brigade. After Wang Xuedong finished speaking, he extended his right hand. Hello, Shueji Kai. The two of them shook hands with me in a friendly manner and became comrades in arms. Brother Shue, the Type 26 is said to have some pretty cool equipment and accessories. What do you have? 8x, 32x daylight scope, laser rangefinder / ballistic calculation computer, low-light image intensifier, spare magazines, everything I could carry. Wang Xuedong drooled after hearing this. Damn, this is more powerful than the accessories of his electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. No, his electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle only has a 16x scope. This made him itchy and scratching his head. He was not interested in anything else. The 8-32x daylight scope and the low-light image intensifier were good things, and the latter was night combat equipment. He was thinking about how to trick them. Shueji Kai was not as idle as him. He put his sniper rifle back into his backpack and stared at Wang Xuedong's black backpack. Brother, your backpack is really big. You must have brought a lot of stuff with you. I remember that the 88 sniper backpack is not this big. What's wrong? You look down on the Type 88 sniper rifle. Do you know why the Type 26 was first used by your police, special police, and armed police special operations? It's because of its slow bolt action. It takes a long time to pull the trigger once. If it were on a real battlefield, the enemy would have already run away. What's wrong with a bolt action? The M24 is also a bolt action. Besides, why are you so excited? I didn't say anything bad about the Type 88. I used to use it too. Shuai Kai also had a stubborn temper, and he rolled his eyes at Wang Xuedong after he finished speaking. Look, that was the look in his eyes just now. Okay, we are not on the same page, so just follow your 26 style. Wang Xuedong originally wanted to show off his ultimate weapon, But because of Xue Kai's look, he regretted it. After all, he has used the Type 88 sniper for so many years, and even if it has some shortcomings, he has to protect his old thing. Afterwards, everyone was silent all the way. All of them closed their eyes to rest. Although the episode was a small episode, what they thought about most was the next action. What kind of action was so urgent? This was a big question in their hearts. On a winding road, a gray commercial vehicle was running neither fast nor slow. Viper stretched his head to look at the sky. The weather was sunny just now, but now it was covered with dark clouds, and a heavy rain was brewing in the sky. After driving for nearly 10 kilometers, the rain finally started. The huge raindrops hit the car windows and roof, making a crackling sound. Everyone at Fox Shadow was startled awake. He skillfully reached for his waist, looked outside, and then stopped reaching for his gun. Lone Wolf, how long will it take to get there? It won't take an hour. The Lone Wolf asked Viper, who was concentrating on driving, then turned around and replied, Boss, this weather is not suitable for action. At least it's a bit difficult for the drone to take off and take pictures. Monkey looked at the rain outside and said worriedly, There are still dozens of kilometers of mountain roads to go when we get there. Maybe the rain will stop there. Just when the Fox Shadow group was about to reach their destination, Wang Xuedong and his team's plane also arrived at the military airport of the Southwest Military Region. Wang Xuedong, Xue Kai and others quickly stood up and sorted out their equipment. As the tail cabin of Fatty was slowly lowered, the Special Forces members stepped out of the plane in an orderly manner. In the pouring rain, an officer with the rank of Major General was waiting on the runway. Chapter 92, Meeting on a Narrow Road. When the officer with the rank of Major General saw Wang Xuedong and others, he quickly came over. Comrades from Yanjing, right? I am Liao Jianwei, commander of the 1st Border Defense Division of the Southwest Military Region. Hello, Division Commander. I'm Wang Xuedong, captain of the Special Operations Battalion of the 223rd Combined Brigade of the 1st Army. Hello, Commander. I'm Xue Kai, the captain of the Special Operations Battalion of the Yanjing Armed Police Force. Wang Xuedong and his group stood at attention and saluted Commander Liao. Okay, I'll wait for you to come. Let's talk while we walk. The two captains, please take a helicopter with me. I'll briefly introduce the situation to you, and the rest of the team members will go to another helicopter. Yes. On one side of the military airport, 2 transport helicopters had already started up. Everyone quickly ran over and boarded the helicopters one by one. The huge propellers of the 2 military green helicopters were spinning rapidly, and a circle of white mist was produced under the propellers. The strong airflow broke up the rain and blew it downwards, like a huge electric fan blowing air downwards. The entire helicopter was shrouded in this misty rain. After a brief pause, the transport helicopter took off. The helicopter was flying fast at a low altitude. Wang Xuedong and others sat upright in the cabin, waiting for Commander Liao to give them tasks. The situation is this. At 8 a.m. today, the Border Defense Department discovered an illegal immigrant during a routine Skynet check. After multiple investigations, it was found that the illegal immigrant was a well-known mercenary in Southeast Asia. His nickname is Lone Wolf. He has planned and carried out several notorious assassinations. He is now wanted by several countries and Interpol as a red A-level wanted criminal. Lone Wolf is a vicious person with a bloodthirsty nature. Other killers usually only target one main target during their actions, but he is not like that. He often kills without mercy, even the elderly, the weak, women, and children. So far this year, he has already killed dozens of people. After saying this, Commander Liao paused, took out a few wanted warrants from the bag beside him, and handed them to Wang Xuedong. This is his wanted warrant. The more troublesome thing now is that our technical department has found through calculations that the commercial vehicle carrying the Lone Wolf is seriously overloaded. After repeatedly playing the video, we have determined that he is very likely to have accomplices. We can even rule out the possibility that the vehicle is carrying heavy weapons. There's another strange thing. The reason a lone wolf is called a lone wolf is because he usually likes to act alone and rarely has companions. So why does he have so many accomplices this time? When Commander Liao said this, he frowned and looked at Wang Xuedong and Xue Kai. It is very likely that his target this time is more troublesome. With his own ability, he may not be able to handle it. Xue Kai thought about it for a while, then said it out loud. Yes, that's what we judged too. So, we immediately arranged for our colleagues abroad to investigate his whereabouts and the people he had contact with in the past 2 days. However, no valuable information has been transmitted yet. Where is the lone wolf now? Wang Xuedong asked anxiously. We found his whereabouts through a camera on this road, but the camera at the next intersection did not find the car again. They most likely turned to another side road, so we don't know where he is now. Commander Liao unfolded a map and pointed to a red circle on the map and said to Wang Xuedong, "Commander Liao, don't you find this a little strange? This area is all deep in the mountains and old forests, rarely visited by people, not to mention any valuable objects. Why did they come here with such a large force? Are they organizing a tour?" Wang Xuedong spoke lightly while looking at the map. "Haha, Captain Wang hit the point." Commander Liao laughed and did not continue speaking, but nodded to the two captains. "No wonder several military district leaders in Yinjing specifically asked you two to lead the team here. As expected, you are not only capable, but also have your own ideas." Commander Liao did not talk about the action anymore, but he started praising people in person, which made Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge a little confused. They looked at each other and looked a little unnatural. "Haha, okay, as for the details, you will all understand them once we get there. Now, the helicopter will probably have to fly for a while. Captain Wang, while there is still time, can you let me see Academician Chu Ge's new weapon?" After Commander Liao finished speaking, his eyes glanced at the black backpack next to Wang Xuedong. The shoulder strap of the black backpack was still in Captain Wang's hand, as if the backpack would be lost if he let go. Haha, Commander Liao, why are you like our brigade commander? When you see the treasure, you act like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb." Wang Xuedong was speechless when he saw the shining eyes of Commander Liao. "Don't mention your brigade commander. I get angry when I mention him. Good fellow, all the good stuff goes to his troops first. Our border defense troops are the frontline military force of China, but now they don't even have a new gun. Just for this, our commander went to the General Assembly specially. Guess what they said?" "What do you mean?" Wang Xuedong became excited, but Chu Ge next to him was really confused. He couldn't understand what the two people in front of him were talking about. Suddenly, he heard Commander Liao mention new weapons. The military developed new weapons? He pricked up his ears, thinking that his mission was accomplished and he could go back and tell a tale to his superiors. "The new rifles are expensive, and we can't equip them all at once. There will be a process. As for who to equip first, they have their own considerations. The border defense forces will not be equipped for the time being. You can't make exceptions for the 1st Division, right? Wouldn't the other brother troops be in chaos? Oh, and about that new sniper rifle in your hand, that's even more exaggerated. They said there was only one? I don't believe it. Are you kidding me?" Commander Liao said this with a red face, and it seemed that he was really angry. Chu Ge now heard clearly that there were not only new rifles, but also new sniper rifles. He was an expert in sniper rifles. He and Commander Liao turned to look at Wang Xuedong. The United Front was established so quickly. "Wang Xuedong, you are really good. You acted well when you were on top of the fat girl. Are you afraid that I will snatch your new gun or something? Hurry up. Maybe I don't like it. Is it stronger than my Type 26? Why don't I believe it?" Wang Xuedong couldn't bear it anymore. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle was his treasure. How could he tolerate this? He quickly took out the sniper rifle box and carefully placed it on the bottom of the cabin. Commander Liao next to him secretly gave Chu Ge a thumbs up. Chu Ge smiled knowingly. It was the old method of provoking the opponent. After such a short contact, he had already figured out Wang Xuedong's temper. He could do it, but not his weapon, no matter it was the Type 88 sniper rifle or the new sniper rifle. The provocation just now was indeed effective. Wang Xuedong didn't pay attention to all this. He was concentrating on opening his box. With a click, the white box opened, and the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle appeared in front of everyone. Chu Ge glanced at it casually, and the next second, his mouth opened wide and he pushed Wang Xuedong aside. Before Wang Xuedong could get angry, he was pushed back by Commander Liao in an instant. "Captain Wang, please move to the side. You're blocking my way." Chapter 93, Waiting for the Rabbit. Wang Xuedong retreated to a corner helplessly. The helicopter cabin was not as spacious as Fatty's, and 3 grown men squeezed together was already ambiguous enough. Is this a sniper rifle? Commander Liao looked at the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle in front of him with some disbelief. Doesn't it feel a little bit like a real gun? Too sci-fi. Chu Ge added. Yeah, that's the feeling. This is called an electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Wang Xuedong was talking angrily in the back. At this moment, the plane bumped and began to descend. It seemed that it had reached its destination. Viper and Lone Wolf were in the front row, each holding a cigarette in their mouths, smoking while looking out at the rain. "Boss, the rain has stopped. Shall we set off?" "Okay, Lone Wolf, tell this brother to hide the car and wait for us here. If we hurry, we will be back before dark." "Okay, boss." Lone Wolf seemed to have considered himself a member of the team. He turned around and translated Fox Shadow's words, then patted Viper on the shoulder. Viper nodded quickly and agreed. This trip would make a lot of money and the job was easy. He was just a driver and it was not a job that would cost him his head. Viper was secretly glad that he had taken this deal. It was really worth it. The rain gradually stopped. Black Bear and his men put on their equipment, checked their guns, and automatically stood in a row, waiting for their boss to speak. Okay, brothers, this is the real test of our operation. I want you to show your best combat status. We have experienced many battles, while they are used to peace. In addition to people, your equipment must be better than theirs. So get it done before dark. Yes, boss. Viper stood by and didn't dare to laugh. It seems that foreigners also like to do this. Monkey, how is your drone debugging going? Your equipment is the key to our operation. No problem, boss. Try the headset, and if it's okay, we'll go. Yes. Black Bear received. Yes. Got it, little guy. A fully armed team of 6 people quickly disappeared in front of Viper. Viper took out a cigarette, lit it with a snap, then took out a pistol from the armrest box next to him, pulled the bolt, looked around with his eyes, casually put the pistol into his waistband with his right hand, and then walked out of the car leisurely. When Wang Xuedong got off the helicopter, he discovered that the Light Prism Tower was standing in the distance. This is the location of the Light Prism Tower base guarded by the 1st Border Division of the Southwest Military Region. Wang Xuedong has never seen the Light Prism Tower, but he is the one guarding the telescope bunker base, which is the brain of the Light Prism Tower, so he knows something about the situation of the Light Prism Tower. This time, he suddenly saw the real tower. Wang Xuedong didn't care about Chu Ge desperate attempts to snatch his sniper rifle. He looked at the majestic building not far away and felt extremely excited. This was a real weapon of mass destruction. Compared with the Light Prism Tower, the electromagnetic energy sniper rifle was too childish. He suddenly understood the meaning of Commander Lau's words. These mercenaries who don't know how to live or die turned out to be coming for it. They really picked the wrong target. Wang Xuedong was right. The U.S. intelligence system had not found out the deployment dynamics of the Chinese military. All the divisions and brigades guarding the Light Prism Tower were the most elite troops in the local military region. A few mercenaries wanted to infiltrate? They were probably here to make trouble. What do you mean? Are you saying their target is this military base? Are you kidding me? Just those few people? To be precise, it's not this military base, but that tower. After Wang Xuedong finished speaking, he pointed at the Light Prism Tower. Only then did Chu Ge notice the tall tower building. However, he did not know some information about the military. After looking at it for a long time, he still did not understand what Wang Xuedong meant. So he simply ignored it and went back to studying the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. In the eyes of ordinary people, you can't get close to it, and from a distance, the Prism Tower is just something like a mobile phone signal tower in their eyes, and they don't care about it at all. Haha, Captain Wang's guess is correct. We thought so too. But infiltration can also be reconnaissance, such as taking photos close up. Do you think they're fools? Why would a few people come all the way to attack your military base? Commander Liao said this casually and reached for the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle again. Oh, by the way, our Commander Jiang is at the shooting range. Let's go straight over there. Shooting range? What do you mean? A military meeting at a shooting range? This is something new. Commander Liao withdrew his hands and did not answer. He led the way in front. A group of more than 10 people walked towards the base shooting range. When they arrived, a middle-aged man in military uniform was shooting, and the crisp sound of bang 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 of pistols firing filled the entire shooting range. With a click sound, the pistol stopped firing, probably because the chamber was empty. The middle-aged man turned around. You guys are here. Commander Jiang, Wang Xuedong, and his special operations team of 6 people are reporting to you. Reporting to Commander Jiang, Chu Ge led a total of 5 armed police special forces to report to you. Commander Jiang returned the salute and stared at the 2 of them for a long time. Do you know why I called you here? Joint action to eliminate the illegal invaders. Chu Ge answered loudly. Haha, they are not invaders, they are not qualified. If we want to eliminate them, then the Special Operations Brigade of our 1st Border Division is no pushover. So why should we mobilize a large force to bring you here? Wang Xuedong and the other man looked at each other, a little confused. Wang Xuedong scratched his head, and when he saw the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle in his hand, a sudden idea came to his mind. I see. It's more about testing these 2 new guns in actual combat, right? Well, that's just one reason. Secondly, the reason we didn't start a large-scale war to encircle and suppress them is that we want to wait and see with them, and use our new weapons to knock down their arrogance and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As for who the monkey is, we have our own judgment. This action is a show for those countries to see, as a warning. Don't do these little tricks at every turn. China is no longer what it used to be. Commander Jiang smiled and nodded, saying something profound and passionate. Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge nodded heavily. They were Chinese and naturally understood how the Chinese people behaved. First the courtesy, then the force. Now that the dishes are on the table, wine is naturally indispensable. Haha, Captain Wang, Since you have nothing else to do, why don't you try out our new guns? The higher-ups have their own plans, and I have mine too. This is something I've tried my best to promote. I want to see what's so special about these two new guns, so that I won't have to go to great lengths to argue with the General Assembly. Haha. No problem, Commander. They have already practiced the electromagnetic pulse rifle very well. Chapter 94 is finally here. As for my electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, it may need a large target. Oh, for example, Commander Jiang became interested. Its last target was a disabled tank. Haha, I understand. Commander Liao, go and make the arrangements right away. Commander Jiang answered with a smile and nodded at Wang Xuedong. Wang Xuedong saluted and waved to his teammates. The members of the 223rd Brigade Special Operations Battalion marched in neat steps to the shooting position and took off their equipment. In an instant, 5 brand new electromagnetic pulse rifles appeared in their hands. Soldiers from the surrounding bases began to whisper to each other when they saw this. It was the first time they had seen this new rifle, so they were inevitably a little excited. Commander Jiang, the electromagnetic pulse rifle has 100 rounds of ammunition. It uses caseless 10mm caliber bullets, has a range of 2,000 meters, and an effective range of 1,500 meters. There is no need to correct the trajectory within 1,500 meters. It can really hit whatever you point at. Wang Xuedong briefly introduced the basic data of the electromagnetic pulse rifle to Commander Jiang, and the people around him were shocked. Especially Chu Ge. Any data he picked out as a crushing existence. You call this a rifle? Although sniper rifle also means rifle, the rifle Wang Xuedong mentioned is similar to AK-47. The effective shooting range is 1,500 meters, and the shooting range of M24 is only 1,000 meters. In front of it, it is a bit like a precision shooting rifle, such as Mk-20 SSR. After listening to this data, I understand why they all want to rob it. Captain Wang, can this gun fire a single shot? Okay, Special Forces of the 223rd Brigade, listen to my orders, single shot mode, 10 rounds per person, aim at the target in front of you. Ready, fire. Following Commander Jiang's order, the Special Forces members decisively pulled the trigger, and the sounds of did-did-da rang out one after another. Oh, I forgot. One of its features is its built-in muffler. Commander Jiang listened to Wang Xuedong's supplement and nodded. The 10 bullets were quickly used up, and the Special Forces members stood up, put away their guns, stood at attention, as if waiting for the next order. Soon, the sound of target reporting came from the intercom. Almost all of the 50 bullets hit 10 rings. This result was within Wang Xuedong's expectations, but it really made Chu Ge surrender. This data was even a bit dreamy for him. The range of the gun is one thing, and hitting the target and hitting all the targets are another. This made him more determined to go back and tell on the guy. In fact, Commander Jiang thought so too. At this time, Commander Liao hurried over, and it seemed that everything was almost ready. How is it? When he came back, he found that the work had been completed, so he hurriedly asked his soldiers. Not very good, just come with me to the final assembly next time. Commander Jiang blurted out something out of the blue, and Wang Xuedong, who was listening nearby, almost couldn't hold back his words. Captain Wang, it's your turn. Tell me how far away you are so I can have them set up. 3,200 meters, but the scope I brought today is only 16x, so Captain Shui will have to lend me his 32x scope. Haha. 3,200 meters? My shooting range doesn't have that much range. Just make do with it. I'll have them put the tanks at the foot of the mountain. As for the sniper scope, Captain Shui will give it to him. Yes. Chu Ge didn't have the courage to refuse, and went to dismantle his equipment obediently. Not long after, Wang Xuedong took the 8-32x white light scope and pointed at Chu Ge's low-light image intensifier. This requires a 2-stage Picatinny rail, and yours has one. Chu Ge stopped talking halfway because he discovered that the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle really existed. He immediately began to carefully remove the accessories. Wang Xuedong grabbed it and started to install the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle for him. Wang Xuedong was very happy as he finally had full equipment. This was much easier than picking up items all over the map while playing the game. Wang Xuedong installed it skillfully, tried it out, and nodded to Commander Jiang. The shooting range was almost ready. Wang Xuedong lay on the ground, looked into the scope, and held his breath. The eyes of the people around him were now on the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle started beeping again. As the sound stopped abruptly, Wang Xuedong decisively pulled the trigger. Then the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle shot out a beam of white light. Then a violent explosion was heard in the distance. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and didn't react for half a minute. Is this a gun? Why does it feel like an anti-material version of a howitzer? Commander Liao broke the silence. Commander Jiang picked up the high-powered telescope next to him and looked in the direction of the tank for a long time. Haha, good. Lao Liao, your analogy is very apartment academician Chu's sniper rifle may have to rewrite our training outline. Haha, good. Commander Jiang cheered excitedly, and the surrounding soldiers also cheered. Chu Ge had not yet recovered from the shock. The devastating effect of the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle gave him a new understanding of sniper warfare. He also vaguely heard academician Chu, the academician Chu who developed controlled nuclear fusion. Chu Ge looked sideways at the light prism tower in the distance, and a feeling of admiration arose in his heart. Just as everyone was cheering, a soldier came rushing over. Report, a small-scale battle occurred 49 kilometers southwest of the base. The fish are biting. All right, they're finally here. Wang Xuedong, Chu Ge, I order you to bring your men to the ambush site immediately and use the weapons in your hands to destroy their arrogance. Yes. Time goes back to 15 minutes ago, about 50 kilometers southwest of the light prism tower base. The 6 members of the Fox Shadow team were struggling to move forward on the muddy mountain road. Black Bear was walking at the front of the team, waving a big knife in his hand. It seemed that no human had walked in the woods for a long time, and there were vines and branches everywhere. Boss, at this speed, when can we get there? There are still nearly 50 kilometers to go. The huge body of Black Bear could not withstand such a long period of torture, so during the break, he looked at the map. It will be soon. We are not going to walk right up to it. I think there should be guards outside this base. It will be impossible for you to get close. We just need to get 10 kilometers closer, and the monkey's drone will do the rest. Is that so? I think this mission is too simple. Do we need top mercenaries like us? Boss, your boss is really rich. Black Bear continued to swing the machete. Chapter 95 Thunder Attack. Haha, Black Bear, you have to know that this is China, a forbidden area for mercenaries. Do you think ordinary colleagues can take such a job? But, to be honest, if the boss didn't pay me high enough, I wouldn't take it. Fox Shadow spoke in a low voice while carefully observing the surroundings. Oh, why? The environment here is indeed not suitable for mercenary activities. As we all know, China is the country with the strictest gun ban in the world. It is difficult to get weapons through normal channels, let alone the big guns we have. The remaining ones are only available through a few smuggling channels. When a huge country only has these few channels, it's not that difficult to monitor. Another point is that mercenaries usually operate in turbulent countries. That's where we survive. It's too peaceful here. There's no place for us to use our skills. Fox Shadow wanted to continue to educate his subordinates, but suddenly heard the urgent call of the big guy. Boss, I feel something is wrong. Fox Shadow immediately raised his right hand, then bent down and looked around vigilantly. Big guy, what's going on? No, but don't you think this forest is different from the previous ones? Fox Shadow's heart sank when he heard this. Damn it, he was just bragging about his own knowledge and ignored the surrounding environment. My God, thanks to you, big guy, something is wrong. It was so quiet that I overlooked this detail. Boss, what do you mean? Have we been discovered? Black Bear asked in a low voice. Fox Shadow did not answer, but put his finger to his lips and made a gesture of silence. He picked up the assault rifle in his hand, looked left and right through the scope on it, and then made a gesture to the left and right. When Black Bear and Monkey saw the boss's gesture, they quickly raised their guns and quickly cut over to the left and right. The two snipers looked for a suitable position in the back to provide support. Only Fox Shadow and Lone Wolf were left in the middle. Lone Wolf, we may have fallen into an ambush by the Chinese. Be careful. The situation is unclear right now. We don't know if they have discovered us yet. Boss, are you sure? How did they know we were coming? I'm not sure. It's just a hunch. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Damn, this feeling is not good. Fox Shadow and Lone Wolf moved forward slowly with their backs pressed together. Lone Wolf also became cautious. He knew Fox Shadow's battle record. Such a person could always escape from danger, often relying on his keen insight and miraculous premonition. Suhu and his comrades were hiding in a sunken pit 1,500 meters ahead of the Fox Shadow team. Squad leader, there is an abnormality in the infrared sensor at the 1 to 8 mark. The soldier next to him looked at the red flashing icon on the electronic information panel in his hand and reported it immediately. Suhu was looking at the surveillance LCD screen in front of him. When he heard the report, he immediately adjusted a rotating handle with his right hand to find the 1 to 8 positions marked in advance. As he turned, a spherical detection device on a distant tree kept adjusting its direction. This is a set of remote comprehensive monitoring equipment. Suhu found the 1 to 8 mark and clicked a few times with his right hand. The direction on the LCD screen was fixed, and then the view began to zoom in. Suhu waited patiently. He wanted to confirm whether the anomaly was man-made or a passing animal. Soon, the figures of Black Bear and others appeared in the monitoring equipment. Suhu's eyes lit up, and he looked at the people in front of him carefully. After seeing the number of the other side clearly, Suhu raised his left wrist, where there was a small LCD information platform. He quickly found the captain's name and dialed it. A few seconds later, the Captain Huang Jisen's loud voice came from the headset. Suhu, what's the matter? Captain, we have found a 4-man armed team at the 1 to 8 mark directly in front of our squad. They are in combat formation and searching forward. Over. Huang Jisen spread out the map and quickly found the location reported by Suhu. He drew a big red circle on it and smashed it with his fist. Haha, we finally caught them. Suhu, keep an eye on them. I'll arrange for other squads to make a detour and encircle them. Let's catch them in the trap. Yes, I will ensure that the task is completed. Suhu hung up the phone and stared at the LCD screen. Fox Shadow and the others were still moving forward cautiously. They were dozens of meters apart from each other, maintaining the same speed, covering each other as they searched forward. 1,500 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,000 meters, 900 meters. Suhu winked at his teammates and slowly raised the sniper rifle in his hand. The targets in the sniper scope suddenly stopped and hid behind the big tree. Suhu lowered his head and spat. Damn, these guys are pretty alert. Judging from their tactical moves, they are all veterans. You guys should be careful and don't expose yourself easily. Do you understand? Yes, squad leader. The soldiers around responded one after another. Fox Shadow hid behind a big tree. Just now, the sniper team in the rear warned them. Big guy, what did you just say? Captain, we found an infrared device on a tree in the back. This is an ambush. Shit, this can't be so unlucky, right? Big guy, are you sure that it's monitoring us? If it is, then we may have been exposed. Boss, I don't understand Chinese characters, but it looks like an infrared alarm device. There must be more than one around here. The two were talking on the phone when a group of birds flew over their heads in the distance. Fox Shadow did not reply. He looked at the group of birds, a little confused. His brows were furrowed, and he suddenly remembered something. Fox Shadow raised the gun in his hand and looked at the group of birds again through the sniper scope. That's night heron shit. Everyone, listen to my orders and retreat quickly. We've been ambushed. We need to move quickly. Big guy, you two should cover the rear. If it's too late, we may not be able to get out. Yes. Suhu's sniper scope was aimed at Black Bear when he suddenly noticed that they turned around and walked back. No, they're trying to run away. Suhu shouted, then half-squatted and stood up, looking for an opportunity and decisively pulled the trigger. The sniper rifle fired with a bang, which was particularly shocking in this empty woods. The bullet grazed the Black Bear's leg and shot into the tree trunk nearby. Haha, boss, it's really an ambush. You are our god. The marksmanship of these Chinese soldiers is not that good. Black Bear felt like he had survived a disaster, and even now he did not forget to mock the other party. Be careful around you. Don't be careless. The distance was far just now. If we go another 50 meters forward, you won't be as lucky as you are now. Chapter 96 Chasing in the Forest. Suhu missed the first attack and quickly jumped out, chasing and connecting with the captain. Captain, those guys are trying to run. We are chasing them. You have to move quickly. Okay, be safe. Yes. After saying that, he waved his hand forward, and the 10-member team immediately cut into the battlefield, taking turns searching and advancing forward. They did not rush forward and attack blindly, but just kept biting the tail of Fox Shadow and then waited for other Special Forces members to get into position. Fox Shadow ran forward for a distance and found that the pursuers behind him were not moving very fast, and he immediately understood. They want to surround us. Boss, do you want to break out in different directions? The monkey replied breathlessly. No, if we separate now, we will be in a passive position. The end result is that we will be defeated one by one. I guess they have dispatched at least a special operations brigade. Now we can only hope that we react quickly enough and break out to the front before they cut off our retreat. Monkey will contact Viper and ask him to pick us up. Roger that, boss. When the two teams were chasing each other, Wang Xuedong and his team had already come out of the base. Wang Xuedong, I'm telling you in advance, don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. One shot from your sniper rifle will kill them all. When we get out, the commander said we should capture them alive if we can. Following Wang Xuedong and the others was the reconnaissance battalion commander of the 1st Division, who had extensive experience in tracking and counter-tracking. That's right, just watch us do it, haha. Shui Jikai was installing the 16x scope that Wang Xuedong had removed, and he did not forget to complain to Captain Wang. Wang Xuedong nodded helplessly, thinking that a higher-ranking official can crush a person. Based on the location of the exchange of fire from the front, I can roughly determine which path they came from. If we go straight in, we might be able to pick up a big fish. Captain Wang then told the soldier driving the car the location. The soldier nodded and stepped on the accelerator. 2 military jeeps started up and sped along the uneven forest path, occasionally flying in the air. The team members in the vehicles grabbed the handrails, and the wheels of the jeeps threw out high clods of mud. Suhu and his men followed closely behind Fox Shadow, and the distance between them gradually shortened to within the range of both sides' weapons. From time to time, the sound of rapid rifle fire could be heard from the woods. They exchanged fire. Fox Shadow turned around and fired a burst of shots, then hid behind a big tree and observed the pursuers behind him through the sniper scope. Black Bear, take advantage of the chaos of the exchange of fire and set up booby traps. At least make them stop biting us so hard. If they continue like this, we will be dragged to death by them. Roger that, boss. Black Bear put away his rifle, took out a grenade from his backpack, and started moving between several big trees. A few minutes later, after setting up the booby trap, Black Bear picked up the MK-48 Mod 0 machine gun on the ground and fired a burst of shots backwards, then followed closely behind Fox Shadow and retreated to the rear. As his sturdy figure appeared, Suhu held his breath and looked at the Black Bear in the scope. After estimating the distance by observing the dense points of his movement, he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed out, and a few seconds later, with a puff, the Black Bear fell to the ground. Suhu didn't have time to take a closer look. He shook the sniper scope and was about to aim at the next target. The sniper scope shook and a flash of fire passed by. He subconsciously jumped to the side. The moment his body fell, there was a puff sound from the previous position, and a bullet penetrated the ground. Suhu was stunned for a moment. Be careful, they have sniper cover. He reacted quickly enough and immediately warned his teammates through the headset, but it was too late. As soon as he finished speaking, two teammates next to him were shot almost at the same time. Everyone, hide behind the trees. Don't show your heads. There may be more than one sniper. As Suhu spoke, he rolled over and dragged an injured teammate behind a big tree. He looked at the injury and fortunately it was only on the shoulder and did not hit the vital parts. Even so, the shoulder was covered in blood and flesh, and the wound did not look like that caused by an ordinary rifle. You're lucky, kid. He probably missed me just now and changed targets in a hurry, so he lost his aim. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Suhu bandaged him and comforted him at the same time. Captain, don't worry about me. I won't die. They stopped shooting, so they probably ran away. Keep chasing them. The injured soldier gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and spoke to Suhu who was bandaging his wound carefully. Don't worry, none of them can escape. I will make them pay the price. Suhu shook the hand of the injured soldier, gestured to the team member next to him, and when he saw his teammates coming over, he bent down and crawled to another injured teammate. He was not attacked in the middle. How about it? Suhu looked at other team members bandaging him and asked with concern. Reporting to the squad leader, he was shot in the abdomen, but because of the bulletproof vest, the trauma is not serious. The bullet should be stuck in the abdomen. He needs to be sent to the base immediately for emergency surgery, otherwise his life may be in danger. The soldier answered hastily while pressing his wound. Shirley, contact the base immediately and report our situation. Ask them to send a medical team over quickly. Quick. Suhu was anxious. He saw that the soldier with the abdominal injury had fallen unconscious, and the gauze on his abdomen was soon stained red with blood. In this case, surgery was needed immediately to stop the bleeding, otherwise the soldier would soon go into shock due to massive blood loss, which would be dangerous. Wake him up and don't let him fall asleep. Xiaoma, you and Shirley stay here to take care of your teammates, and the rest of you continue the pursuit with me. Yes. Yes. Suhu heard the high-spirited replies from his teammates through his earphone. Without hesitation, he picked up the sniper rifle again, patted Shirley on the shoulder, and rushed forward quickly. Behind him, several teammates quickly followed. Suhu knew that the group of people did not have time to fire again because they were in a hurry to get away. He could not delay any longer, otherwise he would probably lose his target. During the pursuit, Suhu did not forget to instruct his teammates behind him. Alternate tactical moves to cover the advance. Pay attention to their snipers. There should be two of them, one main and one auxiliary. Yes, squad leader. They held assault rifles in their hands and carefully searched for their targets. Fox Shadow's team is no longer at the site of the previous firefight. After Black Bear fell to the ground, he hurried back to check, but gave up after just one look. Black Bear was shot in a vital part, and he died after only struggling for a few times, with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed like this. Fox Shadow slowly closed his eyes, looked back, grabbed the rifle on the ground, and continued to move forward without looking back. Black Bear was killed, but the people behind him must have also suffered losses and did not catch up immediately. Fox Shadow adjusted his headset and explained the battle situation to his teammates. Boss, the little guy and I should have knocked down two of them. I could have knocked out their leader, but unfortunately he was too quick to react. He's an expert. The big guy also did not forget to report his achievements to their boss. You two have been exposed. Now is our chance. Quickly run through this woods. We still have a chance to evacuate. Yes, boss. Fox Shadow and his men no longer paid attention to Black Bear and Suhu and his men behind them and began to retreat with all their strength. Chapter 97. Tie your pockets tight. Suhu and his teammates were chasing closely behind and soon arrived at the place where Black Bear fell. Suhu raised his right hand and the team members immediately stopped, holding their guns and looking around vigilantly. Suhu slowly moved forward and checked the body of Black Bear. He reached out and touched the neck of Black Bear. After confirming that it was dead, he squatted in place and looked around. At this time, the team members next to him gradually gathered around. Wait! Back off! Everyone back off! After Suhu turned his head and glanced at his teammates next to him, he was about to stand up when he quickly turned back and shouted loudly. The team members immediately stopped and looked at their squad leader. Suhu slowly moved over, checked it carefully, and then carefully touched a thin line. There's a booby trap. Huazi, report the enemy's approximate retreat position to the captain and help them tie up their bags. Tell him that we've encountered a booby trap and may need to delay for a few minutes. While Suhu was carefully dismantling the booby traps laid by Black Bear, he was arranging for the team members to report the battle situation to their captain. Yes, squad leader. The soldier named Huazi wiped the sweat from his forehead, immediately stepped aside, raised his hand to contact their captain. While waiting, he did not forget to look at his squad leader. If Suhu had not shouted sternly just now, he would probably have fallen down by now. Captain Huang Jisun put down his headset and thought for a while. Contact Captain Li immediately. I need to confirm his current location. Yes. The guard next to him dialed the phone and handed it to Huang Jisun after a while. Li Feng, where are you now? Captain Huang asked as he picked up a pen and started drawing on the map. Yes, we need to be quick. They also have 2 legs. Suhu has been exchanging fire all the time. The other side is retreating very quickly. At this rate, they may be able to tear open a gap in your place and slip away. Okay, I understand. I will prepare a second plan. Huang Jisun put down the phone. According to his deployment, if the enemy was discovered at any node, the troops at that node would be responsible for delaying the enemy, while other squadrons would immediately form a siege and attack the enemy. However, Fox Shadow and his men were too cunning. They quickly retreated as soon as they entered the ambush circle, not giving the other squadrons much time to react. We can't lose our target. This place is not far from the border. If we lose our target, they will probably withdraw from China's borders. That would be troublesome. Captain Huang muttered to himself. Have the base send out armed helicopters. If the troops on the ground leave a gap, there's no need to give them a decent death. Just bomb them to death. Anyway, now that they're in, don't even think about getting out. Huang Jisun gritted his teeth. Especially after hearing Suhu and the others report that 2 team members were injured, he began to regret this kind of fighting style. Yes. The guard came back excitedly and immediately passed on Captain Huang's order. Just as he put down the phone, he found someone calling him. He quickly picked up the phone and immediately handed it to Captain Huang. Report, Captain Wang of the Reconnaissance Battalion requests a call. Lao Wang on what? You are there? Great, you old fox. I just sent out armed helicopters. If no one blocks that hole, I will let them taste the missiles. Okay. They are very likely to run into you. Li Feng's squadron will take a while to get there, so you are in charge of that place. Be careful. There are 2 snipers in their team. We didn't find them before, so we've already suffered a loss. Okay. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back, haha. Huang Jisun put down the phone, and the frown on his face relaxed instantly. The pocket was finally tied up, and all that was left was performance time. Fox Shadow is in a bit of a mess now. He came here for this job, and he was being chased and killed before he had done anything, and he also lost a general, which made him very angry. Monkey, where is that viper? He regained his composure. It was not safe yet, and nothing else mattered. The first thing he had to do was to get back alive. Boss, he's just not far ahead. He hasn't found anything yet. I've asked him to come over to pick him up. Monkey could be said to be the one with the worst physical fitness in the team. After this wild run, he was already out of breath. Fortunately, he was not left behind. It could be said that the desire to survive stimulated his physical potential. The death of Black Bear stimulated him, and he began to feel fear in his heart, a fear of death. It was this fear of death that dominated his spirit and allowed him to hold on and come to this day. Now that he suddenly relaxed, the energy dissipated and the monkey could no longer run. His speed dropped instantly, and his steps became a little messy. Fox Shadow ran forward for more than 100 meters before he saw Viper approaching with a pistol in hand. Boss, did you encounter a ghost? Were you the ones who made the gunshot just now? My goodness, I thought you were shooting wolves in there. Viper was a little confused when he saw Fox Shadow running out of breath. Lone Wolf, tell him to go pick up the monkey. He's been left behind. Hurry. As for other things, don't tell him yet. Fox Shadow ignored Viper's words, but couldn't tell him the truth. After all, they were not mercenaries like them. Once they heard that there was a team of special forces chasing them with guns, they might drive away. Lone Wolf nodded and repeated Fox Shadow's words to Viper. Okay. Have a drink of water first. There's some in the car. And don't you need to change clothes? I'll go over first and make sure I bring it out for you. After saying this, Viper hurriedly ran to the back. Big guy, take the little guy to the front to scout the surrounding situation. You are more alert, so see if the Chinese soldiers have blocked the road. Okay, boss. The two big guys ran forward with sniper rifles. After running for a long distance, they followed the path into the woods. Fox Shadow watched their disappearing figures and relaxed a little. Lone Wolf, it looks like we still have a chance. Boss, drink some water. The monkey is coming. I'll go pick him up. Fox Shadow took a sip of water, then turned to look at Monkey and the others. Monkey was a little exhausted from running and was now being carried out by Viper and the others. It took a lot of effort for several people to stuff Monkey into the car. Everyone took a breath and got into the car. Viper started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car immediately jumped forward. Lone Wolf, go ahead and pick up the big guy and the others, and ask Viper if there are any other paths around here. The original path is definitely not feasible. We have to choose an unfamiliar path that is closest to the border. Once we reach the border, they won't be able to do anything to us. Lone Wolf nodded and turned to ask Viper. Yes, there is a fork in the road ahead, and you can turn in another direction then. The car drove forward for a distance, and two big guys jumped out of the woods. The Viper braked suddenly, and the two of them got into the business car. The car started moving again suddenly before it stopped. The rear wheels spun for a while, and a cloud of yellow sand was raised in an instant. Chapter 98. Two Guns in Battle. Wang Xuedong, Xue Zhikai, and Captain Wang were all behind a slope. They were guarding the three-way intersection and waiting quietly. Captain Wang, are you sure they can take this road? It's been half a day and there's not a single sign of them. Wang Xuedong sat there holding his electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle and muttering. It had nothing to do with him anyway. It will come. This is the only place where the trail will branch off unless they abandon their means of transportation. Battalion Commander Wang answered while looking through the telescope. Time just passed by minute. The Viper was driving very fast. He even took the time to look in the rearview mirror. After looking for a long time, he finally couldn't hold it anymore. Hey, brother, are you missing someone? That big guy? I just counted him for a long time. Focus on driving your car and don't worry about other things. Lone Wolf replied unhappily. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to Viper now. He just stared at the front with nervous eyes and held the gun tightly in his hand. At the fork in the road, Captain Wang's hand holding the telescope trembled violently, and he leaned forward slightly. Here it comes, a gray commercial vehicle, the same one we captured earlier. Wang Xuedong turned around and lay beside Xue Zhikai, stretched out his gun, and opened the sniper scope. Hey, okay, you guessed it right. What should we do next? Once you get close, knock the driver out first. Captain Wang said in a low voice. No need to get close. Let Xiaojie do it at this distance. He can be easily hit with the electromagnetic pulse rifle. Yes, I forgot. We also have electromagnetic pulse rifles. I was thinking of putting them 500 meters away before taking action. Can we kill them with one shot? Battalion Commander Wang turned around at this time, stared at Wang Xuedong, and asked seriously. No problem. This is how we usually practice. After Wang Xuedong finished speaking, he put on the headset. Xiaojie, do you see that gray commercial vehicle right in front of you? Aim at the driver and knock him down. Yes, Captain. Hey, Lao Shui, Captain Wang. In the end, it's our 223rd Brigade that has to come. Just wait and see. In the business car, Viper was a little speechless. Did these uncles become wild after hunting wild game? He was indifferent. After all, he was a big shot in this area. Today, he was completely embarrassed. For the sake of money, he was too lazy to care. Viper simply slowed down the car, felt in his pocket, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, held the upper part of the steering wheel with one hand, took out a lighter with the other hand and lit it, then lowered his head to light the cigarette. The next second, the lighter in his right hand exploded with a bang. Viper had been looking at the road and was about to curse when he suddenly found a regular round hole in the windshield. Then there was a sharp pain in his hand. Viper glanced at his hand and found that half of his palm was gone and blood was oozing out from there. Ah! Viper wanted to shout but didn't. Only the last sound came out of his throat, miserable and long. He didn't even see the bullet hole in his chest, and his head tilted to the side. His left hand, which was still holding the steering wheel, pulled suddenly, and the car was instantly out of control and turned straight to the left. Oh no, there's an ambush. The lone wolf, in the passenger seat, was the first to react. Seeing the car spinning out of control, he quickly reached out to steer the wheel in the opposite direction, but he was a step too late. The car still rushed towards the big tree next to it. Seeing that there was no effect, the lone wolf had to pull up the handbrake with his left hand and block his face with his right hand. With a loud bang, the business car stopped. Fortunately, the car's final collision was not very fast, otherwise Wang Xuedong and his team would not have to take action, and Fox Shadow and his team would have died on the spot. Cause: died in a car accident. Fox Shadow shook his head. The collision just now gave him a bit of a concussion. He squinted his eyes and finally came to his senses. He picked up the rifle beside him, opened the car door, bent down. Are you all right, you guys? It's okay, boss. Where did the cold gun come from? Did the lone wolf find out? Seeing that his teammates were all fine, Fox Shadow looked around nervously. The bullet was fired from the front of the car, but there was no sound. Is there a silencer installed? Fox Shadow didn't reply, but just nodded. Then he turned around and winked at Big Guy. Big Guy nodded, patted his teammate next to him, and the two quickly rushed to the woods next to them. They were looking for a suitable spot for sniping. Monkey, take out your drone, scout the surrounding situation, and plan a retreat for us. Fox Shadow had seen this kind of scene many times, so he didn't panic. Monkey nodded, took off his huge backpack, turned around and leaned against the car body, and began to fiddle with his drone. Soon, a small reconnaissance drone took off, circled 10 meters above Fox Shadow and his team, and then flew straight to the front of the path. Captain Wang lowered his head and looked through the telescope at the commercial vehicle that had stopped. The drone appeared clearly in his field of vision. He stepped back. This group of mercenaries has quite a lot of weapons. They released a drone. I guess they didn't know where we were ambushing, so they wanted to use it to conduct reconnaissance. Drones? I've never shot one before, but you can let Chu Ge and the others give it a try. The electromagnetic pulse rifle makes very little noise when it fires, and there's no flame. It's impossible for them to determine where we are by the muzzle flash. Wang Xuedong replied calmly, without taking his eyes off the sniper scope. Boy, has this become your shooting range? Well, you can give it a try. In the distance, Wang Xuedong's subordinates received the order to open fire and immediately aimed at the drone. They fired 2 bursts of shots in succession, but failed to shoot down the drone. Chu Ge, you have to practice with me when you get back. The drone is not a dead object. Do you think your weapon is so awesome that you have forgotten all the sniping elements you learned in the past? Wang Xuedong roared into the headset, and his arrogance just now disappeared in an instant. Chu Ge listened to the captain's roar in the headset and lowered his head in shame. Let me do it, Captain Wang. If that thing flies over to us, we'll be exposed anyway. Let's take advantage of the distance and shoot it down first. Wang Xuedong turned his head and looked at Battalion Commander Wang. Battalion Commander Wang thought for a moment and nodded at him. Wang Xuedong immediately looked at the sniper scope and aimed at the drone. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle began to beep again. Chu Ge looked at the arc of bright grids on the side of the sniper rifle curiously. Just as the last grid lit up, a white light flashed by and rushed towards the drone that was flying towards them like a meteor. Boom! The drone exploded in the air instantly, and the slag-like body fell from the sky for a long time. Haha, Wang Xuedong, good job. Battalion Commander Wang held a telescope in his right hand and looked at the drone disintegrating in the air and patted Wang Xuedong's shoulder with his left hand. Wang Xuedong moved his head away from the sniper scope, looked at Chu Ge, and his mouth was almost grinning. Chapter 99. Total Annihilation. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle was too fast, and Monkey didn't see clearly what caused his drone to crash. He looked at the snowflakes on the display screen in his hand, his head a little confused. Boss, the drone was shot down by them. Now we are facing a tough opponent. Monkey threw the display screen aside, and his voice was a little trembling. Fox Shadow was about to scold him when the sound of an armed helicopter's engine came from not far away. Take your equipment, hurry up and hide in the woods first. We can't stay here any longer. After saying that, Fox Shadow picked up a backpack, rolled on the ground, and hid behind a big tree. In an instant, an armed helicopter was suspended in the air not far from them. Finally, I warn you that you brought heavy weapons here without permission, which has seriously threatened China's borders and territorial security. We now require you to surrender immediately, otherwise, we will use force. Finally, I warn you that you have brought heavy weapons here without permission, which has seriously threatened China's borders and territorial security. We now require you to surrender immediately, Otherwise, we will use force. An English warning voice came from the loudspeaker of the attack helicopter. What should I do, boss? I don't think they are joking. Lone Wolf stretched his neck and stared at the armed helicopter in the distance, his face full of tension. Fox Shadow did not answer his question directly, but moved his headset. Big guy, did you find anything just now? Captain, the target is behind the slope about 1,500 meters ahead of the trail. I saw them shoot down the drone through the sniper scope, but it doesn't look like an anti-aircraft missile or something like that. What do you mean? I don't know. It flashed by so fast that ordinary anti-aircraft missiles don't have such a fast speed. And it didn't have any tail flame, so I concluded that it was not an ordinary anti-aircraft weapon. Okay, I get it. 1,500 meters? This is beyond the range of your sniper rifle. How could this be? I remember that Chinese sniper rifles don't have such a long range. Could it be an anti-material sniper rifle? Fox Shadow was a little nervous, as he seldom encountered such a situation where he had to passively take a beating. Now their situation was not very good. Fox Shadow tilted his head and squinted at the armed helicopter in the distance, his eyes becoming sharp. Now that it has come to this, there is no need to hesitate. You all know the fate of mercenaries who surrender, so, brothers, let's fight. Monkey, use the individual anti-aircraft missiles to destroy their helicopters first. Even if you want to die, you have to teach them a lesson. Fox Shadow made up their minds that if they killed this big guy and the situation became chaotic, they might still have a chance, or at worst both of them would die. Monkey nodded solemnly, opened a camouflage long bag next to him, loaded the ammunition skillfully, turned on the machine, then picked it up and carried it on his right shoulder. He looked at the position of the helicopter and the surrounding environment. Run to a place with a better view and aim at the helicopter above your head. In the cockpit of WZ-10, the lock alarm sounded suddenly. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. 02. Lock onto his signal and give him a round. I'm going to use jammers to evade him. Got it. Don't worry, it's already been prepared. Monkey listened to the sound of the anti-aircraft missile locking on and pulled the trigger hard. The anti-aircraft missile whizzed out. At the same time, the armed helicopter also fired 2 missiles in a row. People on both sides took action almost at the same time. Wang Xuedong saw clearly through the sniper scope that after the armed helicopter launched the missile, it suddenly flashed to the side and released a large number of jamming bombs at the same time. The jamming bombs seemed to contain magnesium or other combustible components. White flames burned violently in the air, one by one, which was very spectacular. The anti-aircraft missiles brushed past the edge of the flames, and the armed helicopter escaped. Lao Wang, let them call back the helicopter. It's a waste of talent. There's no need for them to do anything with these shrimp soldiers. If they are not careful again, the loss will be huge. Wang Xuedong was terrified. That anti-aircraft missile was no toy. If the pilot had not avoided it, the outcome would have been hard to predict. Okay, I'll contact you right away. Also, ask the base if they can engage in free fire. I don't care. You want to capture them alive? You can't talk to them about martial ethics. Wang Xuedong looked at Battalion Commander Wang, who was communicating on the side, and he fired another stab. He didn't care anymore and started charging the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. On the other side, the smoke cleared. Fox Shadow looked at the dying monkey with a sad face. The missiles of the armed helicopter accurately captured the monkey's position. After 2 boom-boom explosions, Fox Shadow and his companions who were quite far away from the monkey were also affected. The shock wave from the explosion knocked them all to the ground. It took him and Lone Wolf a long time to get up and stagger to find Monkey. Monkey seemed to hold his breath on purpose. When he saw his boss, he stretched out his finger and said something. A lot of blood bubbles flowed out with his mouth opening and closing. Fox Shadow put his ear close to him. Boss, hurry up and leave. We really shouldn't have made this trip. The monkey died before he could finish his words, and the Fox Shadow slowly closed his eyes. Monkey, go ahead. I know what you were going to say, but nothing can be undone now. The Lone Wolf sat down beside him, holding his stomach. The Fox Shadow took a look. Are you hurt? The Lone Wolf looked at the blood on his hands, smiled, and shook his head. The shrapnel cut into the abdominal artery. Haha, Fox Shadow, is this the fate of us mercenaries? Fox Shadow looked at the Lone Wolf, whose eyes gradually dimmed, and did not answer for a while, just sitting on the ground. Boss, how are you guys doing? The 2 big guys ran over, and he held Fox Shadow with both hands. The small guy went over to check on Monkey and Lone Wolf, then shook his head at the big guy. At this time, with a loud bang, the gray commercial vehicle not far from them exploded suddenly. The car was instantly blown into pieces, and the main body of the car flew to an unknown place, revealing a deep black groove on the ground. The big guy hurriedly raised his M24 sniper rifle and searched for the target. "You two run. They're starting to attack. I'll hold them back to buy you some time." Fox Shadow cheered himself up and spoke resolutely, glancing at the monkey on the ground from time to time. "Boss, let's go together. We will fight our way out." "Big guy, we underestimated China's military strength. Now we are at a disadvantage in every aspect. Even our gun range is inferior to theirs. It is definitely not possible to go together. I will cover you. Come on, this is an order." The two snipers looked at each other, nodded helplessly, and after taking a last look at their boss, they fled deep into the woods nearby. A few minutes later, Fox Shadow looked at Wang Xuedong and his team, who were searching forward through the sniper scope. He did not shoot. He was taking a gamble. Puff, puff, several bullets shot into the tree in front of him. The powerful energy even made the whole tree tremble a few times. The shooting hadn't stopped yet, and Fox Shadow knew he had no chance. Seeing the tree trunk being cut off bit by bit, he leaped up and tried to jump behind the tree next to him. Puff, puff, he was still in the air, but was pressed back by a powerful force. Bang, Fox Shadow fell heavily to the ground. He forced himself to sit up, leaned against a tree, gasped for breath, and shot randomly. When Wang Xuedong and the others caught up, Fox Shadow was dying. He glanced at the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle in Wang Xuedong's hand. His dim eyes suddenly brightened, and his right hand slowly raised up, then fell down in midair. The famous Fox Shadow in the mercenary circle stopped breathing, his eyes still focused on Wang Xuedong's electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, just watching. Chapter 100 Armament System. Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge checked the bodies of Fox Shadow and others, and shook their heads at Captain Wang. After Captain Wang checked their weapons and equipment, there should be 2 more snipers. As soon as he finished speaking, fierce gunfire was heard from deep in the woods. Captain Wang immediately stood up and looked in that direction. "It should be Su Hu, Li Feng, and the others are surrounding us. Captain Wang, we'll go over there first. I'll leave this place to you. Okay, be safe." Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge nodded to Battalion Commander Wang and led their respective team members to rush towards the area where the gunfire was intensive. The 2 big guys were indeed blocked there. 2 groups of people came, one in front and one on the flank, and pressed them down on a small mound of earth. They were the troops of Su Hu and Li Feng. "Little guy, it seems that the Chinese soldiers want to kill us all." The big guy stuck his head out and fired a shot, then immediately retreated. The position he was in was instantly covered by firepower, and the puff-puff sounds of bullets stirred up pieces of mud and sand. The little guy raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets. He stepped back, changed the magazine, and looked around. "I'll cover you. You retreat to the west. There are no enemies in that direction now." The little guy tried to go up again, but was pulled down by the big guy. "You are not Fox Shadow. Don't give me that shit. Let's go. Let's go together. If we can go out, then go out. If we can't, then we 2 brothers can just stay together." The little guy didn't say anything. He was silent for a while and then nodded. He was usually quite quiet, and he had talked enough today. After saying that, the 2 of them moved westward along the slope. At this moment, they no longer had the willpower to resist. They just shot randomly for a while to suppress the speed of Su Hu and his men, and then looked for an opportunity to retreat to the woods to the west. When Wang Xuedong and his men came up, they happened to meet Su Hu and his men approaching the small earthen slope. Fortunately, both sides held their fires and almost injured their teammates by mistake. "Where are the people?" Su Hu raised his sniper rifle and looked to the west. "Over here, these 2 are pretty fast. They ran so far." "Chu Ge, hurry up, stand on a high ground, and block their retreat route. If possible, shoot them directly. I don't want to play hide and seek with them anymore." "Yes." 5 team members armed with electromagnetic pulse rifles quickly seized a favorable position, raised their rifles, took aim, and fired at the same time. The unique shooting sounds of the electromagnetic pulse rifles rang out densely. Su Hu looked at the 2 people fleeing through the sniper scope. He wanted to shoot, but gave up after calculating the distance. It was beyond his range. Then Wang Xuedong's teammate next to him opened fire. A volley of bullets went over, and the 2 people in his field of vision fell to the ground one after another. It was unclear whether they were hit or if the dense bullets blocked their way forward. Su Hu smiled and waved his hand forward. All the people from the Special Forces team rushed forward. The scene was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. "Yes, that's it. You guys just shoot here and suppress them, and we will go over to clean up the mess." Wang Xuedong put down the sniper rifle and spoke easily. Su Hu did not rush forward this time, allowing Li Feng and the others to grab the kills. He quickly walked up to Wang Xuedong and stared at the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle in his hand. Brother, the rifles in your teammates' hands have already opened my eyes. Yours looks even more impressive to me. I just noticed that it doesn't even have a barrel. What kind of gun is this? Haha, Suhu? You don't know. This sniper rifle really opened my eyes today. They were sitting in that commercial vehicle, and I shot them all to death with one shot. Captain Wang rushed over and spoke before he could even catch his breath. I said, oh, and they just launched a drone and blew it into pieces with one shot. Can you believe this? It's more powerful than a missile. Huh. Captain Wang was doing the work with an excited look on his face, which should have been the thing Wang Xuedong should show off. Wang Xuedong tried to interrupt for a long time, but failed, and looked away in frustration. As everyone was talking, Wang Xuedong's team members nearby stopped shooting. Captain, we've got him. A team member came running over to report, and Wang Xuedong became energetic upon hearing it. He led his team members to run in the direction where the big guy escaped. Battalion Commander Wang and Suhu followed closely behind. The firepower of the 5 electromagnetic pulse rifles was not to be underestimated. None of the small trees around the big guy was intact. Many trees as thick as bowls were cut in half. The ground was in a mess. Dozens of Special Forces members were holding rifles in their hands. Their eyes were sharp and their morale was high. Wang Xuedong squeezed in and found that a tall mercenary had been shot with a honeycomb pattern on his body. An M24 sniper rifle was still not far from him. There was also a short man who was still groaning, having been shot several times and still bleeding, but seemed to be still alive. Captain Wang, please get the medical team up here. There seems to be someone alive here. Commander Jiang wants a living person, right? Maybe he can be saved if we give him some first aid. After hearing this, Captain Wang nodded repeatedly and ran to the side to call the medical team. Okay, let's pack up. Yes. A few minutes later, after Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge said hello to Su Hu and the others, they led their respective team members to the base. The remaining finishing work was naturally left to the Special Operations Brigade of the base. After Wang Xuedong and others returned to the base and reported some details to Commander Jiang, they led the team back to their original unit. They did not stay for long as they had come here temporarily to help out. In the cabin of Fat Girl, Captain Wang, where are you going after you get off the plane? Chu Ge said as he looked at Wang Xuedong, who was resting with his eyes closed. I'm going to the Weaponry Research Institute. This sniper rifle must be returned. Actually, what Commander Liao said in the helicopter that day was not a lie. This rifle was just developed by academician Chu Ge. There is only one in the country. It is very precious. Before we set off, our brigade commander said that we cannot return the person, but we must bring back the gun. Do you know how important this sentence is? Well, it deserves such heavy words. Huh? Haha. Go away, I'll take a nap. Chu Ge took a deep look at the black backpack next to Wang Xuedong, then turned his head and narrowed his eyes. While Wang Xuedong and his men were fighting bravely, Chu Ge was writing bravely in the Research Institute. When the blueprint of the aerospace aircraft carrier came out, he took a quick look at it. Its armament system did not attract Chu Ge's attention. At least in his mind, the armament system was ranked after the engine system, command and control system, and energy system, and was considered useless. After all, the culmination of the armament system is the heavy cruiser at the back. But today, Chu Ge took a close look at the armament system in the blueprint. Damn, although there aren't many types, there are too many gun positions. Chu Ge has a simple introduction, but it is difficult to understand. First, he looked up the information about the electromagnetic railgun. The first is about the layout of the electromagnetic railgun on the entire ship. The main guns are 4 triple-mounted 500mm pulse railguns, arranged with 2 in the front and 2 in the back. One dual-mounted 420mm electromagnetic gun is located on the belly of the aerospace aircraft carrier, and 4 dual-mounted 320mm electromagnetic guns are located on the side of the aerospace carrier, 2 on each side. The secondary guns are 12 205mm electromagnetic rail rapid-fire guns. Chapter 101 Phase Cannon. Chu Ge counted them and found that there were a total of 21 main and secondary guns, and most of them were multi-barreled naval guns, so the firepower did not seem too weak. But according to the system boss, this is just a configuration to make up the numbers and is not even suitable for self-defense. Chu Ge began to look forward to the armament of a heavy cruiser. Wouldn't that be too high to reach? System boss, according to what we say here, you also have a phobia of fire? What's the meaning? That's right. I think the armament and firepower of the aerospace carrier is pretty good, except that it doesn't have missiles or something like that. Missiles? The military-industrial system is not equipped with missiles. What do you mean? No heavy cruisers either. No, there is no word for missile in the database. It is an invention of your planet. So your country is still in the age of big guns and big ships? Chu Ge was a little confused. After all this effort, it would be embarrassing if the military strength was still not as high as that of the Earth. No, according to the data of your missile, who do you think it can hit with its speed? Chu Ge understood instantly that although the engine of the aerospace mothership had not yet reached full capacity, with the existing nuclear fusion engine, the speed unit was the speed of light. He blushed a little, feeling embarrassed. Chu Ge thought for a while and felt something was wrong. He looked at the list of weapons and equipment of the aerospace carrier in front of him and thought quickly. No, I'm not talking about the speed of the missile, I'm talking about its mechanism. Our missiles are not only slow in speed, but I think they also have their own characteristics, such as automatic tracking and so on. You see, these missiles can't turn. Chu Ge finally remembered. In my database, I can find a weapon system similar to what you said, the nuclear fusion torpedo, but it is not a tracking attack weapon, but a finishing weapon. After paralyzing the opponent's power system and armor system, the nuclear fusion torpedo can be used. Torpedoes, it seems you guys are treating space as the ocean. The starting nuclear fusion torpedoes are really suitable for finishing off the enemy. Host, before developing the weapon system, please set your opponent to the same level of combat power as you. Otherwise, the weapon similar to your planet will be meaningless for reference. Chu Ge was choked. This time it was not naked contempt, but a more advanced contempt. However, it hit the nail on the head. Chu Ge has been having a misunderstanding. He always unconsciously wants to compete with the weapon systems on the Earth. The reality is that there is no meaning of comparison. Because the combat environment, mechanism, and even parameter units of the two are different. In addition, the level you are currently researching is the lowest, and the materials from expensive planets. Okay, you can go now. Chu Ge felt that the system brother was trying to make up for him, so he refused without hesitation. Host, at least bring a master? Don't treat me as a master. Chu Ge took advantage of the profoundness of Chinese culture. Obviously, the host of the military-industrial system does not have that intention. If you are not careful, you will become a tool in its eyes. When the tool Chu Ge thought of this, his previous strength suddenly lost its momentum. Just be a tool. I'll develop China first. As for the future, who knows what it will be like? Chu Ge shook his head and stopped thinking about these messy things. After Chu Ge finished reading the part about the electromagnetic railgun in the armament system, he turned around and began to look at its strategic weapon, the array-phased cannon. After looking around, Chu Ge wanted to be tortured again. System Master, isn't this phase cannon just an armor-piercing bow? It breaks the opponent's armor and paves the way for other main weapons to attack? If the opponent is a heavy cruiser, the armor system will be very strong. Take the 500mm railgun of the aerospace carrier as an example. Even if you run out of ammunition, it will not be a big deal. The function of the phase gun is to paralyze the armor system and power system of the opponent's main ship. If there is a problem with these two systems, it is only a matter of time before it is destroyed. Also, if it is a small or medium-sized ship, the power of the phase gun is enough to directly destroy the target, so it is defined as a strategic weapon by the system and the system rating is SS level. Also, there is nothing wrong with the host's understanding. The host is smart for once. Well, thank you. It's rare for you to be so talkative. Chu Ge got the answer he wanted and stopped paying attention to the system boss and continued to study the array phase cannon. It is actually also an energy-type weapon system, but its structure is very complicated. Chu Ge flipped through it and found that the basic technical data alone took up dozens of pages. It is obviously much more complicated than the pulse railgun. The system information first concerns the function of the array-phased cannon on the aerospace carrier. Armor penetration is only the second function. Another very important function is obstacle clearance. It is similar to the obstacle clearer at the front of a locomotive, except that it is used to clear space obstacles such as radioactive dust, micrometeorites, and meteorite belts on the navigation path of an aerospace carrier. The high energy of the phase cannon can directly shatter, evaporate, or ionize the space matter being hit, thereby eliminating the threat to the safety of the waterway. Then there is the layout of the array-phased cannons on the aerospace carrier. There are a total of 6 such systems on the ship, but the 6 systems are not the same and are divided into large and small ones. The layout is 2 on the back of the aerospace carrier, 2 on the abdomen, and 1 on each side. The ones on the sides are obviously used to fill in the gaps and to complete the blind spots of the aerospace carrier. Among them, the 2 longest and largest ones on the back are array-type phase cannon systems with 300 launch stage units. The launch stages are arranged linearly. The 2 weapon systems are located at the front and rear ends of the aerospace mothership, slightly raised on the shallow surface. The rest of the core components are hidden in the frame structure under the back armor. The 2 on the abdomen and the ones on the sides contain 150 launching units. Further down are the specific data and manufacturing blueprints about the phase cannon. Chu Ge took a general look at it and found that it was mainly composed of several separate subsystems. The first is its generating mechanism, that is, the plasma generator, and then the complex energy transmission components behind it. This set of components involves fire control, heat dissipation management, sensor interconnection, and radiation protection and anti-corrosion coating issues of the parts in contact with the hull. The second is its energy rectification mechanism. The system is programmed as an SPS-level plasma rectification regulator. Its main function is to adjust the power of the array phase cannon. Each launching unit corresponds to a separate plasma distribution branch, which is allocated through the output instructions of the central control unit. The redundant fluid is looped through the guide groove at the end of the branch to the honeycomb plasma collection groove of the original mechanism. The third is its launching mechanism. The rectified plasma enters the pre-launching chamber through the supply pipeline. Each launching unit corresponds to a supply pipeline. After the plasma burns in the launching chamber, it waits for the final fire control command, and then is ejected through the launching crystal. The process of pumping from the launching chamber to the launching unit is controlled by a Level 2 program, which mainly controls its speed and direction. The system information only introduced the working mechanism of a launcher. Chu Ge remembered that the largest one had 300 such launchers, and there were 1,200 on the entire ship. Chu Ge felt sorry for the future construction engineers for a second. Chapter 102 Launch Unit. Chu Ge thought about it and found that the first two questions seemed a little familiar. After a little thought, he remembered them. Isn't the confinement and conduction of high-temperature plasma the function of the tokamak, the core device of controlled nuclear fusion? So we meet here again, but this device is slightly different from that one. This one is more of an inner ring device. Its purpose is to guide the flow, while the purpose of the tokamak device is more to confine the plasma flow. The principles are the same. Both use super strong magnetic fields to control the plasma flow. The difference is that one is magnetic confinement and the other is magnetic conduction. Chu Ge meditated for a while and thought that was the end, so he flipped down and found that there were still several pages. Chu Ge continued to flip through the pages in confusion and found that it actually took several sheets of data to explain the third item, which was the launch problem of the launch unit. After Chu Ge quickly glanced through it, he suddenly realized that the protagonist always appears last. The core of this array phase is not the previous generating device and rectifying device, but the final transmitting device. The ultra-high temperature plasma flow entering the combustion emission chamber through the rectifying device triggers energy conversion and initial EM spectrum shift after passing through the condensation effect of a high-temperature condensate, a new type of synthetic condensate identified as Ba2CO4, FY. The energy beam is then limited by a foldable charge barrier to fluctuate between 0.05 to 1.1 nanoseconds before passing through the crystal, artificially synthesized crystal. System identification is LiCuFe1321 crystal, emitter, and being emitted. The switching of the rising and falling of the charge triggers the pulse wave, and then through a matrix integration process, the energy beam is emitted. The relative ratio of proton charge to pulse frequency in the final emission phase is determined by the power set by the system or operator. The last issue is the direction of the phase beam emission. A calibrated energy beam is emitted from one or more crystal faces. The firing sequence controlled by the phase cannon core function command processor and the direction of the crystal phase emission jointly determine the direction of the phase beam. Chu Ge felt overwhelmed, as this involved several new synthetic compounds, some of which involved disciplines he had no exposure to at all. He didn't even know which type of experts should be assigned to develop them. This has never happened before. Chu Ge gritted his teeth and flipped through it. Fortunately, the phase cannon had reached this point, and the basic theoretical data was completed. The final energy beam was directed through the adjacent segment due to force coupling, and then gathered at the release point to form a phase beam and shoot towards the target. When the launching unit fires rapidly, a narrow and dense phase beam will be formed, and the energy of the phase beam is the strongest at this time. When the emission rate decreases, a fan-shaped or conical phase beam will be formed. Of course, the energy power of the phase beam focus will be greatly reduced at this time, which is more suitable for large-area obstacle clearance. Chu Ge understood all of this after a quick glance. At least he could understand it. Finally, I have finished reading it all. Apart from the new compounds, the piping materials, combustion chamber materials, thermal insulation materials, radiation protection, and anti-corrosion materials needed for the entire energy conversion process all need to be redeveloped. Chu Ge only took a quick look at the material of the core combustion launch chamber of the launch unit, uranium-238 alloy. Then Chu Ge didn't want to read on. No wonder the system boss laughed at him for being so impatient. The workload was really huge. He had to quickly sort out all the information, blueprints, synthesis equations, and so on. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long to synthesize the final construction drawings. Chu Ge felt under a lot of pressure and did not dare to move for the whole afternoon until the room gradually darkened. Chu Ge originally wanted to have a quick dinner and continue working, but there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Chu Ge continued to record the data without even raising his head. Report to Academician Chu, Captain Wang Xuedong is back and waiting for you downstairs. Wang Xuedong? Chu Ge didn't react for a moment, but after a while he suddenly realized what was going on and hurriedly followed the guard downstairs. Hello, Academician Chu. Wang Xuedong and Chu Ge stood up straight and saluted Chu Ge. You're back? Haha, it's this late. Have you eaten yet? Report, no. Wang Xuedong scratched his head after he finished speaking. Haha, let's go. I haven't eaten yet, so let's talk while walking. Who is this? Wang Xuedong, why don't you introduce yourself? Chu Ge pointed at Chu Ge and turned to ask Wang Xuedong. Academician Chu, I'm from the Yinjing Armed Police Special Operations Brigade. My name is Chu Ge. When Chu Ge heard in the cabin of Fatty that Wang Xuedong was coming to the Ordnance Research Institute, he made up his mind to go with him no matter what. If for no other reason than to take a look at this figure who is now a household name in China. Chu Ge and Chu Ge shook hands vigorously. Chu Ge knew that they had just come down from the battlefield, and he couldn't help but feel a little more admiration for them. Wang Xuedong, have you completed the mission? Don't tell me you didn't fire a single shot with this electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Chu Ge asked half seriously and half jokingly. Academician Chu, the mission is accomplished. I fired several shots. Haha, I haven't fired enough. Wang Xuedong is a very honest man, and he doesn't beat around the bush when he speaks. Haha, that's good. You can give me some suggestions when you hand it over to Li Gang. There's still time to improve many things before it's finalized. You're the only user of this sniper rifle, so write a good report. Yes, Academician Chu. Chu Ge smiled and waved his hand, and the three of them walked into the cafeteria of the Research Institute. There were not many people in the cafeteria, and it was obvious that it was almost past mealtime. Chu Ge brought Wang Xuedong and the other two to Master Lu's stall. Master Lu, these two officers haven't eaten yet. They are staying at our Research Institute. Can you see if there is any food they can heat up? Okay, Academician Chu, you guys go find a place to sit first, and leave the rest to me. After all, you have to fill your stomach when you come here, right? Master Lu was a warm-hearted person. Chu Ge looked around the cafeteria and walked straight to a table. It just so happens that Li Gang is here too. You can just hand over the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle later. Yes, Academician Chu. Wang Xuedong replied as he sat down awkwardly because he found that there was a beautiful female officer sitting opposite him. Wang Yun was there too. Academician Chu, you still remember to eat? I thought you were not coming again, and I just discussed with Team Leader Li whether I should bring you back. Yes, I can testify to that. Li Gang hurried back. Wang Yun was very happy to see Chu Ge coming to the cafeteria to eat on his own initiative. Old Chin had specifically told her to pay attention to Academician Chu's daily life, especially his diet, and not to neglect his health because of being busy with work. I see, boss. Was it arranged by Mr. Chin? I'm still young and can't handle this level of work. I should retire early, haha. Everyone at the table started laughing too. Wang Xuedong, I forgot to ask you, why are you two here alone? Where are your team members? Also, are any of our people injured in this operation? The latter sentence is the focus of Chu Ge's attention. Chapter 103 Aerospace Carrier Project officially launched. Oh, after they escorted us to the entrance of the institute. No, to be exact, they escorted it. Then they returned to the base. Wang Xuedong patted the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle in his backpack. As for the operation, 2 of our men were injured. Neither of them are in danger of death, but 1 soldier may be disabled. Wang Xuedong lowered his head when he said this. Before they left, they specifically asked Commander Liao about the condition of the 2 injured team members. When Chu Ge, Li Gang, and others heard the news, they were suddenly shocked. There were still casualties in the battle, which was something they did not want to see. How did you get hurt? Chu Ge wanted to know this detail even more. As an academician of a military-industrial unit, he should serve the army. In essence, he should also serve the soldiers who were charging on the front line. That group of people should be some of the most powerful mercenaries in the world. I heard from Commander Liao that some of them are either retired from the U.S. Navy SEALs or the Delta Force. That's still secondary. The main reason is that we were careless. We didn't observe the 2 snipers in advance. They were camouflaged and lurking in the woods. We were shot by them during the exchange of fire. 1 team member was hit in the shoulder and may lose 1 hand. Another team member survived because of the bulletproof vest he was wearing, but the vest was also pierced, causing heavy bleeding. Fortunately, the incident was not far from the base, otherwise. Wang Xuedong didn't say anything else. Chu Ge already understood some of the details of the battle and patted him on the shoulder. After hearing this, everyone was silent and seemed to be in a heavy mood. At this time, Master Lu came over pushing a small cart. The dishes are here. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Academician Chu, is it enough? If not, tell me again. You're welcome. As they were talking, several dishes were placed before Chu Ge and his friends. Then came the staple food. Chu Ge looked at the portion of the dish. Master Lu, where did you get such a big plate? That's enough. That's enough for the 3 of us. The dishes that Master Lu brought out were all big, deep bowls, filled with 4 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The soup was quite delicate, winter melon and shrimp soup. Li Gang glanced at it several times and silently went to get another bowl of rice. Haha, there are several dishes ready-made. I haven't learned anything else at the institute, but my cooking speed has improved a lot. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone is so focused on their work that they often forget the time. We often run into comrades who come to eat after mealtime, like Academician Chu. Everyone was amused by Master Lu, and the gloom from before dissipated a lot. Master Lu chatted with everyone for a few more words, then got up and left. Chu Ge started to invite everyone to eat, and Wang Xuedong and Shui Zikai did not hesitate to join in. They were so hungry that they hadn't eaten much all day, only a few bites of compressed biscuits, chocolates, and so on. Now, suddenly there was such a table of delicious food and soup, so they ignored the stunned look of the beautiful officer next to them and ate with relish. Li Gang, hurry up and eat. What are you doing with a bowl of rice? Chu Ge took a look at Li Gang, who was ready to make a move and finally couldn't help it. Hey, Academician Chu, how dare I do anything without your permission? Haha, Master Lu is just partial and leaves all the good things for you. Even delicious food can't stop you from eating my food. If you eat my food, I'll have to give you a job later. No problem. Li Gang was smacking his lips, and he didn't look like he had just eaten. Chu Ge was too embarrassed to laugh. Wang Yun, do you want to? Before Chu Ge finished speaking, he found that Wang Yun was winking at him. Then he glanced at the table. There were 4 full dishes just now, but he finished half of them after saying a few words. Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. Chu Ge shut his mouth obediently and started to eat seriously. He didn't want to go to the cafeteria and then have to eat instant noodles when he returned. It was too uneconomical. Wang Yun looked at her watch. From the time Master Lu brought the food to the time these grown men put down their chopsticks, it only took 10 minutes. Chu Ge didn't eat much. He is now a pure mental worker and his appetite is not big. Not to mention Wang Xuedong and the other 2, Li Gang's job is to design a process from blueprint to model, which is a mental and physical job, so his appetite is naturally larger than Chu Ge's. Li Gang, I didn't finish what I said just now. Why did I bring Wang Xuedong and the others here, and why did I ask about the details of their previous battle? Do you know now? Chu Ge slowed down and continued the previous topic. Li Gang's intelligence now probably went to his stomach to help digestion, and he didn't react for a while. As for individual soldier equipment, the exoskeleton, and the materials for protective armor should all be available. Remember to check tomorrow. I'll give you a month. I want a complete set of individual soldier systems. The laser pistol can be delayed. I want to see all the finished products of the other 6 models in a month. Yes. Don't worry, Academician Chu. Chu Ge didn't mean to make things difficult for anyone. He just regretted that he hadn't developed this set of individual equipment earlier. Maybe the 2 soldiers wouldn't have been injured. The armor of the military system could easily block all the sniper bullets on the planet. Chu Ge was now regretting his decision to the very core. After separating from everyone else, he returned to the dormitory in a depressed mood. Wang Xuedong and the other men followed Li Gang to hand over the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Wang Yun, on the other hand, accompanied Chu Ge downstairs, but the 2 of them were silent all the way. Chu Ge arrived downstairs, waved to Wang Yun, and went upstairs, leaving Wang Yun and the wooden guard beside him where they were. Chu Ge returned to the dormitory, sorted himself out, and went back to work. Chu Ge calculated that it would take 2 days to verify all the data of the aerospace carrier's armament system and form the final blueprint. He spent half the night to complete the simple electromagnetic railgun part. As for the array-phased gun, he decided to talk to Academician Chen first. The next day, Chu Ge appeared in Mr. Chen's office early in the morning and walked around Mr. Chen's office for half a circle. Xiao Chu, what are you looking for in my office so early in the morning? Did you lose your wallet? Mr. Chen asked with a smile while drinking his tea. Wallet? Mr. Chen, if you hadn't mentioned this, I would have forgotten about it. I don't even know where I threw the black card you gave me last time. I'll look for it later. Academician Chen choked on his tea. Xiao Chu, you have to keep that card well. There are only a few in China. Also, I'll give you an unlimited card. Tell me, have you used it so far? Yes, I spent more than 700,000 yuan. Now I regret it a little bit. My dad got a bargain. Old Chen waved his hand, not intending to continue to argue with this blockhead. Hey, Mr. Chen, within 2 days, the aerospace carrier's armament system will be ready. I think we can officially launch the aerospace carrier project. No problem, we've all been waiting for you to say that, Xiao Chu. Old Shin stood up quickly, his eyes full of excitement. Well, the project team has been established. I will assign some corresponding subsystems according to the areas that everyone is familiar with. In the weapons plan, we need some new synthetic crystals, synthetic polymers, and so on. I'm sorry to bother you when the time comes. I really don't know which experts to look for. Chu Ge decided to get rid of this burden so as to avoid the headache of choosing someone. I think the project department can appoint a few more deputy chief engineers, and you can just ask them to coordinate later, right? After thinking for a while, Mr. Chen asked Chu Ge tentatively. Ginger is always experienced. Okay, you guys take care of the establishment of the project department, Mr. Chen. I have to go back to work on my weapons system. Chu Ge achieved his goal and prepared to escape. Wait a minute, there's one more thing. What's the name of the aerospace carrier? You're the chief designer, so you have to give some advice, right? A name? I haven't really thought of one yet. I'll think about it when I have time. Chu Ge ran away after saying this. Let alone naming the child, it is indeed a difficult problem. Chapter 104 named after the mythical beast. Chu Ge returned to his office to continue incubating his weapons system. He had to sort out the data reports, engineering blueprints, and the layout of the array-phased cannons inside the entire aerospace carrier, etc. bit by bit. As for new condensates and synthetic crystals, Chu Ge plans to make a separate list for them and then hand it over to the material research and development team designated by Mr. Chen. The whole process is long and gradual. 2 days passed in a flash. During the break, Chu Ge began to ponder the naming of the aerospace mothership. Chu Ge thought for a long time, and he was more inclined to name it after some ancient mythical beasts unique to China or some rare and exotic beasts and classic of mountains and seas, in Xiaoyaoyu. First of all, aerospace aircraft carriers are the country's most important weapons, which enhance the country's prestige. Using names that are familiar to the Chinese people can resonate more. Secondly, among these mythical beasts, there are some that were later regarded as auspicious beasts. In Chu Ge's words, they also have some blessing meanings, whether it is for the future space journey of the Star Fleet or for the prosperity of China's future. Finally, Chu Ge wanted these things coming out of the military industry system to be firmly stamped with the Chinese mark. Regardless of whether there will be an Earth alliance in the future, or whether these technologies will be shared in the future, their origins must be made clear. Just like when talking about the stealth technology of U.S. fighter jets, people in many countries will think of B-2 and F-22. This is a kind of imprint. This is exactly the effect Chu Ge wanted. Chu Ge shortlisted several names, with Kunping, Phoenix, and Suzaku as the main reference names, and alternatives, Taiyang-Zhao, Taiyang-Yuying, Qingwan, and Hualong. Chu Ge looked at the names he had written and felt that Kunping was more appropriate, while the others could be used on other ships. Kunping spreads its wings for 90,000 miles and soars freely in the boundless sky. It's nothing special, it's just big. The aerospace mothership is the flagship of the fleet and has the largest tonnage. Chu Ge remembers that the Kunping recorded in Wangzi Zaiyayu was also quite big. The two are at least perfectly matched in tonnage. Thinking of this, Chu Ge gradually had an idea in his head. It seemed that it would be quite exciting to gather all these mythical beasts together. Well, forget it. Chu Ge remembered the classic of mountains and seas. It seemed that there were 128 of them in this book. When it comes to myths and imagination, China is still the best. Chu Ge sighed. After that, he obediently drew a circle on the Kunping. Brother system, what do you think? Is this name domineering? Boring. It's more meaningful than your mess of English letters and numbers. It's just a simple dot. You don't understand, you emotionless. Chu Ge was stuck. He didn't know how to describe the system brother's appearance for a moment. It didn't look like a robot, nor a program. It looked more like a wisp of spiritual consciousness, carrying the divine consciousness of the military database. In short, the Chinese language and characters have many symbolic meanings and deep connotations that cannot be expressed by these dry English letters. Chu Ge ignored the system brother. He had no way to explain these things to him. Mission accomplished. Chu Ge was sorting out the data and construction blueprints of the armament system that he had prepared over the past 2 days when the phone on the table rang. While sorting, he picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Xiao Chu, do you have time? Come to the comprehensive conference room of the hospital. You have to attend this meeting today. We are waiting for you. Academician Chen said kindly, and Chu Ge quickly agreed after hearing it. It seemed that something was wrong. It happened that he had solved the naming problems of the armament system and the aerospace carrier. After Chu Ge packed up the documents, he rushed to the conference room. The comprehensive conference room of the Weapon Research Institute was the largest conference room in the institute. Chu Ge remembered that he had only been there once, which was the first time he came to the Weapon Research Institute to participate, but that time he went with a letter of allegiance. Later, he seldom attended meetings of all sizes, including technical seminars on certain individual projects. It was not because he was pretending, but because he simply did not have the time. Moreover, Such technical discussion meetings would often last very long. Later, academician Shin gradually stopped allowing Chu Ge to participate. He became the leader. He often researched new projects, and then the institute held meetings to coordinate and allocate tasks around his projects. Since Mr. Chen made a special trip to call him today, it must be very important. When Chu Ge arrived, the conference room was already full. He took a quick look and saw densely packed heads of people. I guess all the leaders and technical backbones from various departments of the hospital have come. Seeing Chu Ge pushing the door open, everyone stopped whispering. The huge conference room instantly became quiet and everyone nearby stood up. Academician Chu. Academician Chu. The people in the distance didn't understand what was going on, so they stood up as well. Seeing this scene, Chu Ge was a little uncomfortable with it. He had only played single-player games over the past year and had never seen so many people, many of whom were leaders of various departments in the hospital. Haha, the current Chu Ge, Academician Chu, is no longer the young man who just arrived a year ago. He is now a well-known signboard of our Ordnance Research Institute. Why are you still standing there? Come over to my side. Chu Ge bowed to everyone as a greeting and then stepped onto the podium. Academician Shin sat in the center of the rostrum, surrounded by senior elders of the academy. There was an empty seat next to Academician Shin, and next to Academician Huang was an empty seat. This was probably the only empty seat in the entire venue, so Chu Ge hurried over and sat down. When Chu Ge sat down, he felt a little bit uncomfortable. Minister Wu, Minister Long, Director Chen, Commander Wang, shall we begin? Academician Chen spoke while looking at the large multimedia screen next to him. Chu Ge took a look and saw that the heads of the Science and Technology Department, the Business Department, the Military, the Economic Planning Department, the Resource Department, and even the Chinese national media were also participating. It's just that they participated in the form of a video conference, and there were more than a dozen faces on the integrated display screen. Chu Ge didn't know many of the leaders, he just felt that they looked familiar. There were also TV station recording equipment on site. Isn't this going to be broadcast live? Chu Ge sighed silently in his heart. Okay, everyone. Today is the largest meeting in the history of our institute. I won't go into details. I believe you have heard about it before. I can officially tell you that the theme of today's meeting or ceremony is the launch of the aerospace carrier project. Academician Shin didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. As for the aerospace carrier, its chief designer will talk to you later. I won't give you any advice here. I just want to point out that in the next few years, the Ordnance Research Institute or the entire Chinese Military Research Institute will focus on this huge project that has attracted worldwide attention. Perhaps in the next year or two, China will start formal interstellar exploration on behalf of the entire Earth. Of course, this exploration is not the kind of launching a satellite or digging up a spoonful of soil for research, but cruising and exploring in the form of an interstellar fleet. It is no exaggeration to say that we do not rule out the possibility of establishing a space base on a suitable star or satellite. Chapter 105, The Establishment of the Heavenly Army. Academician Shin paused, looked at several leaders and Chu Ge, then glanced at the researchers below the stage. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Academician Shin to continue. Perhaps some of you noticed the words I just said, attracting worldwide attention. That's right. After our research and decision, the aerospace carrier project will not be carried out in secret. Even the entire interstellar fleet establishment plan will be announced to the public in real time in the future. We want to conquer the stars and the sea openly. Of course, we also want to tell other countries that the mission and purpose of the interstellar fleet is not to target people or things on Earth, unless you violate China's territory or core interests. Below the stage, everyone applauded. Everyone's enthusiasm was fully aroused. Today's meeting does not make any specific arrangements, it is just a formal notice. I think it is necessary to commemorate this historic moment. I hope all colleagues here can devote all their energy to this great project. Let us jointly compose a brand new splendid landscape belonging to China. The whole audience stood up, and a round of even more enthusiastic applause spread throughout the venue and lasted for a long time. Academician Shin stood up, and Chu Ge and the others followed suit. After a while, Academician Shin pressed his hand and signaled everyone to sit down. For the following announcement, I think it is necessary to let Minister Long of the military announce it to everyone. He is more qualified than me, right? Minister Long. Dean Chun glanced at the big screen meaningfully, then made a gesture of invitation. Minister Long raised the microphone in front of him. Well, originally, as the military, we shouldn't rush to grab the earth-shaking news of the official launch of the aerospace carrier today. Since Academician Shin has brought it up, I think we should announce it together. In fact, these two are complementary to each other. China will announce the official establishment of the 6th branch of the Chinese military tomorrow, the Sky Force, the Interstellar Task Force. We will call it the Space Force for short. Different from other military services and the Rocket Strategic Force, The Space Force headquarters will be set up on an aerospace carrier and will be affiliated with China's highest military command department. The Space Force will not carry out missions on Earth or in the atmosphere. Its range of activities will be outer space. The first phase of its mission will be to cruise and explore the entire solar system. From the time the aerospace carrier is officially launched to the time it enters service, we will initially select 100,000 active personnel from across the military to serve in the Space Force, including commanders at all levels, pilots, ground operations personnel, starship weapon operators, navigation officers, communications, ground crew, maintenance, logistics, etc. Of course, if Chinese aspiring young people are willing to join the Space Army, they can also go to the local recruitment agency to sign up. The military strongly welcomes you. However, I would like to give you a heads up in advance. The screening will be very strict. The phrase, 1 in a million, is not an exaggeration to use here. When Minister Long said this, his tone became serious. As for experts at all levels with professional skills, you can also sign up at the Yinjing Weaponry Research Institute, because the interstellar fleet also needs engineering and technical talents like you during the exploration process. When landing on unfamiliar planets, it also needs professional talents in environmental, detection, mineral exploration, etc. When building a space base, it also needs talents in material research and development, construction, space design, etc. Of course, like military personnel, professional personnel are also strictly selected. Chu Ge knew that the interstellar fleet needed a large number of professional talents and would definitely cast a wide net across the country. Perhaps the strictness here did not refer to professional knowledge, but also to other aspects, such as mental perseverance, interests and hobbies, special skills, etc. Chu Ge is not worried about this. Although many people now pursue material enjoyment, there are also many young people who like to chase their dreams and desire the stars and the sea like him. These talents are the future of this new fleet. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Minister Long's brief announcement was like a bomb exploding in the entire audience. After a round of applause, everyone began to whisper. The establishment of the new military branch means that China's future plans will no longer be confined to this blue planet. Everyone was wondering whether to sign up. Others didn't know, but Yin Tianhao, Zheng Jun, Li Gang, and Wang Yun decided to sign up after discussing it. They always dream of one day following a huge interstellar fleet to establish a space base on another planet. This is too fantastic. This has been their dream since childhood, and they have persisted in it until now. How could they not be tempted? Minister Long cleared his throat and signaled everyone to be quiet. Okay, I've said what I need to say. I won't waste any more of your time. Now I'll give the microphone to Academician Shin. Okay, the Institute has set up a special assessment and selection team. Anyone interested in the Institute can sign up, regardless of position. Academician Shin first gave everyone a reassurance. Finally, let's let Academician Chu Ge, the chief designer of the aerospace carrier, give the final speech, okay? Mr. Chen was not vague and directly handed over the control of the entire venue to Chu Ge. Chu Ge took the microphone, adjusted the height, looked around first, and then there was even more enthusiastic applause from the audience. We have to face this scene despite our dread. Minister Long has also briefly explained some of the plans for the interstellar fleet. Now I will first talk to you about the current progress of the aerospace carrier at the Institute. I saw that everyone was very excited when they heard that scientific research talents could also follow the fleet to outer space. Minister Long is right. At least in the first phase of planning, our main purpose is exploration. I have told Mr. Chen more than once that the aerospace carrier is more of a platform, a scientific research platform. The command center is just a narrow summary of it. The meaning of its existence is to explore the unknown things in the starry sky. So what is this unknown thing? Don't think about aliens or other things that are too outrageous. It could be an element, mineral, or even a life form that does not exist on our Earth. Chu Ge was a little unsure about aliens. How else could the military industry explain this? He simply decided not to discuss this issue. Regarding the progress, the aerospace carrier will officially start construction at the end of this year. All supporting docks are under orderly construction. All subsystems of the aerospace carrier will be distributed to your various departments one after another. I won't tell you to devote all your energy like Academician Shin did. What I want to say is that you don't have the time to be lazy even if you want to. The system is huge and complex. You will find that you are constantly having new progress reports that need to be tested, verified, and audited. So, I suggest that those who are married or have a partner go home and take leave during this period. Look at me. I'm smarter. I applied for leave early. I have a half-year leave, unless you ask for it yourself, haha. After Chu Ge finished speaking, everyone laughed along with him. However, this reminded them that they had to ask for leave. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are normal for human beings. Scientific researchers are not detached from the world, and they are not as bold as Academician Chu to deliver something to one's door. It is possible that they would just give him a keyboard. In my plan, once the aerospace carrier is launched, it will perform a very meaningful task. This is a milestone, and I will not reveal it to you here. After that, the other escort and auxiliary ships of the interstellar fleet will continue to be built until the fleet is complete. This is another milestone. There is a third node. Do you want to know? Think. Everyone said in unison. The third node must be announced in the conference room of the aerospace carrier. Okay, I'm done. Chu Ge knew when to stop. When it came to recruiting talents, his methods had become superb. While the people below were a little disappointed, they became more determined to sign up. Chapter 106 Simulation Data. The meeting is over. Although it was not long, the content was very inspiring. Even though academician Chen had already told everyone to return to their respective posts, many people still gathered at the venue to discuss what had just been announced, especially the news about the selection of scientific researchers, which became a hot topic for all experts in the institute once it was announced. Xiaochu, are you busy? If not, come to my place. Academician Chen saw that everyone's enthusiasm remained high, so he stopped being so rigid and turned to Chu Ge, who was sorting out the documents, and said, Okay, Mr. Chen, I'm not busy today, except that I have to go to Li Gang's team to explain some new work plans. Good. Academician Chen walked out first after finishing his words. Listening to the occasional conversations about the meeting content coming from the corridor, Academician Chen smiled. It seemed that everyone was very enthusiastic. Chu Ge followed Academician Chen's footsteps, and the old and the young walked on the cement road with emerald green on both sides. Xiaochu, have you thought about the naming of the aerospace aircraft carrier that I told you about a few days ago? The leaders are still waiting, and the name needs to be determined today. Chu Ge was looking at the scenery at this time. He hadn't been out for a few days and felt that summer was coming. This was the case in many cities in the north. Spring was very short. It still felt quite cold today, but it might be summer in a second tomorrow. Mr. Chen, I've thought of a few, but I don't know if they're good or not. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he flipped through the folder in his hand, found the page where he had specially handwritten the names of several main and alternative candidates, took it out and handed it to Academician Chen. Well, Xiaochu, this handwriting is pretty good. The two of them had already walked into Academician Chen's office, and Mr. Chen was shaking papers and praising them. Chu Ge felt a little embarrassed when he heard Academician Chen's praise. However, Chu Ge's handwriting is indeed quite good. When he was in school, his handwriting was often praised by Yulu. Everything has its pros and cons. When Yulu was praising Chu Ge, he did not forget to complain about Chu Ge's English. He said his English was not well written. In short, it was very awkward, and it was obviously the Chinese writing style. Chu Ge even practiced for this purpose, but there was no improvement, so he stopped worrying about it after a while. It would be better to study Chinese calligraphy with this time. Old Chen looked at it very seriously, and it was not known whether he was studying Chu Ge's calligraphy or thinking about the meaning behind each name. Chu Ge then explained his reasons to him. Academician Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Xiaochu, you really understand China's national conditions. Haha, I think what you said makes sense, and personally I agree with it very much. However, the final decision still needs to be made by the higher-ups. I will submit it in a moment. The senior leaders really value your opinions, otherwise they wouldn't let me push you so hard. After Academician Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Chu Ge meaningfully. Chu Ge didn't care. He was only responsible for completing the tasks assigned by the leaders. The rest was up to fate. At this moment, he was studying the apple very seriously, and the final naming of the aerospace mothership seemed to have nothing to do with him. Mr. Chen, I just realized that you have a lot of varieties of apples. Chu Ge ate while looking at the fruit plate. He was actually studying the types of apples in the fruit plate. Mr. Chen didn't answer him, but smiled and shook his head. He had specially asked someone to buy it for him. Chu Ge stayed in Academician Chen's office for a long time, and when he left, he did not forget to give Mr. Chen 2 apples. After Chu Ge left, Old Chen immediately submitted Chu Ge's name for the aerospace mothership. According to their previous plan, the name had to be finalized before midnight, and then it would appear in tomorrow's press release and be known to people all over China and even the world. After Academician Chen submitted his name, he turned around and looked at the sky outside. He hoped that the name would be adopted, because from this name he seemed to feel Chu Ge's strong desire to soar into the sky. Chu Ge turned around and came to the experimental base of Li Gang's research group. Li Gang now has more than 100 team members under him. With more people, the territory naturally becomes larger. The experimental base is 3 stories high, and the bottom floor is the experimental workshop. When Chu Ge walked in, it was as if he had entered an aircraft assembly workshop. The factory building was very spacious, especially the floor height. As far as Chu Ge could remember, only aircraft assembly workshops had such a high floor height design. The engineers are currently busy debugging various equipment and semi-finished components. The second floor is the base's office area, data computing center, and temporary security warehouse. Chu Ge had never been to the third floor, and it was probably a temporary dormitory or something. When Chu Ge found Li Gang, he was simulating the critical value of the blasting shockwave of individual armor in the penetration simulation experiment of armor-piercing shells in the computing center. Li Gang was smiling and looked excited at this time. "What medicine did you take?" Chu Ge's sudden words startled the excited Li Gang. "Academician Chu, you've come just in time. Take a look at the data we simulated. I think this set of individual armor can also be used on tanks. It's much better than the current composite armor data. And it's so light, it's perfect." "What data did you simulate for armor-piercing shells, and mainstream fin-stabilized discarding Sabo armor-piercing shells?" Chu Ge took the mouse, clicked on some data and asked seriously. "We didn't do that. We only collected general explosion damage data and large-caliber firearms data. The ones you mentioned are generally not used, right? Those rod-type armor-piercing shells are fired by large armored equipment or anti-tank missiles. They are not used against single soldiers? That's a bit exaggerated." Li Gang looked innocent. "Spears and shields have been developing in a spiral since ancient times. When you have a sharp spear, the shield will naturally become stronger. Similarly, now that you have a new shield, you should test it with the sharpest spear. Isn't that right? And you just said that this armor technology can also be applied to other fields, such as tank armor. What about the simulation data? Even if it is just made and then archived, it can be directly used when the military needs it. Why not?" Chu Ge smiled and told Li Gang his thoughts. This situation often occurs in some departments nowadays, where they are only responsible for their own projects and ignore everything else. This is actually a huge waste, which causes some data to be done over and over again, wasting time and resources. Of course, Chu Ge had no intention of blaming Li Gang. Perhaps the task was too heavy, and he had no time to do extra things. Chu Ge patted Li Gang on the shoulder and continued to look at the data reports. "Specific to our individual soldier's armor system, the most important thing to pay attention to is its metal ductility." "What's the meaning?" Li Gang didn't understand what Chu Ge meant. Whether it is a pointed armor-piercing projectile or a blunt-tipped projectile, the torque generated when hitting the target armor at a certain angle of incidence is different, which forms a destructive form called armor-piercing. It targets high-strength armor like ours. Chapter 107 Breaking News. When this type of projectile hits the armor surface, it will deform and cause a large number of fragments. At the same time, the high-strength armor will also produce a large number of fragments due to collapse, thus causing secondary damage. You have to collect all this data and input it into the central processing unit for simulation. Only in this way can the final theoretical data we obtain be qualified simulation data. Chu Ge turned around and looked at Li Gang seriously, speaking earnestly. After listening, Li Gang nodded quickly, and his eyes became hot as he looked at Chu Ge. Chu Ge shuddered when he saw that look and moved to the side silently. "Academician Chu, how do you know these military theories that are more practical?" "Well, I was quite interested in military affairs when I was in school. I often read some theoretical reports and some classic battle examples from World War II. One of them mentioned some cases of tank armor. You know the German Tiger King tank in the late World War II, right?" "I don't know, isn't it Tiger style?" Li Gang tilted his head and pondered. "These two are not the same thing. Forget it. It doesn't matter. In the late stage of World War II, Germany lacked enough metal molybdenum. You know that molybdenum is the main material for improving armor toughness. Armor toughness actually refers to the ductility of metal. This caused the armor quality of the King Tiger to drop significantly. This quality refers to the comprehensive index of armor. Specifically, the King Tiger has enough strength but insufficient toughness. As a result, it is easy to break after being hit. Its resistance to non-penetration is extremely poor, causing a lot of secondary damage. Often, after a battle, the King Tiger has an absolute advantage on the surface, with a casualty ratio of 25 to 150. However, the casualty ratio of tank crew members is often very asymmetric with the previous casualty ratio. What do you mean? The tank is fine, but the people are injured. This is very embarrassing. So, do you understand what I mean? When simulating data, you must be meticulous and take all aspects into consideration. In short, the more extreme the better, so that you can squeeze out the critical value of the new equipment. Chu Ge was embarrassed to say, "You can make as much equipment as you want, at least in some circumstances, it is invincible." "I understand, Academician Chu." Li Gang was deeply inspired and nodded solemnly to Chu Ge. "I forgot. I came here to give you a new task. Didn't you want to get a big one? Here it comes." Chu Ge handed the relevant information about the electromagnetic railgun in the aerospace carrier's armament system to Li Gang. Li Gang took it, Put the electronic USB flash drive containing data and the construction blueprint aside and started flipping through the paper plan report. Report on the electromagnetic railgun of the aerospace carrier's weapon system. Li Gang read it out word by word and then became ecstatic. Academician Chu, is this the weapon system on the aerospace carrier? Well, one of the weapon systems. Its principle is somewhat similar to the electromagnetic pulse rifle. It should be relatively easy for you to make. Coordinate your subordinates, the individual systems in this railgun, and complete them according to the schedule. When it comes to schedules, Chu Ge is at his most serious and Huang Shuren. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Li Gang saluted solemnly. Chu Ge also returned the salute seriously, patted Li Gang on the shoulders, then turned and left. After dinner, Chu Ge returned to the dormitory. Tonight he did not study any specific subsystem or anything, but instead browsed through the existing aerospace carrier database to clear his mind. I am also considering where to start next. Chu Ge accidentally saw his reputation value, which was almost 1 billion, and instantly became interested. System boss, I remember you said that 1 billion will trigger the reward mechanism. This thing won't be cumulative, right? No, it is fixed and will be triggered once every 1 billion. The system boss gave a positive response and rarely raised the price. Chu Ge was inexplicably touched. I'm really looking forward to it. Is there going to be another genetic test kit? The reward mechanism is a reward set within a certain range, randomly. Oh, that's quite confusing. Can you tell me the range? I can be mentally prepared. The host's medium and long-term plan is to explore space, land on strange planets, and build a space base. Then the system rewards will be randomly within this range, and the prizes are all helpful to the host plan. Chu Ge felt that there was something strange about this reply. After thinking about it, he thought that this guy must have gone to learn the language of some other country, which made his speech sound a bit lisp. While Chu Ge was washing up, he was silently talking to the system brother in his mind and laughing from time to time. If there was an outsider around, he might think he was mentally ill. We talked all the way to bed. Are there different sizes of prizes? Neither divide nor divide. Can you speak properly? Chu Ge couldn't stand it anymore. Aerospace carriers are rated SS, heavy cruisers are rated SS, and frigates are rated S. In principle, system rewards will not appear at the same level as aerospace carriers and heavy cruisers, but lower grade ones may appear as prizes. What about the lowest limit? For example, if you shake out a useless thing, it's useless. 1 billion reputation triggers and deducts the mechanism. Do you think this system is a garbage dump? Compared with the macro level, it is unchanged. It is recommended to refer to the reference item of exchanging 1,000 reputation for a certain lifetime achievement. Your comparison is really useful. Let me summarize it. It's the scoring mechanism of the game. Remove the highest score and the lowest score and take the average. The system brother never replied to Chu Ge again. It seemed that it was in a bad mood this time. Chu Ge pursed his lips, turned his head, and went to sleep. Chu Ge felt that he had never slept so comfortably that night. May 20th is a very loving day. In a key high school on Yanjing West Road in H City, Chu Xiaowu and her best friend Ma Xiaoyao were having breakfast in the restaurant. Ma Xiaoyao was Xiaowu's playmate and classmate. They were from the same county and had been together in junior high and high school. They both excelled in their studies. Chu Xiaowu was inexplicably transferred to this key high school in the city at the beginning of the year. Ma Xiaoyao also came along later. Mr. Ma was a leading entrepreneur in the county, and his daughter had good grades, so it didn't take much effort to do a little work. In this way, the two sisters who are good-looking, tall, one quiet and one active, and inseparable can play happily together hand in hand again. Ma Xiaoyao was chatting and laughing with Chu Xiaowu while watching the morning news. She was a girl who was a little different. Other girls liked soap operas, but she liked to watch news and current affairs. I wonder if she was influenced by her father Ma. Here is an important piece of news. After the resolution of China's top leaders and the confirmation of China's highest military command, China's first aerospace carrier, the Kunpeng, was officially approved yesterday afternoon. Academician Chu Ge serves as the chief designer of the project. It is reported that this type of aerospace carrier will be powered by a nuclear fusion engine, and its speed will overturn all existing space shuttles, fighter jets, rockets, and other aircraft. According to industry insiders, the Kunpeng will be the first ship of the interstellar fleet and will be started at the end of this year. Related auxiliary ships will also be put into construction one after another. By then, China will be the first country in the world to have an interstellar fleet, conquering the stars and the sea on behalf of the Earth in the future. At the same time, China's highest military command confirmed that China's sixth military branch, the Space Force, was also established yesterday afternoon. It has recruited 100,000 heroes and heroines to reserve military and technological talents for the interstellar fleet. The military reiterated that the mission of the Space Force is to explore outer space and that it has no interest in countries and military alliances on Earth. We hope that certain countries will not overinterpret this. There was silence in the restaurant. The high school students already understood the important issues. This piece of news contained a lot of content, and they were unable to react for a while. Chapter 108 Reactions from All Parties. Ma Xiaoyao stared at the picture on the TV screen, which was the video of the meeting between Chu Ge, Chun Lao, and others yesterday. Xiao Wu, why do I think the person on the podium is your brother? Ma Xiaoyao said slowly, staring at the screen. Chu Xiaowu quickly turned around when she heard this. She had vaguely heard the name Chu Ge mentioned in the news just now, but she didn't pay much attention to it, thinking she was hallucinating. This brother has not returned home since he left at the beginning of the year, although he would occasionally contact her via text messages to ask about her parents' health, her studies, etc. Then he completely let her go, but from time to time he would transfer a large sum of money to her. The amount was a bit scary, but Xiaowu was very sensible and never spent money recklessly, but saved it all secretly. She knew that her brother Chu Ge was now an academician of the research institute and had many projects to complete, so he was very busy. Therefore, Xiaowu studied harder, in order not to let her brothers down. Second, she hopes that she can become a pillar of the country like her brother in the future and share some of the responsibilities with her brother. You're really my brother. What does it say? What is an aerospace carrier? Chu Xiaowu had a face full of question marks. Xiaowu was a gentle girl, and she usually never paid attention to such tough military equipment. It's a warship similar to an aircraft carrier. I don't quite understand it, but it should be military equipment. But one thing is certain, this big plane is responsible for space exploration. Oh, so it seems that the biggest difference between it and an aircraft carrier is that it can fly. Ma Xiaoyao looked at Chu Ge on TV with a serious face, her eyes full of admiration. Is this still the brother next door in her impression? What aircraft carrier? This is a spaceship, okay? The interstellar fleet, aliens. I heard on TV that the fleet has started recruiting people. I want to go find aliens too. The male classmates who were eating at the same table obviously knew a little more than Xiao Wu and the others, although this was mostly just speculation. Chu Xiaowu, you just said that the chief designer is your brother? Your last name is also Chu, so are you siblings? The other boy's focus was rather different. Yes, it's her brother, academician Chu from the Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute, Chu Ge. Ma Xiaoyao rushed to answer. I know who Chu Ge is. He is my idol. Oh my god. I am in the same school and eat at the same table with my idol's biological sister. I have to go back and show off to them. Goodbye, Chu Ge's brother's sister. After the boy finished speaking, he turned and ran away, leaving everyone at the table stunned. This was the case in school, and all major media terminals and the internet were in an uproar. A discussion post on a certain forum about the aerospace mothership, Kunpeng, was directly ranked first in the hot search list. Brothers, have you watched the morning news today? I saw it. You mean the Kunpeng, right? My roommates were petrified when we heard the news. We still can't believe it. The military selection has begun, and my brother said that experts in various industries have also begun to be recruited. He is a civil engineer and is considering whether to sign up and try it out. Are you still doubting? That's right, that's right. Do you think the Chinese authorities have nothing better to do than tease you? In my opinion, the announcement was delayed until now, which must mean that all related technologies have been broken through, and the construction of the interstellar fleet is progressing step by step. By the time the hull is assembled, it will be impossible to hide it, so they just announced it in advance. Haha, this is great for us military fans. Everyone is now speculating on the technical data of the aerospace carrier Kunpeng. There are all kinds of data, even star destroyers have been revealed. Haha, now I really want to know what the comments on YouTube are like, whether they are full of disbelief. Never mind them. We haven't had enough fun yet. This is an interstellar fleet. Once it is deployed, it will be a large group with so many soldiers and scientists following. If it lands on a planet, the scene will be very exciting and interesting just thinking about it. Do you think that aliens have been discovered? That's why the country quickly formed an interstellar fleet to defend the blue planet. It's like a science fiction movie playing out in reality. It's unlikely. Haven't you seen the chief designer of Kunpeng? Chu Ge, academician Chu, a great man who developed controlled nuclear fusion. With him in charge, I think it will be a natural thing. The above person gave the right answer. I now admire academician Chu even more. Fortunately, he is a Chinese. At this moment, I want to say an old saying. Born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul. I have no regrets about entering China in this life, and I will still be a Chinese in the next life. The following few words of this netizen completely ignited the enthusiasm of other netizens, and everyone expressed their agreement. A new round of technological boom has officially begun in China. Many technology and R&D companies have issued relevant videos and documents, calling on their internal scientific and technological personnel to respond to the country's call, work hard, and prepare for China's takeoff in the near future. Chu Ge was sorting out the energy system of the aerospace mothership, which was his main focus in the recent stage. The cell phone on the table started buzzing. The people who knew this mobile phone number were basically people close to Chu Ge. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was Dilanaza. Academician Chu, is it convenient for us to talk? Dilanaza came up and asked anxiously. It's convenient. Why should I feel inconvenienced? The office and dormitory are successfully combined into one. I'm the only one in the whole building. Huh. Chu Ge answered honestly that he was now used to the feeling of being the king of the mountain. Did you watch the news this morning? No, I don't have the time. Oh, you don't know. My phone has been ringing off the hook today. My friends in the industry have called me one after another. Even some directors who I don't get along with have come to me and said they want to work with me once. And I said it's all thanks to you. Dilanaza did not lie. In essence, the entertainment industry is one where traffic is king. Chu Ge's current halo is that he has his own traffic, and he is an unmatched top traffic star. Naturally, some people with ulterior motives and quick brains want to take advantage of the opportunity to get some benefits. They couldn't find Chu Ge, but they were quite familiar with Dilanaza, so looking for her was just a test. Chu Ge paused, then thought of what Mr. Chen said. It was probably that the press release that was finalized yesterday afternoon was sent out early this morning. Haha, that's great. I finally didn't let you down as your boyfriend. But you can come to me, but don't bring me into this. I don't have the time. Tell them that you have the patience and I can consider it after I retire in a few decades. Ha. Chu Ge is very smart now and knows what Dilanaza means. Haha, I know. Do you think I don't know what they are up to? They can come to me, but they want to get in touch with you through me? Humph. No way, especially those who are like flowers and plants. They act cute and coquettish when they come to me. So when they come to you, they will throw themselves into your arms, right? I'm not stupid. Why didn't you say so earlier? After hearing what Dilanaza said, Chu Ge wanted to play a trick on her. You? Sure. Chu Ge, you've grown strong enough. Just wait. Just kidding, just kidding. While Chu Ge and Dilanaza were flirting with each other, the popularity of the aerospace carrier Kunpeng on the internet finally spread internationally, with YouTube comments as a typical example. For the first time, the most commented and popular videos were all about the strange sights in China. Chapter 109, The United States, is a little anxious. China's internet addicts haven't had enough fun in China, so naturally, they don't have time to mess around on YouTube. The video was edited and uploaded by a foreign netizen who roughly edited some video materials from the morning news and translated some text information into English before posting it on YouTube. As soon as the video was posted, the number of clicks and comments skyrocketed and soon reached 1 million views. Following the lead of this template video, similar video versions in various languages soon began to spring up all over YouTube. As of 12 o'clock noon China, the top 3 videos on YouTube were all about China for the first time ever. To be precise, it is about the aerospace mothership Kunpeng. Is this their propaganda and educational video? Or maybe a version similar to the future concept cars at auto shows? A message from an American netizen. According to the translation of the video, this is an official announcement from the country and a formal project, and it also clearly mentions a specific construction schedule. This is no joke, and when the deadline comes, there is nothing to build. Won't we be laughed at? A message from a German netizen. That's right. I agree with the analysis of the German netizens. Think about it. Once something is confirmed to be coming from the Chinese official, how many of them are wrong? Their ability to act is really a bit scary. A message from a netizen from the Maple Leaf country. But isn't this too fast? According to current technological development, I think it will take at least several decades, or even longer, for humans to be able to freely travel between the stars. Also, hasn't the United States always been the most advanced in military aerospace technology? How come the Chinese have surpassed it? It's the same old story. China's release of this news means they may have overcome all technical difficulties. I even suspect they have already started building it. To be more exaggerated, they may have already made some systems, but just delayed the release according to their tradition. This is a precedent and different from many countries. For example, the Curry country often brags a lot, but the actual finished product can take you 10 or 20 years, haha. A netizen from the Russian Bear country. How dare you talk about our country? You are of the same character? How long have you been delaying the order for a warship and you still don't get any points? We are the future overlords. Sooner or later, one day you will have to beg us. China, the United States, Germany, and the like are all weak. In the long run, this netizen from a certain Curry country successfully attracted firepower. Netizens from various countries began to attack crazily and only returned to the original topic after a long time. The fake news has been confirmed. The Republic of China is a developed country, and China is still a developing country. How can a country that relies on stealing other people's technology have such advanced military technology? Haha, I won't believe it even if you kill me. A netizen from the Republic of China. You guys boast about being a developed country every day. I'm really impressed. Have you ever seen netizens from any developed country flatter themselves like this every day? Only you, a country with excessive inferiority complex. Oh, speaking of the word steal, I think you are the real thief country. Dab H. Mingawang, a netizen from the island country. But he was right about one thing. What was said in the video is absolutely impossible. They don't have the technical capability yet. Having said that, the sovereign country has spoken, so shouldn't the netizens from country H just kneel down and accept it obediently? They even dare to question it. Are they trying to rebel? Huh, a netizen from an island country. Born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul. I have no regrets about being Chinese in this life, and I will be a Chinese in the next life. From overseas Chinese in Washington, D.C. YouTube is always so harmonious. No matter what the news is, everyone can always find their own fun and start free fighting. Some Chinese netizens who climbed over the wall were watching the battle secretly. Especially for such a major military event, smart netizens would not explain it to them. You can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Netizens are so sharp-tongued and outspoken because they are ill-informed. A video really cannot prove anything. Nowadays, it only takes a few minutes for experts to forge a video, and ordinary netizens cannot tell the real from the fake. The US government was not so calm. When the news was released, it was around 6 p.m. in the United States. At this time, officials of all sizes in the Pentagon had already gone home to enjoy their private time after work. The magical thing is that soon, many cars drove into the parking lot, just like the people going to work in the morning, and more cars came. Upon closer inspection, they were all in a hurry and obviously were temporarily called back. John Wilson and William Miller are among them. The last, pavement, operation failed, which made John Wilson very angry. In the CO bar where he and Joey often met, the two had a 2-hour discussion about the failure of this operation. John Wilson couldn't understand why his plan was so covert, but ended up with total defeat. This was such a huge blow to him that in the next few days, this gray-haired old man and the American politician seemed to have lost the courage to continue fighting. Now, drinking, clubbing, and playing with women are the main themes of his life. However, John Wilson did not gain nothing. Before leaving, Joey handed him a USB flash drive, which contained the entire audio recording of the demise of the pavement team and some video footage. This was an unintentional act on John's part. Originally, I wanted to use this to understand some of the team's dynamics and some of the deployment of the outer security forces of the Light Prism Tower base. But now, I got to witness the entire team being hunted down. Joey looked a little serious when he handed it to John Wilson. John, China was very difficult to penetrate before. It was known as a forbidden area for mercenaries, especially in terms of military affairs. Now it is probably an iron wall. I am not going to take on business from China in the future. You should find someone else. My loss this time is too heavy, alas. John Wilson didn't say much. He knew Joey's abilities, so he didn't blame him. John estimated that no matter who was sent to be in charge of the operation this time, the outcome would not be much different. He had thought too simply before. He wanted to conduct a back-to-back reconnaissance before China could react, but he didn't expect that these buildings were valued so much by China, and the military alert was unprecedentedly strong, and the mercenaries were eliminated on the spot so cleanly and efficiently. He turned around and handed the USB drive to Miller, asking him to send it to the technical department for analysis, and simply left it alone for the time being. He needed to divert his attention, otherwise the tense mental state every day made him feel a little overwhelmed. However, man proposes, God disposes. John Wilson had only been happy for a few days when he was stunned by a phone call from William Miller today. All the important military and political officials of the United States were asked to return to their posts. Immediately, right away, John had a feeling that something big was happening. The last time they called a meeting like this was the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Chapter 110, U.S. Response Measures. When he arrived at the office, John Wilson first made himself a cup of coffee and then drank it while waiting for his old friend William Miller. When the coffee was almost gone, Miller arrived. Hi, good evening, Miller. Why are you calling us back so urgently? Is there something going on? Boss, you don't know yet? Know what? Today at 6 o'clock in the morning, Yinjing time. Oh, just an hour ago, the official news channel of China broadcast a piece of news, which then set off the whole world. Oh, here is the video for you to take a look. William Miller took out his cell phone, fiddled with it for a while, and then handed it directly to John Wilson. John took the phone, drank his coffee, and stared at the video. Slowly, his expression changed, and he stopped drinking his coffee. For a long time. Boss? Hi, John. Oh, sorry, William. I was distracted just now. Regarding this video, do you think it is real? I'm not sure whether this is true or not, but the analysis report on that group of mercenaries has come out. Judging from the video and audio footage, China's individual weapon system is probably far beyond our previous assessment. William Miller handed a research report to John Wilson. John put down his phone, took the report, and read it carefully. William Miller did not wait for him to finish reading and continued with the previous topic. The rifle's range is already similar to that of our sniper rifles. The most terrifying thing is not this, but its ammunition capacity and accuracy. Look at the last part of the analysis and evaluation. 5 groups of ballistic fire continued to attack for several minutes. What does that mean? That means the ammunition capacity is at least 50 to 100 rounds. And the bullet impact points are very regular, which means its accuracy is extremely high. That's not the most surprising thing for us. Look at the part about the reconnaissance drone being shot down and the part about the vehicle they were riding and being destroyed. The technicians analyzed it frame by frame and first ruled out weapons such as individual rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles. In fact, modern video technology can capture the trajectory of this type of weapon, but the video footage we received showed nothing. It was like a ghost. This means that the speed of this weapon is extremely fast, exceeding the maximum speed that their cameras can capture. The most advanced cameras can achieve a shooting speed of 70 trillion frames, but those are special equipment. The Defense Department uses them to detect ultra-short light propagation, wave propagation, nuclear fusion, and photon propagation. They have not yet been extended to the level of pinhole cameras. William Miller said frustratedly. So, it doesn't mean that they lost unfairly? China's individual weapons have been upgraded to the point of a generation gap. John Wilson asked Miller with a little reluctance. At least they are very powerful. We don't have any specific data, so I can't make a final conclusion. But one thing that can make us feel a little relieved is that most of their special forces are still using the original weapon systems. There seem to be very few new weapons. Okay, let's not worry about that for now. What I'm worried about now is that if it's really as the Chinese government said, then William, we'll have to behave ourselves from now on. I'm afraid the world is really going to change dramatically. John Wilson let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair a little exhausted. He did not personally participate in Operation Pavement, but it was as if he had been there. Then, like many retired soldiers, he suffered from that damn battlefield post-traumatic stress syndrome. Now, when he heard the word China, he got a headache, broke out in sweats, and felt uncomfortable all over his body. Boss, the good thing is that we don't have to take the blame this time. They may use all the resources they can to confirm the truth of this news. Didn't you notice that the minister's car has arrived? They must be more anxious than us now. After saying this, William Miller sat down with a somewhat relaxed look, fiddling with the phone in his hand. As the two were talking, an officer walked in from outside. Director John Wilson, the minister asked me to come and inform you to go to the confidential meeting room number 1 immediately. There will be an emergency military meeting. The officer left without looking back after he finished speaking. John stood there for a while, shrugged at William Miller, and walked out slowly. When John Wilson arrived at the conference room, the bigwigs of the U.S. military were already there, and John took a look around. The Pentagon's intelligence agency, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and a group of 5-star generals from the National Defense Security Council gathered together. The multimedia screen in front of the round table also showed the U.S. President and his Chief of Staff. This is a top-secret military meeting of the highest level. He did not do anything else and sat down obediently in a corner in the back row. John Wilson had only encountered such a scene a few times in his life. Okay, everyone is here. You should have known the topic of today's meeting in advance. At 6 o'clock this afternoon, the Chinese military announced their interstellar fleet plan to the world through their official media. Then I want to ask Director Rodriguez, as the authoritative intelligence agency of the United States, why did your intelligence agency not know about this in advance? The Senate chairman who was in charge of presiding over the meeting came up and started to question everyone. Chairman Anderson, I hope you can understand that China is a country with 5 permanent members. Their military institutions and military research institutions are just like ours, and they are all watertight. Especially for a project of this level, knowing in advance? I'm afraid you can only ask God. Rodriguez hit back bluntly, saying that intelligence agencies are not omnipotent, but they are by no means scapegoats that can be slaughtered at will. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. What I want to know is the authenticity of their report, or whether we have a response plan. After the Supreme Commander spoke, these gentlemen stopped arguing and frowned. Mr. President, judging from the current information, they are probably only in the planning stage. After all, our military reconnaissance satellites have not captured any large ships or equipment being launched. As for the extent of the planning, whether some systems have been put into practical use or the detailed drawings have been completed, it is difficult for us to judge now. Rodriguez calmed himself down and answered the Supreme Commander's question seriously. Well, I understand your difficulties. In the history of the world, whenever such epoch-making equipment appears, it is not possible to detect it in advance, such as our top-secret Manhattan Plan. So, what I want to ask now is, how do we deal with it? I think we can continue to make a fuss about their military opacity. They have made it public, haven't they? That's fine. Can we reveal the specific size of the fleet, the nature of the mission, and even some data on the core warships? Of course, we don't need to ask them face to face. This is when our allies need to step up. Anderson is worthy of being the senior chief of staff of the United States. He is cunning and skillful, and with just a slight hint, he has pointed out a way forward for everyone present. According to his thinking, the Chinese military will definitely not listen to them. Not to mention China, no country will easily disclose its military secrets. This is exactly the result he wants, and at least this insignificant statement can temporarily stabilize his allies. They will not be frightened by hearing the word Starfleet, which may lead to the collapse of the military alliance led by Western countries. This is what the United States does not want to see. As for the future, after stabilizing those allies who are like fence-sitters, there will be enough time for them to confirm the credibility of this matter. Even if we take a step back, it is his allies who are picking on him. We have only expressed concern from the beginning to the end. Afterwards, the leaders discussed this response strategy and put forward some targeted suggestions for improvement. It was soon late at night when the U.S. head of state made the final decision. All the senior officials attending the meeting raised their hands in agreement, generally approving of Senate Chairman Anderson's combined punch. The United States has set the main tone for the Western camp for China's press statement. It hopes that the Chinese military will not use force to intimidate and will not be too opaque in certain projects. As for outer space, it belongs to all mankind, not just China. Chapter 111 Energy System. The military meeting of the top U.S. military and political leaders regarding China's aerospace carrier, Kunping, ended late at night. Several huge parking lots along the Potomac River suddenly became busy again. Luxury cars were queuing up to drive out of the parking lots, and the lights were particularly dazzling in the dark and quiet night. CIA Director Rodriguez did not join in the fun. At this moment, he was continuing the previous conversation with John Wilson in his office. John, you have been in charge of China's intelligence gathering for about 10 years, right? Rodriguez lit up a cigarette, then turned around and stood at the window, looking at the busy cars in the parking lot and asked lightly. Yes, Mr. Director, it has been 12 years. Regarding my proposal today, what do you think of it, as someone who has studied China for such a long time? Rodriguez exhaled a long puff of smoke, turned around, looked at John Wilson seriously and asked. It's a perfect way to deal with it. There is no better way at the moment. You know we haven't taken any measures. We have done reconnaissance twice and both failed. We can't do this kind of reconnaissance again in the short term. I believe they are sending a signal with a clear warning. If they continue to act so recklessly, I'm worried. John Wilson did not say anything else, but looked at Rodriguez with some embarrassment. The bloated CIA chief rubbed his chin with one hand, thought for a while, and then nodded heavily. John, I want to hear your opinion. Don't say anything nice. You know I was just trying to deal with those arrogant guys at the military meeting just now. Mr. Director, I don't feel very good. There is one thing I haven't reported yet. There may be a lot of things behind the demise of the mercenaries. We analyzed that China's individual combat system may have made rapid progress and may have surpassed our individual combat system. John Wilson bowed his head deeply after he finished speaking. Sure. Rodriguez wasn't too surprised. This is the conclusion we reached based on the existing data simulating the close combat between the soldiers of both sides. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. After all, the simulation data are all estimates. Well, what else? John. Rodriguez took out a cigarette and threw it to John Wilson, then motioned for him to sit down and talk. As for their interstellar fleet, I personally feel that it is very likely to be true. The question now is how advanced they are. Would you rather believe it? Rodriguez drummed his fingers on the table in a rhythmic rhythm and looked John in the eye. Yes, I'm afraid we will have to deal with them under such hypothetical circumstances in the future, so I think the solution you proposed in the meeting just now is perfect. Oh, John, you know our relationship for so many years. You don't have to please me in private. Haha, you know me, I'm not that kind of person. I also think that it is not appropriate for us to show up in the short term. It is time to let those clowns go to the front, and we will stay behind the scenes. Doesn't the director think so too? This will give both sides some time and space to ease the tension. As for other countries, America is not omnipotent. We can just pretend we know nothing when the time comes. After John Wilson finished speaking, he looked at his immediate superior meaningfully. Haha, John, I find that I like you more and more. Rodriguez looked at the old fox in front of him with amusement. No, I only like women, especially those with big butts. Haha. The noise on the internet and the tense atmosphere in the United States have nothing to do with Chu Ge. Chu Ge is concentrating on studying his energy system. The energy system of the aerospace mothership gave Chu Ge the feeling that there were two huge suns wrapped in a hull, because it was really too big. Specifically for the Kunping, the database records two HQL, A500 stellarator-type nuclear fusion reactors, with a single reactor power of 500,000 megawatts. Chu Ge had no idea what this meant, and he didn't have the courage to ask the system boss. After all, he had been looked down upon countless times, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stand being scolded like this. Chu Ge secretly took out his mobile phone and started to search Baidu. After checking, he found out that the total installed capacity of China's largest nuclear power plant is only more than 10,000 megawatts. The two nuclear fusion reactors of the aerospace mothership add up to 1 million megawatts, which is equivalent to the fusion of 100 largest nuclear power plants together. 100 large nuclear power plants would be enough for several countries, right? Chu Ge did not make a specific calculation, but after thinking about it, he stopped worrying about it. According to the huge tonnage of the aerospace carrier, the power consumption of various facilities must be astonishing. And then there are those weapon systems, which are the real big electricity consumers. Two nuclear fusion reactors are placed in the center of the aerospace mothership's hull, arranged in a vertically symmetrical manner. Surrounding them are a thick armor system in addition to a radiation-proof isolation layer. Chu Ge was most familiar with the little sun. As for the pair of main energy devices of the aerospace mothership, Chu Ge checked and found that only slight changes had been made. The tokamak device was turned into a stellarator device. For a super-large nuclear fusion device like the aerospace carrier reactor, the stellarator device is indeed more suitable for it, because the advantage of this device is that it can operate continuously and stably, which is the most core requirement of an energy reactor. There is no essential difference between the two, both of which use ultra-strong magnetic fields to confine plasma. The reason why the star simulating device has never appeared in Chu Ge's field of vision is because this thing is too large, its structure is extremely complex, and its cost is high. However, compared with the huge size of the aerospace carrier, these shortcomings are not so important. However, Chu Ge felt that Professor Huang and others at the Research Institute should be familiar with this device. Ever since controlled nuclear fusion was announced to be extended to civilian use, its first and most widely used direction has been its clean energy utility. Academician Huang and his colleagues have been developing corresponding reactors for a long time, but Chu Ge doesn't know what stage of progress they have made. Chu Ge thought about it and decided to sort out all the information about the energy system first, and then take the weapon to Academician Huang to show his sincerity. According to the data of the system boss, in addition to the energy output part mentioned above, the second most important energy system of the aerospace carrier is its EMS system. EMS is its energy control module, which has a special energy management computer as its core, two-level automatic sensing communication signal equipment, and a measurement and control unit as basic tools, supplemented by 10 sets of huge energy storage devices. Information is interacted with the central quantum computer based on the layout of all subsystems of the aerospace carrier. This interaction can better and faster resolve sudden emergencies in the energy system. For example, when encountering a large meteorite belt, and the aerospace carrier needs to activate the energy-intensive array phased cannons for a long time, it can deploy irrelevant energy-consuming units to temporarily shut down in order to prioritize the continuous output of energy from the array system. Chapter 112 Systems Secondary Reward. For Chu Ge, the energy system is not troublesome compared to the previous subsystems. This, no trouble, only refers to the quantity of new materials and new substances that need to be developed. The problem is that the entire energy system network is spread across the entire Kunping. Chu Ge looked at the densely packed wiring diagram in front of him and got goosebumps all over his body. This is destined to be a marathon tug-of-war. In fact, in terms of actual construction difficulty, the two huge nuclear fusion reactors alone are enough to keep engineers busy. Chu Ge felt sorry for them again. Just as Chu Ge was concentrating on sketching the blueprint of the energy pipeline, his head was hit several times with a bang, bang. Congratulations to the host, your reputation value has reached 1 billion, triggering the system's reputation value quota reward. The prize is being prepared, please wait. Chu Ge ignored it. The last time he said this, he made him wait for 30 minutes, so this time he learned his lesson and just did what he had to do. Anyway, this thing couldn't run away. 10 minutes later. Ding. Extracting the system database file, The file extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the gene reagent, system number HQL, J011, the relevant synthesis method. The data backup has been issued. Please receive it. Chu Ge's hand, which was still drawing the circuit diagram, stopped instantly. After a while, he finally reacted, put down the pen, and crossed his arms. Brother system, your data is messed up again? Or am I suffering from Alzheimer's? I remember it was the same thing last time. You can't keep using this thing. I just used the genetic reagent not long ago. Are you forcing things? You'll do the splits for me again. Chu Ge started to complain a lot. It wasn't that the genetic reagent was bad. Chu Ge wished he could become a Daoyuo King Kong in a second. The key point is that this genetic reagent is not that effective. As for anything with this kind of cumulative mechanism, Chu Ge naturally thinks that the higher the frequency of short-term use, the greater the hidden dangers. Chu Ge wanted to continue complaining, but was decisively interrupted by the system boss. The last time the serial number was HQL, J001. A different serial number means it is not the same thing. You haven't even looked at it, and you are bargaining with me? At least take a look. Chu Ge smelled the whiff of a dishonest businessman. Since he said that, there is no way he can go back on his word. Chu Ge glanced at his reputation value and found that he had lost 500 million again. But fortunately, he had just made a presence known yesterday. Now the reputation number is still rising wildly. Chu Ge stared at the jumping number for a while, and he felt that the number was jumping more vigorously than last time. Of course, Chu Ge has been exported to other countries twice, and now it is not just the Chinese people who pay attention to and admire him. Abroad, academician Chu Ge has also successfully attracted a number of fans, and among these fans there are many famous physicists, Nobel Prize winners, and so on. Well, the facts are already established. What else can I say? Can you give me a multiple choice question next time? At least let me participate. If you just give me a heads up, it will inevitably be suspected of behind-the-scenes manipulation. The system boss didn't reply to him. He was probably too lazy to communicate with him and was busy with his own things. Chu Ge felt that System Brother was really busy recently. He had no idea what he was busy with, but he couldn't be watching Doraemon, right? Chu Ge plans to take advantage of it one day when it is in a good mood. A military-industrial system that is obviously at a higher level than human civilization. What kind of hobby is it for it to spy on things on the Earth every day? It's embarrassing to tell it to others. Even if you want to use dimensionality reduction attack, you don't have to be so cautious, right? Chu Ge made up his mind and looked at the new genetic reagent. Perhaps there would be a surprise. There really was a surprise, but it was not for him, but for all future members of the interstellar fleet. To put it bluntly, this genetic reagent was a group genetic modification plan. Chu Ge couldn't help himself when he saw it. Brother system, I realize that you really know how to do business. You have all the same genetic reagents, and we can all upgrade them at once. Why do you separate me from everyone else and give me special treatment? Well, you guessed it right. The host genetic reagent is a genetic reagent prepared separately in the special database of the military system. The improvement is all-round and is divided into stages. The improvement data and focus of each stage are different. The population gene reagents are more about genetic mutations to adapt to the space environment or unfamiliar harsh environments. They do not improve their own basic data much, and there is no grading. Once the evolution is completed, it is over. This is the only chance. Moreover, not all genes are suitable for transformation, so you need to conduct large-scale screening. However, the screening process is safe. Even if the evolution fails, there will be no sequelae. It will just lose the ability to survive in the harsh space environment. It will be no different on your planet than before. Chu Ge did not question the system boss anymore, but listened carefully. He felt that he might have asked for too much before. In fact, he wanted the system brother to reward him with a frigate, an engineering ship or something like that, so that he could build an interstellar fleet faster. As for his own genetic modification, Chu Ge felt that there was no need to rush. At most, he could just wear a single soldier's uniform. That was so simple and crude. It was only after a subsequent planet landing that Chu Ge realized what he had thought of today. Every step taken by the system boss had its profound meaning. It was preparing for his later changes. Of course, this is a story for later. Chu Ge didn't say any more nonsense. This thing was actually quite precious. At least the team members who went on space exploration with him would not have any physical problems. If humans rely solely on their small bodies, it would be difficult to withstand the ravages of the harsh space environment for a long time. Interstellar exploration is quite time-consuming. It is not possible to go home and rotate as soon as you set out, because then you really won't have anything to do. Humans growing up on the blue planet are protected by the atmosphere, ozone layer, etc., and are cared for by adults like babies. It is difficult for us to imagine the complex radiation and terrifying electromagnetic environment in space. Now he had something to do. After looking at the two pieces of information, Chu Ge felt like crying but had no tears. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to get the data of the genetic reagent first. First of all, this is very simple, and there is not much to it. Secondly, after the data comes out, new compounds need to be synthesized, and then ingredients are manufactured, clinical trials are conducted, and population screening is carried out. The latter ones especially take a long time to complete. Don't think it's unnecessary. Although special matters require special treatment, these steps are still necessary. This genetic reagent is not a disposable product. Chu Ge estimates that it will be sold at a good price on the market. Therefore, for new drugs, you must complete all the clinical steps. Otherwise, you will have to start all over again when you want to promote them. The earlier you start research and development, the shorter the process will be. Otherwise, it will definitely take up a lot of everyone's energy in the end. Chu Ge made up his mind to seal up the energy system data of the aerospace carrier first, and put the blueprints and drawings in the secret security vault next door, and then turn around and start copying his genetic reagent plan. Chapter 113, Dark Web Organization. When Chu Ge was busy researching genetic reagents at the Research Institute, he had never expected that his name was already on the U.S. intelligence agency's red list. At first, John Wilson did not pay attention to Chu Ge. He just asked his men to collect some basic information about him. Because based on his understanding of China, if a person could dominate the overall situation, he would definitely not appear in the public eye so openly. He thought this was a smokescreen released by the Chinese government. Like an old fox, he naturally showed off his cleverness. But sometimes fate is so strange. It's just like the old saying that being too clever is often the worst. So when his men put Chu Ge's information in front of him today, the old fox John Wilson keenly discovered that something was wrong. The chief designer of the aerospace carrier, Kuanpeng, still has the same name, and the resumes obtained by his subordinates are of no reference value except for the previous ones. The rest was blank, with only one sentence. Working at the Yinxing Ordnance Research Institute and holding the title of academician. That is to say, over the past year or so, Chu Ge's information has been strictly controlled, except for what the official wants the outside world to know. John Wilson still felt something was amiss. With his many years of exposure to China's workplace culture, he thought that such a young and ordinary person could rise to the top overnight and obtain the lofty position of academician. Something must have happened, something huge that they couldn't understand. Thinking of this, John Wilson did not hesitate any longer. He grabbed the documents on his desk and ran to the office of his immediate superior, Rodriguez. Director, we seem to have overlooked a person before, Chu Ge. China's controllable nuclear fusion and aerospace mothership are all his work. John Wilson didn't even knock on the door. He went in and spoke hurriedly. Rodriguez was on the phone. He waved to John to sit down, and then continued his long phone conversation. 5 minutes later, Rodriguez finally put down the phone and looked at his old subordinate with a smile. John, I heard that. Didn't you send someone to investigate that Chu? Director, according to our previous ideas, such a large-scale project is usually operated by a team. In China, at least several arsenals and research institutes have worked together to achieve such a large-scale system research. However, judging from the information we have received so far, it seems that this is not the case. It seems that they are planning around Chu Ge. Also, this 23-year-old young man is probably the most popular person in China now. So what do you mean? Rodriguez didn't understand what the old fox meant. If all of this is led by this young man, then he must be a rare genius. Have we been too perfunctory in treating such a person before? John Wilson looked at his boss with sparkling eyes, waiting for him to remember something. John, do you mean enable the dark web for them? Thankfully, John Wilson breathed a sigh of relief that his boss had not forgotten about the organization. The dark web is an organization planted by the CIA in Asia. The identities of the people in it are very mysterious. They have even infiltrated the military and political circles in some countries where control is not strict. Just because the dark web does not pursue short-term interests but is a long-term plan, a dark web intelligence officer may lurk in a country for 10 years without receiving any mission, as if he had been forgotten by the U.S. intelligence system. In fact, they are the CIA's trump card. God knows how high a person with good resources can climb in 10 years. Especially in Country H, an island country controlled by the United States, such people are like fish in water. They are filled with the huge bureaucratic systems of the two countries, slowly taking root and then approaching the center of power step by step. In many countries, the so-called pro-American government regimes actually have a very huge role played by this group of people in secret. Rather than saying that they are close, it would be more direct to say that they are puppets. Yes, it's time to activate the dark web over there, and activate it completely. Use all the dark web forces in Asia to thoroughly investigate this guy named Chu Ge. We need to get all the information about him and act accordingly. John Wilson let out a long breath after he finished speaking. He seemed to have found the direction of his life again. The reason for this was actually because of a young man from China. Okay, John, I agree with your idea. I authorize me to have them transferred to you later. You will be responsible for all the dark web personnel in Asia. However, John, this is a political asset that we have spent countless resources, money, and time to build. Back then, during the most serious military confrontation, we never used the dark web on such a large scale. You should know the impact behind this. Rodriguez solemnly told John Wilson that he agreed with John's suggestion, but the dark web was the CIA's trump card. By playing this card, he was betting the CIA's reputation and even his political career on it. If someone were to catch him by the tail at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable, and it would be a fatal blow to the international influence of the United States, so he would not allow this to happen no matter what. Okay, I'll handle this carefully, boss. John Wilson said goodbye in a hurry. He couldn't wait to issue the order. This was his last desperate attempt. Half an hour later, in some corners of many Asian countries, they received a text message almost at the same time. It was an encrypted program. Some of them were in meetings, some were socializing, and some were writing performance reports. At this moment, they all looked at the blue screen on standby. Perhaps, many of them have even forgotten their roles and almost integrated into this country where they have lived for so long. Some reacted quickly, while others considered for a long time, but in the end, they all pressed their fingerprints against the screen. Fingerprint identification completed, verified. Darknet AAA level action plan has been issued. All Darknet personnel are requested to check and execute it at all costs. The confidentiality level of this message, the highest level. The torch of the Statue of Liberty will eventually bring light. The last sentence was a two-way code word, and while they were still in a daze, the blue screen returned to normal as if nothing had happened. An invisible large network has been initially formed. Their target, academician Chu, was frowning at this moment. After a day's work, there was no problem with the genetic medicine, as it was just a few synthetic formulas. However, he was stumped as to how to explain it to old Chun. No wonder some people say that a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Having made up his mind, Chu Ge stood up and walked downstairs. He decided to be as honest as possible with academician Chun, and at best he could only hide the existence of the system boss. For other things, just try to take care of yourself. After all, it's always good to have many skills. It's just a genetic reagent, and the interstellar fleet has already come out. Chu Ge felt relaxed when he thought of this. Chapter 114. The Hull of the Aerospace Mothership. In the office of academician Chun of the Institute, Chu Ge sat on the sofa for a long time without farting. Xiao Chu, you've been sitting here for quite some time. Are you having any difficulties? Just ask. Your grandpa Chun has trained you to be immune to all kinds of poisons over the past year. Huh. Academician Chen thought Chu Ge was troubled by funding or personnel issues again, and took the initiative to counsel him. No, Mr. Chun, the personnel and special funding are arranged by engineer Su and others. I am now concentrating on the blueprint planning of the aerospace carrier. Chu Ge replied that he immediately became timid when he saw academician Chen's amiable look and was thinking about how to start the conversation. Oh, I had forgotten about it. I finally don't have to listen to you nagging about those annoying things every day. Why do I feel that it is not as interesting as being chased by you for money? Academician Chen shook his head. Mr. Chun, do you remember that I once asked you to find a colleague in biotechnology and ask them to help me synthesize a new substance? Chu Ge finally spoke. Yeah, I remember, but I forgot what it was used for. Is there a problem? Is it that the things they sent didn't meet your requirements? Didn't meet your standards? No, Mr. Chun. I discovered that this new synthetic compound has the ability to change human genes, and it can cause mutations in a positive direction. Chu Ge got straight to the point. He felt that if he let old Chun keep guessing, he would have to call someone to lecture him. This old man was really protecting his child. Gene mutation? Or a mutation for the better? Xiao Chu, this is no joke. Do you know how popular this kind of biotechnology is now? Academician Chen became serious, put on his reading glasses, and looked at Chu Ge. No kidding, I've already experimented with it. Look how lively I am now. I discovered it by accident. I was originally trying to study the limits of what the human body can withstand in a space environment. I accidentally discovered that this synthetic substance can change the tolerance of human cells, correct some genetic mutations caused by long-term radiation environment, and can also moderately increase some data on body functions. I think this thing may be helpful to our future space exploration. Although there is a layer of anti-radiation ionization shielding net outside the aerospace carrier, it still cannot 100% shield some cosmic rays. And we can't stay in the aerospace carrier forever. Chu Ge paused and did not continue speaking. He was waiting for academician Chen's feedback. You mean you've tried it yourself? That's ridiculous. This is medicine, and medicine is 3/4 toxic. Xiao Chu, do you think you are Li Shizhen? It seems that the feedback that old Chen gave to Chu Ge was not right, full of gunpowder. Huh. No. I have some common sense. There is no problem, and there is no downtime, Chu Ge had no choice but to laugh it off. This was academician Chen's trump card when he was angry. You will not be allowed to do this in the future. This is an order. If you want to conduct experiments, we have experts. Just leave it to them. Later, give me the report on the synthetic substance, and I will pass it on to the experts in the biotechnology environment of the project department. There is such an expert group. Chu Ge was working behind closed doors in his office. He had no idea that after the Kuanpeng project team was established, it was quickly divided into several research groups, and details such as biotechnology and environmental simulation were also taken into consideration. Yes, we are still breaking it down. Do you think you can build such a large project just by relying on your military research institute? To be frank, the entire China has been mobilized, and all the latest and most cutting-edge application technologies will be applied to our aerospace carrier. Chu Ge was listening to academician Chen talking, and he suddenly realized a problem. The living area and research area of the aerospace carrier seemed to be blank. Recently, he was busy developing the main system and important subsystems. Chu Ge didn't even take a close look at the blueprint of the entire aerospace carrier. Chu Ge didn't even bother to reply to academician Chen. He retrieved the data and started working on site. Sure enough, the nearly 20-story living area for staff, shipboard engineers, research experts, security personnel, and other human living areas is blank. The system only marks its specific spatial layout data and replaces it with a virtual image. This area requires professional people to plan. Brother system, your blueprint is too crude, isn't it? This living area is just a blank slate, and that's it? What else? You want me to mark the location of the toilet for you? The military industry system is not a housekeeper, so why should I take care of everything for you? This sentence left Chu Ge speechless, and his tongue became fluent now. Xiao Chu, are you okay? Chu Ge looked at academician Chen blankly, and finally came to his senses. He coughed twice, not because Mr. Chen was embarrassed, but because he was choked by the system brother just now. Mr. Chen, what you just said reminded me of something. I haven't designed the living area and scientific experiment areas of the aerospace carrier. I was busy developing the main system and forgot about this. This is easy. Just pull out the living area and those functional areas from your blueprint plan. Someone will design them for you. It's guaranteed to be high-end. Academician Chen smiled mysteriously after he finished speaking. Chu Ge knew that the old man was not lying. China is now making rapid progress in the fields of architectural design and construction technology. More and more famous buildings in the world are designed by senior Chinese designers. They are not only fashionable, but also technological and practical. From this perspective, it should not be a problem to design a complex and fully functional area for an aerospace carrier. Okay, I'll give you the data later. As long as their design follows the data on the blueprint, the modules will be assembled little by little from bottom to top. It won't be difficult to match them up in the living area. Chu Ge just glanced at the blueprint of the entire ship and saw that the hull of the entire aerospace carrier is a frame core tube structure. The areas and modules are not closed, but a tube structure with many openings. The main area core tube is supported by additional keels and partitions according to the functional areas it accommodates. The outer armor surface of each core tube and the aerospace mothership is also covered with keel supports, and then the armor system is laid on its periphery. It is similar to the watertight compartment design of modern ships, except that this one is movable rather than fixed. This way I can save a lot of trouble and just focus on fixing the main system. Chu Ge felt relieved. Xiao Chu, don't put all the pressure on your shoulders. Just control the main direction and let them handle the details. This is not like piling up blocks. Okay, Mr. Chen. By the way, I forgot what I came here for today. This is the report on the chemical formula of the new compound. Please forward it to the relevant units and ask them to organize a team to conduct a demonstration. I estimate that this will take a long time, including clinical trials and so on. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. I'll come back to see you when I have time. As Chu Ge was speaking, he had already walked out. Old Chen smiled and shook his head, then looked at the genetic reagent report on the desk. A piece of high-tech biotechnology information with great potential to change the direction of human gene mutation was just casually placed there by Chu Ge. This way of birth is too casual. I'm afraid any boss of a high-tech biotechnology company would spit on it when seeing it, thinking it is a waste of resources. Chapter 115 Experiments on the Moon Palace. The layout of the array-phased cannon progress report, the energy system pipeline engineering blueprint, and the framework diagram of the hull functional area is a tedious process. Chu Ge pursues efficiency while also being meticulous. Time has come to July. It's summer in Yanjing, but the office is not very hot. Chu Ge is sweating in his short-sleeved shirt, and the computer CPU cooling fan is whirring, making a slight noise. Chu Ge would turn on the fan when he felt hot, as there was air conditioning in the office. It's just that Chu Ge is not used to the dry and stuffy feeling of air conditioning. At this time, opening the window and turning on the fan allows him to concentrate better on his work. After finishing the last set of structural drawings, Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. I never knew that drawing can improve lung capacity. After so many years, my lung capacity can be applied for a Guinness record. Chu Ge was sorting out the data of the completed living area while talking to himself, completely forgetting the contribution of the system boss. Chu Ge was just about to send the archived information to Academician Chun when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Chu. Mr. Chun, I was just about to go to your place, and you came over, just in time. Before Chu Ge could finish his words, a group of people came rushing in from outside the door. He raised his head and looked carefully, but he didn't recognize anyone. Xiao Chu, this is Dean Li from the Institute of Biology, and this is Director Wang from the Aerospace Department. The ones behind are all their powerful generals, especially Lin Feng, who is about to go to the Moon Palace space station to carry out a mission. Hello, Academician Chu. Lin Feng strode forward and stretched out his right hand. Chu Ge held Lin Feng's hand. These are China's astronauts, real heroes. Chu Ge shook hands with several leaders respectively, and then everyone was arranged to sit down by Academician Chen. Academician Chu, we came here specially to express our gratitude. Sorry to bother you. Thanking you is just an excuse. Actually, we all want to meet you, the most popular and talented academician in China, haha. Dean Li has bright eyes and a charming voice, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. Don't bother me, don't bother me. I'm almost suffocating. I'm just looking for a chance to go out and get some fresh air. Chu Ge replied with a smile. Although he usually couldn't take care of these things, he still felt a little lonely when he had some free time. He was in seclusion for a whole month. He seldom saw people from the research institute, except Li Gang and several deputy chief engineers of the Kunping spacecraft who came to discuss technical issues with him several times. The rest of the time, he was drawing blueprints. Fortunately, it is almost finished now. If he had to paint for another month, Chu Ge felt that there would be nothing else in his mind except paste. It's full of winding pipes, circuit diagrams, and this human printer, it's not an easy job. Haha, Xiao Chu has a heavy burden on his shoulders now. I haven't seen him many times in the past month. Is the project in the critical stage? Academician Chen asked with concern. Yeah, but it's almost finished. Fortunately, some drawings are more difficult and require concentration to complete in one go. Otherwise, it's easy to make mistakes. Chu Ge looked at several comrades from the aerospace industry as he spoke. He couldn't understand the purpose of Lin Feng and his team's visit. Haha, Academician Chu, look at me. Everyone was so excited to see you that they forgot to thank you. The gene reagent that Academician Chen handed over to the Institute of Biology has begun quantitative production. Dean Li took out some information from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Ge. So soon? I thought it would take several months, or even a year. Normally it would take a few years, but we made special arrangements with the new compound you gave us and quickly synthesized the new drug. After several batches of animal experiments, it was officially transferred to the second-level clinical trial. The results are very good, exactly the same as what you mentioned in your report. Dean Li's mention of his major opened up the conversation. After Chu Ge flipped through a few pages of information, he put it down and listened carefully to his explanation of the experimental process of genetic drugs. According to the magical effect of the drug, we immediately thought of the astronauts who were about to be rotated. You know that our astronauts are very hardworking, and the space environment is a state of weightlessness. According to our long-term research, the astronauts' calcium loss rate in the body is 40 after staying up there for a year. Female astronauts are more seriously affected because of menstruation. In addition to these, other body functions will also degenerate, especially the muscle system. Due to the lack of regular force support, the muscles will gradually degenerate. In the past, our astronauts had to be rotated every 3 months or so, and they couldn't walk when they returned to the ground, so they needed a long time to rest and exercise. Chu Ge knew some of these things in general, but he had not understood them in such detail. Humans definitely could not stay in outer space for a long time. They could do so for a short period of time, but they needed special training, both before and after the mission. According to the system database, Chu Ge's genetic medicine is mainly used to adapt to the environment of outer space. It especially mentions the harsh electromagnetic environment, cosmic rays, etc., but it does not mention the functional response of the human body in a state of weightlessness, and it is unknown whether it has any effect. Then, Deanly, is this gene drug useful? I discovered it by chance and found that it has a good effect in improving cell tolerance and can cause some gene mutations. As for the effects on human body functions in a state of weightlessness, I haven't tested it yet. Chu Ge answered honestly that he had not considered the weightless environment, because the aerospace mothership, Kunpeng, or future space stations and space bases are all equipped with artificial gravity devices, which can roughly produce 2/3 of the gravity effect of the Earth, so there is no need to consider the adverse effects of the weightless environment. It works. According to our experiments, it can greatly reduce the loss of calcium and the nutrients, oxygen, amino acids, and other basic elements required for cell activity will also be reduced proportionally. You can understand it as our cells becoming lazy, but it does not affect normal work and research activities. This is simply a miracle. Deanly said excitedly that only he knew what this change in genes meant. In the future, we can stay in space for a long time without worrying about physical problems. We can even build a space base in the future so that there will be no mental breakdown of astronauts due to too few people. In addition to physical reasons, another reason why the space station cannot be occupied for a long time is spiritual. The space is not large, and staying in such a lonely and boring environment for a year is already very difficult. Haha, what Deanly said is right. In the future, our space station, space base, and Kunpeng will have thousands of people working together. The living area will be like a residential area in a city, with all kinds of facilities and plenty of spiritual food. Academician Chen interrupted and Lin Feng immediately became excited. Space base. This was his dream since he was a child. Although it has been realized now, what Chen Lao said is obviously on another level. Chapter 116 Moonbase Plan. Academician Chen, do you mean that the country plans to build a space base in the future? Or a new space station? As an astronaut and commander of the astronaut team, Lin Feng regards the space station as his real home. He would accept demolition of anyone's home. Well, this is roughly Lin Feng's current expression: surprise, anticipation, and excitement. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to ask Academician Chu Ge about this. After Academician Chen finished speaking, he looked at Chu Ge, who had an innocent look on his face. Everyone turned to look at Chu Ge, waiting for his reply. This can only be called a plan. The time point must at least be after the Kunpeng is put into service. Only then will we have the time and ability to build a space base. The function of the space station may be replaced by the aerospace carrier in the future. The future development direction will mainly be here in the space base. My plan is that the first space base will be established on the moon. Chu Ge had no choice but to say something. He hadn't yet raised the lunar base plan, and it would be a bit against the rules to tell it now. Haha, Xiao Chu, you don't understand. The people standing in front of you have the right to vote, and your future lunar base plan will also need their opinions. Besides, do you think there is anything that can stop your lunar base plan? Academician Chen was very smart. After Chu Ge paused, Academician Chen knew what Chu Ge was worried about, so he just told him clearly. Haha, Mr. Chen, why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been working on the words for a long time, but the time you just mentioned is basically the same. Now is not the right time. We don't have enough money or time. In fact, Chu Ge was too embarrassed to say it, and of course it was impossible for him to say it. The most fundamental reason was that Chu Ge had no money to exchange for the technology of the space base. Although this thing probably would not be as expensive as the aerospace mothership, Chu Ge had to save money and give priority to the construction of the interstellar fleet. As for China, the same is true. The country needs to spend money on too many things, and the amount of money that can be invested in the military each year has always been relatively low compared to some Western countries. This year, Chu Ge's several projects may have significantly increased investment, but the proportion still needs to be within a safe range, otherwise there will be problems. Although the Red Bank project has been continuously bringing in a large amount of hot money to China, the project is too big and trillions of Chinese yuan will be gone in minutes. Another problem is the construction project. Although Chu Ge can be split into two parts, there are not enough engineers to build it. All of them have been put into the Kunpeng project, so there are not enough engineers left to be assigned to another such a huge project. Elder Chen listened to what Chu Ge said and nodded. The Manhattan Project, which the United States built, coordinated almost all the senior experts and engineers from the West and its own country to complete this century-long project. We have to rely entirely on our own strength, which is indeed a bit more difficult. Everyone nodded after hearing this. My plan is to prepare a base on the moon after the aerospace carrier is put into service. One reason is that there is an element on the moon that the interstellar fleet needs, and the other is that helium-3 itself is also a highly efficient energy material. With our current technology, it only takes a few minutes for cargo ships to travel between the moon and the Earth. In this way, we are equivalent to opening the wealth code of the moon, haha. When Chu Ge said this, he looked out the window with an expression that looked like money raining down from the sky. Lin Feng and the others also laughed. In fact, Chu Ge had been planning this plan for a long time. To Lin Feng and his friends, this was very new and sounded very futuristic, but they knew that academician Chu was not joking. He really was too busy now, otherwise he would have gone to the moon to build a greenhouse. Chu Ge even figured out where to land and roughly where to build the base. Xiao Chu, it's time to draft a report on your lunar base plan. Applying early may bring more unexpected help. Academician Chen gave Chu Ge a meaningful look. What do you mean, Mr. Chen? Haha, Director Wang has to tell you this, right, Director Wang? Academician Chen was like a matchmaker at this moment, coming over to pull the strings for Chu Ge and the others, pulling this and that. Mr. Chen, you really have a clear vision. Are you referring to the satellite that will be launched soon? Academician Chen smiled and nodded, but Chu Ge, Lin Feng, and others were still confused. Academician Chu, the country will launch several scientific research satellites in the near future. One of the exploration satellites will be a lunar exploration satellite, which will be mainly used to obtain three-dimensional images of the lunar surface, analyze the distribution characteristics of relevant material elements on the lunar surface, and detect the thickness of the lunar soil, etc. Chu Ge was a little surprised, and his mouth immediately opened into a zero shape. Could it be that the country had predicted his prediction? Haha, you don't have to be surprised. This has nothing to do with your base plan. It is the mission plan set by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. According to the Lunar Palace plan, they are planning to carry out a manned lunar landing this year or next year. The exploration satellite launched now is just to prepare for the landing later. Academician Chen's words made everyone suddenly realize. No wonder he asked Academician Chu to submit the plan as soon as possible. This was a perfect match for his plan. To establish a base, at least in the early stage, you need to know the general distribution of the moon's resources or choose a specific landing site. Okay, I'll write the report in a bit. I've almost thought of the plan in my mind, but I haven't put it into words yet. Chu Ge responded immediately, but he also understood that Academician Chen had his own reasons for doing this. If the country agreed to Chu Ge's lunar base plan, the manned lunar landing plan would most likely be cancelled. There was no need to waste resources on it, and instead they would start preparing for the base. Obviously, as far as Academician Chen personally believes, there will be no problem with the lunar base plan. After talking about the lunar base plan, Chu Ge briefly introduced the progress of the Kunping project. Some of the performance indicators with sci-fi elements deeply shocked Lin Feng. When Lin Feng heard that the main mission of the aerospace mothership in the early stage was scientific research, he couldn't help but, haha, seeing Academician Chu here today really made me see what the pillars of the country are. Academician Chu, I will ask those guys to sign up when I get back. In the future, the aerospace carrier will be the base for them to conduct scientific experiments. Lin Feng said excitedly. Welcome, the aerospace carrier is prepared for you. Haha, no need to sign up. However, you still need to conduct further experiments on the genetic reagent this time. I suggest that you conduct a special biological study on this genetic reagent. During the 3 months in the space station, no? Later astronauts will have to continue. At least 1 to 2 years of data will be needed. Don't rush for success. Anyway, the aerospace carrier will not be launched during this period. Use this time to complete the clinical trials of the genetic reagent on the Moon Palace. I want to see the specific data on its effects on human body functions in space. Chapter 117, Panda-Level National Treasure, Chu Ge. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he nodded towards Lin Feng. Although he had no doubts about the genetic reagents of the system brother, he still had to collect the necessary data. This was a habit Chu Ge had developed, and it would be more conducive to the promotion of genetic reagents in the future. No problem, Academician Chu. I will arrange for them to make relevant experimental preparations when I get back. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After staying in Chu Ge's office for a while, Mr. Chen and others stood up and prepared to leave. Chu Ge then remembered to hand the relevant information about the functional area of the aerospace carrier to Academician Chen, and entrusted the rest to a more professional team to complete. After Academician Chen and his colleagues left, Chu Ge began to prepare a feasibility report for the lunar base plan. The first issue is site selection. The specific location still needs to wait for the data from the detection satellite to be transmitted back before specific research can be done, But Chu Ge already has an idea of the general location in his mind. First of all, the base must be built on the side of the moon facing away from the Earth, which is often called the dark side of the moon. Some people may think that the dark side of the moon is dark, that is, the kind that never sees sunlight all year round. In fact, this statement is inaccurate. The moon itself rotates with a period of 27.32166 days. The area visible from Earth accounts for about 59 of the moon. The other side of the moon can never be fully seen from Earth, which gives people the illusion that that side is dark and without sunlight. In fact, both the front and back of the moon have day and night. As the moon orbits the Earth, they will be illuminated by the sun at some point. We cannot see the back of the moon because it is always facing away from us, even though the sunlight is always shining on it. A simple example is that when you fly from the United States to China on a plane, the moon you see in both places actually has the same landform. As you are familiar, the moon looks the same in your hometown. Building a base on the back of the moon can take advantage of this feature of the moon. You can't see anything from the Earth. It's not that Chu Ge is low-key. If construction starts on the front side of the moon, or even full-scale mining of helium-3 in the future, others can see it clearly through their astronomical telescopes at home, which inevitably gives people a feeling of being spied on. Moreover, on the blue planet, people from different countries are far from realizing that they belong to the same village. There is also a big problem of human beings, pink eye. Who knows how some countries will discredit China in the international arena and create some unfounded movement. Then we can just argue with them every day. China doesn't have the time for that right now. After comprehensive consideration, Chu Ge still thinks it is more appropriate to build a base on the back of the moon. China is best at making fortunes quietly without showing off their wealth. If you have the guts, go ahead and pick them. I won't stop you. Of course, all of this still requires the data from the detection satellite to be sent back for experts to analyze and decide. Chu Ge is not in a hurry to confirm this matter. As for the rest, Chu Ge gave a brief introduction to the functions and uses of the lunar base, especially its helium-3, which is not only a clean energy source, but also one of the indispensable materials for the large-scale defensive air shields of future interstellar fleets. From the base function gradually extending to the transportation link to the economic benefits generated, this package report was completed in one go under Chu Ge's hand. As for the technical difficulties in building a lunar base, Chu Ge also gave his affirmation. This plan has been in his mind for a long time, and now it is just a matter of writing it down, so Chu Ge didn't pause much in the middle and wrote very smoothly, as if he had a systematic backup in front of him. Just like that, a lengthy lunar base construction report was officially released. After Chu Ge wrote the last date, he glanced at the wall clock and realized that it was already late at night. Chu Ge sorted out the information and realized that he had forgotten to eat dinner. Now that he was done, his stomach immediately started to protest. He hurriedly made himself a bowl of noodles, and while eating, he began to check the report he had just read. On a summer night, although it was late, the insects and cicadas outside the window were just like Chu Ge. They did not rest at this moment and kept chirping tirelessly. The next day, when Chu Ge handed the feasibility report on the lunar base that he had rushed to produce overnight to academician Chen, Mr. Chun was truly shocked. "Xiao Chu, you are so efficient. I even wonder if you have a computer system installed in your brain." Haha. I've already thought about it before. It's just a matter of putting the ideas into words." Chu Ge's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, "Mr. Chun, please stop guessing blindly. If you keep guessing, I will have no secrets left from you." Academician Chen put on his glasses and began to flip through the book carefully. As he was reading, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. "Not bad. You have produced such a high-quality feasibility report in such a short time. Xiao Chu, you are really a natural scientist." Chu Ge responded vaguely. He was busy eating an apple and had no time to talk. 10 minutes later, Academician Chen finished reading the report, sorted it out happily, put it aside, and then looked at Chu Ge, who was still eating an apple. "Xiao Chu, the aerospace carrier dock is expected to be completed by the end of November. How is your blueprint for the Kunping going?" In recent days, the military and even senior leaders have called Academician Chen to inquire about Chu Ge's progress. Some things can only make people feel at ease after seeing actual progress. "The engineers are ready. Once the dock is completed, the keel can be laid immediately. As for the blueprints and other materials, I have them all ready. They're almost full in the secure storage room in my office." Chu Ge replied confidently that the major systems of the aerospace mothership have basically taken shape, except for the armor system, hyperspace detection radar, and quantum computer, which are more dependent on Earth technology. Haha, good. Then I can reply to them without any worries. The leaders are afraid of disturbing your research work, so they call me. I'm almost your call taker. Academician Chen glanced at Chu Ge with resentment. Haha, Mr. Chen, please bear with me. You know me. I'm not good at dealing with big bosses. I'm pretty good at researching a new system, but I'm afraid of anything else. Although Chu Ge has the support of the military-industrial system, he is essentially still a 23-year-old young man. He has a natural respect for the big leaders of China and can't speak clearly when he is excited. If we stay together every day, people might think I have Parkinson's disease. Haha, what else? Otherwise, do you think you can be so quiet? Not to mention the big bosses, people at the same level as me who want to see you would line up on the street. If the senior leaders hadn't sympathized with you and issued an order to them, the gate of this institute would have been trampled down long ago. After saying this, Academician Chen took a sip of tea, smiled, and shook his head. Orders? What orders? Chu Ge finally stopped eating the apple and asked curiously. Before meeting Academician Chu, you must get approval from the top leaders. Meetings that are not related to research are strictly prohibited. Why else do you think Dean Li and his team were able to come yesterday? They barely got approval under the pretext of genetic reagents. Chu Ge had no idea that there were so many stories behind this. After listening to Academician Chen's words, his heart suddenly warmed up. Are you treating him like the national treasure, the giant panda? Well, the number of visitors will be controlled and no onlookers are allowed. Chapter 118. Initial Trip to the West. After Chu Ge came out of Academician Chen's office, he did not go back immediately, but went to several experimental bases for a tour. Along the way, Chu Ge found that the experiments of various systems were progressing smoothly, especially Academician Huang's nuclear fusion engine, which would be ready for ignition and test run in a while. This speed made Chu Ge almost unable to believe it. So, Chu Ge praised Yin Tianhao generously, especially after seeing the office full of drawings and the disheveled Yin Tianhao behind the pile of drawings. He emphasized on the hard work of the master and apprentice. Then, after Academician Huang sincerely thanked Chu Ge for the accuracy of his progress report, he took on the next task with tears in his eyes, the core of the energy system, the nuclear fusion reactor. Chu Ge walked out of Academician Huang's still messy office with a smile on his face and headed towards Li Gang's experimental base. It was almost noon when he turned to Li Gang. Before Chu Ge could even enter the door, he was dragged out by Li Gang and others and walked towards the cafeteria of the research institute. Academician Chu, don't think you can just show up and leave. Let's go eat together. Your colleagues at the base haven't seen you for a long time. The way Li Gang looked at Chu Ge at this moment was as if he had found a long-lost abducted child. Huh? Haha. I'm working on technical issues recently. It's normal that you can't see me. I haven't been to the cafeteria for a long time. Academician Chen specially approved Wang Yun to work part-time as a delivery girl. During this month, whenever Chu Ge encountered trouble, he forgot to go to the cafeteria to eat. Academician Chen had no choice but to specially allow Wang Yun to bring him the hot meals. The consequence of this is that Chu Ge hasn't come to the institute's cafeteria to eat for nearly a month. Along the way, colleagues in the hospital were surprised to see Chu Ge as if they had seen a giant panda. They all greeted Chu Ge. Li Gang, how is the progress of the electromagnetic railgun at your base? After Chu Ge finished his meal, he sat at the dining table and began to understand the progress of Li Gang and his team. Almost. We need to go to the weapons test base in the northwest this month. The entire set of individual soldier systems and electromagnetic railguns need to be taken there for field testing. Li Gang sat upright, looking as serious as if he was giving a work report. Eat. Let's talk while we eat. Okay, by the way, there happens to be a joint exercise over there at the end of this month. Academician Chu, would you like to go and observe it? After taking a bite of rice, Li Gang whispered to Chu Ge, sounding mysterious. Who are you practicing with? The Russian Bear and several Central Asian countries have already decided that they will come to China to conduct joint exercises this year. Oh, let's take a look. If the work on hand is almost done, you can go out for a walk. It just so happens that the mecha base and the mecha warriors over there also want to go over to see how the progress is. Chu Ge calculated silently in his mind that the blueprint for the main system should be almost finished this month, so there was plenty of time. It was time to go out for some fresh air. Besides, there was the Soul Blade that he had always been thinking about. Li Gang, do you know anything more about Soul Blade, what's going on recently? Yes, there is nothing wrong with its status. It's just that the new base has not been built yet, so it has not been awakened. However, professional personnel check it every day. It has been on standby and has not activated itself. It has 5 more brothers and sisters, and they are all there, waiting for the hive to be activated and move in together. Li Gang thought about it and reported the recent situation of Soul Blade to Chu Ge in as much detail as possible. 5? Including the Soul Blade, that's 6. We're still short of 2 of the 8 Vajra, haha. Li Gang and others also started laughing after hearing this. However, none of its 5 brothers have energy cores installed, so they are not on the same level as the Soul Blade yet. Chu Ge smiled and thought that they were certainly not on the same level, even if the energy core was installed. Soul Blade was created by Chu Ge himself. He implanted a human-machine intelligence system into it. Although it was not a complete set of code programs provided by the military system, it was enough to make Soul Blade no longer a cold steel frame. As for the subsequent mecha warriors, they did not have this human-machine intelligence system because the cost was too high. The military completed the plan after completing this batch of 10 mecha warriors. According to the original discussion plan, no new mecha warriors will be built in the future, and instead, castrated versions of the mecha will be built. The new version of the mecha is similar to the mecha soldiers that accompany the battlefield, but its size is smaller, and the armor performance remains the same. The control mechanism, reaction mechanism, and intelligence system have all been castrated. The advantage of this is that the cost is reduced by several orders of magnitude, and large-scale production can be carried out. Mecha soldiers can even replace human soldiers in an organized manner, acting as reconnaissance forces or vanguard troops, thereby greatly reducing unnecessary sacrifices. Okay, everyone's progress is good. Once the dock is built, we can start construction directly. When your electromagnetic railgun is almost done, I'll give you the progress report on the array-phased cannon. I originally planned to give it to another team, but I was worried that you would be too busy. Chu Ge pretended to speak casually and waited for Li Gang to respond. No, we're fine. The railgun is nearing completion and is waiting for actual testing. What the hell is that phase cannon? It sounds pretty powerful. Sure enough, Li Gang stopped eating and stared at Chu Ge. The strategic weapons of the aerospace carrier are a system, and they are a little different from the previous weapon systems. Then it has to be handed over to us, Academician Chu. I have a strong army now. The strategic weapons must come from my experimental team, right, brothers? Yes. Several team leaders who came with Li Gang responded one after another. Chu Ge smiled and nodded reluctantly. Okay, I'll give you the data later. As usual, deliver it to me in good quality and quantity. If there's any problem, I'll come to you. No problem. Li Gang accepted it with pleasure. Actually, Chu Ge was going to hand it over to them. In Li Gang's words, his experimental base was strong and well-equipped now, so who else could he hand it over to if not him? Everyone finished their meal peacefully. Chu Ge said hello to Li Gang and the others and returned to the office. The work at hand was almost finished, so Chu Ge called up the data database of the system's big brother, the aerospace carrier. The armor system and the quantum main computer system need to wait for the expert group to make a breakthrough in related technologies before they can proceed to the next step. This does not require Chu Ge's excessive attention. The only thing left is the hyperspace detection technology. Chu Ge called up the relevant reports and began to scan them roughly. He didn't know when he developed this habit. All subsystems, including the whole blueprint, needed a rough understanding before starting. By continuously improving himself and learning, he will be able to roughly determine where the core devices of the system or the more difficult points are. Then he organized people to focus on the attack. Chu Ge felt that his efficiency was quite high. Hyperspace detection technology is just a modified version of particle detection technology, and its core is still the core system of the telescope system. When Chu Ge saw this, he felt relieved. Chapter 119, Radar of the Aerospace Carrier. The detection and navigation radar of the aerospace carrier is a special set of equipment. Its main function is to open up the waterway by detecting obstacles on the waterway in advance, inputting the properties of the obstacles and processing them by the central computer before providing feedback. If the obstacle is too large, the integrated display screen in front of the captain will provide feedback, prompting him to change the course and automatically generate a new path for him to choose. If it is absolutely necessary to use the array phase cannon to clear the obstacle, then feedback will be given to the weapons officer to activate the array phase cannon. In addition to the telescope in the bunker, the aerospace carrier's detection radar also has additional auxiliary radars integrated in the 4 directions of the aerospace carrier. Chu Ge guessed that this might be somewhat similar to the phased array radar of modern ships. Several countries with relatively advanced modern phased array radar technology, such as China, the United States, and several European countries, have integrated up to 4 bands of comprehensive radio radar technology into their radars. The S and L bands are generally used for air/sea search and long-range early warning radars. They have a long detection distance, but their accuracy is slightly poor. The X and C bands are mainly short-range fire control radar bands, which are used to guide missiles to targets. The detection distance is shorter, but the accuracy is higher. The neutrino detection ball has a very long detection distance, but it has a drawback. It is okay on Earth, but in the cosmic environment, there may be more interference, so it is assisted by the above-mentioned short-range band radars. Generally, the auxiliary radar is not turned on, Unless in extreme environments, the radar system will be awakened by the main control system to better ensure the navigation safety of the aerospace carrier. As for the fire control radars, they are integrated separately and are not together with the navigation detection radar. They are specially matched for the electromagnetic pulse railgun. Chu Ge took a look and found that it was basically the pinnacle of modern fire control radar, with much higher accuracy and detection distance. Chu Ge thought of the lovely Commander Meng of the Navy. With such a big gift, he would probably have to treat Chu Ge to dinner again this time. The last one is the communication radar of the aerospace carrier. This radar is mainly in the field of quantum communication. It is not on the same channel as the detection and fire control radars, so Chu Ge did not waste time on it. He had a general idea in his mind and felt that it was not difficult overall. Compared with the previous systems, this one was indeed much easier. In fact, it was not simple at all. Chu Ge had forgotten the energy and time he had spent on developing the neutrino detection sphere. It took him several months to get the final telescope system officially operational. I just didn't expect that aerospace carriers would also be used. It's not surprising when you think about it. Military equipment has a lot of common technologies. It's just because of the different usage environments and combat objectives that the same equipment is divided into two versions, A and B, to meet the different needs of different arms. Chu Ge took a general look and went back to continue drawing his energy system blueprint. This tedious work finally saw the end of the task, and Chu Ge became more and more motivated. Time quickly came to the end of the month. After Chu Ge archived all the recent work results and checked them again, he completely relaxed. He strolled to the office of Academician. Before going to the western base with Li Gang, Chu Ge had to inform Academician in advance. He still had to abide by this organizational discipline. Mr. Chen. Oh, Xiao Chu, how come you have time to come to my place today? Academician was busy reviewing documents as usual, while leaders had their own worries. Isn't it the end of the month? Li Gang and his team are going to the western base. All the individual soldier systems have been developed and need a professional environment for actual testing and evaluation. The same is true for the electromagnetic pulse railgun. I'm thinking of going with them to take a look. Chu Ge said happily. You are free to arrange your time as you wish. As long as it does not affect the subsequent plans of the aerospace carrier, there is no problem. You don't need to inform me. Academician looked up at Chu Ge and spoke gently. Reporting to Academician, the progress data of the main systems of the aerospace carrier and the blueprint design have been completed ahead of schedule and have now been archived. We are just waiting for the official completion of the doc and handing it over to them. Chu Ge retracted his smile and reported to Academician in a serious tone. Haha, great. I've been waiting for you to say this. I know you've been feeling really pent up lately. Do you need a break? Like, maybe go out with your girlfriend or something? When Academician heard that Chu Ge's story had been archived, he was so happy that he prepared to give him a vacation. No, she's filming right now. I can just go to the western base. I think Soul Blade is more attractive, haha. Chu Ge whispered to Academician. Haha, I'll tell Dilanaza later that this is not good. Such a beautiful woman is not as charming as a robot. There must be something she didn't do well enough. Haha, Grandpa Chen, you were joking, I know. That's hard to say. By the way, didn't Li Gang tell you that they're going to start the exercise in the next 2 days? Old Chen suddenly remembered this and reminded Chu Ge. As I said, I'm not interested in any exercises. Besides, time is tight. After several tests and a trip to the hive base, I don't think there will be much time left. Chu Ge answered truthfully that this type of exercise was mostly for communication. For example, the exercises of the Air Force were all based on training subjects. Chu Ge was a layman in these and could hardly understand them. It's not up to you to go. It doesn't matter. It's up to you whether to go or not. Just be careful about your safety. I'll call the base later and arrange security matters in advance. Academician said this and stood up to look for his address book. No need, Mr. Chen. They are all in the military base, heavily guarded. I'm not that precious, haha. Besides, Chu Ge almost said, don't be afraid of Mr. Chen. I have 9 lives. I think I can live for a long time. Fortunately, he stopped himself before he could finish his words. That won't work either. Ask Captain Gong to dispatch 2 squads of guards to stay with you. I'll notify the military to arrange the perimeter security. You don't have to worry about these things. Seeing that Academician was so persistent, Chu Ge just followed his lead. The next morning, Chu Ge, Li Gang, and their convoy of nearly 50 people drove out of the Institute's gate. In addition to Chu Ge and his jeep, there were 2 large transport trucks in the convoy, which contained various weapons and equipment that needed to be tested at the western base. The huge convoy once again attracted a lot of attention and sped smoothly towards the military airport. At the military airport, due to the large number of people and equipment, 2 fat girls were parked on the apron. Chu Ge followed Li Gang and others to board one of the military transport planes, while the rest of the people were busy directing the loading of their weapons and equipment. About half an hour later, the plane shook violently. Chu Ge looked out the window and saw the surrounding scenery receding little by little. The plane took off. After a period of crawling, Fatty entered a stable flight phase. A few minutes later, Chu Ge was about to adjust his posture and take a nap when Li Gang suddenly shouted beside him, "Academician Chu, look, there's a fighter jet." After hearing this, Chu Ge looked out of the window hurriedly and saw 2 fighter jets flying on each side. Fatty was in the middle. 4 fighter jets surrounded the big guy in the middle like bodyguards. The 5 planes were flying in an arrow-shaped formation. Chu Ge couldn't see the other fat girl and guessed that she was treated the same way. "Academician Chu, do you think these fighters are here to protect equipment or to protect someone?" Li Gang said with a smile. "Do you want to guess?" Chapter 120, Courtesy from the Sky. Li Gang shut his mouth obediently. His colleagues around him wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Team leader Li Gang still had a certain killing power in front of them. In the clear blue sky, Fat Girl flew very steadily. About an hour later, a beep 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 sound was heard in the cockpit and the co-pilot put on the headset. "Report, the escort fighter formation is requesting a call." The driver nodded and picked up the headset. "Transport aircraft number 11142. This is the escort fighter formation of the Dragonair Squadron. Our flight range is approaching the escort limit of our formation. The rest of the journey will be relayed by fighters from the western base. Goodbye, and I wish you a safe journey. Thanks for your company along the way. You've worked hard, and I hope you've had a safe journey." The pilot looked at the fighter jets outside the window and saluted from a distance. The dark gray fighter jet on the left shook its wings left and right, then rolled sideways and fell down. The pilot looked to the right again, and the fighter formation had disappeared. 5 minutes later, 8 gray-white fighter jets roared in. 01, 2 transport planes ahead, identified as cargo number 1 for our relay escort, requesting to group up and enter the escort formation. Understood. We will execute according to the established plan. 02 received. 01, what's the good stuff in cargo number 1? Why do we need to escort it? Is it some secret weapon? Something like the Soul Blade. 02, you got scolded by the commander for talking too much nonsense after the last exercise. You haven't learned your lesson yet, right? Pay attention to discipline. Got it. It is an honor to be taught a lesson by Academician Chu's Mecha. I won't compensate you for this criticism. 02, next time, can you please not say this on a public channel? You. At the same time, the formation pilot's headphones came with the roaring voice of the Air Force Base commander. Dylan hurriedly pulled open the headset beside his ear, stuck out his tongue, and then set the communication to formation mode. It might be that the commander of the base just now had frightened 02, and he had kept himself mute for more than half an hour. 02, inform the comrades on the transport plane. In 30 minutes, have them follow our fighter planes on approach. The wingman pilot of 02 is Dai Lin, a JJ, 10C fighter pilot of the Phylong Squadron of the Western Military Region. Advantages: excellent skills, golden helmet, ace pilot. Disadvantages: a chatterbox, a well-known figure in the squadron, and he has caused so much trouble that he can't remember how many times. Just after informing the transport plane pilot of the relevant operating procedures, he couldn't help but open his mouth again. 11142, what is the treasure in cargo number 1? It can't be some new weapon or equipment, right? Brother, you really dare to ask. I dare not answer you even if you ask me. I can only say that you will know when you land. Understood, that's what I want to say. Haha, see you later. Over. The transport plane driver took off his headset, shook his head, turned to the mechanic behind him, and started complaining. They say fighter pilots are brave. I've seen that today, haven't I? Haha, I see. But this is not a secret. Basically everyone in the military system knows about Academician Chu's trip this time. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's get ready. We'll be descending soon. More than 20 minutes later, Fatty, Jolted, and Chu Ge woke up, and Li Gang, and the others woke up as well. These top students from the research institute were catching up on their sleep while on the road. Chu Ge looked out of the window. Fatty was descending. As the scenery on the ground became clearer and clearer, Chu Ge knew that they had reached their destination. Half a year had passed in a flash. After sending the Soul Blade here last time, Chu Ge and his friends had not been here since. Chu Ge was inexplicably excited. Fatty landed steadily on the runway, and after taxiing for a while, it stopped. A green light lit up at the front of the cabin, and the pilot's deep voice came from the loudspeaker. Academician Chu, we have arrived at our destination safely. Please be careful when you get off the plane. Okay, thank you. No, this is what we should do. The crew is honored to serve you. Chu Ge smiled happily. This was why he liked being in the army. Everyone was very enthusiastic and were flesh and blood Chinese soldiers. When Chu Ge got off the plane, Chief Engineer Chen and Commander Wang from the experimental base, as well as many guards, were already waiting there. Academician Chu, it's been more than a few months since we last met. I didn't expect that we would meet again here. Wang Yi, commander of the 115th Heavy Armored Division of Army Group A, and opponent of Soul Blade in the last exercise. Commander Wang, it's nice to see you again. Why are you here at the experimental base? Did you stay here the last time? Chu Ge held Commander Wang's rough hands and asked in confusion. You are right. During the last exercise, the troops moved here and never left. At first, they served as opponents of the Soul Blade, and now they are the guard force of the Soul Blade Mecha Group. Commander Wang said this proudly, not at all unhappy about being defeated by the Soul Blade last time. Academician Chu, I've heard from our commander that you're here to test new weapons. Where's the equipment? Chu Ge pointed at Li Gang and the others, and complained helplessly in his heart that these bigwigs in the army seemed to be cast in the same mold, all with quick tempers. Chu Ge, Commander Wang and his men walked up to another transport plane, where Li Gang and his men were unloading equipment. This is all big iron boxes. You can't see anything. Commander Wang stretched his neck and looked for a long time, then said with a hint of disappointment, Haha, sooner or later, these will be transported to the base. Are you still afraid that they will run away? Chu Ge also looked at it for a long time, wondering, where is the electromagnetic pulse railgun? Turning around, he thought that it was probably too big and could be transported by land. Academician Chu, do you want to go to the base to rest for a while? These equipments are equipped with professional personnel from the base and the research institute, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chief Engineer Chen saw that Li Gang and his colleagues were busy, so he gave Chu Ge a suggestion at the right time. That's fine. We can't help much here anyway. What do you think, Commander Wang? Commander Wang nodded, and everyone walked towards the jeep beside the airport runway. Wang Yi was concerned about the new equipment and kept looking back. Chu Ge and his party were about to get on the bus when a group of officers came running over from a distance. Chu Ge looked closely and saw that they were all wearing Air Force uniforms and should be pilots. Commander Wang, Chief Engineer Chen, all members of the Filong Squadron salute you. The leader of the team was Ching Changkuan, the fighter squadron captain who had just escorted the team. He was standing at the front of the team at this time. After saluting, he stared at Chu Ge. Chu Ge was not embarrassed and looked at Ching Changkuan, Dai Lin, and the other 8 handsome fighter pilots with a smile. Being a fighter pilot is a career that Chu Ge would drool over even in his dreams. Unfortunately, it is probably impossible for him to become such a pilot in this lifetime. Are you Chu Ge, Academician Chu? Dai Lin never stopped saying things that shock people, but this time he hit the nail on the head. It's really Academician Chu. The pilots whispered to each other, as if they couldn't quite believe it. Haha, it's me. How can this be false? I really don't believe it. Commander Wang and Chief Engineer Chen are here to vouch for it. Haha. Chu Ge joked while looking at Commander Wang and the others. Colonel Chu, all the pilots of the Flying Dragon Squadron salute you. Cheng Changkuan and his men straightened their military uniforms and then shouted loudly. Chu Ge stood at attention and saluted solemnly. Commander Wang and his men looked at this scene and smiled at each other. Chapter 121 Returning to the Experimental Base. Chu Ge and the others originally wanted to return to the base first, but seeing how enthusiastic Dai Lin and the others were, they simply started chatting with them at the airport. Academician Chu, everyone says you're a godlike figure now. The equipment of the Army and Navy are one after another, but why is there nothing for our Air Force? As Dai Lin became familiar with Chu Ge, his big mouth problem started to reoccur. Air Force? Not yet. Strictly speaking, the Kuimping aerospace carrier belongs to the Air Force, and it is a behemoth-class ship. It is much cooler than the individual equipment of Commander Wang and his men. Haha, Academician Chu, please don't blame me. Our base guard force doesn't have any new equipment. I have submitted countless reports, but still no news. When Commander Wang Yi said this, he looked a little lonely. Yes, the equipment production speed is fast enough now. Your equipment may be on the production line right now. Chu Ge was not lying. The electromagnetic pulse rifle and the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle have been finalized and are now being produced overtime. However, for such a large country, how could it equip its frontline troops so quickly? Even a simple replacement of rifles would take a very long time, not to mention these high-tech equipment. However, Chu Ge was not very clear about the production quantities of these equipment. These were decided by the top leaders, and he had no right to ask. However, Chu Ge thought that elite troops like Commander Wang would definitely be equipped with it. Wait, are we off topic? We were just talking about our Air Force. Dai Lin suddenly interrupted. Cheng Changkuan pulled him from behind and smiled at Chu Ge embarrassedly. Well, I told you, isn't the aerospace carrier enough for you? Ah, that's too big. I can't open it. Dai Lin muttered, and the voice behind him was pitifully small. When everyone heard Dai Lin's obviously unconvincing words, they all laughed. Are you so unconfident? Comrade Golden Helmet, if I remember correctly, what you are holding in your hand is a symbol of honor. As Chu Ge spoke, he tilted his head to look at the high-performance flight helmet in Dai Lin's hand. This type of helmet is specific, which means that every pilot has his own exclusive flight helmet. The helmet is cut according to the head size of each pilot to achieve maximum ergonomics. The purpose of cutting to size is to strictly measure the distance between the pilot's eyes, the distance from the eyes to the sun visor, and the distance from the eyes to the top of the head. The distance from the eye to the sun visor determines the range of the image the pilot can see, how far the projector can move, while the distance from the eye to the top of the head is used to position the optical system for optimal image size. Dylan looked at Chu Ge in surprise. He probably didn't expect that Chu Ge also knew the origin of the golden helmet. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. However, the aerospace carrier will indeed be equipped with drones, aerospace fighters, reconnaissance aircraft, and the like. And the scale of this fleet is not small. So, I hope to see you in the carrier-based aircraft team of the aerospace carrier, Mr. Gold Helmet. Chu Ge still gave Dai Lin and the others some peace of mind, because they were so cute. When Cheng Changkuan, Dai Lin, and others heard Chu Ge say this, they all shouted, "Yeah," then hugged each other and were about to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Okay, we have to get back to the base. It's only because Academician Chu is so approachable that he wouldn't bother with you guys otherwise. When Commander Wang saw Dai Lin and his men quiet down, he walked up to them and threatened them. Chu Ge looked towards Li Gang. They had all gotten in the car, and their equipment should have been loaded. They were probably just standing there motionless since Chu Ge and his men's car hadn't moved. Okay, I'm really leaving this time. My friends are waiting for you at the base. Oh, that big guy who shot you down last time, haha. Soul Blade, it's the star of our team now, the kind that's on the blacklist, haha. Dai Lin's teasing caused everyone to laugh again. Chu Ge and the others then said goodbye to the pilots and got on the jeep to the experimental base. Academician Chu is really young. Such a young person has created so many miracles. He's really a role model for us. Dai Lin uttered a rare serious sigh. Captain Chen and the others nodded silently and watched Chu Ge and his convoy go away. Chu Ge's convoy still had to pass through a series of checkpoints before entering the experimental base. The security level here was exactly the same as that in the telescope bunker. There were many anti-aircraft missile positions scattered around the base, and various warning radars were constantly running, proclaiming the difference here. Groups of armored vehicles kept passing by the convoy, with fully armed soldiers on board. This is the alert level here on weekdays. There is a honeycomb base next to the experimental base, as well as a production base for mecha warriors. These bases are all top secret, so we have to be on our toes at all times. Seeing that Chu Ge was looking at the armored group outside, Commander Wang explained patiently. Well, this is normal, Commander Wang. I heard that there will be a joint exercise around here. That won't affect you, right? Chu Ge suddenly remembered the exercise and asked. The exercise is still some distance away, and the airspace around here is off limits, so it won't have any impact. Oh, I see. As Chu Ge and the others were talking, the convoy had already entered the compound of the experimental base. The jeep braked steadily and Chu Ge and the others got out. Outside the jeep, many officers and researchers from the base had been waiting for a long time. There were many elderly people that Chu Ge knew, and Chu Ge greeted them warmly. Academician Chu, this is Yue Yang. He is currently doing the daily maintenance work at Soul Blade. Chief Engineer Chen at the base pointed to a handsome young man wearing glasses and introduced him to Chu Ge. Hello, Academician Chu. Yue Yang should be a special staff member with a technical orientation. He was not wearing a military uniform at the moment. Instead, he was wearing a scientific researcher's work clothes, thick glasses, a clean face, and a scholarly air. Chu Ge shook hands with Yue Yang and turned to look at Engineer Chen and the others. Chief Engineer Chen, Commander Wang, you all have official duties to attend to. You don't have to accompany me. Shall you accompany me to see the Soul Blade? What do you think? Oh, by the way, Li Gang and his team have gone to sort out the equipment that needs to be tested. If there is no problem, they will proceed according to the established process. If you are interested, you can go to Li Gang to take a look, so that you won't come back and say that I am not nice enough. Haha. Commander Wang and Chief Engineer Chen looked at each other, smiled and nodded, then watched Chu Ge and the others walk towards the temporary base of Soul Blade. Chapter 122. See Soul Blade again. Chu Ge took the lead and walked at the front of the team. He seemed to have already engraved the buildings in this base in his mind. At this moment, he felt a little familiar with it. Yue Yang, Captain Gong, and others followed closely behind Chu Ge. Xiao Yu, how old are you this year? Chu Ge suddenly turned around and looked at Yue Yang and asked. I was a special recruit at the age of 22. I was supposed to study for a master's degree, but when I saw the special recruitment position, I signed up excitedly. I didn't expect to be accepted. Yue Yang said in a low voice, not daring to look at Chu Ge, looking a little shy. That must be due to strong professional knowledge. The military's requirements are always high. Yue Yang did not comment, just looked at Chu Ge with a smile. He did not dare to show off his professional knowledge in front of Chu Ge. He was studying artificial intelligence and mechanical automation, and was admitted as an exception. Then he came to this base, and when he saw the soul blade, he was instantly fascinated by its tall and handsome appearance. When he learned that it was academician Chu who created this mecha warrior, his admiration for Chu Ge became even stronger. However, now that he is in the military, confidentiality is the top priority, otherwise he would have to show off to his classmates. Academician Chu is his colleague. As they were talking, they had already walked into Soul Blade's temporary residence. Seeing Soul Blade's tall figure and the lavender glow all over his body, Chu Ge was so excited that his breathing became heavy. Academician Chu, in addition to the daily data detection in this hall, we have also opened a window on the roof for it to directly take off and perform tasks. As Yui Yang spoke, he pressed a button next to him. The sound of a mechanism operating was heard on the roof, and the white clouds outside soon came into view. There's a sensor on it. Once the Soul Blade activates flight mode, it will turn on. Chu Ge watched the window slowly close and nodded. This indeed saved time for the mission. Chu Ge and the others walked onto the elevator, which slowly rose with a click sound. The familiar face of Soul Blade appeared in everyone's sight, and the light red eyes suddenly turned blue. Academician Chu, hello, long time no see. The unique mechanical sound of Soul Blade echoed in the hall. After hearing the sound, the staff in the hall looked up at the Soul Blade, high in the sky with surprise in their eyes. As far as they could remember, this was the first time the Soul Blade had activated and spoken. Soul Blade, long time no see, how are you feeling? Are the parts of your body not rusted? Chu Ge greeted the Soul Blade with a smile, feeling like he was back to the days when he fought with it. I feel fine. I just checked myself, and I'm ready to fight at any time. Soul Blade said this and moved his limbs as if performing, but the movement was a little funny, causing Chu Ge and the others to laugh softly. Of course, no problem. Yui Yang and other maintenance personnel will inspect and maintain you every day. Your nanny team can be said to be super luxurious, okay? Thank you to all the staff for their hard work. You're welcome. Yui Yang answered excitedly. Although he knew that the Soul Blade had a voice intelligence system during normal testing, it was just a routine test, and the main system was rarely activated, let alone this. He even thought that the voice system did not exist. Today, when he suddenly heard the pleasant mechanical voice of Soul Blade, it was like discovering a new world. Haha, okay, just bear with it for a few more months, and then I'll give you a surprise. Then maybe you won't sleep so much every day. Chu Ge originally wanted to find you a few companions at that time, but then he thought that it would be more appropriate to use those mechas as little brothers of the Soul Blade. Mecha projects, such as the Kuanping, are relatively expensive projects. Chu Ge understands the military's helplessness in reducing the configuration parameters of mecha warriors. This must have taken a long time of evaluation, and it can be seen from the subsequent plans for mecha soldiers that the leaders have not given up on the technology derived from mecha warriors. He simply chose a development model with a higher cost-effectiveness, which not only preserved the subsequent continuity of the mecha project, but also supported Chu Ge's current Starry Sea plan to the greatest extent. Chu Ge thought a lot in an instant, and when he came to his senses, he found that the eyes of Soul Blade had turned red and were in standby mode. Hey, this thing is quite energy efficient, huh? Xiuyu, let's go. Yui Yang nodded quickly. Perhaps he had not heard enough of the sound of Soul Blade. Now he had no choice but to follow Chu Ge and the others down the elevator. Academician Chu, what level can the language intelligence system of Soul Blade reach? Yui Yang seemed a little unsatisfied. Normally, there is no problem with communication. This program has some limitations. Even so, it will probably be out of print in the future. Subsequent mecha warriors will not have interactive functions. We value its performance in other aspects more. Chu Ge told the truth. Oh, we saw its high-level programming language during daily inspections, but we don't have access to it, and I've never seen this kind of programming before. That is its energy core, the most important device of the mecha warrior, and it has the highest level of firewall. Almost no one in this world can crack it. You don't have to worry about it. The energy core will generally not have any problems. If there is a problem, it can only be sent to the Research Institute for processing. Chu Ge said these words with reservation. The programming language of the military system would give him a headache even if you asked the most powerful hacker in the world to crack it openly, because it was a newly designed program. To crack it, you would probably have to start by learning its base calculation method. This is terrible. The most basic binary has been changed for you. So in front of this program, anyone can joke with those programming masters. We are at the same level. Let's go and take a look at the new mecha warrior station. Okay, Academician Chu, this way please. Yui Yang led the way in front, and everyone walked towards another tall factory building where there were another 5 mecha warriors. After passing through several cordons, Chu Ge and his team stepped into the newly built temporary factory building. The space inside was very large. 5 mecha warriors like mountains stood in the center of the hall. Under each mecha warrior there were 5 or 6 staff members who were busy, probably doing some final data debugging. Academician Chu, they have been basically debugged, and the only thing left is the energy core to be activated. The energy core should be produced at the Yinjing Weaponry Research Institute now. The above means that after all the mecha warriors are in place by the end of the year, they will be installed uniformly in the new base. Yue Yang was beside Chu Ge, accompanying him on the tour and explaining things to him. Well, the leaders must have thought more than us, so we just executed. Chu Ge looked up at the spectacular scene before him. The main color of this group of mecha warriors is dark gray, similar to the low-recognition paint job of fighter jets, but red, silver, blue, yellow, and orange are mixed in the forearms to fists, the energy core depressions on the chest, and the ankles to toes. This gives each mecha warrior a different visual effect, which Chu Ge thinks is very cool. Chapter 123 Field Test of Laser Grenade. Xiaoyu, this paint job is quite interesting. Who designed it? Chu Ge rubbed his chin and looked at the appearance of several mechas carefully. The more he looked, the more he liked it. This color scheme seemed to be much more beautiful than the pure color of Soul Blade. Haha, Academician Chu, you really think highly of us. This is the paint scheme decided by the bigwigs in the army a long time ago. As for who designed it, we don't know. Well, I think we need to change the color of the Soul Blade. As the leader of them, I have to be the leader in terms of both ability and appearance. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Chu Ge asked Yue Yang jokingly. Haha, I don't have a say in this. You leaders can decide. But I think the Soul Blade is also very handsome. Every time the sun shines on it, there is a faint purple halo. It is very mysterious and powerful. Come on, you've got a preconceived notion. Chu Ge pursed his lips, even though he felt the same way. After Chu Ge finished speaking, and Yue Yang walked around several mechas for a few rounds. After looking at the work content of several staff members, Chu Ge nodded. Yue Yang introduced Chu Ge's identity to everyone at the right time. Many people at the scene did not pay much attention to them. After knowing that the person was Chu Ge, everyone stood up and applauded. After Chu Ge had a brief exchange with the scientific researchers on site, he went out with Yue Yang. It was already noon after this trip. Chu Ge looked at his watch, and it was 12:30. Xiaoyu, why haven't our researchers gone to eat yet? Oh, Academician Chu, we work in shifts. A group of people have already gone. We need someone to be on duty at the factory all day long. Is that so? Chu Ge nodded. Yue Yang took Chu Ge, Captain Gong, and others towards the base cafeteria. In the cafeteria of the weapons test base, Li Gang and Commander Wang did not pick up their chopsticks either. It was obvious that they were waiting for Chu Ge and his group. Chu Ge came to the dining table. There were 7 or 8 home-cooked dishes on the table. Although it was not a luxurious meal, it looked very rich at a glance. Academician Chu, are you working so hard at the institute? It's almost time for dinner. You're talking about our Academician Chu. To be honest with you, Commander Wang, this is considered early. When it comes to eating, Academician Chu is a real idiot. Li Gang interrupted hurriedly and looked at Chu Ge provocatively. That won't do. Man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. Go and tell Academician Chu about this later. Hey, you two only have the whole morning, right? Are the sparks so fast? Li Gang, hurry up and eat. There's no work in the afternoon, right? Chu Ge was speechless and turned the tables on Li Gang. Haha, Academician Chu, this morning we completed the remaining tests on the electromagnetic pulse rifle and the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Although the higher-ups have approved these 2 rifles and have started formal production, I think it's better to complete the test data. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. That's how our D units should do it. Test data is very important and needs to be archived. If you encounter any problems in the future, these original data will be of reference value. Chu Ge replied to Li Gang while eating, it is abnormal if you don't even have the test data for the new weapons from the Military Industry Research Institute before they leave the factory. Well, today I saw the performance of the new rifle with team leader Li Gang. I think I didn't write enough in this report. I am convinced. No wonder the military leaders were arguing over this new equipment. Today I finally understand. After Commander Wang separated from Chu Ge and the others, he decisively went to find Li Gang and the others. It would have been fine if he hadn't been given the new rifle, but today's test had brought it to his doorstep, and he would feel like something was missing if he didn't go and take a look. After going there, Commander Wang regretted it even more. How the hell can he sleep tonight? He originally thought that the tool in his hand was pretty awesome, but after watching Li Gang's field test, he felt that he was too ignorant before. After listening to this, Chu Ge smiled and shook his head. What about the afternoon? I noticed there is no electromagnetic railgun in the transport plane. We'll mainly test the laser grenades this afternoon. The electromagnetic railgun is still on the way and will probably arrive tomorrow. Do you think the big thing can be pulled by a plane? You can't pull a small caliber? Chu Ge certainly knew that he couldn't pull a 500mm caliber one, but Fatty should have no problem pulling a 205mm caliber one. All 4 calibers have been brought here, Academician Chu. The weapons test base has a large area, which is most suitable for testing this kind of large-caliber heavy artillery. Just fire it openly, haha. Okay, what team leader Lee said is true, but that thing has a range of 300 km plus easily, so you must pay attention to safety when the time comes. Got it, academician Chu. After the two of them finished talking, they started to eat. Division Commander Wang was stunned as he listened to them. He was considering whether he should ask the army commander to come over and see the fun. There will be a joint exercise tomorrow, and their army commander will definitely come to observe. If he hears that there is a heavy weapons test here, he will have to come here regardless of anything. What about the exercise? Commander Wang didn't know what to do for a moment. After thinking for a long time, Division Commander Wang decided to tell the truth. Given Commander Lung's temper, if they knew that he knew the truth but did not report it, Division Commander Wang felt that their army commander would skin him alive. So it was better not to get into trouble. Commander Wang, wasn't that enough for you this morning? There will be a field test of a new type of grenade this afternoon. Do you want to go over and watch? Chu Ge looked at Commander Wang Yi's constipated expression and asked with concern. Go. You have to go. Anyway, it's already like this. Commander Wang's subtext is that since he can't sleep tonight anyway, he might as well just give up. Well, Li Gang, did you see that the military's level of participation in our new weapons testing is getting higher and higher? Haha, Commander Wang, although we have never actually tested the grenade this afternoon, please trust Academician Chu. Anything Academician Chu produces must be high quality. It was rare for Li Gang to praise Chu Ge in person, but Chu Ge felt that the words sounded so familiar. After everyone finished their meal in a hurry, Li Gang and his team went to prepare for the afternoon test subjects. Chu Ge and Commander Wang sat in the same military jeep. The Northwest has entered summer at this time. Fortunately, there is no shortage of wind here, and the sky is full of clouds, so you can sit still in the car without feeling uncomfortable. Chu Ge and his team waited for a while, and Li Gang and his team were finally ready. A convoy quickly headed towards the experimental site. Academician Chu, what's so good about this grenade? Our current grenades are already very advanced. Commander Wang thought for a long time and couldn't help but turned around and asked Chu Ge. I thought so at first, but this grenade is quite interesting. You'll understand when you see how it hurts the enemy. At certain times, I feel that it is more effective than electromagnetic rifles. Really? You've successfully aroused my curiosity. Chu Ge smiled slightly. He was confident that the gorgeous explosion effect of the laser grenade would be enough to shock Commander Wang and the others. Chapter 124: A Strange Scene. Soon, Chu Ge and his friends arrived at their destination. Along the way, Chu Ge looked at the bare Gobi Desert outside, the sculptures formed by years of wind erosion, and the endless desolation in the distance. These unique landform features of the Northwest made him sigh. Nature is truly a magical workmanship. All kinds of strange and diverse scenes finally come together to form the beautiful blue planet. I probably haven't even walked on 1% of the land on this planet, but now I'm obsessed with exploring other planets. This may be the human desire for exploration and knowledge. Everything on Earth is there. You can go wherever you want, but things in outer space are a little out of reach. The jeep stopped in a line one after another. Captain Gong and the base's guards got out of the vehicles and stood guard around the experimental site. They were armed with live ammunition and looked around vigilantly. Li Gang and his colleagues came over carrying special boxes, and colleagues from the research institute behind them were also carrying various testing equipment. Xiao Wang, go set up the monitoring equipment and experimental props first. Yes, team leader. Li Gang's team members entered the scene carrying instruments and equipment and were busy not far away. Chu Ge did not intervene, but just looked around. He remembered that the laser distance of the laser grenade was 30 meters, so he had to make sure the surroundings were safe first. The test site must have received advance notice. Except for the patrolling guards vaguely visible at the edge of the site, the entire weapons testing site was empty. Li Gang opened the password safe and found 5 laser grenades neatly placed inside. At first glance, these laser grenades looked no different from ordinary grenades, in the shape of military green apples. However, judging from the appearance alone, the biggest difference from today's grenades is that it has a retro feel. Commander Wang frowned, but stopped himself from saying anything because he didn't feel comfortable complaining about the shape of the grenade. Li Gang checked them one by one, and after confirming that there was no problem, he nodded to Chu Ge. Chu Ge glanced at Commander Wang's expression and smiled secretly. It was the same as his at the beginning, before he saw the rough surface of the laser grenade. When Chu Ge saw the appearance of the laser grenade, he complained to the system brother. Chu Ge was worried that Commander Wang would turn around and leave after seeing its ugly appearance. About 10 minutes later, Li Gang's team members came back one after another, and the venue was set up. Captain Wang, please ask one of your soldiers to come over and help throw the grenade. Just treat it as a normal grenade. Li Gang said to Division Commander Wang Yi, and Division Commander Wang did not hesitate and turned around and called over a strong soldier. Okay, for safety's sake, Let's follow the normal grenade training process and everyone enter the tunnel. Li Gang turned around and shouted to the people around him. After hearing this, Commander Wang and the others obediently entered the tunnel shelter. The tunnel was very long and not the kind of foxhole, so it was more than enough for Chu Ge and the others to come in. Li Gang was teaching the soldier how to use it. The throwing procedure of the laser grenade was not complicated and the soldier could learn it once. Li Gang turned his head and looked at Chu Ge. Academician Chu, how many meters is the first one thrown? About 50 meters. Don't let anyone be exposed to its laser range. Safety is the premise of everything, Chu Ge said after thinking for a while. Good. Li Gang turned around and asked the soldier who was throwing next to him. After getting a positive answer, he asked his team members to prepare for the test. First laser grenade. Test distance about 50 meters. Start. The soldier stepped back a few steps, swung his arm, and threw the laser grenade out with great force. The laser grenade was thrown far away in everyone's gaze. Chu Ge and the others stared at the monitoring equipment in front of them. In the test area, there was a flash of light first, and then the grenade floating in the air suddenly shot out green laser beams in all directions. The laser beam shot into the sky is fine, but the laser beam shot towards the ground instantly stirs up a cloud of dust, and the laser beam appears clearer in the dust. After 5 seconds, the first grenade completed its mission and died down. Chu Ge recalled the process, and there was no problem with the laser beam. But he had overlooked one thing before, that this thing was silent when it was activated, which was a surprise. The silent grenade seemed to lack some atmosphere. Never mind, as long as it could kill the enemy, Chu Ge didn't think about it any further. Instead, he turned and looked at Commander Wang next to him. Commander Wang, are you surprised? Well, it's not so scary. What the hell is this? It's a bit scary. There are laser beams everywhere. By the way, how much damage do the laser beams do? It's no problem to kill anyone in seconds, even if you're hiding behind a wall. Is it true? Let's go over and take a look. I don't know about the ones in the air, but the laser beams on the ground should be able to tell their power. Commander Wang couldn't help it, so he climbed out of the tunnel and ran to the test site. Chu Ge and his men followed closely behind. Everyone came to the front of the laser grenade. There were many small holes on the ground, many of which were still smoking. Commander Wang tried to touch the mine. Don't touch it, it should still be hot. Chu Ge spoke in time, and Commander Wang retracted his hand upon hearing that. Li Gang and his team are using measuring tools to measure the depth of the pit and then recording it. Academician Chu, if this density of bullets hits a person, wouldn't that person be shot into a hornet's nest? Well, doesn't it feel a bit cruel? Throw one at the enemy at the critical moment, and the remaining ones will be scared to death by this thing. That makes sense. Why should we be merciful to our enemies? That's right. Chu Ge and Commander Wang looked at each other and laughed softly. After Li Gang and his team finished collecting the test data, they returned to the tunnel to continue the experiment. The second grenade tested its second function, enemy blocking mode. The distance was still 50 meters. After the thrower threw the grenade, Chu Ge and the others poked their heads out. Watching the surveillance video was not very satisfying, so they simply looked directly at the grenade. From the data from Li Gang's test just now, the data of the laser grenade was exactly the same as the data given by the system. This also made Chu Ge and others feel relieved. A few seconds later, the floating grenade emitted a laser beam in a longitudinal section, and the bright green beam was extremely dazzling. Commander Wang and the guards were stunned, staring at the grenade intently as if they were enjoying a laser show. After 20 seconds, the grenade completed its mission and fell to the ground. Li Gang and his team continued to test the data. Commander Wang turned around and leaned against the wall of the tunnel. Academician Chu, just like you said, this laser grenade is quite interesting. Really? Haha. The third grenade was used to test its friendly force protection function. Li Gang and his men did not dare to let the soldiers take risks directly, so they first installed the sensing devices on several dummies, and then placed them within the laser radius of the laser grenade. The fourth one is still equipped with props. This time, many obstacles made of various materials are placed in the radius of the laser to simulate various complex situations in city streets. After each experiment, Li Gang and his colleagues had to prepare detailed test data. Time passed little by little, and soon it was dark. The field test of the laser grenade came to an end, and Chu Ge and his team returned to the base. The experimental base prepared a sumptuous dinner for the staff of the institute. Everyone was discussing the afternoon's test scene at the dining table. While Chu Ge and his friends were discussing the data enthusiastically, a strange scene was taking place in a secret Air Force base in Istanbul. In the empty and silent base, the searchlight in the distance would occasionally sweep across a corner. During one of the gaps, several dark shadows jumped out from the darkness and crouched towards the nearby ammunition depot. They wore night vision goggles, black camouflage uniforms, and held simple automatic fire weapons in their hands, looking around vigilantly. Leaving 2 people on guard, the rest walked lightly to an ammunition rack. After prying open the ammunition box, they saw an air-launched missile with a white head and blue body. That's it. Let's do it. Several men in black opened the boxes they were carrying and were busy with something. On the lid of an ammunition box to the side, a string of Arabic words was faintly visible in the dim moonlight. Special rounds for exercises. Chapter 125 Joint Military Exercise. Today is Monday in the United States. John Wilson hates Monday mornings, so he got up early. It is just past 7 o'clock now, and he is already sitting in the office drinking coffee. The phone on the desk rang suddenly, and John Wilson picked up the phone in annoyance. "John, come to my office." Then there was the sound of beep beep when the phone was hung up. John shrugged, adjusted his tie in front of himself in the glass, then pushed the door and walked out. Rodriguez was sitting in his office, frowning as he read a report. When he saw John Wilson walk in, he pointed at the seat and continued to read the report. About 5 minutes later. "John, did you approve G. Stambul's actions?" Rodriguez put down the report, leaned forward, and asked in a serious tone. "Yes, boss. We in the dark web have been operating that military airport for a long time. We made a careful plan in advance, and now it is estimated that it has been successful." John Wilson downplayed it. No, you didn't understand me. I meant you want to cause chaos during their exercise? I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Aren't those gentlemen in Congress the same? They feel uncomfortable if they don't touch the dragon's beard for 3 days. I'm afraid I've learned their true lesson. John Wilson didn't think this was a big deal at all. After all, he had done this little trick countless times and was already familiar with it. Rodriguez looked at John Wilson, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. "I have no objection to this, but I want to remind you that you'd better hide your tail. You know we are in a lot of trouble now, and I don't want to cause more trouble. Don't worry, boss. Once we're done with Stambul, anyone who knows about it will be dealt with by the dark web. Nothing will be left behind, not even a map with the United States printed on it." John Wilson smiled slyly. "Haha, you old fox, can they catch a big fish this time?" "Oh, boss, I can't give you a specific answer. Frankly speaking, I don't have much hope for their plan. The place is heavily guarded. Military satellites have been paying attention to this place before. It should be a military base, but it's strange that the alert level was not so high before, but it has suddenly increased in recent months. Also, do you think their anti-aircraft weapons are just for show? Of course, the incident happened suddenly. Maybe they can hit the target with one strike, then we'll be thankful for that. I'll even wake up laughing in my sleep." Haha. "Well, John, I hope you wake up laughing." Haha. John Wilson and Rodriguez laughed loudly in the office. The subordinates outside the door heard the laughter and looked towards the office, then looked at each other and curled their lips. For them, today is a day of work with peace of mind. Early the next morning, Chu Ge, Commander Wang and his party were preparing to go to the test site to test other individual equipment. Before the convoy had even walked out of the gate, several military vehicles drove over from afar, honking their horns diligently. Chu Ge felt that something must be going on, so he asked the driver to stop. Several military vehicles stopped in front of Chu Ge's convoy. After a while, several officers in military uniforms got out of the vehicles. Commander Wang took a closer look. "It's our commander." Then they got out of the car. Chu Ge had met Commander Lang several times, so they were old acquaintances. He also got out of the car with Commander Wang and the others. Commander Lang walked over with a smile and held Chu Ge's hands with both of his. "Academician Chu, I heard from Wang Yi yesterday that you were coming. I wanted to come visit overnight, but there happened to be a joint military exercise over there, so I couldn't get away. I could only come to meet you this morning, haha." Commander Lang is very enthusiastic and a person who loves talents. He doesn't know whether Chu Ge's name is still in his little notebook. "Captain Lang, long time no see. I've been here for the past few days. We can get together anytime. The joint military exercise represents cooperation between countries and cannot be delayed. So, I came here to invite you to come over and observe. Don't refuse. I know they are the only ones who can do the weapons testing. Besides, what are you testing? Now throughout the army, Chu Ge is the pass. The equipment you developed cannot be snatched away. I think this test is completely unnecessary." Commander Lang was still the outspoken man he was. Chu Ge blushed and his heart beat fast when he heard him. "Well, okay, Commander Lang has invited me so graciously. If I continue to be so reserved, wouldn't that be a bit inhumane?" Chu Ge agreed readily. Just as Commander Lang said, in fact, Li Gang and his team were more than capable of handling the testing of individual equipment. As for the relevant operating procedures, Chu Ge estimated that he was not as good as Li Gang and his team. After all, these procedures were also developed by them. After explaining some precautions to Li Gang, Chu Ge got into the same car with Commander Lang. Captain Gong led his team following behind. After making a circle, the convoy headed towards the joint military exercise venue. "Let's go, Team Leader Li Gang." Academician Chu has been taken away by our army commander. Don't worry. Commander Wang walked over and scolded Li Gang, who was still looking at Chu Ge's convoy. Oh, okay. Hey, Commander Wang, why don't you go with them to watch the military exercise? What's the point of military exercises? They happen every year. Your weapons test is rare. I'm not stupid. This sentence left Li Gang speechless. He waved his hand, and the team members behind him got on the car and continued their individual equipment testing. 20 minutes later, in Commander Lung's car. Academician Chu, what equipment are you mainly testing this time? It's mainly a full set of equipment for individual soldiers and the electromagnetic railgun, one of the weapon systems of the aerospace carrier Kunping. Chu Ge knew that Commander Lung would ask, and it was difficult for him to keep it in for such a long time. The weapon system of the helical carrier has been unveiled? Come to think of it, I can actually see our interstellar fleet in this lifetime. This is really like a dream. It's a pity that I'm old now, and I probably won't be able to go on expeditions with you young people in the future. Commander Lung sighed. He was in his 50s and had already spent more than half of his military career. What he said was very emotional. What are you talking about, Commander Lung? In my eyes, you're in your prime. Maybe when the Starfleet goes out to war, you will be in charge of the team. Haha, I like what Academician Chu said. Great. The input is old, but I think I can still fight for this country. Chu Ge nodded heavily to Commander Lang, and then turned the topic to the military exercise. Captain Lang, what is the content of our military exercise with Russia and several countries in Central Asia this time? It's mainly about the Air Force. Am I not the chief military officer here? I'm just playing the role of a good host. Oh, Deputy Commander Ran of the Air Force is here too. If he knew you were coming, he would probably come even faster than me. We even talked about you yesterday, but, hey, I was on guard. Chapter 126, Meet the Boss Again. Air Force? If you're here, I thought it was a land-based anti-terrorism exercise or something. Chu Ge replied thoughtfully. Well, there are many military exercises of this kind. Isn't it true that international relations are a bit volatile now? These are just interactions between friends. This time, there are mainly several countries observing, both in West Asia and South Asia. They're all preparing to upgrade their Air Force fighters recently. It can be regarded as a kind of exchange and display. The Russian Bear promotes their fighters, and we promote ours. Commander Lang answered all the questions he knew and told Chu Ge everything in detail. Chu Ge suddenly realized and nodded. It would be worth watching this military exercise. It would be a good opportunity to go back and work on the carrier-based aircraft module of the aerospace mothership. This is a large system. Taking this opportunity, Chu Ge just happened to understand the current level of mainstream fighter jets on Earth. The Russian Bears are here too? Are they bringing the most advanced fighter jets? Chu Ge knew something about these international relations. China had several aircraft models derived from Russia's Sukhoi. It seemed that they only had production licenses but no sales rights, although they had been modified so much that they were unrecognizable. It's probably the same stuff. The Russian Bear's stealth fighter has not been progressing smoothly, and they are short of funds. So, I guess they brought everything they can sell this time. Commander Ling's words and deeds revealed his confidence in his own equipment. Chu Ge nodded when he heard this. In the field of fighter jets, China is indeed a latecomer. Its avionics, radar, weapons, etc. are all better than those of Russia. It is so advanced that even its weakest field, aero engines, have been catching up in recent years. Then, won't the two families have conflicts? In the final analysis, this is still a business. If two families sell things in the same market, no one can guarantee that there won't be some rifts. How could that be? We had already discussed it with the Russians before the military exercise. They are promoting their twin-engine heavy fighters, and we are promoting our single-engine JJ-10C. It's a friendly cooperation, no deception, haha. It's possible. However, it is indeed a good method. In this way, because customers have different needs, they will naturally be divided. It can also be regarded as an example. After all, single-engine and twin-engine fighters have different combat uses. A mixed configuration is reasonable. Who knows, the country that originally bought the twin-engine fighter suddenly remembered that it also needs a flexible and multi-purpose light fighter like the JJ-10C. Chu Ge didn't know whether it was due to the benefits brought by the genetic reagents, but his mind was now much more active. With just a little guidance from Commander Lang, he understood everything. Academician Chu is indeed worthy of being the youngest academician. He has a sharp mind. No, Commander Lang is also amazing. He's the commander of the army, but he knows everything about the Air Force. Haha. That's because Deputy Commander Rand just told me these yesterday. Okay. Haha. While Chu Ge and Commander Lang were cheering each other in the car, the convoy had already arrived at the destination. Chu Ge got out of the car and looked at the unfamiliar airport in a daze. This is our military backup airport. It is usually not used unless there are some special circumstances, such as today. After all, this is not an air show, so privacy is still required. We are reluctant to let them use our regular Air Force bases. Even friends have to know their limits, right? Commander Ling saw Chu Ge's confusion and walked up to explain. Chu Ge nodded and looked at the viewing stand temporarily built on the apron. There were already many people in the venue, including quite a few foreigners. They were wearing sky blue military uniforms. They should be the military attaches of various countries stationed in China or senior military officers of this joint exercise. Commander Lung took Chu Ge to the viewing stand. Chu Ge saw that there was a large white tent built next to the viewing stand. It was the kind that was open on all sides, probably for sun protection, as the northwest sun was still quite strong at this time. There were various fruits, desserts, drinks in the tent, and Chu Ge even saw champagne. The exercise is quite long. If you feel tired, you can go there to eat something or drink something. Okay, Commander Ling, you guys are very thoughtful. Haha, they are guests after all, and they are here to pay, so we should be polite. After all, our country is a country of etiquette. When friends come, we have good wine. Commander Ling didn't say anything else, but pointed to the groups of foreigners over there. Academician Chu, come on, I'll introduce someone to you. Commander Ling said as he led Chu Ge onto the viewing platform, where a Chinese general in a blue lieutenant general's uniform was chatting and laughing with a group of foreign military attaches. When he saw Commander Lung coming up, he first smiled slightly, then looked at Chu Ge. His expression obviously froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. After shaking hands with the foreign officers, the general walked quickly towards Chu Ge and the others. Chu Ge, Academician Chu, what wind brought you? A great god, here? Deputy Commander Ran looked at Chu Ge carefully as he spoke, his eyes always showing a gentle smile. Chu Ge felt that the general in front of him was a bit like Academician Chen. Commander, do you know me? What are you talking about? Is there anyone in our army who doesn't know you? If so, it means he is not qualified to be a soldier. Deputy Commander Ran said seriously. I was wrong, Commander Ran. I came here yesterday to the weapons test base over there. There are several new equipment that need to be tested here. Chu Ge cunningly diverted the firepower. As expected, Deputy Commander Ran understood immediately and glared at Commander Lang. Commander Lang laughed and pretended to greet the foreign military attaches around him. He knew that even without Chu Ge's betrayal, the criticism was inevitable from the moment the two of them appeared together. Come on, Chu Ge, let's talk while we walk. Deputy Commander Ran waved to Chu Ge, and the three of them walked and talked along the runway. The viewing stand was gradually left behind by them. Deputy Commander Ran looked around and found that there were no outsiders except the soldiers on guard. Then he asked the question he wanted to ask. Academician Chu, have you finished testing your equipment? Well, we can probably finish testing the individual soldier systems today, but the highlight is the electromagnetic railgun of the aerospace carrier. I don't think it will be done today, so it should be scheduled for tomorrow. Chu Ge thought about it for a moment. The electromagnetic railgun needed to mark the impact point in advance, then clear the area, and find a suitable time. There were many models, so the testing speed could be slower. What's more, the equipment had not arrived at the experimental base when Chu Ge left. That's good. At least I have something to think about. And it's the grand finale. The main gun of the aerospace carrier is really haunting. Hey, Chu Ge, I remember the aerospace carrier also has a set of strategic weapons. Commander Ran, the array phase cannon is still under development, so it is not included in this equipment test. Chu Ge scratched his head after saying this. Oh, that's normal. The more powerful the weapon system, the more difficult it is to develop. Don't worry, Academician Chu. And we've agreed that we'll test the railgun tomorrow. Wait for me. No problem, Deputy Commander Ran. Chapter 127 Static Comparison of Fighter Jet. As a few people were talking, the roar of fighter jets came from afar. A few minutes later, 4 light gray fighter jets landed on the runway not far away. Chu Ge, Deputy Commander Ran, and others watched from afar. Commander Ran, why does that aircraft look like an American F-16 to me? Chu Ge looked at it carefully for a long time and asked in confusion. Academician Chu has a good eye. It is the F-16, the active fighter jet of Xtabel. This time they are here to act as a hypothetical enemy. If you want to sell fighter jets, you must have an opponent, right? The F-16 is also a single-engine, single-seat light fighter, which can just compete with our JJ-10C fighter jet. Deputy Commander Ran spoke easily, and Chu Ge nodded after listening. Their country has also been looking to replace new fighter jets recently and may have been held back by Western countries. They have long sought data on our JJ-10C through various channels, but may have been met with disappointment. This time they directly brought their main active fighter jets, and the meaning is very clear. After the military exercise is over, they will see the results and place an order directly if they approve. Deputy Commander Ran introduced some details of the military exercise to Chu Ge. Commander Lung was surprised for a long time after listening to it. In his impression, this big shot in the army had never been so patient. Okay, they're here. The event is about to start. Let's go back to the viewing platform. Good. Deputy Commander Ran walked in front, with Chu Ge and Commander Lang on his left and right, walking back to the viewing stand at a leisurely pace. Chu Ge, sit next to me. This. Deputy Commander Ran didn't wait for Chu Ge to finish speaking and directly grabbed his hand and pulled him to the seat next to him. Just like that, Chu Ge sat inexplicably at the C position on the rostrum, and Commander Lang sat silently in the second row of seats. Chu Ge looked around, and it seemed that they were all foreigners. The ceremony was very simple. The host simply introduced the Chinese military leaders present and the high-level representatives or military attaches sent by various countries. Then some procedures of this event were briefly introduced, and then representatives from various countries came to the stage to make brief speeches. Chu Ge couldn't understand the foreign language, but judging from the speeches of the Chinese representatives, the general meaning was probably some kind of wishing the event a complete success. After the speech, the first important part of the event began. First, there was the static display of fighter jets promoted by China and Russia. After the host finished speaking, everyone moved to the apron next to it. Deputy Commander Ran needed to receive several important guests at this time, so he told Commander Lang to accompany Chu Ge, and the two of them strolled towards China's JJ-10C fighter jet. There were several foreigners on the plane looking at the cockpit of the JJ-10C. Chu Ge took a look at their appearance and thought they were Russian bears. Several Russian bears were chattering about something, and Chu Ge felt it sounded like they were quarreling. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Brother system, how much does it cost to learn Russian bear language? 1000 reputation points. Damn, it's so cheap? Exchange it right away. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully acquired the Russian bear language proficiency skill, valid for 1 year, remaining reputation value, 785 million. Okay, thanks. Huh? A year? WDF. Chu Ge's joyful mood instantly dropped to freezing point. He held back. He couldn't lose his temper today. He would go back and settle the score with this money-grubbing bastard. Chu Ge, who was full of anger, approached the two Russian bears who were still arguing. Victor, can you put aside your arrogance and open your eyes? This diffraction HUD, the LCD screen in this cabin, the treatment of the fuselage skin rivets, the optimization of the air intake. This series of changes shows that the Chinese have made great achievements in fighter jets. And I heard that the effective range of the medium-range air-to-air missiles equipped on this fighter has exceeded 150 kilometers. Do you understand what this means? The only R-77M we have that can reach this range is still on paper. The Russian bear man with glasses seemed to know a lot about JJ-10C, and Chu Ge was listening with great interest. Levjet, I think you have a problem of worshipping foreign things. The Chinese bought their fighter jets from our country. You tell me that their current fighter jet technology has surpassed ours? Are you kidding me? Chu Ge's first impression of the Russian bear man named Victor was that he was big and strong. After listening to his rebuttal, Chu Ge added another comment on him. Strong limbs but a simple mind. After hearing his teammate's mindless rebuttal, Lev Tite shook his head regretfully and said nothing more. Chu Ge looked at the two men with amusement. Chu Ge felt that they were both right. The Chinese Air Force had indeed surpassed the Russians in some aircraft models, but there were also some that were not as good as the Russians. This was not an all-round surpassing. Therefore, we should not look at things one-sidedly. We should neither belittle ourselves nor deliberately exalt ourselves. The correct thing to do is to take the path that suits us. Chu Ge shook his head and left with Commander Ling. He did not go over to see the Russian planes. They were still the same planes. Leading the way was Sukhoi's Su-35 air superiority fighter, known as the ultimate flanker. Chu Ge was no stranger to this plane. The super maneuverability brought by the 117S engine is its most proud asset, and everything else is just SOSO. The radar is still the Snow Leopard passive phased array radar. It's not that this radar is not good, but the current mainstream is active phased array, which is much weaker in detection distance, anti-interference, multi-target processing capability, and reaction speed. In terms of avionics and situational awareness capabilities, this fighter jet of the Russian bear is indeed lacking in something, but this is a common shortcoming of Russian fighter jets. However, the Su-35 is quite outstanding in maneuverability and flying ability, and its aerodynamic layout is also very good. When equipped with several Russian precision-guided missiles, it is quite powerful in anti-ship and ground attacks. Except for stealth fighters, this fighter can be considered top-notch. Chu Ge really couldn't judge who was right and who was wrong, and he was too lazy to judge. The future would definitely be dominated by stealth fighters and unmanned intelligent fighters. Moreover, China currently has a good relationship with the Russian bear and has many military cooperation projects. There is no point in being too serious about these things. Chu Ge and Commander Long came to the F-16s. This is what Chu Ge was interested in. China's JJ-10C is benchmarked against the F-16. Only such a comparison can reveal the truth. Chu Ge circled around the fighter jet in front of him, then climbed up to the cockpit, looked for a while and then came down. After coming down, Chu Ge shook his head. What's wrong, academician Chu? This F-16 is probably not the latest version of the US, so it has little reference value. Chu Ge felt that his trip was in vain, but it was just a matter of trying to catch rabbits while robbing grass. Chu Ge was just thinking about it when the host's voice came from the radio, announcing that the aerial confrontation exercise was about to begin. Chapter 128 Military Exercise begins. A phase of air combat exercises is divided into two parts. The first part is free engagement, and the second is tactical attack and defense drills. There is a huge display screen on the west side of the viewing stand, which shows real-time simulated data of the fighter jets of both sides. Several small screens next to it are pilot cockpit monitoring. After the announcer finished his broadcast, many people walked over there. Most of the people who came were foreign buyers who were interested in fighter jets. Chu Ge, Commander Lang, and others did not go to join in the fun. The first phase of the exercise involved Russia's 4 Su-30SM and 4 Su-35 fighter jets. The F-16 did not participate. It was just the Russians playing with themselves. This was interesting. It was more of a flight show than an exercise. However, the layman watches the excitement while the expert sees the details. These military attaches and technical experts from the air forces of various countries were obviously not so easy to fool. Therefore, from the perspective of the process, Chu Ge felt that the Russian bear was still very serious. As for why the F-16 did not participate, it was probably a decision made after comprehensive consideration by Stein. In the international market, these two factions of fighter jets are direct competitors. If they do not confront each other directly, they also have to consider the reaction of the U.S. government after they know about it. The U.S. sanctioned stick still has some lethality to small countries like them. Moreover, the F-16 and the two Russian aircraft are not on the same channel. One is a light fighter with more ground missions, while the other is a heavy twin-engine fighter with the main mission of air superiority for national air defense. The United States F-15 heavy fighter is a rival of the Russian Bear's two aircraft. Chu Ge, Commander Lang, is still observing these F-16s. He can see his own planes at any time, but these American things are not common. Moreover, although the F-16 is a bit old now, it is a trend-setting fighter after all. Some of its design concepts and aerodynamic layout are very different from those of China. Academician Chu, you seem to be very interested in these planes? Commander Ling followed Chu Ge around for a few rounds and couldn't help himself. It's okay. After all, it's not common. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. As far as I know, the production of this fighter is close to 5,000. It must have its unique features. Chu Ge carefully observed its craftsmanship while replying to Commander Ling. Then, Academician Chu, do you see anything special? Chu Ge's words successfully aroused the interest of Commander Ling. The latest F-16 is equipped with an electronic active phased array radar, and the engine, cockpit display, aiming helmet, onboard mission computer, fire control, and avionics have all been optimized and upgraded. It is still different from this version. As for the fuselage, there is no change. So although the combat power has increased by 2 times compared to the original model, it is still no match for the stealth aircraft. Chu Ge came to the conclusion that this was an insurmountable gap. Given the platform, no matter how much you could modify it, there would be a limit. That's for sure. If you can close the generation gap by improving these data, then who would want to develop new fighter jets? They would just modify the old platforms, haha. Chu Ge nodded. Commander Ling's words woke him up. He had unconsciously fallen into a misunderstanding again. What reference could there be for fighter jets on Earth? According to the data from the military industry's carrier-based aircraft system, the speed of the drone above is at least Mach 10 even in the atmosphere. Chu Ge is not sure about the maximum speed now, as it depends on the material of the aircraft body that can resist ultra-high temperature fluids. He has not had time to study it in detail. Chu Ge remembered that the fastest air-to-air missile in modern times was only about Mach 6. It couldn't catch up with anything no matter what color the fire was. This was embarrassing. Perhaps dimensionality reduction strikes were just such a rogue move? Chu Ge thought for a long time, and when he came to his senses, he found that he had been in a daze for a while. Commander Long was staring at him. I was distracted just now. In general, the American F-16 is still remarkable. After all, it is the world's first aircraft to use static instability plus fly-by-wire flight control. It can be said to have created an era. I think this is also the reason why it has such a large production volume. Later fighter jets, whether Russian or some Western countries, redefined the design concept of fighter jets according to this model. Chu Ge finally gave this old aircraft a good evaluation. For scientific research experts, being able to see the advantages of opponents can help them improve themselves better. Academician Chu's understanding of fighter jets is much better than that of a layman like me. Commander Lung sighed. Haha, these were all my hobbies in the past. As for now, this aircraft has no value to me. Its craftsmanship and technology have been surpassed by our current stealth fighters. As for the others, they are not even on the same level. Let's go, Commander Lung. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he strode towards the rest area. Commander Lung was still behind him, trying to think over the meaning of what Chu Ge had just said, and did not catch up for a long time. There were not many people in the rest area. Most of them went to watch the live broadcast of the exercise. Chu Ge and Commander Lung had a rare moment of leisure, so they ate fruit and chatted about some unimportant family matters. Half an hour later, Chu Ge saw Deputy Commander Ran coming from afar. Haha, you two are quite free. Deputy Commander Ran had not arrived yet, but hearty laughter had already been heard. Chu Ge was about to stand up when Deputy Commander Ran pushed him back to his seat. Academician Chu, what do you think? Do you see what's going on? Although these fighter jets are not the most advanced, they are still mainstream in the world today. Commander, Academician Chu taught me a lot today. I think he knows more about fighter jets than you do. Chu Ge was about to speak when Commander Lung spoke back to Deputy Commander Ran first. Oh, what's so surprising about this? Chu Ge is now a legend in our army. In my opinion, any action he takes is understandable, haha. Commander, don't listen to what Commander Lung says. I know that those serious military fans know that there is still a gap between military fans and Air Force professionals like you, and the gap is not small. Chu Ge is not being modest. Military fans may know the data of a certain aircraft by heart, but war is not fought with data. Things in the system are difficult for outsiders to understand. Let's not talk about that for now. There are no outsiders here. As far as I know, the aerospace carrier also has a carrier-based aircraft team, right? How does Academician Chu plan to configure it? Just talk about it in general terms so that I can have a general idea. Seeing that there was no one around, Deputy Commander Ran spoke to Chu Ge in a low voice. Well, the Kunping's carrier-based aircraft are mainly drones, and the manned fighters are more responsible for reconnaissance, interference, and auxiliary military operations. The dirty and tiring work in the interstellar fleet is performed by drone groups. Chu Ge thought about it. In the military industry system, he felt that the role of fighter jets was more like harassment and scouts. They could only attack some small ships. They could not hit large ships like aircraft carriers and heavy cruisers because their skin was too thick. Chu Ge didn't know the deeper reasons, and he didn't know what his opponent looked like. In short, there was a reason for existence, and Chu Ge only needed to design according to the blueprint of the military industry system. Chapter 129, Sudden Change. Drones? They are useful, but I feel like they are a little ineffective and can be easily targeted by the enemy. Deputy Commander Ran replied with a frown. Haha, don't worry, Commander. The drone I'm talking about is a little different from the current version, or it can be said to be subversive. Even if they are targeted, they still need to know how to target them, right? Haha, kid, come on. I'll have to go check out the drone when it comes out. The three were chatting when the announcer on the loudspeaker started broadcasting again. Deputy Commander Ran listened and, okay, the Russian Bear's performance is over, and now it's our fighter's turn. Academician Chu, do you want to go over and take a look? Okay, I'll have to go and see, haha. Chu Ge and the others immediately stood up and walked towards the big screen. In the distance from the airport, as the Russian Bear's fighter jets landed one after another, the JJ-10C and 4 F-16 fighter jets that had been ready for a long time took off one after another, each flying towards their own exercise airspace. In a free air combat, neither side knows the other's airspace. Excluding the assistance of early warning aircraft and ground radar, it depends on the real ability of the fighter jets in unfamiliar airspace. 01. Country G's fighter jets are old versions of the F-16. That's not interesting. If they want to fight, they should fight the F-16V. The talkative Dai Lin started his performance again, but this time he was smarter and used the team channel. All the pilots in the golden helmets were dispatched, which also showed that the Air Force attached great importance to this military exercise. Knock out your opponent first, then it's not too late to complain. All right, we have 2 minutes to reach the designated airspace. Form a diamond formation to approach the airfield. 02 follow me, 04 follow 03. Follow the predetermined search direction. Turn on the active search radar after approaching the airfield. 02 understand. 03 understood. 04 understand. Without the assistance of early warning aircraft and ground radar, the radar performance of the fighter is fully demonstrated. This is also what the director team has said in advance. After all, the radar performance of the fighter is also one of the main parameters that buyers want to consider. In fact, this situation rarely occurs in modern air combat. During combat patrols, The fighter's search radar is generally not turned on. The task of searching for targets is mainly completed by early warning aircraft, which then guides the fighter to attack. Enter the battlefield, formation, turn on radar, everyone be smart. After several team members responded, the captain Chung Chongquan turned on the radar, shook his head left and right to check the situation of his teammates, and then moved his gaze to the radar's scanning interface. Soon, 4 bright spots appeared on the radar, and Chung Chongquan was shocked. Southeast, for enemy planes, 240 kilometers away, altitude 8,200. Chung Chongquan promptly told his teammates the battlefield information. The JJ-10C is equipped with China's most advanced active phased array airborne radar, which has a relatively long detection distance. Although its beyond visual range air combat capability is not the best, it is still first class among aircraft of this level. 0304. Once you are within missile range, use long-range air-to-air missiles first. Pay attention to target selection. 03 received. 04 received. The G country F-16 formation had no idea of the situation at this time and was still strolling leisurely. Captain, why haven't you found any trace of the enemy yet? Could they have lost their way? Huh. Shut up and keep an eye on your plane. As far as I know, China's JJ-10C radar has a longer search range than ours. Now we are the ones suffering. Captain, sometimes data can be falsified. You can't completely trust the data. The wingman was an ace pilot from country G with a full beard. He was not optimistic about this trip to China, but he could not figure out what the officials above were thinking. Why would they leave the advanced F-16V alone and come to China for military exercises? Just as he finished speaking, the radar lock alarm on the plane suddenly sounded, and his first reaction was to think it was an anti-aircraft missile from the ground. Oh no, Captain, I've been locked onto by an anti-aircraft missile. Anti-aircraft missiles? Are you kidding? A few seconds later. Oh, 2 missiles, leader, where did they launch them from? You idiot, that's the JJ-10C locking onto you. Why don't you quickly maneuver to get rid of it? Or release jammers. You still have a chance before you enter the no-escape zone of their air-to-air missiles. Clear. After a few dozen seconds. Leader, I was judged to be shot down. I feel like I was fooled. What? How is that possible? They launched missiles from such a long distance. They might be able to hit the AWACS, but the chances of them getting away from our fighter planes are actually very high. So I said I was fooled. Okay, you should withdraw from the exercise first. We can discuss everything after we get to the ground. As the temporary captain of this team, the pilot from country G has high tactical qualities. Now that the exercise has not yet ended, he has to continue. Clear. Chu Ge looked at the battle information on the display screen, and a smile appeared on his face. Academician Chu, what do you think? Deputy Commander Rand turned around and saw Chu Ge smiling, so he became interested. They fully utilized the advantages of beyond visual range air combat. The radar performance of these old F-16s was indeed a bit poor. Their detection range was not good enough, and they could not detect our JJ-10C in advance. In this case, whoever detects the other side first will have the upper hand. Haha, that's right, anything else? I guess your director's request is to shoot down half of the enemy's fighter planes, otherwise the exercise would be over by now. Chu Ge said, and turned to look at Deputy Commander Rand. Haha, nothing can be hidden from Academician Chu. Beyond visual range air combat is one aspect, and close range air combat is also a very important aspect. Anything else? Anything else? Another possibility is an air-to-air missile. It has a dual-pulse engine. The engine will ignite and work for a while, then shut down. It will fly a certain distance by inertia and then ignite again. At this distance, the enemy fighter will basically enter the missile's no-escape zone. Chu Ge blurted out after a little thought. Academician Chu, Commander Lung didn't mean to praise you just now. You really understand the Air Force. This time, Deputy Commander Rand did not continue asking questions, but a gleam appeared in his eyes, which was a kind of affirmation and appreciation. The air exercise is still going on. 2 fighter jets from the F-16 formation withdrew from the exercise. To ensure fairness, the JJ-10C also automatically withdrew 2 fighter jets. Now it is 2v2. The distance between the 2 sides was very close, and Chung Chongquan switched the air-to-air missile to a short-range combat missile. He stared at the enemy aircraft information on the helmet display system and flicked open the protective cover of the launch button with his right hand. 02 cover me. I'm getting into attacking position. 02 understand. Chung Chongquan input the flight parameters of the enemy aircraft and then began to pre-cool the short-range air-to-air missile. The so-called pre-cooling is actually to power on the infrared missile, and the rest of the cooling of the seeker will be automatically completed by the missile's built-in program. The same set of operations was also performed among the pilots of Istanbul. The close combat of fighter jets was very exciting, which was a test of both the performance of the aircraft and the skills of the pilots. The missiles of both sides were launched almost simultaneously, and the JJ-10C adopted a boundary condition launch with a large off-axis angle, and the missile whizzed out. Istanbul F-16 formation. Captain, I've been judged to be shot down. Where are your missiles? My missiles were launched, but I felt something was wrong. What's the meaning? Drill missiles usually only work for 5 seconds before they are automatically destroyed, but this missile has been working for 10 seconds and is still moving forward. It's moving in the wrong direction. It's out of control. Oh. In the weapons testing base, Soul Blade's red eyes suddenly turned blue, and the next second an alarm sounded. Oh no. Quick, get out of that area. Soul Blade is about to activate flight mode. As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul Blade flew into the air and soon disappeared. Yu Yang hurried over to help his colleague who had fallen to the ground and checked his injuries. Fortunately, it was just a scratch. He raised his head and looked at the hole in the sky above his head, his brows furrowed. Chapter 130, Soul Blade Savior. Yu Yang suddenly remembered something and ran out. In the exercise airspace, 2 planes from Istanbul were still communicating. Wingman, descend a little and check my missile rack to see if there is any malfunction. Arafat, the F-16 squadron leader, gave the order anxiously. Captain, your air-to-air missiles are all here. Oh, I'm scared to death. That's good. It must be electronic. But your air-to-ground missile is gone. What? How is this possible? As soon as the wingman finished speaking, Arafat felt like his head was going to explode. He quickly thought of a series of possibilities. Was the feedback signal from the missile rack wrong? Was the computer system malfunctioning? Did the ground crew mistake the live ammunition for the training ammunition? Thinking of the last possibility, he shuddered all over. If that happens, it will be troublesome. He looked at the trajectory of the missile. It seemed to be spinning in circles like a headless fly, but it was obvious that it was still working. The pilot began to pray that it would quickly find a deserted place to hide. After turning a big circle, the missile trajectory flew straight in one direction. The pilot looked at the map information. Sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and he said something with a trembling voice. Oops. Chu Ge, Deputy Commander Ran, was looking at the big screen intently. Strange, what are they doing? Is the exercise over? I don't think so. Isn't there still a plane that hasn't been shot down? Deputy Commander Ran said easily. He was in a very good mood now. According to the current development of the war situation, today's exercise could be celebrated as a complete success in advance. About 1 kilometer away from the temporary airport is a temporary field air defense regiment. Regiment Commander Wang Kai was staring at the missile trajectory on the radar screen. The radar soldier who was responsible for monitoring the exercise area had already reported the sudden abnormality of the missile. Capture the missile's trajectory and prepare 2 interceptor missiles from the 1st Battalion to intercept. Wang Kai decisively issued the combat order. Yes, Captain. Report to the commander. The radar has detected another target moving rapidly towards the missile. Radar soldiers quickly reported battlefield intelligence. Could it be that our brother unit has taken action? It shouldn't be. It's moving too fast and erratic. But now, its direction of travel is in the attack path of the missile, which makes it look like an interceptor missile. The radar soldier stared at the strange scene on the radar screen and made vague judgments. Wang Kai thought quickly. He knew that not far from this backup airport was the weapons testing base, where his brother troops were located around it. Ignore it for now. Let the interceptor missiles continue to focus on the target's trajectory. When they find a window of opportunity, they will immediately launch a missile to intercept. Let the 2nd Battalion's Land Shield 5000 short-range air defense system also focus on this missile. If the interceptor missile fails to intercept, make sure they hook it down for me. We must not let the missile break through. Yes. The signalman quickly conveyed Captain Wang's order, and the atmosphere in the entire combat command center suddenly became tense. Everyone was now staring at the 2 spots of light on the radar screen. Deputy Commander Ran also frowned now. He vaguely felt something was wrong. On the big screen, the 4 planes were still flying level without any tactical movements. Were they shaking hands in the air? He was just about to call the guard to ask him to ask the director team when the guard hurriedly ran towards him and whispered something in his ear. What? Is it true? Yes, Commander. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and protect Academician Chu. That Deputy Commander Ran. It seems to be too late, and I don't think we need to leave. Look who's here. Chu Ge interrupted at this time, and then pointed to the sky. Deputy Commander Ran looked up at the sky in confusion, and the next moment, his eyes widened. In the sky, the majestic body of Soul Blade stood suspended in the air. It was not very far away from Chu Ge and the others, probably less than 100 meters away. At this distance, the huge figure of Soul Blade seemed more concrete. Farther away, in the clear blue sky, one could vaguely see a missile with a long tail rapidly heading towards the Soul Blade. Under the cloudless sky, the long smoke tail was particularly conspicuous. Is that the Soul Blade? What does it want to do? Take on this missile head-on? Academician Chu, get it out of the way quickly. There are anti-aircraft forces around here, so it doesn't need to sacrifice itself. There was a hint of sadness in Deputy Commander Rand's anxious words. Haha, it's okay. Commander, tell the anti-aircraft forces not to take action. It's no big deal for the Soul Blade to take a missile head-on. Just don't let our own troops' missiles bombard us for several rounds. Chu Ge calmly picked up the bottle of drink, unscrewed the lid, tilted his head back, and took a sip. It was so refreshing. Then he silently complained in his heart. This Soul Blade is posing again. It's quite showy today. Okay, it's time to smell the smoke. Oh no, at this distance, I'm afraid it's too late. Sure enough, just as Commander Ran Fu finished speaking, two interceptor missiles with long tails came from afar. These interceptor missiles should have been launched while he was speaking. The people on the viewing platform no longer had time to run. They all looked up into the sky, shocked speechless by the scene before them. Boom! The missile exploded violently in front of Soul Blade. The huge sound of high explosives made the guests on the scene cover their ears and then half-crouch. They seemed to suddenly realize that the target of the missile seemed to be here. Chu Ge and Deputy Commander Ran were as steady as a rock, still staring at the sky. They were more concerned about the Soul Blade now. The Soul Blade remained motionless, and Deputy Commander Ran breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining two interceptor missiles came one after another. This time, Soul Blade did not take them head-on. Instead, it evaded the two missiles easily with a few clever moves. Two interceptor missiles flew past the iron body of Soul Blade and exploded in the air not far away. Boom! Boom! After the explosion, Deputy Commander Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Ran, don't sigh yet. I think you should contact the relevant person in charge of the country where the F-16 pilot belongs first. Chu Ge took another sip of his drink and spoke slowly. Well, we will definitely look for them. They must give us an explanation for what happened today. No. I mean, you have to explain to them why there were 4 planes coming here and only 2 planes going back. Chu Ge held his mouth and didn't dare to laugh. Academician Chu, what do you mean? Soul Blade has always been, cruel to those who dare to attack China. It basically takes revenge on the spot. There is no explanation for this process. Academician Chu, please give way first. Deputy Commander Ran said as he turned his head to look up into the sky again, but there was no trace of the Soul Blade. He turned back quickly, and Chu Ge shrugged at him. Deputy Commander Ran understood instantly, and after a little thought, a smile appeared on his face again. Okay, Academician Chu, let me tell you privately, I like Soul Blade's personality. Is this a program? Did you set it in advance? Chu Ge said nothing, just nodded silently. In the distance, a team of military vehicles came speeding and stopped not far away. Teams of soldiers armed with live ammunition got off the trucks and stood in line next to the guards who were originally on guard. The entire periphery of the viewing site was now densely packed with soldiers. The guests around Chu Ge had just breathed a sigh of relief, but now they became nervous again, looking at Chu Ge and the others helplessly. Chapter 131, The Domineering Attack of Soul Blade. Regimental Commander Wang Kai ran to Deputy Commander Ran, stood at attention, and saluted. Commander, are you okay? Yeah, it's okay. Who told you to leave your post without permission? Deputy Commander Ran looked serious. Aye. Captain Wang didn't say anything else because he saw Chu Ge again, with an incredible look in his eyes. What? Don't you recognize me? Or are you afraid to recognize me? Academician Chu. Wang Kai, commander of the Air Defense Regiment of the 115th Division of the A Group Army, salutes you. Hello, Captain Wang. Chu Ge smiled and returned the greeting. Okay, now is not the time to get close to us. It's a good thing that you are here. You can escort these foreign friends to the airport later. It was supposed to be a good exercise, but now it's messed up. I'll appease them first. Oh, by the way, detain the people from Stamber first, as well as their fighter jets. I don't think this matter is that simple. I need to report to the senior leaders above and ask them for their opinions on how to deal with the follow-up issues. Deputy Commander Ran issued several orders in one breath, and Captain Wang Kai responded to them immediately. He saluted Commander Ran and Chu Ge again, then turned and left. Deputy Commander Ran thought for a moment, then turned and walked towards the podium. In the air, the remaining 2 F-16s flew towards the backup airport one after the other, and behind them were Chung Chongquan and Dai Lin's fighter jets. They were flying behind, and the ground control center had already informed them of the emergency situation and granted them temporary decision-making authority in the air to deal with possible future emergencies. It's just that the missiles carried by the two fighter jets were training missiles. The machine guns are real weapons, so they are now flying behind the F-16, and the machine guns have long been aimed at the fighter jets in front. If they dare to do anything else, Dai Lin, who has a bad temper, will not mind giving them a volley of bullets. Two F-16 formations circled and prepared to land. "Captain, are we being watched? Are they going to just shoot us down?" The wingman's pilot looked young, and his voice was childish and trembling. That shouldn't be the case. If they wanted to shoot it down, they would have done it long ago. The Chinese are more honest. Before Arafat could finish his words, an alarm suddenly sounded on the plane. He looked at the radar in confusion. This alarm was not an alarm of being attacked, but a collision warning. The radar screen shows that there is an obstacle ahead. What the hell? Arafat muttered something and raised his head. In front of him, the huge body of the Soul Blade was already within reach. The lavender halo swayed back and forth along the edges of the Soul Blade mecha, which was very dazzling. Arafat didn't have time to shout as he suddenly rolled to the side, and the plane flew past the side of Soul Blade. He had no time to rejoice, because the wingman behind him seemed to have not figured out the situation yet, and rushed straight towards the Soul Blade. The wingman's eyes widened at this moment, and his left hand subconsciously put away the sun visor. He looked into the pale blue eyes of the Soul Blade. Is this a deity descending from heaven? Asshole, get out of the way, you're going to hit it. It's not God, it's a humanoid robot. Arafat shouted anxiously while turning his fighter plane, but it was too late. He watched his wingman crash into the mountain as he finished speaking. Just when he thought a big explosion was about to happen, the robot in front of him flew vertically upwards at an incredible speed. Then a dazzling weapon appeared in its left hand, and it fell down at an even faster speed than before. The dazzling light was like a phantom cutting down along the center of the wingman's fuselage and soon disappeared. The next second, his wingman exploded violently in front of his eyes in an air disintegration manner. In an instant, the plane turned into countless pieces and floated diagonally downward. Arafat squinted his eyes and turned his head to look at the debris that were still falling. The tragic scene just now made him a little bit unbelievable. He was not the only one who couldn't believe this scene. Chung Chongquan and Dai Lin in the back watched the whole dreamlike scene of mecha warriors versus fighter jets. "Captain, that's the Soul Blade, right? This guy is really ruthless. Why did I suddenly remember the last time we practiced with it? It's so cold behind it. I was also defeated just now, but was the Soul Blade sent by the base? This way of fighting is a bit unsportsmanlike." It's a rare occasion that Captain Dai Lin didn't accuse him of fooling around this time, but instead joined him in commenting on the situation. "Captain, look. This Soul Blade is going to do the same thing again. This blade of light is cutting the plane like tofu. With this instant acceleration, I think the effect would be similar if it used an iron rod. Then should we try to stop them? After all, the order given to us by the base is to force them to land if they behave themselves." Dai Lin and Chung Chongquan seemed to have exchanged identities. One began to concentrate on watching the show, while the other could still remember the orders they had received. "Stop it, with your tofu-like airplane." There was a strong sense of contempt in Chung Chongquan's words. "Yeah, that's true. Let's just watch the show." Arafat was indeed an experienced pilot. He didn't say anything more and decisively pulled down his seat and flew out magnificently. His fighter jet repeated the same operation as his wingman a few seconds after he flew out. Chung Chongquan and Dai Lin were both stunned by the smooth operation of the F-16 pilot in front of them, and it took them a long time to react. "Hey, this guy is quite smart. This is a good idea. I learned it, haha." Dai Lin was laughing unscrupulously. "All right, report to the base immediately and ask them to send a search team over. Remember to send them the coordinates." "Clear." Just as Dai Lin finished replying, he suddenly discovered that the Soul Blade appeared in front of them like a ghost. Those dark blue eyes were like a messenger from hell. "Captain, is this guy going to kill us too?" After Dai Lin finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back again. Chung Chongquan did not reply to him, and he did not know how to reply. Just when they were trembling with fear, the Soul Blade, hovering in the air, saluted them handsomely and then left. It took Dai Lin a long time to react. "Fuck, Captain, to be honest, I've got my hands down there." Chung Chongquan still did not reply. He silently saluted in the direction where Soul Blade left. The two JJ-10C fighter jets turned around and flew quickly towards the temporary airport. Chu Ge looked at the smoke that had dissipated in the air and rubbed his hands. "Well, Soul Blade has already finished his work. Why are you still being shy? Just go back to your own nest." On the rostrum, Deputy Commander Ran was still explaining to the foreign friends present. The gist of it was that there was an accident in this exercise, so it was temporarily terminated and you can go back to your homes. Our soldiers are here to protect you, so don't worry. After investigation, we will notify the relevant person in charge of your country about the subsequent situation, etc. Chapter 132 Joint Investigation Team. After Deputy Commander Ran finished speaking, he walked down from the rostrum, and the military attaches and pilots from various countries below began to discuss in a low voice. Victor, did you see everything just now? That was a transformer? It took a high-explosive air-to-ground missile. Leapt recalled the scene just now and couldn't help looking up at the sky again. Where was its shadow in the sky? The only thing that could prove that it was not an illusion just now was the faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Not only did I see it, I also recorded it. This material will definitely set the internet on fire. It's so sci-fi. Victor touched the phone in his pocket, as if he saw an opportunity to make a fortune. Is it true? Let me see. Not now, Leapt. Let's wait until we leave the Chinese border. If they find us, we won't be able to bring anything back. Victor glanced at the armed guards around him. Although China had a good relationship with the Russian bear, he didn't want to take the risk. As they talked, the two followed the officials of their country out. But they didn't expect that Chu Ge had heard everything they had just said. Chu Ge thought for a moment and walked up to Deputy Commander Ran. There must be quite a few foreigners who have secretly photographed the Soul Blade. Do we need to arrange for someone to search them all? Chu Ge felt that this involved state secrets and dared not turn a blind eye to it. The higher-ups are saying don't embarrass these people. They are all friends who have good relations with our country. If this matter gets back, there will inevitably be a storm. Isn't that handing a knife to certain countries? Besides, the leader's other meaning is that the aerospace carrier is not afraid of publicity, and our handsome mecha warriors should also come out to show their faces. Haha, I'm just afraid that some countries will never believe it even if they are beaten to death. And we have a secret trick behind this. We are just testing the waters. You will understand later. Deputy Commander Ran stopped talking and patted Chu Ge's shoulder with a smile. Chu Ge didn't understand what was going on, so he just let them go. He was not good at the leader's big strategies, but from what Deputy Commander Ran said, he could vaguely guess something. The exercise site soon became quiet again, and the foreign friends were escorted by Wang Kai and others to the nearest airport. The Russian bear fighters at the backup airport are now lining up for takeoff. They will form a formation in the air and then be escorted out of the border by Chinese fighters. Of course, the two F-16s that had withdrawn from the exercise earlier were still pinned to the ground. The pilots and military attaches from their country were discussing something with Chinese officials. This does not count as a seizure. The two crash planes are still being searched and rescued. The high-level joint investigation team of both sides and the relevant technical support team are rushing here. Seeing that Deputy Commander Ran was also very busy, Chu Ge stood up and said goodbye to Commander Lung. After the two of them returned to the weapons testing base by car, they headed towards the temporary base of the Soul Blade. Although Chu Ge was confident in the armor protection of the Soul Blade, after all, it was a ground-to-ground missile and its power was still greater than that of ordinary artillery shells. Academician Chu, Deputy Commander Ran has raised the alert level of the weapons test base. We can proceed with our equipment experiments according to the original plan. On the way, Commander Lung did not forget to tell Chu Ge about the arrangements made by Deputy Commander Ran just now. Okay, but I don't think this incident is necessarily directed at us. The tampering with the fighter jets is more likely to target the joint exercise. You invited me to observe on your own whim. After Chu Ge analyzed the whole incident, he replied firmly that he did not think that Stanley had the courage to be an enemy of China, and the most likely possibility was that he was manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. However, if your military aircraft can be led by the nose, there must be a traitor. It is normal to detain people and aircraft. Chu Ge and the other two walked into the Soul Blade's base, where Yu Yang and his team were busy doing a full-body test on it. They were busy running around, like a nanny. Yu Gong, how is it? Is the Soul Blade injured? Yu Yang turned around when he heard Chu Ge's voice, and then hurried over. Sorry, Academician Chu, I didn't see you coming. There's nothing wrong with the Soul Blade, but the pieces of armor that were most severely affected by the explosion need to be replaced. Although nothing can be seen from the outside, our instruments have shown that the structure inside has been damaged. Yu Yang briefly repeated the testing procedure to Chu Ge. Apart from what he had just said, everything else was basically intact. Well, it has thick skin and flesh. It seems that the warhead of the air-to-ground missile has a lot of explosives. According to my guess, it should be able to take on the missile head-on. Chu Ge shook his head after he finished speaking. The armor material was still not good enough. The data on the performance of this set of armor in the military industry system was the worst. No wonder that big brother kept making fun of the depletion of resources on Blue Star. Chu Ge now thought that he seemed to be stating facts. Soul Blade. Chu Ge looked up at Soul Blade. It was too tall. He couldn't see its head at all from down here. It seemed that he could only talk to Soul Blade's feet. Yes, Academician Chu, what are your orders? If you encounter missiles, large caliber shells, or the like in the future, don't resist them if you can. Everyone knows that you are thick-skinned. Oh, and the military dogs at the base know that you are handsome. So, you must be more alert in actual combat in the future, otherwise you will have to wait for others to help you change your armor when you come back. Isn't it tiring? Chu Ge originally wanted to say that this piece of armor was more expensive than that air-to-ground missile, and that he should save money. But then he thought that this guy probably didn't know what money was, so he didn't continue. Yes, this will not happen again, Academician Chu. Yue Yang was surprised by Chu Ge's commanding attitude and was unable to understand it for a moment. Commander Lung beside him had no expression on his face and just explained to Yue Yang in a low voice. This is how I teach my son. Just get used to it. Oh, Commander Lung, you are still very knowledgeable. Haha, no, I just heard about it from my subordinates. The two were talking about the ethical issues of Academician Chu and Soul Blade. After a commotion outside, a group of people came in. Commander Lung took a look and found that they were Li Gang and Wang Yi. Commander, we just heard about the exercise. Are you okay? Is Academician Chu okay? Wang Yi came in hurriedly and hadn't seen Chu Ge, who was blocked by the big feet of Soul Blade. You kid, you're asking me, but your eyes aren't looking at me. Are you going to ask Academician Chu? Commander Lung ruthlessly exposed Wang Yi. Commander, don't I see you? Chu Ge came over upon hearing the sound and waved to Wang Yi and the others. Li Gang nodded at him and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 133 Secret Letter from the Special Envoy. Everyone stood in a circle around Soul Blade and exchanged opinions on today's emergency. Everyone agreed with Chu Ge's idea and pointed the finger at a certain rogue country. Only they could use such a despicable trick. But Chu Ge also knew that it was difficult to find actual evidence for such a thing. Even if they find it, given the nature of a certain country, it will just give a meaningless apology to a big country and simply refuse to acknowledge it to a small country. This is the basic behavior of a rogue country. Chu Ge remembered what Deputy Commander Rand said about throwing a stone to test the water. He believed that the leaders already had a corresponding strategy, so he stopped talking. After checking the time, he invited everyone to have dinner. Late at night, at the backup airport, several offices were temporarily cleared out for the joint investigation team to use. The search and rescue team has returned, and Arafat was found alive. Apart from a few minor scratches on his body, this shrewd guy can be said to be unharmed. The pilot of his wingman wasn't doing so well. He was first burned half to death in the air, and then he was smashed to pieces after a free fall. The search and rescue team couldn't gather him together for a long time, but failed to do so. After Arafat came back, he was invited into a room by Chinese experts and then questioned in detail for 2 hours. He was quite cooperative and even described the detailed process of the fighter jet from the hangar to its handover to him in Istanbul. After the questioning, Arafat was led into another room by the senior executives of Country G. Mr. Jing, what do you think? Deputy Commander Rand said as he looked at a gray-haired old man in the expert group. Based on my many years of experience, this person is not lying. It seems that this incident is not accidental, but is secretly manipulated by certain people or countries. However, I am not sure how they played this trick of replacing the prince with a cat. Mr. Jung frowned, puzzled. If there is a backdoor in the fighter's computer system, it would be easy to fix it with a small program virus. I think we should focus on how they replace the training ammunition with live ammunition. There is a lot of information involved here. Another expert pointed out a possibility, which awakened the people. If what he said is true, then this basically locks in the suspected country. What Xiaolong said makes sense. It may be difficult for us to collect evidence on the issue of computer system backdoors, but we may be able to find some clues on the second point. I suggest that we immediately set up an overseas investigation team and go to Istanbul to assist them in conducting investigations and collecting evidence in this regard. Agree. Okay, then I will report our preliminary investigation report to the senior leaders and submit the overseas investigation team's proposal at the same time. Everyone, please wait patiently for a while. After several experts raised their hands to express their agreement, Deputy Commander Rand made the final decision. Oh, Mr. Jing, I have another question. Regarding the overseas investigation team, we asked G. Istanbul to cooperate with our press release. Do you think they can agree to it? After Deputy Commander Rand stood up and left, he suddenly turned back and asked. They might try to prevaricate before, but once the pilot just now tells them exactly how Soul Blade's revenge was done, I think they will be happy to cooperate with us. Mr. Zheng replied confidently. Deputy Commander Rand thought for a moment, nodded, and then walked out excitedly. In another room, Arafat was describing the cruelty of the soul blade in vivid detail. Soul blade, the whole process of less than a minute was described by him as a science fiction blockbuster. About half an hour later, Arafat finally stopped talking, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water on the table, and took a big gulp. After escorting Arafat out of the room, several Istanbul investigators glanced at each other. Do you believe what he said? Are you scared to death? An expert from country G pointed to his head while speaking. I think his thinking is very clear and he didn't lie. Several experts rushed here overnight. Maybe you don't understand some of the details. I have a video here. Please watch it before making any comments. A member of the investigation team who looked like a soldier took out a mobile phone, found a video, and handed it to the experts. A few minutes later, the video ended and the scene fell into silence. Is this a mecha warrior? It took on a high-explosive surface-to-air missile? That's the missile with the highest TNT equivalent in our country. Oh my god. The expert who had doubted it earlier said while holding his phone tremblingly that he couldn't even believe what he saw just now and watched the video again. According to what the pilot just said, this mech warrior must be as tall as a 20-story building, huge, and as fast as lightning. He has only shown the weapon in his left hand and has beaten them to a pulp. They don't even have a chance to escape by plane. They can only parachute out, and they have to parachute out as soon as they see him to save their lives. Plus, this video shows its terrifying defense and agile evasion capabilities. Missiles are like toys to it. I guess its weapons are definitely more than just the thing in its left hand. I suddenly feel that maybe it is just using the weakest one in its arsenal. These are the conclusions we can draw today, right? A man who looked like a leader stood up, looked through the records in his hand, looked around and asked, "Yes, Your Excellency, the Special Envoy." Everyone replied respectfully. "Okay, I will pass this information to the Prime Minister overnight. Everyone go back and get some rest. It's already early in the morning. There should be news coming from the country tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work." Yes. The experts from Country G's investigation team stood up one after another, nodded to the Special Envoy, and walked out one after another. After everyone left, the Special Envoy returned to his seat and carefully examined the documents in his hands. After thinking for a long time, he quickly picked up the pen on the table, added a few words, and called the guard in. "Send it back to the Prime Minister's office overnight." "Yes, Your Excellency, the Special Envoy." After the guards left, the Special Envoy stood at the window and looked at the night sky outside for a long time. Then he turned off the lights in the room and walked out. For him or his country, after tonight, there will be a brand new tomorrow. Today is destined to be a sleepless night for Abdel Nasser. As the Prime Minister of Istanbul, he received 2 pieces of bad news in a row today. Although he had sent his special envoy to China to deal with it as soon as possible, he was still worried, so he decided to stay in this office today until there was news from there. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knock on the door. Nasser calmed himself down before asking them to come in. "Mr. Prime Minister, a secret letter from China." After the guard left, Nasser hurriedly opened the folder and looked at it carefully. There was not much content in the document, but he still read it over and over again many times before putting the document in his hand down. At this time, only the last few words were left in his mind. China's military technology has reached another level. I believe their interstellar fleet will soon take shape. As other countries have not yet realized this, the Prime Minister should decisively abandon the decision to bet on both sides and embrace China with all his strength, agree to all their requests, and act in unison to gain China's trust. Only then can we maintain long-term stability. Chapter 134: Testing of the Electromagnetic Railgun. While the investigation teams of the 2 countries were still busy dealing with unexpected events during the exercise, Chu Ge and his team were still conducting equipment experiments step by step. According to Li Gang's plan, a live-fire firing test of the electromagnetic railgun, the main weapon of the aerospace mothership Kunping, will be carried out today. Today, the weather conditions are good. Li Gang and his colleagues have been preparing the test equipment early in the morning. The electromagnetic railgun has 4 experimental gun groups of different calibers that need to be tested, especially the largest 500mm caliber one, which can be regarded as a giant cannon and requires the largest military transport truck to pull it. Chu Ge looked at the rear tires of the truck. They were densely packed and quite large. This truck must be used to transport special equipment. The military transport truck was from Yanqing. After arriving at the weapons testing base, it was not unloaded directly. Instead, it was disassembled when preparing for testing. Otherwise, it would take most of the day to load and unload. At this time, the truck was surrounded by fully armed soldiers, as if it was a truck full of gold. Captain Lang, Deputy Commander Rand, should still be busy with yesterday's matter. He shouldn't come today, right? Should we ask him? After all, the commander mentioned this matter yesterday. When Chu Ge saw Commander Lang running over in a hurry, he walked up to him, greeted him, and asked, "Don't worry. We have a special investigation team now. The commander doesn't like to get involved in those things. He will definitely not miss the opportunity to test this new equipment. As Chu Ge was talking, a group of military vehicles drove in. After the vehicle stopped, the figure of Deputy Commander Ran could be seen from afar. Chu Ge gave a thumbs up to Commander Lang. Haha, Academician Chu, I'm not too late, am I? After saying hello, Deputy Commander Ran looked at the equipment on the truck, but those railguns were now wrapped in camouflage nets like dumplings, and even their outlines could not be seen, let alone their appearance. It's not too late, Commander. We are just about to set off. Haha, okay, then what are you waiting for? Let's go. After saying that, he returned to the car without looking back. Chu Ge and Long Junchang smiled at each other and got in the car. In this way, a long convoy drove towards the experimental site. After the convoy arrived, Li Gang and his men began to unload equipment and set up positions. This process took quite a long time. Deputy Commander Rand and Chu Ge started chatting while waiting. Commander, how did it go yesterday? One of the two F-16s that crashed was killed and one was injured. Now the two countries have set up a joint investigation team. The initial suspicion is that someone tampered with the Air Force base in Istanbul, and the country is preparing to send an overseas investigation team to G country. Deputy Commander Rand picked out the important details from the investigation and told Chu Ge. If it was done by spies, and this military base has been infiltrated, then Istanbul has been infiltrated like a sieve. Well, they have been in civil war for many years. They are either at war or on the way to war. This is normal. Chu Ge nodded. However, the investigation process may be extremely difficult. We now have a general direction of judgment, and we need a little bit of evidence to support it. Well, please speak up as soon as you need me. Haha, no need. Academician Chu should quickly build our fleet. As for those things, we have also prepared a great gift. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Academician Chu, let's not talk about these infuriating things. Let's talk about that. Deputy Commander Rand pointed to the unloaded electromagnetic railgun. Chu Ge saw that the truck had already started and left, so he and Deputy Commander Rand walked towards the railgun's position. I believe that Deputy Commander Rand also knows the principle of electromagnetic railguns. After all, China's research in this area is already very mature. The railguns on the aerospace carrier pursue firing speed and the initial velocity of the shells. Also, its power. The reference target is our own interstellar fleet. As for the warships on this planet, a 500mm caliber warhead will definitely hit the target with one shot. If the opponent is something like the Kunping, then the armor strength is ridiculously high, and this orbital cannon will have a hard time hitting it. On Earth, it does not need a special armor-piercing design, and its speed is its reliance on armor-piercing. At the level of the interstellar fleet, it is okay to bully small warships, but heavy armor must be broken through by other weapons first. Chu Ge gave Commander Ren a brief introduction to the electromagnetic railgun. Deputy Commander Ren listened with great interest. At this time, for groups of railguns of different calibers were completely exposed to everyone. Commander Rand looked at the triple-mounted 500mm railgun and wished he could touch it immediately. It's really big. I feel like I've returned to the era of battleships. To be honest with you, Academician Chu, I really like the naval battles of that era. I don't mean I like fighting wars, but you know what I mean. Yes, I know, the era of big ships and big guns. Haha, Commander Rand, are you saying that if we had the accuracy of modern fire control radar, wouldn't the fight be more interesting? Haha, the one who understands me is Chu Ge. Commander Rand, there will be a big surprise during the test. Li Gang, you are taking so long, are you done yet? Chu Ge looked up at the sky. It had been a long time, but Li Gang and the others had not started the test yet. He wondered if there was any problem, so he yelled. Okay, now that this is done, we need to get the range ready as well. Ground and aerial video surveillance, target objects, and test equipment installed. Oh, I was wrong, Team Leader Li. Shall we get started? It will be dark soon. Yes, Academician Chu. Li Gang picked up the headset handed to him by his colleague, put it on, and began to prepare for the test. Now we are starting to test the 205mm electromagnetic pulse railgun. First round. The launch group is ready. Each testing unit should report their readiness in turn. The test team is ready. The adjustment team is ready. Video surveillance team is ready. Radar team is ready. Okay. Launch team, ready, launch. A piercing sound rang out sharply, without the roar of the cannon, and it directly transitioned to the sharp whistling sound of a shell breaking through the sky and about to explode. It was a sound effect formed by rapid friction with the air. Dozens of seconds later, 2 mushroom clouds exploded on the surveillance video next to Chu Ge, and the surveillance screen then shook. Chu Ge and the others seemed to feel the fierceness of the shockwave while watching the surveillance. Li Gang began to quickly record the data reported by each testing group. Deputy Commander Rand, how do you feel? Well, This sound is very unique. I don't feel anything else. It's not like I haven't seen the power of this 205mm caliber shell before. Well, I forgot to tell you, the target is 200 kilometers away. Li Gang, how long does it take for the projectile to run? Chu Ge smiled and turned to ask Li Gang, who was carefully recording data. Report to academician Chu, 19.608 seconds. The projectile's muzzle velocity is 11,100 meters per second, close to the second cosmic velocity, which is consistent with the design data. Chapter 135 Soul Blade is now on YouTube. After listening to Li Gang's report, Deputy Commander Ran suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Chu Ge in disbelief. The distance you just tested was 200 kilometers? Less than 20 seconds? Yes, I originally wanted to test 300 kilometers, but the distance was a bit too far, and it was out of the range of the experimental base, so I changed it temporarily. If you take it all into account, a speed of Mach 30 is pretty average. Deputy Commander Ran looked at Chu Ge as if he were a monster. If converted into the range of modern artillery, this would basically mean it would be killed in seconds, which seemed very normal to Chu Ge. Li Gang, you guys continue. Yes, Academician Chu. Li Gang and his team continued to test the data of the remaining railgun caliber. Deputy Commander Ran, Chu Ge, and the others just stood there and watched. The sharp whistling sound didn't stop at all this morning. Soon, Chu Ge felt that he was hallucinating. There was always that strange sound in his ears. He looked at Commander Lang and the others, and they all had pale faces. Well, next time I test this thing, I have to use earplugs. No wonder artillery soldiers need that stuff. It's hard to believe that the cochlea can handle the sound every day. Taking advantage of the excuse of having lunch, Chu Ge and his friends fled from the experimental site as if they were escaping for their lives. The people in the experimental base watched as each of the people who came back desperately picked their ears, with suspicious expressions on their faces. At the dining table in the cafeteria. Well, Deputy Commander Ran, there will be something exciting this afternoon. It's a test of the firing rate of an electromagnetic railgun, the kind that a machine gun can use. Do you want to go and watch it? Chu Ge looked at Deputy Commander Ran rubbing his ears while eating and asked with ill intent. What did you say? Academician Chu, I seemed to hear what you said, but I also seemed not to hear it. That's fine, Li Gang. Remember to bring earplugs with you this afternoon. I won't go this afternoon. I really can't stand the noise. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief and turned to shout at Li Gang, but Li Gang was eating without any reaction. This is fucking terrible, brother system. Your electromagnetic railgun is really useless to my ears. Very good. I need to add this secondary injury to the database. After finishing his meal, Deputy Commander Ran patted Chu Ge on the shoulder and slipped away without even leaving an excuse. Chu Ge didn't react for a long time and just thought he had gone to the bathroom. Li Gang and his team went back and tinkered around. After equipping their ears with a set of fully armed equipment, they rushed to the experimental site in a heroic manner. Chu Ge searched the place for a long time, then went straight to the temporary base at the back to chat with Soul Blade, an Air Force base of the Southern Army Group of the Russian Bear State. Victor found an excuse to take a leave today. He was anxious to upload his masterpiece. After connecting his mobile phone to the computer, he clicked on the video and admired it himself again. He couldn't remember how many times he had watched it. Then Victor logged into his YouTube account, edited it a little, and clicked upload. Then he quietly waited in front of the computer. After 10 minutes, it seemed that there were not many views. After 20 minutes, it was still the same. He got a little impatient, logged out of the account, and went to play games. Before the game was over, the phone on the table rang and he answered it. Victor, you didn't even tell me when you posted the video. You want to have it all to yourself, right? Look, your video has gone viral. Victor ignored the greetings from his teammates' families and directly quit the game and logged into his YouTube account again. The next second, he was shocked. He became famous, extremely famous. The video of Soul Blade taking a missile had already been played 1 million times and was still rising at an alarming rate. A flood of comments flooded in, and Victor couldn't keep up. Oh shit, I want to ask you guys, what movie is this? It's pretty cool, please give me the website. Ditto. +1. Let me tell you a horrifying fact. This is most likely not a movie special effect. What do you mean upstairs? Are there really Transformers? I'm only analyzing from my perspective. I just tried to restore this video by using background, light, object outline reference, color, blur, and other technical means to identify special effects, but all failed. There are only two possibilities. 1. The video was made by a world-class special effects team. 2. This video is real. That may be because your skills are not sophisticated enough. With the current human technology, this type of mecha warrior may be able to produce a rough appearance, but it will never look like what is shown in the video. This is simply too buggy. That's it. Victor looked at the bunch of international netizens who echoed his words and couldn't help but start typing a line of words. You are all frogs in a well. I am the one who filmed the video. This video shows an Air Force exercise organized by China and our country yesterday. The missile came from an out-of-control fighter jet. If it hadn't blocked it, I would probably have gone to see God. You are the author, brother. Are you an actor hired by China? You made an aerospace carrier some time ago, but nothing happened. Now you have a mecha warrior. You really think highly of them. Our great H Republic is so developed, but we don't brag like them. Haha, believe it or not, there will be a time when you regret it. If you have the guts, have your country provoke China. I want to see who will cry and call for daddy in the end. Victor has now become a die-hard fan of Huagua. No, a die-hard fan of Soul Blade, and cannot bear to see others slandering it. Don't even mention China. Everyone here is a younger brother. Don't you know that H country's military is very powerful? That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. A country that doesn't even have the right to command in wartime is bragging about being the boss. Not to mention the whole world. Who can you beat in East Asia? Haven't you been enslaved enough by our island nation? The universe country is still so weird. Can you get rid of this annoying maggot? I feel sick just by seeing him. That's right. In Asia, we have curry country. You guys are at most second. Curry country is number one. Open defecation is number one, right? Rape women is number one, right? Do you have any shame? A good discussion about a movie instantly turned into an international quarrel. The netizens from Country H and Country Curry were indeed extremely powerful, with one person able to criticize several others. Victor was stunned, as this was not the result he wanted. Just as I was thinking about how to change this group's train of thought, the cell phone rang again. Victor, hurry back to the base. The captain is looking for you all over the world. Victor didn't bother to reply to those people. He turned off the computer and ran towards the base. In the office, the captain was frowning as he read the comments online. Victor, this video about the drill on YouTube was posted by you, right? Yes, Captain. Who told you to secretly take the video? And you even posted it online. Are you afraid that others won't know? Captain Victor roared. Okay, pack up and go to mosque. Someone wants to see you. Remember to bring your phone. They are very interested in the content of your video. Be smart and don't embarrass our base again. Yes, Captain. Victor breathed a sigh of relief, as the captain's attitude behind him indicated that the matter was not that serious. Chapter 136 Victor is questioned. In Moscow, the capital of the Bear State of Russia, the Red Kremlin Square on the banks of the Moscow River is crowded with tourists. After Victor got off the plane, he was taken here directly by a special car. On the way, he did not have time to appreciate this Russian power center because the federal agent leading the way walked very fast. After passing through the magnificent Georgie Hall, they turned into the inner court. When Victor was about to be confused, they came to the door of a very ordinary office. The people leading the way stopped. One of them turned around and motioned for Victor to wait, then knocked on the door regularly. After getting permission, he slipped in, quickly slipped out and nodded to the other agents. Several agents nearby began to check Victor's pockets, motioned him to put down his backpack, and then carefully scanned every part with instruments. After a few minutes, okay, you can go in now. Leave your backpack outside and I'll give it to you when you come back. The agent stood outside the door and spoke to Victor with serious expressions. After all, Victor was also a member of the system and was used to such occasions. He nodded, straightened his clothes, and pushed the door open. He was very surprised. He thought that some leader wanted to see him, but when he came in, he found that there were a bunch of people waiting for him. Lieutenant Fighter Pilot Viktor Ivanovich Ivanov of the Southern Army's Mishurki Air Force Base reports to the leaders. Victor saluted honestly. Well, Comrade Lieutenant, please sit down and talk. A young officer wearing glasses replied. Your leader should have informed you before you came. Don't be nervous. We are only interested in the video you shot. We are not interested in anything else. So, Comrade Victor, where is your video phone? The young officer went straight to the point. Victor also knew why they asked him to come. He reached out and took out his cell phone from his pocket, fiddled with the video, and handed it over. The young officer took it, stood up, and walked to the side where there was a large screen. After operating it for a while, he turned back and pressed a button on the remote control. The video on the phone was shown to everyone. The Soul Blade video that had been liked so much by YouTubers was played over and over again in this mysterious office. Soon the video ended. The young officer stood up, unplugged his phone, whispered a few words to someone next to him, and that person walked out with Victor's phone. The young officer walked back to his seat, sat opposite Victor, and looked at him with a smile. Comrade Lieutenant, did you see the contents of this video with your own eyes? Yes, there were many of our officers at the scene, and they can also testify. Well, we will collect evidence one by one. We just want to know more details. Can you tell us everything you saw that day from beginning to end? Sure. Victor took a quick look around and actually recognized a few important figures, including the director of the Liaison and Intelligence Bureau of the Russian federal government. This intelligence bureau is not simple. Its predecessor is the famous KGB. Victor recounted some of the processes before and after the exercise that day, and restored some of the details of the unexpected situations as much as possible, especially the 2 missing F-16s and the 2 explosions that followed. He felt that these were suspicious, so he emphasized the description. After dozens of minutes, Victor closed his mouth. He recalled and said that there should be nothing missing. The young officer nodded. At this time, the person who had gone out earlier knocked on the door and came in. He handed the phone to the young officer, leaned over and whispered a few words, then turned around and sat back in his seat. The young officer handed the phone to Victor. "Comrade Lieutenant, as required, we need to permanently delete your original video. Do you have any objection?" "No." Victor answered immediately and said inwardly, "How dare I have any objection?" "Okay, and as far as you know, did the Russian bears who went with us record videos or take photos?" "Probably not." "Well, okay, that's all for today. You will follow the agents outside the door. They will arrange accommodation for you. You cannot go back today. We may have some questions for you. Well, you can leave tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Any questions?" "No." The young officer nodded and gestured for him to come in. Victor quickly stood up and walked quickly to the door. He didn't want to stay in this depressing office for even a second longer. Those real big guys didn't say a word from beginning to end, which made him very frustrated and fortunate. When he came here, as long as the big guys didn't express any opinions, it meant that he was not in their eyes. The ending was very dramatic, either promotion or disappearance. Victor felt that he did not have the ability to be promoted by the director himself, so at this moment he felt relieved. After Victor left, the office finally had some atmosphere. Everyone was discussing the video footage in a low voice. "What do you think about this matter? We must reach a conclusion here today. The president is still waiting for my report." Zukovsky, director of the Federal Government Intelligence Service, asked after knocking on the table. "Those 2 F-16s have obviously been shot down. As for whether it was shot down by this mecha warrior, although there is no direct evidence to judge, I think the possibility is still very high. This means that they have made great improvements in armor protection, artificial intelligence, energy reserves, power technology, etc. It can't be said to be an improvement, but I'm afraid it has already made a leap." The young officer spoke first, and his point was very sharp. Everyone nodded after listening. "Has Istanbul made any announcement? Or any action?" "No, it's very quiet. According to the intelligence analysis reported by my colleagues over there, country G has sent a high-level investigation team. One of the people in the team has a very special identity. He's a special ambassador in one of their few think tanks. This is very interesting, but I believe that there will be news released soon. Let's wait and see." Zukovsky's eagle-like eye smiled, but soon returned to his usual sternness. "Let's ignore the mecha warriors for now. We just need to keep paying attention. They seem to have made great progress in many military technologies recently. You should pay more attention to the person behind them and ignore other things. After all, at least now the 2 countries are the closest in history. As for the exercise, we need to discuss it with the countries involved. After all, the exercise is led by our 2 countries. This kind of blatant sabotage is a naked provocation to our 2 countries. Let's see if we can get involved and investigate the matter with them." Chapter 137. Insight into the essence of the Red Coast Plan. Still the KGB. "Yes, Director, I will contact the relevant person in charge in China right away." The young officer responded. "Controlled nuclear fusion, aerospace carriers, mecha warriors, interstellar fleets, these are already shocking enough that we already know, or that China has let us know. Think about the things they haven't announced. Top secret. You know, they are just like us, and they won't let outsiders know easily about the plans for some key projects." Zukovsky looked around and said that the leaders of the intelligence system present were all frowning at this moment. They all knew the seriousness behind this matter. Take the first one, the controlled nuclear fusion technology. China has promised to share this technology with the world. Turgenev, you are specifically responsible for the initial connection in this regard. Please tell us the details. Okay, Director, first of all, I want to explain to everyone that this agreement is more about sharing technological achievements than sharing technology, because China only provides finished products, that is, nuclear fusion reactors. And the contract clearly stipulates that this reactor can only be used in the civilian field, that is, nuclear power plants. Turgenev took out a document, stood up, pointed at the document, and spoke to his colleagues present. There is another very important prerequisite for signing this memorandum of cooperation, which is that the daily maintenance of the nuclear fusion reactor and the security team must be dispatched by China, and the cost will be borne by the signatory country in accordance with the highest standards of international practice. Otherwise, no deal. Oh, yes, there is also a package of support plans for countries that cannot afford the huge cost of nuclear fusion reactors. One of the provisions is that after the nuclear power plant is built, The contracting country can repay the construction costs in a profit-sharing ratio. Guess what the outcome of this series of actions will be? Turgenev put down the documents in his hand and shrugged at everyone in a funny way. The United States and the traditional Western powers were directly excluded from the cooperation system, and it was not China that took the initiative to exclude them. First, they can only provide nuclear fusion reactors. Second, the core system is managed by a dedicated person sent by the manufacturing country. It is also a thing tinkered with by Western countries, and there is nothing wrong with it. Among them, the security presence has dissuaded many traditional powers from taking action. No one wants to have armed personnel from other countries on their own territory. The young officer thought quickly and answered directly. That's right. It's not just them. We are still evaluating it. It's very uncomfortable. We can't accept it, and we can't refuse it. Because you can't deny the huge returns that this nuclear fusion nuclear power plant can bring in the foreseeable future. Its benefit ratio is really a bit amazing, compared with our current nuclear power plants. It's not just this that's terrifying. There's also the support plan behind it. Apart from countries that have the ability to build nuclear power plants, if other countries want the technology for nuclear fusion power plants, they have to hand it over to the Chinese government. This is a project that costs tens of billions of dollars. Okay, with China's infrastructure capabilities, the nuclear power plant will be put into operation soon, and they will start selling electricity according to the contract. Then what? We basically control the country's electricity supply, and in disguise we also have a certain say in this country. The young officer blurted out, and Turgenev gave him an approving look. Also, who knows how many people are in their garrison team? It's possible that they can build a base for you. Just think about how much they will get in return. To be honest, this is really a good move. And according to our secret investigation, there are many countries ready to sign this memorandum, more than you can imagine. This will affect the entire body, and the future international situation may change. Turgenev finally stopped showing off his intelligence and said everything at once. This. After hearing this, all the bigwigs in the office were furious again, and the whispers soon turned into a vegetable market concerto. Okay, quiet down. Zukovsky shouted loudly, and the office became quiet instantly. Everyone calmed down and looked at the director with complicated eyes. Turgenev, go on. Yes, director. Now the rich countries are paying directly, tens of billions. The poor countries can exchange through the support plans or other resources provided by China. Through this series of operations, China will definitely become richer and stronger in the near future, coupled with their rapidly developing military technology. I think that in just a few years, they may dominate the world. Turgenev spoke the last few words very heavily, looked at the director, and after getting permission, he sat down heavily. Everyone, our neighboring brother is about to grow into a giant. Whether to embrace or keep a distance is a question that we in Russia and Bear Country must carefully consider next. I will submit the relevant intelligence to the president today, and will also present an analysis of the benefits. This countermeasure, which concerns the foundation of the country, may require a higher-level meeting to determine. Your current task is to pay attention to all aspects of Chinese intelligence. We need to make arrangements in advance so that we won't be in a state of panic when the time comes. But don't make it too obvious, because I personally think that the possibility of us embracing is greater. In this case, we will naturally lower our stance, but that is a matter for the future. In the near future, the current situation should be maintained, because we also need to observe the reactions of the United States and Europe. Okay, that's all for today. After Zukovsky made his final summary, he announced the end of the meeting. He was the first to get up and leave, leaving his subordinates who were still talking there, and he hurried towards the presidential palace. Chu Ge was lying on the small bed in the dormitory of the experimental base, feeling a little bored. In the afternoon, he and Wang Yang worked as Soul Blade's nanny for the whole afternoon, and then came to a conclusion. 10 of these large mecha warriors are enough. If there are more, not to mention the huge financial cost, the subsequent maintenance work is also an astonishing investment, which requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Just when he didn't know what to do, a phone call came in. Chu Ge picked up the phone and saw that it was his Doraba Dilmarat. Academician Chu, missing again? What are you missing? Didn't I just tell you that I was going to the base the day before yesterday? Yeah? Well, maybe I forgot. It's normal to have a bad memory as you get older. You are the only one with a good memory. You have a good memory. Do you remember what day it is today? Chu Ge thought for a long time, then checked the calendar again, but there was nothing special. Isn't today your birthday? Helplessly, he began to make a detour. Of course not. Today is our 1-year anniversary. I knew you had forgotten it a long time ago. It's true that all men are pigs. What the hell is going on here? Is this how the big pig's hoof explains it? Chu Ge began to protest. He didn't dare to accept the compliment. He got up early and went to bed late every day. He didn't have the time to do anything lustful. However, he was happy to think that Dilanaza still remembered the day they met. The two chatted for a long time before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Chu Ge felt that after finishing the aerospace mothership project, it was time for himself to take a vacation and take some time to spend with his family and loved one. Otherwise, he would really become a machine. It's still a low-level machine, while the Soul Blade is obviously a high-level one. This father is not even as good as his son. Chapter 138 Carrier Aircraft System. Thinking of this, Chu Ge had no desire to sleep. He called up the data of the aerospace mothership and started working all night. Chu Ge flipped through it for a long time and finally focused his attention on the carrier-based aircraft system. This subsystem is the last relatively important part of the remaining unfinished parts. Chu Ge clicked on it and started to read it carefully. The aerospace mothership is equipped with two types of carrier-based aircraft. One is a drone and the other is a manned aircraft. Chu Ge took a look at the design blueprint and found that they were basically based on the same platform. The manned aircraft only separated some integrated systems for people to control, and the modules were all universal. Converting a drone into a manned one only requires adding a few module sets, and it is highly versatile. The total number of carrier-based aircraft is 480, including 300 drones and 180 manned aircraft. The hangars are located in the rear part of the aerospace carrier, divided into 3 hangars, arranged in the upper, middle, and lower positions. Each hangar can store about 160 aircraft, and there is no open-air type. Usually, the aircraft are in the hangar. When the aerospace carrier is deployed, the hangar door is opened and the aircraft are ejected directly by the catapult. The doors of each hangar floor are designed to be on both sides, distributed on both sides of the aerospace mothership, and straight in the middle. Thanks to the excellent flight capabilities of carrier-based aircraft, the electromagnetic catapults are installed very densely. There are 10 catapults in one hangar, and 160 aircraft are evenly distributed in the fixed slots around the 10 catapults. During catapult launch, the aircraft in the slot will be transmitted to the launch position through the mechanical transmission module, and then launched and ejected by the catapult. There are 2 launch positions and 2 sets of catapults on an electromagnetic catapult slot, which can eject aircraft to both sides nearby. After Chu Ge took a general look, he turned his attention to the design blueprint of the single-body carrier-based aircraft. The aerospace carrier-based aircraft has 3 engines, 1 main engine located at the tail, and 2 auxiliary engines located on the wings on both sides of the center point of the fuselage. The appearance of carrier-based aircraft is very different from that of current aircraft. The entire fuselage is highly integrated into a whole. The cockpit is located slightly forward of the head, and then the fuselage bends along the head slope to 1/4 of the entire fuselage width and then protrudes forward. The fuselage and wings are a whole, forming a regular prism shape, resembling the head of a cobra. The edge of the entire front half of the aircraft looks like a W when viewed from above the nose, except that the nose, as the middle part, protrudes slightly. The back half is like a prismatic lower part, shrinking toward the main engine on the central axis. Looking from above the main engine, the edge is also a W shape, but the 2 sides of this W shape shrink inward more significantly. The horizontal line from the main body to the engine nozzle disappears, but 2 small tail wings continue to extend along the outside of the fuselage, just like 2 arms stretching out to embrace the main engine. It is these 2 small tail wings that constitute the 2 sides of the W shape, 2 sides that bend inward. The main engine is provided with main thrust by nuclear fusion engine, while the auxiliary engines on both sides of the wings mainly provide up and down lift, which makes this carrier-based aircraft very flexible. It can hover in the air like a helicopter, or take off and land vertically quickly upward and downward. The more Chu Ge looked at it, the more excited he became. This carrier-based aircraft did not need to be installed on an aerospace carrier. Even if it was thrown on an existing aircraft carrier, it would still be an overwhelming force. Chu Ge looked at the crew configuration of the manned carrier-based aircraft again. There was a pilot, a navigator, and a weapons officer. There were 3 crew members in one aircraft. The pilot's driving position is located at the nose of the aircraft to maintain a good field of vision, and the other 2 positions are located behind the pilot's position, one on each side. This is a little different from what he thought. For a combat platform with such a high level of integration, 1 or 2 people should be enough. System brother, you have too many manned carrier-based aircraft. No wonder drones account for the majority. If they were all equipped with manned aircraft, the crew alone would have to take up nearly half of the total number of personnel. The weapons officer of the reconnaissance carrier-based aircraft mainly controls the detection equipment and marks the channel and other auxiliary functions. The main responsibility of the attack aircraft carrier weapons officer is to launch nuclear torpedoes and cluster torpedoes. You don't want to throw a nuclear torpedo in the wrong direction in a hurry, right? Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Chu Ge has not seen the weapon configuration of the carrier-based aircraft. After listening to the explanation of the system boss, he felt that this torpedo was quite interesting and required special personnel to serve it. After looking at the general data of manned carrier-based aircraft, Chu Ge turned back and browsed the design blueprint of the drone. In addition to the huge data system, Chu Ge found its control system quite interesting, which is somewhat similar to the current drone combat. The shipborne drones are also controlled by the drone pilots at the rear. There is a drone data hall on the upper level of the top hangar of the aerospace carrier. The number of drone pilots is 50, and one person can control 6 drones. Then, these 6 drones form a combat team. Drone swarm tactics. Chu Ge thought of a new combat system that is currently being developed. How can one person control 6 planes? It would be very chaotic. The drone is a semi-intelligent and fully automated combat platform with voice control commands. Do you think it is like yours, where you still have to hold the joystick to control the flight attitude? Lower. The system boss has once again made his presence felt. Did I call you? I didn't ask you either. Go watch your Doryman. You're everywhere. Don't snoop into my privacy anymore, you perverted system. Damn, you're still speaking English to me? If you say one word of English to me again, I'll uninstall you, believe it or not. Chu Ge instantly turned into an internet troll, and his mindless trolling lasted for 10 minutes before he stopped. The system boss who was trolling him suddenly became much more obedient. Chu Ge, who had had enough fun, felt extremely relaxed. Perhaps it was because he had been under a lot of pressure recently, so he took the opportunity to release it. After the spraying, Chu Ge didn't even look at the carrier-based aircraft system. As soon as he finished spraying, the person turned around and started to touch its baby. Chu Ge felt that it was a bit shameless and simply went to sleep. While Chu Ge was sleeping soundly, John Wilson was also gasping for breath. Just now, he was severely criticized in the office of his immediate superior, Rodriguez. The director did not give him any face at all. Now he was shaking with anger. William, the technical department has authenticated the video on YouTube. It should be authentic and there is no trace of post-production. John Wilson let out a long breath and said something decadently. Boss, has their artificial intelligence technology reached this level? We are also researching mecha warriors, but we are still far from the level of actual combat. Alas, the matter is done. The director has just issued a death order to me. I am not allowed to make any action plans against China in the short term. Fortunately, we have completely erased all traces of our activities on the dark web in Country G. Even if they search, they won't find anything. That being said, some things don't require any actual evidence. Intangible evidence is what's scary. I don't know how they'll retaliate against us. I feel like we've really gotten into trouble this time. Boss, don't say that. The director is just angry. After a while, he will re-employ you. John Wilson nodded and said nothing more. He was in a very bad mood right now. Chapter 139, Revenge. Chu Ge is preparing to return to Yanjing today. Li Gang and his team have basically completed the equipment testing. The electromagnetic pulse railguns have passed the acceptance inspection and will be sent directly to the arsenal, where they will be used as samples to calibrate similar products. The key technical information needs to be submitted to the equipment department after Li Gang returns. The equipment department will then coordinate and study it according to actual needs, formulate a plan, and then issue technical documents and production tasks. After all, some technologies can be transplanted, such as this railgun, which can be directly transplanted to naval warships. Chu Ge didn't care about these processes and left it entirely to Li Gang and others. At Li Gang's strong request, Chu Ge and his team stayed for another hour, with the purpose of allowing Li Gang and his team to rekindle their old relationship with Soulblade. They had been here for a few days and hadn't had the time to go and take a good look at this old friend. Especially after learning about the heroic deeds of Soulblade yesterday, they felt even more affectionate towards it. Chu Ge did not stop them. This small request was not excessive, so he let them do it. In fact, he would not refuse even if they stayed for another day. Li Gang and the others had been very tense recently and needed this opportunity to relax. While Chu Ge and his companions were still in the flight, a brief piece of news from the Chinese government aroused the interest of many professionals. When my country was conducting an air exercise with Russia and Gstabil, the air-to-ground missile of a certain fighter jet of Gstabil suddenly went out of control. After much effort, it did not cause much damage. After professional inspection by Gstabil, it was found that the emergency was caused by a combination of factors such as the failure of the fighter jet's main computer system and the sudden loss of the missile's GPS signal. After the danger was eliminated, the exercise was a complete success. GPS is really rubbish. Can this missile lose the signal? Oh my God, in the future, before a war, will both sides have to test whether the signal is stable or not? Huh. I'm sorry, brother. The signal is not good today. Let's stop throwing missiles at each other for a day and fight with bayonets instead. Okay, brother. Yoshi. Fortunately, we in Russia have our own satellite navigation system, GLONASS. Fortunately, we in Europe also have our own satellite navigation system, the Galileo satellite navigation system. Fortunately, we in China also have our own satellite navigation system, the Beta satellite navigation system. Wow, I'm really envious, but our island country still has to use this unreliable GPS navigation. By the way, today's comments seem to be missing something. Where are the world's #1 kimchi country and the world's #1 curry country? Haha, I don't think I can brag about this, so I'll find another place to brag. That makes sense. During this period of time, this out-of-control air-to-ground missile could not be the one that the mecha warrior resisted yesterday. However, some careful netizens compared the timeline and raised their questions. Really? If you think about it carefully, it's really possible. Yesterday, a netizen said that it wasn't a special effect, but more like a real video. It's really hard to judge. Nowadays, CG special effects production is very advanced in post-production environment rendering and character rendering. Unless you use live broadcast, the real-time rendering technology is far from being as advanced as this kind of post-production. At that time, those people will be shut up. Haha, I'm just afraid they won't dare to broadcast live, because once they do, they'll be exposed. If I remember correctly, Country G's F-16 is an early C/D version, right? It is indeed old enough, and the system failure is also related to routine maintenance. While netizens from all over the world were enthusiastically discussing the short news, major news media around the world also forwarded the news one after another. For a time, new media websites and large and small portal websites were full of news. The next day's main newspaper page also reported on the out-of-control missile, but as always, the reports were biased, with some people expressing conspiracy theories, some agreeing with the theory, and of course some neutral reports. John Wilson saw the report on the next day. He was drinking coffee at the time and his eyes suddenly froze. He did not expect the news to be leaked like this. He did not know how to analyze China's intentions for a moment. The phone on the desk rang at the right time, and John quickly picked it up. He could easily guess who was calling him at this time. In Rodriguez's office, the director was reading a newspaper. He put it down after a long while, his eyes fixed on John Wilson. Did you read the newspaper this morning? Yes, sir. What do you think? Rodriguez stood up and lit a cigarette, then turned and walked to the window and looked at the bridge over the river outside. They are taking this opportunity to suppress the F-16 in our navigation system and seize the arms market and the satellite navigation market, John said tentatively. This is just superficial work. At this stage, the main profit point of our fighter jets is the F-35. As for the navigation system, they will not be able to shake this big tree for a while. So, what does this mean? John Wilson actually knew that what the director said was right, but his mind was confused and he couldn't figure it out. Have you ever thought about what role G. Istanbul played in this? What the chief means is, John Wilson suddenly realized something. Before, we can't say that they were on our side, but at least they would remain neutral. But now, I'm afraid they have completely sided with the other side, right? Also, the intelligence from Istanbul has been passed on. The so-called military exercise is just a cover. They in the Russian Bear country are actually promoting their own fighter jets. What's even more hateful is that they are using our F-16 as a stepping stone. Rodriguez said this and stubbed out his cigarette. Then, Mr. Director, do you want to take this opportunity to punish G. Istanbul? We have to warn them, otherwise other countries will follow Country G's lead and turn a deaf ear to our words. Where's our dignity? However, not now. This matter will only make things worse. It won't be too late to settle accounts with them after the storm is past. Yes, sir. Rodriguez nodded, then picked up a folder from the table and handed it to John Wilson. Put aside their exercises. There are more important things waiting for you to do. This is a list we have drawn up. The countries on it are currently in contact with China for the same purpose, nuclear fusion reactors. I want you to find out as quickly as possible about the progress of these countries regarding this contract. We need to formulate some targeted strategies. Okay, Director, regarding this nuclear fusion reactor, we? John, you don't think we will accept their ridiculous conditions, do you? Then the United States will become a laughingstock in the world. No, it's nothing. I'll go back first. Rodriguez glanced at John Wilson's back with disdain, wondering if this old fox had gone out without taking his medicine today, or was he confused by China's several rounds of combined punches? It seems that the head of the East Asian intelligence system has to think about new people. Chapter 140 Concern for Mr. Chen. After Chu Ge returned to Yinjing, he focused on the blueprint research of the carrier-based aircraft system. Carrier-based aircraft are divided into several subsystems, including power system, weapon system, energy system, and the core brain superconducting quantum computer system. As for the material of its main body, Chu Ge took a look and found that it was an alloy material numbered HUL C1159, a general material marked as quality alloy in Chinese. Chu Ge was not unfamiliar with this, as it was consistent with the outer material of the aerospace mothership. However, he had not yet studied the properties of this material in depth, and only took a cursory look at its main constituent elements. This is also to avoid the sad stories that happened in the past, where people were excited for a long time only to find out in the end that there were no elements used for synthesis on the blue planet. In fact, Chu Ge knew the attribute data without even looking at it. It was nothing more than adapting to the harsh environment in space and the various unfavorable factors caused by traveling at the speed of light. Chu Ge was sitting at his desk, just about to continue breaking into those subsystems one by one, when the phone on his desk rang and he picked up the phone. "Xiao Chu, come to my office." "Okay, Mr. Chen." Chu Ge hung up the phone and ran to Academician Chen's office. He also missed Apple. Ugh, he also missed Academician Chen. In Academician Chen's office, after Chu Ge finished 2 apples, Academician Chen slowly spoke. "I heard about your experience at the weapons testing base. Fortunately, Soul Blade came into play. Otherwise..." Mr. Chen didn't say anything else, but just shook his head silently. "That's fine. We have our air defense forces. The Soul Blade just has the advantage of being faster. In fact, I think they started at the same time, but the Soul Blade just reached the finish line first. That being said, what if there are no Soul Blades in anti-aircraft forces?" Mr. Chen, you don't think someone is aiming a surface-to-air missile at me every day, do you?" Chu Ge stared at Academician Chen with a pair of innocent big eyes, then started laughing, and finally made Academician Chen laugh too. That's not the case. Istanbul is an exception. I'm afraid there won't be any more missiles that can penetrate our country from outside the border. We have the light prism towers you designed to guard the 4 directions. Here's a piece of news from yesterday. I guess you haven't read it either." Academician Chen handed Chu Ge a newspaper, and Chu Ge took it and started reading. "You logged out directly? What do the big bosses mean? Of course, you have other intentions. At this stage, is there anything more important than giving your interstellar fleet a blood transfusion?" "Aha, I see. How's the effect?" Chu Ge became interested and stopped eating the apple, listening attentively to Academician Chen's introduction. "It's okay. Several countries that were originally hesitant were stimulated by the exercise and donated generously." "Oh, that's good. Speaking of money, Mr. Chen, the carrier-based aircraft system I'm researching now will eventually be equipped on a large number of aerospace carriers. There will be 480 drones and manned aircraft. Well, I roughly calculated that the cost of one aircraft is about 300 million. The total cost of carrier-based aircraft is 144 billion, which is estimated to be 150 billion after rounding. That's the bare aircraft. Weapons and ammunition are not included." Chu Ge started to calculate elementary arithmetic problems for Academician Chen by counting on his fingers. 150 billion Chinese yuan is not a lot. It's nearly 500 planes. Mr. Chen, let me correct that. It's not Chinese currency, it's American currency." "Ahem, Xiao Chu, can't you talk about this at another time? You just came back, and I haven't seen you for a few days. I was thinking of asking you to come over and have a chat, but now I regret it." Chu Ge laughed loudly, and Academician Chen shook his head helplessly. "Tell the leaders that once the aerospace carrier is launched, we will go to the moon to mine. That will give us the remaining funds for the interstellar fleet. Maybe the funds for the 2nd and 3rd fleets will come as well." Chu Ge ran away after saying this. Academician Chen immediately laughed. This little bastard has a long-term plan. After Chu Ge took a look around Academician Chen's office, he sat down full of energy and began to organize the data of various systems of the carrier-based aircraft. With the huge system data of the aerospace mothership as the foundation, this small system was easy for Chu Ge to use. He soon had his own ideas and began to organize the most original data. The power unit here is the simplest. The main engine and the 2 auxiliary engines are closely related to the engines of the aerospace mothership. The structural principles are basically the same, but they are much smaller in scale. Especially the vector nozzle engine located on both sides of the wings. Its core device is not much larger than the nuclear fusion device that Chu Ge first designed. It is only the reaction device and tail nozzle at the back that make the whole system look not so small. Chu Ge looked at the design blueprint of the auxiliary engine. Perhaps for its flexibility, it cannot be made too large. Otherwise, the powerful force pulling when it is working will put a great test on the mechanism connected to it. The reason why the design is so flexible is that the auxiliary engine has diverse functions. In addition to spraying downward to obtain upward power, it can also extend downward as a whole, and then the engine is transformed into an auxiliary power engine that sprays backward through a rotating mechanism. In conjunction with the main engine, this can enable the carrier-based aircraft to instantly obtain the maximum forward momentum. This is generally not needed under normal circumstances, as the power of the main engine is sufficient to cope with it. Only in some special situations can they be borrowed to provide additional power. It is somewhat similar to the acceleration of modern fighter jets, except that this program for carrier-based aircraft turns the acceleration into a small plug-in with no time limit. It took Chu Ge a whole day to sort out the data reports of the 3 engines and some supporting mechanical design blueprints. He even forgot about his lunch in the middle. It was not until Wang Yin brought it to him that he remembered it. In the evening, Chu Ge finally completed all the progress reports on the carrier-based aircraft power plants. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and then slowly walked to the window. The window was open, the breath of summer blew in, and there were faint voices of people talking outside. My colleagues at the institute also finished their work for the day and began to return to their normal lives. Chu Ge leaned over and looked down. Captain Gong and his men were standing downstairs without moving. Their straight backs revealed the unique temperament of a soldier. Chu Ge nodded at the heads. A rough count showed that there were more than 30 people, not counting those who could not be seen. It seems that this trip to the weapons test base really frightened Academician Chen. He immediately went over to show concern when he came back, and the number of guards was also increased. Chu Ge shook his head, thinking that the treatment of this giant panda had increased again. Chapter 141. Chu Ge's tender side. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wang Yun pushed the door open and walked in, holding a few lunch boxes in her hands. When Chu Ge saw it, he hurried over to take them. I finished work early today, and I was thinking about going downstairs for a while, but I didn't expect you to bring it directly to me, haha. You have to eat food while it's hot. It will get cold soon. As Mr. Chen said, Academician Chu is like a CPU that runs at a high speed. When it starts, it only remembers the program and the algorithm. How can it care about eating? So, as long as you don't show up at the restaurant right away, I will bring it to you and supervise you while you eat. Wang Yin pouted and puffed out her chest. She regarded Academician Chen's words as a sword of justice. Well, supervision? Don't listen to what old Chen says. I won't be as busy day and night as I was a while ago. I will try to go to the restaurant on time to eat, so you don't have to send food to me every day, making me look like a landlord. Chu Ge was telling the truth. He was a little uncomfortable being taken care of like this at such a young age. Okay, let's finish this meal first. Wang Yun didn't waste any more words after she finished speaking and went to tidy up Chu Ge's room. Chu Ge stretched out his hand to try to stop her, but after thinking about it, he put it down and went to eat his dinner obediently. Academician Chu, I heard that you were attacked by a missile at the experimental base. Was it the Soul Blade that took action in the end? Well, it was Li Gang who told you again, right? Chu Ge replied vaguely with a mouthful of rice. Everyone knows what happened before. Team leader Li just gave me a detailed account of the situation. Hiki, it's not considered a violation of discipline. Well, you have to stop here with these details. Don't tell anyone else. Yes, Academician Chu. Even if you didn't say it, we would have paid attention to it. This afternoon, Mr. Chen held a general meeting specifically for this matter. He said that there have been many unidentified people around the institute recently, and their behavior is suspicious. The Security Bureau is keeping an eye on it. If there is any illegal activity, they will immediately take it down. At the same time, they have also strengthened the security and inspection outside the area. The road in front of the main gate is ready for military control. All private vehicles are required to deter. The area around the Military Research Institute will soon become a vacuum zone. Chu Ge was also surprised after hearing this. He did not attend the meeting on confidentiality. It was estimated that Academician Chen was reluctant to disturb him. He was used to it. Regarding the military control, the road in front of the institute is a main road, which is usually busy with traffic. But they just put it under control. It seems that the leaders above have made a great determination. Well, we've been showing off a lot recently, and some countries are getting a little impatient. They're going to come over to take a look, right? Haha, go ahead, so that the comrades in the Security Bureau don't have to go looking for a needle in a haystack. We shouldn't refuse the suspects who come to our doorstep. Chu Ge sighed after he finished speaking, and some of his compatriots in the country threw away some of the dregs who were willing to sell out their own nation. Another part is that they are being used as a tool by others, always thinking that taking some photos is no big deal, but they don't know that they may have violated the law invisibly. Ignorant people always make people speechless. Wang Yin nodded and continued to do her own work. After arranging the brand new sheets, Wang Yin left with a pile of changed sheets, quilt covers, and other things. Before leaving, she did not forget to ask Chu Ge to finish his meal. Chu Ge agreed readily, then quickly finished the dinner on the table. After clearing the tableware, he walked downstairs, and the guards at the door saluted him one after another. After Chu Ge returned the gift, he looked at Captain Gong and said, Captain Gong, come on, walk around with me for 2 laps? Yes, Academician Chu. The two of them began to walk along the research institute. From time to time, colleagues greeted Chu Ge on the road, and he nodded and smiled. At 6 to 7 o'clock in the summer, it was not dark yet, and it was not as hot as in broad daylight. Walking on the road at this time, the breeze was blowing gently, which was very comfortable. Captain Gong, the construction of the aerospace carrier will begin soon. All processes will be accelerated. Soon we will be flying beyond the 9 heavens. What are your plans at that time? Chu Ge and Captain Gong walked to the pond of the research institute and stopped. Chu Ge looked at the ripples on the water for a while and then suddenly asked, I will follow you and serve as a guard for academician Chu. Haha, I think this is a bit of a waste of your talent. I remember that you were not a guard before. There weren't people like academician Chu before, right? Captain Gong scratched his head after he finished speaking. He might have felt that what he had just said was a bit of flattery, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Haha, don't be embarrassed. We are so familiar with each other. I spent more time with you in a year than with my parents, relatives, and girlfriend combined. Is there anything you can't say? Well, academician Chu, are you missing your family or that beautiful girlfriend? Ahem, I miss my parents. My sister and her girlfriend are fine. We often video chat. My parents are old and I can only see them a few times a year. I call them from time to time, but you know me. When I'm busy, I turn off my phone. Maybe they are afraid of affecting my work, so they rarely call me. Chu Ge said with a smile as he looked at the schools of fish in the water. By the way, Captain Gong, are your parents in good health? Do you keep in touch with them often? Chu Ge turned around and looked at Captain Gong. He seemed to have never mentioned these private matters. It's fine. I have many children in my family, including a younger brother and sister, but we don't contact each other very often. This is the case in units like ours. Slowly, everyone gets used to it. Yeah, I guess so. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and I want to go home to see them. Chu Ge remembered that when he was video chatting with his sister Chu Xiaowu a few days ago, she seemed to have mentioned that their mother's leg disease had recurred. Chu Ge's mother's leg disease is an old problem. The meniscus is worn out, and it is usually not noticeable. When the disease occurs, there is sometimes severe fluid accumulation, and it is difficult to walk. She has been receiving conservative treatment. Chu Ge remembered that the doctor said that he could have surgery, but surgery for this disease was very painful for the patient, and the effect was not very good. Mother Chu was afraid of pain, and Chu Ge knew this, so he always listened to her and did not go for the surgery. Captain Gong, do you want to go home and see your parents? We soldiers can't just go back casually. There are rules. Chu Ge then remembered that it seemed to be true. However, I will definitely have to follow you. Meeting academician Chu's parents will be like meeting my own parents. Haha. Captain Gong, your words are increasingly sounding like flattery. Hey. They both laughed and turned around to walk back. After a night, Chu Ge felt that Captain Gong was quite interesting. Not only was he not as serious as he usually was on duty, but he was also a little humorous. Soon the two of them walked downstairs to the dormitory. Chu Ge said goodbye to Captain Gong and went upstairs alone. After this round, he felt much more relaxed. People always have to find ways to relax, otherwise they will suffer internal injuries sooner or later. Captain Gong looked at Chu Ge's back and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Today was also a rare day for him. Usually, academician Chu was the kind of man who worked hard and devoted himself to his work. This time, he saw the gentle side of academician Chu. This made him admire her more and feel closer to her. After all, only a flesh and blood person can make people feel that way. Chapter 142, Carrier-Based Aircraft Weapons. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Chu Ge had almost sorted out the data on the carrier-based aircraft system. Many technologies in this system are derived from the blueprints of the previous aerospace carrier. Many of the technical indicators of carrier-based aircraft in the system's database are directly replaced by numbers. The system only gave a reminder. Please refer to the previous data records for the specific itinerary report. This saved him a lot of trouble. Chu Ge finally understood the purpose of this number. It turned out that it was waiting for him here. Fortunately, he had made a backup in advance and saved all the numbered subsystems separately, so it was not difficult to find them. Apart from those that are similar, the weapon system of carrier-based aircraft can be considered a tall one among a bunch of dwarfs, and can barely be considered something new. The conventional weapons of the drone are electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons on both sides of the wings, with a caliber of 30 millimeters and a firing rate of 80 rounds per minute. When Chu Ge saw the caliber and its firing rate, he couldn't help but think of the close-in weapon system. Their common features were small caliber and fast firing rate, which made him a little excited. System brother, judging from the data, your weapon is a bit similar to our close-in weapon system. And judging from the firing rate alone, it is not as good as our rapid-fire gun. Chu Ge remembered that powerful close-in weapon systems such as the United States Phalanx had a firing rate of about 4,500 rounds, while the Russian Kashtin close-in weapon system and China's 1130 close-in weapon system had a firing rate of even more than 10,000 rounds per minute. Pick any one of these, and its firing rate can instantly surpass that of the drone. There is no comparison. I have studied your rapid-fire guns. 3,000 rounds/minute can intercept missiles at Mach 1 to 1.5. Missiles at Mach 3 or above are difficult to intercept with a rapid-fire gun at 5,000 rounds/minute. At this time, a rate of fire of 10,000 rounds is needed to compensate, and it still cannot guarantee a 100 interception rate. The system boss rattled off a bunch of data, which really shocked Chu Ge. He didn't expect that this guy knew everything. It seems that he doesn't just get things for free. You look so professional. What's going on? Have you been studying our Earth's military technology recently? Chu Ge's eyes rolled around. He wanted to take advantage of the system brother not paying attention to trick it. I'm not interested. I'm just sitting around doing nothing, so I'm just filling up the word count. Filling up the word count? Do you think you're an encyclopedia? Shouldn't it just take up some memory? Unlimited memory. Uses you like data. This one sentence completely convinced Chu Ge. No wonder Doraemon and the like were stored in the database. It turned out that the more the better. Okay, you're my big brother. Let's get back to the question. You mean our tactical goals are different, right? The close-in weapon systems on Earth pursue high firing rates in order to intercept high-speed incoming missiles and the like. But the guns of the aircraft carriers on the aerospace carrier don't take these into consideration? Yes, drones accompany infantry in combat, electromagnetic guns are light weapons, and cluster torpedoes are heavy weapons. Or to deal with the same aerial targets of the enemy, these do not require such a high rate of fire. The current rate of fire is sufficient to ensure endurance and continuity of accompanying combat. What's the meaning? How many rounds do you think your close-in defense system can fire at such a high rate of fire? Chu Ge understood it instantly. He remembered that if this system was used at the highest firing rate, it could only fire 3 or 5 rounds at most. The reserve ammunition was limited, so there was the concept of saturation attack tactics. With so many carrier-based aircraft, can we group together and attack one big guy? Sure. There's no need to fight in groups to attack your military equipment. Attacking heavy cruisers in the military industry database is no different from a mosquito biting you, unless you launch a nuclear torpedo. When the system boss mentioned nuclear torpedoes, Chu Ge remembered that carrier-based aircraft also had powerful weapons. With an idea in mind, he quickly found the relevant report on nuclear torpedoes, but after quickly browsing through it, he was a little disappointed. It's just a normal nuclear fission reaction nuclear weapon, not even nuclear fusion, let alone more powerful quarks. The biggest difference between it and the nuclear torpedoes in the sea is the speed. In terms of speed, the difference between the two is huge. The fastest modern torpedo should be the supercavitating torpedo developed by the former Union country. Its speed can reach about 200 knots, and it can travel about 100 meters in the water per second, which is equivalent to 370 kilometers per hour when converted into the cars we often drive. This speed is actually not slow. Even a small airplane may not be as fast as it. As for the current progress of various countries in the research of this kind of fast torpedo, Chu Ge didn't pay attention to it, and this thing was also confidential. He only knew that several powerful countries were secretly researching it at home. As for the progress of the research, there was no specific statement yet. However, although the supercavitating torpedo is fast, it also has its fatal flaw, which is that its range is extremely short and its attack means are relatively simple. It can only attack in a straight line without turning, which is also the main reason why its range is not high. The nuclear torpedo of the military system is just a small aviation rocket, propelled by jet power. In fact, it is no different from a missile, except that the speed of modern missiles is far inferior to it. This is the most fundamental difference between aircraft powered by chemical materials and aircraft powered by nuclear fusion reactors. After chatting for a while, Chu Ge had a general understanding of the combat methods of the carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier. He no longer paid attention to the system brother and began to concentrate on studying the remaining progress reports. The drone system is basically complete at this point. Chu Ge saved the file and found the information on manned aircraft. What is special about manned aircraft is that its functions are quite diverse. It can carry heavy nuclear torpedoes to attack large ships or important targets, or it can be lightly equipped to carry out reconnaissance, interference, and other tasks. When it comes to reconnaissance and interference, manned carrier-based aircraft carry more electronic equipment. In addition to the more important neutrino detectors and light-wave interference equipment, the electronic equipment also includes various video, photography, radar detection, and other reconnaissance methods. The central quantum electronic computer of the carrier-based aircraft is connected to the data control center of the aerospace mothership at the base camp, and the detected situation is fed back to the interstellar fleet as soon as possible. When seeing the quantum computer, Chu Ge remembered that he had pushed Zhang Jun into the quantum research team and never paid any attention to him again. Yin Tianhao and Chu Ge can be seen often. After all, some technical difficulties of the nuclear fusion engine required Chu Ge to go over and put out fires from time to time. Recently, these progress reports have been transferred to the following groups and batches. After the data is verified, they will enter the next stage of research, which involves quite a few quantum-related systems. Chapter 143 Systematic Version of Goldbox Conjecture. The communication equipment in the individual soldier's helmet, the main computer of the aerospace mothership, and the carrier-based aircraft system below all involve quantum technology. Chu Ge plans to visit Zhongjun tomorrow. There must be no problems with the core system, otherwise the entire project will be affected. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Chu Ge did not return to the office, but went directly to Zhongjun's quantum experiment group. Chu Ge was shocked when he saw Zhongjun. He remembered the first time he met him. Although Zhongjun looked talkative and liked to laugh, he was actually a very handsome young man with a well-proportioned figure and a clean face. When I saw him today, he looked listless, with an untidy beard, and his hair probably hadn't been washed in several days. It was so greasy that you could feel the oil on it. Fuck, Zhongjun. Where did you flee from? Zhongjun looked up, then went back to his experiment with an expressionless face. After a while, he raised his head again and said with a grin, I just realized, you were academician Chu? How come you have time to come here today? I thought you had forgotten about us. Chu Ge was speechless. Has the computer drained his energy? Stop for a moment. It's been a while since I last came here. How did it become like this? Where are the other researchers? They're all asleep. Look, Engineer Wang and academician Shui are still working on it. The quantum computer will be completed in the next few days. We have been working hard for more than a week in the critical stage. To be honest, I have forgotten how many days I haven't slept properly. Zhongjun sat down on the chair next to Chu Ge, picked up a bottle of water and started to drink it, and it was completely empty in a short while. Chu Ge thought, he didn't even have time to drink water? Haven't we already prepared all the theoretical data for you? Why do I feel like you're starting from scratch? Hey, academician Chu, what you said is absolutely true. You don't know that your theory is simply a subversive cognition for us. For those of us who have been immersed in the conventional scope of quantum research theory, it is like starting all over again. Chu Ge smiled when he heard this. He knew what Zhongjun meant. When he handed the quantum research progress report to Zhongjun, he knew that some of the things involved in it might be a little different from Zhongjun's understanding of quantum theory. He just didn't expect that the destructive power would be so great. An important and substantial thing about quantum in the military-industrial system is the wave-particle duality of the fundamental particles in the universe. There is a famous experiment in the middle school physics textbook called the Basic Properties of Light, which includes the double-slit interference experiment. Another one is about the wave-particle duality of light. It's just that the textbooks at that time seemed to be covering up something. They only highlighted its interference phenomenon and seemed to gloss over its duality. They just told us that light has this basic property but didn't tell us why. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Elementary particles are propagating rapidly in the universe and vibrating at extremely high frequencies. This shows that elementary particles have the dual properties of particles and waves. That is, elementary particles are both matter and energy. Scientists have conducted special experiments on this phenomenon. In the double-slit interference experiment, they found that a large number of photons interfered with each other when passing through the slit. This is easy to explain because there is mutual interference. So, the scientists prepared to conduct an experiment with a single photon. A single photon passing through a slit would not cause interference, right? At the beginning of the experiment, after a photon was emitted into the slit, interference fringes still appeared on the background wall. That is, the single photon interfered with itself. This has a bit of a metaphysical flavor, because in our cognitive world, it is impossible for a single photon to pass through two slits at the same time. This is not a movie, and we can't create a shadow clone of it. The scientists did not give up. In order to find out the reason, they installed a high-speed camera next to the path of a single photon when it passed through, so that they could clearly observe how the photon moved in this experiment. The strangest scene appeared. The experimental results showed that when there was a camera, two parallel lines appeared on the background wall. When the camera was removed, the stripes reappeared. This is very interesting. This photon seems to have its own thoughts. It is playing hide-and-seek with you. It keeps switching back and forth between two completely opposite states of existence and non-existence. It is as if it knows we are observing it and is teasing you. This experiment caused a sensation at the time. Many scientists felt desperate after seeing this phenomenon, and some even committed suicide because it really overturned our entire worldview. At this time, many scientists stood up and put forward their own ideas. The idea is that the ultimate of science is philosophy. There is no philosophy in the military systems database. It only contains data, programs, progress reports, and blueprints. Regarding quantum computers, the military-industrial system directly digitized the above duality without explaining the cause and effect to you. Chu Ge even suspected that this guy might not know it either. As long as the data evolves according to the simulation program it provides, several technical difficulties that have plagued quantum computers will be instantly solved. Like a god, it adjusts the quality of the quantum entangled state to the highest order. Then, this programmed language accurately guides the quantum signal to be transmitted stably from one node to another like a lighthouse, which basically solves some difficult problems that previously existed in quantum computers and quantum communications. This was a torture for Zheng Jun and the others, because after following Chu Ge's process instructions, it seemed that they had solved everything, but it also seemed that they had solved nothing. Several experts in the quantum field initially could not accept this somewhat fabricated setting, but after Zheng Jun and his colleagues conducted several rounds of simulation experiments, they all fell silent. The experimental data would not lie, and their previous problems were indeed solved. However, such a result seemed to have left a root of disease in their hearts. Other people all had theories or physical common sense to pursue, and laws as their foundation, but they had no theories, only data programs. How could this be an explanation? Came out of thin air? Actually, Chu Ge wanted to tell them that this elder brother meant almost the same thing. I can't just copy and paste and say that the system elder brother guessed it, right? This is too much of a lie. You guys better stop being so pretentious and go take a shower and go to bed. If you really can't make it, I'll let Zheng Jun bear with it and sit under an apple tree and act it out again. In short, just make the finished product for me. He doesn't care about anything else. After all, Chu Ge still did not fully appreciate the ultimate spirit of exploration in the scientific community. Chapter 144 Meeting. Chu Ge's carrier-based aircraft system was finally nearing completion after he had worked continuously for nearly 20 days. In the meantime, he also learned about the work progress of various research groups at the Military Research Institute. Basically, everyone was completing his work arrangements beyond the deadline. At this rate, Chu Ge felt that the aerospace carrier project could be started without waiting until the end of the year. However, he had not had time to learn about the progress of the military factory with supporting subsystems at the shipyard. Early this morning, he was preparing to go to the institute cafeteria for breakfast. Walking on the familiar road, he instinctively felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere today. His colleagues from the research institute were all in a hurry, and when they arrived at the cafeteria, he found that there were not many people in the cafeteria. In the past, at this time of year, there were the most people here, but today there was almost no one here. When he was wondering, academician Chen walked up to him. "Xiao Chu, have you finished breakfast?" "I'm done eating, Mr. Chen, and I'm just about to go back to the office." This morning the institute is holding a meeting about the aerospace carrier. You, the chief engineer, have to attend. Also, the leader is coming today, and he specifically asked you to sit next to him. Oh, okay, Mr. Chen. Chu Ge knew why his colleagues were so nervous. Senior leaders were not often seen in the research institute. Normally, the places where he could be seen were on TV and in news media. Chu Ge, academician Chen walked out of the institute's cafeteria. Chu Ge looked around and saw that from afar, the guards had already started their duty and the Military Research Institute was under martial law. By the way, Mr. Chen, I heard from Wang Yun that the road in front of the institute will be under military control. Academician Chen nodded and looked towards the gate. It's only a matter of time. It's just that those suspicious people have come earlier recently. The security department detained a few people a few days ago and did find out something, but they were all small fish and shrimps that can't be put on the table. Colleagues in the transportation department are already planning a new viaduct, and we are trying to minimize the impact on the people. There is no other way. Otherwise, given our current sensitivity, the Security Bureau would have to stay here every day. The perimeter of the Military Research Institute has been handed over to the Armed Police Force. There are special forces stationed inside, and there are also special people in the air. Any aircraft that enters will be shot down directly. This is now an absolute vacuum zone. Chu Ge nodded. Now is the critical moment of the project, and various little ghosts began to show up to gather information. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the door of the conference room. Academician Chen pushed open the door and walked in, followed closely by Chu Ge. The main persons in charge of various systems of the aerospace carrier were already seated. When they saw Academician Chen and Chu Ge coming in, they all stood up and greeted them. Chu Ge responded one by one with a smile. Many of them were academicians from various research institutes or professors in a certain field, leaders. Chu Ge looked around and found many people wearing military uniforms. They should be people from the military industrial units or the General Assembly Department responsible for the specific construction. The total number of participants was not small. Today, the head of the aerospace carrier's research unit, the chief engineer of the construction unit, and military leaders are all here. This is a tripartite meeting. Academician Chen whispered to Chu Ge. Cough, cough. Chu Ge coughed twice. He figured it out because he found out when he looked around just now that apart from him, there was no other young man at the scene. This represents the high level of this meeting. In the conference room, everyone was talking in low voices at this time. It was a rare occasion that everyone was gathered together. Chu Ge was just about to talk to the academicians next to him when a guard came in from outside the door. He whispered a few words in Academician Chen's ear and then left. Academician Chen smiled and said to Chu Ge, "Xiao Chu, the leader is here. Come with me to greet him." "Okay, Mr. Chen." Chu Ge responded quickly. The two walked downstairs. There was a team of guards standing at the door. When Chu Ge and the others went over, the big leader had just got out of the car. He was wearing a military uniform, and his eyes revealed a firm look. Chu Ge was stunned. He finally saw the legendary old man. Academician Chen quickly walked over and extended his hand. Chu Ge followed Academician Chen, looking a little nervous. "Commander, you're here." "Well, Mr. Chen, you're the head of the family now. I just asked Xiao Chu to take me around. The scale of the institute is now many times larger than before, haha. That's because the top leaders support us, haha. You, Chu Ge, Academician Chu, is now a legend in our army. No, it can also be said that he is a legend in the whole country. Haha, not bad. It's a good time for you, and the future is promising. Hello, Chief." With a standard military salute, the chief adjusted his uniform and returned the salute. After saluting, the leader walked up to Chu Ge, held his hands tightly, and then looked at him carefully, his eyes full of kindness. Academician Chen watched with a smile beside him. "Let's go, Colonel Chu, let's go talk about our aerospace carrier, huh? Mr. Chen, is Chu Ge still a colonel now?" The big leader suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Academician Chen behind him. Really? The military is planning to celebrate the completion of the aerospace carrier, so they'll make some moves. Oh, it's time to take some action. We old guys will study it later. Chu Ge was listening nearby and felt a little embarrassed. In fact, military rank was not particularly necessary for him personally, but it played a huge role in the military-industrial system. The direct reflection of honor value was the promotion of military rank. Chu Ge and his companions walked into the conference room. When the people who were originally whispering saw the chief come in, they immediately sat up straight. Chen Lao and his companions stood still, and the people below stood up one after another, shouting in unison, "Hello, Chief." "Hello, comrades. Please sit down. I am here to visit you today. You are the protagonists of this meeting. Just treat me as an audience. Don't be restrained and just speak freely." After the leader finished speaking, he pressed his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. "Mr. Chen, Chu Ge, you two sit next to me." "Yes, Chief." Chu Ge responded quickly, found his seat, and sat down. After the leader whispered a few words to Academician Chen, he turned around and looked at the people below. Old Chen cleared his throat. "Okay, let's start the meeting. Today's meeting is a meeting for everyone. Research institutes, the military, and military factories are all here. Let's first talk about the current progress." As the chief engineer of the aerospace carrier, Chu Ge was the first to stand up. He briefly reported the recent work direction to everyone present. According to his next plan, the dock factory can now prepare to lay the keel. Chapter 145 Follow-up. Regarding the carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier, I would like the leaders to arrange for the most powerful fighter manufacturing factory in the country to make a few prototypes according to my blueprint. After all, airplanes are different from other things. We need a prototype to verify some of their performance. For other weapons and equipment, our institute can build an on-site RD team, but not for fighter jets. The team is too professional and too complicated. Chu Ge has his own plan. If the drones produced by the military-industrial system can be directly put into service in the current Air Force, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of the Air Force. Chu Ge felt that the current world combat mode would not change much in the short term. The Air Force still played a decisive role. Without the support of the Air Force, the ground forces would be unable to move forward. The most obvious example is the fight between the Bear Kingdom and its neighbor some time ago. Although the Bear Kingdom generally took the initiative, the armed personnel on the ground suffered heavy losses. A big reason is that the Air Force is a bit weak. Whether it is the support operations of fighter jets and bombers or the accompanying operations of the Army aviation armed helicopters, they are all a bit unsatisfactory. Failure to immediately eliminate the enemy's Air Force and anti-tank combat teams resulted in heavy losses to subsequent ground forces, especially armored forces. That's no problem. The General Assembly Department will help you contact Xinfei and Xinfei. You can contact them directly and try to build the prototype as quickly as possible. Next, each person in charge gave a brief report on the progress of the projects currently at hand. Chu Ge took out his notebook. This meeting was exactly what he wanted, as it saved him the trouble of asking each household. The main production workshop of the dock will basically be completed after the National Day, and the auxiliary factory buildings will be slower, but this will not affect the construction of the aerospace carrier at all. Chu Ge seemed a little surprised when he heard this. This was 3 or 4 months ahead of the original plan. You know, time is life now, and the 3 or 4 months saved are too important for Chu Ge. Chu Ge, is there any problem? Academician Chen turned to ask Chu Ge. After a brief thought, he said, the time is not a problem. All the data and drawings about the ship are ready. Once the construction equipment and workers are in place, we can start construction immediately. There is no problem with the equipment and personnel, Academician Chu. These are all special equipment that were ordered in advance according to your requirements. We have contacted the manufacturer and there will be no problem with the installation after National Day. The person in charge of the dock factory answered immediately. Chu Ge nodded. Next came the progress reports from various research groups at the institute and the base on the aerospace carrier subsystem. Just as Chu Ge had guessed, no one was lagging behind and everyone was making rapid progress. In fact, Chu Ge left them a certain amount of time for the transition. After all, the normal time for hull construction is about 2 years, and then the outfitting takes more than a year. However, China has mobilized all its potential to build the aerospace carrier, so the time is greatly shortened. Otherwise, according to the normal progress, even with the efficiency of the infrastructure maniac, it would take 3 or 4 years to build a modern aircraft carrier, let alone an aerospace carrier. The size of an aerospace carrier is about 7 to 8 times that of the largest modern aircraft carrier, and its complexity is unknown, but the construction period has been compressed to the extreme. And this time can only be squeezed on the construction team. In peacetime, the military-industrial efficiency of various countries is generally maintained at a very low level, but it is different in wartime. Regarding the aerospace carrier, the military gave it a dead mission, so all parties worked at full capacity and all resources were directed here. This was even more exaggerated than during wartime, which led to the current rapid formation. The leader was very satisfied. In his final summary speech, he praised all participants in the aerospace carrier project and especially affirmed the achievements of Chu Ge, the chief engineer. After all, it was he who created this myth. The meeting ended with warm applause. Everyone stood up, including Chu Ge. However, Academician Chen whispered something beside him. The leaders have gone to the small meeting room. You will come with me later. The big meeting is over, but the small meeting is still waiting for you. Chu Ge nodded. It was quite interesting that the big meeting was used as a pretext for the small meeting. When Academician Chen and Chu Ge entered the small conference room, the senior leader and several leaders of the research institute were already waiting for them. Chu Ge, come and sit next to me. Yes. Today's purpose is, first, to learn about the progress of the aerospace carrier. Second, to tell you some decisions regarding the lunar base. After the leader finished speaking, he nodded to Secretary Chu beside him, and Secretary Chu quickly took out a document from his briefcase. These are some data detected by the lunar satellite. You can take a look at them first. Chu Ge took the documents and began to read them carefully. The meeting did not stop and continued while he was reading the documents. After our research and analysis of the lunar base plan, we can now officially inform you that we agree with Academician Chu's plan. The relevant documents will be issued to the relevant units in the near future. Chu Ge, the aerospace carrier will begin construction after National Day. I want to hear your plans for the future. Chu Ge put down the document, glanced through it, and had a clear understanding of the important data. 1 year later, Kuimping will be launched into space. Its first mission will be to transport relevant construction personnel to the moon to build a lunar base. During the period of building the aerospace mothership, I will complete all the blueprints and designs for the construction of the lunar base. The lunar base consists of several parts: scientific research, exploration and development of heavy metals, various minerals, and helium. 3 energy, with the latter being the most important. We need to build a transportation channel between the Earth and the Moon, based on engineering transport ships, to transport materials for building the base, and to transport lunar energy in the future. The lunar base will be large in scale, similar to a large industrial base we have now. It will be equipped with a small ecosystem, a gravitational wave device that simulates the effects of Earth's gravity, and a full set of living and leisure areas to meet basic permanent requirements. Chu Ge described the general appearance of the lunar base in his mind in one breath. The relevant technical personnel attending the meeting were obviously not prepared and showed surprised expressions at this moment. They did not expect that Chu Ge's lunar base was such a grand plan. Chu Ge's base report only focused on the reasons for building a lunar base and the results that could be achieved. As for what it would be like, the report did not mention a word. Gravitational waves that simulate the Earth's gravity? Academician Chu means that we can walk and run in the lunar base just like on Earth, asked a middle-aged man in military uniform. Yuming Wei, from the General Assembly Department. Academician Chen introduced on the side. Yes, Chu Ge answered firmly. Regarding the issue of garrisoning the lunar base, he secretly asked the system brother and learned that there was a set of equipment to simulate the Earth's environment. so that humans could avoid the various adverse effects brought about by the weightless environment of the space station. Okay, just listening to it makes my blood boil. Chu Ge, I'm waiting for your lunar base to be built. Then we old guys can go up there and experience it. After all, this is also part of our Chinese territory, right? Haha. Everyone laughed. That had to be the case. If the United States could just put an eye on the place, it could say that the place belonged to it. So it goes without saying that if I put up a base, right? Chapter 146, Visiting Relatives. Academician Chen. After Chu Ge saw the leaders off, he returned to Academician Chen's office. Xiao Chu, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming in 2 days. Do you want to go back to your hometown to see your parents? You haven't been back for half a year, right? After hearing this, Chu Ge hesitated for a while. I want to go back, but my sister said my mother's old illness has recurred. Oh, what's the illness? I know several authoritative experts in the country. Academician Chen asked with concern. The meniscus is worn out. It's a minor problem. The doctor also said that these problems will occur at this age. It's like an engine that has been running for decades. It's inevitable that there will be wear and tear here and there. Academician Chen nodded and asked, how many days will it take? Isn't the hospital already on track? It's time to go back and take a look. 1 day will be enough. H City is not far from Yanqing. I will go back to see my mother. No need to rush, just come back the next night. That's it. Academician Chen helped Chu Ge make up his mind, and Chu Ge did not refuse. After thinking about it, he agreed. After Chu Ge left, Academician Chen sat at his desk and thought for a while, then stood up, took out his phone book, found a phone number, and dialed it. Chu Ge told Chu Xiaowu about his itinerary the day before he was going home. She was very excited and immediately expressed her willingness to pick him up. Chu Ge thought about it and refused. Now his travels were arranged by the military, and Chu Xiaowu probably wouldn't be able to pick him up even if she wanted to. I'm only going to be back for a day or two, and you still have to ask for leave. How much trouble is that? Hey brother, why do you want to take a leave? We are all on holiday, and your sister and I have finished the college entrance examination. We will report after the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Is this okay? Chu Ge then remembered that Chu Xiaowu was in her 3rd year of high school this year, and the college entrance examination was over. It seemed that this little girl did quite well in the exam. I'm confused. I forgot about this. I thought you were at school. Okay, just stay at home. I have my own arrangements. Oh. Chu Xiaowu pouted, put down the phone, and then jumped towards the living room. Mom, guess who called just now? You keep asking, who else could your father be besides Ma Xiaoyao? Your brother doesn't have time to care about you. He's still my brother. Mother Chu stopped talking. She was waiting for her daughter to continue speaking. However, Chu Xiaowu remained silent and stared at her with her beautiful big eyes as if she was making a mischief. If you don't tell me, I'll use family rules. Oh, Mom, you only know how to bully me. Wait until my brother comes back tomorrow, and I'll tell him about you. Are you surprised? Haha. Chu Xiaowu ran out after letting out a string of bell-like laughter. She wanted to tell the news to her best friend Ma Xiaoyao. Mother Chu was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and told Father Chu to go to the vegetable market to buy some things. Chu Ge simply tidied himself up in the evening and was about to go to bed when the phone on the table rang. He glanced at the call notification and picked up the phone. Good evening, Princess. Master Chu, it's fine. You are good at what you do. Is the itinerary kept secret now? Chu Ge was stunned for a moment, then he understood. It must be Xiaowu who told you, right? Xiaowu has a better conscience than you, humph. Haha, I'll only be back for 1 day, so I'm a little late. Otherwise, I would definitely go to the Magic City to see you. 1 day is fine. We can always see each other. You are in Yanqing, and I can't get in now. I know you are busy, so I specially took a day off to go home and visit my uncle and aunt. I can go to H City, so you don't have to come to the Magic City. I just don't know if your uncle and aunt mind. The voice of Delanaza behind her was getting quieter and quieter, and Chu Ge could hardly hear it. He thought his cell phone signal was bad, so he fiddled with it for a long time. Of course we don't mind. Our whole family doesn't mind. Just don't let it interfere with your work. It's a deal then. See you tomorrow. I have a press conference to attend, so I won't talk to you about it for now. Bye. After saying this, Delanaza hung up the phone with a happy smile on her face. Today, she wore a small evening dress with a black pleated skirt, which reached her knees in the front and ankles in the back. The pure black dress was inlaid with rhinestones. There were no gorgeous necklaces or earrings on her neck or ears, but she wore high heels sparkling with crystals on her feet. This outfit made Delanaza, who was not short to begin with, look much taller. It was only when she saw Chu Xiaowu's text message that she knew Chu Ge was going back to H City tomorrow. She ignored Sister Li's call and ran out directly to make the call. Sister Li was already standing behind her at this time. My little ancestor, there's a press conference going on upstairs. Got it, Sister Li. I'll go right up. By the way, please cancel all my announcements for tomorrow. Well, As for the one the day after tomorrow, cancel them all. Dilanaza tilted her head and thought for a while before adding, but didn't you say that we wouldn't take a break during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Our schedules are all full. My little ancestor, what are you trying to do? Sisterly looked unhappy. He's back. After saying that, Dilanaza ran away, leaving Sisterly standing there in a daze. Him? Who is he? At this moment, a name suddenly flashed through her mind, and Sisterly quickly shut her mouth. No wonder. Come on, this time. Even if I know I'm going to offend someone, I have to bite the bullet and offend them. Sisterly, who compromised silently, looked at Dilraba Dilmurat, who was full of energy at the press conference, and smiled helplessly. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month is Mid-Autumn Festival. There are actually only 2 traditional festivals in China that can cause a large number of people to return home to visit their relatives in a year, the Spring Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Both festivals are festivals of family reunion. If those who are away from home have time, they will generally choose to return home to visit their relatives during these 2 festivals. The county town where Chu Ge is located is particularly lively today. Chu Ge came back early this morning. He worked in a joint venture in Shanghai, which was not far from H City. After purchasing some holiday gifts in Shanghai a day in advance, he drove onto the highway before dawn today. Highways are free on holidays, and he was afraid that if he left a little later, he might get stuck in traffic on the highway. After turning several corners, he parked the car in front of his house and got out. Chu Ge looked around in confusion. It was strange. This street felt particularly quiet today. It didn't seem like a holiday. The atmosphere seemed a bit weird compared to other places in the county. Mom, I'm back. Chu Ge walked into the familiar courtyard carrying large and small bags of things. When his father and mother heard the sound, they hurried out to greet him. Jing-an, you always bring so many things back home. It's so troublesome. Mom doesn't need anything. His father, what are you doing? Why don't you help Jingren move the things in? Okay. The old man came over and took the things, and the 3 of them walked into the living room. Dad, why is it so quiet outside? It's not this quiet even when I come back during holidays. Chu Ge asked doubtfully before he had time to drink the water. The street office came and issued a notice early in the morning. It seems that a leader is coming to inspect today or something, and asked everyone not to go out and watch. Didn't you see that there were police on duty at the surrounding intersections? Jingran's father answered casually. Chapter 147, Visiting the Mother too. Chu Jingran nodded in confusion. Could it be that the leaders of H City are coming down to inspect? Generally, those at lower levels won't have such strict measures. Jingran, have you eaten? If not, Mom will make you something. No need, Mom. I ate something on the way. I'm not hungry. Oh, my son has really become successful now. No one on the whole street can compare to my son except Xiao Wu's family. Chu Jingran's mother was very happy. Her son was a middle or senior manager of a joint venture. He bought a new car during the Chinese New Year last year, which was said to cost more than 300,000 yuan. When the neighbors saw her, they all praised her for having a good son. Working in a joint venture in Shanghai, the basic salary is over 1 million, still single, and not bad looking. This county town is not big, and word spreads, so the matchmakers are scrambling to get the best of both worlds. At the beginning of the year, a news came out from nowhere that his company was going to build a new production base in H City. Even the leaders of the county's investment promotion bureau were alarmed, and they took the opportunity to come and pay New Year's greetings during the Spring Festival, thus becoming familiar to them. Look at what you said. Chu Ge from the old Chu family is an academician. He is a government employee, and there is a huge gap in administrative level. Ordinary people are like this. It's not all about comparison, but sometimes it's unavoidable to be cliched and just compare and discuss. Dad, society is open now, and there is no such thing as a permanent job. In terms of salary and benefits alone, Chu Ge is definitely not as good as me. It's just that they have gained some fame, and their welfare and benefits are better than those of ordinary company employees, but they are still incomparable to our joint venture. Chu Jingyan often heard his colleagues discussing Chu Ge recently. He was a little disapproving. After all, they grew up in the same alley and Chu Ge was a few years younger than him. He used to be a little follower who called himself Big Brother, but now he has become an academician. What's even more outrageous is that his girlfriend is actually Dilanaza. Chu Jingran, who has always been a big brother, is arrogant. This has completely aroused his jealousy. Isn't he just an academician doing scientific research? Apart from a good reputation, what else can compare to me? Chu Jingyan was just thinking when there was a knock on the door. He went out to greet the sound and saw a group of leaders coming to the door. The leader was Wu Jun, the director of the County Investment Promotion Bureau. Director Wu, how come you have time to come here? Just come and bring so many things. Normally, during the holidays, I should be the one visiting you, the leaders. Chu Jingran had a smile on his face. He has been in a leadership position for many years, so dealing with this situation is a piece of cake for him. After saying this, he led several leaders into the inner courtyard. Jingran, you don't know that it's not easy for us grassroots officials to do our jobs now. Policy assessments are very strict now. I'm just waiting for your big project to put out the fire. Director Wu was not polite and went straight to the point. Drink water, drink water. After the new year, I went back and found several leaders to study it. The company does want to build a large base around here, and the initial investment is 50 billion. However, the company has its own considerations for the location, and it mainly depends on the support policies of the local government. Of course, this is my hometown, so I will definitely support us. Don't worry, I will also make it happen without you telling me. Chu Ge only said half of what he said and left the other half. Their company is a large multinational enterprise, and there must be hundreds of middle and senior leaders like him across the country. How could such a large project of the company be operated through him? But he did know some inside information. The several counties he was visiting were similar in terms of environment, transportation, labor costs, etc. The only thing to look at now was the strength of the local government's support policies. That's good. Don't worry about the support policy. I will try my best to get you the greatest support. Mr. Su, who is in charge of the inspection in your company, is a bit too rigid. I'm not sure about it, so I come to you to learn from you during the Mid-Autumn Festival, haha. Director Wu took a sip of water after he finished speaking. He was really a little anxious now. By the way, Director Wu, you weren't the one causing the noise outside, were you? This guy, they've imposed martial law. I thought some big boss was coming. Seeing that the other party had no intention of asking further questions, Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief and began to change the subject. I haven't heard that any leader is coming here. Could it be that the deputy county magistrate is coming to visit you? He is in charge of the economy. I mentioned you to him, and he said he would find time to visit you. Oh. Chu Ge sighed slowly and turned to look at his mother. His mother was now smiling like a flower. She turned her head and looked at her old man proudly, as if to show off that my son is awesome. After Chu Ge and his party got off the plane, they got on the military jeeps of the H City Security Command. There were 10 of them. Except for Chu Ge, who was sitting in the jeep with Captain Gong, the other jeeps were full of Special Forces soldiers with live ammunition. In front of them were 4 cavalrymen leading the way, heading all the way to Chu Ge's home. Captain Gong, do you think this posture is exaggerated? I'm afraid it will scare my parents. Chu Ge looked at the convoy behind, turned around and said helplessly. This has already reduced the establishment. According to academician Shin in the military, they would like to transfer a division here. Huh? Captain Gong, you are joking too. Why don't you just send an army here? Those who know me will understand that I am going home to visit my family, while those who don't will think that I am going to lead troops to fight. I'm not kidding. Martial law has been imposed around your hometown. The garrison in H City has already arranged several teams to move in ahead of time, but they are all deployed secretly. Our team is the one in the open, not to mention the local traffic police, armed police, special. Chu Ge waved his hand before Captain Gong finished speaking. Okay, I'm really scared of Mr. Chen now. No, why don't you disguise yourself as plain clothes and stay around me like before? Wouldn't that be more covert? Now it feels like you're trying to cover up something. This is what Chu Ge was wondering. Why is he being protected so openly now? He waited all the way, but he didn't see Captain Gong change his clothes. He was still in his military uniform. However, it is indeed different from the one in the Research Institute. The uniforms in the Research Institute are regular uniforms, but now they have been changed directly into combat uniforms, and the stuff is still tied to the legs. You weren't a household name before. Those rogue countries abroad didn't know you before. You weren't as valuable as you are now. Captain Gong smiled unconsciously after saying the last sentence. The first part was the main part, and the second part was purely made up by him. Denying the 3 companies would make him look more powerful, wouldn't it? Chu Ge heard the sarcasm in Captain Gong's words, pointed at him, and smiled. The relationship between the two had changed a lot compared to before. Maybe it was because of running together that day. Chu Ge felt that Captain Gong had become much more friendly. By the way, Academician Chu, we have prepared a whole car of holiday gifts in the car. You don't have to go to the mall to choose them now, so as not to cause a commotion. The motorcade will drive directly to your house. Hey, whose idea was this? That's really thoughtful. Chu Ge suddenly felt that he was not visiting his relatives, but rather an imperial envoy on an inspection tour. Chapter 148, Visiting the Mother 3. When Chu Ge's convoy entered the county town, although he did not get off the car, it still attracted great attention. There was no way around it. The convoy was too conspicuous, with police lights flashing all the way. The local traffic police had already implemented traffic control, so the convoy could be said to have had a smooth journey. Ordinary people have seen this scene before. Such control measures are basically only taken when local officials pass by. Seeing this, vehicles on the road dodged. Is the governor here? Many business owners on both sides of the main street came out after seeing this scene. No matter what business you do, it's fun to watch the fun. No, the mayor and the governor all rode in those beige and gold minivans. Have you forgotten? Now they are all military vehicles. A person nearby came back and watched the convoy go away, still standing on tiptoe to watch. Yes, you were sharp-eyed. Does that mean he is a military leader? But I haven't heard of a military leader in our county. Yeah, who could it be? Everyone tried to identify themselves with the answer, and then shook their heads to deny it. I actually think of a person who has a military background and is worthy of this posture. A middle-aged man in the crowd said after slapping his forehead. Who? Yes, that's it. Come on, Zhao Laosi, can you fart more smoothly? It's really making you anxious. Chu Ge, academician Chu, your military rank should be colonel, right? Hiss, Zhao Laosi, you don't say it. Maybe it's true. Look at the direction the convoy is heading. It's really that direction. When Chu Ge appeared on TV, I knew he was from our county town, and I even specifically asked where he lived. You really gave our county chief face. This style is not much different from that of a provincial governor. Everyone nodded and looked in that direction for a long time without leaving. The convoy finally turned into the street where Chu Ge's hometown was located. The police car in front turned off the sirens, and 5 military vehicles drove to the street ahead. Captain Gong and his men stopped in front of Chu Ge's house, and the 4 military vehicles behind stopped not far behind. All the special forces in the car got out and were forming a line. Chu Ge looked at the scene and was a little confused. Captain Gong, you guys are not treating this as a martial arts training ground, are you? How high is the level of security? It won't affect the normal life of my neighbors, right? No, the security level within the outer 200 meters is relatively high. Strangers are not allowed to approach. People who live here or come here to visit relatives need to be checked. After the check is correct, they will be escorted to their destination by guards. They are not forbidden to go out, but they will be checked. That's what a military base is like. Chu Ge turned around and looked at the familiar old house as if he was looking at a bunker. The two got out of the car as they were talking. At this time, the door opened. Chu Xiaowu jumped out first and hugged Chu Ge. Then Chu's father and mother followed suit. As soon as the 3 of them came out, they were stunned by the scene on the street. The team of guards over there had already dispersed, with 1 guard post at each step, basically filling up the entire street. Dad, Mom, our son is back. Chu Ge's eyes instantly turned red when he looked at the 2 elders, and he didn't bother to explain this somewhat intense scene. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mother Chu replied. Chu Ge went forward and hugged the 2 elders. Turning back, he saw Chu Xiaowu staring at Captain Gong in a daze. Well, Mom and Dad, they are all mine, my comrades in arms. There is nothing I can do about it. It's the army's requirement. Chu Ge thought for a long time, but still didn't know how to explain this situation, so he simply gave up explaining it, thinking that the 2 elders would understand. Dad Chu came to his senses the fastest and hurried forward to help Captain Gong carry things. The family of 4 began to move the holiday gifts. Captain Gong did not lie. When Chu Ge went to the back of the car to help, he saw the car full of gifts, with a variety of gift boxes stacked on top of each other. Captain Gong, which supermarket did you move here? Chu Ge had no idea where to start and shook his head helplessly. After finally moving all the gift boxes from the car, Chu Ge looked at his parents, who were so tired that they were a little out of breath. Father Chu looked at his son, and then at Captain Gong behind him. Chu Ge, do you want to let the comrades in to drink some water? It's quite hot this day. No, Uncle. The local comrades will make arrangements. You don't have to worry about food and water. You guys can chat first. Academician Chu, I'm outside. Call me if you need anything. I'll be out first. Chu Ge knew their discipline and didn't force it. He nodded. Captain Gong turned and walked out, not forgetting to close the door after leaving. Brother, are you treated like this when you go out now? Oh my God, I just looked around and the streets were full of brothers who were serving in the army. They were so cool. Yeah, he is handsome. Isn't your brother Gong the most handsome? I was stunned when I saw you just now. Oh, what nonsense. Mom, look at what my brother is saying. You're still shy, haha. Chu Ge touched Chu Xiaowu's head. She's going to college soon. Looking at his sister's outstanding appearance, he couldn't help but feel concerned and had to keep an eye on her. The 3 of them walked into the house and sat in the living room. Chu Ge looked at his old mother. Mom, we said your leg disease recurred? Don't listen to her nonsense. It's just an old problem, not a serious one. Mother Chu said, glaring at Chu Xiaowu. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue. Chu Ge looked at the scene between the mother and daughter and smiled. This is the home of his dreams. The engine in the car needs maintenance every once in a while. Don't take it lightly. In my opinion, why don't we find a reliable hospital and have the surgery done? Chu Ge asked tentatively, then winked at Chu's father, who understood and nodded. Let's talk about it later. Mother Chu used her trump card, the tactic of procrastination. Let's talk about it later. I'm so tired of hearing your words. Wait for me to make the arrangements. Okay, my dear, let's listen to our son on this matter. Father Chu added at the right time. Yeah, Mother Chu finally gave in. She felt that her son now had an inexplicable aura that she could not refuse at all. Look at my memory. I'll go wash some fruits. Wait for me, son. Mother Chu patted her thigh, then quickly got up and walked out. Chu Ge smiled, stood up, and looked around the familiar home. Mother Chu soon came out with a plate of apples. Brother, this is for you. Chu Xiaowu picked the biggest and reddest apple and handed it to Chu Ge. Okay, Xiaowu, I was in such a hurry when I called you last time that I forgot to ask you which university you applied to. Yinqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Chu Xiaowu blinked her big eyes and looked at Chu Ge, holding a bite of apple in her mouth. I remember your scores were pretty high. You should have no problem getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Why did you choose aeronautics and astronautics? As a girl, do you really want to go to space? Chu Ge was usually so busy that he was dizzy. Even though he knew it was too late to ask now, he still couldn't help it. He had to understand what this little girl was thinking. The School of Aeronautics and Astronautics is both a 985 project university and a 211 project university, and is affiliated to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. It is a national key university. Is it not as good as Peking University and Tsinghua University? Brother, your awareness needs to be improved. Besides, my ambition is to explore the stars and the sea. I am still waiting to fly a spaceship for you. This sentence made Chu Ge stunned. This little guy actually took him too seriously. However, this ambition was interesting. Chu Ge looked at Chu Xiaowu. I remember you didn't like these hard technical things? Who said that? I really like you now. Who made me have a brother like you? Hiki. What Chu Xiaowu said was what was in her heart. From the day her brother appeared on TV, she made up her mind that she would be her brother's right-hand man and share the burden for him in the future. She had carefully selected Yinqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics because the major was suitable for her and it was a university in Yinqing, close to her brother. Chapter 149, Visiting Relatives 4. Okay, it's not just a momentary impulse. I support you, brother. Chu Ge said gently. He felt that he was not a very competent brother. He had been letting Xiaowu do whatever she wanted. Apart from the huge transfers, he was lacking in other aspects. Now Xiaowu is about to go to Yinqing and will be by his side. Moreover, if possible, the two siblings may be able to work together in the future. There will still be a chance for him to make up for her in the future. By the way, brother, I told my sister-in-law yesterday that you were coming back. Didn't she call you? Chu Xiaowu shook her head and suddenly asked. Yeah, I did. He complained to me, but I haven't come to you about this yet. Mom and Dad, Dilanaza might come over in a while. Do you have any objection to spending the Mid-Autumn Festival here? What are you saying? We are so happy. How can we have any objection? Whoa. Stop sitting here and grinning like an idiot. Why don't you go to the kitchen and prepare lunch? Didn't your son say that his daughter-in-law is coming? You were sitting there and grinning like an idiot. You look like a Methreya Buddha. Mother Chu still treated Father Chu with the same domineering attitude as always. Father Chu had no desire to resist. He happily agreed and ran to the kitchen. Xiaowu, why don't you ask your sister-in-law where she is? No, ask your brother to go and pick her up. You're just sitting there quietly at home. Do you really think you're the leader? Xiaowu nodded in agreement, took out her cell phone and started to call. While waiting, she blinked at Chu Ge, leaned towards Chu Ge, and whispered. Why did our mom explode when she heard that my sister-in-law was coming? She doesn't even take you seriously anymore. Brother, your charm is definitely not as high as my sister-in-law's. Well, typical other people's girls are good. That's right. When you're not around, she can only bully me. Yesterday, she even said she would use family rules. The brother and sister chattered to each other for a while. Mother Chu listened with her ears perked up and a smile on her face. Chu Xiaowu dialed the number several times and shook her head at Chu Ge. No one answered. Maybe she's busy. She'll get back to you when she sees it. Chu Xiaowu put down the phone, and the mother and daughter began to inquire about Chu Ge's recent situation. Chu Ge picked out some unimportant things to tell them. Mr. Chu was making some noise in the kitchen, and no one knew what he was doing. In the living room, the family was chatting and laughing, having a great time. Chu Jingran stood up and prepared to see Director Wu off. Despite repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Director Wu still insisted on leaving. Jingran, I'll trouble you with the investment promotion. Don't worry about the meal. When the investment promotion is successful, your Uncle Wu will treat you to whatever you want to eat. Haha. Don't worry, Uncle Wu. I have to do my best just for Uncle Wu, right? Chu Jingran opened the door, and Wu Jun was about to turn around and say a few more words when he suddenly saw soldiers on guard on the street. Wu Jun stuck his head out and looked around, but didn't continue. Chu Jingran and his family also saw the soldiers standing guard outside. Ordinary people had never seen such a scene before. The guards were fully armed, holding standard rifles in their hands and wearing sunglasses, looking at them. This scared the old lady, and she grabbed her son's clothes tightly. He muttered, "Is this someone here to arrest someone?" Chu Ge patted his mother's shoulder and whispered to comfort her. At this time, a soldier came over and saluted. "Hello. This place is under martial law now. If you need to go out, please show your ID." Martial law? Identity proof? What does that mean? Director Wu, what are they doing? Chu Jingren looked a little embarrassed. Director Wu has now regained his normal composure and nodded to Chu Jingran, indicating that he would take care of it. Are you from the County Armed Forces Department? Lao Wang's subordinates? What does martial law mean here? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival now. If you do this, it will affect the normal lives of ordinary people. Do you know the consequences? Call Lao Wang quickly. Why are you saying these things to a small private like you? Director Wu began to show off his official power. Sorry, you have no right to tell me what to do. Please show your identity proof when you go out. We will let you go after verification. Please do not disrupt the order. If you disobey, we will take compulsory measures. The soldier warned again sternly. The person who was checking should be a team leader. When his subordinates saw this, their voices became several times louder and they surrounded him with guns drawn. Captain Gong also noticed the situation here and walked over quickly. What's wrong? Captain, these guys refused to show their identification. After Captain Gong learned about the situation from his men, he turned to Director Wu and asked, "Are you a staff member of the local government?" "Yes. I'm from the County Investment Promotion Bureau. My name is Wu Jun. You are their leader, right? Who are these people? And you're holding a gun and trying to scare me." "They are not trying to scare you. They are just carrying out their mission. Since they are government personnel, don't you have this much awareness? Just cooperate with the inspection." Captain Gong reprimanded sternly without being humble or arrogant. "Huh? Are you teaching me a lesson? I'm really going to argue with you today. Just wait. I'll let your boss deal with you." Director Wu was also angry. Now it was no longer a question of cooperation or not, but a matter of face. He could not lose face in front of Chu Jingran. Otherwise, how would they meet in the future? Seeing that this man was stubborn, Captain Gong ignored him. It was originally a simple matter. He could just ask the local police officer responsible for verifying the information outside through the headset, but the person in front of him insisted on asking for it. Captain Gong simply let him make the call. Chu Ge and Chu Xiaowu came out at this time. Captain Gong saw them and ran over quickly. "Academician Chu. Captain Gong, my girlfriend was stopped outside, and I was thinking of going over to pick her up." As Chu Ge spoke, he looked in the direction of Chu Jingran. Several guards were using their bodies to block Wu Jun and the others, clearly afraid that they would come over and disturb Chu Ge. "Okay, I'll go with you. Over there, what's going on?" When Captain Gong saw Chu Ge pointing at Chu Jingran's family, he quickly recounted what had just happened. "I know that family. They were my childhood playmates. How about this? You ask a guard to follow Xiao Wu to the periphery to collect the people, and I'll go with you to take a look." "Yes." Chu Xiaowu obediently followed a guard, while Chu Ge walked towards Chu Jingran's family. The soldiers along the way saluted Chu Ge when they saw him. At the door of Chu Jingran's house, Chu Ge walked up to the crowd. The guard soldiers stood in a row, raised their guns to their chests with a click, and all of them performed a standard gun salute. Chu Ge nodded and looked at Chu Jingran. "Brother Jingran, uncle, aunt, hello. Chu Ge, you're back for the Mid-Autumn Festival too. You're the most promising kid in our alley now." Aunt Chu responded instinctively when she saw Chu Ge was so polite, and her previous nervousness disappeared. Her husband next to her saw that she wanted to continue talking and quickly retorted her. Chu Jingran didn't respond, but just nodded. He frowned, a little confused about the current situation. Who are these people? Chu Ge looked at Wu Jun and his men. Director Wu watched the young man walking towards him. The soldiers on guard around him saluted one after another, and the soldiers who had just surrounded them also saluted him. He was confused. When he heard Chu Jingran's mother call him Chu Ge, he suddenly realized that this young man was the scientist who had been appearing on TV frequently recently. Chapter 150, Visiting Relatives 5. "Hello, Chu Ge. I'm from the County Investment Promotion Bureau. I'm here to talk to Jingran about some work. Do you know them?" Director Wu said, pointing at Captain Gong and the others. "We know each other, right? Captain Gong, right?" Captain Gong had a serious look on his face. He didn't dare to joke with Academician Chu in this situation. He stood there with his head held high and his chest puffed out. "Okay, since we all know each other, Captain Gong, have the guards take them out. I'll go check on Xiao Wu and the others." "Yes, Academician Chu." Captain Gong saluted solemnly, and Chu Ge said hello to his elders and left, with no emotion visible on his clean face. Captain Gong made a few gestures, and the soldiers returned to their original posts. After making all the arrangements, he turned around and chased Chu Ge. Chu Jingran looked at Chu Ge's back with complicated eyes, as if he had seen something. Director Wu came over and said, "These soldiers are not from our county, or even from H City. Lao Wang has already come here. He told me to leave this place as soon as possible because he doesn't know the specific situation. Do you know why?" Chu Jingran did not answer. He was still looking at Chu Ge and the guards on both sides who were constantly saluting. "Because we are not of high enough rank. Chu Ge, this guy is very famous now, and he seems to be a colonel. He is very powerful in the military system. No wonder so many soldiers are protecting him. But I don't know if he has much power in our system. If he does, and he spreads today's incident again, I will be in trouble." "No way. Uncle Wu, what happened today is not even a misunderstanding." Chu Jingran finally withdrew his gaze. He felt that Wu Jun was now a little too worried. "You don't understand. After all, you are not in the system." Wu Jun now felt a chill on his back. It was a very hot day, but he was actually sweating just because of what Lao Wang had just said. Chu Ge walked down, and before he reached the bottom of the slope, he saw Chu Xiaowu and Dilanaza walking up. The two girls looked exhausted with large and small bags in their hands. Chu Ge helped them share some of the burden, and Captain Gong rushed to take the rest. "Academician Chu, with your attitude now, it's useless for me to explain to you outside. Someone must come to pick you up. I see that other people can move around freely after their IDs are checked. Am I being treated specially?" Dilanaza pouted and complained breathlessly. "Who are you looking for?" Chu Ge asked from the side, but his eyes involuntarily glanced at his future girlfriend. Dilanaza was dressed casually today, wearing a long beige skirt and a white top with princess sleeves. She put on light makeup and had fair skin, looking like a girl next door. "I said I'm looking for Chu Ge." Chu Xiaowu laughed and scrupulously beside him. Captain Gong had strong self-control and tried not to laugh. "That's it. It would be strange if I let you in." Dilanaza looked at Xiao Wu and realized that she had been stupid again. She pursed her lips, but looked at Chu Ge from time to time. She didn't pay much attention to the armed guards beside her, as it seemed that there was only Chu Ge in her eyes. When the four of them arrived at the door of Chu Ge's house, they met Chu Jingran and Director Wu walking downstairs, followed by a guard. Director Wu became more cautious at this time and hurriedly greeted Chu Ge. "Academician Chu, I'm leaving first." "Huh, this is your girlfriend, right? She's so beautiful." Chu Ge just nodded. Director Wu might have felt that his approach was a bit awkward. When he saw Captain Gong's look, he immediately gave up the idea of continuing the conversation and shut his mouth obediently. Chu Jingran didn't move for a long time. He was amazed at Dilanaza's beauty. Her every frown and smile seemed to capture his soul in an instant. He didn't expect to see this big star on the screen in this small county. He couldn't help but take another look. Dilanaza's hand was now on Chu Ge's arm, her eyes full of tenderness, and she looked like a little bird. He was even more excited, not to mention that the man was his childhood playmate. Director Wu beside him pulled him, and he realized that he had lost his composure and walked down with his head down. "Who is that?" Dilanaza felt Chu Jingran's aggressive gaze, leaned towards Chu Ge and asked. "I haven't seen my childhood playmates for a long time. They are all adults now, and I feel like the friendship we had when we were young no longer exists." Chu Ge replied, then stopped looking at Chu Jingran and led Delina into the house. Director Wu, Chu Jingran crossed the cordon outside the main road below. "There are still many people stopping here to watch. The police who are here to maintain order have already driven away several groups of people, but now they really can't drive them away anymore. They are all ordinary people, and they are a bit curious, so there is no need to use force." The task assigned from above also specifically mentioned this point, and brute force should not be used unless absolutely necessary. This only lasted for a while, and the number of people increased exponentially. A small group of them were obviously fans of Dilraba Dilmurat. They were holding signs while rushing around. Perhaps they had just received the news and rushed over from all over the county. There was almost a chaos just now. Delina took off her mask and other things in a hurry and was recognized on the spot. The crowd went crazy. Fortunately, Xiaowu came down in time and Dilanaza was brought into the inner circle in time. There were special police holding explosion-proof shields there. Everyone stopped chasing. The explosion-proof police still had a certain majesty in front of the common people. Chu Jingran looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Are all these people here for Chu Ge? It was the first time he had seen such a situation. A person who was not a star could create such a huge sensation. In the distance, another team of police officers were vaguely seen driving over. The police officers who were maintaining order began to guide the crowd again. With more help, they were able to form several blockades and then slowly push the crowd back. The space for the crowds was getting smaller and smaller as the police squeezed it. Seeing that there was no more excitement, the crowds gradually dispersed. After the crowd dispersed, a man in military uniform waved to Director Wu, and Wu Jun walked over with Chu Jingran. Old Wang from the County Armed Forces Department. Old Wang. This is the Chu Jingran I told you about, a senior executive of a multinational company in Magic City. Several people greeted each other. Old Wu, did you disturb Academician Chu? No. That's good. Let me tell you, all those soldiers above are from Yanjing. Several battalions of people from the H City Military District have also come here. The number of special forces on guard here is at least 800, if not 1,000. Our county does not have enough police, special police, and other auxiliary police forces, so we temporarily transferred some from other counties. Minister Wang told all the news he had just received in one breath, and he looked very excited after he finished. He had never seen such a big scene in his life, so it would be strange if he was not excited. Does this seem like a waste of time and money? Chu Jingran beside him suddenly asked. Chapter 151, Mid-Autumn Night. Hush, you really dare to say that? The army and the police belong to the country, and Academician Chu didn't ask the people to pay a penny. Are you referring to the fuel costs for the transferred personnel? It's really interesting. Where does the term waste of money and time come from? After Minister Wang finished speaking, he looked at Chu Jingran with an unhappy face. According to you, the officials coming down to inspect the work are just a waste of time. This is different, right? Chu Jingran replied in a low voice. You mean a visit to relatives? A job? Haha. If you knew about the contributions that Academician Chu has made to the country, you wouldn't say that. It's so ignorant. Minister Wang was indeed a little angry. Although he was not a member of the formal military system, he still knew some of Chu Ge's deeds. How could such a person allow an insignificant person to slander him? Do you think that the treatment of a joint venture executive is very good? Or do you think you are better than Academician Chu? Let me tell you, if Academician Chu wants to talk with money, then his money can kill you. What do you mean? Wu Jun became interested when he heard this. It is said that Academician Chu has a black card with no limit, which is specially issued by the state. There are only a few in the country. Do you know what no limit means? It really has no limit. If you want to use 100 million, the bank has to prepare 100 million. It is not a castrated black card with a maximum limit of 20 or 30 million. Minister Wang spoke in a low voice, looking around, afraid that strangers would hear him. This is the first time I've heard of this. I didn't expect that Academician Chu's identity is so special. So, I just asked you if you disturbed him. Don't you understand the situation? If you really don't understand, then your experience in the system is in vain, old Wu. After saying this, Wu Jun's face turned pale. The situation now was that he didn't know whether his mistake just now could be considered as disturbing Chu Ge. Thinking of this, Wu Jun lost interest in continuing the conversation with the two. After saying hello to Chu Jingran, he left with Minister Wang. Chu Jingran stood there for a while, and then turned around and walked towards his home, recalling what Minister Wang had just said as he walked. Comrade, please show me your ID. Oh, Chu Jingran obediently took out his ID card. The guard checked it and handed it back to him, signaling the guard next to him to let him pass. Chu Jingran continued to walk up with mechanical steps, no longer looking at the guards around him, with a dull look in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer had the sense of superiority he had in the morning. He just wanted to go home quickly and leave as soon as possible after the Mid-Autumn Festival. He didn't want to stay in this county town for a moment. Mother Chu held Doraba Dilmarat's little hand in the living room and refused to let go. This girl becomes more and more beautiful the more I look at her. She is prettier than the people in the painting on the wall. Mom, the style of the paintings on our wall has changed. Look, they're all baby photos. You picked them yourself this year. Have you forgotten? Chu Xiaowu couldn't stand her mother's disgusting look and said hatefully, If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. I put this up for your brother to see. Hee. I also put it up for Naza to see. Mother Chu was quite calm about it, and this hint turned into forcing the emperor to abdicate. Well, I'll go see how Dad's cooking is going. Chu Ge ran away. What the hell was going on? The kid was already thinking about it before the certificate was even obtained. Dilanaza's face turned red like an apple after hearing this. Seeing this, Chu Xiaowu heartlessly picked up an apple and pointed it at her, making her even more embarrassed. By the way, Xiaowu, I brought you some clothes, all tailored for your figure. Would you like to try them? Dilanaza said after winking at Chu Xiaowu. Okay. Xiaowu understood. Mom, go to the kitchen and look after your baby's son. We are going to try on clothes. After saying that, the two of them ran into the bedroom hand in hand in cahoots. Mother Chu smiled and shook her head. Xiaowu's words reminded her. She thought for a while and then ran to the kitchen. In the bedroom, sister-in-law, what my mother said makes sense. It's time for you and my brother to talk about marriage, right? Chu Xiaowu was measuring the clothes while talking. She didn't even need to look at the brand to know that each piece must be very expensive, and the materials felt different to the touch. Your brother is as busy as a president. It's very difficult for me to see him now. Let me tell you, if you want to talk about marriage, you have to get hold of him. Besides, it's not my turn to take the initiative. Dilanaza replied, while helping Xiao Wu to sort out the wrinkles on her clothes. As she spoke, her face, which had just cooled down, became hot again. That's right, sister-in-law. Anyway, I have decided that you are my sister-in-law. I will go to Yinjing to study after the holiday, and I will be closer to my brother. I will help you to knock him down. He tinkers with guns and cannons every day. If he keeps procrastinating, his wife will run away. Go to hell. Dilanaza tickled Xiaowu. How do you know this is my ticklish spot? My brother must have told you. Come on too. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. In the bedroom, the two young men began to laugh and play. In the kitchen, Mother Chu began to attack the city. Chu Ge, you are not a child anymore. When are you and Naza going to give birth to a big fat boy for me? Mom, I don't have time now. I'll know what to do after I'm done with this busy period. Chu Ge said, and started to ask Chu's father for reinforcements. You're just fooling me. I think Naza is a good kid. You can't let a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing. Hurry up. If you lose my daughter-in-law, you'll see how I'll deal with you later. Okay, that's just a woman's opinion. Chu Ge is doing big things now. How can he be distracted? I believe my son is a responsible man. He said he has a plan in mind, so he must have his own plan. Right, son? After saying this, Father Chu winked at Chu Ge. Chu Ge was about to praise comrade old Chu. However, lifelong events are also very important. A truly upright man should have both career and love. Chu Ge glanced at Chu's mother's twisting hands and sighed helplessly. This reinforcement was too unreliable. Mr. Chu is a great cook, but Chu Ge doesn't seem to have inherited this excellent gene. At the dinner table, the old couple kept picking up food for Dilanaza. Chu Ge looked at the plates in front of her, which had already piled up like a mountain. Chu Xiaowu watched with her mouth open, envy, jealousy, and hatred written all over her face. Chu Ge silently picked up a piece of braised pork and gave it to Xiaowu. The brother and sister looked at each other, feeling a sense of mutual sympathy. Out of sight, out of mind, the two of them lowered their heads to eat. The lunch ended in a weird atmosphere. In the afternoon, Chu Ge and Dilanaza did not go out. If any one of them went out now, it would cause a commotion. If they went out together, this small county would probably become famous. Chu Ge was playing chess with his father in the living room, while Xiaowu and Naza were learning to knit gloves with his mother. After the Mid-Autumn Festival comes the National Day. After the National Day, the weather will turn cooler. The spring and autumn in the north are extremely short, and the weather turns cool or hot in an instant. Dilanaza studied very hard. She knew that these gloves were knitted by Chu's mother for Chu's father. Chu's father was in the machining business, and these gloves would wear out very quickly in winter. She also wanted to weave for her Chu Ge. However, she was a delicate girl since she was a child, and now she seemed a little clumsy to learn these handicrafts. Time passed unknowingly, and it was night. After the family finished dinner, they watched the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Mother Chu brought out moon cakes and fruits and forced the three young people to eat one each. From time to time, the laughter of the family could be heard in the living room. After laughing, Dilanaza tilted her head and looked at the bright moon outside the window. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands miles apart. She knew that this brief reunion would soon be over. They were together today, but would be separated by thousands of miles tomorrow. She felt a little sad. Looking back at Chu Ge, his heart moved. He picked up his phone and secretly sent him a text message. Chapter 152, Under the Moonlight. Ding, Chu Ge picked up the phone, and an unread text message from Dilanaza appeared on the screen. Chu Ge looked at Dilanaza. She looked at Chu Ge with burning eyes, which made Chu Ge feel a little embarrassed. The moonlight is so bright. Academician Chu, are you interested in going out to enjoy the moon? Chu Ge smiled and replied, that's exactly what I want. Then he looked at Dilanaza again, and a blush appeared on her crystal clear face again. Well, Mom and Dad, Naza and I are going out to relax. It's too hot in this room. Chu Ge stood up and prepared to go over and hold Dilanaza's hand. Is it hot? Bro, the air conditioner is on. Where are you going? I want to go too. Go away, you're everywhere. Chu Ge took one look at the big light bulb and refused without a second thought. Dilanaza smiled foolishly beside him. Chu Xiaowu glanced at her sister-in-law suspiciously, then looked at Chu Ge and pursed her lips. This girl has no sense at all. Should I say she is naive or stupid? Mother Chu whispered to Father Chu. Go and be careful. You, stay here and don't go anywhere. Mother Chu nodded at Chu Ge, turned around and pointed at Chu Xiaowu and yelled. Got it, Chu Ge thought. What's there to be careful about? This place has become an iron barrel. I guess thieves won't dare to commit crimes in this county these days. The two walked out of the hall and arrived at the yard. Chu Ge stopped and thought for a while Dilanaza looked at him beside him. Yes, I'll take you somewhere. Chu Ge opened the door, and Captain Gong outside the door turned around and looked at Chu Ge with a puzzled look. Captain Gong, how many meters do you think the security circle will be during the day? It's 200 meters in the open, and the mobile sentry is estimated to extend to 1 kilometer away. Captain Gong answered quickly, and then looked at Chu Ge with a puzzled look. Okay, I'll go to the moat in the south. It's not far from here, just a few hundred meters. Any problem? No problem, I'll follow you. That's not necessary. I just need to stay within your sight. That's fine. I'll arrange for the teammates in that direction to pay special attention, and for the guards in other directions to maneuver around there. Okay, you can arrange this. Captain Gong, are you guys having dinner tonight? After Chu Ge finished talking about the business, he started talking about other things. He was afraid that Captain Gong would come to his senses and insist on following him. We ate it. The soldiers took turns eating it. There was also braised pork. Oh, okay. Chu Ge was about to leave when he remembered something. He looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, and then looked at the soldiers who were on guard around him. How many people are there in Mingxiao? 50 people. All of them came here from Yinjing. Chu Ge nodded, whispered a few words into Dilanaza's ear, and turned back. After a while, Mr. Chu and Chu Xiao came out. Captain Gong looked at Chu Ge, wondering what this boss was up to. Captain Gong, you take 2 soldiers with my dad and the others to buy some mooncakes and share them with the soldiers. The sentries may not be able to take care of them, but every soldier here must have mooncakes. You still have to be on duty during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you for your hard work. Captain Gong finally understood what Chu Ge was going to do and kept shaking his head. No, even in Yinjing, we still have to be on duty. The closer it gets to the holidays, the more nervous we get. We are used to it, and it's not tiring. We will take turns. This is an order. Yes, Academician Chu. Okay, brother, I love you so much. You even feel sorry for me when I'm bored at home. Chu Xiaowu said excitedly while clapping her hands. You think too much. You were just brought here to do odd jobs. It's late at night. Listen to Uncle Gong and Dad. Go ahead. Captain Gong saluted and went to arrange the transfer of the guards. Chu Ge waved to Chu's father Xiao Wu, turned around, took Dilanaza's hand, and walked towards the south street. A few streets south of Chu Ge's house is the moat. There are many willow trees along the river, and there is also a small riverside park surrounding the river for leisure and entertainment for the surrounding residents. Chu Ge remembers that there are several pavilions along the river. At this time, the evening breeze blows the willows, the moonlight shines on the water, and the ripples reflect the moon. It is a good place to cool off and enjoy the moon. The two were talking as they walked, and when they passed a small supermarket, Chu Ge stopped. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Chu Ge said, turned, and went into the small supermarket. Dilanaza waited outside obediently. Chu Ge entered the supermarket, picked up a bottle of mosquito repellent and 2 bottles of mineral water, and then prepared to check out. Aunt, how much is it? After a long period of no response, Chu Ge raised his head and saw the proprietress of the small supermarket staring at him with flickering eyes and an exaggerated expression. Chu Ge, from Director Chu's family? I almost didn't recognize you. We've been discussing your affairs for a long time today. Good boy. Tell me, are those soldiers outside here to protect you? Haha. Yes, he is my comrade. I knew it, little sister, his father. Come out quickly and see who's here. Chu Ge felt a black line passing across his forehead. Dong, dong, dong. After a burst of chaotic footsteps, a man ran out with a broom, followed by a fat girl with a nervous look on her face. Chu Ge looked at the scene and felt a little embarrassed. Uncle Li, long time no see. Is this my little sister? Has she grown up so much? I remember when she was little, she was still a tiny girl. You old man, what are you doing? And you're holding a broken broom. I asked you to come out and see that a distinguished guest has come to our house. Chu Ge. The middle-aged man quickly threw the broom aside and asked stutteringly. It's me, haha, I'm Chu Ge, the one who used to come to your place every day to buy things. Chu Ge said awkwardly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who was familiar, yet unfamiliar. Haha. Yes, he even tricked my little sister into thinking a 1 yuan bill was 10 yuan. By the way, little sister, call me Brother Chu. He is your real little brother, and he held you in his arms when you were little. Brother? Dad? It's not like I don't know Brother Chu. He's on TV every day. The fat girl replied seriously. As they were talking, Dilanaza walked in. Maybe Chu Ge had delayed her for too long, and the girl was a little impatient. Chu Ge. Oh, by the way, aunt, uncle, this is my girlfriend, Dilanaza. Dilanaza greeted the two of them politely. Chu Ge was ready to pay, but the two refused to accept the money. Chu Ge couldn't persuade them, so he had to leave it that way for now. After saying goodbye to the supermarket owner and her family, Chu Ge held Dilanaza's hand and continued walking towards the river. The proprietress and her family walked them to the door and watched the two beautiful ladies and handsome men walk away. Chu Ge is really a big shot now. A real dragon has emerged in our alley. The middle-aged man said with emotion. Well, that girl is so pretty. She looks exactly like the person in our painting. The proprietress said with envy. Mom, the look in your eyes. I don't know whether to praise you or criticize you. The star in the painting is Dilanaza. What did Brother Chu call her just now? Dilraba. Chapter 153. A kiss for the end of time. The bright moon at night asks the lotus flowers. After crossing a road, Chu Ge and his friends finally arrived at the moat. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and perhaps because everyone was reuniting at home, there were not many people in the park today. Chu Ge led Dilanaza to the largest pavilion, which extended to the middle of the moat and was connected to the shore by a pier. Chu Ge remembered that there were many lotus flowers around the pier when he was a child. He and his playmates often went there to play in the summer, and it was usually the place with the most people. The two walked onto the pier. There were some people there, but most of them were young couples who came here for a date. The couples were all flirting with each other, and no one noticed them. How is it? Is it okay here? Chu Ge stopped in front of a stone pier and said while looking at the neon lights on the river in the distance. Well, it's beautiful and quiet. There are only the sounds of nature. It feels very comfortable. Dilanaza leaned on the guardrail, took a deep breath, and smiled comfortably. The small county town has a small population and does not have the hustle and bustle of a big city. The moat is far away from the county's commercial district, making it seem even more peaceful and tranquil. In addition to cicadas, frogs and other insects make calls. It was quite simple before. The guardrails were replaced later. There were no neon lights on the river before. The moat is much more prosperous now than when I was a child. Times are progressing, which is good. I feel that if I stay in this atmosphere for a while, I will reach the state of yoga. Dilanaza turned and looked at Chu Ge with smiling eyes. I almost forgot to spray this. The only thing that people don't like here is that there are so many mosquitoes, and they are the kind that bite people very painfully. Chu Ge said as he handed the mosquito repellent to Dilanaza. Dilanaza felt very painful when she heard it, so she sprayed it on herself and then handed it to Chu Ge. You don't need it? I don't need it. It's strange. In previous years, I was particularly attracted to mosquitoes. This year, mosquitoes seem to avoid me. I haven't been bitten once in the whole summer. Chu Ge said casually that he thought maybe blood smelled better when he was a child, but now that he is an adult, even mosquitoes dislike it. Because you stink. Stinky man, haha. Dilanaza laughed, and then ran towards the pavilion, looking back at Chu Ge while running. Chu Ge pretended to be angry and chased after her. The two of them ran into the pavilion one after the other. Dilanaza hid in a corner of the pavilion. Chu Ge chased after her and hugged her. Where are you running to? This is my territory. After saying that, he hugged Dilanaza and spun around, causing her to scream. Several couples around were attracted by the noise and looked over. Stop making trouble, they are all looking at us. If we are recognized, we will have to run away. Dilanaza whispered in Chu Ge's ear. Chu Ge calmed down, put Dilanaza down, and the two of them found a corner to sit down. This pavilion is very large and circular, with an estimated diameter of nearly 10 meters. It is surrounded by a circle of wooden chairs that extend to the water surface, with a grid of fences in the middle. You can sit on the chairs and turn around to lie on them to enjoy the scenery. The couples around them didn't recognize them either. It was dark and the lights in the distance were dim. It was a bit difficult to see a person's appearance clearly from a distance. Everyone tacitly stayed in their own corner and did not disturb each other. Dilanaza lay on the recliner, looking at the reflection of the moon in the water, the ripples of moonlight, and the faintly visible lotus flowers, and her mood instantly reached an extreme good mood. She tilted her head to look at Chu Ge. He was also immersed in this rare scenery with a calm expression. The two of them admired the moonlight and did not speak for a while. They were quite close to each other, so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Chu Ge turned her head and met Dilanaza's passionate gaze. The breeze blew her long hair, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on Dilanaza's beautiful face, as if there was a layer of hazy mist. At this moment, she looked a bit like a moonlight fairy. Dilanaza squinted her eyes and exhaled a sweet breath that blew on Chu Ge's face, making it itchy. Chu Ge was infatuated for a moment and gently put his arms around Dilanaza's soft body. Dilanaza snuggled into Chu Ge's arms. Chu Ge lowered his head, and their eyes met. Dilanaza slowly closed her eyes. Chu Ge lowered his head uncontrollably, catching a glimpse of those beautiful red lips. Dilanaza's eyelashes trembled slightly. After a long kiss, until both of them were breathing faster, Chu Ge withdrew his hands, coughed, and shut up. Dilanaza was so shy that she hid her head in Chu Ge's arms and didn't look up for a long time. Chu Ge thought to himself, I have to practice my lung capacity later. It turns out that kissing is a technical job. Big hooligan, I don't know when I can see you again when you return to Yinjing tomorrow. It's probably the end of the year now, so I might be even busier during this period. After the National Day, the keel laying of the aerospace carrier officially began. Chu Ge estimated that he might have to stay in the shipyard permanently. Dilanaza started picking at her fingers. It's almost 5 months, woo-woo. Before the new year, I will try to finish all my work and spend more time with you. Chu Ge had already made up his mind to spend more time during this New Year holiday to spend time with his family and girlfriend. The aerospace carrier will be completed next year, and we may go to the moon. We cannot bring our family members with us to build a base on the moon. We don't know how long we will not see each other for a round trip. He has not told his family about this yet. As for Dilanaza, he couldn't say anything now, for he was afraid of making her sad. Yeah. Dilanaza nodded obediently. She was content with Chu Ge's words. Hey, what TV series are you filming recently? Chu Ge asked in confusion. I won't tell you. You're such a busy person. Even if I tell you, you won't have time to read it. What a waste of emotion, huh? She is indeed filming a TV series recently, and it is related to aerospace, and the theme is about Chu Ge and the stars and the sea. When she saw the script, she took it without hesitation, and she put her all into the filming. She wanted to use this to express her love for Chu Ge. After hearing this, Chu Ge touched her hair and smiled. This was the truth. Even if Dilanaza told him, he probably wouldn't have the time to see her. The two of them just snuggled together and chatted, and time unknowingly came late at night. Chu Ge looked around and saw that they were the only two left. Let's go. If you don't go back, someone will come looking for you soon. Huh. Yeah. Dilanaza stumbled before she could stand up and was pulled back into Chu Ge's arms. She looked into Chu Ge's eyes and slowly put her arms around his neck. For a long time, the frog on the lotus leaf might have been unable to bear this exciting scene and jumped into the water with a splash. The two then separated, and Chu Ge took Dilanaza's hand and walked towards home. In the living room, Mother Chu and the others were still awake, waiting for Chu Ge and the others. When the two of them came in hand, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, if you don't come back, Mom will ask Brother Gong and the others to take you back. Chu Xiaowu said this, but her eyes were looking at her future sister-in-law, thinking, why does this sister-in-law seem to be so shy after going out for a walk? Why don't you go to bed? Chu Ge interrupted Xiaowu's gaze. If she continued to look at her like this, Dilanaza would have to dig a hole in the ground. Wait for my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law and I are sharing a bed. What are you talking about? Did your beautiful dream get shattered? I knew you had bad intentions. Hee, but sister-in-law is mine tonight. Mom said so. After Chu Xiaowu finished speaking, she ran to hug Dilanaza. Mother Chu patted her forehead, turned her head, and whispered in Father Chu's ear, I'm sure that your daughter is not innocent. She is a tiger. Chapter 154 Intermediate Gene Medicine. After hearing this, Dilanaza lowered her head again and smiled secretly with her lips pursed. Chu Xiaowu, I think you are too tight, right? Do you want me to loosen it up for you? After being scolded by his sister, Chu Ge thought of the scene in the pavilion just now and immediately prepared to kill and silence the witness. Chu Xiaowu skipped to the back of Chu's mother and stuck out her tongue at Chu Ge. Okay, it's the middle of the night, and you're still fooling around here. Xiaowu, quickly take your sister-in-law to wash up. Mom will get you a new blanket. It's still quite cold in the second half of the night. Don't catch a cold, my girl. Mother Chu said as she walked up to Dilanaza and held her little hand. Look, my girl's hands are, Why are they sweating? Dilanaza smiled awkwardly and looked at Chu Ge for help. Mom, go make the beds for them. We're going to wash up. After saying that, he took Dilanaza and Xiaowu out. In the side room, Xiaowu and the others were chattering while washing and brushing their teeth. Chu Ge finished everything and found that they were just getting started. Women are more troublesome, so he tactfully said goodbye and went back to his room. Lying on the bed, Chu Ge was happily recalling everything that happened tonight. But before he reached his climax, he suddenly heard a knock on the door, making his head buzz. Brother system, I'm off duty today and won't be attending court. The system detects that the host's reputation value is about to reach 1 billion, and the reward system will be activated immediately. Is the host sure he wants to give up this reward? Are you stupid, or am I? Hit me hard. Do you think I can cry out for justice? After Chu Ge finished speaking, he jumped up and called up the system interface. His reputation value was soaring again. Chu Ge made his presence felt again today. With this county town as the center, the news of his return home was spreading rapidly. The reputation value also fluctuates rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the 1 billion reputation value reward mechanism. The system is preparing the prizes for this time. Please wait for a moment. Chu Ge thought that the system boss would deliver in seconds like last time, so he just sat there and waited. However, he miscalculated. 5 minutes had passed, and the guy was still holding back and not saying anything. Brother, are you going to give me a difficult birth reward like the first time? You do this 1, 2, 1, and it's quite rhythmic. The system ignores him. Well, it's down again. There are so many good things in your system, but you always try to figure it out. You are nothing but a 3-no product. Otherwise, I would file a complaint against you until you go bankrupt. Chu Ge took out his cell phone and fiddled with it to kill time. His eyes fell on the Penguin chat app. Chu Ge thought about it and realized that he hadn't opened this app for more than half a year. He clicked on it casually, and a dense stream of chat messages flooded in. The person who sent the most messages was his old classmate Wang Chong, with dozens of messages. After reading them one by one, Chu Ge felt a little embarrassed and sent a smiley face. Fuck, academician Chu is still alive? Wang Chong replied almost instantly. That's right, I'm very lively, but I'm a little busy. This is the first time I've logged into this app since the beginning of the year. I saw the message you left for me and replied. There were so many messages, but Chu Ge didn't reply to any of them except Wang Chong. If Chu Ge were to reply to all the students from college, high school, and junior high school one by one, he would probably be exhausted, and many of them were classmates he was not very familiar with. Let them be cool or arrogant, whatever they want. Chu Ge doesn't have time to dwell on these trivial matters. They are all adults, and Chu Ge thinks those who understand will understand, and he doesn't care if they don't. I know. I only sent you a lot of messages at first, but I stopped sending messages later because I was afraid you would dislike it. Later, I couldn't get in touch with you by phone, and I was worried for a while. Then I saw you on TV, and I felt relieved. Old classmate, you are a big celebrity now, amazing. Wang Chong sent a bunch of admiring expressions, and Chu Ge smiled when he saw them. He knew that this old classmate was sincere. Just now he took a look at the chat group of his high school classmates. His classmates were all discussing his return home to visit his relatives. The chat room was very lively, and there were a lot of female classmates who joked about giving birth to a baby for him. There are also discordant voices, such as Feng Zheng, who always goes against everyone else. Stop talking, everyone. Ren Chuge is extremely famous now. Does he still remember you old classmates? TSK, Dilanasa, a popular young actress. Chu Ge is really good at having fun. I don't know how much money he spent. It seems like there's another rich guy in our class. Above this sentence is a picture sent by several classmates. It was taken when Chu Ge went to pick up Doraba Dilmarat. The picture is quite clear and should have been taken from a long distance with a professional camera. Wang Chong couldn't stand what was said next, so he retorted immediately, and the two of them started arguing in the class group. Chu Ge flipped through it casually, then turned around and opened the dialogue box with Wang Chong. You don't need to argue with them. Feng Zheng has always been like this in school. However, the mouth is the source of trouble. Sooner or later, he will suffer for it. I just can't stand that face. You don't know? Yan Bing married him after the new year. I heard from our classmates that she was not happy. This Feng Zheng is a man who will cheat on you and then abandon you. It's a pity. Yan Bing was the most beautiful girl in our school when she was in school. Chu Ge thought of Yan Bing's appearance at the party before the new year, and fragmented memories of school appeared in his mind. At that time, Yan Bing could be said to have fulfilled the beautiful fantasies of all the boys in the class. Now, what's left is probably only sighs and lamentations that things have changed and people have changed. Congratulations to the host. The gift is ready, please accept it. The sudden words from the system boss scared Chu Ge so much that he almost jumped up on the spot. Especially when he was still using his brain to recall, he could hardly cope with the forced intrusion of mental power. Brother, you should knock on the door first next time. Don't make me crazy one day. I will really thank you for that. Chu Ge excitedly opened the gift package that had arrived. No, HQL, J002 Intermediate Monomer Gene Reagent, dedicated to the host. Medicine again? Chu Ge didn't have time to complain to the system brother. If the genetic reagent this time could turn him into the Hulk, well, Superman would be nice too. Tip: Intermediate Monomer Gene Reagent is a one-time functional medicine, and it is invalid when stacked. The way to take it is injection into the body. Special note: it cannot be used by other individuals and is specially customized for the host. Otherwise, the efficacy of the drug will be ineffective and it will cause irreversible damage to the experimental body. The efficacy of this reagent is as follows. 1. Under the premise of the current best functional indicators, it improves the host's various body functions by 50 functional indicators include life, strength, memory, vision, hearing, taste, speed, burst, and all other body functional indicators. The second gene reagent will stimulate the cell activity of the host's organs and tissues, guide targeted gene mutations, change the cell's dependence on certain specific substances, optimize its metabolic efficiency, and strengthen the cell's survival range, such as the range of pressure that can be tolerated, the range of temperature changes that can be tolerated, the range of cosmic radiation intensity that can be tolerated, etc., and lay the foundation for the final whole genome mutation. Chapter 155 about gene medicine. The 3 gene drugs have no side effects. In addition to improving various basic functions, they have no effect on the body's original memory, personality, preferences, and other acquired behaviors. All gene mutations are harmless mutations, and the host can use them with confidence. Chu Ge curled his lips when he saw this, which meant that he was not allowed to complain anymore. What remains is the ingredient synthesis equation and the related composition ratio issues. Well, I still have to ask, after injecting this thing, won't I have to sleep for a whole day like last time? Chu Ge suddenly remembered that after the last injection of the genetic reagent, he slept for a whole day, and he remembered that he had a strange dream while sleeping last time. The dream was very real. Chu Ge still remembers the dream clearly, as if it was engraved in his mind. No need. The first dose of medicine is the first time the host's body undergoes transformation, so it is necessary to temporarily shut down all the original body function signals and then restart. That transformation has marked the transformation path. You can understand that your body has adapted to this genetic reagent, so subsequent genetic reagents will not force the host to sleep. However, in order to ensure that the genetic modification process proceeds in an orderly manner, the host should not do strenuous exercise and should not have large emotional fluctuations. Such fluctuations, especially those with excessively high hormone levels, will cause continuous and large-scale complex electrical signal transmission, which may hinder the entire modification plan. The system brother talked a lot, and Chu Ge understood a little bit. Just keep a normal mind. Also, what is too high a hormone? Chu Ge suspected that this guy had peeped into his privacy again, but he had no way to complain. Restart? Damn, do you think I'm a computer? Chu Ge read through what the system had just said and expressed his doubts. Yes, restart. This word may not be used appropriately. For humans, it is a state of near death. A state of suspended animation, right? Why do I remember that the state of near death seemed to make people more excited? Never mind. You should use the word restart. The remaining 2 words don't feel as good as it. Really? Sorry, after reading through all the Earth languages, this system has basically grasped the essence of them, except for Chinese. Chu Ge laughed unscrupulously, thinking that this is just the beginning. Subject, predicate, and object are easy to explain, but how can a programmer like you understand the profoundness of Chinese language? Chu Ge reviewed the effects of the intermediate genetic medicine several times, and slowly his eyes lit up. Big Brother system, judging by the effects of this drug, after the genetic modification, I will become a Superman, right? The kind that can fly. You're overthinking it. If you want to fly, you have to install a nuclear fusion engine on your legs. How about blocking a missile? It's as hard as Soul Blade. You think too much. It's hard to even block a bullet. How about a shapeshifter? At worst, you can just transform into something like Spider-Man, who has a special skill like climbing a wall, right? You think too much. What the hell have you transformed? Chu Ge was a little discouraged. For now, after this transformation, if you participate in a championship like breath holding, arm wrestling, slapping, eating chili peppers, etc., you will definitely break the record. For people with strong physique, the first genetic test should have broken these human limit records. Unfortunately, the host's body is weak, and the second genetic test cannot guarantee that you can completely crush your kind. The third time. Okay, shut up now. I need to rest now. I can't let my emotions get out of control. You said so. After Chu Ge finished talking to the system boss, he sat on the bed for a while. The phone next to him kept flashing. He came to his senses and picked up the phone. Old classmate, the girls in the class group are looking forward to seeing you. Why don't you show up? Wang Chong was still chatting with him, with a bunch of question marks behind him. No, it's meaningless. By the way, Wang Chong, this is my new phone number. You can call me if there is anything urgent in the future. However, I usually don't carry a phone with me. You know the nature of the unit. Chu Ge decided to tell his old classmate his new cell phone number as a way of cherishing their friendship. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry, I'm usually fine. Hee. Chu Ge did not reply as he was still thinking about some issues regarding the genetic medicine. Wang Chong, on the other hand, saved Chu Ge's new number very seriously. He knew that this was Chu Ge's trust in him. What a mess. There's a breath-holding championship? Why haven't I heard of it? Chu Ge finally reacted, and 1,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. He thought about it for half the night until his head hurt. Forget it. As long as it doesn't end up like Godzilla, I don't care about the rest. Thinking of this, Chu Ge lay down on his side. The sound of 2 girls fighting came from Chu Xiaowu's room next door. Chu Ge curled his lips and smiled, then fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Chu Ge got up early and was about to wash up. He looked up and saw his Doraba Dilmarat rubbing her eyes. The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any embellishment. It was the first time that Chu Ge saw Doraba Dilmarat without makeup, and he was quite surprised. Dilanaza looked up and saw Chu Ge's infatuated eyes and glared at him. What? Don't try to bully me again so early in the morning. Dilanaza walked to his side and whispered, well, there's something wrong with your thinking. I was thinking, it turns out that my Doraba Dilmarat has a different charm when she's not wearing makeup. You're actually quite good the way you are. Why do you still put on makeup? I just found out. There's nothing I can do about being naturally beautiful, but I still have to put on makeup. If I go out like this every day, people will say I'm lazy. The saying that women dress up to please themselves may be a bit biased now. Another meaning of girls putting on makeup is to show respect to others. Dilanaza chatted with Chu Ge while washing up. Chu Ge nodded, not to mention public figures. In today's society, even ordinary girls will dress up to some extent if they want to attend some slightly formal occasions. The only difference is that some people like light makeup while others like heavy makeup. After breakfast, the family stayed at home. Anyway, they had endless things to talk about, so they didn't feel bored. My dad called me last night. Dilanaza whispered to Chu Ge. I called you so late. Is there something wrong? No, he just asked about you and me, and asked me to solemnly invite you to visit my home when you are free. Chu Ge thought about it, and felt that it was time to go meet his future father-in-law, but he really didn't have time now. Let's wait until the new year. It's time to go meet him. Otherwise, people will accuse me of kidnapping women. Who is the woman? Dilanaza nodded, then immediately reacted and started to touch Chu Ge. Mother Chu on the opposite side looked at the 2 people whispering in each other's ears. Her face was full of beauty, and she nodded at Father Chu. Father Chu looked at his son and future daughter-in-law, smiled, and nodded. Chapter 156 Abnormal Data. Chu Ge was about to fight back when he heard a knock on the door. Dad, is there someone knocking on the door? No. Did you hear it? Everyone shook their heads. Chu Ge was worried, so he stood up and walked out. Outside the gate, Captain Gong and 2 middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits were waiting outside. Chu Ge opened the door and bumped into him head-on. Academician Chu, the mayor of H City, is here to visit, and he has brought an expert with him. Captain Gong rubbed his forehead and looked at Chu Ge, who had no reaction, with a puzzled look on his face. Hello, Academician Chu. I am Su Changqing, the mayor of H City, and this is Director Liao, an expert from the South China Orthopedic Hospital. Sorry to bother you. Mayor Su looked to be in his 50s, but he was very humble in front of Chu Ge. Hello, Mayor Su. Hello, Director Liao. Please come in. Chu Ge welcomed the 2 visitors in. Father Chu watched the news in H City every day. When Chu Ge led Mayor Su in, he was surprised for a while when he recognized who they were. Mr. Chu hurried to pour water for the 2 guests. After some introductions, Mayor Su explained the purpose of his visit. I am ashamed. Academician Chu is from my city H, but I was the last one to know that you came back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was not until Director Liao found me that I found out. So I came here with you. Mayor Su, you are too polite. I just went home to visit my relatives and didn't want to alert the local government. You are embarrassing me by saying that. Ha ha. Mayor Su laughed and gave Chu Ge an approving look. He made a judgment in his mind at that moment. He is young and promising, yet neither arrogant nor impatient. No wonder he has achieved such results. He is also the one who governs the area, so it is inevitable that he will have many interactions in the future. The 2 chatted for a while and only remembered when they talked about Director Liao that they had left him aside without paying attention. Director Liao waved his hand and said, one of them was the mayor and the other was a nationally renowned academician, so how could he dare to interrupt? Academician Chu, I was entrusted by someone to treat your mother's leg disease. To be honest, when the person who entrusted me mentioned your name, I was so excited that I immediately contacted Mayor Su and rushed over. Director Liao may be a little older than Mayor Su, but he speaks with great vigor. Chu Ge knew after a moment's thought that this was arranged by Academician Chen. He had never mentioned his mother's leg disease to anyone except Academician Chen. Academician Chen is still as attentive to Chu Ge as ever. Thank you for your help, Director Liao. Chu Ge stood up and shook hands with the old director. It's no trouble. I think it's my honor. Then let's go for the initial consultation. Good. Chu Ge arranged for Mother Chu and Director Liao to go into the inner room, accompanied by several girls. After watching for a while, he turned around and came out to continue talking with Mayor Su. Mr. Chu is still nervous now, so Chu Ge has to take charge of these matters. Chu Ge chatted with Mayor Su for about 20 minutes, and then Director Liao and others came out. Director Liao, how is it? Before Chu Ge could speak, Mayor Su next to him asked first. We need to go to the hospital for an MRI to determine the specifics, but based on my many years of experience, the problem is not serious and only requires a minor surgery. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, did you hear that? It's just a minor operation, and the director is an orthopedic expert. Mother Chu nodded. The South China Orthopedic Hospital is very famous. Since the expert said so, she had to have the surgery even if she didn't want to. Academician Chu, don't worry. I will follow up on the examination and surgery. This is not a major surgery, and it will be healed soon. Okay, thank you for your help, Director Liao. Chu Ge thought that he might really have to trouble others, as he might not be able to be there when Chu's mother had the operation. The few of them sat down and chatted for a while. Then Mayor Su and the other man stood up and prepared to leave. Although Chu Ge tried again and again to persuade them to stay for a quick meal, Mayor Su was determined to leave, so Chu Ge did not try to persuade them to stay. The Chu family sent the two leaders straight to their doorstep. Before they even separated, a man with sweat all over his forehead ran over from a distance. Mayor Su, why are you here? I just heard that you were coming to our county and rushed over. Oh, County Magistrate Zhang, I'm here to visit Academician Chu. I don't have any work arrangements, so it's okay if you don't come. You can go back. Oh, huh? No, now that we're here, we should at least finish our meal before leaving. Mayor Su ignored that person and left after saying hello to Chu Ge and the others. The county magistrate named Zhang followed closely behind him. Chu Ge was watching Mayor Su and his companions going away from behind. He heard from Chu's father that County Magistrate Zhang seemed to be a recently transferred chief officer and was a little inexperienced. There were many government affairs in the county that needed to be handled during the handover between the predecessor and the current incumbent, and he also had to pay attention to the inspection of his superiors. This was really putting him in a difficult position. Hey, Chu Ge was watching, and Dilanaza next to him rubbed him with her little hands. If you can't come back when your aunt is having surgery, I'll take her there so you don't have to be distracted. Chu Ge looked at Dilanaza's serious expression, walked over, put his arm around her shoulders, and walked back. You're so busy. Actually, there's no need. My dad can do it, and so can Xiao Wu. Uncle is old, and Xiao Wu is still young. She still needs a suitable person to take care of her. It is obvious that I am the most suitable person. We'll talk about it when the time comes. What? It's settled. I'll say hello to Sisterly later. Dilanaza didn't give Chu Ge any chance to hesitate and ended the topic directly. After lunch, Chu Ge prepared to return to Yanjing, and his mother Chu was preparing a lot of bags for him. Dilanaza held his hand, reluctant to let go. Well, all good things must come to an end. After the National Day, won't the Chinese New Year be here soon? Chu Ge smiled and scratched Dilanaza's nose. Hate it, it's better if you don't say it. It makes me feel worse once you say it. Haha. Chu Ge opened the door with a smile. Captain Gong and his men had already formed up. 10 military jeeps were parked neatly on the street in front of Chu Ge's house, and police lights were flashing in the distance. At this time, many neighbors around also heard the noise, and they all ran out, looking at Chu Ge's family at their doorsteps. Chu Ge hugged Dilanaza, his parents, and Xiao Wu for the last time, then turned around and got into the car. The convoy then started moving and began to move downwards. More and more people gathered around spontaneously, and the police no longer tried to persuade them to leave. They just surrounded the convoy to ensure its smooth passage. Chu Ge rolled down the window and waved to the people around him, both known and unknown. Academician Chu, you are the pride of our county. Remember to come back often. Someone in the crowd shouted, and this sentence seemed to ignite everyone's enthusiasm, and everyone followed suit. Chu Ge was deeply moved after hearing this, as it truly was a homesickness. The convoy began to accelerate, and the crowd was gradually left behind. Chu Ge's cell phone vibrated. He picked it up, and it was Dilraba Dilmarat. Big Rogue, take care on your journey. I will miss you. You too. Be careful on your way back. When Chu Ge returned to the research institute, it was still daylight. He packed up a little, carried 2 bags of local specialties, and ran to Academician Chen's office. Mr. Chen, I'm back. Hey, Xiao Chu, you're back. Didn't I tell you to come back in the evening? It's too much trouble at night. Besides, you won't be able to eat these local specialties at night, haha. Sit down, kid. You're just in time. I have something to tell you in advance. Chu Ge sat on the sofa, picked up an apple, and then pretended to listen attentively. It's like this. Today, the Space Administration's Satellite Control Department called and said that a piece of control data from the lunar satellite was a little abnormal. They asked you to take a look. After all, the next step is to determine the location of the lunar base, right? Abnormal data? Chu Ge sat up straight and started to get serious. Well, as for the details, I'll ask them to bring the data report tomorrow and we can study it together. Okay, Chu Ge was puzzled. The moon is very familiar to humans. What could be abnormal about it? Chapter 157 Exchange for the Moon Base Construction Blueprint. Did they say what kind of abnormality it was? Chu Ge was wondering, could they have discovered aliens? That would be the end of him. He would be trapped at the door before he even left the house. I haven't maxed out my technology tree yet. Going up to it with the current level of technology would just be giving away my life. Because of the existence of the military-industrial system, Chu Ge began to involuntarily think in the direction of these advanced civilizations. It should be the abnormal distribution of some metal-mineral belts. I am not very clear about the details, but you will know when the comrades from the Academy of Aerospace Science and Technology come tomorrow. Academician Chen did not notice Chu Ge's frown and continued to speak calmly. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, at this stage, as long as there is no scene like in science fiction movies where the Earth is ravaged by various things, everything will be fine. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow when they arrive. By the way, Mr. Chen, thank you for your concern about my mother's leg disease. Chu Ge thought of the orthopedic expert and hurried to thank Academician Chen. Academician Chen waved his hand and said, Xiao Chu, these things are actually not worth mentioning. The country will take good care of talents like you who have made special contributions to the country as much as possible, especially your personal life, such as medical care for your immediate family members, schooling, etc. You don't need to worry about this. Chu Ge nodded, and after the two chatted for a while, Chu Ge said goodbye. He returned to his office and sorted out his thoughts. The groundbreaking ceremony of the shipyard was scheduled on National Day. Taking advantage of the festive atmosphere of the whole country celebrating, it could be regarded as a birthday gift for the motherland. This is normal for the military system. The launching and delivery ceremonies of some groundbreaking fighter jets and warships with great symbolic significance will be chosen on some special days, mostly National Day and Army Day. As for the rest, Chu Ge felt that he should plan for the lunar base. System boss, how much honor points will be consumed in terms of building an interstellar base? The search program shows that the information about interstellar base construction is graded, and the S grade is divided into two types. The first type is a land-based regional interstellar base, and the second type is a satellite-based Sky Fortress interstellar base. Please pass the Sky Fortress first. It is not needed for the time being. Then there are two types left, the first type mentioned above, and one SSS level. Forget it. The system finds that the introduction is useless. Host, your honor value is too low. Chu Ge took a look at the remaining honor points. There were still 16,000. Wasn't that too much? He felt that it was outrageous enough that the entire aerospace carrier cost 10,000 honor points. Was there a big boss behind this? However, the SSS level rating made him a little itchy, as this level of rating entity appeared for the first time in the military industry system. You'd better introduce me to someone else. Maybe I'll get rich tomorrow. Chu Ge said shamelessly. The SSS class interstellar base has another name, the Colonial Planet Transformation Plan. The core is to analyze the geological structure, atmospheric composition, and cosmic environment of an alien planet, and simulate an ecological environment suitable for its survival according to the needs of the species. Since the transformation involves the entire planet, not counting the technical data support of the system, the basic construction stage requires an extremely high level of technology. I'm sorry that it is simply impossible to do it with the current technological level of your planet. The system repeatedly poured cold water on Chu Ge's head. Chu Ge ignored the system and opened his mouth in excitement. Is it possible? Shit, this sounds really exciting. The environment is not suitable for survival, and other problems are perfectly solved. This means that we can migrate to any planet at will, and living on Mars is no longer a dream. Chu Ge was almost clapping and cheering. Finally, the SSS level interstellar base requires 100,000 honor points. 100,000? It's not expensive at all. Chu Ge was still in his Martian dream. The consumption of honor points is secondary. The main thing is the level of technology that matches it. Chu Ge finally came back to his senses and secretly cursed the system in his heart. This thing had no sense of humor and wouldn't even let him dream. Okay, that makes sense. How many honor points does it take to build an S-class land-based interstellar base? 5000 points. It's much cheaper, but it's just a nanny's room. It can't compare to the SSS Level 1. Exchange it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging the S-level land interstellar base construction blueprint. The full set of technical information has been issued. Please pay attention to receive it. Friendly reminder, the host's remaining honor value is 11,000 points. Chu Ge took a look and said that he had no doubts. That was all the property they had, and then began to browse some technical information of the base. After looking at it for a few hours, Chu Ge rubbed his head. The overall plan was quite complicated and not much easier than the aerospace carrier. The main living experimental area is composed of several major systems, including the life support system, VR Earth virtual environment system, gravitational wave gravity maintenance system, and ecological supply system. There are also some other small systems such as the energy supply system, base auxiliary robot system, and computer automatic control. Chu Ge is quite familiar with these and did not pay too much attention to them. Then there is the supporting industrial base, which involves a series of process flows including mining, transportation, purification, separation, and synthesis. If it is more refined, Chu Ge feels that it can form an industrial chain. This is just the process for helium-3, an energy material. If the mining of other heavy metals is included, the above process flow may increase significantly. Chu Ge smiled with satisfaction. This deal was not a loss. Although nothing could be seen now, once the industrial base was built, they would be able to continuously grab resources from afar. Wouldn't that mean tons of silver would come in? Just like that, Chu Ge fell asleep with the beautiful dream of tons of silver in his heart. The next day, Chu Ge came to Academician Chen's office early after breakfast. Mr. Chen, while the comrades from the space agency are not here yet, I have a sample of synthetic chemicals that I need your help with. Just like last time, I will ask the experts in biological genetics to help me. Chu Ge said as he handed over the information he had prepared long ago. It was the formula for his intermediate genetic medicine. With his first experience, Chu Ge felt a little more familiar with it this time. Okay, after we finish our discussion, I'll arrange for someone to send it to you. Academician Chen packed up the information bag and turned to look at Chu Ge. On the National Day, the construction of the aerospace aircraft carrier officially started. Are the materials and drawings ready? It's ready. We'll arrange for someone to send it over in the next 2 days. We'll build one section and add some information. The rest will be kept in our institute's secure warehouse. Well, that's very thoughtful. Chapter 158 Abnormal Pulse Signal. Chu Ge looked at the file bag of intermediate genetic medicine and suddenly remembered something. Mr. Chen, regarding the selection of the Heavenly Army, has the military started screening? Well, it has already started. It was the first to start in the entire army. The biological agent you provided has begun to take effect. The body's ability to cooperate with the agent to react to the drug is the most important and basic rule of the screening. Then there are engineers from various industries, with the same rules as the military. It will probably take several months to complete all of this. After Academician Chen finished speaking, he looked at Chu Ge, as if waiting for him to continue asking questions. Chu Ge had studied the group gene drug and found that it only improved some of the body reactions of the permanent personnel, but did not significantly tilt the scale towards gene mutation. Completely different from what the system gave him. His reagent seemed to be more towards mutation, and the original adjustment of the function was more like auxiliary. What's the reaction? Are there any obvious side effects or something? These are what Chu Ge cares about. The safety of things like medicines needs to be measured through the accumulation of a certain number of doses. His lack of reaction doesn't mean anything. No, I've read the feedback. Everyone said it was like taking a powerful tonic pill. Their physical condition has improved a lot. Even those who were eliminated didn't have any adverse reactions. Chu Ge nodded after hearing this. It seems that the system boss is quite reliable. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. Academician Chen walked over quickly, followed by several men in their 50s, followed by several young people. Director Hu from the Space Administration, this is Engineer Su who is in charge of satellite measurement and control. The following are their right-hand men. As for this one, I don't need to introduce him, haha. Academician Chen pointed at Chu Ge and said to everyone, No. Anyone who doesn't know Academician Chu is either blind or blind in heart, haha. Haha. Wait a moment, experts. I'll notify them, and we'll go to the conference room right away. After Chu Ge greeted several aerospace department heads one by one, Academician Chen was almost ready, so everyone didn't waste time and went straight to the meeting room. There were not many participants, so Academician Chen arranged a small conference room, which was more conducive to communication among everyone. After all the relevant personnel sat down, Academician Chen spoke. Okay, let's not go into the tedious stuff and get straight to the point. Director Hu, please tell us about the situation here. Okay, According to our previous plan, the lunar base will be located on the far side of the moon. As we all know, there are big differences between the far side of the moon and the near side. The most obvious difference is the impact craters. The relatively flat lunar sea covers 31.2 of the far side, while on the far side, this number drops to 2.5 inch. We compared the recent satellite data with previous lunar satellite photos and the geochemical maps fed back by gamma-ray spectroscopy, and roughly determined that there are several such places because their geology is extremely rich in several heavy metals. It is more suitable to choose a place in its nearby area as our lunar base. They are the Sea of Serenity region and the Ocean of Storms region on the front side of the moon, and the South Pole Aitken Basin on the back side. At this time, Director Who's assistant had connected the multimedia screen in the conference room to their computer, and a series of gray-white pictures were displayed on the screen, which were high-definition photos of the front and back of the moon. It seems that our comrades in the Space Administration still have their own opinions on the site selection, haha. After Academician Chen said this, he looked at Chu Ge. Chu Ge did not see the look in Academician Chen's eyes. He was concentrating on looking at the photos on the screen, many of which were not open to the public. Chu Ge was fascinated by the sight. The surface of the Earth, which seemed not very beautiful at first glance, now looked so beautiful to him. Haha. To be honest with you, Mr. Chen, I did have different opinions before. There are many reasons. First of all, the content of titanium, iron, and nickel in the Qinghai and Storm Ocean areas in front is extremely high. These are no longer secrets. Previously, through comprehensive analysis of multi-source remote sensing data such as spectrum, topography, and elements, it was found that high-grade and extremely high-quality titanium is also distributed in this area. Anything else? These are the data. Academician Chen asked with a smile. There is also the terrain. This place is more suitable for lunar rover activities because it is relatively flat. The last point is that the front side, which is always facing us due to tidal locking, is the focus of scientists' research. It is relatively familiar to us and is more conducive to our study. Director Who did not hide anything and expressed all his previous thoughts. And now it's hard to say. This is also the point about the data anomaly I want to talk about. Director Who started to operate the computer. As he operated, a photo of the back of the moon appeared on the multimedia screen, and he circled a circle on the computer. The von Karman crater is located in the middle of the Aitken Basin at the South Pole on the far side of the moon. It is familiar to everyone. It is the oldest crater in the entire solar system, about 3.6 billion years old. It preserves the most primitive rocks of the lunar crust and may contain water. It has extremely high scientific research value. Scientists have always suspected that there is water there. Also, NASA in the United States has long discovered that the composition and structure beneath this impact crater are quite abnormal. There is a huge foreign metal object weighing about 210 trillion tons. Previously, scientists analyzed that this huge metal object may be the key to the abnormal magnetic field on the back of the moon. This magnetic field is very special. At present, the main abnormality is that it can shield various radio waves from the Earth. These anomalies have existed extensively before. What I'm going to talk about next is the key point. Director Who continued to operate the computer for a while, and some complex spectral images appeared on the screen. This is the monitoring data sent back by our UA-4 in the Aitken Basin in Antarctica. This is a set of spectrum images similar to mechanical waves. Director Who was interrupted by Academician Chen. Wait, Director Who, if I remember correctly, mechanical waves cannot propagate in a vacuum. They require a certain medium. Oh, this is also an interesting place. The moon is close to a vacuum state because of its weak gravity and magnetic field, but there are a few special places, namely its north and south poles. Since there is spectrum data here, it shows that there is a certain amount of atmosphere or water. We suspect that these two places are located in craters or canyons, where they never see sunlight, so they retain a certain amount of ancient gas or even water resources. As long as one of these two media exists, our spectrum recorder will work. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and also expressed surprise. This is a major discovery in the scientific community. After analyzing this spectrum over the past few days, we discovered a fact that we couldn't believe. First of all, this spectrum is the spectrum of the pulse signal detected by the optoelectronic spectrum analyzer on U24. By testing the pulse envelope, we obtained the envelope signal of this RF pulse, and further analyzed the pulse width, period, rise time, peak power in the pulse, average power in the pulse, and other parameters through the envelope signal. We finally found that these parameters actually have a high degree of overlap with the relevant parameters of our nuclear fusion engine. When Chu Ge heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 159, Determining the Location of the Base. What do you mean? Asked academician Chen next to him. We don't know the details, but we suspect it's some kind of energy fluctuation. The U-2 rover can detect geological stratification structures about 40 meters deep on the far side of the moon, but it is powerless to go deeper. The lunar crust on the far side of the moon is relatively thick, with the thickest part reaching 150 kilometers, while the lunar crust on the near side is only about 60 kilometers thick. Academician Chen nodded and turned to look at Chu Ge. All the experts also looked at him. Everyone seemed to be waiting for him to answer their questions. I don't know when it started, but the words academician Chu have been deeply rooted in their bones. He is like a godlike existence. When they need answers to their questions, they can go to academician Chu. Are you sure it's a pulse signal? Chu Ge looked at everyone's eyes and did not answer directly, but raised a question. Sure enough, the pulse signal still has its unique characteristics. It is continuous and periodic. Through this periodic cycle signal, we can even measure its frequency. Director Hu answered affirmatively. That's easy. The moon itself doesn't have any emission source, and it's not a pulsar. This energy fluctuation must come from outer space. It's not ruled out that the core debris of a pulsar fell into this area. Chu Ge even had a bolder idea in his mind, but he didn't say it. This idea was rather magical, and Chu Ge felt it was better to be safe. U2 is too small. It would be difficult for it to do this job. I don't think this abnormal signal will affect our plan. On the contrary, I would suggest setting up the base around here. The lunar base already accounts for a large proportion of scientific research. With so many mysteries, wouldn't it stimulate our desire to explore more? Chu Ge looked at everyone with a smile, and everyone nodded. Besides, I believe you are now inclined to stay here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent U2 and Chang'e to the Aitken Basin. Chu Ge pointed out the truth in the minds of several experts. At this time, the wavering thoughts would slow down the process. He needed to help them make a decision and then mobilize these departments to conduct a large-scale and detailed survey of the area. After hearing this, academician Chen nodded with satisfaction. Scientific exploration sometimes requires Chu Ge's courage. Hesitation will only waste time. Yes, academician Chu. After we go back, we will immediately report to the relevant state departments and begin to focus on observing this area. After hearing what Chu Ge said, several experts also made up their minds. After the National Day, we will work with relevant measurement and control technology departments to formulate a plan. The initial plan is to launch 12 exploration satellites to this area, covering geological structure, underground magma activity monitoring, space solar wind, electromagnetic radiation detection, etc. We will also send an additional lunar rover to work with U2, to systematically measure the crust and rock structure of the region at the fastest speed, and provide a preliminary data model for the specific location coordinates of the subsequent base. Director Hu told Chu Ge and the others all their plans in one breath, and Chu Ge nodded after listening. This is what he wants. Who cares about the pulse signal? Once the base is built and he has the right equipment, he can go and find out what's going on. Now, with just this little bit of data, the spectrum can't really make any guesses. With the direction determined, this discussion meeting was basically over. Director Hu shook hands with Chu Ge and academician Chen and said goodbye. At the end, he kept asking Chu Ge to visit their space agency when he had time. Chu Ge readily agreed. After Director Hu and others left, Chu Ge followed academician Chen back to his office. The two of them were going to exchange some opinions on the handover of the aerospace carrier hull construction data on National Day. After confirming the serial number of the information that needed to be transferred and the escort route, academician Chen stood up and poured Chu Ge a glass of water. Xiao Chu, on National Day, the shipyard will hold a ceremony for the keel laying of the Kunpeng. The military can specifically ask you to go there. I'll accompany you. Mr. Chen is joking. When we go over there, I will always be the one to accompany you. Chu Ge has always regarded academician Chen as his role model. Whenever he is present, Chu Ge will obediently take a back seat. Haha. Do you think I don't know your little tricks? This time, it won't work. You are the chief engineer of the aerospace carrier and have the greatest say and honor. I dare not take the credit. If I am not careful, I will lose my reputation in the future. Academician Chen said this jokingly, and after he finished speaking, he looked at Chu Ge meaningfully. According to his idea, he would let Chu Ge come to the fore slowly in the future. After all, he was not young anymore, and it would be time for him to go back and enjoy his retirement after finding the right person. Xiao Chu, how long do you estimate it will take for Kunpeng to be completed from the time the keel is laid? 1 year at most. In fact, most of this year is spent on hull construction. Other modules should be completed 6 months ahead of schedule. The rest is outfitting. Academician Chen nodded. He knew that Chu Ge had planned everything very well, but when Chu Ge said the timetable directly, he still couldn't believe it. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? According to past experience, even if we build a new aircraft carrier at full capacity, it would still be difficult to complete it in 1 year. Not necessarily. It depends on the foundation. The first experimental ship will definitely take longer. 4 to 5 years is normal because you are crossing the river by feeling the stones. You lack experience and may even have to temporarily change some systems during the construction process. These will greatly delay the construction time. Mr. Chun, look, are all of our Navy's aircraft carriers experimental in nature? The first hull was moved here directly. Later, it took several years to add the power plant, the island, the arresting cables, etc. What did we do during these years? Learning. We must first understand the basic structure of the aircraft carrier. The second one is a completely domestically made ski jump plus conventional power. We learned from the experience of the first one and knew how to build an aircraft carrier. This one is just a practice. In addition, we have built a shipyard and related research institutes. You should understand how important this is. Academician Chen nodded. He was listening very seriously. It was rare for Chu Ge to be so carefree today. The third ship is a completely domestically made flat deck plus electromagnetic catapult plus conventional power, which is still experimental in nature. This time it is mainly to verify the reliability of the first two important systems. In fact, it is still a process of exploration. The fourth ship is a completely domestically made nuclear-powered ship, plus all the new technological achievements of the 123 ships above. This time, the nuclear power is mainly verified. The larger and more complex the ship is, the longer the construction period is, because many things need to be verified. If everything is ready-made, and you just build it, the time will be greatly reduced. Chapter 160. The keel of the aerospace carrier begins to be laid. Our technology for building other ships is relatively mature. We build them in series and in a systematic way. You can see that the speed is much faster. In fact, it's not just our country, the United States is like this too. In peacetime, everyone is not in a hurry and is experimenting with new technologies, so the time is stretched a bit. I remember that during World War II, they set a Guinness record for building aircraft carriers. They built 50 aircraft carriers in 20 months, an average of 1 aircraft carrier every 12 days. How fast was that? Although the technical complexity of World War II aircraft carriers is very different from that of today's, it still explains some problems. Back to our aerospace carrier. Although it is also the first one, there is no need to cross the river by feeling the stones. We can just build it directly according to the existing blueprint. I have also laid out the important systems in advance, so 1 year is enough. If everything goes well, it should be completed ahead of schedule. Don't worry, Mr. Chun Ha. Chu Ge finally finished speaking and quickly took a big sip of water. His mouth was dry from all the talking. That's fine. I feel relieved when you say that. I can tell those impatient military bosses now. Haha. They don't dare to disturb you. They keep asking me about the progress every day, but I can't blame them for being anxious. If the Kunpeng is completed ahead of schedule, they will need to speed up the selection of crew members for the aerospace carrier, the training of flight officers, and the training of carrier-based aircraft pilots. Otherwise, they will be dragged down. Academician Chen explained, and Chu Ge immediately agreed that this was a huge plan. His focus was on the aerospace carrier itself, and he did not consider its supporting crew, although he did not need to consider these things. Okay, I'll just focus on the technical issues of the aerospace carrier and leave everything else to you and the military. Yeah, no problem. Everything is going according to plan. The old man and the young man chatted for the whole morning. After they had lunch together, Chu Ge said goodbye to Academician Chen and returned to his office. Chu Ge sat down at his desk and began to sort out some unfinished work on the aerospace mothership. This arrangement lasted until the National Day. On National Day, the whole country celebrated and national flags were hung on many streets in Yanjing. Chu Ge and Academician Chen rushed to the military airport with the convoy, escorting the technical data of Kunpeng. The shipyard is located in City D, where there is already a large shipyard. Although the aerospace mothership is not a behemoth sailing on the sea, it is similar to a warship in some construction principles, so some equipment equipped in a conventional shipyard can still be used. The new shipyard was expanded on the basis of the original shipyard. It is equipped with special equipment needed to build aerospace motherships, and of course, huge factory buildings and dry docks. The first batch of technical data and drawings used to build the hull filled 2 fat girls. The transport plane flew towards City D under the escort of 2 fighter jets. The 2 places were about an hour apart, so Chu Ge and his team quickly reached their destination. The security level at the naval shipyard has been significantly increased today. Chu Ge and his team's convoy has been stopping and starting and needs to be inspected by the sentries. Xiao Chu, I see we pulled a lot of confidential information this time. How much did you pull? The ones numbered 1 to 200, about 1/10. I prepared a month's supply for them. Academician Chen's eyebrows jumped, but he said nothing and nodded. Chu Ge sensed Academician Chen's surprise. We spent a lot of paper and pens. The other things are easy to explain. The documents we escorted are mostly detailed blueprints of various parts, pipeline layouts, etc. This part has the largest workload. The convoy finally entered the shipyard at this time. It can no longer be called a shipyard now. Its current scale is more like a large base. Several leaders of the base had already been waiting here. Chu Ge and Academician Chen got out of the car. After Chu Ge handed over the materials to the comrades in charge of handing over the materials at the base, he came to Academician Chen. Mr. Chen, Academician Chu, welcome to the Kunpeng production base. I am Jin Xiaojun, the person in charge of the base. Chu Ge shook hands with the middle-aged officer, and then looked at the military rank on his shoulder, the rank of Major General. Please follow me. Several military leaders have been waiting for a long time. After saying this, Jin Xiaojun led Chu Ge and Academician Chen to an office building. Oh, I only know that Minister Long is here. Who else is here? Academician Chen asked from behind. Commander Meng of the Navy and Commander Wang, the former commander of the Yanjing garrison. Commander Wang? He's here too. Chu Ge is quite familiar with this person. Well, Commander Wang is now transferred to the position of commander of the aerospace carrier fleet. Oh, so that's the case. Then he has to come. Academician Chen replied. Chu Ge was listening in the back, looking around from time to time. Today was National Day, and red flags were flying in the shipyard. The base was close to the sea, and the sea breeze was strong, and the red flags were fluttering in the wind. Chu Ge and Academician Chen walked into a small conference room. Everyone was familiar with each other, and after a warm greeting, Navy Commander Meng arranged for everyone to sit down. The ceremony is still being prepared. Elder Chen, Academician Chu, let's wait here for a while. Chu Ge and the others nodded. Chu Ge, how are you these days? I see you've lost weight. Minister Long looked at Chu Ge and asked with concern. It's fine. Thank you for your concern, haha. The keel-laying ceremony is relatively simple. The leaders intend to hold a grand celebration ceremony when the aerospace carrier is completed. They will invite some domestic and foreign guests to show off our national prestige. So high profile? Chu Ge didn't understand for a moment. Haha. We have to be high profile when it's time to be high profile. Otherwise, some foreign politicians and media will accuse us of making up news, right? Commander Wang added. Everyone started laughing after hearing this. Chu Ge thought about it and felt that it was time to give them a show to stop those scoundrels from hanging around. Chu Ge felt a little excited when he thought about this. By the way, Academician Chu, I heard from Mr. Chen yesterday that the construction period of Kunpeng may be shortened. As the future commander-in-chief of the interstellar fleet, Commander Wang is obviously more concerned about his aerospace mothership. Well, after the keel is laid, other related components will be laid, such as the dragon tendons, side keels, spacecraft shell plates, etc., and then the core tube will be built and installed. The next step is to install the core equipment around the core barrel. The order is to install all the equipment inside the core barrel first. This includes the energy system, the control center of the electromagnetic gun, the engine, the living area, the carrier-based aircraft hangar, etc. Then we will lay the surface armor, and finally install the turret, detection array, detection antenna, and other communication equipment outside the armor. During the installation process, the most troublesome part is to deal with the installation of all signals, energy, and transmission pipelines. I have marked these detailed installation steps one by one, and let the engineers strictly follow the operating procedures. Chu Ge gave a general report on the construction process of the entire aerospace mothership to several bigwigs. I will be in full control of the entire construction process. I will have to trouble Commander Wang and Jin Ji to arrange an office, dormitory, etc. Chu Ge said, looking at the two commanders Wang beside him. Don't worry, Academician Chu. Everything has been prepared for you. Everyone at the dock base is looking forward to your arrival. Jin Xiaojun beside him answered first. Chu Ge smiled and nodded. This base might be his second home for a long time in the future. Chapter 161 Construction Site. As everyone was talking, a report came from outside the door. Commander Wang responded, and then a man who looked like an officer walked in. Report to the commander. The ceremony is ready. Okay, got it. We'll be there soon. Chu Ge, Academician Chen, and others stood up. Major General Jin led the way, and everyone walked towards the ceremony venue. The ceremony venue was surrounded by national flags. and the red cloth on the ceremony rostrum and the surrounding red carpets all created a festive atmosphere. The following few eye-catching large characters are embedded in the background wall. Warm congratulations to the start of construction of our country's first aerospace carrier Kunping today. Below the rostrum stood a densely packed team, including soldiers, engineers in orange, red, and white uniforms, and technical workers in blue uniforms. The team was in neat and orderly formation. A closer look revealed that their faces were filled with excitement, and their hands were clenched into fists under their straight bodies. Seeing the military leaders and Chu Ge and others appear at the ceremony, the excited atmosphere instantly reached its climax. They know what day it is today, and they also know what China will be like in the future, so they are all holding back their energy at this moment. Chu Ge and his companions stood in their positions, and the ceremony officially began. The first thing that happened was the solemn flag-raising ceremony. At the command of the Master of Ceremonies, the standard-bearers quickly took their positions, and the guards of honor of the Navy, Army, and Air Force entered the venue in neat steps. A familiar melody rang in Chu Ge's ears. Chu Ge, the big guys around him, and the team under the rostrum were all singing loudly along with the melody at this moment. The ceremony continued, and several military leaders gave passionate speeches one after another. It was tacit understanding that no one had prepared a speech, and they all improvised on the spot. There is no need for fancy words to embellish this kind of occasion. The most genuine expression of emotions is more touching. Finally, Chu Ge made his final appearance as the chief engineer. He briefly elaborated on the significance of the aerospace mothership, the responsibilities that this base will bear in the future, the long-term planning of the interstellar fleet, etc. At the end of his speech, he especially reminded all engineers and technical workers to pay attention to construction safety. The whole ceremony ended in a solemn, lively, united, and lovely atmosphere. Below the rostrum, the team's warm applause lasted for a long time. Chu Ge returned to the rostrum, and Commander Wang and others came over. Academician Chu, let's go and take a look at our Kunping. Yeah, Chu Ge had the same idea, and everyone followed Major General Jean to the construction site of Kunping. Looking at the huge keel not far in front of them, these military leaders who were used to seeing the construction of aircraft carriers couldn't help but talk about it. It's so huge. The keel of this aircraft carrier seems a little small compared to it. Haha, with a length of 2,100 meters, the frame structure must be several times larger. Chu Ge replied that although he had never seen the keel-laying side of an aircraft carrier, he could roughly guess its size based on the proportions. This section should be the component in the middle of the entire keel. Look, the one next to it is the centerline longitudinal beam of the hull. The keel is also laid in sections. In fact, the entire aerospace carrier is built in modular sections in a strict order from keel to completion. So, I said that the construction time will be greatly reduced. However, this will inevitably require the use of dozens of times more engineers and technical workers. Chu Ge pointed to a section of keel that had been laid and served as a guest commentator for several military leaders. The keel segments in the venue were now wrapped in a wide piece of red silk, which was tied into a bow. From a distance, it looked like a gift waiting to be opened by its owner. Chu Ge didn't understand the symbolic meaning of this, but he guessed it was a way of praying for blessings. Chu Ge and his friends walked towards the construction site while talking, and the accompanying guards promptly gave each of them a safety helmet. The engineers have been disbanded and returned to their workstations, and teams of guards are now escorting the relevant blueprints to various construction teams. These drawings are allocated in advance by professionals in the security warehouse according to the drawing numbers corresponding to each process. The person in charge will then check the electronic password with the captain of the escort guard. Only the new number formed after the password verification can be used to open the password box and take out the engineering drawings inside. Although this set of procedures was complicated, the scene was not messy at all. Everyone started working according to the work process that had been rehearsed in advance. Chu Ge was stunned as he watched. He didn't expect the level of confidentiality had reached this point. The guard's mission is to protect the blueprints. After a day's work, the blueprints must be escorted back to the main warehouse and sent back the next day. The orders we give them are death orders. They can lose their lives, but the blueprints must be in their sight the entire time. Major General Jean next to him saw Chu Ge's surprise and explained. Chu Ge nodded. He could understand. After all, these drawings for building aerospace carriers were the most advanced technical blueprints in the military industry at home and abroad. If they were lost or damaged, it would be an extremely serious matter. It was natural for the military to attach so much importance to them. Do you feel that these drawings were just like scraps of paper in your hands, but now they have become treasures, and you feel a little nervous? I Academician Chen's joke at the side made several bigwigs laugh. Chu Ge scratched his head. He really thought so. He thought that he had to be more friendly to these darlings in the future. He couldn't be like before, drawing for a while, saying ciao, crumpling it into a ball, and throwing it aside. Although most blueprints are now made on computers and then printed out via large printers, some special parts still require Chu Ge to draw them by hand. Chu Ge cursed himself countless times before he finished the first few hand-drawn drawings. It was not like now. Now Chu Ge could draw it with his eyes closed. Thinking of this, he laughed to himself. Crossing the construction site, they walked onto a high ground. Standing there, Chu Ge and his team looked around and saw that the entire construction site was progressing in an orderly manner according to the preset process. This was just one of the construction sites of the entire base. Major General Jean, how many skilled workers are there in the entire base? Chu Ge suddenly thought of this question and asked it casually. Nearly 40,000 workers, all of them experienced and skilled, are working in 3 shifts for processes that do not require special light. So construction is basically ongoing 24 hours a day. We have basically transferred all the technical backbones from all over the country to this base, except for those technical workers who stayed behind to ensure some industrial orders. Chu Ge nodded after listening to this. These talents are the pillars of China's future. Make sure to ensure their accommodation, food, and other personal needs. Chu Ge knew that once the project started, these people might have to stay here for a while because they were not allowed to go out of the base. Yes, Chief Engineer Chu. Chu Ge and his team only inspected one corner of the base in the whole morning. Chu Ge estimated that if they wanted to tour the entire base, it would take at least half a month. At noon, several big guys, Chu Ge and Academician Chen, had their lunch in the base cafeteria. This cafeteria was just like the one in a university, only on a larger scale. The factory-like hall was filled with chairs and dining tables, and all the equipment was brand new. The cafeteria has 3 floors, and each floor can accommodate 1,000 people eating at the same time. There are 20 such cafeterias in the entire base. They went to a few windows. There was a wide variety of food on display, including both meat and vegetables, beverage machines, snacks, and everything. Chu Ge instantly found the feeling of eating in a university cafeteria. Everything in the cafeteria is free, and you don't need to pay by credit card or anything. You can eat whatever you want, as long as you are not afraid of getting too full. We have all the drinks available on the market, except for alcohol. Haha, unless it's a special occasion. Drinking is usually prohibited in the base. Major General Jean introduced it to Chu Ge, Commander Wang, and others, and everyone nodded continuously. It seemed that the country had put a lot of effort in this regard. Chapter 162, A Brand New Day. While Chu Ge and the others were reviewing the restaurant, groups of workers had already walked into the restaurant to prepare for their meals. They were in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing. It was obvious that the workers were quite satisfied with the food, accommodation, and transportation here, and they were all in good spirits. Wang Lao Air, you don't need to take so much coke. I heard that this stuff can kill sperm. TSK, what nonsense. In such a hot day, a glass of iced coke will make you feel like a god. It doesn't matter if you are smart or not. Our base is full of men. Haha, that's what you want to say, right? Let me tell you, there are quite a few women in the base, but they are either female officers or technicians, and their ranks are not low, so they are difficult to deal with. Otherwise, you can catch one and make him your girlfriend. Yes, I met a little girl yesterday. Her face was so pretty. Shut up, don't you see the leaders are all over there? What about girlfriends? Are you here to work or to find girlfriends? Baozi is right. Are the girls in the base worthy of you rough guys? They are all high-level intellectuals. What about you? You are at most technical blue-collar workers. Not a good match. Hurry up and get your food. A middle-aged man who looked like a junior leader in the team whispered instructions, and the younger group of people who were joking around finally restrained their behavior, got their food obediently, and then sat around a dining table. Boss, the one wearing the white t-shirt is Chu Ge, Academician Chu, right? Several people sat together, eating and talking. Wang Lauer on the side looked at Chu Ge and the others and suddenly asked, well, don't you know Academician Chu? He's on TV every day. Look at him. He's an academician at such a young age. Moreover, he's the chief engineer and chief designer of our big company. He's a well-known figure. After saying that, he looked at Chu Ge again, and everyone turned their heads to look. Did you see the ranks of those officers next to you? Major General, Lieutenant General, I won't mention Minister Long, we all know them. Who the hell are they? It shows that the country attaches great importance to this project, so I tell you guys to put in 120 effort. The salary is the highest in the country, and the benefits are the best in the country. If you make mistakes and embarrass me, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Yes, don't worry, boss. We know what we are doing. This is the Kuanpung, the aerospace mothership that my kid talks about every day. How dare we slack off, replied an older man at the side. The groups of workers and engineers in the restaurant were all talking about similar topics. They looked at Chu Ge's table while eating, and they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Xiao Chu, Minister Long, and I will go back after dinner. What are your plans? Asked Academician Chen. I won't go back yet. This is just the beginning, and there may be many problems. I will keep an eye on it this month. If there is anything at the Research Institute, please contact me, Mr. Chen. That's fine. It shouldn't be a big deal. Everyone is on track. Several projects are almost finished, and they are testing data. Okay, by the way, Mr. Long, let the factory responsible for manufacturing the carrier-based aircraft submitted last time speed up the process. I hope to see the prototype next month. Don't worry about the main and auxiliary engines, computer systems, and weapon systems for now. I have arranged for the Research Institute to work with relevant units to produce the first generation of finished products. Just make the body according to the drawings, and the rest will be easy. Don't worry, Chu Ge, they're already making arrangements. I heard it's the carrier-based aircraft on the Kuanping. I don't need to urge them, haha. Old Long laughed loudly, and Chu Ge and the others also laughed. It was a simple lunch, but Chu Ge felt like he was eating at a buffet. In short, he was very full, and there was nothing left. Mr. Chen, let me put it this way. The level of the chef at the base is a little higher than that of our Research Institute's Master Lu. This meal is cooked. Well, when I get back I'll tell Master Lu that Academician Chu dislikes him. Haha. Several people walked out of the restaurant with smiles on their faces. The whole road was filled with workers rushing to eat. Chu Ge was walking on this street, and in a trance, he recalled the scene of having dinner with a few close friends during his college days. After seeing off several big guys, Chu Ge followed Commander Wang into the depths of the base, where there were office and living areas. Academician Chu, the land at the base is limited, and the conditions are not as good as those at the Research Institute. Commander Wang walked beside Chu Ge and began to give him a shot of prevention. Don't tell me. If you can make it into a 4-person room like the ones on a university campus, I might like it more, huh? No, you'd better live in a single room. I'm afraid the people in the base will feel too much mental pressure living with you. Commander Wang said jokingly. He was quite familiar with Chu Ge and he would not speak in a restrained manner like others. Haha. The night at the dock base is very different from that at the Research Institute. After dark at the Research Institute, everything is quiet except for the chirping of insects in nature, and then there is a little light from the row of street lights and the living area. There is basically no difference between the base at night and during the day, except that when you look up, you will find that the sky is black. The working area was brightly lit, and the sounds of various cranes and operating machinery could be faintly heard. There were many people in the living area. Where there are people, there are stories, and everywhere is full of vitality. After Chu Ge finished his dinner, he cleaned up his single dormitory. This single dormitory should be provided for some senior management personnel of the base. The area is not small. Chu Ge took a look around and felt that it was about 80 square meters. It was fully equipped with daily necessities. Chu Ge could just move in with his luggage. After cleaning up the dormitory, Chu Ge poured himself a glass of water, then walked to the balcony with the water. Through the balcony, he could see a construction area not far away. Chu Ge drank the water and looked in that direction. The breeze blew on his face, and the lights on the tower cranes in the distance stood there like a beacon. Chu Ge stared at the scattered lights in a daze. In the living area downstairs, workers filed out, some heading to the work area, some heading to the dormitory area. The bustling crowd was as lively as a temple fair. This should be the beginning of the handover between the mid-shift and night-shift groups. The dock base is officially on track today. In the near future, a number of world-shocking giant battleships will be born here. They will form the first interstellar fleet in human history and represent mankind towards the dazzling sea of stars. Not far from the dock base in City D is the seaport. Beyond the busy passenger terminal, deep in the harbor is a Coast Guard brigade stationed in the eastern waters of China. Tonight, the lights here are also bright. 3 Coast Guard patrol ships numbered 46440, 1150, and 1151 are preparing to leave the port. As usual, they will cruise the entire East China Sea area. Chapter 163, Calm and Peaceful. The first ship to leave the base was the Coast Guard ship number 46440, which is the largest Coast Guard ship in the world, with a full load displacement of 12,000 tons and a speed of up to 22 knots. When it was first put into service, some Western media gave it a nickname, Eastern Monster. Previously, the world's largest Coast Guard ships all came from island countries. They were the Akatsushima and Shikishima from the Coast Guard of the island countries. Since the commissioning of number 46440, these 2 ships have taken a back seat. Therefore, On the day when this giant Coast Guard ship entered service, some paranoid politicians in the island country made public statements, saying that these Coast Guard ships were obviously aimed at the island country's Coast Guard, and demanded that Congress allocate funds immediately, clamoring to build larger and stronger Coast Guard ships to counter Coast Guard ship number 46440. But after a few days of arguing, there was no follow-up. The Coast Guard ship number 46440 not only crushes the Coast Guard ships of many neighboring countries in terms of tonnage, it is also equipped with a 76mm rapid-fire naval gun, 2 secondary guns, and 2 anti-aircraft machine guns. There is also a helicopter platform hangar at the stern, which can carry a Z-8 helicopter. It has great advantages over other law enforcement ships in terms of endurance, seaworthiness, collision resistance, and speed. After this Coast Guard ship was put into service, it became an important deterrent force for China's maritime patrols and was envied by many neighboring countries. Gao Mingbo is the captain of the Coast Guard ship number 46440 and the supreme commander of this routine law enforcement patrol. After the 3 Coast Guard ships left their home port one after another and assembled in the open sea, they headed towards the distant sea. At night, they will sail north for a distance in the East China Sea, and then turn around and sail towards the Pacific Ocean. The overall route is Z-shaped. Gao Mingbo has traveled this route countless times, about 10 times a year on average. The sea conditions and hydrological conditions around this route are engraved in his mind like a map. The sea conditions tonight are pretty good, with calm winds and waves. It might still be quite hot and stuffy on land at this time, but now that they are deep in the ocean, they can no longer feel it, and there is even a bit of coolness in the air. He took a sip of water and looked at the satellite chart on the side, which showed the information of some merchant ships. This was also part of their patrol mission, to verify and identify, and for particularly suspicious ships, they might need to board and inspect them. 3 Coast Guard ships shuttled in a column in the pitch-black sea, and the searchlights on the Coast Guard ships swept across the dark sea area from time to time. Captain, what will the weather be like tomorrow? Satellite images show that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be cloudy, and the weather will be good. Captain, there are 3 of our ocean-going fishing ships ahead. The navigator reminded while looking at the information on the nautical chart. Liaison officer, call them on the public channel and ask if the surrounding waters are normal and where the destination is. Gao Mingbo has become accustomed to doing this. Now that information is more developed, fishermen's awareness of maritime rights has also increased a lot, and they can often be provided with some very valuable information. A few minutes later, Captain, they said there's nothing suspicious around. Gao Mingbo nodded. Tell them to be careful. If they are in distress, they can call us directly. We will cruise around them and rush over in time. Yes. After receiving the order, the liaison officer picked up the headset and went to contact the fishing team. Gao Mingbo looked at the dark night outside the window and muttered to himself, hoping that everything would go well. The next day, Chu Ge got up early and washed up. The unfamiliar environment did not affect his sleep. He had a good rest last night and now felt full of strength. Knock, knock, there was a knock on the door. Chu Ge wiped his hands and went to open the door. Outside the door was Major General Jean and 2 young men. Chu Ge welcomed them in. Major General Jean, you came to me so early in the morning. Is there any problem with the construction? No, everything is fine. Academician Chu, you can just call me Jean Xiaohui or Xiaohui from now on. I don't even dare to respond to the name Major General, huh? That's right. Okay, according to you, who are these 2? Chu Ge said as he looked at the 2 young men behind Jean Xiaohui. Oh, this is Tan Songlin, and this is Wang Jie. They are the youngest engineers in the base. They are all top students, but they lack experience. I don't plan to have them follow you and serve as your assistants, so that they can gain some experience. After Jean Xiaohui finished the introduction, the 2 young men hurriedly greeted Chu Ge, and Chu Ge smiled and nodded. Such a young engineer must have his own abilities. It just so happens that he is short of a few such people around him. He had originally planned to bring Yin Tianhao and others over one day. No problem. You 2 can follow me from now on. Yes, Academician Chu. The 2 young men replied quickly, and it was obvious that they were very excited. Well, let's go eat first, and then you 2 follow me to the construction site. Yes. Jean Xiaohui watched from the side and secretly began to laugh in his heart. This was the quota he had managed to secure with Commander Wang yesterday, after haggling for a long time. The shipyard base also needed to train its own core technical talents, and he had carefully selected these 2 young men from a large number of reserve cadres. Being with Academician Chu is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He hopes that they can calm down and learn with an open mind. Even if they can only learn a little bit from Academician Chu, it will not be in vain for his efforts. After breakfast, Chu Ge and his 3 companions walked towards the base work area. In the construction area, Chu Ge carefully observed the engineer's construction process. These steps were now deeply imprinted in his mind, so now he could tell at a glance whether they were the correct steps. After looking for a long time, he nodded. The engineers are all very serious, and Chu Ge feels that it is no exaggeration to describe them as meticulous. Walking to the material reserve area, Chu Ge picked up a bolt, looked at the number on it, then waited, and finally picked it up and looked at the sun. Academician Chu, what are you doing? Isn't this just a bolt? Tan Songlin, who was following behind, asked curiously. If I tell you that every bolt and nut on the Kunping is specially made, would you believe it? Is it true? Let me see. Wang Jie walked forward and picked up a bolt. Tan Songlin majored in signal control, so he's not good at bolts and nuts. But Wang Jie majored in mechanical engineering, so he's very familiar with these things. Hexagon socket M830. This side is DDF, and then 15.9. It seems to be fine. No 15.9? This is wrong. The highest grade of bolts is only 12.9. Chapter 164. What's going on? Mistaken? Do you think that's possible? Why would you be surprised? Special equipment requires high-standard basic parts. The strength grade of 12.9 is already a high-strength alloy. We also do cyanide blackening and heat treatment, and some of them are also nickel-plated, chrome-plated, and other special treatments for corrosion resistance. But it's still not strong enough to match the Kunping, so we had to redevelop the basic parts of this ultra-high-strength alloy. This is the one in your hand. Don't throw it away. Each one has a number. If you lose one, you'll be turned upside down. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he put the bolt in his hand back. Wang Jie looked at the bolt in his hand again, and then put it back carefully. Science has no boundaries. Don't limit your thinking to textbooks. If you do that, you will only be walking on the path that others have walked. Although you won't make too many mistakes, you will also lack the joy of exploring new paths. Chu Ge also has his own way, which is to follow the system brother with his eyes closed. This way is more powerful and leads directly to heaven, so he has no choice. But Tan Songlin, Wang Jie, and others don't have the military industry system to lead them, so they still have to learn to explore on their own and cannot rely entirely on others if they want to achieve something. The three of them kept working until noon, when the sun gradually became hotter. At this time, people standing next to the metal plates could clearly feel the heat radiating from them. Chu Ge touched the alloy steel plate and pulled his hand back suddenly. At this temperature, it would be no problem to fry an egg. There are fewer workers working outdoors, and they may have moved to work sections with factory buildings. The base leaders are still very humane in this regard. Chu Ge and the others dusted themselves off and headed towards the nearest factory building. Chu Ge did not return to his office today. He took his two little fans to travel around the huge dock base. He wanted to learn as much engineering information as possible so that he could make some targeted and reasonable suggestions. When Chu Ge returned to the dormitory at night, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. After washing up in a hurry, he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. A secret military meeting is being held at the official residence of the Joint Staff Office and the Joint Command of the island nation. The two parties attending the meeting were Chris Kyle, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief to the island nation, and a group of senior officials under him, and the other party was the island nation's Defense Minister Jichiro Wada, his military advisor Chief of Staff Yukinosuke Yamamoto, and several other staff members. Mr. Kyle, the island nation is willing to stand on the side of the United States, but isn't this a bit too dangerous? Chief of Staff Yamamoto asked with a frown. Oh, Mr. Yamamoto, I'm not asking you to fight them with real swords and guns. I'm just testing them. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, the most powerful Americans in the world are behind you. But China's current military strength is no longer what it used to be. And according to our intelligence, China has recently been upgrading its armament system, and this time it is likely to be weapons of mass destruction. And they have the Russian bear as their helper. This country is not so easy to talk to. Now they have tens of thousands of troops stationed on our northern border. If there is really a problem, they will attack from both sides, and our island country will really be trapped. Yamamoto has a small mustache, is not tall, and has dark skin, but these do not prevent him from being a shrewd old man. He is unwilling to be used as a gun by the United States. To put it another way, even if he is to be used, he must strive to gain enough attractive capital for the island country. Moreover, he clearly felt that the United States did it on purpose this time, but he didn't know the real purpose. Don't worry. I will have the headquarters communicate with the relevant Western countries in advance about the international public opinion afterwards. By then, the entire West will stand behind you. What else do you have to worry about? After Kyle finished speaking, he lit up a cigarette and smoked it unscrupulously. He had already made it clear that the island country must agree today. This was the task given to him by Washington, although he did not understand the intentions of those gentlemen. But who cares? He just has to do it. Here, he feels that his words still carry weight. Yamamoto and Jichiro Wada were discussing in a low voice. Ka was not in a hurry either. He finished smoking and drank coffee. At this time, his patience was the greatest, and he felt like he had a god's perspective. Okay, we island nations have agreed. We hope that the United States will fulfill its promise and at least help us contain one of them. Otherwise, if they unite to intimidate us, we will be in a passive position. Yamamoto still agreed. He knew that the American was determined to do it this time. What could his son do about what his father wanted to do? Okay, Yamamoto-kun, this is you. After you're done, I'll treat you to some sake, huh? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Our satellites have detected that they have a fleet sailing in the Pacific Ocean. Ka was worried about the little man in front of him, and he wanted to push them further into the whirlpool. Don't worry, Commander Kyle. Our reconnaissance plane reported it this morning. It was a maritime police fleet. By the time we towed back those troublemakers, they hadn't reacted yet. Okay, huh? Ka laughed heartily. It was afternoon now. It was cloudy today, and there was wind on the sea, so it didn't feel very hot. A deep-sea squid fishing boat is sailing out to the open sea. In the cabin, Captain Wu Chonglei was chatting with the first mate and the second mate. First mate, tell the brothers to be careful and start working tonight. The market is good this year. Let's try to get a good harvest. The bonus will definitely be generous. The captain stood on tiptoe to take a look at the sailors on the deck, then turned and spoke to his first mate. Okay, I'll go right away. Don't worry, Captain. We brought these guys up. They're all veteran sailors. They will have no problem doing the job. Chapter 165 Squid Fishing Boat 1. The captain, the first mate, and the second mate looked at each other, wondering what was going on. After a moment's silence, they hurried out of the cabin. Several people came to the deck, and the sailors had already gathered there to watch. When the bosun saw the captain and others coming out, he walked over quickly. Mad, this is the Central Pacific Ocean. He thought this was his bed. First mate, the bosun asked the brothers to prepare their equipment. Second mate, go to the radio station and contact our people to report the emergency situation here. Yes, boss. Everyone responded and went down, while Wu Chonglei continued to stare at the ships alone. The company had done special training for this type of emergency, so they didn't panic. Hearing the captain's order, everyone became excited and soon came back with long hooks for catching squids in their hands. This squid fishing boat has foldable iron railings on all four sides, extending outward onto the sea. They are usually used to hang spotlights during work, but at this time, they have become a barrier. If they don't cooperate, it will be difficult for these people to board the ship. This is what Captain Wu planned to do, to delay it until his own people arrived. Captain, there is a situation. The liaison officer next to him put down the headset and said loudly. Huh? What's going on? Captain Gao and the navigator gathered around. In the Pacific Ocean, 3 of our distant water fishing vessels were stopped, saying it was a temporary military exercise. What? This is the wrong medicine? The navigator has ordered the fleet to advance at full speed. Gao Mingbo gave the order directly without any further ado. Yes, Captain. At the stern of 46,440, the churning sea water suddenly turned into waves that were thrown backwards, and the speed suddenly increased, heading straight to the north. Liaison officer, have our fishing boat report the longitude and latitude, and then wait where we are. Yes. The liaison officer immediately conveyed the captain's words to the fishing fleet. Old Su, what do you think these guys are up to? Gao Mingbo said as he returned to his seat, picked up the telescope, and looked outside. Like you said, did you take the wrong medicine? Well, no matter what tricks they have, I want to see who gave them the courage. Lao Su, go report this matter to the higher-ups. Yes. After the navigator left, Gao Mingbo contacted the captains of the 2 ships behind him, informed them of the situation, and discussed possible response plans. Time passed slowly. Wu Chonglei, the first mate, and the second mate stood on the side of the ship, their eyes always fixed on the ship in front of them on the right. That ship was neither a Coast Guard ship nor a warship. It didn't even have a flag. It was just a rogue ship. It was getting closer and closer, and its intention was obvious. It wanted to squeeze the fishing boat's maneuvering space. Captain, they released 3 boats. Yes, I saw it. Tell the sailors to prepare. If they dare to board the ship by force, stab them hard. Our people are rushing here at full speed. Don't be afraid. Yes, Captain. Damn it. Let them have a taste of my red tassel spear this time. The second mate got out a red tasseled spear from somewhere. The spearhead looked very sharp, and the red tassel below the spearhead was moving in the wind. Haha. Second mate, you are really good. Stab the hand, but don't stab it to death. That would be troublesome. The third mate warned. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Dozens of seconds later, His hat was still dripping with that unknown liquid. Just as he was about to change his posture, his hand slipped and he fell straight down. Plop, plop. The two team members on the cable ladder fell onto the boat before they could finish shouting. The process happened so fast that the team members below didn't have time to react before they were hit. Several people stood up in embarrassment. Harada carefully touched the liquid and sniffed it. It smelled like cooking oil, mixed with a foul smell. Baka? Kimo 2-inch. Chapter 166 playing. On the fishing boat, the second mate bent over and covered his mouth with his hands and laughed. Second mate, what's in that bucket of yours? It smells so strong. A sailor next to the second mate couldn't help asking when he saw him laughing so happily. Haha, that's my secret weapon, a chemical weapon mixed with my huilong decoction, haha. The second mate felt that he had never been so happy in his life, and he almost had cramps from laughing. What is huilong soup? The young sailor still didn't understand. Urine. Number 1, keep going with your gloves on, and be quick, we don't have much time. Yes. This time it went smoothly without any unexpected situations. He reached out his hand hesitantly, but the iron railing above his head blocked his way, and he had to push it away first. Just as he tried to push open the iron railing, a sharp gun tip stretched out and scratched his hand lightly, and suddenly a burning feeling came from his hand. He tried to look up at the deck of the ship, but the railing blocked his view, and he could see nothing. Seeing his injured hand bleeding more and more, he had no choice but to crawl down. This ship is like a hedgehog, with many sharp objects on it. It's easy to get scratched if you're not careful. How cunning. Should we retreat first? Yes. The second mate half knelt and glanced outside. After seeing the other side retreating downwards, he turned around and sat down, saying with a lingering look, Second mate, are those obstacles so powerful? I think you just scratched him lightly. That guy must be afraid of pain. He howled at a small wound, like a wolf. The young sailor picked up the tip of the red-tasseled spear and was about to touch it with his hand. Taidan, don't move. The tip of the gun is sharp. As for the pain, I put some salt water on it. We are good people. Salt water disinfects. Wounds cut by iron tools are prone to tetanus. I provide a one-stop service. Do you think they should send me a thank you letter after they go down? Haha. The sailors around burst into laughter after hearing this. The tension just now was instantly resolved by the second mate. Everyone gathered around, eager to try again. After saying this, the second mate nodded in the direction of the captain and made an okay gesture. There were several ship leaders, each leading about 10 sailors to guard an area. The second mate was smart. He knew that he had to cheer up these people. If their morale was high, they would be able to hold on. If their own people were not united, they would not be able to hold on. Having failed to gain any advantage, the gang returned to the boat in disgrace, their faces flushed red as they looked at their team members' bloody hands. Bandage him quickly. Just wait for these Chinese people. If I catch them, I will make them suffer. After complaining and walking aside, he wanted to communicate with his boss. He was going to get nowhere like this. 5 minutes later, he stood up straight and kept nodding his head. After the communication, he looked up at the fishing boat. 02, you go first this time. Let the iron ship go first, and we just need to cooperate. Yes, Captain. After saying that, he put on gloves and reached out to pull the gangway. They did not dare to force their way into the Chinese fishing boats, so they brought several iron-hulled ships with them in advance, which came in handy at this time. After receiving the order, the iron-hulled ship behind went up with black smoke billowing out. Chapter 167 Abacus. The Central Pacific Ocean. Gao Mingbo slammed his fist on the podium. Mad, block their path. Give our ship room. Yes, Captain. The foreigners on the iron ship also valued their lives. When they saw the Chinese ships coming, they immediately changed their course. Retreat now. Yes, Commander. You guys should come back too. The opportunity is fleeting. We can't do anything about this fishing boat now. Yes. After the order was given, Yoshino sat down dejectedly, and the navigator next to him came forward. Sir, is that all? But the order we received is... What order? The Chinese are here now. Look at the largest ship for yourself. Its tonnage is greater than our 3 ships combined. After Yoshino finished speaking, he threw the telescope over. It was obvious that he was not willing to give up either. The Chinese are really unreasonable now. He did not continue to speak, because he suddenly felt that perhaps this was intentional by the senior officials above. If the strength of both sides was similar, then this situation. Gao Mingbo put down the telescope after seeing the enemy retreat. Liaison officer, contact our fishing boats. We will protect them for a while. Let them move forward with confidence. Yes. Captain Gao then called the other 2 captains and assigned them tasks. Then he picked up the telescope again and looked at the distant water fishing ships. He was waiting. Captain, should we reply to them? The navigator next to him couldn't help but ask. He felt that this matter was a bit strange. Don't pay attention to them. Normally I would definitely reply, but today their behavior is really shameless. If they don't have any, then just keep your tail between your legs. Since they think the strong can bully the weak, I'm sorry, I'm only a little bit stronger than you now. As he was talking, a fishing boat not far away blew a whistle. Captain Gao picked up the telescope. He knew they were about to move. Yes. The 3 fishing boats adjusted their course and slowly sailed towards ship 46440. What did the headquarters say? The navigator also saw this scene and asked anxiously. Don't provoke a conflict. Yoshino replied through gritted teeth. What else? They've blocked the shipping lanes. Are we going to just ram them? Stupid. Fujichi, don't you see it? Both the enemy and us are like pawns now. Wu Changlei drove the squid fishing boat slowly out. Second mate, can you see if they have any unusual movements? He was still worried. It was too quiet, and it felt a little unreal. Captain, I've been watching. No, they are still there. I even suspect they dropped anchor there. The second mate stretched his neck to look over there and spoke. Do I need to think about it? He must have been frightened by our people. Maybe he is busy washing his pants now, haha. The second mate had a smirk on his face. 10 minutes later, the fishing boat fleet had completely run behind ship 46440. They stopped there, waiting for the latest instructions. Gao Mingbo was a little confused about the situation now. The people opposite him didn't react at all, and the calls on the public channel also stopped. They seemed to have been acupunctured and lay there motionless. Old Sue, it seems like these people really took the wrong medicine today. Chapter 168, Untitled 1. Captain Gao put down his telescope. I thought they were so honest. He looked up at the sky. Gao Mingbo ignored them and turned back to the command room. Lao Su, what does the base say? It's already been ventilated, so you can sail normally. The base means that we just need to follow our plan and ignore them. The satellites in the sky are watching us. The navigator told Captain Gao exactly the information that the base commander had just passed on to him. Gao Mingbo nodded, looking calm. Liaison officer, contact the distant water fishing boats and ask them if they have any injured crew members and if they need medical assistance. If there are no problems, tell them to leave in 10 minutes and go home. Yes. Captain, we have already flown 3 times at low altitude, and you still don't take us seriously? As Koizumi's wingman, he didn't understand the point of doing this. 02, you are still young. Ichiro Koizumi has been in the military for more than 10 years. He is an absolute ace pilot in the Air Self-Defense Force and can fly all kinds of fighter jets. There is an idiom in China called Tianji's horse racing. You can go and take a look when you return to the base. Maybe you can figure out something. Ichiro Koizumi tilted his head and glanced at his wingman. He has always been rather aloof towards these rookie pilots. This is also an old tradition of the island nation. Whether in the civilian population or in the military, the phenomenon of seniority is very serious. As the two were talking, the fighter plane turned around again. Gao Mingbo stared at the sky. Then he turned and walked into the command room and picked up the shipboard phone. Okay, we can set sail. The 3 fishing boats are in the middle. Follow the order immediately. Yes. The other 2 captains replied loudly on the phone. Gao Mingbo walked to the side and took a look. After a moment's thought, he turned around and returned to the command room. Lao Su, let's drive to the side of 1151 and block them. We can maneuver at any time depending on the situation. Yes. Captain, you are really experienced. You arranged this formation. The navigator said as he walked up to the helmsman and instructed him to start maneuvering. The best steel should be used on the blade. Our ship is the best in terms of tonnage and speed. Of course we have to meet it head-on, huh? Gao Mingbo picked up the telescope. He had to keep an eye on the situation outside. As they started to move, the other party was also waiting for an opportunity to move. They just kept following ship number 46440 and didn't take any drastic actions. Just when Captain Gao was about to put down the telescope, he suddenly discovered that the other party's speed had increased. It quickly passed number 46440 and was chasing number 1151. It was moving forward. The other 2 ships detoured to the rear of 1150. Captain Gao's fleet had to keep the same speed as the fishing boat and therefore could not catch up immediately. Sail at full speed and get to the inside of this lone ship. Gao Mingbo gave the order decisively. The 2 ships quickly came together, getting closer and closer, and could even clearly see the appearance of the sailors on each other's decks. At this time, the huge size of ship 46440 was fully demonstrated. Gao Mingbo used a telescope to look at the other 2 boats on the left. They had already moved to the front and were trying to get back to the path of the fishing boat in the middle. You're playing that on me? Helmsman, use our stern to squeeze the front and middle of the boat next to us. Yes. The two crew members answered at the same time. Chapter 169, Untitled 2. A crew member ran in from outside and reported to Yoshino with a nervous look. Yoshino waved his hand and stood up with the help of the command console. At this moment, his ship had deviated from its original course and drifted to the right. Helmsman, hold the course. Navigator, stop the ship and tell the other two ships to give up advancing and move closer to us. Yoshino ordered helplessly. Commander, are we just going to give up like this? The situation is unclear. We must first check the status of the ship. Do you want to sink this ship? If we continue to argue, we will not end up well. Yoshino Hidesure calmly analyzed the current situation and had to give the order, although he didn't want to give up just like that. Our mission has been accomplished. Yoshino was a little frustrated. He now had to admit that they were too passive in this operation. Although they had been trying to take the initiative throughout the whole process, the commander of the opposing side did not play according to common sense at all. Captain, you can't say that. We have completed the task assigned to us by the base camp. I believe the base camp will see our efforts. You have to cheer up. The navigator saw that Yoshino was a little depressed and began to cheer him up. After a while, Yoshino finally recovered. Well, you are right. Come on, follow me out to see the damage to the ship. As for the Chinese fleet, let them go. Yes. Team Koizumi, the headquarters has ordered a retreat. Please execute the order immediately. But this is an order from the highest commander of the base camp. Execute it immediately. Yes. Ichiro Koizumi accepted the order reluctantly, but he was not convinced. After saying this, Ichiro Koizumi didn't say anything more. He rolled over to break contact and flew towards the island country. The rest of the wingmen followed him and broke away one after another. Yoshino came to the deck and looked at the hull, feeling sad. Damn Chinese, he cursed inwardly. At this time, a helicopter landed on the ship and an officer walked down. Mr. Yoshino, the headquarters is very dissatisfied with your performance this time, said the officer. I've tried my best. Yoshino defended. No matter what, you must be responsible for this matter. The officer said sternly. Yoshino was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, I will take responsibility. He knew that his military career might be over. In an instant, they caught up with the Coast Guard fleet on the sea. Descend altitude, pass through the field once, and say hello to our comrades, the captain ordered. Okay, on the deck of ship number 46440. Next to Captain Gao, several crew members shouted excitedly. Captain, comrades are calling you. A crew member ran out of the command room and shouted. Gao Mingbo heard it and quickly responded, right away. He quickly turned back to the command room and quickly picked up the headset. Hello, comrade. We will also return to the base. I wish you a safe journey, Gao Mingbo said into the headset, with a smile and blessing in his voice. Goodbye. The other party responded briefly and then hung up the call. Gao Mingbo slowly put down the headset, with a complex emotion in his heart. Gradually, the figure in the air also went farther and farther away. Gao Mingbo stood there, staring quietly into the distance, as if he could still feel that powerful force. Chapter 170, Chu Ge's Advice. When Chu Ge saw this title, he was a little shocked and angry. What shocked him was that this title was so long for the first time. At first glance, it looked a bit like an internet title, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood that this was also a kind of attitude. He went to Commander Wang's office without stopping, as he wanted to get first-hand and specific information. When Chu Ge arrived at Commander Wang's office, Commander Wang was on the phone. When he saw that it was Chu Ge, he raised his hand and motioned Chu Ge to sit down first. Then he said a few words to the phone and hung up. Academician Chu, you go to the construction site every day and never come to my place. I thought you didn't know where my office is. Huh. We are old acquaintances, so don't give me the polite treatment. Commander Wang came up and complained to Chu Ge first, of course, with a smile on his face. Commander Wang, I'm here now. There may be more problems in the first phase of construction. I'll stay in the work area so they can find me. I know. I just said that. Kuimping is the apple of my eye. I wish you could stay there and watch over it every day. Only then will I feel at ease. This was what Commander Wang really thought. Every time he heard his subordinates report that they had seen Academician Chu somewhere, he couldn't help but want to go over there, but he was afraid that he would get in the way, so he held himself back every time. Commander, I came to you for another matter, which is about the sea. Chu Ge said as he took out today's newspaper and handed it over. Commander Wang took a look at it, and put it down. I know about this matter. The military held a special meeting yesterday to study it. What information do you want to know? Commander Wang went straight to the point. He knew Chu Ge cared about the country and was always vindictive and tough in his external actions. He also wanted to know Chu Ge's opinion on this matter. Commander Wang handed Chu Ge a bottle of water and sat on the sofa next to Chu Ge. This matter is not that simple. Normally, this kind of problem would not occur. I think someone is trying to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. Chu Ge frowned and thought for a while, and gradually a clear idea came into his mind. Not enough? In what aspect? Commander Wang went over what he had just said again. This was the response plan formulated by the military at the first opportunity. He was also present at the time and felt that there were no loopholes. Let the aircraft manufacturer make every effort to build the carrier-based aircraft for the aerospace carrier. I will arrange for its subsystems to be matched first. The supporting control system of the unmanned carrier-based aircraft is relatively complex and requires system support. The first few aircraft will be made in the manned version. The pilots will do simulation training according to the data model I provided, so that they can use the aircraft immediately after it is launched. The heavy weapons can be equipped without matching them yet, and the electromagnetic gun can be matched. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he took a sip of water and then stared at Commander Wang. Why are you so anxious? Academician Chu. Commander Wang expressed his doubts. I think we don't need to hide our strength anymore. We can even give them a live broadcast. Aren't we told to tell fake news every day? Come on, let's show them the truth this time. This is what Chu Ge was thinking. Just kill it with one blow to avoid any trouble in the future. Commander Wang, have you ever played whack-a-mole? I haven't played it. I saw my son play it. Commander Wang answered truthfully. Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me? Haha, I'm telling the truth. Commander Wang, who had come to his senses, laughed heartily. The key to whack-a-mole is to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. If one comes out, kill him. If two come out, kill them both. Chu Ge's fierce eyes flashed by, and Commander Wang saw it. He had never seen Chu Ge so fierce before. In his heart, Chu Ge had always been a sunny boy, a young man of genius. Today he discovered a new world. It turned out that the gentle Chu Ge also had this violent side. The more Commander Wang watched, the more he liked him. He had no words, and he didn't need to say anything, because he felt there was nothing wrong with what Chu Ge said. Okay, I will sort out the content of our conversation today and submit it later. As an individual, I can reply to you now. I support you. Commander Wang stood up and stretched out his right hand, with more emotion between his eyebrows, because through the conversation just now, he had a better understanding of Chu Ge. Academician Chu is the same kind of person as them because of his natural military temperament. Chapter 171, Three Heavens. Chu Ge returned to the office. Today he did not take his two little fans to the work area. He was sorting out some information about the unmanned carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace mothership. He wanted to prepare for the next test. He spent 3 or 4 days sorting out the information, and Commander Wang also sent back the results. The superiors agreed with Chu Ge's suggestion and were arranging for the aircraft manufacturing plant to start 24-hour shifts. In this way, the construction speed of those manned carrier-based aircraft was greatly accelerated. Chu Ge waited patiently. It was a painful process. He really hoped to see those planes tomorrow. Brother system, it would be great if you could conjure up a physical form for me. That would save me a lot of trouble. Why would I need you if that's the case? I can just change and be done with it. No, you can think of me as Nobita. You are the Doraemon, and your pocket is connected to the fourth dimension, so you can put as many things as you want. Strictly speaking, the fourth dimension does not exist, or it does not exist in this form. It needs to be opened in two relatively independent spaces at the same time to work. It is more about time travel rather than storing objects. You can think of it as a channel that connects the two worlds. In addition, your planet's idea is really strange. Time travel? You mean black holes? Can this thing be artificially created? Sure. How much money do you want? Chu Ge became excited. He didn't expect that complaining could lead to a new world. The level is too low. The system defaults to this type of problem. Please upgrade first. Fuck you. At the U.S. Okinawa base stationed on the island country, Chris Kyle is holding a video conference with several military leaders at the base. The conference center is in a secret room, and very few people in the base know about it. It is usually used in meetings like the current one that require extreme confidentiality. Except for Kyle, the rest of the officers in the meeting room are senior military officials stationed on the island country. Chris Kyle put his left hand in his hands and rubbed his chin. His movements were casual, but his concentration never left his focus. Everyone, what is being played now is the footage that our military satellite recently captured. The location is the military shipyard in City D, China. In the video, Pentagon Intelligence Director Rodriguez is introducing the military leaders attending the meeting. Their military is not hiding it either. They are now openly building new ships. It is estimated that they cannot be hidden for such a large ship, so they simply made it public. We have drawn conclusions based on the previous comparison photos. Rodriguez paused here and looked around. Their new ship is about 2,000 meters long and 300 meters wide. Combined with their previous statements, we suspect they are really building an aerospace carrier. Note that it is an aerospace carrier, not an aircraft carrier. Sometimes, words are not enough to prove anything, so some people can rightfully doubt. When real photos are placed in front of them, their first reaction is often not surprise, but continued doubt. This kind of person is really the kind of person who won't get out of the coffin until he sees it. Chris Kyle is one of these people. Is this photo a show? He originally wanted to ask if the photo was fake, but suddenly remembered that the photo was taken by his own satellite, so he changed his words. As you said, this show is a bit too big. According to our analysis, the total number of relevant technical workers here is even greater than that of some Western countries. Commander Kyle, do you think they have the time? As far as I know, the Chinese are quite pragmatic. Rodriguez asked back bluntly. He really hated people who lived in their own world. Aerospace carrier? How is that possible? Did they get technical support from aliens? Could it be some kind of large commercial ship or something? There were still some people at the scene who had doubts and raised their questions. Impossible. With such a large size, I am more inclined to believe their previous reports. Rodriguez was too lazy to explain any further and just sat down after saying this. Okay, let's stop here for now. We need to continue to investigate the follow-up situation of this military shipyard. Let our military satellites keep a close eye on it. Regardless of whether it is an aerospace carrier or not, it will be completed one day. The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff stood up. He was the chairman of this meeting, and he was also in charge of some of the topics of the meeting. Commander Kyle, let me brief you on the follow-up to the incident involving the island nation's Coast Guard a few days ago. Yes. Kyle stood up. He was used to using body language to accompany his speeches in such occasions. The Coast Guards of the island countries are no match for the Coast Guards of China. This has a lot to do with the Coast Guard ships they dispatched. I suspect that the island countries still have some reservations, but let's not talk about that for now. The military has intervened. Although there has not been any major conflict, the seeds of conflict have been sown. In the past few days, according to the information fed back by our radar and the early warning aircraft at the conflict site, they have had several major encounters in that area of water. The fighter jets we were fighting against were also upgraded from F-15 and JJ-16 to F-35 and JJ-20. This was the first time we observed their stealth fighters up close, and we can say that we achieved the result we had hoped for. We have also collected some intelligence about the JJ-20 and built a preliminary data model based on it. After Chris Kyle finished speaking, he did not forget to flatter himself and kept pointing some important things to himself in an attempt to attract attention. All those attending the meeting were powerful figures in the U.S. military. He felt that this was an opportunity, and if he performed well, his future would be easier. What was the result? Everyone obviously ignored Kyle's smugness and were more interested in the stealth fighter. The F-35 has a hard time fighting against their JJ-20. Its endurance and supersonic flight time limit are its fatal weaknesses. It often has to evacuate the scene before it can fight for long. We have recorded these parameters. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. After all, this is not a wartime situation. Launching missiles beyond visual range and driving each other away and accompanying each other are the norm. We simulated and compared the data with the flight parameters of the F-22. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. It is difficult to compare them through simple data. The test of pilots in actual combat is also more important. Chris Kyle reported truthfully. Well, generally speaking, the whole thing is developing in the direction we expected. Commander Kyle, pay close attention to the intelligence there. If necessary, add fuel to the fire and force the island nation to bring out all their strength. This is very important. This concerns some key decisions for the next step for the United States, and I hope you will pay attention to it. Yes, I will arrange it. The secret meeting in the United States is over. The United States got the result they wanted, but the situation on the island nation is not so harmonious now. The cabinet and the military are arguing with each other. The only topic they are discussing is whether or not to continue this endless air confrontation. Chapter 172, Gravitational Wave Device. The island nation has indeed been having a hard time recently, but in fact, this is entirely their own fault. After the aerial confrontation that day, the air formations of both sides carried out several consecutive aerial expulsion and escort operations over that sea area, and the frequency was so high that they happened several times a day. The pilots of the island nation's air self-defense force are already a little exhausted by this. Restricted by relevant domestic treaties, the island nation's air force is of decent quality, but its quantity is not as good as that of the two surrounding major countries, not to mention those top pilots. On the other hand, On the domestic side, the military was extremely happy. Naval aviation forces from major war zones took turns to go into battle, and there was even a heated situation of scrambling to carry out missions. To add fuel to the fire, the island country previously followed the United States in imposing sanctions on the Russian bear in the north. Although it faithfully fulfilled the obedient principle of being the first little wolf dog in Northeast Asia, it also offended this ferocious beast in the north. The Russian bear country was also very interested. They watched the two countries' mutual aerial expulsion operations throughout the whole process. The island nations suddenly found it difficult to cope with the situation, and public opinion on the island became increasingly tense. The cabinet is more concerned about public opinion and the economy. It believes that this tug of war should be ended quickly, and that the Commerce Department should be actively consulted on relevant issues. It should not follow the pace of the United States completely. After all, the two countries have close economic exchanges. The military disagrees, believing that stopping now would be tantamount to surrender. That would be completely despised by surrounding countries, and would be a great humiliation, so we must persevere and confront the issue to the end. The island country's prime minister's staff tried to appease him for a long time, but with little effect. Except for the Naval Aviation Force, other military units did not pay much attention to these things, nor would they pay attention to them because they were all busy with their own affairs. Especially the Tianjin, after the selection, they have been training day and night. Of course, there are exceptions, and that is the Air Force. The confrontation between the Navy aviation and the island nation has spread to the Air Force. Some of the young people in the Air Force became jealous and repeatedly went to argue with their leaders. They have only one purpose. They also want to find the island country's aircraft for a training exercise. Nonsense. Can the land environment be the same as the sea environment? Can't they be more obedient? If they can fly on land and sea, then why do they need our naval aviation? Wang Wei spoke seriously after hearing about this, but he was still happy in his heart. Wang Wei was discussing this matter with several pilots when the base leader waved at him from a distance. When he saw it, he hurried over. "Captain, what do you want to talk to me about? Pack your things and report to the Yanjing Weaponry Research Institute immediately. There are new equipment simulators there that you need to run in." Equipment simulator? What is that? If I don't go, I have to go and compete with that Japanese idiot called Ichiro tomorrow. When Wang Wei heard that he was going to be transferred away, he became anxious. In the past few days, whenever he flew to that area, he would call for the ace pilot of the island country. The two of them would fight back and forth fiercely. It would be the end of him to ask him to withdraw from this matter at this time. The equipment simulator is a simulated aircraft for the aircraft carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier Kunping. The first batch of prototypes will be available in a month, and the military has specifically requested the best aviation personnel in the entire army to go for practical training. You only have 1 month to train. Once the equipment is ready, you will be put into actual combat immediately. This is what academician Chu Ge meant. If you don't want to go, forget it. I believe many people will rush to go. The captain pretended to turn around and leave, but Wang Wei jumped in front of him with his eyes wide open. Academician Chu's new equipment? The carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier? Captain, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have to go. I will go back and prepare immediately. I will leave right away. Boss, there is no one more suitable than me in the entire base. See you later. Wang Wei said this and ran away, looking back with a smile on his face. Practice well, and don't bring shame to our southeast base, you little brat. The captain cursed with a smile from behind. After Chu Ge finished some matters concerning the carrier-based aircraft, he began to turn his attention to the system blueprint of the lunar base. The carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace mothership would take about a month to come out, and he couldn't just sit there and wait. The construction project was progressing steadily, and he felt that he should turn his attention to the moon. That day he retrieved the data that he had exchanged before. There are several basic and top priority systems in the lunar base. The first thing to be affected is the gravitational wave device, which is the foundation of the entire base. So Chu Ge plans to start with this, and other things such as VR virtual environment, life, ecological maintenance system, and a complete set of artificial intelligence systems of the helium-3 mining plant will be arranged in sequence. Chu Ge jumped directly onto the gravity device and began to look at it bit by bit. A day passed. Chu Ge looked at the sky outside, which was getting dark, stood up and stretched his arms. A day has passed, and I found that I was just looking at nothing. I couldn't understand it at all. Brother system, your gravity device is a bit mysterious. Fortunately, now they have adapted to my neurotic brain. If I had reported your gravitational wave device to them from the beginning, I'm afraid I would have been dragged down for slice research. Normal. With the current technological level of your planet, It is indeed very difficult to build a micro-macro mixed gravity device. Technology is accumulated bit by bit. This model is also a part of the black hole space-time distortion effect, or a prototype. You mean artificial black holes need to be based on this and evolve further? Yes. Chu Ge understood something from the words of the system brother and quickly sat down. The gravitational device of the lunar base is a supergravity quantum wave device, which involves particles, the microscopic linear velocity of quantum, and the macroscopic wave effect, which are entangled with each other. Chapter 173 about artificial black holes. The gravitational wave device at the lunar base is a reverse utilization of the quantum entanglement effect. Through the string effect of the first dimension, the linearly arranged particles are accelerated to a certain degree and then fluctuate within a certain order, forming the supergravity effect on the quantum macroscopic level. The range of this supergravity quantum fluctuation is controllable, and objects within the range will be in a fuzzy critical zone of time distortion. This fuzzy critical zone can roughly offset a large part of the gravitational effects from space, and finally produce about half the effect of the Earth's gravity on the human body. Combined with the Moon's own 1/6 of the Earth's gravity, it can roughly simulate 3/4 of the gravity of humans on Earth. This is basically enough for a lunar base. Chu Ge felt that this so-called distorted and fuzzy critical point was more like a balance of forces. For the lunar base, it was a balance of gravity. Similar to the tidal locking of the Moon, this locking mode requires a perfect balance between the Sun's gravitational pull on it and the Earth's gravitational pull on it, so that it can always revolve around the Earth. The effect is that the Moon can only face the Earth on one side, and this balance is not unbreakable because the Moon is always trying to break free from the Earth's constraints. The Sun's gravitational pull on it is much greater than that on the Earth, but it is closer to the Earth, and distance is inversely proportional to gravity. If we extend the timeline, the Moon in ancient times appears larger and brighter because at that time in ancient times, the Moon was closer to the Earth, but now it is constantly moving closer to the Sun. However, the speed of this defection is very slow, and it can move away from the Earth by about 3.82 cm in 1 year. System brother, wake up. Chu Ge was studying the data until late at night. When he saw something he really didn't understand, he couldn't help but start summoning plugins again. Why is this fuzzy critical zone of yours so mysterious? It sounds like you're going to put us all into another dimension. It's scary. The escape velocity of a black hole is very fast, and the speed of photons is far slower than it, so photons will be attracted into the black hole. The prerequisite for traveling through a black hole is that you need to know the escape velocity of the black hole, and then travel through it at a speed faster than this escape velocity. Otherwise, you will only get lost in the time stack of the black hole. When your speed is roughly equivalent to the linear speed of its spin, this space is the fuzzy critical zone of the time distortion effect, where you may enter two worlds at the same time, which is what you call a parallel world. Of course, with your current technology, even if you build an aerospace mothership, you cannot pass through a black hole, because according to the data in my database, although black holes vary in size, range, and energy, they also have something in common. That is, their escape velocity is not lower than the speed of light. Jump engines cannot be manufactured yet. Even if they can be manufactured, it is probably difficult to cross a black hole with the energy of the first generation of jump engines. Therefore, the system recommends that the host give priority to using the energy of your galaxy for his own use, so that he can explore other galaxies through black holes. Every highly developed population follows this law of development and cannot jump. The system brother seemed to be in a good mood today. For the first time, he did not laugh at Chu Ge. Instead, he patiently acted as a teacher and directly pointed out the important nodes of Chu Ge's interstellar plan. My galaxy, do you mean the solar system or the Milky Way? The Milky Way? You're overthinking it. The solar system is your new village. Please develop here first, okay? The general principle of equipment formation is that you can perfectly utilize most of the energy of the sun. Okay, I see. Just one more thing to say. Have you been killing legendaries recently? To acquiesce is to admit. Chu Ge suddenly felt a chill on his back in the middle of the night. What the hell was going on? So what is our current level? What level of technology is needed to create an artificial black hole? Interstellar civilization can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage requires you to be able to fully utilize all the energy of your planet. For your planet, this means being able to fully develop the potential of the Earth. The second stage requires full utilization of the energy of the stars in the small galaxy and the ability to travel freely in this galaxy, which is your solar system for the host. The third stage requires you to master the energy of some galaxies and nebulae, and to achieve free travel between small galaxies. For you, This means being able to travel freely in the Milky Way, utilizing the energy of the major stars in the Milky Way, breaking free from the constraints of this nebula, and trying to explore other nebulae. Artificial black holes need to reach the third stage of technology before we can hope to build them. According to you, our current technological level is at the first stage? To be precise, it is 70 of the first stage, but still far from it. Chu Ge had given up hope, as this seemed like a long time coming. He was ready to go to bed. He was no longer interested in black holes. This was really too much nonsense. Also, according to what the system boss said before, this is a time-space channel. This side is yourself, and the other side must be another world. It would be easy if Chu Ge was not as powerful as him in this world, as he could be promoted to a god directly. But if he took the time and effort to get through it only to find out that he had come to a world full of gods, that would be tragic. Am I sick? Why would I run over and be made a fool of by others for no reason? Chu Ge shuddered at the thought and stopped thinking further. He stood up and walked to the balcony, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Combining the progress report of the lunar base just now, he suddenly laughed. Sister Moon, I'm sorry, but this time next year, I might have to go behind you and dig a big hole for you at the position of your buttocks, and then bury something in it. Don't mind me then. The industrial area in the distance was still brightly lit, and the roar of machines faintly rang in Chu Ge's ears. He looked for a while, and then turned around to wash up. In the next half-month, Chu Ge continued to shuttle around the dock base, acting as a supervisor and firefighter, and would go wherever he was called. Gradually, the construction of the aerospace carrier entered a stable period, and emergencies became less and less frequent, until Chu Ge did not receive any emergency calls for several days, and he became unemployed. Chu Ge reduced the frequency of going to the work area and began to concentrate on entering data from the lunar base. It was late October, and autumn was gradually approaching in the north. Chu Ge was typing away on the keyboard in the office when the cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chu Ge picked it up and saw that it was a call from academician Chen. Mr. Chen. Xiao Chu, how are you doing? The new compound you asked the biological gene unit to make last time has been delivered. Do you need me to arrange for someone to deliver it to you? No need, Mr. Chen. I plan to return to the research institute in the near future. My work here is basically stable. Chu Ge replied directly after a little consideration. Okay, I'll wait for you at the research institute. Okay. Chu Ge put down the phone. Intermediate gene medicine can be synthesized? This is a big deal. Chu Ge thought about it, got up and walked towards Commander Wang's office. Chapter 174 Return to the Institute. Commander Wang knew that Chu Ge had a lot of responsibilities, so when he heard that he planned to return to Yinjing tomorrow, he did not try to persuade him to stay. On the contrary, Commander Wang convened several leaders of the aerospace carrier project in the evening and held a small farewell dinner. Academician Chu, I know you may have some things to tell me. It just so happens that I have gathered everyone together tonight so that we can have a meal and work at the same time. You can leave with peace of mind tomorrow. Commander Wang led Chu Ge to the base restaurant in the evening and mentioned the dinner to Chu Ge on the way. Okay, Commander Wang has made very thoughtful arrangements. I was originally planning to leave tomorrow afternoon and take the morning to arrange my recent work. Now I can do it tonight. Commander Wang smiled and nodded, and everyone came to a quiet little restaurant. Arrangements must have been made here in advance, so there was no one to disturb them. After greeting each other, everyone sat down around 5 tables, with more than 50 people, all of whom were the main persons in charge of various subsystems and work sections of the aerospace carrier. Everyone, I may have to leave for a while tomorrow. The Kunpeng carrier-based aircraft system needs to be tested, and there is also follow-up work that needs to be handled by the Research Institute, so the matters of the dock base will be handed over to you. After Commander Wang led everyone for several rounds, Chu Ge stood up and spoke to everyone. Don't worry, Chief Engineer Chu. We will hold ourselves to the highest standards and ensure that we complete the task with quality and quantity. Chu Ge nodded. In a week, someone will deliver the follow-up engineering blueprints. You can assign them according to the numbers above as you do now. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, the deputy chief engineers of the main systems have my phone number and can contact me directly. Another very important point is that the entire process must be carried out in full accordance with the operating procedures. This involves the lifting of some subsequent core modules and sections. If the order is wrong, the entire process may need to be reworked. The following was basically Chu Ge's personal performance time. A farewell party turned into a high-level work meeting. Commander Wang smiled and watched Chu Ge arrange the work in a passionate and emotional way. He seemed to have known that Chu Ge would behave like this, so he made arrangements in advance. As soon as the dining table was cleared, he started working on the spot. This farewell party lasted until late at night, and Chu Ge felt like he had refreshed the data in his head again. He dragged his tired body back to the dormitory, and without even having time to wash up, he fell asleep on the bed. The next day, after more than an hour's journey, Fatty landed steadily at the military airport in Yanjing. Chu Ge got off the plane, and Captain Gong and others had been waiting for a long time. "Salute!" Captain Gong shouted, and more than 20 guards behind him saluted together. Academician Chu got off the plane, tidied himself, and returned the salute solemnly. Captain Gong protected Chu Ge and got into the military jeep. "Captain Gong, long time no see. You seem to have darkened." "Academician Chu, you are even darker." "Well, okay, I know the sun in coastal cities is pretty strong." The two looked at each other and laughed. "Academician Chu, everything is normal at the institute. Elder Chen asked us to come and pick you up first. He is waiting at the institute." "Okay, got it. I'll go report to him when I get back." "Captain Gong, I slept too late last night. I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap first." After Chu Ge finished speaking, he still leaned back in his seat and soon fell asleep. With Captain Gong and the others around, Chu Ge simply treated the jeep as a big bed in the dormitory. When Chu Ge woke up, the convoy had already arrived at the research institute. Captain Gong was guarding him in the car and did not wake him up. "Captain Gong, how long have you been here?" "It didn't take long. Only about 10 minutes. "Okay, please help me put my things in the office. I'm going to go to Mr. Chen's place." Captain Gong nodded in agreement. After getting off the car, Chu Ge went straight to Mr. Chen's office. He was a little impatient. When Chu Ge arrived, Mr. Chen was pacing back and forth in the office. "Mr. Chen, are you counting your steps in the office?" Chu Ge walked in with a smile. "Haha, Xiao Chu, you're finally back. This research institute feels like something is missing without you." "Haha, the research institute is still very friendly. It feels like home when I come here." Old Chen pulled Chu Ge to sit down, and the two of them were like friends who had not seen each other for a long time. They chatted for several hours, as if they had endless topics to talk about. "Xiao Chu, according to your previous request, the flight simulator for the Kunpeng carrier-based aircraft has been developed, and the best pilots of the Naval Aviation Unit are in place." "Okay, Mr. Chen, they can only train for half a month at most, mainly to familiarize themselves with some operating procedures. In fact, this time is enough, because this carrier-based aircraft is highly intelligent and very different from the current fighter jets." After hearing this, Mr. Chen was puzzled. Chu Ge thought about it. "It's just like today's smart cars. Can't they all drive themselves? Can they automatically avoid obstacles and pedestrians? Carrier-based aircraft are pretty much the same. Mr. Chen, you can just convert those obstacles and pedestrians into missiles, aircraft cannons, and the like." Chu Ge said lightly. Chu Ge did not deceive Academician Chen. The unmanned carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace mothership is like a terminal in the unmanned intelligent system network. Thanks to the powerful computing power of the super quantum computer system, it can instantly implement the operator's voice commands and automatically avoid danger according to the dynamic changes of the battlefield. Manned carrier-based aircraft have most of the capabilities of unmanned carrier-based aircraft's intelligence systems, but pilots can choose manual operation or intelligent operation according to their needs. Therefore, manned carrier-based aircraft are positioned in the military system as reconnaissance aircraft, jammers, and the like. The attack does not require human operators, nor does it require human operators to avoid danger. However, reconnaissance often requires human on-site judgment, as well as the ability to flexibly deal with emergencies. The last step is to deploy strategic weapons. Manned operation is equivalent to adding an extra insurance procedure. The intelligence systems of carrier-based aircraft have not yet reached the level of being able to think proactively. The two chatted for a while, and then Chu Ge left with his intermediate genetic potion. Back in his office, Chu Ge couldn't wait to open the silver box in his hand. When he saw the reagent ingredients inside, he felt like crying. There was one thing he forgot to tell Academician Chen. Change the needle. This syringe is exactly the same as the last one, with a bright silver metal syringe and a huge needle. Chu Ge picked up the needle and looked at it for a long time, and goosebumps instantly appeared on his body. "Oh my God, how could I forget such an important thing? I'm screwed. Isn't it a bit unmanly to go out and buy it now?" Chu Ge made up his mind and prepared to finish the injection with tears in his eyes. Chapter 175: The Second Dream. Chu Ge prepared the equipment, calmed himself down, and then prepared to prepare the intermediate genetic medicine. According to the formula ratio given by the system boss, Chu Ge picked up the various bottles and jars in the box and started to operate. This was his second time to do it, and the process was smooth. He quickly prepared the finished genetic medicine. Chu Ge used the huge needle to carefully draw the medicine into the syringe. After all the operations were completed, Chu Ge raised the syringe and shook it, then looked at it towards the sunlight again. It feels no different from last time. Chu Ge muttered to himself as he looked at the blue genetic medicine in the syringe. The next second, Chu Ge began to gesture where to stab. After gesturing with his arm, he couldn't bear it and moved to his thigh. "I'm afraid that you'll prick my little arm," Chu Ge said to the needle. Then he closed his eyes and inserted the needle. The extra-large needle was indeed not a joke. The moment the needle went in, Chu Ge began to feel a kind of empathy for certain domestic animals. "No wonder when I was a kid and gave pigs an injection, they screamed loudly. It really hurts." After injecting the medicine, Chu Ge pulled out the needle, and the blood bead on his thigh swelled rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Ge hurriedly pressed it with his hand, and then held it for a long time before letting go. Fortunately, the blood stopped coming out. Mission accomplished. Chu Ge fainted directly after the fight last time. This time, just as the system brother said, Chu Ge did not faint, nor did he have any other discomfort, and he did not even have any reaction. Chu Ge stretched his limbs. Now even the pain in his legs was gone. He began to suspect that he had injected a fake genetic drug. After struggling for a while, Chu Ge was too lazy to care about it anymore. He turned on the computer and began to organize some data and blueprints of the gravity device from yesterday. In the afternoon, Captain Gong came with Li Gang, Yan Tianhao, and others. They were all very happy to see Chu Ge, especially Li Gang. He was so anxious that he insisted that Chu Ge assign him a new research project. The projects he was working on were undergoing data testing and were close to completion. Chu Ge rolled his eyes at him, thinking he really thought he was Doraemon, who could transform into whatever he wanted. Yan Tianhao and Zheng Jun were laughing beside them. They have now grown into the absolute backbone researchers of the Institute. This speed is rare in the Institute, and it is due to their own efforts. Of course, it is also closely related to Chu Ge. It was nighttime, and Chu Ge was not going to stay up late. Although the genetic medicine did not feel anything unusual, he still decided to follow the advice of the system boss and have a good rest, not do strenuous exercise, and not let his hormones soar. The wall clock was ticking, and Chu Ge, who was lying on the bed, was snoring softly. He had been sleeping for a long time. Suddenly, his eyebrows wrinkled once, twice, and then his eyelids began to twitch rapidly. Chu Ge wanted to wake up, but no matter how hard he tried to open his eyes, it was like a nightmare and he couldn't do anything. Chu Ge held his breath and tried his best to open his eyes. This time when he opened them, the scene in front of him made him a little unbelievable. He found himself standing in a ruin, with mottled walls, a desolate city, dying vines on the dilapidated buildings, and blurry words on a billboard at a distant intersection. He was very familiar with this scene. Wasn't this the dream he had after being injected with the primary genetic reagent? "System brother, are you there? Wake up!" Chu Ge tried to wake up his system plug-in, but all he got was an empty echo. There was only him in this dream. Even the system was blocked. No, Chu Ge remembered that according to the last plot, there should be a group of people. Sure enough, just as Chu Ge thought of this, the sky above his head began to change suddenly. Chu Ge stared at the black hole that was slowly forming. He closed his eyes. He didn't even have the will to resist this thing. What he needs to do now is to try to recall some details of the dream he had last time. There was a crackling sound of electricity in his ears, and Chu Ge knew that he had been sucked into the black hole along with everything around him. He ignored it and continued to recall some details. After estimating the time, Chu Ge used his foot to test it. He was already on the ground. He suddenly opened his eyes. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Chu Ge looked at the huge wreckage of the spaceship behind him. Several dazzling sparks accompanied him falling from the sky. This scene was played out again in front of Chu Ge's eyes like a movie, exactly the same as the first dream. After the blue energy ball illuminated the entire hall, Chu Ge looked down tentatively. At the foot of the stairs, a group of humans were kneeling, still with their hands raised high and muttering something. Chu Ge walked down the stairs. When he passed a stone, he deliberately looked at it a few more times. The last dream ended here, but now he had walked down the stairs. At the front of the group were a few elderly people who looked relatively old, with silver hair, wrinkled skin, and blue eyes. Chu Ge looked at those pairs of eyes as if he was looking at a pile of sapphires. These people should be their elders or leaders, right? Chu Ge said silently in his heart. "Welcome, my lord." A strange sentence was spoken in a language that Chu Ge had never heard before. He was startled, not by the content of the sentence. He could actually understand their language. "Where is this? Are you humans? Aliens? Or answer my first question first. This is definitely not Earth. Is it another planet? Does this planet belong to the solar system? Or the Milky Way?" Chu Ge asked hurriedly. He had to be anxious because he didn't know when this dream would end. He wanted to know more about the situation here before it ended. Since this dream appeared in his dreams again and again, It must have some revelation. Several old men shook their heads. Chu Ge didn't understand what they meant by shaking their heads. Maybe they didn't understand? Why do you call me Lord? Chu Ge sorted out his thoughts and changed the question. Our tribal prophets have passed down a message from a long time ago that the Holy Land will be opened one day, and the Blue Star Soul Gate will bloom. From there, a strong man from another world will walk out. He will be the lord of our entire territory. Chu Ge opened his mouth. What a mess. Why did they even bring up the prophet? Could their society still be at the tribal stage? Chu Ge thought about this and began to look at their clothes. They didn't look rough, at least not like leaves. He felt that the material was a bit like linen or something. He walked past a few old men and went behind them. There were a few young people standing there, and behind them were people kneeling on the ground. It was so densely packed that there was no end in sight. Chu Ge guessed that since these young people could stand here, it meant that their status was not low. Young people have a common language, so they should be able to communicate easily, right? He glanced around and saw 3 men and 5 women. Without thinking, he strode up to a tall woman. The woman lowered her head with her hands crossed on her chest. Her long silver hair hung naturally, looking very soft. Could it be that they also use rejoice? What am I thinking? Chu Ge cleared his throat and stared at the woman in front of him. Lift your head. Chapter 176 New World. After hearing this, the woman raised her head obediently. Her pair of deep blue eyes were bright and clear. Her eyelids moved slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled as well, like the flapping wings of a butterfly. Her eyebrows were not white, but trimmed into long and thin black. There is even a white veil on her face. Veil? Arabs? No way. Am I still on Earth? But this language is obviously not Arabic. Chu Ge began to doubt his life. The next second, take off the veil. Chu Ge said this for some unknown reason and regretted it right after he said it. According to Arab tradition, the veil would not be taken off easily, especially in front of a strange man. The person in front of me may not be of Arab nationality, but there must be something special about this veil. The woman seemed to be resisting and looked towards an elder in front of her. Chu Ge could see the meaning of her eyes, which were a look for help. He turned to look at the elders in front of him. They had just stretched their heads to look at him, but when they saw Chu Ge looking at them, they all retracted their gazes and lowered their heads, looking like old housekeepers in feudal society. Chu Ge turned his head and was about to take back his rude words, but he swallowed them back because the veil of the woman in front of him had been taken off. A beautiful face appeared in front of Chu Ge, with fair skin, a high nose bridge, and rosy lips. Chu Ge was stunned. Such a person would be a disaster in his world. However, he confirmed one thing. Her appearance and genes do have a lot in common with humans, but she is more like a hybrid, a fusion of Eastern and Western cultures. The woman's lips trembled slightly, and Chu Ge came back to his senses. Sorry, that was a bit abrupt just now. You can put it on now. I want to ask you a few questions, okay? The woman put on the veil obediently, stared at Chu Ge with her blue eyes, blinked a few times, and nodded. Are there mountains, rivers, and seas here? I guess this hall should be underground. Can you take me to the surface to have a look? I want to identify the celestial bodies. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment and then asked directly. In a short period of time, he just wanted to figure out where this place was. There are underground rivers, but what about the sea? The main hall is indeed underground. To be precise, we have always been underground and rarely go above ground. The environment there is too harsh and not suitable for us to survive. The masked woman replied obediently, her voice soft and pleasant. Chu Ge didn't have time to praise her because he got several pieces of information from the woman's answer. This is indeed not Earth. There is water here, but the surface environment is harsh. They rarely go there, which means that the surface is also accessible. Chu Ge decided to go out and take a look. Chu Ge got the information he wanted and turned to look at the elders behind him. Can I go look on the ground? My lord, you can go wherever you want. Everything here belongs to you. A hunchbacked old man answered. Chu Ge nodded and was about to follow them to the passage on the ground, but he caught a glimpse of the steps of several old men. They were obviously quite old. Well, you old men don't need to go over there. It's inconvenient for you to move around. Please arrange for a young man to take me over there. Yes, Lord, Island will lead you to the ground. Please pay attention to the time and don't let you get hurt. The old man ordered in a dignified manner. Yes. Only then did Chu Ge realize that this woman named Island was the woman who had just taken off her veil. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and led the way, walking deeper into the hall, with Chu Ge following closely behind. They passed by the kneeling people and they automatically made way for them. Chu Ge frowned. Is the hierarchy here so strict? Forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on these things. After figuring it out, Chu Ge quickly caught up with the woman in front. The two of them walked for a long time. Chu Ge observed the hall as they walked. With the help of the fluctuating light of the energy ball, some scenes in the hall gradually came into Chu Ge's sight. There are obvious traces of artificial processing here, which may have been done with the help of some original natural caves, so the hall presents a strange landscape of artificial decoration mixed with natural caves. The light was very dim. Chu Ge walked along the way but didn't find anything to illuminate. Maybe there was no fire here? Or maybe there was not enough oxygen. But if there was not enough oxygen, why didn't he have any symptoms of hypoxia? Chu Ge sniffed hard, and a faint smell of rust entered his nostrils, but there was nothing else unusual. It must be a ghost, Chu Ge thought. The floor of the hall was very smoothly decorated, and there were some huge rock sculptures near the edges on both sides. Chu Ge stopped to watch for a while. The carving techniques of the sculptures were quite delicate, but Chu Ge could not understand the images of the sculptures. It is quite messy, with some ferocious beasts and some warriors holding weapons. The only common point is the size of the sculptures. Chu Ge estimated that they are more than 5 meters high. When the veiled woman saw Chu Ge stop, she also stopped and stayed behind Chu Ge, crossing her arms in front of her chest and lowering her head slightly. Did you carve this sculpture? Did you copy the image of the beast, or did you imagine it? The sculptures are handed down from ancient times. As for the beast you mentioned, I'm sorry, Lord, we haven't seen them either, so I can't answer your questions. Chu Ge nodded, and the two continued to walk forward. The masked woman led Chu Ge to the bottom of a staircase, and Chu Ge looked up. The stairs were very long, and the light was dim, and it was difficult to see clearly. Seeing the masked woman climbing the stairs, Chu Ge followed her. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chu Ge and his companions finally came to a flat open space. On both sides of the open space stood 2 rows of armed soldiers. Chu Ge looked at the weapons in their hands thoughtfully. They looked like iron weapons, the era of cold weapons. Lady Saint. The soldiers knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Chu Ge looked at the masked woman leading the way in front. Is she a saint? The title of Saint Maiden seems to be rare on Earth, especially in China. Chu Ge vaguely remembers that only some ethnic minorities seem to have this title. In West Asia, South Asia, and some Western countries, you can find a lot of information about saints. He is our Lord. Open the door. Yes, the soldiers replied respectfully, then stood up and prepared to open the door. Chu Ge clearly felt their momentary surprise when they heard the woman say Lord, but he still couldn't figure out what the word Lord meant. The click, click, click sound of the mechanism turning heavily interrupted Chu Ge's thoughts, and Chu Ge looked up. This metal door is very tall, and its entire body is a golden yellow. Chu Ge couldn't tell what the specific material was, but the color reminded him of gold. A golden gate? Are they so rich? On second thought, maybe gold is everywhere in their place. The metal door is nearly 10 meters high. There is a small turntable on the platform on both sides of the door. There are 6 metal pillars inserted horizontally on the turntable. Soldiers in groups of 6 are pushing the metal pillars with great effort. There may be a transmission mechanism underneath. As the turntable rotates, the metal door slowly opens, and a long-lost beam of light shines in, and the platform suddenly becomes as bright as day. The soldiers stopped turning the turntable and hid aside, as if they were afraid of the light. Chu Ge squeezed through the crack in the door and ran out. Lord, be careful. Outside. The saint's anxious cry came from behind, but Chu Ge ignored it and ran out in a few steps. The next second, Chu Ge felt deeply what it was like to feel the pain cut through his skin. His exposed skin cracked rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then exploded. Chu Ge felt like he was thrown into a melting pot, and his body quickly withered and died before he had time to react. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Before Chu Ge fell down, he took a look at the outside world. The sky was a strange pink, and the entire land was barren, with red desert, ochre gravel, and solidified lava flows. A huge round celestial body hung in the sky, bright and magnificent, and it seemed to be very close to the planet. What a big moon, Chu Ge muttered to himself before his consciousness gradually became blurred. He closed his eyes tiredly and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 177 Mars. When Chu Ge woke up again, it was already daybreak. He jumped up and was relieved to see that it was his dormitory. Another weird dream. System brother? There is a fart. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the guy was still there. Then he started complaining while washing up. Let me ask you something. Do you dream? I don't have that hobby. Your genetic medicine is not good. It has side effects. I have had the same dream twice in a row. It has become a TV series. Chu Ge recalled the scene in his dream and began to complain to the system brother. It's impossible. The data doesn't lie. If there are no side effects, there are no side effects. Come on, data can lie too. They lie from the root. Your data didn't just pop out of cracks in the stone. By the way, how long does it take for your intermediate gene potion to be transformed? Well, let me see how long it takes me to do strenuous exercise. Chu Ge changed the subject. Judging from the System Brothers' performance, he really didn't know about the dream. Maybe it was just a coincidence. This kind of thing that can't be explained clearly is not uncommon. Chu Ge decided to ignore it for the time being. Not necessarily. The specific time is determined by the host's physical condition. The system data does not indicate the specific time, but the final time period does have a maximum of 1 year. 1 year? Chu Ge was shocked. Then don't I have to estimate the time according to this? No, you don't need to. The primary reagents have laid a foundation for you. Even if it takes a year, it will not affect you later. You just need to avoid doing those strenuous actions within 7 days. Gene medicine is a systemic transformation from the inside out, from genes, cells to organs and tissues. It will become simpler as time goes by. Oh, I see. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chu Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief, washed up, and went to the institute cafeteria to have breakfast. After getting his meal, he was looking for a seat when he saw Yan Tianhao and the others waving at him from afar, so Chu Ge walked straight over. Academician Chu, good morning. I haven't seen you here for a long time. Wang Yin saw Chu Ge coming over and hurriedly stood up. Morning, sit down, everyone, let's eat and talk. After greeting each other, everyone sat down. Wang Yin secretly glanced at Chu Ge while eating. The girl had become shy after not seeing her for a month. Chu Ge asked Yan Tianhao about the recent work progress. They immediately became serious and answered in great detail, just like making a work report. Chu Ge nodded. These people no longer needed him to arrange anything. They all began to take the initiative to find work to do. He looked at Yan Tianhao and suddenly remembered the last scene in his dream yesterday. Tianhao, let me ask you a question. Which planet has a pink sky? Mars is called the red planet because its surface is covered with hematite, iron oxide, which makes it look orange-red. There is brown-red fine sand all over the ground, and the solar wind on Mars often blows, so there is a lot of dust floating in the air. These dust particles scatter the red light in the sunlight, making the Martian sky appear a strange orange-red color. Yan Tianhao answered without even thinking, as if the knowledge was imprinted in his mind. However, Chu Ge was stunned when he heard his answer. Yan Tianhao's words reminded him that he initially thought it was the color of the atmosphere, but now it seems more likely to be the effect of atmospheric scattering. Just like the Earth, the blue sky is because the atmospheric molecules and dust in the air mainly scatter the blue light in the sunlight. After separating from Yan Tianhao and the others, Chu Ge hurried back to the office as he needed to look up some information. When Chu Ge's high-definition photos of Mars filled the computer screen, he was a little overwhelmed. Shaking his head, Chu Ge leaned back in the chair behind him, touched his forehead with his left hand, and began to look at the photos carefully. High-definition photos of the surface of Mars flashed before his eyes. Chu Ge felt that they were very similar to the surface in his dreams, coupled with Yan Tianhao's words just now. Chu Ge became more and more certain that that place was Mars. After all this trouble, we still haven't left the solar system? Mars. Impossible. At least, no life has been found on this planet so far. Could it be a mistake? Is there a planet there that we haven't discovered yet? It's difficult. It's hard to confirm with just this little information. Oh, forget it. Chu Ge muttered to himself for a long time, but finally gave up. He didn't want to waste any more time on this matter. There were some things he couldn't explain. Maybe it was just a dream. So far, in his plan, the moon is the first stop. As for the second stop, he has not yet decided. But he can go to Mars for a visit when the time comes. After all, it is in the solar system and not far away. Moreover, among the 8 planets in the solar system, Mars is the most mysterious. Scientists have confirmed that it is the planet most likely to have life. If calculated at the maximum speed of the aerospace carrier, the journey from Earth to Mars based on the maximum distance is only about 80 minutes, and the journey based on the minimum distance may only take more than 10 minutes. Chu Ge calmed down and began to continue his lunar base plan. In November, the North gradually entered winter and the weather turned cooler. Chu Ge began to study the artificial intelligence system of the industrial base at his own pace. While he was concentrating on inputting the program instructions, the phone on the table rang. Xiao Chu, come to my office quickly. The Kunpeng carrier-based aircraft can be tested. Okay, I'll be there right away. Chu Ge put down the phone and ran to Academician Chen's office. It had been more than a month since the National Day, and the carrier-based aircraft should have been delivered. The aircraft factory was quite reliable and produced it on time. Chu Ge ran downstairs, and Captain Gong and the others looked at him with greetings. Captain Gong, get ready. We may have to go to the Air Force Base. After leaving a few words, Chu Ge ran away. Oh my god, Captain, have you noticed that academician Chu is in great physical condition? I think his running speed is faster than yours. Really? I didn't notice it. I can compete with him next time. Why don't I believe it? Academician Chu is the genius here. He is definitely not good enough in terms of physical fitness and fighting skills. Captain Gong pointed to his head and said, when it comes to brains compared to Chu Ge, he would definitely be crushed. But when it comes to physical fitness, this all-round warrior who once dominated the northern military region would definitely not admit defeat. Chu Ge ran to the door of Academician Chen's office, took a breath, knocked on the door, and went in, which scared Academician Chen. Xiao Chu, you are really fast. Haha, you are young and strong. What's the situation with that carrier-based aircraft? Chu Ge had no time to pay attention to these details now. He was only thinking about his carrier-based aircraft. He wanted it to kill everyone. Chapter 178 Carrier-Based Aircraft Test. The military just called and said that the carrier-based aircraft will arrive in Yanjing today and will be temporarily stationed at the Yanjing Air Force Base. Normally, it should be arranged with the Naval Aviation Force in the coastal city, but considering that the pilots and you are in Yanjing, we will arrange it here directly. The carrier-based aircraft was transported here by land. The military was reluctant to let it fly here directly. A testing team and a support team from the aircraft factory also came with the team. Academician Chen didn't wait for Chu Ge to ask and directly told him everything he knew. When will it arrive? It should be almost time, right? The pilots who were originally training here have already gone there to receive their equipment. When Chu Ge heard this, he started to run. Xiao Chu, slow down. The military has specifically asked you to come over. If you don't come, they won't even lift the veil. Why are you so impatient? Chu Ge had already run far away, and he did not hear what Academician Chen said later. He wanted to see the carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier as soon as possible. According to his speculation when he wrote the progress report, Chu Ge felt that the actual carrier-based aircraft would be very handsome, the kind of handsome that is dreamy. When they arrived at the gate of the institute, Captain Gong and his team were already ready. After Chu Ge got on the car, the convoy headed straight towards the Air Force Base. As he continued to hear the loud roar of fighter jets taking off and landing, Chu Ge knew they had reached their destination. After getting off the car, Chu Ge looked up at the sky from time to time. The fighter jets taking off and landing at close range were still very imposing. Chu Ge liked this feeling very much. Academician Chu, is this your first time visiting our Air Force Base? Chu Ge was just enjoying himself when a group of soldiers in blue Air Force uniforms came over from afar. The one who spoke was Commander Li from the Yanjing base. Hello, Commander Li. Chu Ge identified the person's identity based on the shoulder straps. Oh, Academician Chu, you have a good eye. How did you know it was me? If I remember correctly, this is the first time we met. Captain Gong introduced you on the way. I think you are the most senior official here, haha. Haha. Chu Ge's truthful statement made Commander Li and others laugh. Let's go, Academician Chu. The pilots can't wait to see the new carrier-based aircraft. We have been covering them up, waiting for you to lift the veil. Okay. Commander Li's words were exactly what Chu Ge wanted. Led by Commander Li, everyone walked towards the hangar of the base. Academician Chu, I have never seen this carrier-based aircraft. I asked the engineers at the aircraft factory, and they gave me a riddle that was quite mysterious. You are the designer, can you describe it? Commander Li walked and turned back to Chu Ge and asked directly. I'm about to see it. Commander Li, you're more anxious than I am. I have a general outline of it in my mind, but it's still a little different from the actual prototype. I'm also anxious to see it. Oh, and what about the name? This new model has to be named, right? This question stumped Chu Ge, and he temporarily accelerated the production progress of the carrier-based aircraft, but he hadn't thought of a name yet. Well, I have to report this to my boss later. Don't worry, haven't we just produced a prototype? Commander Li nodded, then shook his head as he walked. Chu Ge suspected that he was making up the name on the spot. When Chu Ge arrived at the hangar, there were already quite a few people there, many of whom were outstanding pilots of the Air Force, including Wang Wei. The guards and ground technicians at the base saluted Commander Li when they saw him. Commander Li returned the salute and pulled Chu Ge out from behind him. Look who's here today? Academician Chu. No, Colonel Chu. Wang Wei was the first to shout. Salute. Everyone did it again in unison. It seems that you are not in a hurry. Are you going to salute until dark? Chu Ge said jokingly after returning the salute. Haha, open the hangar door. Yes. After the hangar door slowly opened, Chu Ge and the others walked in. The carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier were parked there quietly, but they were still covered with camouflage nets. Academician Chu, according to the procedure, you have to take off the veil. Chu Ge nodded, walked over, holding one end of the camouflage net, and looked back at everyone. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Chu Ge felt that if he continued to procrastinate, he might get scolded. Swish. Chu Ge lifted it to the bottom, and the body of the aerospace carrier-based aircraft with the black warrior paint was completely exposed to everyone's sight, and Commander Lee and others gathered around. Chu Ge looked at the carrier-based aircraft, and sure enough, the real aircraft had more visual impact. The carrier-based aircraft was flatter overall, and its prismatic body structure made it look more compact. Coupled with its paint job, Chu Ge felt that it was quite good-looking. Compared with ordinary fighter jets, the overall layout of the aerospace carrier is very different. In the front half of the W shape, the cockpit of the pilot in the nose is processed at the rear, while modern fighter jets are generally designed at the front of the wing, and further forward is the radar fairing. The two wings of the carrier-based aircraft are equivalent to the two sides of the W, hugging the cockpit diagonally forward. At the top of both ends of the flying wing are the electromagnetic gun launch ports. Commander Lee turned around a few times and stood next to Chu Ge. Academician Chu, why do I feel like this plane is missing something? There is no air intake. Well, it doesn't burn oil. Why does it need an air intake? Commander Lee suddenly realized, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, this carrier-based aircraft is very different from our modern aircraft. I'm still looking at it from the perspective of a traditional fighter. I have to change this concept in the future. Commander Lee, can we start the test now? Seeing that everyone had finished looking at most of the objects, Chu Ge turned around and asked. Yes, we are short on time. You Gong, follow the previous process and enter the testing phase. Okay. A man who looked like an engineer came out and called on his assistants to begin the final inspection of the carrier-based aircraft. Another engineer walked up to the pilot. Comrade pilots, please follow me. I need to enter your personal data into the carrier aircraft's onboard system so that you can use it. Yes. Wang Wei and the others replied excitedly. They had been waiting for this moment. After the factory engineers confirmed that the carrier-based aircraft was in good condition, the base's ground crew came in and prepared to tow the carrier-based aircraft out. According to the process, ground testing of the fighter engine must first be carried out on the ground. Chu Ge and his team could not be present on site for this phase. Anyway, once the ground test was completed, the aircraft would directly enter the flight test phase. Commander Lee took Chu Ge and his team directly to the base control tower. On the way, Commander Lee showed great interest in carrier-based aircraft and kept asking some questions about it. Academician Chu, does this carrier-based aircraft still have a password? Why does it need to be matched with our pilots? No, it's not a password. It's equivalent to identity recognition. How can I explain it to you? Oh, by the way, have you seen costume movies? The magic swords in them all need to be identified by dripping blood. That's about the idea. But ours doesn't rely on blood. It relies on facial and voice recognition. After the identity is recognized, this carrier-based aircraft can only be used by that person, unless the previous information is erased and re-entered. Commander Lee nodded to show that he understood. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the control tower of the Air Force Base. It was Chu Ge's first time here, and he was very interested in the facilities here. After turning around, Chu Ge looked through the glass at the apron in the distance. There were rows of fighter jets there, and Chu Ge's long-lost passion came back. Chapter 179 Carrier-Based Aircraft Test 2. There is a professional team for the flight test of carrier-based aircraft. Academician Chu, I will bring you here. The view here is better, and we can visually observe our carrier-based aircraft. I have arranged for the data testing team to be stationed in the operations hall of the base. Do you think this is okay? Commander Lee saw that Chu Ge seemed very interested in this place, so he walked up to him and spoke. Okay, Commander Lee's arrangement is fine. We are just two idle people, the ones who watch the eyes. Only places with good vision are suitable for watching the eyes. Leave the rest to them. Commander Lee smiled and nodded. After Wang Wei and his colleagues entered their identity information, they were taken to a small conference room where the factory engineers gave them some final instructions. I believe that you, the best ones, have understood the operation procedures of carrier-based aircraft after this period of training. Since the carrier-based aircraft has not yet been officially mass-produced, the name has not yet been decided. However, the test requires you to communicate directly with it. After discussion, we have temporarily named these three carrier-based aircraft Phylong 1, 2, and 3. Your aircraft number is clearly marked on the test manual, so don't make the mistake when the time comes. If you get on the wrong aircraft, be careful that Phylong will blast you out, haha. Haha. The engineer even played a joke on the pilots at the end. Okay, there's nothing else to say. The ground test is still ongoing. Someone will come to call you later. Finally, I wish you a successful test flight. The engineer walked out after he finished speaking, leaving these talented people staring blankly in the conference room. Wang Wei, have you decided the outcome between you and that Ichiro from the island country? No, it's a 2:2 tie. Wang Wei gets angry when talking about this, especially when he saw the other party's provocative face last time. Wang Wei almost hugged him and shot him down. Academician Chu wants us to get familiar with each other for 3 days, and then drive the flying dragon to beat those bastards directly. You can tease him well then. Haha. The pilots in the conference room burst into laughter after hearing this. He's not a woman, but I've made up my mind. I'll ask him to eat the fart of our new airplane when the time comes, haha. The pilots became interested and began to discuss some professional aerial tactical maneuvers. They waited for several hours, and just when Wang Wei and the others were about to get impatient, they were finally notified that they could go for the test flight. Wang Wei was the first to rush out. They arrived at the runway and saw engineers conducting the final check before takeoff next to the carrier-based aircraft. All other training operations at the base have been canceled. Now this airspace has been reserved for you. You can perform various actions as you like. The head of the test team next to him introduced. Wang Wei and others nodded and began to circle around the carrier-based aircraft. They seemed to have not yet adapted to this peculiarly shaped fighter. Gradually, the experimental area was surrounded by many base ground crew members and pilots. Old Fu, why did they let the Navy and Air Force take off for the first time? And at our Air Force base? Are they slapping us in the face? Or are they deliberately trying to provoke us? Chu Ge is a golden-helmeted pilot of the Air Force. He is the one who, upon hearing that his counterparts in the HNA Airlines were competing with the island country every day, became anxious to find his leader to argue with him. Gongzi, there must be a reason for the arrangement above. Don't worry, you are a gold helmet pilot, and you will definitely have a place in the future aerospace carrier-based aircraft team. That being said, I still feel uncomfortable. Why does this new fighter look like this? There is no air intake at all, and the color of the Black Warrior is also quite weird. I think our silver gray paint job looks better. Although the aircraft looks sci-fi, sometimes it's easy to go astray if you pursue technology too much. Oh, when did our Gongzi become so aware? You should take a break. This is the carrier-based aircraft developed by Academician Chu. Just open your titanium alloy dog eyes and watch it. I bet this aircraft must be extraordinary. Next to Chu Ge, another pilot started to confront him, but Chu Ge rolled his eyes and ignored him. Yeah, that's what I thought. The aerodynamic layout, engine, and weapons of this fighter seem to be different from our current fighters. And these are just some external things. In addition, Suing had just said that anything produced by Academician Chu must be of high quality. This is already a legend in the military. So, I vote for Suing this time. Fu Lei squinted his eyes and carefully observed the carrier-based aircraft not far away for a while before speaking leisurely. Master, you. On Wang Wei's side, all the testing work has been completed, and they are ready to board the plane. A manned carrier-based aircraft can accommodate up to 3 people. Different numbers of people are configured according to different missions. Today we are only conducting preliminary tests on its flight speed, flight attitude, supermaneuverability, and overload protection, which are the most basic tests. So each aircraft only needs 1 pilot. The comprehensive handling capabilities of carrier-based aircraft are very strong, and 1 person is more than enough to fly. I personally think that there are very few times when 3 people are needed. Okay, I won't say anything else. Just feel it for yourself in the air. Get on board. At a command from the test leader, the ground crew began to prepare for the pilot to board the plane. Wang Wei instantly became alert. He turned around and looked at the onlookers not far away, then raised his hand. Chu Ge, who was watching not far away, jumped up instantly. Hey, Lao Fu, is that person provoking you? What's so magical? I forgot to wear my anti-gravity suit. I guess I'll just fly around and come back in a while. Maybe this plane doesn't need any anti-gravity suits. Impossible. While the onlookers were discussing, Wang Wei had already sat in the cockpit. Hello, Phylong 1 carrier-based aircraft welcomes you. Facial recognition has been completed. Wang Wei, Captain of the Southeast Theater Naval Aviation Force. Please repeat your rank. Wang Wei, rank of Captain in the Southeast Theater Naval Aviation. Wang Wei was a little confused. Although he was prepared, he was still a little surprised when this synthetic voice imitating a human sounded in his ears. Identification completed. Please sit up straight. The canopy will be closed soon. The life support system will begin a safety self-check. As the transparent canopy closed, Wang Wei felt several air currents begin to flow out of the cockpit and then surround him. The elastic tubular seat straps at the legs and waist that were in an open state began to close automatically until they fixed him to the seat. Wang Wei tried to move it, and it was okay. Neither too tight nor too loose, just right. Wang Wei knew that this was a new type of anti-load device for carrier-based aircraft. That airflow has 2 functions. 1, to maintain breathing, and 2, to replace the high-altitude compensation suit. Comrade Wang Wei, Phylong 1 is ready and can be launched for testing. Friendly reminder, the current fuselage paint is black. Do you want to accept the current paint? No, change it to Chinese red. The paint job has been changed. Phylong number 1 replied quickly. Start the main and auxiliary engines. Let's take off from the spot. Yes, Captain Wang Wei. Chapter 180 Carrier-Based Aircraft Test 3. Wang Wei felt the fuselage begin to vibrate slightly, and then the surrounding scenery slowly became lower. He knew that this was the secondary engine starting to work. The carrier-based aircraft was rising vertically. The next second, Wang Wei leaned back suddenly, and the aircraft began to accelerate, soaring diagonally into the sky. In the flight control tower of the base, Commander Lee held a telescope with his mouth slightly open. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He put down the telescope, turned around, and looked at Chu Ge. Chu, Academician Chu, can this carrier-based aircraft automatically change its paint job? Well, nanoprogrammable paint. You can change the color to whatever color you want depending on your mood. It can also change any sexy color for you. It can also make you invisible. It only takes a dozen seconds. Commander Lee didn't have time to reply. He turned back and picked up the telescope to look for the three carrier-based aircraft. Compared to Commander Lee's slightly open mouth, Chu Ge's jaw dropped to the ground. He pointed at the empty runway and turned to face Fu Lei. Old Fu. This is so fucking cool. This carrier-based aircraft can even change its outfit automatically. Look at the three colors that their naval aviation changed into. So cool, they're deliberately pissing us off. I really regret it. I should have gone to find Commander Lee. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he hit himself on the chest and kept shaking his head. Gongzi, your focus is really different. Compared to changing the paint job, don't you think its takeoff momentum is more impressive? It also has a hidden auxiliary engine that can be used for directional adjustment. The takeoff speed is too fast. I have studied the F-35B vertical takeoff and landing fighter of the United States and the Harrier of Great Britain. Their speed is nothing compared to this. And the posture was maintained so well, and the entire takeoff action was completed in one go. How did HNA do it in such a short time? Fu Lei said excitedly that he has a relatively calm personality and does not easily have emotional fluctuations, at least not on his face. But today his defense was broken. And they don't know that this carrier-based aircraft is equipped with an automatic voice intelligence system. It's so cool outside. What's it like inside? I'm really anxious. Where did those bastards fly to? Fly back so I can enjoy the sight again. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to look. Fu Lei looked around and found that everyone at the scene was in the same posture. He almost couldn't help laughing. High in the sky, Wang Wei had already met up with the other two carrier-based aircraft. He looked left and right and saw the sky blue paint on the left and the bright yellow paint on the right. Wang Wei immediately laughed. Flying Dragon 1, establish team communications, connect to Dragon 2 and 3. Yes, Captain Wang Wei. Soon, Phylong number 1 reported to the team that communication had been established. I say, number 2, number 3, your colors are too flashy, be careful or the base leader will scold you. My color is the orthodox one. Number 1, who cares? Go ahead and scold him. Anyway, I've had a great time today. Number 2 will follow me from now on. I'll get angry with anyone who tries to snatch it from me. I want to travel in space with it. Number 2 is right. I think so too. I think we have come a long way. Should we go back to the base? We can't let the Air Force brothers wait too long. I almost forgot. Number 3, I found you to be a bad boy, but I like it. Haha. Wang Wei was speechless about these two guys. 2 of the 3 votes had already been cast, so he had no choice but to follow the crowd. Okay, let's try out a few tactical moves on the way back, and then go through the base once. Okay. In the blue sky, 3 red, yellow, and blue carrier-based aircraft left 3 long shadows and headed straight for the Air Force Base. The momentum is as high as a rainbow. In the Air Force Base, Chu Ge had no idea how many circles he had drawn on the ground. The 3 carrier-based aircraft disappeared after they flew out. I'm back. I'm back. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Chu Ge stood up abruptly after hearing it. 3 carrier-based aircraft were coming quickly towards the base in an oblique column formation. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone. Chu Ge only felt them flash before his eyes, and then disappeared again. What? These bastards. Wait till they land. This speed is at least Mach 3. Chu Ge was suddenly interrupted by Fu Lei before he could finish his curse. Chu Ge's hand froze in the air for a while. Old Fu, what did you just say? If I'm correct, their speed just now is at least Mach 3. Just as Fu Lei finished speaking, the sound of 3 carrier-based planes breaking through the air was heard again, and in the blink of an eye they flew back, like a naughty child, who poked his head out of the door once and then went back, then poked his head out again. It's confirmed this time. This, my dear, no, don't let anyone stop me. I'm going to find the commander. In the control tower, Chu Ge was being interrogated by Commander Lee. Academician Chu, it's no wonder that the manufacturer and the military are keeping silent about the performance and data of this carrier-based aircraft. You guys have given me a huge surprise. Commander Lee finally put down his telescope and turned to speak to Chu Ge behind him. Chu Ge was still staring at the real-time speed of the carrier-based aircraft on the radar. I guess the military is afraid that you will fight again? Chu Ge raised his head and replied to Commander Lee with a smile. Haha, I've decided. From now on, I'll grab any new equipment developed by Academician Chu, no matter what it is. That's none of my business. Commander Lee, just go ahead and grab them. Haha, their speed has slowed down. They're probably about to land. Let's go, Commander Lee, let's go outside and get some fresh air. Good. After they finished talking, the two left the tower and walked towards the runway. When Chu Ge and his team walked to the runway, Wang Wei and his team had already landed. With a secondary engine, who would land on the runway? They all took off and landed straight down. Chu Ge suddenly felt that the wheels of the carrier-based aircraft might be used as vases in the future. He was considering whether to replace the tire-type landing gear of the rear carrier-based aircraft with a strut-type one. This would probably save some costs, but there is no way around it. Carrier-based aircraft are really not cheap. Chu Ge has calculated that if this aerospace mothership is fully equipped with 500 carrier-based aircraft, then the cost of the carrier-based aircraft can be spread out. Even so, the cost of one aircraft is more than 2 billion Chinese yuan. This price is even much higher than that of the F-22. Fortunately, it is in China. If it were in the United States, Chu Ge estimated that this carrier-based aircraft project would most likely fail and the price would soar to a sky-high level. After Wang Wei and his colleagues got off the plane, they were still complaining to the testers, blaming them for only letting them fly for more than half an hour and then letting them return to base. The person in charge kept explaining that the carrier-based aircraft had to undergo a comprehensive inspection before it could fly again. Chu Ge and Commander Lee looked at each other and smiled. Don't blame them. I just can't fly a plane. Otherwise, I would have liked to do it. Chu Ge shook his head helplessly. Academician Chu, you have forgotten the aircraft you designed. Do you think the piloting skills required for this carrier-based aircraft are still that high? The factory chief engineer next to him heard Chu Ge sighing and quickly stood up to remind him. Right? How could I forget this? Just let it drive fully automatically. I'll be responsible for talking nonsense, haha. Commander Lee, I'll follow the pilots on the next lap, haha. Nonsense. Academician Chu, you better stay on the ground. If Elder Chen and the senior leaders find out about this, I'll be in big trouble. Chapter 181. This carrier-based aircraft is not cheap. Chu Ge was overjoyed and nodded helplessly. Seeing that the testers were not moved at all, Wang Wei and his team gave up the siege. They turned around and saw Chu Ge, Commander Lee and others, and hurried over to greet them. Commander Lee, Academician Chu. How is it? How's the carrier-based aircraft flying? Chu Ge asked with a smile. Academician Chu, I have formally applied to join the aerospace carrier-based aircraft team. Filong number 1 will be my partner from now on. Me too. Me too. Wang Wei and others expressed their love for carrier-based aircraft in another way. Chu Ge saw it and nodded with a smile. Well, you have to go back to the army and apply. The Space Force has already started training. The carrier-based aircraft has just been developed, so it's a step behind. Once it's officially finalized, I think the military will let you sign up. Chu Ge answered truthfully. Several test pilots looked at him with expectant eyes, and he couldn't bear to refuse them. All right. Academician Chu is busy as a top. How can he care about your affairs? Just apply to your base later. The official documents haven't come down yet. Commander Lee came in time to rescue Chu Ge. I've watched your flight paths and performed a few sets of tactical maneuvers in actual combat. How do you feel about them? I mean the performance of the fighter planes and your physical reactions. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Chu Ge asked some questions that were more relevant to the test. The tactical maneuvers of conventional fighters are too simple for them. As for their physical condition, there is nothing unusual. The lateral overload of high-speed maneuvers did not cause blacking out or dizziness. The flying feeling was particularly good. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he looked at his two teammates, and they nodded affirmatively. That's good. The aircraft on the aerospace carrier don't need too many tactical actions. You can try to understand them and let the intelligence system do it. If it exceeds the aircraft's tolerance, the system will automatically level off and return to its original state. You can rest assured. Oh, by the way, below the stratosphere, your maximum speed must not exceed Mach 10. It's not that the aircraft can't handle it, but I'm afraid that you pilots can't handle it. This should be in your previous training manuals, so just follow that. Finally, Chu Ge did not forget to remind the pilots to pay attention to safety. When these rules were first formulated, Chu Ge felt that these values were a bit conservative. However, the military believed that safety should be the top priority, and this value was sufficient in the atmosphere, so Chu Ge did not say anything else. Yes, Academician Chu. We will follow the regulations in the flight manual, don't worry. Okay, continue to be intimate with it. Remember, I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will come back and watch your performance in the Combat Command Center. Yes. Wang Wei and the others saluted Chu Ge in unison. After Chu Ge returned the salute, he turned and looked at Commander Lee. Commander, I have other things to do at the Research Institute, so I'll go back first. See you in 3 days. Okay, Academician Chu, I'll take you there. No, go look at your soldiers. I think their eyes are about to eat you up, haha. Chu Ge said to Commander Lee with a smile. Commander Lee turned around, looked at Chu Ge and the others, and shook his head. Okay, soldiers shouldn't be too fussy about trivial matters. See you in 3 days, Academician Chu. Chu Ge nodded and followed Captain Gong and the others towards the convoy. He couldn't accompany these pilots here for 3 days of test flights. Chu Ge just wanted to see what his carrier-based aircraft looked like in person. After seeing it, it would be time for him to go back and continue drawing. When Chu Ge returned to the institute, he did not go back to his office immediately, but went to Academician Chen's office. Academician Chen was quite surprised when he saw Chu Ge. Xiao Chu, it's already noon. Why are you rushing back? Commander Lee is a bit stingy. He has to let you eat before you come back. Mr. Chen, I was the one who insisted on coming back. Are you going to have dinner? Let's go and talk while we walk. Good. Academician Chen readily agreed. Xiao Chu, how is the test flight of the carrier-based aircraft going? Academician Chen was also anxious, and he asked as soon as the two of them went out. I think there are no problems. We can prepare to have the final assembly place in order with the factory. Of course, we still have to wait for the test data from the factory to come out. Well, Xiao Chu, what do you think the cost of this carrier-based aircraft can be controlled to? It will also help us to have a good idea of the final assembly. Didn't the factory tell the assembly department? Chu Ge was a little puzzled. He didn't want to tell Academician Chen about this. He was afraid that Academician Chen would turn his back on him. The factory didn't have time to take care of these things. The military's order was so urgent that they mobilized all their resources to urgently produce these prototypes. After the design was finalized, the factory could review the specific cost of each aircraft based on the production quantity. Academician Chen had to tell Chu Ge Military Factory about some of the processes in this regard. The R&D costs would eventually be spread over the cost of each aircraft. So now the factory can't give a specific quotation. In the past, it was based on the process of project establishment, fund application, research and development, finalization, and actual cost. About 2.2 to 2.5 billion Chinese yuan. How many? 1. Academician Chen didn't speak for a long time. After the two of them finished their meal, Chu Ge sat down and started to eat heartily. While eating, he urged Academician Chen, but Academician Chen didn't move his chopsticks for a long time. Xiao Chu, how many carrier-based aircraft are planned? 500. Can the aerospace carrier hold so many? You're kidding. I can fit twice as many as I want. It's not like I'm laying it all out on one floor. I have 3 floors of hangar. Chu Ge continued to help Academician Chen while eating the chicken leg. Academician Chen remained silent. Chu Ge recalled this incident later. He vaguely remembered that Academician Chen was in a daze that day and did not eat a single bite of food. Chu Ge finished eating quickly, wiped his mouth, and prepared to leave. Xiao Chu, why do you eat so fast? Don't leave in a hurry. Our carrier-based aircraft is about to be put into service. It needs a formal name, right? Go back and think about it. Old Chen finally remembered the important matter. Me again? Actually, I think Fai Long is pretty good. Okay, I'll think about it when I get back. Academician Chen frowned and Chu Ge immediately became timid. Chu Ge forgot about this matter when he returned. Sister Ye was his favorite at the moment. 3 days passed quickly. Chu Ge got up early today, dressed himself up ceremoniously, and set off for the Air Force Base. He attached great importance to the first sea appearance of carrier-based aircraft. The convoy drove into the base on time. Commander Lee and his men were already waiting there. Chu Ge had been wondering why the commander and his men were so accurate in calculating the time. After shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, Commander Lee led the way and everyone headed towards the base's combat command hall. On the airport runway not far away, Wang Wei and his colleagues were already standing next to the carrier-based aircraft. The testers were doing a pre-takeoff inspection, which was their unshakable procedure. The sun has just risen over Yanjing, and a sea and air battle is about to begin in this red sunrise. Chapter 182 Deployment. Chu Ge followed Commander Lee and the others into the base's combat command hall. Looking around, Chu Ge felt that the scene was somewhat similar to the rocket launch command hall on TV. What caught his eyes were rows of computer screens. In the center is a large comprehensive information screen with real-time data on the surrounding airspace conditions. The Flying Dragon Squadron is making final preparations before takeoff. Academician Chu, let's wait a moment. Okay, no rush. Chu Ge and Commander Lee found an empty seat and sat down. Chu Ge stared at the information about the open sea on the big screen. It was very quiet there. Apart from the passing passenger planes, there was no information about military aircraft. On the base runway, Wang Wei and his colleagues had already sat in the cockpit. After the ground crew helped the pilot to check the plane one last time, they left the scene. After identity verification, Wang Wei and his team started the engines of the carrier-based aircraft. After a brief pause, 3 carrier-based aircraft took off one after another and disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while. Flying Dragon number 2, number 3, please note that we have changed to a silver gray low recognition paint job this time. The Southeast Naval Air Base will first send a formation of 4 aircraft to cruise, and we will follow behind them. Don't scare the pilots from the island nation. Hold on tight. Don't expose your capabilities if you can. Just crush them with speed. Flying Dragon 2 received. Flying Dragon 3 received. Soon, 3 carrier-based aircraft arrived near the coast. The blue sea was right under Wang Wei and his companions' feet. Wang Wei stuck his head out to take a look and smiled. This was the environment he was familiar with. Captain Wang Wei, the AWACS commander, is requesting a call. Access. Flying Dragon Squadron, this is the Southeast Theater KJ-500A early warning aircraft. The Southeast Base's JJ-16 formation is cruising 50 kilometers northeast of you. We will provide you with the latest air dynamics in the rear. Stay safe. Over. Flying Dragon Squadron received. Thank you, comrades from the AWACS. We will go meet up with our teammates first. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Wang Wei hung up the call, he summoned his teammates to fly to the airspace where the JJ-16 formation was located. The JJ-16 formation is currently at cruising altitude. They have not turned on the active search radar, but have an early warning aircraft behind them as their eyes. At this moment, they are quietly waiting for their mysterious teammates. Captain, Wang Wei and his team have been gone for quite some time, right? I heard they are there to assist in the test flight of the new fighter jet. Do you think we are going to have a new one? It should be the carrier-based aircraft of the aerospace carrier. Go to Academician Chu, and you can figure it out with your butt. As the two were talking, they were unaware that the Flying Dragon Squad was following them. Flying Dragon Squadron, maintain your current distance from the JJ-16 squadron ahead. Cruise with them for a while and wait for the fighter jets from the island nation to arrive. 02 got it. 01, we are here to be bodyguards for JJ-16. What's wrong with bodyguards? It fully demonstrates our high combat power. Wouldn't it be awkward for you to ask them to be your bodyguards? Wang Wei's counterattack left 02 speechless. At the Yanaguni Air Force Base on the island nation, a shrill alarm sounded, and Ichiro Kazumi grabbed his helmet and ran to the tarmac. When he arrived, the ground crew was already in place, and Ichiro Kazumi grabbed the ladder and climbed into the cockpit. Major Kazumi, the plane has been checked and everything is normal. We can take off. Ichiro Kazumi made a gesture and slowly lowered the cockpit canopy. Base, Team Kazumi is ready, requesting to enter the runway for takeoff. Approved. Team Koizumi, please note that there are 7 unidentified fighter formations heading in the direction of Tai Island. The base orders your team to join Team Sasaki to check the situation. The early warning aircraft is in place in the relevant airspace. Pay attention to safety. Over. Receive. Ichiro Koizumi put down his headset and switched to team communication mode. After everything was ready, he began to operate the plane to taxi out from the apron. What unknown fighter formation? They are clearly Chinese fighters. They are doing this every day like a drill. There is no end to it. 7 more came today. Stupid Chinese people, they always want to suppress us in numbers. Captain Koizumi, today we are sending out 2 squadrons of F-35s. We will definitely defeat them badly. Don't underestimate the enemy. There are also experts among Chinese pilots, and their JJ-20 stealth aircraft has an advantage over us in close-range entanglement. Ichiro Koizumi still remembers the Chinese pilot who fought against him, and he knows that the other party's level is no worse than his. Okay, take off in order. After takeoff, assemble in airspace 223 and fly to the designated sea area. The airborne early warning system will provide us with intelligence. The team must not open the active radar at will to expose themselves. Hi. After saying this, Ichiro Koizumi put down his headset, gestured to the wingman next to him, and began to communicate with the tower. After getting approval, he put on the headset again. On the runway, the 2 F-35s began to accelerate, quickly pulled up, and flew into the air at a 45-degree angle. The fighter jets behind them began to taxi immediately. They have been doing this process almost every day recently, checking, expelling, and accompanying each other every day. Ichiro Kazumi felt that if this kind of action became the norm in the future, they would no longer have to train or take vacations. Whenever he thought of this, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. We must teach them a lesson today. But it's so strange, I haven't seen that Chinese guy named Wang Wei for a long time. Wang Wei, it would be great if you were here today, because we haven't decided the winner yet. Ichiro Koizumi muttered to himself as his team quickly flew to the assembly airspace. After joining up with Sasaki's team, 8 F-35s formed a combat formation and headed straight for the sea area where the incident occurred. Team Koizumi, You will reach the target airspace in 10 minutes. The targets are divided into two groups, one with 4 aircraft and one with 3 aircraft. Pay attention to identify them. Team Koizumi receives it. Team Sasaki receives it. At the same time, in Wang Wei's cockpit, Phylong number 1 began to sound the alarm. Attention, Captain Wang Wei. 8 fighter jets are flying towards our airspace at high speed from the northeast. According to the database, the 8 aircraft are F-35A stealth fighters. There is an early warning aircraft 200 kilometers behind, model E-3C. Pay special attention. There is an RC-135W reconnaissance aircraft operating 300 kilometers to the southeast. The system sensed that the radar signals of the RC-135W were mainly concentrated in our current airspace, and the radars they turned on were reverse detection radars. Based on this, we can collect all the electronic signals, directions, and technical parameters of our fighter jets, such as the frequency and operating band of early warning, guidance, and guidance radars. The system automatically determines that it is a threat level 1 and recommends initiating electronic attack suppression. Chapter 183, The Brave Wins. The passive radar of Phylong number 1 was briefly activated during the enemy's first scan. The enemy should have known of our presence. Please make a decision as soon as possible. The radar system has entered a silent period again. Phylong 1 reported a series of warning messages, and Wang Wei instantly focused. Flying Dragon number 1. How long will it take for those 8 fighters to meet us? Wang Wei asked after a little thought. About 8 minutes at current course. Okay, help me connect to the rear early warning aircraft. Yes, Captain Wang Wei. Hello, Dragon Squad. Hello, this is Phylong Squadron number 1. I am Wang Wei. The island nation has dispatched 8 stealth fighters, which should be F-35s, heading directly for our flying airspace. F-35? Oops, our radars are not very good at detecting stealth fighters, and they have no response now. No, how did you know? Did the land-based early warning radar contact you directly? This is not important. You will know it later. What I want to say is that my aircraft will release strong electromagnetic interference waves later, which may damage some radar equipment. Please shut down all reconnaissance radars immediately. Don't worry about the JJ-16 formation. We will take care of them. Over. Wang Wei looked at the time and spoke faster involuntarily. AWACS received. After taking care of the early warning aircraft, Wang Wei arranged for Phylong 1 to contact the JJ-16 team ahead. Well, now the nanny and bodyguard have to work together. Wang Wei shook his head in self-mockery. Head northeast, JJ-16 Squadron, altitude 8,000. I'm Wang Wei behind you. Wang Wei, didn't you go to Yinjing? Why did you fly here? The captain of the JJ-16 team asked, a little surprised. Suwon, I'll talk to you later. There's an emergency right now. There are 8 F-35s from the island country flying towards you. They will meet you in about 5 minutes. Wang Wei said after taking a look at the friendly reminder of Phylong number 1 on the screen. F-35? Damn, I should have flown the JJ-20A. I don't know why the base was so crazy today that they forced us to fly the JJ-16. This is not important. I will take care of these F-35s when I have time. I contacted you to ask you not to turn on the radar. We will conduct electromagnetic interference in the entire airspace in a while. Don't cause any accidental injuries. No, we have been keeping it closed. There is an early warning aircraft behind us to help watch over us. After Suwon said this, he felt something was wrong, but he did not react for a while. Well, I couldn't see it before, and I'm afraid I can't see it now. Wang Wei was looking at the time as he spoke. He wanted to wait until about the right time before turning off the lights. This was to be a gift to the island countries E-3C and the RC-135W. Wang Wei, your words today were a bit confusing. I couldn't understand you. Haha. Okay, there are only 2 minutes left. I won't talk to you anymore. Be careful. And also, I'll give you a surprise later. Wang Wei hung up the call after he finished speaking. He had to assign tasks to his team. Interference, sneak attacks, and battlefield monitoring were not something he could do alone as he was too busy. The command room of the RC-135W at the U.S. island base is a busy scene. Commander David Brown keeps issuing tasks and then sending instant information back to the base. He feels like he hasn't been so busy in a long time. Pay attention to collecting the electronic signals of the Chinese fighter jets. The island nation's F-35s will soon join them. In a split second, the screens in the combat command room went black almost instantly, and then turned into a uniform blue standby screen. What's going on? Report. Maybe there is a radar malfunction. What do you mean by possible? Rule it out quickly and restart the system. Yes. The operator nervously input the instructions. Half a minute later, he looked up at David and shook his head helplessly. What the hell? The communication. Is the communication still normal? Report, communication is normal. David snatched the headset and wanted to contact the base camp immediately. His intuition told him that this was definitely not a simple malfunction. Ichiro Koizumi and his team finally saw the JJ-16 formation in front of them. He gestured to the wingman next to him, and then flew to the side and rear of the JJ-16 formation. He was very smart, as he could take an active attack position at any time. Altitude 8,000, Chinese fighter jets at 10 o'clock. Please explain the purpose of your flight. Ichiro Koizumi has already spoken this sentence in Chinese fluently. The other party did not reply, which made Ichiro Koizumi a little angry. He tried to turn his head and look behind him, but did not see the three-plane formation. Sasaki, this is weird. Didn't the AWACS say there were 7 fighters? There are only 4 here. What about the other 3? Why didn't the AWACS report their location in time? After saying this, Ichiro Koizumi felt a little unsure. He tried to turn on the active search radars several times, but finally held back. Team Koizumi, keep an eye on this 4-plane squadron. I'll contact the AWACS to ask about the situation. Okay. As soon as the two finished their conversation, Wang Wei's voice came through Koizumi's headset. Is that guy called Ichiro here today? Brother Wang Wei, this is your fault. We are old friends, but you still can't remember my name. Who wants to be your friend? Forget it. I don't want to be beaten by my grandfather when I go back. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Baga, arrogant Chinese, come here. After saying this, Ichiro Koizumi rolled sideways and left the team. His team was already accustomed to his operation, and they still maintained the original course and monitored the JJ-16 formation. Come on, are all Chinese people cowards? Don't even dare to show up? Yamato. Before Ichiro Koizumi finished speaking, he noticed a gray fighter jet next to him. He glanced at it casually, and then his eyes never left the plane. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a little unbelievable. Is this China's new fighter? How is that possible? Didn't their JJ-20 Aegis come into use? How come a new plane has appeared? Just as he was frowning and thinking, the anxious voice of Captain Sasaki suddenly came from the earphone in his ear. Major Koizumi, emergency situation, the AWACS has returned to base. They seem to have been attacked electronically. All warning and search radars have been destroyed. Headquarters has asked us to be careful. It seems the Chinese have set a trap for us. Ichiro Koizumi took off his headset and looked at Wang Wei's carrier-based aircraft with a stern look. He slowed down as he wanted to observe the plane first. When he saw the tail and belly of Filong 1, he was stunned again. What kind of fighter is this? What a strange design. And the tail flame? Why is it like this? Before he could figure it out, Wang Wei was already behind him, in the standard cannon firing position. Baga, cunning Chinese people. Ichiro Koizumi started to make various evasive moves, even using afterburner and leaf-falling techniques, but Wang Wei still held him tightly by the tail. Koizumi became a little nervous, and sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. Suddenly, I feel like I'm competing with a fool in intelligence. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he accelerated, and Filong number 1 disappeared little by little in front of Koizumi. How is this possible at this speed? After a moment of hesitation, Ichiro Koizumi decisively turned on the search radar. He decided to take a risk, and his strong self-esteem pushed him step by step into the abyss. Chapter 184 Stall and Spin. Wang Wei accelerated and arrived next to Su Wen's JJ-16 formation. Su Wen was startled by Wang Wei's sudden action and was about to curse, but when he saw Filong number 1, his eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out a sentence after a while. Wang Wei. Filong, say hello to our teammates. Wang Wei greeted Su Wen with a smile, and Filong number 1 was even more exaggerated, doing a rolling motion, and Su Wen's neck also turned half a circle as the carrier-based aircraft rolled. Wang Wei moved from Su Wen's right side to his left side. Filong number 1 shortened the distance between the two through precise calculations. Wang Wei had done this before, but this time he felt that he could see every detail of Su Wen's face clearly. Like Su Wen, he could see it clearly, but he was not looking at a person, but Filong number 1. Wang Wei, is this our new fighter? Wow, it's pretty cool. Why don't you turn it around a few more times? I haven't seen enough. To be precise, it's the carrier-based aircraft of the Kunping. Isn't it cool? The carrier-based aircraft team is about to recruit pilots. Is Su Wen interested? Yes, it must be there. I'll sign up when I get back. My dear. Captain Wang Wei, there are 4 F-35s following us from the side and rear, and one of them has turned on its active radar. Wang Wei, while Su Wen was talking, Filong number 1 interrupted. Who? Wang Wei, is this a carrier-based aircraft or a 2-seater aircraft? Su Wen also heard Feilong's voice, but he could not tell that the voice was synthesized. The carrier-based aircraft can accommodate up to 3 people. However, the voice you just heard was not a real person, but the voice of Phylong number 1. Haha, an intelligent human-machine interconnection system. Okay, I won't say any more. Your formation will cruise according to the plan, and the island nation's aircraft will be left to our Flying Dragon squadron. It's not over yet. They're like a dogskin plaster. I'm going to give them a good beating. See you later, Su-Wen. Okay, be careful. We'll be on the sidelines to support you. Just as Su-Wen finished replying, he saw Phylong number 1 next to him speed up and rush forward, and soon disappeared. Seeing this, the 2 F-35s behind accelerated and chased after them, but their speed was obviously much slower. Oh my god, this speed is quite interesting, haha. Ichiro Koizumi followed closely behind Wang Wei, with his wingman next to him. Captain, how can this new Chinese aircraft fly so fast? We can't keep using afterburner, or the aircraft engine won't be able to handle it. The wingman pilot asked a little nervously. Ichiro Koizumi did not answer either. He was concentrating on looking at Wang Wei's position on the radar, his face changing from solemn to confused. After looking for a while, he suddenly came to his senses. Baga, this Chinese guy is playing tricks on us. He is playing the tortoise and the hare race with us. Captain, what do you mean, the tortoise and the rabbit? Ichiro Koizumi was too lazy to pay attention to this rookie. He felt that the young people in the island country nowadays did things without using their brains. They never took the initiative to think about some details and just waited for them to feed them. He sighed and turned back to look at the radar screen, only to be surprised to find that the fighter jet had disappeared. Baga, where are the fighter planes in front? Captain, I didn't notice it either. While Ichiro Koizumi was looking for Wang Wei, he had already made a big detour, relying on the super maneuverability and speed of Phylong 1 to pull up and flip to the back, and he also changed the paint in the middle to a stealth paint. Wang Wei was thinking about how to teach these Japanese people a lesson. It was a little unrealistic to open fire directly, as it was a peaceful time now, unless the other party opened fire first or the fire control radar was used. And if a fight really breaks out, their Flying Dragon squad will be able to handle it, as the JJ-16 formation is right next to them. After leading Ichiro Koizumi behind him for a circle, Wang Wei had an idea. Flying Dragon number 1. Calculate the angle, cut into their flight path at a high speed from their horizontal direction at an oblique angle, level the plane, and then increase the engine power to 80. Let them smell the fart. Roger that, Captain Wang Wei. After a brief pause, Phylong number 1 began to accelerate and rush towards the 2 F-35s in front. The whole process was completed within a few seconds. In the blink of an eye, Phylong number 1 had passed Koizumi Ichiro and his men and disappeared in front. It left in style, and the remaining 2 F-35s were a little injured. The terrifying speed of Phylong number 1 instantly tore apart the airflow in front of and on one side of the 2 aircraft, forming a strong airflow separation effect above the wings of the F-35. Under such circumstances, the 2 F-35s instantly entered into a terrifying stall spin state, circling and falling downward. Oh no, Mr. Obi, hurry up and fix it. We've been tricked, and we don't have much time left. Quick! Ichiro Koizumi took a look at the altitude data at the moment the plane lost control. They had been brought to the low-altitude area by Wang Wei without realizing it. At the current speed, if the aircraft cannot be corrected quickly, the only option is to launch the ejection seat to save itself. Hey, the wingman replied anxiously. Tail 2, don't give up. We were at top speed just now. Don't ever use the normal stall-to-level method. First, reduce the throttle to slow down. Then, push the rudder to the opposite direction of the spin. After the spin stops, then use the stall-to-level method again. Haha, but I modified it according to the method in the textbook. Oops. The plane is completely out of control. Eject now. Abandon the plane. Eject now. Ichiro Koizumi anxiously called out to his wingman while trying his best to fight the plane's out-of-control state. Just at the last moment when he was about to become exhausted, he finally managed to right the plane. He didn't have time to rejoice and turned around to look for his wingman. But after searching for a long time, there was no trace of his wingman. Uji, how are you? Uji. There was no echo in the headset. Ichiro Koizumi looked at the radar, and the signal disappeared. Ah, baka. Ichiro Koizumi began to slap his thighs frantically. After venting his anger, he finally regained some sanity. After taking a last look at the sea, he put on his headphones again. Sasaki, Team Koizumi calling Team Sasaki. The Sasaki squad is here. Major Koizumi, how are things going over there? I suggest you retreat immediately. We are no match for their new aircraft. I have already reported to the headquarters. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid we will suffer. The green mountains that remain. My wingman has crashed, and the life or death of the pilot, Tale 2, is unknown. I have recorded the approximate coordinates of his crash site. Now I need to report to the base camp and ask them to send a search and rescue team immediately. Ichiro Koizumi said in a heavy voice. At this moment, he no longer had the high spirits he had when he came. He was like a dying old man, and even his speech was a little weak. Chapter 185, Attitudes of the Three Parties. How so? Sasaki couldn't believe it. It's a long story. The Chinese are too bad. I will report this matter in detail to the headquarters when I return. What about us? Withdraw from the relevant airspace immediately. Leave the rest to the people above. We have done our best. Okay, I'll give the order right away. Koizumi-kun, did you also encounter China's new fighter planes? Yes, a terrifying fighter. He almost made our two planes lose control just by using his engine wake. What a terrifying acceleration ratio. Sasaki, we must report this information to the headquarters as top secret after we return to alert them. When Ichiro Koizumi recalled the details of what had just happened, he still felt a sense of fear in his heart. The island nation's aircraft formation came and went quickly. In just a few minutes, the blue sky that was just filled with fighter jets was now filled with only Wang Wei's Flying Dragon Squadron and Su Wen's JJ-16 formation. Wang Wei returned to Su Wen, and they planned to continue cruising for a while before returning to the base. Wang Wei, what happened just now? I really want to see a Japanese plane crash. I just treated them to a bad taste. Who would have thought that they would crash? Stalling spins are not something we haven't encountered before. Any pilot with a little experience can correct it. I can only say that the Japanese were not skilled enough. You can't blame me. Wang Wei said carelessly. Haha, no problem, it's great. Are you going back to the South China base? I'll go see your flying dragon after we land. I can't wait. Su Wen was basically a loyal spectator throughout the entire audience. Although he had no knowledge of the specific combat performance of carrier-based aircraft, he was completely conquered by the results of their close combat with the F-35 just now. I'm afraid that won't work. We have to fly back to the Yanjing base. The carrier-based aircraft is still in the test flight stage, and this mission is also part of the experiment. Oh, that's a pity. The two were chatting happily when the early warning aircraft in the rear sent an order. The content of the order was very simple. Return to your respective bases immediately, without delay. After saying goodbye to each other, Wang Wei and Su Wen flew back to their respective formations and then flew towards the land. In the combat command hall of the Yanjing Air Force Base, Chu Ge and Commander Li stood up, and the entire hall burst into warm applause. After saying hello to everyone, Chu Ge walked out with Commander Li. Academician Chu, carrier-based aircraft are really perfect. Can you talk to the leaders and ask them to give some to our Air Force? Commander Li had this idea the moment he saw the perfect performance of the Flying Dragon team. Although it seemed a bit difficult, he still had to give it a try. Maybe with some effort, the bicycle could be turned into a motorcycle? Well, to be honest with you, Commander Li, I now doubt that the aerospace carrier can even reach full capacity. When Chu Ge spoke, he recalled Academician Chin's expression that day. He was obviously frightened by his offer. What's the meaning? The price is too high. A rough calculation shows that the bare metal unit alone costs 1 trillion Chinese yuan. No, Academician Chu, how many aerospace carriers are there at full strength? 500. 500? Oh my god, Academician Chu, are you going to fight a Star Wars? We have successfully developed the JJ-20A stealth aircraft for a while, and now we have less than 200 of them. Commander Li almost jumped up on the spot. No wonder he was surprised. According to the number reported by Chu Ge, his Air Force could not count on these carrier-based aircraft. However, the final plan still needs to be decided by the military leaders. I think it is not impossible to allocate a group of troops to the Air Force for homeland defense. Commander Li, don't be discouraged, haha. Commander Li nodded after hearing this. His eyes instantly lit up, and he pulled Chu Ge to have lunch. It was unknown whether he was blamed by Old Chun or shocked by the overwhelming performance of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Everything is calm on Chu Ge's side. The two forces on the island country are very busy and in a mess. First was the RC-135W reconnaissance aircraft stationed at the U.S. base on the island country. It was the first to withdraw among all the participants. While Wang Wei and others were still competing with each other, it had already landed. As soon as it reached the ground, the aircraft was immediately towed into a large factory building. The relevant experts from the United States took over the plane. They needed to find out the cause of the system failure in the shortest possible time. John Hunter, the captain of the reconnaissance brigade, was pacing back and forth anxiously below. He was still waiting for the expert's conclusion. Today was supposed to be a good show, but at the critical moment, the reconnaissance plane under his jurisdiction had a problem, and he instantly became the target of public criticism. Colonel John, preliminary analysis shows that our radar system is under some kind of strong electronic attack, similar to electromagnetic radiation. An expert who was conducting the test stuck his head out and shouted to John, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. The only thing I'm not sure about now is what type of electronic attack it was." After John Hunter got the information he wanted, he turned around and left. The officials at the base were still waiting for his accident report. The United States is investigating very quickly, and the island country will face more troubles. The first priority is to search and rescue the pilot of the crashed fighter jet. The crashed fighter jet also needs to be located and salvaged. They need to confirm some circumstances, at least determine the cause of the plane crash, rather than just relying on the one-sided statements of a few pilots. Then there was the reconnaissance plane that accompanied the ship at sea. It was scrapped at the same time as the US one, so it was also withdrawn early. Finally, the protagonist of all today's events is the issue of the Dragon Squad's new fighter jet. The previous matters were naturally handed over to the relevant personnel of the Yonaguni base, and the situation of the new fighter jets rose to the level of confidential intelligence, so higher-level self-defense force officials were required. The island nation's military is still quite efficient. They understood the details of what happened today in the shortest possible time. The base's defense chief, Ichiro Miyamoto, immediately rushed to the official residence of the highest-ranking commander of the self-defense forces, where the defense ministers of the Navy, Army, and Air Force and related staff were still waiting for his news. "Commander Miyamoto is here? Please take a seat. We have been waiting for you for a long time." The chief of staff of the Self-Defense Forces Army spoke coldly, saying that Ichiro Miyamoto belonged to the Navy. It was no secret that the Navy and the Army of the island country had been at odds since ancient times. In wartime, there is always a joke of everyone being a king, which is a major problem of the island nation's military. Yes, regarding the missing pilot, we are still. Commander Miyamoto should know that this military meeting is not about your missing pilot, so please get straight to the point. Our time is precious. Regarding China's new fighter jets, only the F-35 participated at the time, and the F-35 is not equipped with a camera function, so we did not leave any image intelligence, according to the recollections of the pilots who participated in the operation. This fighter has several characteristics. First, speed. It can maintain ultra-high speed cruising for a long time, and can even fly at Mach 3. As to whether this is its maximum speed, we don't know. Second, the stealth feature. And it's very strange. According to our F-35 pilot's recollections, it did not have stealth features at the beginning, but it became stealth during the engagement. If the facts are as he said, it means that the aircraft has a new painting technology. Third, the engine. We seriously suspect that China has already applied controlled nuclear fusion technology to aviation engines. Ichiro Miyamoto said all he wanted to say in one breath, then turned his gaze to the Army Chief of Staff. He knew that he would be his opponent in today's meeting. Chapter 186 Aeronautics and Astronautics University. The last piece of information obviously piqued the interest of the chiefs of staff present at the meeting, and they began to whisper. "Why are you so sure?" The Army Chief of Staff still had the same tone, which made Ichiro Miyamoto very uncomfortable, but he still had to bite the bullet and explain. The pilot said that its belly and back are flat, and there is no air intake, which means that its engine is not a conventional chemical fuel aircraft engine. Ichiro Miyamoto said slowly. No wonder they made such a fuss some time ago to release the energy technology of controlled nuclear fusion. It turns out that they have already integrated and developed this technology to such an extent that they can even use it directly in the military. This is no small matter. Do you remember their aerospace carrier plan? At that time, most people in the world did not believe their words. It seems that this plan may really exist. If this happens, the world's situation will change. Should our island nation adjust its foreign policy? This still requires the chiefs of staff to consider comprehensively and submit it to the Prime Minister. Everyone nodded. So, do we need to ask China for an explanation for what happened today? After all, we lost 2 planes and a pilot. What do you mean? Did they fire artillery? Or did they launch missiles? According to your pilot, they didn't even touch us. Do you think we will have a good result if we expose this? I can answer you right now. No, not only will there be no good results, but I'm afraid it will make our island nation a laughingstock among the world. As for the United States, they are the most unreliable one. If it weren't for the situation, our island country would definitely not associate with a demon who can open Pandora's box at will. The Army Chief of Staff said with confidence that he had considered the plane crash thoroughly. The most basic truth is that this world is ruled by strength, and sympathy for the weak only exists between people. Sorry, it's useless between countries. That is why the United States has been so arrogant and domineering for decades, relying on its advanced technology and powerful military force. The island nation did not share this information with its so-called allies as they had their own plans. Therefore, everything that happened over Tily Island was concealed. Seeing that the island nation did not cry out for justice internationally, China tacitly kept silent. This is in the interest of both parties, and the time was dragged on to winter. During this period, the island country's cruise aircraft became much more obedient. They mainly focused their defense on the north. As for China, the island country was prepared to leave it alone unless provoked at its doorstep. The island nation's media reports on the Eastern superpower have also become much milder. This is how this nation is. They have absolute respect for the strong, and this is the biggest difference between them and the Korean country. The news media serves the state apparatus. Behind the 180-degree turn in the attitude of the island media is the decision they made after several months of endless meetings. Repair the rift in official and public opinion between the two countries, actively introduce nuclear fusion energy technology, and send high-level business teams and scholars to China to learn from it. For a time, the two sides interacted frequently, which was quite similar to the past. The flavor of the island countries sending envoys to the Tang dynasty during the heyday of the Tang dynasty. The American boss is seeing this and is anxious, but there is nothing they can do. East Asia is a powder keg, and they still cannot do without the help of the island countries. If pushed to the limit, the island country will completely side with its opponent. That would be a political crisis of devastation. They dare not take the risk, so they simply turn a blind eye. What's more, they have another card in their hand, the number one country in the universe, Chu Ge has recently reduced the frequency of going to the dock base, which has basically entered a stable construction period. Engineers and workers are getting into better shape, and the aerospace carrier is growing day by day at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most difficult gravity and gravitational wave device in the lunar base project has entered the data experiment stage, and the rest is child's play for Chu Ge. According to Chu Ge's original idea, the lunar base should slowly form its own small ecosystem, in which several important elements require human intervention. Suitable local atmospheric composition, suitable temperature, water, and various trace elements. This is a long-term plan, and Chu Ge intends to hand them over to the future base scientific research team. He is just laying the foundation now, using the help of the military-industrial system to build a large-scale base group suitable for long-term human presence. All systems related to life support are consumable and need to be replenished from the Earth regularly. For example, oxygen, food, and of course water is also important, but based on data from lunar satellites, experts analyzed that there may be a large ice belt under the lunar poles. So Chu Ge decided to focus on surveying this first when he goes up. It would be great if local materials could be used. Otherwise, according to Chu Ge's estimation, drinking water, domestic water, and industrial water combined might require a separate transport team to transport them. Chu Ge was thinking about these things when he was interrupted by a light knock on the door. Come in. Academician Chu, it's time for dinner. Elder Chen asked me to treat you. Wang Yun stood outside the door and whispered. Wang Yun, how come you've learned to lie now? You're trying to get me to go to the restaurant in various ways. No way, besides, this was all arranged by Elder Chen. Wang Yun was spinning the middle finger of her left hand around with her right hand. She had indeed told a few lies recently with only one purpose, to trick Chu Ge into eating on time. The two walked into the institute's restaurant side by side. Academician Chen waved from a distance, and Chu Ge turned around and glanced at Wang Yun. It seems that I have wronged you this time. After Chu Ge and his friends finished their meal, they rushed to Academician Chen's table. Xiao Chu, I wanted you to go to my office, but after looking at the time, I decided to just talk about it at the dinner table. It's not an important matter. What's the matter, Mr. Chen? Tomorrow, Yinqing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics will hold a lecture on space technology. The university applied to us a few months ago to invite you to be a visiting professor, but I rejected it. But they didn't give up. This time, they asked Director Wu from the Ministry of Science and Technology to be their lobbyist. What Mr. Wu meant was that in just one morning, the students all admired you. You are of similar age and have more appeal. Many of these students will join our team in the future. I've thought about it and decided to ask for your opinion. After Academician Chen finished speaking, he pointed at the food, asking Chu Ge to think about it while eating. No problem. I'm not busy right now, and the aerospace carrier doesn't need me for the time being. You can make the arrangements, Mr. Chen. It's just that there's no problem with giving a speech, but forget about the title of visiting professor. Chu Ge added. Okay, I'll go back and inform them. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, I'll have Captain Gong and the others escort you there. Good. After the two of them had decided on this, they started chatting casually until the food was gone. Chapter 187 Visiting Professor. University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Chu Ge instantly thought of Chu Xiaowu. This girl came to Yinjing to report after the National Day holiday. After that, she always came to the institute to see Chu Ge, But Chu Ge never took the initiative to visit her at school. He wanted to give Xiaowu a relaxed and pleasant university environment, rather than deliberately creating a character where she is taken care of everywhere and labeled as a special person by classmates. In that case, Chu Ge felt that it was not a good thing. It is better for classmates to be sincere when interacting with each other. If they interact with each other with a certain purpose, they will inevitably lose their duty. Of course, Chu Ge didn't just give up. Every week someone would tell him about Chu Xiaowu's situation. He had been silently paying attention to his sister. Chu Xiaowu was also very sensible and did not show off his brother's status. So more than 3 months after the start of school, even her close roommates didn't know that the famous Chu Ge was her biological brother. Of course, there is one exception, that is Ma Xiaoyao. She also enrolled in this school. Chu Xiaowu was one reason, and the other reason is probably only known to her. The next morning, Chu Xiaowu got up early. She had the habit of going to morning reading, but today she went out for a walk and came back early. The atmosphere in school is a bit strange today. It was too lively. The whole campus was filled with people, some cleaning, some hanging colorful flags, some moving things, etc. In short, everyone was very busy. In this atmosphere, Chu Xiaowu couldn't concentrate on her morning reading. She walked back to the dormitory in confusion. Several roommates in the dormitory had also gotten up. Even Fatty, who usually liked to stay in bed, was sitting at the desk, combing her long hair carefully. The sun rose from the west today? Even our Fatty got up early? Chu Xiaowu put down the book and looked at Fatty suspiciously. I have to get up early today. There's something important going on. My boyfriend is coming to our school. Fatty replied with a pout. What about you guys? Aren't your boyfriends coming too? Yes, academician Chu is also our idol. Xiaowu, hurry up. It's time to go eat. The counselor will gather everyone to the college auditorium soon. Academician Chu? Which academician Chu? Xiaowu was a little confused. Oh, academician Chu Ge Chu, I forgot. How could you, a good student who spends the whole night and morning in the library, know about this? No, there was a notification on your phone last night. Didn't you receive it? Oh, my phone is out of battery, and I haven't had time to charge it yet. Chu Xiaowu replied excitedly. Brother is coming to school? After packing up a little, the girls went to the cafeteria together. Chu Xiaowu looked at her classmates busy on the road and immediately understood. The school attaché's great importance to academician Chu's speech today. We issued a notice yesterday night. Freshmen should go to the auditorium, and the rest of the grades should stay in the multimedia classroom. There will be a live video broadcast. This kind of treatment. Do you think our school has ever had such a precedent? Of course. The key is that there has never been a figure like academician Chu before. An academician in his 20s is like a god wherever he goes. Chu Xiaowu was listening nearby and couldn't help feeling proud. They were talking about my brother. The little girl almost shouted out several times, but she held back in the end. She didn't want to cause trouble for her brother. When Xiaowu and her roommates arrived at the auditorium, most of the classmates were already there. Many classmates were standing at the door waiting. Of course, most of the classmates had already entered the auditorium. Xiaowu and the others arrived a little late, and Pangya and the others really loved to watch the fun. Especially this time, it was academician Chu's fun, so they hit it off and secretly hid behind the crowd that was welcoming them outside. Chu Xiaowu stood on tiptoe from time to time to look at the road. She hadn't seen her brother for nearly a month. She was about to see him again, and she was quite excited to meet him in this way. TSK. It turns out that our department's icy beauty Xiaowu also has a sentimental side. Look at her eyes. She's really looking forward to it. The person who spoke was a girl named Shui Rue, who was in the same department as Xiaowu. She was quite pretty, but what made people remember her most was her high profile. Local college students in Yanjing whose parents are well off will give their beloved children a car. This is not uncommon in college. Shui Rue is one of these beloved children, and her family must be well off because her parents bought her a Porsche 718. Shui Rue didn't have any grudges against Chu Xiaowu, but she felt a natural jealousy towards this girl who was crowned the most beautiful girl in the school as soon as she entered the school. Seeing Xiaowu's eyes today, she was more convinced that Chu Xiaowu's usual coldness was just an act. Chu Xiaowu ignored her. There were indeed many boys chasing after her in school, but she was a person with her own opinions, and it was extremely rare for her to bring the enthusiasm for studying that she had in high school into college. She had her ideals, and her brother Chu Ge once told her that she should put her studies first when she went to college. She was very obedient, so she never took other messy things to heart. Gradually, Ice Beauty became Chu Xiaowu's nickname. Xiaowu, don't pay attention to her. She doesn't even know her last name after getting some money. Fatty whispered beside her. Chu Xiaowu nodded. Suddenly, there was some commotion in front of the team. Chu Xiaowu looked up and saw her brother Chu Ge coming. Military vehicles stopped one after another in front of them. After the vehicles stopped, A team of soldiers armed with live ammunition got off the vehicles. After lining up a little, they dispersed in front of the crowd. Chu Xiaowu was used to this scene. She was searching for her brother, and Pangya and the others beside her became restless. Oh my goodness, the way the male god appears is really different. This scene is a bit scary. Haha. Fatty, don't go chasing stars like crazy, or the soldiers will catch you. The problem now is that I'm afraid I can't get through even if I go forward. Fatty said dejectedly. Chu Ge got off the military jeep under the escort of Captain Gong. Looking at the crowd of students in front of the auditorium, Chu Ge looked carefully. He wanted to see if Chu Xiaowu was among them. There were too many people, and he looked for a long time, but couldn't find it. Academician Chu, welcome, welcome. President Huang of the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics came over, shook Chu Ge's hands, and said excitedly, "Hello, Principal Huang, I have heard of you." "Oh, that must be what Mr. Chen told you." Mr. Chen is an old acquaintance of mine in the Research Institute. Chu Ge neither nodded nor denied it, just smiled and passed it off. I'm so ashamed. When Professor Chen mentioned this to me yesterday, I was also hesitant. After all, at my age, the term visiting professor is a bit heavy. Chu Ge did protest to Mr. Chen. He said that it was fine for him to come and give a speech, but it was a bit too arrogant for him to be given the title of professor. Mr. Chen ignored him and continued to talk about other things. Academician Chu is too modest. If you are not qualified to be a visiting professor, then aren't we old guys misleading the students? Aha. After hearing this, Chu Ge smiled and shook his head. Principal Huang spoke in the same tone as Mr. Chen. After Principal Huang finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. Chu Ge said no more and followed Principal Huang to the auditorium. But when he was about to enter, he vaguely heard a voice. Elder brother. Chapter 188 Space Theory. Chu Ge stopped and looked to the side in the direction of the sound. Behind the crowd not far away, Chu Ge easily found Chu Xiaowu's charming appearance. Chu Ge looked at her and laughed. After a while, he continued walking towards the auditorium. My goodness, was Academician Chu looking at me just now? Fatty had a dull look in her eyes and was mumbling something. TSK, you don't know what you are capable of. Chu Xiaowu, why are all the people in your dormitory so narcissistic? Shui Rui sneered from the side. You. Try to say that again. At this point, Chu Xiaowu's remaining sisters were all fed up and retorted. If we are not from the same family, we should not enter the same door. What do I have to say to you bunch of country bumpkins? After saying this, Shui Rui turned her butt and walked away. While Xiaowu's roommate was still exploding on the spot, Xiaowu had already followed Shui Rui to the auditorium. She only had eyes for her brother now, so she had no time to care about these trivial matters. Chu Ge stood at the podium, and warm applause immediately broke out from the audience. Hello, students. Hello, Academician Chu. The classmates responded enthusiastically. Chu Ge smiled. Principal Huang, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile, thinking that Academician Chu's appeal was indeed extraordinary. Before we start the topic, I would like to ask all the students here, how do you define the word heaven? After clearing his throat, Chu Ge officially began his first lecture. Heaven refers to the vast sky above our heads, which also means sky and weather in modern physics. A classmate stood up and answered, well, not bad. Anything else? Chu Ge nodded and continued to ask. Ancient astronomy, calendar science, astrology, and other primitive natural sciences, such as the heavenly stems, earthly branches, 5 chi, 6 movements, etc., are also extended and deepened from heaven. Another classmate added, yes, you students are all very knowledgeable. The astrology that this student mentioned is the heaven that I want to talk about today. It refers to the heaven in the spatial sense. To understand it, we must develop a science, which is space technology in modern science. The ultimate goal of developing space technology is to achieve space transfer, so it is more accurate to define space travel as navigation activities from outside the Earth's atmosphere to within the solar system. With our current technological capabilities, we dare not explore beyond the solar system. Space technology has developed very rapidly in the past 40 years. It has many characteristics, such as highly integrated modern science and technology, and is an integration of many of the latest scientific and technological achievements, including jet technology, electronic technology, automation technology, remote sensing technology, material science, artificial intelligence, quantum computers, mathematics, physics, chemistry, etc. How do these technologies correspond to our University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? Knowledge structure, a student answered loudly. Chu Ge nodded and motioned for the student to sit down. The classmates were very active and interacting today, which made Chu Ge very happy. Yes, this knowledge structure includes several major categories, the most important of which is the theoretical basis. The theoretical basis of space technology includes three, namely, cosmic velocity theory, rocket propulsion principle, and spacecraft return technology. According to the law of conservation of momentum and the famous Tsiolkovsky formula, the maximum speed of the rocket v, the jet speed c, the takeoff mass m1, and the mass of the rocket excluding the propellant m2, the following relationship is obtained. V equals C ln m1/m2, where m1/m2 is its mass ratio. From this we can see that to increase the speed of a spacecraft, its mass ratio must be increased, which means using more advanced engines and ultra-lightweight new alloy hulls. This involves jet technology, automation technology, material science, computers, mathematics, physics, chemistry, etc. Of course, this is a theory of space in a narrow sense, which corresponds to the vast solar system from here. There is also a broad theory of space, which I think is a manifestation of time. When energy reaches a certain density, space and time will be connected or overlapped in a real sense at a certain dimension. This is what we often call space-time tunnels and parallel worlds. This is just my guess at the moment. Students who are interested can discuss this with me privately. The door of the institute is always open to you. Chu Ge continued to speak at the podium, and he spoke without notes throughout the whole speech. The professors from the college who came to listen looked at each other and nodded. Academician Chu is indeed worthy of his reputation. I originally thought that he would be arrogant because of his talent and force these students to learn some incomprehensible theories. Now it seems that I am ashamed. He started from the simple to the difficult, extending from basic theory to the mysteries of the universe. His calmness really makes me ashamed. An old professor who looked highly respected said softly, "The key is that he is only in his 20s. How did he master this set of theories? It really makes us professors who have taught for a lifetime ashamed." Professor Wu, I suddenly feel that we are a bit conservative now. The Kuanping is about to ascend to the sky, and we should also follow the trend. Another old professor echoed this, and several professors nearby nodded after hearing this. After a few people whispered, they continued listening to the lecture. At this moment, the professors looked at Chu Ge with more respect and appreciation in their eyes. Originally, these academic professors were skeptical about Chu Ge. They have their own set of criteria for judging talents, and only those who are suitable for teaching will agree with their ideas. Before, they were worried that Chu Ge would directly come up with a subversive theory, which would undoubtedly be a challenge to traditional theories. Chu Ge did not do so. Instead, he combined some theoretical points of modern physics that did not conflict with the military-industrial system to deepen his views. Chu Ge only touched upon some surreal disruptive technologies. He knew that with the development of human technology to date, a lot of traditional and basic knowledge has been deeply rooted in human bones. Now, if you were to explain to them a completely unfamiliar knowledge structure, it would most likely backfire on these top experts and scholars. So Chu Ge chose another route. After a night of preparation last night, it seems that the effect is quite good. Chu Xiaowu listened very carefully in the audience. Looking at the outstanding brother on the podium, an idea popped up in her mind from time to time. They are born from the same parents. Why is there such a big difference? Chu Ge's speech lasted more than 2 hours. At the end, led by President Huang and several professors, a prolonged applause broke out in the auditorium. At this moment, both male and female students of aerospace were deeply impressed by Chu Ge's speech. Some thoughtful students even filmed the speech and uploaded it to the internet. For a time, academician Chu Ge set off a new wave of scientific research in many universities in China. This is a later story. Chapter 189, Reverse Scale. After the applause, Chu Ge walked down from the podium and was greeted by Principal Huang and several senior professors. Academician Chu, no wonder Mr. Chan kept declining our invitation before. Today I have learned something new. But a talent like you cannot only shine in his family. I will go find the leader later. You must come to our place often in the future. Principal Huang felt a little unsatisfied after listening to this, so he immediately started recruiting people. The professors all had the same idea, and after hearing this, they all nodded in agreement, completely abandoning their previous ideas. Haha, I was very busy before, but now I have a little extra time. Don't worry, Principal Huang, I will come over when I have time. After this attempt, Chu Ge felt that he quite enjoyed interacting with these students. Perhaps it was because they were of similar age and it was easier for them to resonate with each other emotionally. At the warm invitation of Principal Huang, Chu Ge was taken to the restaurant of the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Principal Huang originally wanted to go out and find a high-end hotel to entertain Chu Ge, but Chu Ge refused. According to Chu Ge's suggestion, they could just have a simple meal and feel better in the school cafeteria. Principal Huang remembered Chu Ge's identity and readily agreed. Chu Ge followed Principal Huang as they walked towards the school cafeteria. Along the way, students from all grades greeted him, and Chu Ge responded one by one with a smile. Today, the three words, Academician Chu, have spread to every corner of the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. When Chu Ge was about to go upstairs, Captain Gong came over quickly. Academician Chu, I saw Xiao Wu. She has been following us. Captain Gong whispered in Chu Ge's ear. Well, go tell Xiao Wu that I'll go find her after lunch. Okay. Captain Gong agreed and turned around to walk back. Chu Xiaowu and her roommates followed Chu Ge and the others. Behind them was a large group of freshmen. To them, Chu Ge was their idol, a top-tier one. Academician Chu is so handsome and knowledgeable. He will be my only idol from now on, and I, Fatty, will be a die-hard fan of Academician Chu from now on. Fatty was standing beside them with a look of ecstasy on her face. Come on, we've only known each other for more than 3 months, and this is your fourth and only idol. Chu Xiaowu replied unhappily. Yes, Xiaowu is right, haha. The other roommates burst out laughing after hearing this. You, stop laughing. There's a handsome soldier looking at us, huh? He seems to be coming over. Chu Xiaowu turned her head in confusion, and then saw Captain Gong approaching her. Hello, Xiaowu. Can you lend me a hand to talk? Captain Gong, it's you. It's okay. Chu Xiaowu obediently followed Captain Gong to the side. Academician Chu said he would come to see you in a while, so he asked you to go eat first. Well, I guess it was my brother who asked you to come to me. Well, by then. Goodbye, Captain Gong. Captain Gong turned and walked away quickly, while Chu Xiaowu skipped back to her roommates. Xiaowu, do you know that soldier? Yeah, how did you know each other? You seem to be quite familiar with each other. Could it be possible? Hee. Pang Yu winked at the other two girls. You mean Captain Gong? Yes, I know him. But it's not what you think. He is me. Chu Xiaowu was not very good at lying. After hesitating for a long time, she couldn't give a convincing answer. Finally, she simply stopped talking, snorted twice, and ran forward. She heard the laughter of several roommates behind her. In the university cafeteria, Chu Ge and Principal Huang ate and chatted. Before they knew it, the meal had lasted a long time. Principal Huang looked at his watch, then looked around and smiled helplessly. Academician Chu, this place is usually empty at this time of the day. Today is obviously abnormal. Really? Chu Ge looked around. Many classmates refused to leave and kept glancing at them from time to time. We are benefiting from the help of Academician Chu, haha. If Principal Huang keeps talking, I'll feel embarrassed to come here. Then I won't say anything more. You must come often, if not for anything else, just for the expectant eyes of your classmates. Principal Huang also tried his best for his students. Chu Ge was deeply touched after hearing this and nodded heavily. It just so happened that Xiao Wu was also in this school, so Chu Ge was ready to use his power for personal gain. After they finished chatting, they stood up and prepared to leave. Chu Ge was in a hurry to see Chu Xiaowu, so he also prepared to say goodbye to Dean Huang and the others. Principal Huang, I may have to take a walk around the campus when I go downstairs. I haven't been to university for a long time, and I want to feel the atmosphere here again. Chu Ge didn't have the courage to say that he was going to find Chu Xiaowu, so he just said it casually. No problem. I think the students are eager for you to stay for a while longer. Haha, I'll accompany you. No, just go do what you need to do. I'll take a look around on my own. Principal Huang glanced at Chu Ge suspiciously, but seeing how persistent he was, he gave it a second thought and decided not to insist. Academician Chu has both visible and covert guards, so he is naturally assured about his safety. As for other matters, Principal Huang thinks that young people still like to deal with young people. After Chu Ge said goodbye to Principal Huang and the others, he left with Captain Gong and the others. There were very few people on the road at this moment, and the students should all be taking a lunch break. Chu Ge and his group strolled in the campus in this early winter, and they were not in a hurry. Academician Chu's speech today was really great. The students were talking about him while eating. Of course he is. He is the youngest academician and the chief engineer of a large warship. He is also handsome. TSK. It's rare that our rear has such a high opinion of someone of the opposite sex. Chu Ge, Captain Gong, and a few others were passing by and happened to hear these girls chatting here. The content was about him. Captain Gong listened and smiled at Chu Ge. Chu Ge glared at him and pretended to pull him away. That's right. I've always been open and above board, and I like to be straightforward in everything. I'm not like Chu Xiaowu, who only knows how to pretend to be noble and aloof. What do you mean? Several girls nearby became interested. The gossip about the school beauty was quite interesting. Chu Ge frowned, slowed down his pace, and put his finger to his mouth to signal Captain Gong not to speak. I saw her eyes this morning. The way she looked at Academician Chu was full of affection. There was no such thing as aloofness. She was clearly looking down on the person. Chu Ge couldn't stand it anymore. His sister was his Achilles heel. He could bully anyone, but he couldn't tolerate bullying Chu Xiaowu. At this time, he didn't care about any secrets. He pushed Captain Gong aside and walked over directly. Shui Rui wanted to continue speaking, but when she saw a man rushing towards her, she instinctively closed her mouth. She was about to shout, but when she looked closely, she found it was Chu Ge. Academician Chu? Oh my god, we really ran into you. When the two girls nearby heard it, they hurriedly turned around, and the next second, the unique high-decibel screams of girls rang out. Chu Ge was startled and stopped for a moment, squinting his eyes and rubbing his ears. Shui Rui and others hurried over and started asking all kinds of questions. Academic issues, love issues, cosmic issues, personal preferences. They really asked all kinds of questions, both meat and vegetables, and asked all kinds of questions they could think of. Chu Ge forgot for a moment what he was here for. After answering all the questions he could in a confused manner, he was able to get away. Halfway through, he remembered Xiao Wu and turned around to go back. Actually, Chu Xiaowu is not that kind of person. She is a good child. I can vouch for her because I am her biological brother. You can try to get along well with each other. You will know after getting along with each other. After saying this, Chu Ge turned and left. He didn't want to embarrass these girls. Just now they asked him a lot of questions about the aerospace carrier, interstellar fleet, and the universe, especially Shui Rui. Chu Ge could see that they truly liked this knowledge. Chu Ge felt that a girl who liked the stars and the sea would not be such a bad person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Chapter 190 Xiao Wu. Shui Rui looked at Chu Ge's departing back and didn't react for a long time. What did Academician Chu just say? He said that Chu Xiaowu is his biological sister, Shui Rui. Academician Chu must have heard us talking about his sister just now. Several girls looked a little flustered, like children who had done something wrong. But he didn't scold us, and he patiently answered all the questions we asked. Shui Rui murmured to herself. She felt as if she was in trouble. She suddenly remembered the look Chu Xiaowu had given Chu Ge in the morning. She now understood that it was a deep brother-sister love. Damn it, what have I done? Shui Rui said silently in her heart, turned around, and looked in the direction Chu Ge left, and sighed. Xiao Rui, Chu Xiaowu, is Academician Chu's sister. Why doesn't she ever mention it? After the girls recovered, they asked in confusion. Some people, when they have a little power and money, will fully reveal the ugly side of their nature. Some people, even if they are extremely powerful, always maintain the good side of their nature. This is the difference between people. Having said this, Shui Rui's eyes dimmed. If she continued to be so willful, would she become the first type of person? It could also be that he is a great man hiding in plain sight. With Academician Chu's identity and status, if some people knew that he had a sister in our school, Xiaowu probably wouldn't have to continue her studies. By the way, you two have to keep today's events a secret and don't tell anyone. If anyone tells anyone, don't blame me for getting angry. Shui Rui remembered something and hurriedly turned around to speak to her friends in a cold tone. Today's incident just passed like that, but Shui Rui always felt uneasy and guilty, and more importantly, she felt that she had offended Academician Chu. After thinking it over, she decided to go home and confess to her parents and grandfather that she had something on her mind. Shui Rui became silent for a long time. Her mind was in a mess. As for Chu Ge, he went to look for Xiao Wu as if nothing had happened. Captain Gong, where is Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu is not far ahead. The secret guard just reported it. Well, Captain Gong, how do you think we should deal with what happened just now? With nothing to do, Chu Ge wanted to ask Captain Gong something. Academician Chu handled it well. Xiao Wu is secretly protected by the military, and no one dares to bully her. The girl just now was named Shui Rui. Apart from being a bit talkative, she didn't do anything excessive. Otherwise, we would have warned her long ago. By the way, her parents run a pharmaceutical company. It seems to be very large, a conglomerate, and they also own real estate and a chain of pharmacies. Her grandfather is quite interesting. Academician Chu might even know him. As for the verbal offense today, I guess she will learn a lesson tonight. Captain Gong stopped talking halfway through his words. Chu Ge tilted his head and looked at him. Captain Gong, I realize you've learned a lot. Huh. However, you are right. After this incident, I guess she may become Xiao Wu's apparent barrier in this school. They will become friends, even though this friendship is somewhat impure. When her grandfather comes to see me later, just let her go. After Chu Ge finished speaking, he strode forward. Captain Gong scratched his head. After being with Chu Ge for a long time, he had a pretty good understanding of his temperament. so he would occasionally use some tricks on him. He knew Chu Ge didn't care about that. But he didn't expect that Chu Ge's ability to guess people's minds had reached such a level of perfection. Chu Xiaowu and Peng Yu were wandering around the school campus out of boredom. She was waiting for her brother's call. Xiaowu. Xiaowu was just thinking about it when she heard a familiar voice behind her. She turned around hurriedly, and when she saw Chu Ge's tall figure, she couldn't help it. She shouted, "Brother," and ran over like the wind. Left behind her were several roommates who had been petrified on the spot. Pengya, did I hear correctly just now? What did Xiaowu call academician Chu? Brother, Chu Ge, Chu Xiaowu this. Xiaowu, this girl, is really good at hiding herself. Fatty looked at the two happy people not far away and replied mechanically. Chu Xiaowu was already acting coquettishly with Chu Ge. When Captain Gong saw this, he turned around, made a gesture, and then quietly retreated to a nearby place. The guards dispersed. He wanted to make as much space as possible for academician Chu and Xiaowu. Brother, why did you come here directly? I'm still waiting for your call. I'll come to you alone later. After Chu Xiaowu asked, she took Chu Ge's arm, and the two walked to the artificial lake nearby, found a stone bench, and sat down. There aren't many people on campus, so I just came over here. How about that? In school, the little princess of our Chu family probably attracts a lot of attention, right? Chu Ge looked at Xiaowu and started to joke. No way. I'm focusing on my studies. I don't bother with all that mess. Oh, no wonder you got the nickname of Iceberg Beauty. After hearing this, Chu Xiaowu started to beat the brother and sister without saying a word. The brother and sister were just like they were when they were little, fighting at the slightest disagreement. Even though Chu Ge is now famous all over the world, to Chu Xiaowu, he is still the same genuine brother. After the two of them played around for a while, Chu Ge began to preach seriously. Don't be in a hurry to fall in love, but you can't always have a cold face. People with high emotional intelligence have more potential to do great things. You have to learn to get along with them. Some boys in school are too immature. They act pretentiously and aim too high even though they haven't achieved anything. Or they show off their parents' wealth and act like second-generation rich kids. I never pay attention to such people. After all, this is only a small part. You should have an outline in your mind, right? Those with good moral character? Those with excellent grades. Just like my brother. Chu Xiaowu said it without even thinking. Ahem. This, all the girls in your school think like you. I suddenly start to sympathize with your male classmates. Well, there's no rush for this. I won't worry about your studies. I know you have your own ideals, and you will definitely work hard for them. In life, well, if someone bullies you, you can just tell me. Chu Ge thought of Shui Rui and wanted to find out how Xiaowu felt. If she was uncomfortable, Chu Ge would talk to Shui Rui's grandfather. No, who dares to bully your sister? Really? Like verbally? Really not. Xiaowu said and looked at Chu Ge suspiciously, wondering why her brother was acting so strange today. Chu Ge nodded. This damn girl is still like that. She always handles problems according to her own bottom line. She won't react unless it reaches a certain level. The more she acted like this, the more Chu Ge began to feel uncomfortable. Wasn't he the same? The past was the past. If even he didn't protect his family now, then would anyone be able to bully Xiaowu and her parents in the future? Thinking of this, Chu Ge didn't plan to force Chu Xiaowu anymore. He held his sister's hand tightly and began to think about it. Chu Xiaowu didn't hear her brother talking for a long time. She turned her head and saw Chu Ge frowning. She thought he was thinking about work, so she didn't disturb him. She sat beside Chu Ge obediently, feeling his presence. It's great to have such a brother. Chu Xiaowu felt very happy. Chapter 191, Private Revenge for Public Vengeance. Shui Rui finally managed to hold on until the get-out of class was over. She didn't stay any longer and rushed home without stopping. When she got home, her mother was very surprised and wondered if her child had changed her personality today. Mom, isn't Dad home yet? No, it's almost time. You're always the last one to come back. Did you take the wrong medicine today? You'll be the first one to go home. Shui Rui did not answer and ran back to her room upstairs. She still had to think about how to talk to her father. Shui Rui was just thinking when she heard a commotion downstairs. She knew her father was back, so she got up and went downstairs in a hurry. Shui Di, chairman of the Durui Group, has 4 or 5 subsidiaries covering multiple industries, including pharmaceuticals, real estate, store chains, and retail. The parent company, Durui Pharmaceuticals, is also a listed company. His net worth is nearly 300 billion. Dad, you're back. Hey, why did you come back so early today? Shui Di was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He raised his hand to pour another cup of tea and motioned Shui Rui to sit down. There are activities in school today, so there are few classes scheduled. What activities? Academician Chu came to give everyone a speech. Academician Chu? You mean Chu Ge, Academician Chu. Shwedi was sitting up. Yes. Is there another academician Chu in the world? That's great. I heard from your grandfather that this person is incredible, a remarkable figure. The key point is that this person seems to have dabbled in the field of biomedicine. I was planning to ask your grandfather to make some connections. In the end, your grandfather stopped us. He said that academician Chu is too busy doing research for the country to care about us. What the old man said makes sense, so we just let it go. As Xue Di was talking, Xue Rui, who was sitting next to him, became more and more uneasy. Dad, I think I'm in trouble. I've offended academician Chu. Academician Chu, what? What did you just say? Xue Rui repeated it again in a low voice, and Xue Di's face immediately darkened. How could you offend him? You two are totally unrelated, so please explain clearly. So Xue Rui told Xue Di everything that happened today. Xue Di frowned. He thought about it for a long time and was a little undecided. Let's go to your grandfather. Academician Chu knows more than us. This matter can be big or small. We can't be careless. Let's go now. Xue Di acted decisively and walked out with his precious daughter. He ignored Xue Rui's mother, who was calling him from behind. After calling the driver, the two of them got in the car. When the two arrived, the old man of the Xue family was having dinner. Seeing the two hurriedly coming in, he couldn't help but laugh. You two are really good at keeping up with meal times. I was just about to eat when you guys came. Come, sit down. Dad, something happened. Mr. Xue's smile froze on his face instantly. He raised his head and looked at Xue Di. After calming down, explain. Xue Rui, you are the one who caused this. Please tell me the details again in front of your grandfather. Xue Rui did not dare to neglect and hurriedly recounted what happened during the day, detailing every detail. As Xue Rui finished her statement, the chopsticks in Xue Dingbang's hand fell to the ground. After a while, Dad, you are familiar with academician Chu. Is this a problem? Xue Di was spinning around anxiously and couldn't help but stood up and asked. It's mainly because academician Chu is a low-key person. He spends most of his time doing research at the institute and rarely conflicts with others. So it's hard to judge, except for one thing. The Chao family of the Demon City. The Chao family? Didn't the Chao family collapse? They said it was a chain reaction caused by a broken capital chain. It was reported in the news. Schrödinger waved his hand. There is also a legend that Chao Bo of the Chao family wanted to attack academician Chu, and then the higher-ups took drastic measures, and the Chao family collapsed. However, the person involved, Chao Bo, is still missing and there is no news, so there is no way to verify this matter. Only a very small number of top families know about this legend. I learned about it from Mr. Zheng in Yinjing. Well, then Dad, you have to think of a way. After listening to what Grandpa Xue said, Xue Di felt a chill on his back and looked at Grandpa Xue shivering. It shouldn't be that serious. I met academician Chu once. He looks kind and doesn't seem like the kind of person who would kill someone. Xiao Rui is just a bit of a chatterbox. Fortunately, she didn't touch the girl. That's good. That's good. Xue Di finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, I still have to go to the institute tomorrow. This matter is our fault, so we should have an attitude. The rest will be left to academician Chu. Xue Di, Xiao Rui, to be honest, I have no idea about this matter. You have to be mentally prepared. Alas, now that things have come to this, we can only do our best to make amends. If academician Chu insists on pursuing the matter, then we can only endure it and don't think about resisting. There are some things that you will understand in the future. Alas, following Mr. Xue's long sigh, Xue Di's nerves, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. Well, what do you think is the worst outcome? The Chao family is not smaller than ours. What do you think? After hearing this, Xue Di sat down on the sofa, while Xue Rui started crying quietly. Well, it's not time yet. Why are you crying? Go back and wait for my news tomorrow. After Xue Dingbang finished speaking, he shook his head helplessly. He made up his mind to go to the research institute early tomorrow morning. It would be useless to look for anyone else at this time, so he could only go to academician Chu. The next day, Chu Ge was sorting data and programming in the office when there was a knock on the door. After Chu Ge answered, Captain Gong walked in. Academician Chu, Xue Dingbang is here. Who? Xue Rui's grandfather, the director of the external incubation agency under the Institute of Biology. Oh, please come in. Chu Ge glared at Captain Gong and began to tidy up the documents on the table. Halfway through, Mr. Xue came in. Captain Gong brought the man in, turned around, and closed the door. Only Chu Ge and Xue Dingbang were left in the huge office. Academician Chu, we meet again. Last time you commissioned us to experiment with several compounds. You may not even remember me. Haha. Director Xue, how come you don't remember? Come, sit down. Academician Chu, I don't come to you for no reason. I know everything about Xiao Rui's incident yesterday. I came here today to apologize. Shui Dingbang stood up again after saying this. Chu Ge didn't say anything, but turned around and poured a glass of water for Mr. Shui. It's normal for classmates to have a quarrel. I didn't take it seriously. Director Shui took it seriously. After Shui Dingbang heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that with academician Chu's words, his Shui family was basically saved. Director Shui, I remember that the net profit of Durue Group is about 50 billion a year, and Durue Pharmaceuticals contributes nearly 90 of it? It seems that the profit of this pharmaceutical industry is really not small. Yes, right. Shui Dingbang was a little confused. He didn't know what academician Chu meant. The construction of the interstellar fleet requires strong support from pharmaceutical companies. This involves biotechnology, genetic modification, radiation resistance, etc. You know, the military has already invested a lot in hardware equipment such as aerospace carriers, so the research and development and production of the above have been postponed. Sigh. Big, how much do you need? Not much, 150 billion. Chapter 192, Artificial Intelligence System. Chu Ge did not ask the Shui family to pay directly. He knew that if they did so, the Durue Group would probably bleed to death. He was considerate enough to pay Durue Pharmaceutical in installments of 3 years. Within 3 years, all research and development and production of space adaptability drugs for all Starfleet personnel will be undertaken by Durue Pharmaceuticals in stages, with the military then entering the factory to supervise. All equipment and medicines in the lunar base's medical cabin are also provided by Durue Pharmaceuticals. All of the above are free. After hearing this, Mr. Shui did not object. He nodded after a little consideration. He agreed very readily, and after a few polite words, he stood up and said goodbye. After Chu Ge sent the people away, he turned around and was about to continue working when Captain Gong knocked on the door and came in. Academician Chu, why do I feel like this old man is stupid? He is so happy. Captain Gong, what if they can run a big company, but you can only be my captain of the guard? You should look further ahead, like 3 years later. It's what they deserve to suffer now. Who made them provoke Xiao Wu? Let's see how they perform later. It seemed that Captain Gong had not yet turned the corner, so he scratched his head and walked out. Shui Dingbang was in a hurry when he came, but he was not in a hurry when he left. Shui Di and his daughter, who were waiting at the gate of the institute, seemed to feel relieved when they saw the old man's leisurely pace. Let's go, we'll talk in the car. After Shui Dingbang came out, he got into the car without saying anything. Dad, tell me, is Academician Chu angry? Well, it didn't happen, but the problem is finally solved. At least the Shui family won't be wiped out like the Chow family. That's good, that's good, Shui Di said, patting his chest. There is a price to pay. We have to pay 150 billion Chinese yuan. This is almost reduced to ashes. Grandpa, Shui Rue wanted to cry again when she heard the conditions. It's not about asking us to pay, nor is it about Academician Chu's personal pocket. It's about supplying some biological and pharmaceutical products to the country for free within 3 years. After Mr. Shui finished speaking, there was silence in the car for a long time. Shui Di seemed to be calculating the gains and losses here, and finally nodded helplessly. I can accept that. At least I can keep the Green Mountains. As long as the Green Mountains are there, I won't have to worry about firewood. At worst, I won't make a penny in the next 3 years. Haha. Shui Di, you guys, do you know why I agreed so readily? 50 billion a year. In fact, if we divide it among the products, we don't necessarily have to lose 50 billion. In addition, the interstellar fleet is the country's key future plan. The country is in the front, and we are behind. Think about it. There are actually areas where we can gain a foothold in space. From a righteous perspective, it is only natural for the Durue Group to make its own contribution to the country. With this official endorsement, the road ahead will naturally not be too difficult. The rest is up to you and your daughter to figure out. After Mr. Shui finished speaking, he lay back, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a nap. Shui Di and his daughter looked at each other and didn't dare to disturb the old man again. Shui Di still hadn't figured it out, so he stopped talking and quietly settled his account. Chu Ge finally sorted out the information on the table and then began to input program instructions. In addition to the gravity and gravitational wave device, the lunar base also has a special system. It is an artificial intelligence system. When Chu Ge was inputting the program, he felt that it was somewhat similar to the intelligent control system of Soulblade. At least the programming languages were similar and they shared the same origin. It's just that the lunar base is more complex and the data is much larger. This can be seen from its data storage device. There are 10 YB-level storage devices, which is several times more than that of the aerospace mothership. Correspondingly, the processing power of the artificial intelligence system is also very powerful. It can be used in large-scale tasks ranging from the management of the living area of the lunar base, life support system testing, test area testing, and energy control of the entire base to small-scale tasks such as the automatic collection vehicles of the integrated factory and the surgical examination tables of the medical base. Its central processing unit is about half the size of a football field, with a honeycomb structure and holes on it. Inside the holes are core energy balls, which are about the same size as the one on Soul Blade's chest. The central processing unit is a giant sphere composed of more than 1,000 of those energy balls. All the data streams of the base, monitoring data from every corner, command instructions, and system monitoring signals will be collected here for analysis and organization. It can be said that it is the brain of the entire base. Chu Ge was sorting and thinking at the same time, and he couldn't help it and started to summon the system brother. Brother system, are you sure this artificial intelligence system of yours is a processor? Why do I feel like it looks a bit like the Red Queen? What the hell is the Red Queen? It's a super artificial intelligence system, the kind that kills everyone in the end. The base's artificial intelligence system is mainly execution-oriented and will not actively issue commands. All commands need to be set in advance. For example, for a collection vehicle, you need to set the collection path, excavation rate, driving speed, and other basic working parameters in advance. After entering the system is backed up and can be changed later, which also requires human modification. It controls the system data autonomously, such as the air pressure of the entire base, oxygen supply, etc. In general, it can't think. No, but it can simulate human emotions. If you talk to it, it may sometimes play a little joke on you. What about that Soul Blade? It's about the same. It should be more interesting than that. After all, it's a space base. Isn't it too boring if it's too rigid? You are really thoughtful. On behalf of all future base personnel, I would like to thank you. You're welcome. Speaking of intelligent systems, I searched my database and all the data in your world, and finally found that this system is the most powerful, the most intelligent, and the most awesome thing. Okay, I know. There's a sequel to Doraemon. Go watch it. The system boss didn't reply to him either. Chu Ge suspected that this guy might have really gone to search. Chu Ge remembered that the Red Queen seemed to be more powerful. It had a wider range of control and should be able to control everything related to data. It seems that the artificial intelligence system of the lunar base can only control a base at most. Fortunately, it cannot cause any big waves. Chu Ge flipped through the system's directory of commands that needed to be programmed for this artificial intelligence, which amounted to nearly 350,000 items. Chu Ge remembered that when he designed the energy core of Soul Blade, he spent nearly a week working nonstop, and the amount of related programs of Soul Blade was not even a fraction of that of this artificial intelligence. Chu Ge turned off the computer screen with a click. He had a headache and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Winter goes and spring comes, summer fades and autumn arrives. More than half a year has passed quickly. The data and model planning of the lunar base have been basically completed, and some large structures remain to be built on the moon. Chu Ge temporarily sealed up the data blueprint and other things. Because according to the plan, China will usher in a historic moment in a few days. The aerospace mothership Kunpeng is about to be completed, and a grand ceremony will be held at the dock base. The ceremony was scheduled for National Day, and the already lively National Day attracted global attention. The institute also hung colorful flags early in the morning, and a huge banner was hung in the center of the office building. Kunpeng soars, and the whole world celebrates. Chapter 193 Warm-Up. The Chinese government began warming up for this grand ceremony half a month in advance. Before the ceremony even started, the entire online world was already boiling with excitement. The headlines of portal websites and news media are all about the news that Kunpeng is about to enter service. Under each piece of news, netizens are crazily giving likes. Soon, this news was no longer just the top news in China, but spread rapidly to become the headlines of the entire world. Is it going to take off now? Is it going so fast? It's probably fake news again. This time, there is a live video broadcast, and they have invited many heads of state and celebrities. There is also a grand concert on the day of the live broadcast. Do you think it can be faked? Let's wait and see. That's impossible. The technology of the Republic of China is much more advanced than theirs. How can they build a spaceship? I don't believe it. It's fake news. There are people everywhere. When it comes to space travel, you are rubbish. How can a country that has failed to launch a rocket have the right to criticize others? That's right. You dare to blame the sovereign country. I suggest that China should fly the spacecraft directly to country H and crush them to death on the same day. It's really embarrassing to have such a neighbor. Just wait for the live broadcast in 3 days. You can save your anger and fight on the day of the live broadcast. Huh. Compared to the noisy and bustling internet, the conference room of the Pentagon's intelligence department was much quieter. In the conference room, all officials in charge of intelligence gathering in Asia were present, including the Director of Intelligence Rodriguez. They were all silent, looking through the documents at hand. The depressing atmosphere in the entire office made people breathless. Rodriguez frowned. "Tell us all, you are all elites responsible for gathering intelligence in Asia, and I will have to report to my superiors later. Let me start by saying that in addition to the unusual movements in China, they are also extremely abnormal in the space direction. Satellite monitoring shows that they have launched more than 20 satellites into lunar orbit in half a year. This is outrageous. You know, this number is much larger than all other countries combined in decades. We have reason to suspect that their next plan is likely to revolve around the moon." John Wilson was the first to stand up and said with a worried look on his face, "Regarding the satellite, I have asked the relevant departments to prepare a press release. They must be severely criticized. We in the United States must take the lead in this matter and try to win over other countries to put pressure on them." The core concern of the statement is about the protection of the space environment and resources. The moon belongs to all mankind, not to China. We must put pressure on them to clarify their purpose. Do they want to build a space base? To develop lunar resources alone? That's impossible. The United States firmly opposes it. Rodriguez's face turned red when he was excited, and the intelligence officials present at the meeting nodded one after another. As for their aerospace carrier, I learned from secret channels that many countries will send high-level representatives there. I would like to reiterate the decision of the U.S. State Department that the U.S. will not send any official team or organization to observe the visit. All major allies have also reached an agreement. Except for a few individual countries, most of them will stand with us to protest their military opacity. The United States is now only able to speak toughly. After the test by the island nation half a year ago, they no longer have the confidence to suppress it militarily. In the past, when faced with such a situation, they would symbolically send out a few aircraft carrier battle groups to show off their military power. During this ceremony, their military high-ranking officials also mentioned this plan. However, this proposal was suppressed by the U.S. Military Committee because it was too risky and they could not afford it now. The Americans were in a meeting, and Chu Ge and the others were also in a meeting. Compared to the depressing atmosphere over there, it was a bit cheerful and joyful here. It wasn't a formal work meeting, and everyone seemed a bit casual. "Be quiet. We gathered everyone here today mainly to discuss some matters related to the Kunping celebration in 3 days." The meeting was chaired by Academician Chun, as usual. After seeing that the heads of various departments were present, Academician Chun began to speak. "The main personnel of the research institute who are involved in the development of the aerospace carrier will be arranged to go to City D tomorrow. They will be picked up by a special plane. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts, and is also an honor. So, I guess you haven't asked for leave." "What a joke, Mr. Chun. You must be crazy to ask for leave at this time, huh?" "That is." The people below began to respond fiercely. On the day of the ceremony, news media and some overseas media will attend, and it will be broadcast live on TV and the internet. Please pay attention to your image and don't bring shame to the institute. There are also many celebrities, foreign dignitaries, military leaders, and domestic and foreign film and television stars attending the event. Everyone here is China's high-tech talent. Please be careful. You will understand some things without me having to explain them. If you have any questions, you can ask now. If there is nothing else, we will adjourn the meeting. Everyone go back and get ready. Mr. Chun, what are the plans for Kunping? Will it make its first flight?" Li Gang was quite interested in this, and he took over as soon as Academician Chen finished speaking. "Yes. Although the main and auxiliary engines have been simulated and tested before installation, the ceremony will be the day of their real ignition. Kunping will circle China at a very low speed. Before the Kunping test flight, a part of the area will be open to a few VIPs for visits. After a period of full-load production, the carrier-based aircraft fleet has more than 100 drones and manned aircraft combined, and they will also be unveiled at the ceremony. Mr. Chun, I think you should stop hiding it and tell everyone about the military's arrangements right away. The ceremony schedule will be announced tomorrow anyway." Chu Ge looked at the expectant eyes of the people below and simply exposed Academician Chen's past. "Haha, your Academician Chu is on your side. Well, the ceremony also has another highlight, which is the mecha warriors led by Soul Blade. They will be the last to appear on the day of the ceremony. The mecha warriors will fly over directly from the Northwest base, but not all of them will come. Soul Blade will lead the team, and 2 of his brothers, Red Armor and Mordekaiser, will follow." After Academician Chen finished speaking, the crowd immediately became excited. The legendary mecha team could finally meet. Ever since these 10 mechas were completed, they have been training at the hive base in the northwest and rarely appear in public. Chu Ge had never seen them before, and this was the first time he heard of the name. During the ceremony, Soulblade won't blame me for neglecting it, haha. Chu Ge laughed when he thought of this. Chapter 194 Kuenping. After the meeting, Chu Ge followed academician Chen to his office. Mr. Chen, this is quite a big event. The Soulblade has come, and it's being broadcast live to the world. Are the higher-ups planning to show off everything at once? To use Elder Long's original words, the light prism tower has no legs, otherwise it would have been moved here as well, haha. I guess by then some jealous countries will start clamoring again, showing off their military power and seeking hegemony. Small countries don't care about these things, because they know that we Chinese will not bully the weak. This show is for the United States and other Western countries to see. Whether it is to show off or to deter, we are using this to announce to the world that our Chinese nation has once again stood at the top of the world's nations. Well said, Mr. Chen. I can almost see what you looked like when you were young, when you were so high-spirited just now. Chu Ge was moved by academician Chen's passion and couldn't help but flatter him. I called you here to tell you that your fiancée is on the guest list. If she wants to go on the maiden voyage, the military will have no problem with her. You can handle it on your own. No need. She told me yesterday that it was an honor to be invited to attend the completion ceremony of the aerospace carrier. As for the first voyage, I remember that the military has strict restrictions on the number of people. Although many domestic first-line entertainment stars received invitations on the day of the ceremony, only a few were able to be invited to the inaugural flight. After all, it involves military equipment. Although by then, they will be arranged to cruise along in the living area. But as far as Chu Ge knows, the guests who can board the maiden voyage are mostly politicians from countries that are relatively friendly to China, and then there are international movie stars. The number of such stars in China can be counted on one hand. Haha, who told her to find a good fiancé? Don't worry, the military agrees. No one dares to object. Chu Ge said goodbye happily, which was a surprise. The next day, Chu Ge set off for City D. Accompanying him on the same fatty plane were Captain Gong, academician Chun, Yin Tianhao, Zheng Jun, and Wang Yun. Chu Ge got off the plane and looked around. The military airport in City D was quite large. There were still 2 days before the ceremony began, and there were already quite a few foreign planes in the airport, including civil aviation versions of VIP planes and military transport planes neatly lined up in a corner of the airport. Those who can enter this airport are basically national-level figures. Chu Ge knows that this airport will become busy from now on. Hello, Academician Chu. We are from the base's security platoon. Commander Wang said that the situation in City D is complicated, so he specially arranged for us to come and greet and escort us. Chu Ge was looking at the busy scene around him when a second lieutenant platoon leader ran up behind him and saluted. Okay, let's go. Yes. Chu Ge and academician Chun were sitting in a jeep. The people behind them got on the jeep one after another. The convoy turned a corner and headed towards the base. The security intensity outside the base is obviously higher than when Chu Ge came here before. Chu Ge found that there was an armed checkpoint at every certain distance, and the closer to the base, the higher the security intensity. Along the way, Chu Ge has discovered at least 5 integrated missile and artillery anti-aircraft vehicles. This thing is specially used to deal with low-altitude targets. It seems that the base has made more targeted arrangements. The high-altitude targets are entirely handed over to the prism tower, and they only focus on guarding against low-altitude targets and people. Chu Ge and his team entered the base. From a distance, Chu Ge saw the huge body of the aerospace mothership. He had been here a few weeks ago when the outer armor was being installed, and he was still shocked when he saw it. The Kuenping lay there like a monster, painted dark gray. The huge rail guns at the bow and stern were vaguely visible. Even from such a distance, Chu Ge could feel its overwhelming momentum like a mountain pressing down on his head. Chu Ge looked around, but found that no one around him spoke. Everyone was looking at the Kuenping from afar. People like Yin Tianhao were seeing the full form of the Kuenping for the first time and were a little shocked. This huge thing is 2,100 meters long and 145 meters high. Even if it is a pile of wood, it would be shocking, not to mention the future flagship of the Star Fleet. Academician Chu, you've touched the aerospace carrier all over. Why are you still so obsessed with it? Commander Wang of the base had been standing there for a while. He didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. Haha, I never get tired of seeing it. It's so huge and charming. Hey, Commander Wang, I see many foreign dignitaries have arrived today. Don't you need to go and greet them? We are family, so there is no need to come specially to accompany you. They have their own people from the relevant departments to accompany them. I am a soldier accompanying them. I guess they are not feeling well. Haha, I have no choice but to bother you and Mr. Chun. Let's go. Mr. Chun, go sit with Commander Wong. Let Yin Tianhao and the others go to the aerospace mothership to take a look. Look at them. They are staring at it. Good. Commander Wong, Elder Long, Commander Meng, and the others haven't arrived yet. Chu Ge, Academician Chen followed Commander Wong to his office and sat down, and Academician Chen immediately asked. They will arrive tomorrow, and the base will be bustling again. The Kuanping has been completed, and some of the engineers who gathered together earlier have returned to their original units and batches. There are some apartments available in the base, so we have cleaned them up and will use them to entertain these domestic and foreign guests and media friends. Commander Wong, there is something behind your words. Don't worry, they will have to report back soon. Your dock base still has a whole fleet to produce. The remaining engineers should build the transport ships first. This thing is simple, but I need 10 of them. After you deliver them, the heavy cruisers will follow. They are not much smaller than the one outside. You definitely don't have enough people left now, haha. Academician Chu, I've been waiting for you to say this. If you don't say it, I'll be unsure, right? Haha. The three of them laughed in the room. Commander Wong, as the commander-in-chief of the interstellar fleet and the patriarch of the dock base, pulled Chu Ge and Academician Chun to chat from the door to the office, and from the office to the cafeteria. There seemed to be endless things to say. After lunch, Commander Wong took Chu Ge and the others to their residence. There were obviously more guards here than in other places, and the floors were much shorter. It should have been the residence of senior engineers before. Chu Ge was standing downstairs and hadn't said anything yet when he saw Captain Gong and the others join the guard team. Well, the guards had doubled. He shook his head, said goodbye to Academician Chun, and went to find his own room. In the afternoon, domestic and foreign singing guests and foreign delegations had basically arrived. Chu Ge was walking on the road to the base and met several foreign female stars. He had seen their film and television works when he was in school, but Chu Ge couldn't remember any of their names. In addition, he had hardly watched any movies or TV in the past 2 years, so he was basically isolated from news in the entertainment industry. Still watching, Dilanaza pouted beside her. What's her name? She sounds so familiar. I can remember 10,000 program codes, but I have a hard time remembering names. Megan Fox, the one in Transformers. Dilanaza replied unhappily from the side. Ah, yes, my God. She really has an amazing figure. Oh. The next second, a miserable howl was heard from a corner of the base. Chapter 195 Live Broadcast. On National Day, the morning sun shone across the entire dock base, and the dark gray paint of the Kuanping had a layer of golden halo. From a distance, it looks like a dream castle. At 6 o'clock, the global live broadcast signal was officially opened, and millions of people instantly flocked into the live broadcast room, and the number of people was still doubling. The live broadcast party has mobilized the world's top team this time, and all of them are first class in terms of recording equipment, broadcasting equipment, and back-end data servers. To ensure stable signal and clear picture quality, domestic self-media and portal websites have all received signals. Netizens who got up early in the morning and watched TV or computers cheered instantly. They have finally waited for this moment. When the camera captured the Kuanping in the distance, the live broadcast room was in an uproar, with barrages of comments flying all over the place, all of which were a series of exclamations such as, wow, ah, oh, wow, cameraman, you shot this from 2 miles away? Do you dare to move closer? I want to feel its majesty up close. Upstairs, the area around Kuanping is probably not open yet. Be patient. The view from here is already stunning enough. Yes, this aerospace carrier looks like a city standing before our eyes. Does anyone know the size of the aerospace carrier? I guess no one knows about this. After all, it has never been made public, but it should be available soon. There is no shortage of experts in the live broadcast room. 666, there's an old man upstairs. After a long time, the live broadcast screen finally moved. It started. The ceremony is probably about to begin. As the camera moves forward, the picture freezes on a security checkpoint. Further in should be the stage for cultural performances. This place is very close to the aerospace mothership. From here, it's really no different from looking at a city wall. Judging from the upward altitude angle and the corresponding oblique angle of the sunlight, this aerospace carrier must be more than 100 meters high. It should be more than that. Modern aircraft carriers have a draft, and then we have to consider the height of the island. These aerospace carriers don't have that. I have a question. Does the Kuanping have wheels? Does it need to glide? Is this a newbie no tire can bear such a large tonnage? Even if the belly of the aerospace carrier is fully equipped with tires, it still cannot bear the weight. It needs either strong support legs or nothing at all. The dock base needs to be equipped with a set of professional lifting and load-bearing mechanisms. There are many words above, like it. There is no shortage of professional military fans among Chinese netizens. Based on the first glimpse of the aerospace mothership captured in the camera, everyone has speculated on some of its basic data. YouTube also broadcast the event simultaneously with the domestic network. Military enthusiasts from all over the world, like people in China, were also waiting in front of their computers early, but the access speed to the external network was a bit slow. After waiting for a long time for the live broadcast, the comments suddenly increased. Compared with the harmony among domestic netizens, the atmosphere here was much more tense, and their focus was particularly different. My God, this thing is huge. From the camera, I can't see the edge of it. It looks like a sci-fi battleship. I think I saw a few sets of huge cannons on the side. Did they bring out some antiques from World War II? It doesn't look like an ordinary cannon. It's either an electromagnetic cannon or a laser cannon. Haha, such a huge warship, I doubt whether it can fly in a while. In terms of technology, our great H Republic is still more powerful. It's just a shell. China only plays these face-saving projects. In terms of military, H country is #1 in Asia. The H countryman above is really bragging. When it comes to military, our Peacock Kingdom is the most powerful. I suggest opening a live broadcast room specifically for the people from the 2 countries above. It really affects the viewing experience. You are so awesome. Why do you come to this live broadcast room? It really disgusts me. From an island country. Agree. +1. Oh my God, I saw Meghan and Scarlett, Leonardo, Will Smith, and Brad Pitt. Is this a stage show? A Hollywood red carpet show? Jenny, you, the Sanqing Prince Li Guangrong. This is from our great H Republic. What the hell? I don't know him. As everyone was talking, the camera changed from a fixed shot to a moving shot, which was switching to a drone perspective. The general appearance of the aerospace carrier was fully presented to netizens at home and abroad. The drone took a long time to fly to the highest point. The shooting angle from top to bottom showed the huge image of the Kunpeng to the fullest. The densely packed people on the ground looked like beans at this moment. Wow, it's even more shocking from this angle. Isn't this the mothership? I see its back is not flat. There is a bulge in the middle. Where's the runway? Where's the island? You're talking about an aircraft carrier. An aerospace carrier certainly won't be designed that way. There should be carrier-based aircraft, and we'll know in a moment. But aside from the raised part in the middle, this warship looks very neat from above, without those messy antennas. The view was pulled to the tail of the aerospace mothership. At this time, the sound of cannon explosions was heard in the air, and rows of gorgeous fireworks exploded in the air. A huge colorful streamer slid down from the edge of the back of the aerospace mothership and then fluttered in the wind. A huge mast rose at the tail. Dozens of honor guard members marched towards the mast in neat steps, and the majestic voice of the master of ceremonies rang out at the scene. The celebration ceremony for Kunpeng officially began, and the first item was the flag-raising ceremony. Chu Ge stood up in the command hall. He had followed Commander Wang to the command hall of the Kunpeng a long time ago. The central integrated display screen had now switched to the Guard of Honor. As the national flag slowly rose, the commanders in the hall sang the national anthem. After the flag-raising ceremony, the sound of booming salutes could be heard one after another. The screen showed a scene of a temporary viewing platform where dignitaries and guests from various countries, as well as leaders of relevant Chinese departments, walked onto the podium and began to deliver welcome speeches. Chu Ge was listening to the broadcast in the hall while looking at the huge central command center. The aerospace carrier is equipped with 4 captains. They have different divisions of labor, and the captain's command positions are slightly different. There are 2 in the front and 2 in the back. The one in front is behind the transparent portholes and is mainly responsible for navigation issues, while the one in the back is mainly responsible for some affairs inside the ship. In the middle are 5 rows of workstations for control officers of the ship's main systems. The rows of workstations are filled with densely packed control computers, data display screens, and sound transmission equipment. The operating console looks fairly neat. It is the operating interface of a highly integrated system, mostly controlled by a computer. After the welcome speech, guests will be arranged to visit the ship. The military will only open the living area and leisure area, which are located in the middle of the aerospace mothership. Visitors need to take a special elevator to get there. Visitors to the Kunpeng are not allowed to bring mobile phones or video equipment, so the live camera did not follow their perspective, but switched from the viewing platform to the drone. What is that? As the camera zoomed in, pieces of armor were shrinking in all directions near the tail of the aerospace mothership, and 2 huge triple-mounted electromagnetic railguns at the tail of the Kunpeng extended from the interior of the ship. After the railgun was extended, it turned 180 degrees and the muzzle pointed backwards. Hidden railgun. The caliber is at least 500, so cool. The camera turned, and the picture froze on the bulge on the back. The armor there was also shrinking, and square-based devices stretched out. After they came out, they slowly rotated 360 degrees. These were the phased array guns of the aerospace carrier. The phase guns are arranged in sequence along the slope of the raised armor, not horizontally. I don't know what this thing is. It should also be a weapon system, a laser launcher. Wouldn't it be more domineering if all the hidden mechanisms were exposed? One possibility is that this aerospace carrier is extremely fast, so in order to maintain its overall streamlined shape, the masts are retractable and the flag should not be hoisted at ordinary times. This is very different from modern ships. As everyone was talking, the drone camera had already moved to the side of the Kunpeng, and the 3-story carrier-based aircraft hangar door was slowly lowered. Dozens of carrier-based aircraft were thrown out in an instant. They hovered in the air and then began to climb, with more than a dozen aircraft on each layer in a neat and uniform formation. After rising to high altitude, more than 30 carrier-based aircraft turned on their auxiliary engines, and the main engines of the aircraft started working. The carrier-based aircraft turned around and broke through the air. The live broadcast room was silent for a while. Sure enough, there is a carrier-based aircraft. This carrier-based aircraft is quite powerful. This shape is undoubtedly a sci-fi fighter. When did China's military industry become so powerful? This strength is unrivaled in the world, right? Chapter 196 Carrier-Based Aircraft. Across the end of the ocean, at the Yonaguni base, Ichiro Koizumi and the base officials were sitting together, watching the live broadcast of the Kunpeng. When the carrier-based aircraft took off, he stood up with a whoosh. It's this fighter. It's actually a carrier-based aircraft. It seems that there are quite a lot of them now. Ichiro, what are you talking about? Kazusuke Hirata, the captain of the Air Self-Defense Force at Yonaguni Base, asked. Captain, the fighter jets we fought against last year were this type of fighter jets, but I didn't expect that they were the carrier-based aircraft of their spaceships. The tail too were. Ichiro Koizumi stopped talking here. He didn't want to recall the incident anymore. After all, a teammate was sacrificed, and this incident had left a shadow in his heart. Kazusuke Hirata raised his hand and motioned for Ichiro Koizumi to sit down. He turned to look at the base's highest defense commander, who was sitting in the center. This live show actually shows a lot of things. Did you notice the moment when the hangar door was raised? Ichiro Miyamoto did not answer them directly, but gestured for them to continue watching the live broadcast. There is a lot of space inside, and there are many carrier-based aircraft densely packed together. This is a terrifying signal. I think the world's air supremacy will be in their hands in the future. Losing air supremacy means losing strategic initiative. Not only us, the Americans are probably also shocked. The world is about to change dramatically. Sigh. When you go out to sea for patrols in the future, you should follow the route you have taken in the past 6 months. Try to avoid them if you can. Our island nation's military strength has been left behind by them. Haha. I now suspect that the United States has also felt guilty. Otherwise, why would it be so quiet today? After saying this, Miyamoto continued to look at the live broadcast screen. He was waiting for the final highlight, but he never expected that after a while, the live broadcast would give him another surprise. The carrier-based aircraft flew back and forth around the aerospace mothership several times, each time faster than the last, and then hovered neatly above the aerospace mothership, lining up to enter the internal hangar one by one. The live broadcast camera gave the suspended carrier-based aircraft an extremely long and detailed shot. Fuck, it's a drone, a shipborne drone. Such precise control technology. Wow, today's live broadcast is quite exciting. China is not hiding anything this time. What's the big deal? We also have vertical takeoff and landing carrier-based aircraft, the Harrier, hee. You guys from Great Britain upstairs, come on. It's hard to park your Harrier on a straight deck. How can you park it so accurately in the hangar? I think 9 out of 10 will crash, and the remaining one just got in by chance. Did you pay attention to the speed at which they passed through the field just now? Why did it seem a little unbelievably fast to me? Finally, I met someone who understands. I just did a simple calculation. Based on the frame rate of the video and the approximate length estimated from the reference object, the speed of this carrier-based aircraft passing through the field is no less than Mach 6. There really are some experts among netizens. From this perspective, it's really amazing. The speed is comparable to that of an ordinary cruise missile. Today was an eye-opener. Mach 6. Doesn't that mean we can chase missiles? This is awesome. Where's the highlight? This big guy should take off, right? Otherwise, the countrymen will start to say it's fake news and that it can't fly. YouTube netizens are eagerly waiting for the news, while domestic netizens are busy refreshing the screen. The comments are so fast that they can't be seen clearly. I don't know which netizen took the lead in refreshing the screen with the words, "China is mighty," and then it got out of control. Now the screen is full of these 4 words, and it is very lively. By 10 o'clock, the number of people watching the live broadcast on the internet and TV nationwide reached its peak. Some of them gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to watch the live broadcast, and some whole families, young and old, sat in front of the TV. Today, all Chinese people have a collective holiday just to witness the Kunpeng soaring into the sky. However, TV stations across the country did not have a holiday. They were very busy. They have no complaints because if nothing unexpected happens, today's ratings will break the record. Look, the guests are leaving and the guards are coming in. Are they clearing the venue for takeoff? It should be. I'm so excited. No, I have to go open a bottle of beer to calm down. Wait for me upstairs. Let's drink together. Huh. There are foreigners preparing to board the ship, too. What does that mean? At this time, the MC began to announce the news that the aerospace carrier was about to make its maiden voyage, and also announced the special guests on the maiden voyage. Finally, the highlight of today is coming. Damn, Dilanaza is on the inaugural VIP list. There are only a few of them in the arts circle, and except for her, they are all respected seniors. You above don't even think about who Dilraba Dilmurat's girlfriend is. Academician Chu, please tell me who developed and built this aerospace carrier. Wow, I want to go up too. Where is Academician Chu? Is it too late to propose now? The person above suggested going home and looking in the mirror. In the lounge area, domestic and foreign guests and film and television celebrities gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding champagne in their hands, watching the Kunpeng on the big screen and making new friends. For some people, this scene is a good opportunity to expand their social circle, so they all cherish this opportunity. Oh, I really envy Dilraba Dilmurat. She showed her face this time and went directly on the maiden voyage. Yu Mingming is one of the 4 new rising actresses in China. She has a pure appearance and has recently starred in many TV dramas with good reputation. What does it have to do with her? It's because her boyfriend is so capable. Academician Chu can be said to be the most famous person in our country now, and he doesn't have any black fans. Yu Qingzhen said unhappily beside him. That's why I'm envious. Yu Mingming's next sentence really made Yu Qing lose his temper. In the central control center of the Kunpeng, Chu Ge stood with Commander Wang. The 4 captains were all in place, and the flight officers in the control center began to conduct the final procedural checks before takeoff. Chu Ge did not accompany Dilanaza. At this time, he still liked to stay here. Although he could not get started directly, it was also a different experience to watch the captains skillfully operate this big guy. Reporting to the first captain, the nuclear fusion engine has been tested normally, and the energy supply to the entire ship is normal. Reporting to the first captain, the communication and radar signals are normal. The dock base has notified us that the people around our ship have been evacuated and we can take off at any time. Report to the first captain, all crew members are ready and can take off at any time. Following the reports from the duty navigation officers of each system, the detection data of each system was collected on the display screen in front of the captain. After checking the data, the 2 captains ran to Chu Ge and Commander Wang. Commander Wang, Academician Chu, the Kunpeng has been inspected and can be launched. Okay, Academician Chu, you will give the order for this first launch. Commander Wang turned around, looked at Chu Ge and nodded. Okay, order. Ignite Kunpeng's secondary engine and rise to cruising altitude. Chapter 197 Soaring into the Sky. The guests in the lounge area were leisurely drinking champagne when a faint, rumbling sound was heard outside, followed by the shaking of the ground. Is there an earthquake? Yu Mingming asked worriedly. I don't know. Did you hear the thunder? Come on, go out and take a look. After hearing this, several girls nearby ran out, and then saw the huge Kunpeng flying rapidly into the sky. The speed at which it took off was much faster than what we usually see when a rocket takes off. In the blink of an eye, the Kunpeng had shrunk several times. On YouTube, netizens forgot to type for a moment. They looked at the shocking scene on the live screen and pointed at the screen involuntarily. FUCK, come and see. This monster is really taking off. In the Pentagon, the island's defense chief's residence, the Kremlin, and meeting rooms in many power centers around the world, these dominant bosses all opened their eyes wide and stared at the screen in front of them in disbelief. They really did it. In the command center of the Kunpeng, Chu Ge and Commander Wang stood at the back of the hall. They did not move at all, which formed a sharp contrast with the earth shaking outside. Report to the first captain, the auxiliary engine is working normally. Our ship has risen to 6,000 meters. Please apply to start the main engine. Main engine ignition. Yes, the main engine has been ignited. The engine is working normally, and the data parameters are normal. Maintain minimum output power. Shut down all secondary engines at the rear of the ship. Yes, maintain minimum output power. Shut down all secondary engines at the rear of the ship. Turn the front number 1 and number 6 auxiliary engines to stabilize the flight attitude and reduce the speed to 100 kilometers per second. Yes, adjust the angle of the front number 1 and number 6 auxiliary engines, stabilize the flight attitude, and reduce the speed to 100 kilometers per second. Keep the front number 1 and number 6 auxiliary engines. Shut down the remaining auxiliary engines. Yes, keep the front number 1 and number 6 auxiliary engines, and shut down the remaining auxiliary engines. At the dock base, people were looking up at the giant in the sky. The next second, the Kunpeng flashed past their eyes like a meteor. Then there was a huge sound, as if there was a thunderstorm and a thunder exploded overhead. It was the sound of the aerospace mothership tearing the air. After the explosion, there was a rustling sound that gradually became smaller. The rustling sound was a bit erratic, which made people shudder. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and the timid girl even covered her ears and squatted down. In the air, the Kunpeng has disappeared, leaving behind a long, misty belt, a bit like the meteor trail left by a fireball breaking through the atmosphere. With the disappearance of the aerospace mothership, netizens finally returned to reality and began typing frantically on their keyboards. Fuck, this speed can't be described as Mach level, right? I just saw a flash of light, and then it disappeared. Flash skill. Have you played too much LOL upstairs? This is horrible. Did China obtain some kind of alien technology? This doesn't look like technology from Earth at all. Wow, that's really scary when you think about it. In fact, it was already rising very fast. That should be its auxiliary engine working, and then the main engine ignited in the air. The secondary engine provides the power for vertical ascent, similar to a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Did you notice how many secondary engines this monster has? 12. I'm not concerned about a few. Don't you notice that the flames emitted by these engines are different from our current engines? The master above is amazing. He observed so carefully. Please analyze it. Generally, the tail flames of rockets and aircraft are orange or blue like the explosion flames, but the tail flame of this spacecraft is bright white. There is only one possibility. This is not an engine fueled by chemical raw materials, but a new type of engine such as nuclear fusion, which is standard for starships. A real-life version of Star Wars? Is China going to defy fate? No wonder they want to build an interstellar fleet. From this point of view, the Kunpeng is not suitable for activities on Earth. Its activity area should be outer space. Humanity has entered the era of the Sea of Stars. Led by China? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hug their thighs. We have no objection. It's time for this world to change its leader. I'm just afraid the Americans won't accept this. I think the people who are suffering the most right now are Americans, who have inexplicably discovered that they are nothing anymore. No matter how weak the United States is, it is still better than you monkey countries. China must have stolen our aviation technology, otherwise how could they leap to this level in one step? This tone of voice sounds familiar. Did you notice that there seemed to be 2 fewer people from different countries in the live broadcast room? I guess he couldn't stand it and went for seppuku. In the aerospace mothership, Chu Ge looked at the clouds flashing by in front of him and suddenly remembered something. Commander Wang, are there no civilian airliners in this airspace? No, the time period is strictly controlled. When the Kunpeng takes off, the civil aviation ground personnel must stay on the ground, and those in the air are not allowed to cruise at this altitude. During the Kunpeng's cruise, they cannot ascend or descend at will. Oh, no wonder we can only cruise within our airspace. If we go out, it will be difficult to coordinate with air traffic control. No, why not go directly to space? Why bother on Earth? After Chu Ge finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with excitement. You think I haven't mentioned it? The military doesn't allow it, saying it's for safety reasons. And there are VIPs on board today. You gave them space. Our crew members have been trained to adapt, but they can't. Chu Ge thought about it and felt that this reason was quite plausible. It's just that the speed of the aerospace carrier is too fast, which has suppressed the speed. It only took 6 minutes and 33 seconds to circle the edge of China. This is not even enough for warm-up. Commander Wang looked at Chu Ge, and Chu Ge smiled and nodded. Captain Wu, turn that one around again. Yes, Commander Wang. Another 6 minutes and 33 seconds later, Chu Ge looked at Commander Wang. Well, Commander Wang, would you like to turn around again? I think it's okay. Captain Wu will. Reporting to Captain Number 1. The civil aviation is in a rage, saying that if the airspace is not opened, several planes that have been circling in the sky will run out of fuel. Captain Wu looked at Commander Wang and Chu Ge awkwardly. Okay, let's go back to the dock base. Yes. Captain Wu returned to his command post to coordinate the landing. Academician Chu, that's it for today. We have shown off what we should show off. We can't just focus on ourselves. People on the ground are still waiting. Let's go back. When we go to the moon, we can fly back and forth in the solar system a few times. There is a lot of territory there. Commander Wang patted Chu Ge on the shoulder and whispered in Chu Ge's ear. Then I have to prepare quickly. I used to think that China's territory was big enough, but now I see that it's not going to work. The Earth is like this. Let's go back and plant flags on the 8 planets in the solar system one by one. Commander Wang, what do you think? I think it's okay. You are responsible for the material of the flag. Cloth is not okay. The Mercury style will be gone in a minute. No problem. While the two were whispering, the Kuanpeng had already landed smoothly at the dock base. When Chu Ge and the others returned to the ground, the crowd around them immediately burst into deafening cheers. China is mighty. China is mighty. China is mighty. Chapter 198 Mech Warrior. The big monster is back. It doesn't seem to have flown very far. It may be because it's the first flight. This kind of large military equipment has strict testing procedures. You can't just fly it as long as you want. The above person gave the right answer. It's a pity that we may only be able to see it once. We probably won't be able to see it again in the future. I strongly suggest that the Chinese authorities arrange more live broadcasts. Hey, when will our peacock country have a spaceship? You and the peacock country should figure out how to build a toilet first. I think you can't even build a toilet on a spaceship. Fuck you. They only have this cool big guy. What else do they have? Their overall national strength is still not as good as our peacock country. Mysterious confidence. Wait, look at the live broadcast. What is that? As the live broadcast camera showed a long shot, 3 unidentified objects were flying in the distant sky, leaving long flight trails behind them, and were flying at an extremely fast speed. Missiles. Damn, something's going to happen. Who is so bold? Launching missiles at this time? Are they going to start a world war? Who else besides the United States? Haha, awesome. This spaceship won't be retired right after it was put into service? It looks like it has entered the final sprint stage and cannot be intercepted. China will be embarrassed in front of the whole world this time. Asia still has to look up to our great Republic of H. Just look at this missile. It depends on whether the spacecraft is equipped with a short-range air defense system. What missiles? Why do they seem to be flying slower and slower? Aren't missiles flying very fast later on? No, it doesn't look like a missile. Why is the shape so strange? The live broadcast room was silent for a while. At this time, the unidentified object on the live screen slowly changed its posture, and the camera began to switch to an aerial perspective. Soul Blade has now adjusted from a diving state to a suspended state. 3 humanoid mechas are standing in the sky above the aerospace mothership, 1 in front and 2 in the back, and are slowly descending. The camera followed them all the way. With a bang, they landed steadily on the side of the Kuanping. The 2 mechas at the back walked to the sides of the Soul Blade. The 3 mechas stood on the back of the aerospace mothership, looking down at the crowd below. This is Transformers? Are they filming a movie? CG? Is China's CG technology so good? How can it be so realistic? I have explosive news for you. This is a real mecha warrior. My friend is at the scene. I just called to confirm. He is also confused, but it is confirmed that it is not CG. It's terrible to have no IQ. This is a live broadcast, not a post-production video. The special effects during a live broadcast cannot be rendered to this level. And even if you ask the world's most powerful special effects company to do it in post-production, they can't produce this effect because it's real. Huaxia has put on a real show this time. I'm really envious. Chu Ge looked up at Soul Blade, who was standing on the edge of the aerospace mothership at this moment. 3 mecha warriors were scanning the crowd with their heads down, over and over again, with their heads moving at a fairly even frequency and amplitude. Chu Ge couldn't help laughing when he saw their funny actions. Haha, Soul Blade is posing again. Commander Wang, have the base clear a piece of open space down here and take those 3 guys down. Don't destroy the Kuanpeng's armor with your big pig's trotters. 1 piece of armor is enough for me to eat well for a year. The guards quickly cleared a space, and Chu Ge waved his hand towards it. Hey, you so-and-so, stop wasting time. I'm here. The next second, the Soul Blade locked onto its target like a missile and fell straight towards the open space not far in front of Chu Ge, and the 2 followers behind him also landed on the ground. Salute. Ka-ka, the 3 mecha warriors standing in a triangular shape performed a solemn military salute. The 3 mechas stood in front of everyone like a small mountain. Chu Ge compared the proportions of the Soul Blade and the Kuanping. Commander, this Soul Blade is a good ferryman. Remember to call it over next time you board the ship. I think it's okay. Huh. People are in high spirits when good things happen. Chu Ge let himself go today and kept joking with Commander Wang. The people around them didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment, their eyes were all focused on the three mecha warriors. Long time no see, Soul Blade. Academician Chu, long time no see. How is it? Are you used to being in the hive? Oh, and how are you getting along with the followers behind you? The base is very good. They are just like that. You can't do anything with 3 sticks. Academician Chu, you should install a human-computer interaction system for them. And then, can I chat with you every day? Do I need to prepare some sunflower seeds, beer, etc. for you? I don't have any money. The last 2 words are the key. But I see you have made a lot of progress. You can even say proverbs. Commander Wang stared at Soul Blade and then at Chu Ge, thinking, the way these two chat is really unique. Okay, the military sent you here, not to beg for anything from me. You can't just stand here. So dance for us. You're good at this. Chu Ge threw out a sentence like a brothel owner, but Soul Blade did not resist and danced with its 2 followers. Domestic netizens were stunned when watching this scene. What was going on? Oh my god, this humanoid mecha can actually talk? The key is that it can communicate so well with Academician Chu. This is going to be amazing. Brother, I can go up to the sky. I just floated down from the sky. Haha, the 2 people upstairs are so funny. It makes me laugh to death. From what Academician Chu said, the Mecha Warrior project seems to have existed for a long time. Wow, we didn't even know about such a handsome Mecha Warrior. Basic exercises, don't sit down. The talking one is called Soul Blade? That's really cool. I'm going to be its biggest fan from now on. Speaking of this, I suddenly thought of a business opportunity. Let's quickly make models based on these templates. They will definitely be a big hit. You know what? They dance really well, like professionals. Are you kidding? Soul Blade has been training for a year for nothing. Chu Ge looked at the greatly improved dancing posture of Soul Blade, rubbed his chin, and nodded. Commander Wang, what are the military's arrangements for the Mecha Warriors? Are they just going to fly here and stand still? What else? Take it up with a missile? Or tear it into pieces and show them its internal components? Commander Wang was well aware of the Northwest incident and asked directly. That's true. We've revealed enough today. I want to see if those shameless Americans will continue to say that our military is not transparent. You still don't know them well enough. Unless you hand them the manufacturing drawings of the Soul Blade, you will still be criticized for your military opacity. They have the upper hand anyway. Chu Ge nodded. This was indeed Lao Mi's usual style. However, the mobility, high intelligence, flexibility, and agility of the Soul Blade were all demonstrated. The weapon system and the armor must be kept in reserve. Perhaps we can catch them off guard later. The ceremony continued. After watching for a while, Chu Ge waved to Soul Blade and walked towards the rest area with Commander Wang. The concert was scheduled for the afternoon. After a series of activities, it was already noon. Chu Ge wanted to come here to find something to fill his stomach. Chapter 199, Reshuffle. Chu Ge was drinking water with Commander Wang. From a distance, Dilanaza and Academician Chun were walking towards them. Chu Ge went to greet them. Mr. Chun, how did you 2 meet each other? What are you talking about? The living quarters on the Kuanping are so large that the people there are either foreigners, top domestic scholars and experts, or my seniors. Fortunately, I met Mr. Chun, who introduced me to this and that. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Dilanaza said with a pout. Haha, I just happened to see Dilanaza standing there awkwardly, so I took her along and acted as a commentator. After Academician Chin finished speaking, he said hello to Chu Ge and left them to go find Commander Wang. TSK, you don't seem to be willing to do that. Who said that? I know you have your own business, but I won't bother with you. Mr. Chin didn't finish his words. It's so much fun there, like a small community. And you know what? Walking along the road in the living area, thinking about how we are thousands of meters in the sky, it feels magical. Dilanaza chattered to Chu Ge about what she saw and heard on the aerospace carrier. Chu Ge smiled, touched her hair, and acted as a quiet listener. Dilanaza was talking happily when her cell phone rang. It's sisterly. I'll take a call first. Chu Ge nodded and glanced to the side. The charm of Soul Blade was no less than that of Kuanping. No matter where you stood, the surroundings were already crowded. Chu Ge watched with interest. However, the Soul Blades were quite aloof. After Chu Ge and the others left, they stopped dancing and just went into standby mode. If you didn't know them, you would think they were models designed by an advertising company. Chu Ge, I have to go find Sisterly. The performance will start this afternoon. This performance is national and will be broadcast live around the world, so there can't be any mistakes, so? Understood. Go ahead. You're not leaving today anyway. After the two separated, Chu Ge came to Academician Chun and his friends. Xiao Chu, why aren't you with your girlfriend? You don't have anything to do today. You two probably haven't seen each other for a while, right? She has her own things to do. Isn't there a cultural performance this afternoon? It's led by the state. She is quite nervous and has to go to rehearsal. After hearing this, Mr. Chun and Commander Wang nodded. As the country is at the forefront, we should be cautious. Although the entertainment industry is more lenient in this regard, we cannot let down our guard at this time. It's quite lively here. It's a good thing you're all here. I don't have to look for you one by one. Chu Ge and the others were chatting when Old Long came over, followed by Commander Meng and other military leaders. After everyone greeted each other, Commander Wang saw that Old Long had gathered everyone together and understood that Old Long had something to say. So he led Old Long, Chu Ge and others to a secluded cafeteria. There's nothing else for lunch, just a light meal. We'll have a dinner in the evening. Chu Ge, you can save some space. After sitting down, Old Long said to Chu Ge with a smile. Okay then, I'll just drink some water at noon and eat until I'm done with it at night, haha. Chu Ge responded with a smile, and everyone started laughing. Today is a day that will go down in history for us, and it is also a milestone for all mankind, because from today on, we will have the ability to explore the universe. There will be a grand celebration banquet tonight. Academician Chu, there is a little surprise for you. Chu Ge was shocked after hearing this. There was also a surprise. He was looking forward to it. It just so happens that today, the heads of the research institute, the dock base, and the military are all here. The Kunpeng's first flight was a success. Have you discussed the next plan? We can't let this big guy of ours sit there and eat dust, right? When Old Man Long got to the point, Chu Ge knew that he was urging him to move forward quickly. Mr. Long, Mr. Chun, Commander Wang, and I have already met. The preliminary plan is to send to the moon in 2 months. The data model has been produced, and the first engineering transport ship should be available in 2 months. An engineering ship can transport the goods back and forth, and the aerospace carrier can help. It should be able to meet the needs of the early stage of engineering construction. Chu Ge gave Long Lao and the others a general account of his plan. Although it was rather vague, it did give a direction. Well, this is all we can do for now. Are the blueprints for the engineering ship ready? Not yet. It will be almost done, about a week. I will meet with Commander Wang later. The construction blueprint of the engineering ship was given to Chu Ge by the system boss in a lottery a few months ago. Chu Ge took a general look at the design blueprint and found it was quite simple, using all existing technologies. The only difference is that the investment cost in the power system is a little higher, and the rest is modular, and different modules can be installed according to different tasks. Engineering construction materials require more lifting equipment, while the transportation of oil, water, and food requires more storage equipment, which all have special requirements for the overall layout of the transport ship. Therefore, Chu Ge planned to build 10 engineering ships, which was the most reasonable number he had streamlined based on construction and supply needs. Okay, Chu Ge will be responsible for the blueprints of the engineering ship and the technical support for its construction. The Research Institute and the dock base will cooperate with you, especially Mr. Chun. The lunar base requires a large engineering construction team and a research team. You will start selecting talents after you return, and it must be completed within 2 months. Here, I will use tea instead of wine, and take advantage of today's atmosphere to wish you a successful journey to the moon. As Old Long spoke, he picked up the tea in front of him, and everyone raised their glasses. The plan to march to the moon was thus decided. There was a cultural performance in the afternoon. When the live broadcast signal was cut to this point, netizens were still enthusiastic. For some people, they could turn off the TV, such as those senior officials in the Pentagon. Anderson, the chairman of the U.S. Senate, turned his head, his eyes sharp and his face livid. Do you know what the world will be like after today? Rodriguez often quarreled with Anderson, and he kept his mouth shut this time. Everyone knew that if he tried to step out at this time, he would be courting death. The White House Chief of Staff's phone has been flooded with calls. Our allies are asking us if we have any plans, and some are even asking us directly if the United States is no longer able to compete with them. The president asked me to ask you how the Americans should get along with them in the future. Everyone, please tell us what you think. Mr. Chairman, I remember that a think tank had proposed a scenario before G2. I wonder if it is appropriate to bring it back now. A senior senator who was sitting next to Anderson suggested this. Once the topic came up, the American leaders present began to discuss it. I'm not afraid of dampening your enthusiasm here. We have mentioned this concept to them before, but it's clear that they didn't have much interest. At that time, they were far from being as powerful as they are now. Now, if you bring it up again, we'll be outdone in momentum. Anderson shook his head. It's not like he had never thought about this strategy, but it takes two to tango. The meaningless meeting held by the United States because of the live broadcast eventually came to nothing, and the solemn statement that had been made before was also temporarily shelved. The only consensus reached was to avoid the limelight for the time being. But one thing is certain, the world structure is about to be reshuffled. Chapter 200 Interlude. The afternoon concert was star-studded, with Hollywood stars taking the stage one after another. Domestic netizens have experienced the feeling of Hollywood up close. Chu Ge was not idle either. This was a rare day when he didn't have to face the faces of Li Gang, Yin Tianhao, and other debt collectors. He walked to the concert, ready to experience the joy of being a fan. Captain Gong and his men followed not too far away. There was no shortage of audience at the concert, and the remaining engineers and technicians at the dock base numbered tens of thousands. Chu Ge took a quick look around and found that the venue was arranged quite well. It should be hosted by a professional performing arts company. Come to think of it, these are all big names, and a lower level would not be able to match their level. There were a lot of people at the concert, and the security measures on site were quite strict. Chu Ge walked to the security checkpoint and prepared to be checked by the security personnel. When the security guard saw Chu Ge, he was stunned at first, and then saluted. "Colonel Chu, good afternoon." "Hello, I'm just going in to take a look." "Yes." The guards behind all stood up and saluted. Chu Ge returned the salute, paused for a moment, and then walked in. "Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation letter and passport." Chu Ge was followed by a group of burly men in white shirts and black pants. The young man in the lead had an arrogant look on his face. His hair was dyed yellow-brown and was meticulously groomed. What did he say? "Let us show our ID." Why did I see that person just walked in like that? Is this the Chinese way of entertaining guests? Yes, maybe he is one of their insiders. This is not China. Before we came out, the president reminded us to be careful. Snort. The young man ignored him and began to scan the guests passing by, especially the female guests. After checking for a while, they finally entered the concert venue. Li Guangrong glanced around and fixed his eyes on a girl. He waved his hand and moved closer. Those burly men were Li Guangrong's bodyguards. At this moment, they did not follow him, but sat down far away, but their eyes always followed their target. Chu Ge found a random seat and sat down. He glanced around but didn't see Dilanaza. Maybe she is preparing for the performance, Chu Ge thought. Chu Ge withdrew his gaze, but found that there was another person beside him, who looked quite familiar. The man also stared at Chu Ge, his eyes rolling around. Both of them were probably wondering about each other's identity. "You're not that Smith?" Well, Smith spread his hands, shook his head, and said a few words in English. "Wait a minute." Chu Ge summoned the system's eldest brother to take a temporary makeup class. "Hey, Smith, you're here too? I was a big fan of yours when I was in school. How are you these days?" Well, Smith was first surprised by Chu Ge's authentic spoken English, then shook his head. "Not so good. Let's not talk about those things. I remember now. You are Chu, a famous scientist in China, right?" Chu Ge nodded. It was rare that this Oscar winner knew him. However, some of what he said was not very nice, and Chu Ge did not understand. He had not read entertainment news for a long time. Since the other party didn't want to mention it, Chu Ge didn't ask. "I've seen a lot of your movies, and I still remember some of the lines. If you have a dream, you must defend it. Those who have never achieved anything want to tell you that you can achieve anything. If you have an ideal, you must work hard to achieve it. That's it." Chu Ge said this casually, and Will Smith was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this mysterious Chinese scientist still remembered some of his lines. "Oh, Chu, you have a great memory. To be honest, I almost forgot this line, huh? Are there any science fiction movies being made recently?" "Yes, Chu. You were in charge of building that big thing outside, right? I really hope that one day I can make a movie on it. This is a real spaceship, not some messy post-production from Hollywood." Chu Ge didn't expect that this guy would set his sights on the aerospace mothership, and then he smiled and shook his head. "That's not my call, and it has a lot of things to do. I don't think making a movie is on its agenda." "Haha, of course I know, your spaceship." The two were chatting when they heard a pop sound behind them, followed by the sound of a quarrel. Will Smith and Chu Ge stopped talking and turned to look back. A young man with dyed yellow hair was pointing at a young girl and cursing. Chu Ge vaguely heard what he said, H Mandarin. The young girl covered her face with her hands and looked at the man aggrievedly with tears in her eyes. The entourages of both sides were greeting each other in an unintelligible language. The girls were clearly at a disadvantage, and the young man rushed forward and wanted to attack again. Chu Ge leaped over, quickly grabbed the man's wrist with one hand, grabbed him with the backhand, and kicked him in the knee. The man knelt down in response. The whole process was completed in just a moment. The young man screamed in pain and uttered a few words. "Ah, Shiba, who the hell are you? What are you waiting for? Come over and help." After shouting for a long time without any response, he looked up and saw that all his men had been pinned to the ground. Their positions were the same as his, with their hands held behind their backs, and they were kneeling on the ground. Captain Gong and his men took action immediately. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Chu Ge was too lazy to pay attention to him. He exerted force with his hand, and the man started to scream again. This happened repeatedly back and forth. Li Guangrong dared not make a sound anymore. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his forehead. He felt that his hand must be broken. What's going on? The translator next to Li Guangrong had already recognized Chu Ge. Seeing that Chu Ge was angry, he did not dare to stand up. But when he saw Chu Ge asking questions, he hurried over to help. Chu, academician Chu, this is all a misunderstanding. This Mr. Li is from Country H, the Prince of Sanqing Group. Everyone should take a step back and don't hurt the harmony. You say. Chu Ge pointed at the girl next to him. Chu, academician Chu, I was listening to music here, and he came over to chat with me. At first, nothing happened, but then he said he wanted to take me somewhere. I refused because I had a performance soon. Then he started to make advances on me. I pushed him, and he hit me. Still using foul language. Do you understand H Mandarin? Well, I made my debut there, and only returned to China in recent years to develop my career. The girl replied softly. Her big eyes, which had looked aggrieved just now had a look of spirit, but there were still red hand marks on her face. You know him? I know him, Li Guangrong, a playboy, but we have no intersection. Is there anything wrong with what she said? Chu Ge turned and looked at the translator. The translator looked at Chu Ge, then at Li Guangrong, who was kneeling on the ground, and hesitated for a long time without answering. Let me ask you again, is what she said true? If you dare to lie, you know the consequences. No, I don't dare. The incident was roughly as the girl said.